Li represents her father Li Yao's surname, while she is derived from her mother Han Shi's name. Thus, she is called Li Aixi. Her parents were brought together by the Harry Potter films, and as their child, the world of Harry Potter holds extraordinary significance for Li Aixi. Before the age of 5, Li Aixi was the cherished Luna of her complete family, living a life of bliss and freedom akin to a little princess. After turning 5, Li Aixi transformed into a Harry, yet she was fortunate to have a grandmother who adored her deeply, enabling her to live with resilience, even as her heart ached. Upon gaining admission to university, her grandmother's wish was fulfilled, and she departed peacefully. Li Aixi found herself alone, immersing herself fervently in her studies to numb the pain. After receiving comforting words from fellow Harry Potter enthusiasts, Li Aixi finally paused, clutching her tablet that played the Harry Potter films, tears flowing uncontrollably. Beneath the radiant super full moon outside her window, weary from crying, Li Aixi curled up with her legs drawn to her chest and dozed off against the tablet resting on her lap. Upon awakening, she was astonished to find herself in the form of a newborn infant. "Oh, look, our darling. She resembles an angel. This is your brother, Dudley Dursley, and your sister will be named Ashley Dursley. What do you think?" "No, that is not acceptable. To have the most detested characters become her family. What a bewildering experience this is." Chapter 1. The Little Girl of the Dursley Family. With the super full moon as the guide, anchored by genuine illusions, we shall open the portal to another world, ferrying the souls of the virtuous, safeguarding hearts, and stirring the ripples of destiny's river. Li Aixi now felt quite unwell. After crying hoarsely, her head, already somewhat dizzy, succumbed to slumber, and in her haze, she felt as if she were being squeezed into a damp, warm rubber tube, constricted and anxious. As she sought help, she was choked by an unknown liquid. "My heavens, what is happening?" Li Aixi thought irritably. Could it be that my cries were so wretched that I was tossed into a sewer? As her consciousness gradually returned, she attempted to open her eyes to assess her situation and perhaps rescue herself, but a wave of pressure sent her sliding out of the rubber tube. Her head throbbed, breathing was laborious, and her eyes felt as though they were coated with a thick layer of glue, making it difficult to open them. It was unbearable, truly distressing. Fortunately, it seemed someone was assisting her. Her body was turned, and her back was gently patted. Oh, she must have choked on that water, and Li Aixi instinctively expelled the liquid from her mouth. "Ah, much better. Thank you." Li Aixi expressed her gratitude, only to be startled by her own voice. Though it sounded as if it came from a great distance and felt peculiar, it was unmistakably the tender ah of an infant. Before she could fully comprehend, she was given a few pats on her backside. Noticing her lack of reaction, the person seemed to apply a bit more force. Who could endure this? Li Aixi let out a wail and burst into tears. Those around her responded with relieved, joyful laughter, completely disregarding Li Aixi's aggrieved state as they passed her from one embrace to another. Initially, Li Aixi struggled and flailed, but eventually, she pouted and lay still, allowing them to wash her, kiss her, poke her, and amuse her. While the charm of human infants is undeniable, I never realized the disparity between the joy of teasing and being teased could be so vast, thought the 18-year-old infant as she drifted off to sleep after being thoroughly exhausted. Upon awakening once more, Li Aixi found herself still nestled in someone else's arms. For a fleeting moment, she felt a sense of bewilderment and an inexplicable detachment from reality. After a few flails, she quickly understood her predicament. What else could she do but smile wryly in resignation? Experiencing a dream as a continuous series is rather novel, but could I at least switch bodies? Right now, it feels as if I'm trapped in a dark room, unable to see or hear clearly, my limbs rendered powerless, limited to the occasional flail. Who understands this sorrow? Li Aixi lamented despondently within her heart. Wow, dear God, she smiled. How utterly adorable. Came the delighted laughter from above, causing her heart to sink even further into gloom. Fortunately, the infant's energy is indeed quite feeble, and soon she succumbs to drowsiness, perpetually sensing that something has been overlooked, yet unable to grasp that elusive thought. Something is once again thrust into her mouth, and instinctively she takes a couple of sips. Sweet, quite delightful, mumbles Li Aixi, her lips smacking together, appearing carefree and utterly blissful in her slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, Li Aixi's vitality is finally replenished. Perhaps due to her previous experience, she remains far more composed this time. After all, it is merely a serial dream, and since she lacks the strength to control it, she resolves to surrender and embrace it. She flails her arms in the void, feeling a slight increase in strength, albeit minimal. However, the glue on her eyes seems to have diminished, allowing faint glimpses of light to penetrate. The sounds reaching her ears are no longer as hazy or distant, which is indeed a cause for celebration. With a pleasant demeanor, she lifts the corners of her mouth, only to find something thrust into her mouth in the next moment. Instinctively, she inhales, and the taste is somewhat familiar. She freezes. Ah, this is embarrassing, a flush rising to her cheeks. The sensation against her lips is vividly clear. For the first time, she harbors a bizarre suspicion. This dream seems excessively real. Darling, look how well our little treasure is drinking. It won't be long before he is as strong as our son, a saccharine male voice proclaims, imbued with pride and affection. Li Aixi is astonished. Have they changed my nationality? The cadence and tone are unmistakably British. A sip of milk calms her nerves. Just as she swallows, she freezes again, embarrassment flooding her senses. By the way, darling, have you decided on the children's names? This time, a low, gentle female voice inquires, filled with tenderness. I have thought of them. Our son will be named Dolly, and our daughter will be called Aixi. Dolly Dursley. Aixi Dursley. Such melodious names. I hope they grow into towering trees just like their names. Li Aixi's inner world is undergoing a tempest of tumultuous emotions. Dolly Dursley. Dolly Dursley. As if to ensure Li Aixi can relate, the gentle voice's owner tenderly caresses her small face, saying, Aixi, Aixi, my darling, this will be your name from now on. Li Aixi, after a prolonged period of existential doubt, resigns herself to her fate. She is Li Aixi, now known as Aixi Dursley, and she has indeed traversed into another realm, transformed into an infant, transported to the world of Harry Potter. The evidence is as follows. The serial dream has never truly awoken. During this time, her consciousness has intermittently regained clarity. She is but an infant, yet gradually becoming aware in accordance with the developmental milestones of a child. She has heard names such as Vernon, Maggie, and Penny, and though she wishes to dismiss them as mere coincidences, the words remain lodged in her throat. 3. The decisive proof lies in witnessing her parents and aunt, whose traits bear a striking resemblance to those of characters from the film. Well, carefree Li Aixi, driven by her instinct for survival, eventually adapts even to drinking milk, ultimately accepting the reality of her transmigration as a little girl of the Dursley family. Given that such miraculous occurrences as transmigration can happen, what is peculiar about the emergence of an unintroduced character? Naturally, she has pondered why this transmigration occurred. As someone who once aspired to be a screenwriter, she has read countless novels and even experimented with summoning systems. Yet alas, there was no response. Since she has arrived, she chooses to accept her circumstances. Some things are best left unexplained, lest her mentality crumble. Shock, confusion, anger, helplessness, secret delight, and excitement swirl within her. The psychological transition from Li Aixi to Aixi is complete. Little cousin, your sister has arrived. Chapter 2. The twin siblings, my little darling. We have finally arrived home. As Vernon alighted from the vehicle, he eagerly took Ashley from Petunia's arms, adopting that same overly saccharine tone as he pressed a kiss to Ashley's cherubic face. Ashley rolled her eyes in a daze, her heart devoid of emotion. After 3 months of such encounters, she had become desensitized to them. Initially, the experience had struck her like a thunderbolt, leading her to wail inconsolably. An uncharacteristic display for an 18-year-old who should have exuded an air of maturity and composure, yet felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Maggie and Petunia found endless amusement in her plight. Vernon, however, was flustered, constantly fretting whether his unshaven beard had pricked the little one, his heart aching with concern. Observing his distressed demeanor, Ashley reluctantly stifled her sobs, her eyes brimming with tears as she reached out for Petunia to hold her, resting her head on Petunia's shoulder to compose herself. Although she no longer harbored hatred, she was not inclined to forgive him just yet, requiring this moment of quietude. Within a few days, Vernon continued in his obliviousness. Whenever Ashley was awake, regardless of her movements or expressions, he would erupt in exaggerated astonishment, showering her with affection, which inevitably led Ashley to retaliate with a swift slap to Vernon's face. In that moment, Ashley felt a mix of embarrassment and trepidation, for Vernon's imposing stature evoked a sense of danger akin to pulling the whiskers of a tiger. Yet, his reaction was unexpectedly jovial. He excitedly turned to Petunia, exclaiming that their little darling had struck him, and cheerfully remarked that no one would dare bully her in the future. Ashley could only shake her head in disbelief, but beneath it all, she felt a flicker of nostalgia and sentimentality. Father, the Dursleys are all villains. They shower Dudley with gifts, yet they completely forget Harry's birthday. How do they treat Harry so cruelly? It's utterly outrageous. The 5-year-old Li Aixi, hand in hand with her 2 most beloved companions, expressed her indignation as they exited the cinema. Indeed, as Harry's relatives, they are truly excessive. However, my dear, as Dudley's parents, they like us, bestow the very best upon him. Does that make them villains as well? Liao gazed at Li Aixi with a playful smile, feigning a look of grievance, as if to question whether they too were considered bad. 5-year-old Li Aixi hesitated, her face a portrait of confusion, unsure how to respond. Hanshi playfully chided Liao with a glance before enveloping Li Aixi in a warm embrace, explaining, Daddy wishes to convey that the distinction between good and evil is not so straightforward. Perspectives differ, and so do judgments. To Harry, they are indeed malevolent, yet to Dudley, they are quite benevolent. Li Aixi, somewhat bemused, grappled with this complexity, pondering whether the Dursleys were ultimately good or evil. Hanshi gently patted Li Aixi's head, imparting with a profound look, Worry not, my dear. When you grow older, you shall understand. Mother merely hopes you will remember that the definitions of good and evil are determined by people, but strive to maintain a clear conscience. It had been a long while since Ashley had reflected on such matters. Those warm, happy memories had been locked away in the depths of her mind since their passing, buried beneath a facade of strength. Now, as she recalled them, a wave of mixed emotions washed over her. She had matured, yet also regressed. Yet she now comprehended the kindness Vernon and Petunia had shown her. Even if it had only been for 3 months, she had felt it profoundly. Even Maggie, who had previously spoken harshly about Harry's parents, lavished her with affection, bestowing upon her box after box of toys and clothes. Her bad habits inherited as she constantly showered Ashley with kisses. Was this what was meant by perspective? Li Aixi could assert that the Dursleys were unkind. But could Ashley voice such sentiments? Oh heavens! And then there was Dudley, that irritable brother who would shout Harry, cousin, while launching clouds of dust in Harry's direction on the stairs. At the mention of Dudley, Ashley found herself curious about her twin brother, whom she had never seen despite being born of the same mother. Why had she spent 3 months in the hospital before returning home? However, through the conversations between Vernon and Petunia during this time, she had gleaned the general circumstances. In essence, within a set of twins, there is often one who is stronger and one who is weaker, and Dudley was the strong one while she was the weak. It was said that she had been born nearly 2 hours after Dudley, weighing only 1/3 of his weight. Upon learning this news, Ashley had felt inexplicably irate. Dudley, you brat, just you wait. With all that food, you'll surely burst. Of course, her anger was entirely justified. This was 1980, and the medical conditions were as one might imagine. Moreover, she had been passed around and kissed by so many people. It was not just the doctors who marveled at her survival, but she herself felt a wave of dread upon realizing it. Goodness, what must a 3 or 4 pound baby have looked like? Thank heavens I couldn't see. Otherwise, I might have frightened myself into a faint. Where would I have found the courage to slap Vernon's face without fearing a fracture? Throughout those 3 months, Petunia had practically been a permanent fixture at the hospital, while Maggie and Vernon darted back and forth, which explained Vernon's amicable rapport with Maggie. As for her convenient brother, he likely flitted between Maggie's home and their own. As for the grudge against Dudley for monopolizing the nutrients, perhaps she could afford to reduce it by 1%, but no more. Just as she thought of him, Petunia's voice called from behind. Darling, we be going to pick up Dudley soon? Will Maggie be coming along? Should we prepare lunch? Oh, I contacted Maggie during my time at the hospital. She mentioned that Ashley is coming home today, and we should celebrate. After we tidy up, we can head over to her house for lunch, gather as a family, and return together in the afternoon. I see. That indeed places a burden on Maggie. Once I'm done organizing, let us pick out some gifts to bring with us. She has truly been a great help to us during this time. Yes, we should prepare some gifts. Maggie has been complaining about her coffee machine being faulty. Perhaps we could get her a new model. Take your time with the preparations. There is no rush. It seems our little darling is quite curious about our home. Petunia glanced at Ashley, who was twisting her head in Vernon's arms, and smiled tenderly, slowing her pace as she gathered the items. Chapter 3, Number 4, Privet Drive. Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, the Dursleys' residence. With one arm cradling Ashley and the other retrieving the keys, Vernon opened the door while Petunia busied herself with Ashley's belongings from the car, her face aglow with satisfaction and happiness. Ashley, like an inquisitive little creature, stretched her neck to survey her surroundings. To be honest, it appeared smaller than she had envisioned. The road in front seemed a bit cramped after a car had parked. Adjacent to it was a patch of grass enclosed by a low fence, serving little practical purpose, merely demarcating the area. However, all the houses on the street were similarly adorned, presenting a neat and tidy appearance that would surely please anyone with a penchant for orderliness. Upon entering the front door, the first sight to greet her was a staircase leading to the second floor, and suddenly, Ashley was struck by a thought. her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, this was Harry's little domain, the staircase nook, the very spot where Dudley would bounce and send clouds of dust cascading down. Objectively speaking, as Li Aixi, Ashley harbored no aversion to such a place. Following the tragic passing of her parents, she had long cherished the solace found in confined spaces, feeling a profound sense of security. Thus, this place held a certain charm for Li Aixi, if it were free from dust and the interior were made more comfortable. Ashley would be quite content to reside here. Yet, stepping into Harry's shoes, one could only feel pity for him. As Ashley contemplated this, she couldn't help but feel her lips twitching in exasperation. Who could truly understand the frustration of bearing the surname Dursley? She resolved inwardly, time and again, to treat her little cousin with utmost care, ensuring he would never endure the same hardships. Yet, such thoughts were for a later time. At present, Ashley found herself more intrigued by the staircase. The tiny infant, wrapped snugly in a blanket and babbling in a language only infants could muster, tugged gently at Vernon's beard while gazing eagerly at the door leading to the staircase, signaling him to open it. This adorable display filled Vernon with delight, his eyes sparkling as he opened the door, playfully exclaiming, "Oh, my little darling, do you wish to play a treasure hunt with Daddy? How utterly charming!" But alas, this is merely a storage space. There are no treasures here. Ashley glanced around and confirmed that Harry had yet to arrive. The area remained unconverted into a bedroom, cluttered with a few brooms, mops, and other assorted items. Her interest waned immediately. Vernon, blissfully unaware of her disinterest, cheerfully closed the door and continued the tour with his daughter. Through the corridor adjacent to the staircase lay a spacious room that combined the living room, dining area, and kitchen. Though not overly expansive, the arrangement of furniture, thoughtfully orchestrated by Petunia, exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Ashley had never viewed the place through the lens of a family member before, which explained her current astonishment. She was well aware of Petunia's penchant for cleanliness. Having spent the majority of the past few months in the hospital caring for Ashley, the house had fallen into a bit of disarray under Vernon's care. The formula cans were left improperly sealed, and a sprinkle of powder adorned the tabletop, evidence of the new father's fluster. Ashley couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the chubby infant being cared for. Vernon, undeterred by the mess, cheerfully introduced the spaces. "This is where we eat, where we prepare delicious meals, and where we watch the little ones." Ashley's capacity for acceptance had been sufficiently strengthened by Vernon, and she maintained a stoic expression as her gaze drifted towards another door, babbling incessantly. "Oh, sweetheart, this isn't a place for play. It's where we, well, do our business. It can be quite unpleasant, you see." With that, Ashley decided against exploring further. She merely wished to understand the layout, not to experience every corner firsthand. Vernon adeptly scooped Ashley into his arms, carrying her upstairs. The second floor housed 2 bedrooms and a study. The master bedroom was adjacent to the study in the second bedroom, which was slightly smaller and located at the far end. The master belonged to Vernon and Petunia, while the second bedroom was designated for Dudley. No wonder Harry had to reside in the cupboard under the stairs. A fleeting thought crossed Ashley's mind. Could it be true that there simply wasn't enough room? She quickly dismissed it, though she couldn't ignore the reality that Petunia's disdain for Harry was likely genuine. After all, how could a legitimate relative be relegated to such a meager space? Ashley felt a profound sense of responsibility weighing upon her. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. The house was already cramped. If Dudley's room were to be given to Harry, it was likely that the study would be converted into Dudley's bedroom. And now, with her presence added to the mix, how would they all manage? Ashley felt acutely aware of the house's limitations and pondered whether her supervisor at Grunnings could afford to relocate to a larger home, especially considering Petunia would soon be caring for 3 children, making it impossible for her to continue her clerical work. "Oh, my darling, the small bedroom will be for Dudley, and I plan to convert the study into a bedroom for you, allowing Petunia to decorate it like a little princess's room," Vernon declared sweetly after introducing the various rooms. His face aglow with dreams and joy, his eyes shining so brightly that Ashley found them almost blinding. Truth be told, it would be disingenuous to say that Ashley was not touched, yet simultaneously she was horrified to realize that under this arrangement, Harry might once again be relegated to the cupboard. This thought stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Vernon, oblivious to the musings of an 18-year-old in a 3-month-old's body, continued to coo at her, insisting that whether lively or quiet, his little darling was the most adorable of them all, with no room for debate. He cradled Ashley while gazing at the 2 cribs, envisioning the delightful sight of Ashley and Dudley peacefully slumbering within, marking the end of this little tour. Meanwhile, Petunia had tidied up the house and made some juice. She and Vernon were now enjoying a glass each, smiling at their daughter in her crib, who was drooling with anticipation, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. "My dear, in just a week, it will be your birthday. What would you like as a gift? I know you've been busy caring for Eiley, and I truly appreciate your hard work," Vernon said, taking a sip of juice as if suddenly reminded of the date. "Ah, yes, today is August 20th. I'd almost forgotten. But I don't need any gifts. Dudley and Eiley are the greatest gifts God could have given me," Petunia replied, her face radiant as she looked at Eiley, who was wide-eyed and brimming with joy. Chapter 4, Beatrice. If today is August 20th, then 3 months ago was May 20th. But that doesn't seem to align. Dudley's birthday is June 23rd, isn't it? Oh, but of course, twins can be born prematurely, which means I have, to put it mildly, altered Dudley's birthday. Or, more dramatically, I have shifted a pivotal moment in Dudley's fate, have I not? What consequences might this hold? Could there be a butterfly effect? Eiley's mind raced as she grasped the first divergence from the Harry Potter universe, which sent her into a state of panic. A profound sense of unease compelled her to clutch the edge of the crib tightly. Unbeknownst to her, a mysterious force began to subtly reshape the metal beneath her grasp. "Calm yourself." A cool yet gentle voice resonated within Eiley's mind. Startled, Eiley felt as though a bucket of icy water had doused her fiery thoughts, extinguishing her anxiety. With reason restored, she recognized that such extraordinary phenomena were not uncommon in the world of Harry Potter. Yet for her, this was her first direct encounter with the miraculous. "Who are you?" Eiley asked, her voice tinged with excitement and caution. The tiny infant emitted curious sounds, her bright eyes sparkling, endearing her even further to Vernon and Petunia, who exchanged smiles, their joy uncontainable, blissfully unaware that the crib was teetering on the brink of collapse. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply understand that fate has permitted your arrival here, rendering your existence entirely justifiable. As long as your actions align with reason, they shall follow the natural course of destiny, unimpeded and unbroken, for you are now Eiley Dursley." Eiley pondered this, yet could not resist querying what constituted reasonable actions. The cool, gentle voice paused momentarily before responding. "In principle, consider what you are capable of, consult your heart." Though the phrasing seemed enigmatic, Eiley grasped its essence. She had never contemplated rescuing James and Lily, fundamentally altering Harry's fate. It wasn't that she was unwilling. Rather, she instinctively understood that such actions were beyond her reach, especially as a mere infant who would only be a year old the following year. Though tinged with regret, this was simply the way of things. Conversely, her desire to care for her soon-to-arrive cousin, to feel empathy for him, was within her grasp and entirely reasonable, which is why she felt no dissonance in her thoughts. In a certain sense, fate had tacitly approved of her intentions. Contemplating this, Ashley felt a sudden clarity wash over her. With the weight on her heart lifted, she was struck by a question she most longed to explore. "Do you know how I arrived here?" The cool, gentle voice fell silent for a considerable duration, long enough for Ashley to believe it would not respond. It was not yet the opportune moment. A bitter smile crept across Ashley's face at such an answer. She was hardly surprised. Mysterious figures always spoke in enigmas. It was a familiar trope in novels, was it not? Choosing not to press further, Ashley sensed a hint of discomfort from the voice, as if feeling a twinge of regret, before it revealed, "My name is Beatrice." After that, silence enveloped the air again. Unbeknownst to Ashley, a fleeting silhouette darted across the lawn outside. Beatrice, are you still there?" Ashley called out several times without receiving a reply, confirming that Beatrice had indeed departed. The energy of an infant wanes quickly, and she was already beginning to feel drowsy. Fortunately, with her heart momentarily unburdened, she could drift into a peaceful slumber, albeit with lingering questions. Beatrice? A name she had never encountered before. Who was she? Why was she helping me? Did she have any connection to my arrival here? When she refrained from revealing her name, Ashley had even speculated if she might be Mrs. Figg. Yet the essence did not quite align. Harry had not yet arrived, and Mrs. Figg should not have been dispatched by Dumbledore either. The infant slipped into a sweet dream. In her dream, Vernon, Margot, and Petunia surrounded her, all laughing, while another infant was placed beside her. That infant, chubby and lively, kept tugging at her. Annoyed, she swatted him away, and he complied. When Ashley awakened, she found herself still in the crib, which made it feel as though no time had passed. Turning her head slightly, she spotted a plump infant peering at her through the bars of the adjacent crib, wide-eyed and curious. Familiar indeed, it was the pudgy little creature from her dream. So this was not merely a dream. Had yesterday transpired at Margot's? Then this little bundle must be her gluttonous elder brother, Dudley, who had been stealing her nourishment. "What are you staring at, you little chub? If you dare bully me again, you'll regret it." Ashley glared back fiercely, babbling threats in her infantile manner. This only elicited more gleeful laughter from Dudley, who continued his coos and babbles, leaving anyone unaware to believe the siblings were engaged in delightful conversation. It was then that Petunia, seemingly sewing something nearby, caught sight of the scene and instantly beamed, her eyes brimming with affection. After realizing this, Ashley felt somewhat at a loss, acknowledging that indeed her body had shrunk, and her temperament had taken on a more childish inclination. She scrutinized the plump infant before her, and truthfully, the chubby baby was rather adorable. He was nothing like the foolish, hefty boy he would later become, nor did he possess the surliness that would define him. Everything had yet to unfold. He was not the bully who thrived on tormenting others. Perhaps after her exchange with Beatrice, Ashley could no longer view the unfolding events from an outsider's perspective. Yes, there was no brutish Dudley here to torment Harry, only a toothless, smiling baby. And this infant was her twin brother. Ashley silently made a certain decision and then bestowed a radiant smile upon Dudley, who, oblivious to the intentions behind her grin, responded with even more enthusiastic coos. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Harry. The life of an infant is typically uneventful. After all, even if they wish to stir trouble, they lack the capability. Ever since Ashley had adjusted her mindset, her interactions with Dudley had improved remarkably. Perhaps it was the inexplicable bond of twins. Or perhaps it was the tacit understanding that arose from their daily companionship, but Dudley often seemed to understand Ashley's intentions without the need for words. By the time they reached the age of 1, both Ashley and Dudley began to articulate words, further solidifying their bond. Every morning, Dudley would wake up calling for Ashley. Ashley incessantly, though he was a glutton, fiercely protective of his food, refusing to let anyone else touch what lay before him. Whoever dared would face his wrath. And if they were unable to retaliate, he would wail like a true little tyrant. There was one exception to his rule. Speaking of which, Ashley couldn't help but marvel at how, as twins, their physical attributes were entirely mismatched. One was a robust little bull, while the other resembled a frail chick. However, since brute force was not an option, she resorted to a more gentle approach. She seemed innately aware of how to handle him. Their first real clash likely occurred shortly after they began consuming solid foods. Dudley, in his domineering fashion, snatched Ashley's apple puree. While Ashley was not particularly fond of apples, she had merely wanted a change of taste. Besides, who allowed him to steal her belongings? Without a second thought, she burst into tears. Ashley rarely cried. At least Dudley had never witnessed her do so before. When she needed to relieve herself or was hungry, she would always make sounds to alert Petunia or Vernon, making her a model child. Coupled with her frail constitution at birth, they unconsciously favored her a bit more. Thus, when she cried, it not only astonished Dudley, but also tugged at the heartstrings of both Vernon and Petunia. Moreover, Ashley's crying was not the wailing sort. It was a soft, pitiful whimper, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, fixed intently on Dudley. Consequently, the barely 1-year-old Dudley, guided by the instinct of a small creature seeking to avoid harm, quietly returned the bowl of puree he had held. As expected, the anger on Vernon's face dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Yet, he could not escape the lecture that followed, where he was admonished with the mantra that his sister was weak, that he had stolen her nourishment, and that he must care for her, a warning that would be instilled in him for many years. From that point onward, Dudley would dare to snatch anything in front of Vernon, Petunia, or Margot, yet would never again lay a hand on Ashley's possessions. Sometimes, if Ashley desired one of Dudley's toys, a mere pitiful glance in his direction was enough for him to relinquish it, no matter how reluctant he felt. Of course, it would be remiss to say that Ashley treated Dudley poorly. After all, her appetite was nowhere near half of his, typically finishing only what she liked, leaving the remainder for Dudley. Thus, in Dudley's eyes, his sister merely took a little from him, while she generously shared much in return, keeping him eagerly trailing behind her in play. Before long, it was October 1981, and both Dudley and Ashley were now capable of wobbling about on their own. As the end of the month approached, Ashley's emotions grew increasingly complex. She could not save them, yet sadness was inevitable. Petunia had still never mentioned her sister's family, as if they did not exist. However, in her treatment of Ashley and Dudley, she was a true, loving mother, willing to offer everything good that she could to her children. Ever since giving birth, she had resigned from her position at Browning Company and become a full-time homemaker. Watching Petunia care for both herself and Dudley daily, bustling about and keeping the household immaculate, was genuinely touching. Sometimes, Ashley even pondered if the magical world truly existed, or if they were merely an ordinary Dursley family. She and Dudley would attend school, make friends, graduate, work, and even marry and have children. Despite their numerous character flaws, they would still be a happy family. There would be no physical or emotional torment, no fear, no harm inflicted upon Harry, nor would they face any scorn from others. Perhaps this was just as well, was it not? Having just passed through October, on the morning of November 1st, upon hearing Vernon's exclamation, Ashley knew that Harry had arrived. Once Ashley and Dudley had been tidied up and placed on the carpet in front of the fireplace on the ground floor, Ashley caught sight of Harry. A child, even younger than her, sat quietly on the carpet, timidly observing the people in the room while unconsciously fiddling with a toy on the rug. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead marked his identity. Dudley, noticing an unfamiliar child playing with his toy, felt a surge of irritation. He clumsily got up and approached, shoving Harry with a push. Harry fell back onto the carpet, lying on his back with a pout of discontent, yet he refrained from crying. Seemingly unaware of his parents' presence, surrounded instead by strangers, instinctively holding back his tears. Ashley, witnessing this scene, felt a profound pang of sympathy. Such a small child is truly hard not to be fond of. She first approached Dudley, looking at him earnestly as she said, "Dudley, pushing is not right." Dudley, catching the serious expression on Ashley's face, lowered his gaze and replied, "Okay." He then sidled away to sit by himself, picking up another toy to play with. Ashley understood this as Dudley's concession. Thus she moved to Harry's side, straining to lift him and help him sit up, gently placing the toy in his hands. Harry looked up at Ashley, who returned his gaze with a friendly smile. Harry said nothing, lowering his head again to explore the toy in his grasp. Ashley sighed inwardly, reassuring herself to take it slow and not rush. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Petunia and Vernon observed the situation. But neither was in the mood to praise their darling for his understanding behavior. Vernon's attention was wholly on Petunia, who held a letter, her face a tapestry of complex emotions. Vernon had evidently read the letter and was waiting for Petunia to make a decision. Petunia's mind drifted through memories of her time with Lily, grappling with disbelief that her seemingly perfect sister was now deceased. That sister, who overshadowed her and made her feel small, was gone. The sister who had everything, evoking envy and jealousy, yet had always cared for her elder sibling. Even as Petunia distanced herself, Petunia thought she would never intersect with Lily's life again, yet now she received news of her death at this moment. After a lengthy pause, Petunia gathered her emotions, yet she found herself at a loss regarding the letter's contents. Looking at the child on the floor, his eyes strikingly reminiscent of Lily's, she pondered whether they truly should adopt him. Chapter 6. The Adoption Turmoil. For a family already caring for 2 children just over a year old, adopting another child of similar age would undoubtedly be a tremendous burden. Petunia's feelings towards Lily were indeed complex. Longing, envy, jealousy, and even resentment. And those mysterious powers. This child was undoubtedly deeply entangled with them. Petunia genuinely wished to shield her family from the dangers associated with such unnatural occurrences. Vernon observed Petunia's expressions closely. He loved her, and thus he loved what she loved, while also sharing her aversions. He understood little of James, recognizing him as entirely different in temperament and upbringing. He was aware that Petunia's sister and James belonged to a class of individuals possessing mysterious powers, provoking in him a greater sense of fear and disdain for their extraordinary nature. This aligned with Petunia's usual demeanor, and thus they stood united. On this front, Vernon felt a sense of relief. Their affairs did not concern them. Perhaps they should simply send him to an orphanage? Vernon couldn't help but probe, though this was his true sentiment. Petunia, upon hearing his words, felt a fleeting impulse, yet gazing at the child, a flicker of compassion swiftly crossed her mind. According to the letter, if they did not adopt this child, he was likely to fall prey to the so-called dark forces. Even if there were 1,000 reasons to dislike Lily and resent this child, there was but one undeniable truth. He was Lily's only child. Petunia found herself unable to make a decisive choice. Ashley had been attentively following the developments, witnessing Vernon's reluctance and Petunia's inner turmoil. If it were the Li Aixi who had just arrived, she would undoubtedly have sought every means to keep Harry. However, the current Ashley wished not to burden Petunia. She simply hoped that Petunia would contemplate her decision thoroughly, without feeling coerced or harboring resentment, ensuring that the goodwill behind her choice to adopt Harry would not be tarnished by future tribulations. Harry, too, should not be subjected to differential treatment or bear the brunt of unwarranted animosity. Vernon did not press Petunia, although he lived in a practical world. He respected his wife's choices. Noticing her hesitation, he chose to give her space, redirecting the conversation elsewhere. "Dear, where are the candies? The children from nearby will come soon." And we can't pacify them without sweets. They're in the drawer of the cabinet by the door. Oh, and the pumpkin is on the lawn outside. You can carve it later. The candles are also in the cabinet by the door. Petunia cooperatively shifted the topic, managing a strained smile. Ashley then realized that today was Halloween, but the children were too young to partake in the trick-or-treating festivities. What a pity. Ashley felt a twinge of discomfort in her legs, having sat for too long without control, and plopped down onto the carpet. Fortunately, it was soft enough that her fall caused no pain, and she immediately turned to tease Harry beside her. Harry was remarkably well-behaved, having remained quiet and engaged with the toy he was given for quite some time. In stark contrast, Dudley was making a ruckus with his toy cars, causing them to scatter and break apart, all while making loud noises. The comparison was striking, and Ashley couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for her boisterous nephew. Observing the obedient Harry, Ashley couldn't help but break into a fond smile, gently pinching his small cheek, noting how delightful it felt. Harry glanced up at Ashley, his green eyes glistening with timidity, pure and fresh like a meadow after rain, evoking a sense of tenderness. He looked at the toy in his hands, then back at Ashley, hesitating momentarily before extending his small hand to offer her the toy. Ashley was both amused and bemused. Did he think she was Dudley? This little angel, so young yet already attuned to the nuances of sharing, was truly endearing. She pushed the toy back to him, tousling his hair, and gently said, "You play with it," perhaps sensing Ashley's kindness. Harry responded for the first time with a radiant smile. Ashley's heart swelled with joy. Meanwhile, Harry's earnest aunt watched the scene with rapt attention. This child's demeanor mirrored Lily's so closely that the moment felt achingly familiar, causing Petunia's eyes to well with unshed tears. Deep down, Petunia had always known that Lily had never wished her harm. In fact, Lily had longed to draw nearer to her. Yet back then, Petunia had misunderstood that Lily's proximity felt like an injury. Perhaps, in time, Lily had understood. She had built her own family, fulfilling Petunia's wish by trying not to intrude. Yet fate can be cruel. Petunia appeared increasingly burdened by her thoughts, her green eyes clouded with inner conflict. After finally preparing lunch, she now faced another dilemma: how to eat, given there were only 2 children as shares. Having finished carving the pumpkin, Vernon glanced at Petunia's pensive state and sighed silently. Ashley, who had been closely monitoring Petunia, noted her preoccupation, recognizing the numerous mistakes made while preparing lunch, and sighed as well. "All right, let us break this awkward silence," she thought. "Daddy, hold me. I want that." Ashley reached out for Vernon to pick her up, and he, of course, cheerfully obliged, lifting his little darling into his arms. Ashley then pointed to the steak on the dining table, prompting Vernon to feed her. How could Vernon deny his daughter's wishes? It was a rare occasion for her to ask anything of him, so naturally, he was eager to comply. A sly smile crept across Ashley's face as she noted that the children's lunch consisted of pumpkin porridge and apple pie, both of which she detested. Let those who enjoy them partake, she mused, relishing the dual advantage of her situation. Truly, it was perfect. Derry, upon seeing Ashley receiving a larger portion while he himself was not, felt a surge of displeasure. Just as he was about to unleash his temper, he caught sight of his little sister's tear-filled eyes gazing up at him, her tiny hand reaching toward him, offering a piece of meat from Vernon's plate. Derry relented and accepted it. Instantly, his frustration dissipated. Vernon, seizing the moment, placed the meat onto Derry's plate with satisfaction, affectionately ruffling his son's hair while casting a loving glance at his daughter. Meanwhile, Petunia remained oblivious to this tender exchange. After settling Derry into his special chair, she turned her attention to Harry. However, when she lifted him in her arms, her body stiffened momentarily. Harry, ever compliant, allowed her to place him into another chair. Yet, the next moment, he pointed at the vase on the table and exclaimed, "We have one too." Initially, Ashley misinterpreted his words as mere childish boasting. But upon witnessing Petunia's sudden breakdown into tears, realization dawned upon her. Yes, Harry's family also possessed a similar vase. When James and Lily wed, they had invited Petunia, who did not attend but sent a vase as a seemingly casual gift. Surely, it must be the same model. Terrified by the emotional upheaval of the moment, Harry clumsily exhaled toward Petunia, attempting to comfort her with murmured reassurances of "it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt." Clearly, the child had projected his own past experiences onto Petunia, believing she was in pain, hence his intense distress. After a prolonged bout of weeping, Petunia gradually calmed, gazing at Harry's worried face as if a decision was forming within her. "Vernon, she began, but was swiftly interrupted by Vernon's affirmation. "No need to say more. I agree." Chapter 7. Derry is a hero, not a bad child. Petunia's softening and Vernon's concession were, to be honest, both surprising and unsurprising to Ashley. Having witnessed the events unfold firsthand, she was filled with profound emotion. Petunia's awkward affection for Lily compelled her to send what appeared to be a thoughtless gift during Lily's wedding. Despite her resentment over the unfair treatment she felt Lily had brought into her life. Yet, if it were truly a careless act, how could a matching vase find its way to their dining table? Lily harbored an innate closeness to Petunia, which, as time progressed, evolved into a deeper understanding. Perhaps she once felt sorrow over her sister's resistance, but she nonetheless preserved their familial bond. If it were not for their frequent encounters, how could a mere 1-year-old like Harry possibly remember a similar vase at home? Lily must have held Petunia in her thoughts, placing such an ordinary vase in a prominent spot where Harry could often see it. It was precisely this awareness that shattered Petunia's final emotional barriers, leading her to ultimately decide to adopt and protect Harry, Lily's only son. Vernon's disdain for James, and consequently for Harry, made it difficult for him to harbor any affection for the boy, especially given the other factors that instilled fear in him. Nevertheless, his love for Petunia, the mother of his 2 children, ultimately compelled him to compromise and respect her decision. However, while Vernon might be generous with monetary and material offerings, emotional investment was likely a different matter altogether, an unspoken understanding shared between Petunia and Vernon. Regardless of the circumstances, Harry successfully found a foster home with the Dursleys, embarking on a new chapter in his life. Truth be told, in the beginning, as Petunia juggled the care of 3 toddlers just over a year old, she often questioned whether she had made the right choice and considered giving up. Instances such as Harry wetting the bed, Derry snatching Harry's food, and both Harry and Ashley falling ill simultaneously were indeed trying and exhausting, making it challenging to maintain a sense of equilibrium. Fortunately, Harry was predominantly well-behaved and quiet, and Ashley's antics as a faux toddler helped to soothe Derry, allowing them to endure this tumultuous period. As they approached school age, Ashley frequently accompanied Harry, coaxing Derry and assisting with household tasks, which greatly alleviated Petunia's burdens and consequently diminished her irritability, with the reduction of anxiety and dissatisfaction in her life. Petunia's demeanor softened considerably, and she no longer resembled the harsh figure she once was. While she would occasionally find herself lost in thought when gazing into Harry's eyes, her affection remained awkwardly unexpressed. She could not articulate her concern nor display intimate gestures. Nonetheless, he was never deprived of essentials, nor was he subjected to harsh words. Rather, they coexisted in a muted harmony. As for Vernon, he went along with the flow, often subconsciously ignoring Harry, with little else to add. Harry sometimes felt sadness from this attitude, as it was difficult not to care when comparing himself to others. For this, Ashley felt helpless. It was indeed an unsolvable issue. She could only explain to Harry that parents often show their children a little more love, but in truth, they were not unkind to him. After engaging in secret conversations with his classmates, Harry ultimately found solace in understanding this dynamic, leading him to feel a sense of relief. Naturally, he would ponder the whereabouts of his parents. The memories of that fateful night had long since faded, and he merely sensed that his parents had passed away, without any clarity on the details. After deliberation, Vernon and Petunia decided to attribute their absence to a car accident. Given Harry's youth, the intricacies of the magical world could not be adequately explained. It was better to let those from that realm elucidate matters when the time was right. Of course, if possible, it would be best if he remained oblivious forever. Driven by a mix of love for Lily's son, the bonds formed through their shared experiences, and perhaps a fear of the unknown, Vernon called out to Derry, "What are you doing with that baseball bat? Have you finished your homework? I've made plans with Pear to play baseball. I'll do my homework when I get back." Derry was lying. He had arranged to engage in a fight instead. "Harry, you little rascal, do you want to get yourself killed?" And so began yet another round of pursuit, perhaps having adapted to the household's dynamics. Harry no longer approached the first few years with such trepidation. At times, he even exhibited the mischievousness typical of boys his age. Perhaps it was simply that he and Derry were perpetually at odds, leading to minor skirmishes. Yet with Ashley serving as the mediator, they managed to avoid any significant conflicts. Ashley remained the sole family member who unreservedly lavished affection upon him. In her presence, he felt a sense of freedom to express himself more openly. "You don't need to say it. I can guess," Ashley replied, her tones softening as her eyes filled with concern. She turned to Derry. "You're 4 now, not a 3-year-old. Can you tell me why you're going to fight?" Derry stammered, unable to respond, his guilt palpable. Ashley gazed at her brother, who towered over her, and sighed deeply. Her earlier concern had been feigned, designed to coax the truth from Derry, as he was particularly susceptible to her tactics. However, at that moment, genuine worry washed over her. She feared that Derry might ultimately grow into the person she recalled from her memories. Perhaps it was time to put her plan into action. Derry, how about I have Dad take you to boxing lessons? In my heart, you've always been my little hero, yet people keep saying you're a bad kid who likes to fight. I don't like them speaking ill of you. I want them to know that you are a hero, not a bad child. Ailey's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with both defiance and vulnerability. Derry had always been frightened by Ailey's tears, not solely because of the strictures imposed by Vernon, but also because she had always treated him with kindness. She would share her food with him, offer him her toys, and comfort him when he cried. A sister like that was one he could never bear to see in distress. If only there were times when one could refrain from overseeing him, how much better it would be. But at that moment, what did he hear? His sister declared him to be her hero, and Derry instantly forgot about the past reprimands, bashfully inquiring, "Really? Am I truly a hero? Is it merely a matter of learning boxing?" Ashley's heart swelled with joy as she wiped away the tears that had not yet fallen, affirmatively nodding. "Yes, Derry, you are remarkable. If you learn boxing, you can defeat your opponents and earn the admiration of all." Derry's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of fighting and garnering respect seemed to suit him perfectly. He nodded vigorously, declaring, "All right, I want to learn boxing." Ashley breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to guide than to restrict, and this was part of her plan. The rest would be left to time, subtly influencing Derry to manage his temper and uphold his principles, rather than devolving into a mere violent brute. Turning around, she noticed Harry, his eyes filled with envy and a somber mood. Following his gaze, Ashley sighed inwardly. Having just completed her duties as a concerned sister, she now had to step into the role of a nurturing sibling. Yet, she recalled that Harry's arena was Quidditch, within the magical realm, and thus it was not the right time to steer him in any particular direction. Ruffling Harry's hair, she pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we play football after you finish your homework? But do keep in mind, Harry, you must let me win a little." Instantly, Harry seemed revitalized, replying with enthusiasm, "All right, I will let you win, Ashley." Chapter 8. The Room Allocation Incident at the Dursleys. At merely 3 months of age, Ashley had already sensed the impending housing crisis that would beset the Dursley household, and now it had begun to weigh heavily on her mind. The matter arose after persuading Derry to take up boxing. "Derry, hurry up and take a shower. The stench of sweat emanating from you is nearly suffocating me." "No, I'm too tired. I want to lie down for a bit." "Oh no, if you do that, how can we rest? You and Harry can just plug your noses with paper." Ashley and Harry exchanged a glance of exasperation, filled with rejection and helplessness. This was merely one of Derry's methods of tormenting them. Perhaps boxing was indeed too exhausting, for the 4-year-old Derry had developed a habit of snoring, and it was the thunderous kind. Consequently, Ashley and Harry, sharing a room with Derry, would be treated to the most dreadful symphony each night, should they stay up even a little later than him, and would awaken to find themselves adorned with the same disheveled appearance as a national treasure from China. You may wonder why the 3 of them shared a room. The answer is a sorrowful tale. 1 word, poverty. 2 words, lack of funds. 3 words, can't afford it. In simpler terms, Vernon's salary and savings were insufficient to support a larger home. Ashley had discovered just how underestimated the costs of raising 3 children were when she accidentally came across Petunia's accounting ledger. As a supervisor, Vernon's salary was certainly not low. Raising 1 child could indeed afford a life of comfort without affecting their quality of living. 2 children could maintain a decent standard of living while still yielding a small surplus. However, with 3 children, they could barely manage to sustain a normal quality of life. The Dursleys' house, as previously mentioned, had only 2 bedrooms. Even with the study converted, it was insufficient for 3 children, given their young ages and amicable relations. The 2nd bedroom had been transformed into a kindergarten-style space, outfitted with 3 little beds for their rest. The study had been turned into a playroom for the children to do their homework, engage in crafts, and paint. Ironically, the portion originally designated as Vernon's workspace had long since relocated to his and Petunia's bedroom. In their previous arrangements, the children had not found this setup unreasonable, as their play and rest needs were met. Moreover, being merely 3 or 4 years old, and all blood relatives, Ashley occupied the middle bed while Harry and Derry took the beds on either side, leading to minimal conflict. Yet as the year turned, they were fast approaching 5 years of age, and with the onset of formal schooling in the latter half of the coming year, their individual habits and rhythms began to diverge. Thus, Derry's antics became a catalyst, prompting them to desire their own personal spaces, while it was feasible to arrange 2 rooms. The question remained, how to divide them among 3. Ashley was adamant about having one room, but it was inconceivable for Derry and Harry to share. Although Derry did not harbor the same animosity towards Harry as depicted in the original text, relishing in bullying him, he certainly did not have much fondness for Harry, let alone the prospect of cohabiting with him. Were it not for Ashley's presence, friction and conflict would undoubtedly ensue. Harry, likewise, did not hold a favorable view of his cousin, who frequently lost his temper, and given Derry's size, even an accidental bump could result in considerable pain, leading to a firm refusal. All three were acutely aware of their predicament, yet they had no better solutions at the moment, thus they could only endure. Poor Ashley was increasingly vexed, her mood growing exceedingly irritable. At times, she would gaze at Harry and feel an overwhelming urge to confide in him, prompting him to seek out Dumbledore or Hagrid to retrieve the keys to the Potter family vault. The thought of a mountain of gold lying idle underground while they suffered the pangs of poverty, unable to afford a larger home, was exasperating. What was even more frustrating was her awareness of that substantial fortune, yet being unable to access it, which only compounded her frustration. Recently, Vernon too had been contemplating this matter. Observing Ashley's daily complaints and Derry's rising temper, he realized it was indeed time to allocate separate rooms. However, the presence of Harry posed a dilemma. He had entertained thoughts of having Harry reside in the cupboard under the stairs, but ultimately refrained out of consideration for Petunia. This issue lingered until the year's end, and Ashley, overwhelmed, eventually devised a solution, albeit one that would require consensus from everyone, which was no simple task. On the evening of December 31st, the Dursley family, with their door wide open, joyfully celebrated their New Year's Eve together. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, and the family sat neatly around it. The patriarch, Vernon, surveyed his family, subtly neglecting Harry, while smiling blissfully, raised his glass in a toast. As the old year draws to a close and the new year approaches, let us celebrate our brave little Derry, who has begun his boxing lessons and has shown remarkable progress, receiving praise from his coach countless times. Our Derry is truly exceptional. Derry puffed out his chest, beaming with pride. Indeed, he was a natural-born boxer. At that moment, he entirely forgot the exhaustion he felt. Ashley silently nodded, surprised that Derry had truly persevered. It seemed that with a dream, anyone could achieve greatness. Harry gazed at Derry, a hint of envy flickering within him. Our little Ashley, as always, is exceptionally bright and sensible, earning accolades from all her preschool teachers. Even your mother frequently expresses how wonderful you are. My dear child, I am so proud of you. Petunia beamed with a smile, nodding in agreement. Ashley, however, was still unaccustomed to such direct and enthusiastic expressions of praise, feeling somewhat bashful. Derry, on the other hand, seemed to bask in the compliments, adopting a rather comical air of maturity. Harry's eyes sparkled with genuine happiness for Ashley. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. Finally, let's all express our gratitude to your mother, Petunia, for her contributions, keeping our home clean and tidy, preparing delicious meals that allow us to create glory for this family without worry. Let's raise our glasses in her honor. This toast was met with heartfelt agreement, and the adults raised their drinks while the children lifted their juices, clinking glasses together before happily drinking down their toasts. Although Harry had anticipated it to some extent, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Ashley sighed inwardly, then cleared her throat twice to catch Vernon's attention, casting a pleading glance towards him that subtly indicated Harry. Vernon, with his mind racing with conflicting thoughts, found it hard to dismiss his daughter's wishes and did not wish to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere. Thus, in a somewhat awkward manner, he managed to say, "Harry, you're doing well. I hear you've been helping out with the chores. Keep it up." Harry, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "All right, Uncle Vernon, I will do my best." Vernon was taken aback, then forced out a somewhat awkward smile. Petunia and Ashley exchanged amused glances. After dinner, they all gathered by the warm fireplace, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Ashley piped up, "Daddy, can we make wishes for the new year?" "Oh, what desires does my little darling wish to fulfill?" Vernon asked, amused and intrigued by his thoughtful daughter. "And me too. I want to make a wish." Dudley quickly scrambled over. Ashley shot Dudley a sharp look, causing him to quiet down immediately. He knew that when Ashley was serious, she must not be interrupted. "Daddy, in just a few minutes, we will be 5 years old, all grown up. I wish to have my own room before starting school. What do you think?" Ashley flashed a quick glance at the clock and shamelessly tugged at Vernon's arm, trying to charm him. Unable to resist, Vernon quickly acquiesced. "Of course. My darling." Petunia hesitated, contemplating how to approach Dudley regarding the implications of room allocation. However, Dudley was oblivious to the issue at hand, still pondering what wish he would make. "That is wonderful, Daddy. Harry and Dudley surely want their own rooms too, but there aren't enough rooms. Could we possibly partition off a small space in your room?" Harry and Dudley instantly beamed at the prospect of having their own private space, no matter how small. Vernon pondered. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but rather that he had never considered such an arrangement before, leaving him momentarily nonplussed. "What a clever little darling I have. Let us do it." Ashley grinned slyly, having achieved her first objective. Chapter 9. The Architect of Dreams. Since the decision to create a small room was made, Ashley erupted with enthusiasm for the project, drawing Harry's interest as well. Although their motivations differed, their thoughts surprisingly aligned. In contrast, Dudley lost interest the moment he learned that the new room would be only half the size of their current secondary bedroom. He had already mentally claimed the spaces: the largest study for Ashley, the secondary bedroom for himself, and the new small room for Harry. Vernon and Petunia seemed to have unconsciously agreed with this arrangement, and even Harry accepted it without needing to be informed. Yet, they failed to consider Ashley's perspective. From constructing walls to painting and wallpapering, initially, Vernon and Petunia assumed their children's interest was merely playful. However, as they began to oversee room decorations and custom furniture, it became evident that they could no longer ignore the emerging issues. "Little girl, don't play tricks. What exactly do you intend to do?" "I will choose the trendiest furniture for your room, and you can gradually add decorations later. There's no rush since the room is quite spacious," Vernon said, no longer referring to her as his little darling, gesturing towards the study with a pointed look. "Dad, I'm not playing tricks. Everything I'm doing is for the harmony of our home," Ashley replied, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, attempting to ingratiate herself with a hint of obsequiousness. Vernon relished his daughter's flattery, though his expression was one of skepticism, clearly not easily deceived. Ashley had not anticipated that Vernon, who usually displayed a hint of paternal indulgence, would suddenly exude an intimidating presence. It must be said, she had once doubted how Vernon managed to rise to the position of supervisor at Browning Company. Now, it appeared she had underestimated the world. Initially, she planned to win him over with charm, but now had to resort to extraordinary measures, for she was well prepared. "Daddy, please don't be angry. It's actually my desire to have a small room. I know you and Mommy want the best for me, but that room is so big. I will be scared living there all alone. Besides, it's right next to the stairs. If a monster comes, it could just come in and take me away. I'm really frightened. The small room is cozy and right next to you, Mommy, and across from Dudley and Harry. That way, I want to be scared." Ashley fully embraced her role, her eyes glistening with tears, embodying the image of a little girl terrified and yearning for her parents' comfort. Her voice trembling as she portrayed a deeply frightened child. Vernon immediately melted, scooping Ashley into his arms and gently patting her back, reassuring her, "Don't worry. My little darling, Daddy will protect you. If a monster comes, I will chase it away." Ashley felt a warm glow inside. Perhaps she truly harbored some underlying fears, and in that moment, she genuinely felt comforted. Yet, she did not forget her original intent. After all, while her performance may have been exaggerated, her apprehension of the large room was real, as was her desire to reside in the smaller room and to treat Harry with more kindness. "My little darling, believe me, no one, not a single monster, will harm you. I promise. It's not that Daddy is unwilling to grant your request, but he knows you will grow up, and only a larger room will be comfortable for you in the future. Will you trust Daddy?" Vernon said, his expression earnest as he gazed at Ashley, speaking with heartfelt gravity. Ashley stared at Vernon, realizing that after nearly 5 years of living together, never had she felt so acutely aware that Vernon was her father, wholly devoted to her well-being. Yet, her determination to stick to her choice was made with a clear understanding of the consequences. She requested Vernon to set her down, then dashed to the study, retrieving her prepared sketchbook from her backpack, and hurried back to him, presenting it with great seriousness. The manner in which Ashley presented her sketchbook led Vernon to momentarily feel as if one of his subordinates were submitting a project proposal, eliciting a bemused sense of pride. As he opened the sketchbook, he found drawings of room designs with a childlike whimsy, alongside detailed illustrations of furniture. At first glance, they appeared somewhat comical, but upon closer inspection, Vernon was astonished, leaping to his feet. "My little darling, did you really draw this?" he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and disbelief. "Yes, Daddy. I want a room like this, just like a princess in a fairy tale." Ashley, for once, genuinely embodied the emotions of a little girl, proudly awaiting her parents' praise. "My little darling is truly a genius," Vernon exclaimed with enthusiasm, affectionately ruffling Ashley's hair. He then abruptly declared, "No need to wait for me to have dinner," and hurriedly grabbed his clothes and left. Ashley stood bewildered in the wind. The next time Ashley saw Vernon was after returning home from school the following day. Petunia was particularly cheerful, enveloping Ashley in a warm embrace and showering her head with kisses. Confused, Ashley blurted out, "Mom, did you win a lottery?" Petunia was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, responding, "It's almost like winning the lottery, considering we have a genius little darling in our family." Dudley, believing it to be true, exclaimed, "Really? Mom, I want the latest gaming console." Petunia's smile instantly vanished, and she sternly retorted, "No. Use our new gaming console." Turning to Ashley, she beamed, "Little darling, what is it that you wish for?" In a fit of rage, Dudley hurled the children's football from his grasp and stormed upstairs, slamming the door of the shared bedroom with considerable force. Harry, Ashley, and Petunia simultaneously furrowed their brows. Yet understanding Dudley's temperament, they refrained from uttering further words. It seemed that Vernon had been stirred from his slumber by the commotion. He descended the stairs in his bathrobe. Rubbing his head, Petunia promptly handed him a glass of water, inquiring, "Darling, are you all right? Do you need another hangover remedy?" Vernon shook his head, assuring her that he felt considerably better and would simply take another nap later. Upon noticing Ashley, he beamed and scooped her up, exclaiming, "Daddy has wonderful news for you. My little treasure." He spoke with exuberance, unable to suppress a laugh as he continued, "The furniture designs you created have been patented. You wouldn't believe how the reviewers praised your genius, astonished that you are not yet even 5 years old. They insisted that you were destined to become an extraordinary designer." Ashley's lips twitched. She felt a pang of guilt, for these designs were not her own, but rather the work of furniture designers from decades hence. She merely found the pieces intriguing and had taken the time to understand their structure, hoping to create something suitable for herself. In all honesty, her intention in presenting this to Vernon was simply to convince him that she had a method to optimize their living space, demonstrating that one could live comfortably even in a small house. Who would have thought that Vernon would respond so swiftly, securing a patent without hesitation? Undoubtedly, he was a man of considerable acumen, renowned for his sharp business instincts. Moments later, Vernon continued with a jovial tone. "I've contacted several furniture manufacturers and eventually settled on one that will not only provide all the furniture for our respective rooms, but has also agreed to pay us a handsome licensing fee." Both of them marveled at Vernon's prowess. "Bravo, my father. My daughter is truly remarkable." Ashley mused silently, while Vernon boisterously proclaimed it for all the world to hear. Feeling a twinge of discontent at having merely replicated existing designs, Ashley leaned against Vernon's shoulder. As her gaze traversed past him, she caught sight of Harry's sparkling eyes. Filled with admiration, Ashley was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. Chapter 10. The Irresistibly Charming Little Room. Within a mere half-day, the news of a young girl from the Dursley household having her furniture designs patented had spread like wildfire throughout the school. Teachers, classmates, parents, and even the janitors and cleaning staff were all in the know. Ashley had never realized how swiftly information could travel. It was no surprise, however, as Vernon typically drove them to school, but today Petunia had accompanied them, naively claiming she was merely checking out a new supermarket nearby for discounts. She doubted Vernon was oblivious to Petunia's true intentions. It was evident that this was a conspiracy between the two. Ashley could now fully comprehend the sensation Harry felt as he was hailed as the savior by those from the magical world. It was the baffling adoration one received for an accomplishment one had not truly achieved. Speak the truth, and people would misconstrue it as modesty, and before long, even you would start to believe in your own fabricated glory. For those younger or more impressionable, it would be all too easy to become inflated with self-importance. Fortunately, Ashley was older and had experienced enough to remain grounded. Yet, what was going on with Dudley? He had not succumbed to the hype, but rather, he was reveling in it. Ashley was genuinely curious about his thought process. Since childhood, Ashley had been remarkably clever, albeit somewhat timid and physically frail, which is why she admired her strong and robust brother so much. In her eyes, he was a hero. As she passed Dudley, surrounded by a group of young boys, she caught snippets of their conversations. Ashley, you're absolutely right," Dudley chimed in. Harry, too, appeared somewhat unhinged, his cheeks flushed with excitement, animatedly conversing with a group of boys and girls. Ashley loves to draw. Her imagination is boundless, always conjuring fascinating ideas. Her dexterity is impressive. The toy she gifted me for my birthday last year was reportedly crafted by her own hands, a little figure that dances with swords. It was delightful. Was she boasting about her sister or her toy? Regardless, the lively atmosphere was quite pleasant. Watching the children she had nurtured, Ashley felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. After a day brimming with enthusiasm, Ashley had successfully transitioned from a well-behaved child to the exemplary offspring of another family. The newfound acclaim, while attracting considerable attention, was not devoid of its advantages. Her opinions were heeded by more adults and even adopted at times. This was crucial, as one of the primary reasons children yearn to grow up is the lack of agency in their lives. On this note, it was impossible not to mention another matter. The ever-energetic Vernon intended to find a prominent figure in the field of architectural design to serve as Ashley's mentor, aiming to nurture her talent from a tender age. He had seemingly reached out to numerous individuals, and, thanks to his persuasive charm, many were intrigued by the prospect of taking on such a young apprentice. When Ashley became aware of this, she was utterly flabbergasted. While she held an interest in architectural design, her aspirations were limited to adorning her own small haven. Assisting clients in their designs was beyond her patience and perseverance. If she were to express her true passions, they would revolve around intriguing, multifunctional items, mechanisms that were both adaptable and practical. In the context of her homeland, it might relate to the legacy of Lu Ban, yet here, she suddenly found herself contemplating alchemy. Alchemy? Hold on. Ashley's feelings toward the magical world had grown increasingly complex, likely due to her prolonged exposure to Vernon and the others. Oh well, it was still early. Overthinking could stifle her growth. Returning to the topic at hand, she had never envisioned pursuing a career in architectural design. After a serious and earnest discussion, she managed to persuade Vernon to abandon the idea of seeking a design guru and instead focus on a foundational skill they could both embrace: drawing. This underscored the importance of having a voice. Otherwise, Vernon would have likely made decisions unilaterally, believing it was all for her benefit. In the aftermath, the atmosphere in the Dursley household remained exceptionally pleasant for quite some time. Correspondingly, Petunia and Vernon's spirits were notably elevated, making them more amiable towards Harry as well. Even while Dudley engaged in his boxing sessions and Ashley immersed herself in her drawing lessons, Vernon took the time to ask Harry if there was anything he wished to learn, which left Harry quite taken aback. However, after considerable contemplation, Harry still could not pinpoint a direction for his learning, leaving him feeling both disheartened and bewildered. Vernon, not overly concerned, advised him to share his thoughts when he was ready. By the time of Ashley and Dudley's 5th birthday, the furniture manufacturers had finally completed all the pieces and delivered them. Dudley and Harry's rooms sported standard furniture, which had been prepared well in advance, while Ashley's contemporary designs had taken considerably longer, explaining the delay in their arrival. The delivery and installation day coincided with the weekend, gathering the family together. The children eagerly anticipated their personal spaces, while the adults were excited to see the outcomes of their little ones' designs. Amidst the hustle and bustle of moving in, the 3 bedrooms underwent a remarkable transformation, particularly Ashley's new room, which dazzled both Harry and Dudley, leaving them wide-eyed and agape. Above was the bed, while below rested a cozy beanbag chair and a small coffee table. Near the door stands a concealed, pull-out wardrobe, perfect for hanging garments. Adjacent to the inner side of the wardrobe is a display cabinet for small ornaments and a snack cabinet that Ashley has prepared for herself. At the other end, close to the window, lies a sturdy, hollow staircase leading to the upper bunk, which also allows ample light to penetrate the space beneath the bed. Between the bed and the window, there's a rotating bookshelf accompanied by a pull-out desk. When the desk is extended, it reveals a spacious writing surface, and when retracted, it opens up the area before the window, creating a perfect spot for stargazing. The chair is a transformative piece that can be converted into a ladder. All the furniture is intricately carved with vines and flowers, evoking a whimsical forest ambience. Ashley surveyed the room with satisfaction, while Petunia and Vernon beamed with pride, and Harry and Dudley gazed at it with unabashed envy. "Mom, I think the biggest room should belong to Ashley. The adjacent room can be for Harry. And I'll take this small room," Dudley declared, oblivious to the fact that the room had already been predetermined. Ashley smirked disdainfully, proud of her own cleverness. "Aunt Petunia, isn't this small room meant for me?" Harry inquired, feigning confusion yet tinged with joy. Instantly, Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley fell silent, struck by the realization that their prior intentions were indeed as Harry suggested. Although Ashley was taken aback by her child's perceptiveness, she felt compelled to take control of the situation. "Harry, this small room is actually prepared for me. You and Dudley are boys, full of energy and vigor, so the larger rooms have always been designated for you," she explained. Harry felt a surge of emotion, understanding the underlying meaning behind Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley's silence, which made Ashley's kindness and affection all the more touching. However, gazing at the small room, he couldn't shake a sense of regret. "No, I want the small room. Let Ashley have the larger one," Dudley persisted, clearly enamored with this little paradise. Ashley couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking how foolish he was to covet her belongings. Just then, she spotted the workers tidying up the other 2 rooms, indicating they were finished with the installations, and she smiled as she said, "Dudley, didn't you promise to invite Piers over for sleepover once the room was ready? What do you think he would say if he saw you in a girless room like this?" Dudley suddenly realized the room was adorned with vines and flowers, and an awkwardness enveloped him as he stammered, trying to defend himself. Ashley then noticed the disappointment in her own voice, realizing she had overlooked the fact that Dudley was still a child, drawn to fun and play. Had she known, she would have refrained from the floral carvings. Dudley's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing several times without any words escaping, until he finally hung his head, feeling a mix of dejection and guilt. "It's not Ashley's fault. I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm a big kid now. I shouldn't take Ashley's room." Ashley was taken aback momentarily, then felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, embracing Dudley warmly. Petunia and Vernon exchanged proud smiles, their contentment evident. "Dudley, Harry, your rooms have been arranged. Don't you want to take a look?" Ashley said, raising an eyebrow with meaningful intent. Having accepted the reality, Dudley and Harry exchanged knowing glances and hurried to their respective rooms. When Dudley discovered the child-sized punching bag in his room, and Harry found a child-esque baseball set in his, the joy of having separate rooms reached its zenith. Ashley, content to remain in the shadows, reclined leisurely on a beanbag chair, savoring her newfound personal space. Chapter 11. Has nothing changed? After celebrating her 5th birthday, Ashley and her companions embarked on their journey into elementary school in September, proudly becoming students. Transitioning from the carefree days of preschool to the myriad of subjects in 1st grade proved to be a challenging period for the trio. Yet, once they adapted to the new environment, they found it both intriguing and fulfilling. Whether it was to foster their growth or mere happenstance, or perhaps an undisclosed assessment, the 3 were placed in different classes. Consequently, their time together diminished significantly, but they still commuted to and from school together, failing to notice any issues at first. Life unfolded in a mundane rhythm of daily chores and familial interactions, occasionally punctuated by thrilling moments. Of course, in this magical realm, one might add the adjective ordinary to describe life. However, one fateful morning, 8-year-old Harry discovered that his vision seemed somewhat blurred. He did not pay it much heed, gradually developing a habit of squinting to see better. It was only when Ashley noticed this detrimental habit that she pointed out his visual anomaly. Previously, she had encountered discussions regarding Harry's nearsightedness. Many believed it stemmed from his residing in the cupboard under the stairs, where inadequate lighting and distance contributed to his poor vision. Yet, now that Harry had moved into the spare room once occupied by Dudley, those factors were no longer present, and he was still nearsighted. Perhaps the second theory held some truth: genetics. After all, James had apparently been nearsighted as well. One weekend, Ashley asked Vernon to accompany her and Harry to get a pair of glasses. Observing Harry with his new spectacles evoked a sense of nostalgia and helplessness. Perhaps this was merely a signature of Harry Potter, distinguished by the addition of glasses. Why was she so conflicted? Nevertheless, she cautioned him repeatedly about eye care. For nearsightedness varies in severity, and those with extreme cases might as well be blind. One of Li Aixi's roommates experienced such a plight, struggling to navigate without her glasses. Quite unfortunate. Thus, it was imperative to maintain vision as much as possible, at least to avoid being entirely dependent on glasses, allowing for some flexibility that might prove advantageous in future endeavors. Harry outwardly acquiesced easily, yet unbeknownst to Ashley, a flicker of guilt lingered in his eyes. What she assumed would be a minor episode in their tranquil lives soon spiraled into something unforeseen. One afternoon after school, Ashley, having not completed her drawing assignment for the week, let Dudley and Harry head home while she stayed behind to finish her task. As she wrapped up in the early evening, her spirits high as she anticipated a delightful dinner, she stumbled upon a scene that would alter her mood. "What are you doing? Let her go," Harry shouted, straining against a group of boys as he shielded a small girl behind him. The girl, head bowed, exuded an aura of fear and distress that tugged at one's heartstrings. Ashley watched the silhouette of Harry protecting the girl, pride swelling within her. This was quintessentially Harry Potter. Just as she was about to approach, she overheard, "Potter, get lost. What are you meddling for? This isn't your Dudley or Ashley. Do you think I want to beat you up?" The chubby boy leading the group barked angrily. "Do you dare? Aren't you afraid Dudley will see my injuries and come looking for you?" Ashley chimed in, "If he hears about this, I might have to have a chat with your parents about your education." Harry, gripping his trousers tightly, his clenched fists revealing his anxiety. Yet his face bore a facade of bravado. "Boss, he is not wrong. You should know how fierce Dudley is. Ashley's words carry weight with our parents. A boy timidly warned, inching closer to the leader. You only have a good brother and sister. What do you have to boast about? The leader, clearly intimidated, retorted defiantly. Harry was evidently struck at his core, unable to suppress the bitterness that crept into his demeanor. The chubby leader of the group seemed to seize upon Harry's vulnerability. Continuing his tirade, Dudley is the champion of the Youth Boxing League, and Li consistently ranks among the top 10 in our grade. I've heard he secured numerous furniture patents at the tender age of 5. And you, just an unremarkable Harry with your thick glasses, who only pretends to be a hero. The chant of Four-Eyed Harry echoed mockingly, with the leader sparing no effort in hurling the most venomous insults at a boy he despised, oblivious to the ramifications of his words. The other children joined in, laughing and singing that piercing, heart-wrenching nickname song. Li, fuming with rage at the cruelty of the children, as well as at Harry's bowed head, approached and said with a sardonic smile, "Hey, you big oaf in front, what are you playing at? Let me join in." The group of boys fell silent, retreating behind their chubby leader. Stuck in the front and with nowhere to hide, the leader gulped nervously, feeling emboldened as he compared their sizes. "It's nothing. We're just teasing Harry," he stammered. Li shot a glance at Harry, who was still staring at the ground, lost in thought, and her anger only intensified. "Teasing? But Harry usually plays with me and Dudley. What championship have you won? Or what patents have you obtained? Or what top grades do you have?" Her questions left the group of children momentarily bewildered. If those were the standards, it appeared they were indeed unworthy of playing with Harry. Though they had not been scolded, a collective discomfort settled among them, leading to their hasty dispersal, including the timid little girl. Harry, taken aback, looked up just in time to meet Li's gaze, and the absurdity of the situation struck them both, causing them to chuckle. However, the laughter quickly faded as Li fixed her intense gaze on Harry, making him feel a pang of guilt. At that moment, Li, devoid of her usual calm demeanor, was filled with concern. "Harry, why don't you stand up for yourself? They're bullying you. You should resist." Harry averted his gaze once more, sitting on a nearby bench, and after a long pause, he finally uttered, "But they aren't entirely wrong." Li was momentarily stunned, grasping the depth of Harry's words and the emotions behind them. "Harry, how can you think that way? Don't you realize? Dudley has a violent temper. He's just a brute. And I only had a fleeting moment of insight. I haven't produced anything remarkable in ages. We're all quite ordinary, nothing special, but I've always believed you could help the weak, stand up for what's right. You're a wonderful boy." Upon hearing Li's words, a spark of light returned to Harry's eyes, glimmering as if nourished by the rain, a seed of hope revived. Yet, he soon recalled his earlier thoughts, his voice subdued. "But Dudley really is the boxing champion, and Li, you excel academically. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon take pride in you. While no matter how hard I try, even studying late into the night, my grades remain mediocre. Perhaps they are right. I am merely the ordinary Harry. Do you understand? Just Harry." Harry's tone was laced with pain, helplessness, and a sense of defeat. Li, understanding the turmoil within him, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Had her efforts changed nothing? Even in the absence of the Dursleys' deliberate belittling and cruelty, Harry still felt like that quietly insecure boy. Without Dudley leading the bullying, he would still be tormented by other unruly children. Dudley's grades remained at the bottom, and Harry's hovered around mediocrity. Dudley was still infamous for his violence, while Harry's reputation morphed from a troubled child to one who meddled in others' affairs, perceived as inept. The narrative seemed to revert to its familiar pattern. Chapter 12. A change. Li's silent tears fell like raindrops. Harry heard the sound of droplets and looked up to find Li's face streaked with tears, illuminated by the setting sun. It was a sight he had never seen before. Li, usually so composed and self-assured, now appeared heartbroken and vulnerable. As he had grown older, he had noticed Li's subtle strategies, her feigned weakness against Dudley, her playful charm towards Uncle Vernon, her compliments to Aunt Petunia, her compliance with teachers, and her confidence with friends. These were nuances he had observed and admired, aspiring to learn or mimic. To him, her adeptness was something he revered and envied, and this remarkable cousin of his was now genuinely crying, leaving him flustered. "Li, did I say something wrong? Please don't cry. It's my fault for being so foolish." Harry awkwardly attempted to wipe away her tears, only to find his efforts exacerbating her sorrow. Hearing his words only deepened her distress. She clutched Harry tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "It's not your fault. It's mine. I was so preoccupied with my own life that I didn't notice your unhappiness. I thought I could help you all lead different lives. But nothing has changed. It's my failure." Ashley poured forth her reflections and frustrations from the past 8 years in that moment. Harry, oblivious to the deeper meanings of her words, could only comfort her in the way he understood. No, Ashley, you've done wonderfully. You've brought in so much money for our family, and our lives have improved significantly. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon are much kindred me now. That's not what I meant. They were always good to me, providing for my needs. I just meant that they have been even kinder lately, he stammered. Ashley chuckled through her tears at Harry's flustered explanation, though she remained skeptical, burying her head in his thin shoulder, asking through sniffles, "Really?" Harry nodded vigorously, adding that it was Ashley's suggestion that led Dudley to take up boxing. Otherwise, Dudley would have ended up like those boys, a mere bully. Ashley was taken aback, surprised by Harry's astuteness. Her astonishment was misinterpreted by Harry as a form of encouragement, prompting him to continue. "So, Ashley, you truly are remarkable. We all take pride in you. I just want to be someone you can be proud of too. Perhaps I'm just too foolish." As he spoke, a hint of sadness crept into his voice. Yet Ashley, regaining her composure, inquired, "But Harry, why do you compare yourself to others in areas where you may not excel? In terms of grades, shouldn't T. Dudley, who is at the bottom, be the one to reflect and strive for improvement? And when it comes to strength, I might be the weakest among us three." Harry's eyes widened, as if he had never considered the matter from this perspective. However, he quickly deflated, replying, "But I seem to lack any particular talent." Ashley, brimming with confidence, gazed earnestly into Harry's eyes and assured him, "Harry, you are simply still young. Rest assured that as you grow older, you will discover your own strengths. When that time comes, you will shine brighter than many." Her certainty sparked a glimmer of hope in Harry. "Really?" Ashley nodded emphatically. Harry smiled, his heart filled with relief. Beneath the waning light of the setting sun, the two figures walked side by side on their way home. "Aren't you supposed to be home? Why are you still here this hour? You haven't had another quarrel with Dudley, have you?" "Of course not. Dudley was called out to play by Pierce. I finished my homework, and since you hadn't returned yet, I thought I'd come to fetch you." "So you were worried about me?" "Truly, you are my wonderful little brother." "Not at all. If you weren't back, Aunt Petunia wouldn't serve dinner." "Yes, I was just concerned about going hungry, which is why I came to find you." "What a stubborn child you are." "You? What do you mean by you?" "Be careful, or I might tell Aunt Petunia that you were playing with bad kids." "I certainly wasn't, T. No wonder people say you were a little snitch." Utilizing the power at one's disposal to resolve issues and navigate troubles is a true mark of wisdom. Do you not care what others think of you? If you fear others' opinions and refrain from using your own abilities to address problems, you will forever remain ensnared in the web of gossip. Is it acceptable to borrow your name? Then, of course, if it benefits you and those I care about. That is the greatest significance of the reputation I have earned. Thank you, Ashley. There are many things for which you should thank me. However, I might need to borrow your name in the future as well. By the way, I have already shared the precautions regarding your eyes. Did you completely disregard them afterward? Aye. One must act within their capabilities. Even if you wish to study, you ought to arrange your time wisely. Otherwise, you will achieve little with great effort. You must not stay up so late in the future. If you have any questions about your homework, feel free to ask me. Understood? Got it. Why do I find that so hard to believe? Last time, you didn't tee-hee my advice of... I was wrong. This time I will listen to you, Ashley. You better. Otherwise, I shall take off your glasses, throw them on the ground, and stamp on them, so you can understand the consequences of not cherishing your own eyes. Oh, Ashley, spare me. I promise I will heed your advice, take good care of my eyes, go to bed on time, and study within my limits, I assure you. Now, that's more like it. No one knew what transpired that afternoon. Only that Harry seemed to heed Ashley's words more closely and exhibited a newfound openness that had previously eluded him. The following day at lunchtime, Dudley was notably absent. Shortly thereafter, news spread of a certain chubby boy getting beaten up. As Ashley and Harry exited the dining hall, they exchanged knowing smiles. Their hearts warmed. Ashley murmured, "Things have really changed." Chapter 13. A trip to the zoo, May 20th, 1991, marked the 11th birthday of Dudley and Ashley. Just as Ashley remembered, they were set to visit the zoo that day. Ever since Dudley had nagged and pestered until Vernon agreed to take them to the zoo on their birthday, Ashley had felt an overwhelming sense of destiny. Unlike 3 years prior, when she had questioned her very existence, this time she was filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to see if the snake would still be released without the brutish Dudley and the disdainful Harry around. Early in the morning, Dudley pounded on Ashley's door with a thunderous racket. To be honest, Ashley was not particularly a morning person, and the prospect of the day's events prompted her to silently curse Dudley, wishing he would be frightened half to death by a snake. Additionally, Ashley was genuinely curious about what enthusiasm could possibly drive the normally slothful Dudley to rise so early for a trip to the zoo? Had his entire persona crumbled? This time, there were no stairs for him to bounce down, but Harry's door suffered the same loud knocks. Ashley, moved by the resilience of the door, noted that it was also thanks to Harry's good temperament, and that time he had defended Harry that he quickly opened the door and headed downstairs to wash up. Still feeling drowsy, Ashley listened to the commotion outside, gauged Harry's washing time, and, having already gotten out of bed, promptly reclined back onto the beanbag chair for a few more minutes of shut-eye. When she finally roused herself and ventured downstairs, she found the timing impeccable, successfully avoiding Dudley's raucous complaints about the number of presents he had received. Harry, the little spy, had tried to inform her, but Ashley remained completely unperturbed. After all, her share of presents was secure, and she was in no rush. This time, Harry did not receive a warning from Vernon and was quite excited about their upcoming zoo adventure. The three children donned the new clothes Aunt Petunia had prepared, looking splendid. Petunia's relationship with Harry continued to be lukewarm, yet she never neglected his needs for food and clothing. This was further evidence of the transformation Harry had noted in her, as she had witnessed it firsthand, which made her more amenable to change. The three children occupied the back seat while Vernon drove, with Petunia in the passenger seat. Vernon's physique was, as Ashley recollected, quite rotund, despite her repeated suggestions for him to monitor his diet and engage in exercise for his health. He returned to his old habits after a brief period of resolve. Maggie was no different. One could only conclude that they were indeed siblings, sharing an identical temperament. Speaking of genetics, Ashley harbored considerable trepidation. After all, obesity can indeed be hereditary. As for Dudley, he had been persuaded by Ashley to take up boxing, and while it may not have served other purposes, his physique had certainly improved. Once a stout lad, he had transformed into a fit young man, shedding his excess weight and even developing a hint of abs, a complete metamorphosis that freed him from his former plumpness. Had it not been for such a striking example, even Ashley, who had maintained her slender frame over the past 10 years, might have found herself fretting about potential weight gain in middle age. But then again, one might wonder, was it possible that she inherited Petunia's physique instead? Such worries were rather unfounded. Vernon had adjusted his seat far back, and initially, Dudley was oblivious to this fact. However, as he became increasingly uncomfortable, he realized that requesting Vernon to readjust was unlikely to yield results. Thus, he repeatedly urged Harry, who sat by the window on the opposite side, to switch seats with him. Harry feigned ignorance, staring out the window, while Petunia seemed inclined to suggest the swap as well. However, a disapproving glance from Ashley, seen through the rearview mirror, promptly silenced her. Vernon, focused on driving, remained unaware of the silent conflict between his wife and daughter, but grew somewhat irritable at Dudley's incessant whining. Ultimately, he adjusted the angle of his seat. With that, Dudley ceased his complaints and turned his attention to the scenery outside. Meanwhile, Harry, observing the entire exchange through the side mirror, felt a warmth in his heart that refused to dissipate. After parking and purchasing tickets, they finally entered the zoo. To preserve the experience, Ashley insisted they visit the reptile house last. No one objected. After all, they all understood her aversion to reptiles, and the order of their visit was of little consequence to them. As they toured the zoo, Ashley found the excursion quite worthwhile. The adorable animals were indeed heartwarming. More specifically, the younglings with their every movement could melt one's heart. Suddenly, an urge to adopt a small creature swept over her. As Ashley pondered which delightful pet would capture her heart, her family led her toward the reptile house. When she finally regained her senses, she was startled by the sight of a large snake before her. The entire family erupted in laughter at her reaction, with Dudley's laughter ringing the loudest, prompting her to curse him once more in her mind. Although they were there for amusement, her safety remained paramount at that moment. The most reliable ally was undoubtedly our dear Harry. Encountering a foolhardy individual could at least warrant some sensible advice. Ashley clutched Harry's arm tightly, her fear unabashedly evident. "Move, will you?" Classic lines. One need think twice to know who uttered them. Harry skillfully recited his lines, while Dudley, undeniably bored, wandered off to another section of the exhibit. Ailey, torn between curiosity and trepidation, prompted Harry to urge the snake to retreat. "I'm sorry, but could you back away a bit? She seems quite frightened of you." Meanwhile, Ailey was silently screaming in her mind, "Oh my goodness, I'm witnessing a legendary scene." The serpent coiled back slightly, and Ailey, with a quiver in her voice, asked, "Harry, did you make it retreat?" Harry, exhilarated, replied, "Yes." I didn't expect it to be so obedient, blissfully unaware of any oddity in his earlier words. Indeed, unlike the dialogue in films designed for audiences to comprehend, Harry had actually spoken in the hissing tongue of serpents. The eerie and chilling sensation might have caused Ashley to scream, had she not been psychologically prepared and aware of the circumstances. It was reminiscent of how Hermione and Ron had described it. Reflecting on this, even though she knew Harry's physical predicaments would eventually be resolved, she couldn't help but glance at the scar on Harry's forehead. Oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling in Ashley's mind, Harry felt as if he had acquired an intriguing pet and resumed his conversation with the snake. Dudley, however, did not return to witness the spectacle, but instead ventured further away, nearly disappearing from sight. Ashley pondered whether the storyline had indeed been altered. The next moment, a shriek jolted her from her thoughts. A small snake, its origins unknown, slithered along the corner of the wall towards the exhibit. The crowd erupted into chaos, and Ashley, frightened, stumbled back, while Harry, unable to catch it, could only chase after her. The little snake continued on its path, and Ashley, unfortunately, found herself directly in its trajectory. Left with no option, she closed her eyes in terror. The snake leapt into the air, poised to strike, and Harry, witnessing this, felt his heart race in alarm. Ashley, in a daze, curled up, but the snake soared past her, landing perfectly in the exhibit behind her. Harry failed to notice the instant the glass of the exhibit vanished. He simply felt relief when he saw Ashley was safe, allowing his tension to dissipate as he slumped onto the ground. It took Ashley a while to regain her composure. At that moment, Vernon and Petunia arrived, with Petunia wrapping her arms around Ashley, both trembling from the residual fear. Although they hadn't witnessed the events unfold, the mere knowledge of a snake entering the exhibit was enough to terrify a mother protective of her daughter. Vernon and Dudley joined in, offering silent comfort, enveloping Ashley in a profound sense of familial love and security, calming her inner turmoil. A glance at the small snake in the sealed exhibit connected all the dots for her. With her family shielding her, Ashley discreetly checked the location of the surveillance cameras. Fortunately, due to her retreat in fright, the exhibit was at the far end of the corner, and the angle of the cameras likely missed capturing any abnormal occurrences. Relieved, Ashley exchanged a glance with Harry, filled with gratitude and unspoken understanding. Chapter 14. The aftermath of the zoo visit. The zoo excursion, intended as one of Ashley's birthday gifts, concluded rather unhappily. Upon returning home, the long-anticipated gift unwrapping session, which Ashley and Dudley had eagerly awaited, lost its usual charm. Everyone seemed preoccupied with Ashley, overly attentive to her reactions. Yet, Ashley felt far from her usual self, evidently drained by the fright she had experienced in the reptile house. That night, she retired early, and Petunia seemed prepared for it. Sure enough, Ashley developed a high fever that night. After midnight, Harry and Dudley began yawning incessantly, only to be sent off to bed by Petunia. From then on, it was just Petunia and Vernon who stood vigil over Ashley's fight against illness. A night filled with worry and activity culminated in Ashley experiencing no major crisis. When Ashley awoke, rejuvenated for a new day, she found Petunia sleeping beside her, and the house was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual morning bustle. Glancing at the bedside table, she saw a basin of water with a towel, along with a medicine bottle and a cup, and it became clear what had transpired the previous night. Touched, Ashley gently embraced Petunia, covering her with a blanket before quietly rising to tidy up the room. Descending the stairs, she set about preparing breakfast. Following Petunia's usual routine, she brewed coffee, cooked bacon, sausage, and pancakes, tossed together a fresh tomato and lettuce salad, and added the milk that had been delivered to the doorstep, creating a breakfast that looked both plentiful and appealing. Harry was the first to rise, drawn by the enticing aroma. Anticipating to see Aunt Petunia, he was pleasantly surprised to find Ashley instead, his expression shifting to one of astonishment and elation. "Ashley, you're all right? How wonderful. You looked so worrisome last night. I'm so relieved you're okay." Approaching her, he scrutinized her appearance, noticing she seemed to have fully recovered, and he embraced her again, his tone laced with concern and relief. Ashley gently patted Harry's back, attempting to soothe his anxiety. Just as she was about to speak, they heard a series of thumps as Dudley bounded down the stairs. Moments later, Dudley burst into the room, and Ashley could only manage a low, "Come to my room later," before being enveloped in Dudley's enthusiastic embrace. Harry, momentarily shoved aside, bore no ill will and merely nodded at Ashley, acknowledging her gaze. At that moment, Ashley regarded Dudley with mixed feelings. She even entertained the notion that Dudley might possess magical abilities, his power being the rebound. Otherwise, who would explain why the curse she had cast upon Dudley had boomeranged back on herself? Oh no, she mustn't dwell on that. Just the thought of that slimy sensation sent shivers down her spine. She had to admit Snakes were undoubtedly the most fearsome creatures in her life, bar none. Unaware of his sister's inner turmoil, Dudley, seeing Ashley was feeling better, unleashed all the pent-up excitement he had been unable to express the previous day. He chattered incessantly about how delicious the little cake gifted by someone was, how amusing the toy from another was, and how disappointing a gift from yet another was. As if he wanted to throw it back at their faces. Ashley listened in a daze, her mind clouded by her own resentment. She was already showing mercy by refraining from retaliating, considering Dudley had worried about her all night. Of course, she couldn't voice her grievances. After all, it was her own doing, and speaking them aloud would only invite ridicule. She could only silently swallow this bitter pill, her unspoken frustrations remaining a mystery to all. Around 10 a.m., Petunia and Vernon finally descended the stairs. Despite their lack of sufficient rest, Ashley's recovery brightened their spirits, and they appeared relatively well. Ashley eagerly served them the warm breakfast she had prepared, earning appreciative smiles from both. After a significantly delayed breakfast, Petunia announced a postponement for lunch. No one objected, primarily because there was leftover cake from the previous day to enjoy as a snack, which mitigated any inconvenience. Vernon grumbled about needing to demand an explanation from the zoo, donning his coat before heading out. Petunia was then pestered by Dudley to accompany him to purchase gifts that they hadn't had time to acquire yesterday. Harry and Ashley both found excuses to stay behind, leaving just the two of them at home. Ashley, why are you looking at me like that? And why do we need to talk privately? Is there something you don't want Aunt Petunia to know? At that moment, Ashley and Harry sat facing each other, squeezed together on Ashley's cozy couch. The door was locked, and a wardrobe had been pulled out to serve as a barricade behind the door, meaning that no one from the outside could enter her room, not even with a key. In other words, it is exceedingly safe, a level of safety that the average individual would readily acknowledge. Ashley furrowed her brow, fixating her gaze intently on Harry, rendering him somewhat anxious in silence. Suddenly, Ashley broke the tension with a question. Harry, do you know what transpired after I was attacked yesterday? Harry paused to reflect, on the verge of responding, only to be struck by a sudden realization of something he had either overlooked or forgotten. Ashley, it seems that the snake managed to enter the exhibition area, he stated. Harry recalled the small snake he had glimpsed in the exhibit, only to recognize the incongruity of the situation. But there was glass there. How could it have gotten in? Ashley calmly supplemented Harry's thoughts. Harry nodded rapidly, a hint of panic in his demeanor. Harry, can you tell me what you were thinking when you saw that snake trying to attack me yesterday? He asked. I just thought, don't hurt her. Hurry, get inside. Harry's eyes widened, his body trembling as he stammered. So was it me? Did I do that? Ashley, without any pretense, nodded earnestly. Yes, it was likely you. We were the only two nearby. After a prolonged silence, Harry finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Ashley, are you afraid? Ashley had been contemplating how to explain the situation in a manner that would neither alarm Harry nor diminish its significance, and was surprised to find Harry concerned about fear. Her heart swelled with a mix of sympathy and amusement. I won't be afraid, Harry. Besides, you were trying to save me. I know that. Ashley's resolute tone eased Harry's worries considerably, though he still felt a sense of dread regarding his strange abilities. But Ashley, why am I like this? Ashley understood that the moment of revelation was not far off, yet it was not her place to unveil it just yet. Thus, she replied, I don't know. Perhaps it is a form of superpower, a special gift bestowed upon you by fate. This explanation was one that Harry, in his youth, could readily accept. His complexion flushed, replacing the pallor from before, as he became exceedingly excited. However, before he could fully relish the notion of being a superpowered individual chosen by destiny, Ashley doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Harry, I hope you can maintain your composure and avoid any extreme emotional fluctuations. You understand what I mean. Harry quickly regained his calm. You mean my abilities are controlled by my emotions? Ashley refrained from elaborating, instead placing a glass of water in front of Harry. Focus on it, Harry. Envision it moving. Harry pursed his lips, recalling the sensation he felt at the reptile house, and concentrated intently on the glass, willing it to shift. Ashley, equally tense, observed the glass as stillness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and then, in an instant, the glass emitted a soft sound as it shifted slightly. Harry gasped, collapsing onto the sofa, his strength seemingly drained, mirroring his reaction from the previous day at the reptile house, though the glass had only moved a mere half-centimeter. Both Ashley and Harry had arrived at the answers they sought. Ashley surmised that Harry's state was one of exhaustion from his mental and magical energies being depleted, having yet to learn the techniques to harness them, thus allowing most of his power to dissipate into the air, which made the endeavor feel so arduous. In this regard, Ashley considered herself merely a theoretical expert, unable to provide him with practical assistance, leaving it for him to learn systematically once he entered school. Reflecting on this, Ashley gazed at Harry with a tinge of envy. Magic. For those who have seen Harry Potter, who would wish for the chance to wield a wand and cast spells? Nevertheless, she resigned herself to the thought that since becoming Petunia's daughter, she had repeatedly told herself not to follow in Petunia's footsteps. Having magical aptitude was certainly a boon, but lacking it should not breed resentment. Her current life was rather pleasant, was it not? Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. Ashley composed herself and, with a serious expression, addressed Harry. Harry, do you understand? When your emotions reach a peak and you wish to achieve a certain outcome, that ability may manifest. Until we find a way to control this power, you must regulate your emotions. Otherwise, should you ever act upon a negative emotion such as anger or disgust, you might inadvertently cause something uncontrollable, leading to irrevocable regret. Furthermore, you must understand that this ability is not universally possessed. It is best that as few people know as possible, especially since some overly curious adults could be dangerous. The unspoken words sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he met Ashley's gaze earnestly. Ashley, I understand. I will heed your advice. Ashley smiled faintly, instilling a sense of comfort in Harry. This marked yet another shared secret between them since that fateful evening. Unbeknownst to them, the trust between the two had reached new heights, and Harry's promise to listen to her would become a guiding principle he adhered to henceforth. Chapter 15, Graduation and Advancement. In May of 1991, after Ashley and Dudley's birthdays had passed, time seemed to accelerate swiftly. With Ashley's counsel, Harry had been diligently curbing his emotions during this period, and there had been no further outbursts of magical energy. As the trio approached graduation, they found themselves inundated with exams and social gatherings, keeping them thoroughly occupied. Harry nearly forgot the events of that day. The notion of possessing mysterious powers felt like a fleeting dream. On a weekend in June, early in the morning, Vernon was out trimming the lawns and hedges with a lawnmower, seemingly irked by the multitude of mosquitoes from the previous night that had disrupted his sleep. He suspected that the overgrown foliage outside was to blame, and so, begrudgingly, he sweated under the rising sun. Petunia was perusing a stack of school brochures with Ashley, quietly exchanging their thoughts. Dudley, meanwhile, was indulging in a leisurely sleep, unperturbed by the impending afternoon match, exuding an air of fearless nonchalance. As for the matter of secondary school, Dudley had garnered numerous accolades in boxing competitions over the years, leading several schools to extend offers to him, particularly Smeltings, which was Vernon's alma mater. Consequently, Vernon decisively settled on Dudley attending Smeltings. Thus, Dudley was genuinely carefree, relishing his graduation season. Harry, however, found himself in stark contrast. Seated across from Petunia and Ashley, his heart a tumult of apprehension and conflict. After all, if Ashley ultimately opted for a prestigious institution like Chet House, given his academic performance, there was no conceivable way he could gain admission, which meant he would be unable to attend secondary school alongside Ashley. Yet, he could not bring himself to suggest that Ashley forego her aspirations for a prestigious school. That would be far too selfish. Ashley, oblivious to Harry's internal turmoil, held the belief that Harry had been recorded in the Hogwarts admission book since birth, destined for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and thus had little to fret about. In truth, her concerns revolved around her own educational future. If she lacked the requisite aptitude, she would have to settle for choosing from a plethora of schools. A daunting prospect indeed, though she put on a brave face. As a former resident of China, maintaining top grades in the UK required immense effort and sacrifice, the extent of which could only be understood by her tattered dictionaries. Fortunately, her natural talent for distilling key points and her extensive experience with examinations had yielded favorable results thus far. As for future plans, perhaps it was the success of her 5th year, or perhaps the frequent reminders from Vernon over the years that sparked her interest in furniture and interior design. It was not merely a superficial imitation of design, but a genuine foray into the realm of designers, crafting intriguing yet practical furniture or items that would astonish those who beheld them, compelling them to envision such pieces in their own homes. That sense of accomplishment, albeit only a fleeting taste derived from a facade, was sufficient to fuel her desire to persist, transforming illusion into reality. This was also the earnest reasoning she employed to persuade Vernon to allow her to switch her studies to art. After a morning of deliberation, she concluded that Chet House School was undoubtedly an excellent choice, and Penny felt quite satisfied. Just as she intended to call Vernon in for his opinion, he entered, his face flushed and glistening with sweat. Harry, displaying perceptiveness, swiftly retrieved a damp towel from the bathroom and handed it to Vernon. Vernon nodded in acknowledgement, quickly turning Penny to voice his complaints. "Oh, dear, you won't believe what I just saw. A rabbit darting about at great speed. It appeared suddenly and startled me. I am truly terrified of such unexpected little creatures now. Just like that snake last month that frightened our little darling." I rushed to the zoo demanding an explanation, only to be told it was a wild snake that had wandered in from outside, and they bore no responsibility as it caused no harm. Just a 3-day closure for inspection, and then it was forgotten. It's infuriating. Vernon's dissatisfaction with the zoo's handling of the situation had been palpable, and any related topic easily led to similar complaints, much to Penny's indifference. A rabbit? How could there be a rabbit? Surely it won't burrow into our lawn? Penny expressed her concerns slightly. No, I checked specifically. It must be someone's pet from a neighborhood. Quite clean, I assure you. I'll mention it to them one day, just to remind them to keep it secured. Upon hearing there was no danger, the Dursleys dismissed the incident as a mere triviality, showing little concern. However, Penny's thoughts returned to the choice of Ashley's school, rekindling her enthusiasm as she engaged Vernon in discussion once more. In the headmaster's office at the castle by the Black Lake, Professor McGonagall handed over the newly admitted students' list, transcribed from the Book of Admissions, to Dumbledore, her expression tinged with excitement. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, glancing from McGonagall to the list in his hands. Ah, it is that time again. What a nostalgia. The sight of James and Lily as first years feels like just yesterday. And now their child is about to embark on the same journey. As Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Harry's name, a wave of memories washed over him. Albus, do you not harbor any concerns? You are well aware of that family's character, save for that little girl. Minerva, do not perceive them through the prism of the past. You have already acknowledged that the little girl is quite commendable. Harry will fare well under their care. Moreover, as you know, it is the best choice for Harry. Dumbledore interjected, imparting a weighty significance to his words. McGonagall pressed her lips together, evidently grasping his implication, though the worry etched on her face remained. Dumbledore refrained from further reassurance. While McGonagall was emotional, she was also rational, understanding what needed to be done and what should not. His gaze drifted down the list, seemingly catching sight of a name that took him by surprise, stirring a profound sense of nostalgia and reflection within him. Fate is indeed whimsical. That girl is entwined with our destinies in remarkable ways. It appears I must personally make the home visit. McGonagall, curious about the girl Dumbledore mentioned, picked up the list from the table, directing her gaze to the last name he had focused on. It was unmistakably Ashley Dursley. Chapter 16, 2 Letters from Hogwarts. In the eyes of the Dursleys' 3 children, the seemingly harmonious couple of Vernon and Penny were embroiled in a quarrel. The cause of their dispute left Ashley utterly speechless. Penny wished for Ashley to attend Chet House School for secondary education. The reasons were self-evident, being the most optimal choice after considerable deliberation. Conversely, Vernon insisted that Smelting School was an excellent option, being his alma mater, where Dudley was also enrolled, capable of safeguarding his sister. Furthermore, the generous provisions offered by Smelting left no room for refusal. Dudley was aligned with Vernon, delighted at the prospect of attending school with his sister. Yet there was an undercurrent of reluctance. After being under strict supervision for 11 years, did he truly wish to continue? That was indeed a question. Harry, feeling torn, refrained from taking sides. His grades precluded admission to either school, and unlike Dudley, he possessed no particular skills. Thus, Ashley was destined for disappointment regardless of the choice made. In truth, Ashley was rather indifferent to which school she would attend. Both institutions were commendable, and while their reputations differed, as long as the quality of education remained comparable, it mattered little. Yet the fervent involvement of Vernon and Penny suggested otherwise. One might mistake them for vying for their own opportunities. Observing the two animatedly engaged in their argument, Ashley endeavored to diminish her presence and quietly retreated towards the door. After all, she did not wish to be coerced into choosing sides. Life was not easy, she sighed. Stealthily, she edged to the corridor door, turning the lock with the utmost care. Then slowly opened the door, moving lightly and swiftly to bypass it, gently closing the door behind her. Suddenly, the door was pulled back. It turned out she was followed by a little shadow, Harry. The siblings exchanged knowing glances and continued their escape, sighing in relief once they successfully entered the corridor and quietly closed the door. They shared a smile, their faces reflecting a mutual understanding and exasperation. Just as Harry was about to inquire about Ashley's thoughts on school, he noticed her eyes widen as she gazed ahead, her expression entranced as if witnessing something extraordinary. Ashley had indeed spotted something remarkable. Adjacent to the corridor was the staircase, and directly ahead stood the front door of the Dursleys' residence. At that moment, several letters lay at the foot of the door, having been shoved through the mail slot. 2 letters, instantly striking due to their distinctive envelopes, even revealing a small portion of a wax seal. Ashley believed she could calmly accept whatever came, whether she possessed magical abilities or not. She had already discovered her motivation to survive in this world. Yet, in this moment, she realized that yearning is yearning. Even the mere addition of another identical letter, its contents unknown, ignited an indescribable surge of anticipation and delight within her. She walked in a daze towards the two unique letters. The reverse side of the letters bore identical emblems, the silhouettes of Hogwarts serpent, lion, eagle, and badger, accompanied by a wax seal. The front read, Harry Potter, 4, Privet Drive. Upstairs, right in small bedroom, and Ashley Dursley, 4, Privet Drive, left side compartment. The wording was remarkably precise. Even without visible names, the intended recipients could easily be identified. Ashley recalled the address from a memory of a previous letter, and her lips curled slightly. It was indeed quite dignified. Harry, utterly bewildered, trailed behind Ashley, picking up the remaining letters she had left behind, moving alongside her and curiously peering at the two letters she held. He was genuinely intrigued. What made those letters so special that they had transformed Ashley into someone so peculiar? Ashley held one letter in each hand, alternating her gaze between them, convinced that if she could not discern a difference, then they must both be acceptance letters, not something else entirely. In a fleeting moment, she was overcome by an impulse to open both letters simultaneously, thus bringing closure to her anxious speculation about whether one contained an acceptance letter and whether disappointment awaited her. However, despite her excitement, she remained rational. With a deep exhale, she handed Harry his letter, saying, Harry, this is yours. You may as well take a look at it right here. Although the Dursleys had changed in ways she could scarcely recall, Ashley wished to avoid any unforeseen reactions or provoking Vernon, so she opted for Harry to read it there and then. Harry had already spotted his name, but Ashley's intense focus on the letter prevented him from interrupting her. He placed the remaining letters on the stairway, then took the letter from Ashley's hands, breaking the wax seal and extracting the contents within. Ashley's heart raced. This was Harry Potter's acceptance letter, a ticket into the world of magic. Heaven knows how much it pained her, as Li Aixi, to witness this moment. Had she been the one to tear it open, she would have donned gloves, ensuring not to damage it, delicately unveiling its contents before preserving it for posterity. Though she was now Ashley, her heart still ached for that precious letter. Fortunately, she had another one. Ashley turned her attention away from Harry and carefully grasped the lower edge of the wax seal, gently peeling it back. As Harry reveled in the astonishing news, his excitement bubbling over, Ashley had only just managed to unveil the letter and extract the parchment. Just as Harry prepared to share his joy with Ashley, he noticed her opening her letter. He instinctively reined in his emotions, waiting quietly yet with a heart full of tumult. The letter read, Dear Miss Dursley, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. Term begins on September 1st, and we await your owl by July 31st. For confirmation of attendance, inquiries, or assistance, please contact us as above. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. The required books and supplies followed, concluding with a note regarding the letter to Hogwarts. Harry, I believe we need to have a serious discussion. Ashley took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy threatening to spill forth. Her mind raced, endeavoring to process the revelation of her magical aptitude and the prospect of entering the long-desired world of magic, while simultaneously contemplating the challenges that might lie ahead. Her expression was grave, yet her heart was anything but tranquil. This was the essence of Ashley in that moment. Harry, observing Ashley's composure, felt a deep admiration swell within him. Reflecting on his previous exuberance, he chastised himself for his lack of seriousness, quickly suppressing his excitement and adopting a solemn demeanor, nodding earnestly. Ashley, slightly perplexed by Harry's mindset, thought to herself that he would indeed become the savior of their world. He was capable of bearing burdens, and though still young, his potential was remarkably strong. With a reassuring pat on Harry's shoulder, she gestured toward her room, then softly treaded towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Harry, understanding her implicit cue, carefully placed the remaining letters on the cabinet by the door before quietly ascending the stairs to follow Ashley. Once again, they found themselves in their exclusive meeting mode, each clutching their acceptance letters as they settled into the cozy embrace of the beanbag chairs. Harry covertly glanced at the letter Ashley was holding, straining to decipher its contents. Just as Ashley was about to articulate her thoughts, she caught sight of Harry's inquisitive gaze directed towards her letter. Following his line of sight, she was slightly bemused to find his interest piqued by her letter. After a moment's reflection, she acknowledged that, having gleaned the contents of his letter through foresight, Her curiosity about it was somewhat diminished. However, Harry, entirely in the dark about her message, would naturally be intrigued. Nonchalantly, she handed him her letter, unperturbed by the prospect of revealing its contents. Harry, however, flushed crimson, seemingly embarrassed by his own inquisitiveness. After a moment of introspection, he ultimately decided to boldly inquire, "Ashley, my letter is an acceptance notification from a school called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What about yours?" Ashley's expression was complex, imbued with meanings that Harry could not decipher. "The same. What do you think?" "That's marvelous. That means we can attend the same school." Upon receiving Ashley's affirmative response, Harry's face lit up with vibrant surprise, his excitement palpable. Ashley, however, felt a wave of frustration. She had previously regarded Harry as remarkably dependable, but now recognized his impulsiveness. "Harry, we're not yet at the stage to contemplate that. I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on magic and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? If I hadn't sensed that mysterious power within me, I wouldn't have believed in it. Yet, we both know it exists, so I think it must be real. Don't you, Ashley?" Harry fell silent for a considerable time before finally voicing his perspective. "Have you thought about how to explain this to Petunia and Vernon? What do you think their reaction will be?" His question left Harry momentarily stunned. Based on nearly a decade of living with the Dursleys, he knew they would not believe him. Magic had no place in their lives, and if he shared this news, they would likely dismiss it as madness or a lingering dream. It was he who was mad, and Ashley who was yet to awaken to reality. "Shall we perform a cup levitating act for them?" Harry suggested uncertainly. Ashley sighed internally, realizing that Harry's concerns were entirely misplaced. She longed to tell him, "Your aunt and uncle will believe it, for they have always known. The issue lies with their attitude." Petunia had witnessed magic firsthand and once yearned for it. Yet jealousy and unfulfilled desires had bred resentment. Vernon, a staunch materialist, would dismiss magic as mere illusion, rendering any rational discourse futile. Though the motivations differed, their disdain was identical. This was the reason Ashley, after receiving her passport to the magical realm, transitioned from elation to a sobering contemplation. If she could not resolve this issue and dispel Petunia and Vernon's aversion, her journey into magic would never commence. Yet, this also touched upon Petunia's deep-seated insecurities. Ashley hesitated to reopen old wounds. As for Vernon, she had devised a plan, though its efficacy remained uncertain. Observing Ashley lost in thought, failing to respond to his suggestion, Harry sensed the complexity of the situation exceeded his expectations, leaving him increasingly anxious. Heaven knows how frantic he had felt upon discovering the mysterious power within him. After Ashley's reassurances and comfort, he was deeply moved. Yet, as life returned to its tranquil rhythm, he began to doubt the existence of any such power, feeling content with his mundane existence. But now, receiving the acceptance letter from magical school, he realized he was indeed a wizard, part of a larger community, and this was incredibly thrilling. Even more exhilarating was the revelation that Ashley, like him, possessed magical abilities, affirming their kinship. They could continue their education together. Yet, now he was faced with the troubling prospect of perhaps being unable to convince Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, jeopardizing their chances to attend magic school together. This tumultuous roller coaster of emotions left Harry feeling apprehensive and helpless, anxiously awaiting Ashley's return to reality. "Ashley, do you trust me?" "I wish." Regarding Penny's emotional turmoil, Ashley found herself without an opportunity to engage directly. However, she had some inkling of how to approach those who could be reached. Thus, after crafting a tentative plan, she intended to enlist Harry's cooperation, preparing to proceed gradually. Yet, to her surprise, as soon as she broached the subject, Harry eagerly interjected, "I trust you, Ashley. Speak, and I shall heed your counsel." Ashley swallowed her initial words of persuasion and proceeded to outline her directives. "Harry, during this period, I implore you to refrain from any unusual behavior and to conceal any desire to attend a magical school." Harry, perplexed, inquired, "Are we not to inform Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon?" "No, that would be futile, and they require time to adjust. However, we must not exhibit any signs of awareness regarding the existence of magic, nor should we display any inclination towards it. Why? Consider it for the sake of family harmony. When Vernon and Petunia argue, if you wish to avoid causing pain to either side, the wisest course is to remain uninvolved." Harry pondered her words thoughtfully. "Additionally, I plan to respond to Hogwarts, outlining the challenges we face. They are likely to have encountered similar situations and may possess viable solutions." No sooner had Ashley finished speaking than Harry thumped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I not have thought of that? Ashley, you truly are remarkable." "Thank you for your trust and affirmation," Ashley replied. Dear Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, I am delighted to have received your notification. We are immensely intrigued by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, I must convey that our family is unaware of the existence of magic, and our relatives do not believe in such extraordinary forces. Might you assist us in resolving this predicament? Yours sincerely, Ashley Dursley. After completing the letter, Ashley handed it to Harry. Upon reading it, Harry felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, expressing his satisfaction and preparing to return it to Ashley, only to have it pushed back towards him. Harry, you must also sign your name at the bottom. Harry hesitated, uncertain, but upon meeting Ashley's resolute gaze, he added his name, Harry Potter, beneath Ashley Dursley. Meanwhile, Ashley mused, your name is indispensable. Without it, how could Dumbledore take our concerns seriously? I hope he perceives the significance of our names and understands the crux of the matter, sending someone reliable our way. But how shall we send it? There is no address on this, Harry remarked. Ashley glanced at the acceptance letter's details, hesitated, then opened the window. Sure enough, a moment later, an owl swooped in, grasped the letter from her hand, and soared away. Though they were unsure of the mechanics behind it, both Ashley and Harry were left in awe. This is indeed magical. Chapter 18, Dumbledore's Visit. Meanwhile, the two soon-to-be witches at number 4, Privet Drive, cautiously resealed 2 acceptance letters and mixed them among a pile of correspondence at the entrance. They then feigned nonchalance as they brought the collection into the living room, perusing the contents before Petunia and Vernon. As expected, Petunia, sensitive to any communication from Hogwarts, immediately noticed one letter when only a small portion of its seal was visible. Forgetting her earlier quarrel, she snatched all the letters from Ashley's hand and rifled through them until she uncovered the one marked with a Hogwarts insignia. In her zealousness, she inadvertently obscured even Harry's letter, which bore signs of its earlier tampering. Ashley's taut nerves eased slightly. However, Petunia, upon discovering 2 letters from Hogwarts, was utterly shaken. 2. While she had anticipated a letter for Harry, why was there a second? After examining the addresses and recipients, she was struck by one letter addressed to Ashley Dursley. Petunia felt as though she had been struck by lightning. How could this be possible? Her mind went blank, and she collapsed. What followed was a flurry of chaos, leaving even Ashley bewildered. Meanwhile, the owl delivered the letters to the castle by the Black Lake. Albus, what do you think? Seeking the counsel of adults when faced with intractable issues is indeed a wise choice. Is there a problem? But they are Lily's relatives. How could they be unaware? You do not understand. That girl, her actions are not surprising. Are you suggesting she has not informed Harry or her children? How could she dare? They are Harry's parents, her own sister. She harbors a deep-seated conflict with us, which is why I must visit in person. After all, I am responding to her letter. I see. I shall compose a reply for them, scheduled for tomorrow evening. Does that seem acceptable? Very well, you're always so considerate. McGonagall departed the headmaster's office to prepare the response, while Dumbledore gazed vacantly, seemingly lost in thought. Mother, do not frighten Ashley. What did you truly see? Ashley observed Petunia, who had awoken yet appeared dazed, filled with both fear and regret. Should she have cast aside any hope and destroyed the letter from the outset, extinguishing any thoughts of entering the magical realm? Had she done so, Petunia would not have been shaken, and this might have been avoided. Upon hearing Ashley's words, Petunia's gaze gradually regained its vitality, yet upon seeing Ashley, her expression became a tumultuous sea of emotions, momentarily tinged with sorrow, then deep concern, followed by a flicker of excitement. And lastly, an overwhelming sense of disdain. The disdain was not directed at Ashley, but rather seemed to reflect some other figure through her. Vernon had already perused the letter, and after the doctor confirmed Petunia's well-being, he experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness upon reading Ashley's letter. However, having witnessed Petunia's earlier fainting spell, he was somewhat prepared. Yet, his gaze towards Ashley grew peculiar, a mixture of shock, fear, disbelief, and an unbearable sense of contradiction. Simply put, it was the perception of a freak. How could a freak be my daughter? To be honest, Ashley felt a twinge of hurt. After all, Vernon had once cherished her dearly. She had projected plenty of admiration and respect towards him, and in that moment, she too felt a sense of disorientation. Perhaps it was indeed unwise to be associated with the magical world. Originally, Harry had planned to maintain a low profile during this time, yet he now found himself standing beside Petunia's bed. Perhaps it was due to Ashley drawing the attention away, as neither Petunia nor Vernon seemed to focus on him. He witnessed their reactions and began to understand the weight of Ashley's earlier ponderings and the truth behind her statements for the sake of familial harmony. Besides feeling sympathy for Ashley, he was also filled with trepidation. Thank goodness for Ashley. Had he borne this burden alone, the ordeal would have been utterly terrifying. Now, he could only pray that the individuals from Hogwarts would persuade Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon to accept and agree to their schooling. Otherwise, Ashley would likely have to abandon her aspirations. Little did he know, the situation was far more complex than he could ever imagine, and retreat was not an option. All day long, the atmosphere in the Dursley household remained unprecedentedly somber. No tears, no arguments, simply silence, a silence so profound it was chilling. The next day, Vernon did not take a day off, but went to work as usual, seemingly eager to distance himself from the home. Petunia, on the other hand, appeared somewhat unwell. The doctor's follow-up visit reiterated the same advice. Her spirits were too suppressed and needed uplifting. Ashley wished to stay, yet Petunia firmly declined her presence. Penny informed Ashley that she needed some time to reflect and promised to disclose everything once she had gathered her thoughts. With an unusual silence, Ashley made her way to school, her brow furrowed with an inescapable gloom. Dudley irritably brushed them aside and departed alone. Only Harry remained by Ashley's side. The two of them akin to forsaken little beasts, sorrowfully providing companionship to one another. At that moment, Ashley felt utterly devoid of the confidence she once possessed as a prophet. Instead, she was consumed by a sense of chaos and anxiety regarding her parents' circumstances. She understood that Harry, as the chosen one, would ultimately step into his destined world, yet she was unaware that her involvement would so profoundly impact Penny and Vernon, rendering the journey even more oppressive and agonizing. After a day that felt more like a social gathering than a class, the three returned home. They anticipated finding Penny resting in bed, but instead found her dressed formally and sitting upright on the sofa, as if bracing herself for someone's arrival. Upon seeing the three, she instructed them that there were sandwiches and juice in the fridge, urging them to help themselves if they felt hungry. The bizarre and chilly atmosphere from the previous day seemed to have vanished, leaving them in disbelief. Dudley, ever the brute, wasted no time and rushed to the kitchen to grab something to eat. Ashley, however, noticed a letter atop the coffee table, revealing it to be a response from Hogwarts. The letter stated that Dumbledore would visit around 6 in the evening. Suddenly, all of Penny's actions made sense. She merely wished to avoid showing any weakness in front of Dumbledore and wanted him to see that she was managing well. Ashley's heart ached with complexity as she grasped the underlying truth. She approached Penny, sat beside her, took her cold hand, and rested her head on her shoulder, silently conveying her attachment and support. In that moment, Penny felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability and gratitude, kissing Ashley's forehead and gently stroking her head, her eyes swiftly filling with determination. When Vernon returned from work, he happened upon this tender scene, his gaze warm and resolute about the decision he had made before entering the house. However, before he could utter a word, a rhythmic knocking echoed from outside. The family froze. Only Harry, who had also read the letter on the coffee table, felt a secret thrill and rushed to open the door. "Hello, I am Albus Dumbledore." "Here is agreed. Are you hello, please, this way? Aunt Penny is waiting for you." Harry, unsure whether to be excited or nervous, stammered upon seeing the grandfatherly figure that perfectly matched his imagination of the headmaster of a magical school. "Ah, so you're little Harry. I have taught your father and mother. There is no need for you to be so anxious." Dumbledore chuckled lightly, speaking in a playful tone. "My father, mother?" Harry gasped in astonishment. Dumbledore gently ruffled Harry's hair and, with a knowing look towards the living room door, remarked, "Indeed, your father, James Potter, and your mother, Lily Evans." As if on cue, the door swung open, and Penny, lips pressed together and tears glistening in her eyes, spoke. "Please come in, Professor Dumbledore. It has been a long time, Mrs. Evans. I recall the last time I saw you. You were but a girl a few years older than Harry. Please forgive me. As one ages, one tends to reminisce, as you know. Well, Professor Dumbledore, I assume your visit today is not merely for reminiscing. Ah, upon encountering familiar faces, it is inevitable to exchange pleasantries. However, you are correct. I must attend to the matter at hand. I trust you have reviewed the acceptance letter. May I inquire what your plans are? I wish to know if there is any possibility that your acceptance letter was sent in error." Penny suddenly posed a question that seemed unrelated to Dumbledore's previous remarks. Ashley felt a tremor in her heart, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Vernon perked up, clearly invested in the answer to this question. "I regret to inform you, madam, that Hogwarts acceptance letters are never sent in error. They are exclusively issued to children with magical aptitude," Dumbledore replied, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Penny appeared to endure yet another shock, uncertain whether it stemmed from Ashley or her own turmoil. However, Vernon grew agitated, his tone resolute as he declared, "Sir, I do not care where you come from or what your title is. I can tell you right now that I do not intend to send my daughter to any peculiar school to learn magic." Dumbledore disregarded Vernon's outburst and instead cast a playful glance at the young girl from the Dursley family, eliciting a smile. Ashley suppressed her excitement, glancing at the furious Vernon, and ultimately nodded, turning to grasp Penny's arm, affirming her stance. Dumbledore, appearing quite pleased, remarked, "What a clever young lady. If she attends Hogwarts, I have no doubt her grades will rival those of Lily." Penny raised her chin with pride, her gaze towards Ashley filled with affection. Yet, Vernon, exasperated, shook his head and continued, "Sir, I have made my position clear. My Ashley will not be attending Hogwarts, so please leave." Dumbledore sighed, his tone laced with an exasperation that seemed to exceed Vernon's, yet he still chose to ignore him and addressed Penny, saying, "Mrs. Evans, you must understand that children with magical talent, if not systematically and properly educated in its use, face great dangers. Should they become unmanageable, the consequences could be dire. But Lily has already perished in your war. How can I trust you with my Ashley?" Penny could no longer contain herself, breaking down in tears. Chapter 19. Hogwarts shall never interfere with the decisions of children. War? What war? Was it not an accident? Harry's voice rang out, shocked and animated, as he suddenly heard news related to his mother, yet presented in an entirely different light. Dumbledore glanced at the Dursley couple, their expressions complex, and sighed softly in understanding. "At that time, you were only 3 or 4 years old. Could you have comprehended what we were saying to you? Moreover, we are not the ones involved in that situation. Our understanding of those circumstances is merely superficial. How could we clarify everything for you?" Penny's tears flowed freely. The emotional turmoil and complexity of the past few days left her feeling that Harry's words were filled with reproach. Thus her tone carried an edge of anger. Harry fell silent, realizing he was no longer a child. He instantly grasped the convolutions of the situation, yet he also understood that Aunt Penny might have misunderstood. His intent was not to reproach, but rather to seek the truth. "I meant no offense. I merely wish to know the truth, Aunt Penny. The one who knows the truth is right beside you. If you seek the truth, inquire of him. We are but ordinary people, unable to provide the answers you desire." Vernon, with a pained expression, interrupted Harry, laced with sarcasm. Harry, caught off guard, glanced at Dumbledore and then at Ashley. Ashley, feeling helpless, was aware of Dumbledore's cunning, which is why she had tried to minimize her presence ever since he arrived, even amid her excitement. She knew everything, yet had to feign ignorance, as that aligned with her outward persona. Ashley understood Harry's nature and believed he bore no ill intent. Penny and Vernon were also aware of this. Yet Harry's sudden interjection had naturally drawn their ire. However, witnessing Harry's predicament and the unspoken plea in his eyes, she could not remain indifferent and decided to intervene. "Harry, could you please fetch me a few glasses of water?" Harry looked puzzled, but, seeing Ashley's reassuring gaze, complied obediently. Dumbledore observed the siblings' interaction with a kind smile. "Then I must express my gratitude for Miss Dursley's hospitality. After such a lengthy discourse, I find myself quite parched." With a playful wink at Ailey, he concluded his sentence. Ailey, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her gaze, her heart heavy with regret. She knew this would happen. Now he had fixated on her. All because she had drawn attention to herself. Harry poured the water, carefully placing the glasses before the adults, then dutifully retreated to Ailey's side, seemingly grasping her intent. Focusing intently on being an inconspicuous listener, Petunia cast a glance but remained silent, lost in her own sorrow. Observing Harry's perceptiveness, Vernon refrained from further scrutiny, tempering his demeanor as he spoke with a solemn tone. "Sir, I apologize for my earlier attitude. I wish to understand what you meant by the danger of not pursuing education." Ailey was taken aback, then filled with a profound sense of emotion and sorrow. Her father, who had previously maintained a staunch refusal towards magic, now bowed his head, moved. It was not only Ailey who felt this way. Dumbledore, too, was struck by the moment. At that instant, Dumbledore truly focused on the muggle he had once deemed foolish and corpulent, his tone adopting a gravitas befitting the gravity of the subject. "Indeed, Mr. Dursley, magical talent can be simply defined as the ability to manipulate magical energy. In essence, it is not to be feared. Rather, it is a special gift bestowed upon a select few by the divine. Observe." Raising a glass of water with one hand and snapping his fingers with the other, Dumbledore watched as the water within the cup instantaneously transformed into ice. Petunia glanced at the spectacle, then turned her head away, lost in her own thoughts. Harry, Vernon, and Dudley, who had been quietly eating and observing, were united in their astonishment, their eyes and mouths agape, as if their worldviews had just been upended. Ailey, trembling with excitement, inwardly exclaimed, "Magic! How wondrous!" She marveled at Dumbledore's ability to perform wandless and soundless magic, truly a testament to his prowess. Vernon stared at the ice, muttering in disbelief, "How is this possible? It must be." Suddenly aware of the situation, he cleared his throat and quickly shifted the topic. "Sir, please continue." Dumbledore chuckled softly before resuming. "This gift is akin to a chef's knife. When one has yet to master its use, it can become a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon oneself or others, albeit unintentionally in most cases." Those present pondered this notion. Thus, upon reaching the age of 11 and completing their foundational education, children receive notifications from magical schools to study the theoretical knowledge of magic and various applications, aiding them in mastering the burgeoning magical power within them. The power continues to grow. This was clearly an unfamiliar concept to Vernon, who displayed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Indeed, much like a seed that, with time and nurturing, gradually flourishes into a robust plant. However, without guidance and control, it can easily become a monstrous force, what I previously referred to as a silent one. Petunia, cradling Ashley, had tears lingering in her eyes, her expression rife with concern. Ashley, too, was struck by this realization, appearing somewhat dazed. After all, she had contemplated the scenario where Petunia and Vernon would refuse, leaving her with no choice but to remain. She understood that it might not be as absolute as Dumbledore had suggested. At worst, it would be akin to a dormant volcano, capable of remaining silent if emotions were stable. However, if ignited, the consequences could be dire. But could she truly maintain her emotional stability? That was a question she dared not ponder deeply. Harry glanced at Ashley with trepidation, his gaze downcast, lost in thought. So, it was true that Ashley had to attend that magical school, lest she become a genuine monster? Vernon was utterly stunned, exuding despair and sorrow, as if he were attempting to convince himself of this grim reality. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, yet seeing Vernon's despondent demeanor, chose to remain silent. "And what of the war? That accursed war. I will not allow my daughter to be embroiled in your peculiar conflicts." "Absolutely not," Vernon erupted, seizing upon a point of conviction, his voice hoarse with fervor. "Mr. Dursley, Hogwarts is merely a school of magic dedicated to imparting knowledge and skills to children, without interfering in their decisions," Dumbledore asserted. "Those children, James, Lily, are filled with courage and a sense of justice. They are true warriors, merely acting upon what they believe to be right and worthwhile, not engaging in any bizarre conflicts. Please understand this." Dumbledore's serious demeanor instilled a palpable tension in the room, save for Harry, who, ever courageous and just, felt a surge of passion. Dumbledore's commendation of his parents filled him with genuine excitement and pride. Petunia, seizing upon the words that mattered most to her, met Dumbledore's gaze with determination. "What you said about not interfering with students' decisions, does that hold true?" Dumbledore's expression softened slightly, yet he replied with unwavering resolve. "Yes, I assure you." A contemplative silence enveloped the room. After some time, Dumbledore's voice broke through. "Mrs. Evans, I must say, you have a remarkably astute daughter. Whenever I look at her, I am reminded of the letter you once wrote to me, and I cannot help but marvel at the intricate tapestry of fate. Perhaps you should have a heartfelt conversation with her. She may be more insightful and perceptive than you realize." Dumbledore regarded Petunia and Ashley with a hint of nostalgia, then rose as if preparing to depart, adding, "What you need to know, I trust you have grasped. The rest can be discovered when you are ready. There will always be opportunities, will there not?" At this juncture, Dumbledore winked at Harry with a knowing smile. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Oh, and do not forget, I eagerly await your correspondence before July 31st. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the Dursleys and one Potter in a state of shock. Chapter 20. Heartfelt Conversations Among Family. Dumbledore's astonishing exit stirred profound waves within the Dursley household. Petunia had witnessed Lily's transformations, seen her levitate objects, and even observed Dumbledore freeze water. Yet nothing compared to the sheer thrill and excitement of witnessing such instantaneous teleportation magic. After all, she had once yearned for such wonders, only to have that desire morph into resentment and ultimately into loathing. Yet, Dumbledore's display effortlessly rekindled her long-buried aspirations. Now, her daughter possessed this talent. Her daughter could harness such power, and how could she not feel exhilarated? Coupled with Dumbledore's assurance, did this mean Ashley could opt out of their conflicts, and thus not face the same fate as Lily in attending Hogwarts? At this moment, one could say Petunia's heart was undeniably stirred. However, thoughts of Vernon chilled her spirit. She understood him all too well and his rigid convictions concerning their understanding of reality. In truth, the turmoil within Vernon was far deeper than Petunia could fathom. He had only ever heard Petunia speak of her sister as a peculiar anomaly, along with that James fellow, yet he had never witnessed those extraordinary occurrences firsthand. As a staunch materialist, he perceived Lily and James as peculiar beings with mental issues, possibly capable of performing bizarre magic. However, he had never encountered a moment quite like today that shattered his entire worldview. One might argue that water transforming into ice is not particularly astonishing, as it is a commonplace occurrence in everyday life. Yet, the fact that a living person, a white-bearded elder, could vanish right before his very eyes left him utterly astounded. He had searched thoroughly, believing that Dumbledore was employing some form of sleight of hand to conceal himself within his own abode, but the outcome was disheartening. There was no sign of anyone inside or outside the house. He had even prodded every nook and cranny with a pitchfork. Deeply disheartened, Vernon fell into a state of self-doubt. Harry, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. Nothing could instill a greater sense of belonging than witnessing a tangible demonstration of a role model. He was a wizard. His father and mother were wizards. Wizards like Dumbledore. Dudley's eyes sparkled with wonder at the miraculous events unfolding before him, as if a character from a game had stepped into reality. How fantastical. Aunt Lily and her husband were both wizards. Little Harry was a wizard too. Even his sister was. No, he too wanted to be a wizard. Thus, it was Dudley who first pestered Petunia, clamoring to attend Hogwarts. One might suspect that even Dumbledore had not anticipated this turn of events. Ashley observed the scene with a sense of resignation, feeling that Dumbledore had orchestrated this deliberately. That final apparition was certainly intentional. But what could she say? All she could express was, well done. Just by observing the expressions on Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley's faces, excluding Dudley, she could already imagine the tumultuous emotions they were experiencing. They were shaken, their inner worlds in upheaval, on the verge of integration and acceptance. Casting her gaze around at her family, Ashley realized it was time for serious discussion. She first focused on Vernon, as Petunia was preoccupied with Dudley's incessant chatter, and she feared interrupting. Ashley could sense Petunia's apprehensions. She approached the sofa where Vernon sat, took his hand, and nestled into his embrace. Daddy, do you not want me to attend Hogwarts? If you dislike the idea, we want to go. Please don't worry, all right? Harry, feeling anxious, was abruptly pulled away by Petunia, who dragged Dudley out of the living room, intending to grant the father and daughter some privacy. Ashley silently commended this move and awaited Vernon's reaction. He gazed deeply into Ashley's eyes, naturally noticing the affection reflected there, causing his heart to warm. My little darling, do you fear those strange magics? Initially, I too was incredulous. How could such powers exist? Anyone who claims so must be deranged. Vernon seemed lost in recollection, neglecting Ashley's response as he spoke to himself. Just like Harry's father, James, we were worlds apart, and I could sense his mockery. At that time, I thought him a deranged oddity. I despised him, feared him, worried he might employ some strange means to harm us, which is why we always tried to avoid them. Yet I never imagined their methods would be like this. It's inconceivable, utterly unscientific. Ashley understood that the restructuring of one's worldview is often a painful process. Daddy, do you know? Your gaze yesterday made me very sad. I don't understand. Do you think I would ever harm you? She interrupted Vernon's tumultuous thoughts, her eyes fixed on him with a blend of sincerity and hurt, making him feel guilty and uneasy. Oh, my little darling, I merely struggled to accept that you belong to the same kind as James. You see, Daddy, I understand. Just as you told me when I was 5, you would always protect me from harm. I too will always protect you, ensuring no one can hurt you. Will you believe me? The earnestness in Ashley's eyes enveloped Vernon in an unprecedented sense of security. With her words, all his fears of the unknown dissipated. At that moment, Vernon's perspective underwent a profound transformation. The fear of the unknown and the confrontation of his fears revealed that new understanding was not so difficult to embrace. I believe in you, my cherished little angel. You have always been a blessing. Perhaps that old man Dumbledore is correct. Such magical powers are gifts from God, and my little angel is deserving of such a gift. Ashley was momentarily taken aback by Vernon's dramatic reversal. Though she had intended to appeal to his emotions and reason, she had not anticipated such a swift acceptance. Clearly, Dumbledore had played a significant role in this outcome. Indeed, power is truth, as always. Naturally, the equilibrium Vernon found in her presence made her heart swell with warmth. Marveling at the strength of the father-daughter bond, as she embraced Vernon, burying her head in his chest, she secretly resolved something profound. The tender connection between the father and daughter evoked a sense of wonder among those lurking just beyond the living room door. Harry was learning for the first time that Vernon's indifference towards him stemmed from his father, leaving him unsure whether to feel aggrieved or angry. Petunia was profoundly moved, sharing Vernon's sentiments. Her little angel truly deserved the best this world had to offer, embodying the hope to fulfill all her dreams. Only Dudley appeared discontented, seemingly realizing the unfortunate implications of the situation. As Ashley opened the door, she was greeted by the peculiar expressions of her mother and brother. Well, what could she do about her family eavesdropping, except feel a mix of exasperation and embarrassment? Encouraged by Vernon's gaze, she took Petunia's hand and once again professed her heartfelt declaration. Mom, you know I will always protect you, ensuring no one can harm you, loving you forever. Petunia's eyes welled with tears as she embraced Ashley, kissing her forehead. I know, my dear, I've always known. My little darling has always done so, and I am proud of you. In that moment, Harry felt a surge of emotion, thinking of his own mother. If she were here, would she embrace and kiss him like that? Only Dudley, with a hint of resentment, remarked, So I'm the brother you don't like, unworthy of your protection? Ashley, having been moved to tears by Petunia's declaration, burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Dudley doesn't need my protection. He has always been my protector, I know. Dudley is a hero, a knight, and together we will be the best of partners, just like in the games, protecting our home. Dudley's eyes sparkled as he instantly grasped Ashley's meaning. Though a twinge of melancholy crossed his heart, he quickly smiled in acceptance. All right, we are the best of partners, together safeguarding our home. His earlier stubbornness was mere unwillingness to concede, yet he had long anticipated this outcome. That old man had said Hogwarts would not misdirect a letter. I am the knight, and you are the wizard, just as they say in the games. We are the perfect match. Dudley silently swallowed this thought. Perhaps the atmosphere within the family was simply too pleasant, for Harry could not help but whisper, and me too. The Dursleys momentarily paused, then erupted into laughter. Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder, expressing his disdain for his stature. Harry, in a fit of frustration, kept bouncing up and down, attempting to reclaim what was lost, while the two brothers soon resumed their playful scuffle. Petunia, with a complex expression, gazed at the wrestling siblings. Ashley recognized this as the opportune moment. Grasping Petunia's hand with utmost sincerity in his eyes, he proclaimed, Mother, in my heart, you are the finest of mothers, incomparable to anyone else, and there is no need for comparison. Harry was thriving now, and if Aunt Lily could see him, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Petunia, taken aback, soon found herself smiling as the last remnants of awkwardness evaporated, leaving behind no lingering ties to Lily. She also recalled Dumbledore's parting words. Your daughter is far more intelligent and considerate than you can imagine. Petunia gently ruffled Ashley's hair, her smile radiating warmth. Thank you, my little darling. Chapter 21. The First Encounter with Hagrid. Dear Mr. Potter, Miss Dursley, we are delighted to have received your confirmation of enrollment at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Our staff will visit on the morning of July 7th at 8 a.m. to assist you in procuring your school supplies and books. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Perhaps, with Vernon no longer intercepting the letters, and bolstered by Dumbledore's strong support, the process from confirming the enrollment to the impending trip to Diagon Alley seemed remarkably smooth. Harry was elated, for he was finally assured of attending the magical school alongside Ashley, stepping into the world of enchantment that was woven with the stories of his parents. Ashley was equally exhilarated, for not only had the familial atmosphere become harmonious, but magic had ceased to be a taboo. Even the trip to Diagon Alley, originally scheduled for July 31st, had been advanced. A celebration was in order. Let the confetti fly. One wondered if the staff member would be Hagrid, the lovable giant with a soft heart and a softer ear. As long as it wasn't Snape, who, as Petunia's daughter, would undoubtedly be the target of his venomous disdain. Just the thought sent shivers down one's spine. Was it possible it could be McGonagall? The stern-looking cat lady had a surprisingly tender heart. The anticipation of meeting her was palpable. Ashley's mind raced with excitement, seemingly forgetting the turmoil she and Harry had endured while waiting for the letter. Prior to receiving Professor McGonagall's response, the story unfolded. Ashley, are you certain that a school, without even an address, is truly reliable? Can this letter really be sent? Despite Vernon's grudging acceptance of the existence of magic, he remained habitually skeptical and disdainful of the mysterious aspects of the magical world. Harry and Ashley exchanged helpless glances, unable to muster a rebuttal. Witnessing would have to suffice. Ashley cleared the desk while Harry dutifully opened the window, awaiting the miraculous arrival. Ah, splendid. The devoted postman of the magical realm had arrived. With practiced ease, the owl seized the letter and soared away with nonchalance. Vernon and Dudley wore expressions of sheer astonishment, while Petunia, Harry, and Ashley shared awkward smiles. No worries. They wouldn't mock Vernon and Dudley, for they had all traversed the same path. One simply had to adapt. Little did they anticipate the ensuing chaos. From that day forth, Vernon embarked on a relentless stream of doubts. He speculated that the owl might be a newfangled remote-controlled toy, manipulated by some unseen hand. While one could argue that he was misguided, it was equally impossible to refute him, especially since Ashley, whose soul hailed from decades hence, began to wonder if Vernon possessed some prophetic gift. But the frequency of his suspicions was rather excessive. It was clear he was astounded. Yet there was no need to voice his incredulity at breakfast or upon seeing other birds. What could others do, particularly Ashley, who was often the primary target of Vernon's discussions? With a smile that was painfully forced, she acquiesced. Yes, you're absolutely right. From that day, Dudley commenced a new round of unreasonable antics. He found the games utterly uninteresting now. What he truly desired was the owl capable of delivering letters, imagining how impressive it would be to flaunt it to his friends. After countless refusals from the fastidious Petunia regarding Dudley's wish to keep an owl, he sought a new torment. He wondered if stealing Harry's acceptance letter would work. Soon, Harry faced relentless sneak attacks from his cousin, feeling utterly drained. Yet he ultimately vowed to acquire an owl, so Dudley could flaunt it, which finally brought an end to Dudley's merciless torment. After sending the confirmation letter, McGonagall's reply took a while to arrive. June passed, and Ashley, Dudley, and Harry successfully completed their graduation ceremony, officially entering the last summer before primary school. When the owl finally returned with the letter, after reading the letter, the Dursleys were once again thrown into a flurry of activity. Vernon, unfamiliar with the prices in the magical world, fretted over how many pounds would be appropriate to prepare. Petunia, entering the magical realm as a parent for the first time, worried about how to dress in a manner that wouldn't seem odd, lest she embarrass Ashley and Harry. Dudley had a much simpler plan. He intended to take all his pocket money for a grand shopping spree. Harry and Ashley stood by, doing nothing, feeling like outsiders as they watched the Dursleys bustling about. With no knowledge of what to prepare, Harry was at a loss to help, while Ashley, with her narrative foresight, knew their efforts were futile and thus refrained from wasting their energy. The conversion of galleons was limited. Muggle clothing could be easily identified, and Dudley as pocket money wouldn't buy a single thing. It would be far more prudent to treat Harry to a few ice creams now. That way, he could be of use later. Speaking of which, Vernon, unaware of Harry's family situation, had evidently prepared tuition fees for him. But would anyone be bringing the key to the Potter family vault this time? Ashley suddenly recognized the drawbacks of deviating from the plot. However, she was unwilling to change now. Perhaps it would be best to treat it as a blind box, embracing the novelty it offered. On the day of July 7th, a Sunday, around 5 a.m., Petunia began her clattering preparations. Naturally, Vernon was greatly affected, having hoped to sleep a bit longer. But the thought of where they were headed soon roused his spirits. Trimming his beard, grooming his hair, polishing his shoes, and selecting his attire, all steps demanded precision. He felt invigorated at the thought. Dudley, still groggy, opened the door intending to voice his displeasure at being disturbed, only to be taken aback by his father's meticulous appearance. After a moment, he quickly packed his pocket money into the pants pocket prepared by his mother and then rushed through his morning routine with unprecedented speed, eager to keep pace with his father. Next was Harry, who awoke to find it was only 6:30, although puzzled by the unusual excitement surrounding him. He wasted no time getting out of bed. Ashley, still curled up in her blankets, had no desire to dress up or pack any belongings. So she set her alarm for 7:20 and peacefully fell back asleep, resolute in her slumber. Don't ask why she wasn't excited. Just know that alarm was set for 2:40 a.m., and you would understand. Unfortunately, Petunia, unaware that it was still before 7, insisted on rousing her from bed, demanding she wash and get ready. Ashley thought to herself, "Oh dear, the struggles of a young heart, but I dare not voice my woes." By 7:40, the Dursley family was all set, sitting neatly on the sofa, awaiting the arrival of the Hogwarts staff. Ashley stifled a laugh as she observed their attire. Penny adorned herself in a meticulously tailored, exquisitely textured beige dress, complemented by a hat embellished with feathers. Around her neck, she wore a pearl necklace, while pearl studs adorned her ears. Her wrist gleamed with a gold watch, and her hand bore a gold ring, exuding an air of splendid formality. In stark contrast, Vernon, Dudley, and Harry donned matching plaid suits, their bow ties fastened tightly, presenting a decidedly formal appearance. Indeed, they were dressed to the nines, suitable for any gala event. However, Dear family, we are merely venturing out for a shopping excursion. Is such grandeur truly necessary? Ashley ultimately decided to gently remind them, Father, Mother, we are simply purchasing books and school supplies. A more understated approach would suffice. Penny's expression reflected her disapproval. Ashley, you must remember that regardless of the occasion, dressing elegantly is key to garnering others' favor. Vernon and Dudley nodded in agreement. Reluctantly, Ashley accepted this, feeling somewhat out of place yet maintaining her respect. Ashley, I was just about to mention you. Did I not prepare an outfit for you? Hanging by your bedside? Why have you chosen to wear this? Mother, I fear the heat, and besides, this dress is quite presentable. Its color harmonizes well with Father and the others. Penny scrutinized the ordinary light green dress with a furrowed brow, clearly dissatisfied, poised to insist that Ashley change when a knock at the door interrupted. Ashley breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to open the door before Penny could react. Hello, I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Dursley. Ashley gazed up in astonishment at the towering figure before her, akin to a small mountain. Chapter 22, Journey to Diagon Alley. What is it like for a girl of merely 1.52 meters to stand before a giant of 3.87 meters? Ashley could only respond, my neck is quite weary. Although she was not considered short among her peers, standing before Hagrid made her feel diminutive, as if she barely measured up to his legs. Such a harrowing comparison left her questioning her existence, as she stood there, staring up at Hagrid. He too was observing her. Did Dumbledore not mention that the Dursley girl was quite clever? She certainly does not appear to be, he mused. Recovering from the shock of his height, Ashley noticed Hagrid offering her an awkward grin. Is there something I have done to warrant this reaction? Perhaps it was her perpetual care for Harry that had earned her Dumbledore's praise. Indeed, for Harry's sake, I must not allow her to form a negative impression of me. That smile should have been endearing, right? She must sense my goodwill. Hagrid's thoughts raced. Oh my goodness. A gasp from behind, Ashley revealed that she was not alone in her astonishment at Hagrid's towering stature. Hagrid, accustomed to such reactions, merely smiled and nodded at the Dursleys. Good day, Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley. I am your guide from Hogwarts, here to escort you to Diagon Alley. Are you ready? Hagrid's imposing height was indeed intimidating, making even the stout Vernon appear diminutive. Thank you, Hagrid, Vernon replied cautiously. Penny had initially prepared a breakfast for the guide, but dared not mention it now. Sharing a glance with Vernon, they both recognized the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Dudley, ever the competitor, initially appeared intimidated but soon began comparing arm sizes with Hagrid, as if believing he could rival the giant. Harry, too, regarded Hagrid with curiosity, wanted to scrutinize him, yet feeling a bit shy. Hagrid, clearly aware of Harry's identity, playfully winked at him. Truly, he was a loyal confidant of Dumbledore, even mirroring his subtle gestures. Yet, it was evident that Hagrid treated the Dursleys with a degree of reticence, relaxing considerably in Harry's presence. The group silently set off towards Diagon Alley. Hagrid, wishing to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, found himself lacking common ground with Vernon and the others, ultimately succumbing to silence. Harry, feeling the presence of an adult and devoid of the familiarity of being rescued by Hagrid, remained quiet as well, just as Ashley contemplated breaking the silence. The subway arrived at their destination. Hagrid rose, calling for the Dursleys to follow him as he stood amidst the curious gazes of all around. Vernon and Penny felt somewhat embarrassed, their faces betraying a sense of alienation. In moments like these, Ashley felt a profound sense of helplessness. Despite any filter she might apply to her parents, their flaws became glaringly evident, yet she lacked the position to critique them. Oblivious to such dynamics, the forthright Hagrid focused solely on fulfilling his task. Upon disembarking from the subway, Hagrid led the group through a series of winding turns down an alley. Ashley made a note of the route, recognizing it as an important gateway to the magical world. Meanwhile, the Dursleys expressed dissatisfaction with the seemingly meandering path, feeling increasingly lost. Yet the mere sight of Hagrid instilled a hesitance to voice their concerns. It wasn't until Hagrid halted that Ashley finally spotted the unassuming door nestled between a bookstore and a record shop, an inconspicuous entrance to a wondrous world. Here we are. Let us proceed, Hagrid said, tilting his head and gesturing cheerfully. Penny, recalling her past visit, felt a flicker of recognition. However, Vernon and Dudley wore expressions of utter confusion, failing to comprehend why Hagrid was indicating a wall as their destination. Harry, brimming with excitement, stepped forward without hesitation. Ashley, observing the astonished expressions of Vernon and Dudley, remembered that this place had been concealed by a muggle-repelling charm. Without a wizard to guide them, they would be unable to see it. Ignoring their bewilderment, she gently pushed them through the entrance. With a beaming smile, she linked arms with Penny, stepping into the magical portal together. Perhaps it was due to the presence of her family, who required her care, that Ashley did not feel the overwhelming excitement and anxiety she had anticipated. Instead, she felt a blend of joy and caution. It was akin to leading her parents on a tour of her university campus, fretting over the possibility of them being struck by a stray basketball, while simultaneously exhilarated by the experience. Inside the leaky cauldron, the atmosphere was bustling, likely due to the weekend, with patrons enjoying Scottish music and merrily exchanging drinks. Hagrid was engaged in conversation with the proprietor, Tom, as Harry quietly trailed behind, taking in the surroundings. Vernon and Dudley, having just recovered from the shock of the hidden entrance, now found themselves in a setting reminiscent of a medieval fantasy. Their expressions comically wide-eyed. The onlookers, accustomed to such sights, merely glanced over with amusement. Ashley and Penny felt a mix of humor and embarrassment, hastily approaching to nudge them back to composure. "My goodness, he is Harry Potter!" A not-so-quiet exclamation abruptly silenced the raucous tavern, drawing the attention of Penny, Vernon, and the others. What followed was even more astonishing. Individuals of all ages and attire approached Harry, excitedly shaking his hand and greeting him with reverence. Harry, clearly bewildered by the attention, responded politely to each one, his expression a mixture of surprise and courtesy. Dudley's gaze towards Harry had transformed entirely. Could it be that his diminutive cousin was masquerading as someone of great renown? After all, aren't wizards rather extraordinary? Perhaps such a thing was indeed possible. Whether it was due to past experiences or a shift in identity, Ashley found herself devoid of the exhilaration she had felt while watching the film, replaced instead by a sense of anticipation akin to that of a spectator at a grand performance. To wear a crown is to bear its weight. Perhaps this marks the inception of Harry's journey as a savior. Ashley mused with a tinge of sentimentality. After a considerable moment, Hagrid finally recalled the pressing matter at hand, liberating Harry and interrupting this impromptu Potter meeting. Harry was now brimming with questions, eager to inquire of Hagrid, yet feeling a sense of unfamiliarity that rendered him pensive. Hagrid, clearly not adept at reading the room, promptly ushered the Dursleys and Harry towards their next destination. Ashley exhaled deeply, feeling an immense relief at not having encountered Quirrell, perhaps due to the timing being fortuitous. Her greatest concern regarding their expedition to Diagon Alley had been the unbidden possibility of Voldemort encountering her family. Yet, having navigated this perilous situation unscathed, Ashley found herself increasingly intrigued. As they traversed the bar and circled around to the courtyard, she observed Hagrid retrieving his concealed wand from within his umbrella, tapping it lightly against the wall in front of the refuse bin, counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, before knocking 3 times. The bricks began to shift and reshape, rapidly forming an archway before the astonished eyes of the 5, who had nearly grown accustomed to such wonders. With Hagrid's proclamation of welcome to Diagon Alley, Ashley officially stepped into a realm anew. Chapter 23, Harry the Wealthy. It was the height of summer, and with new students soon to commence their education, Diagon Alley buzzed with an extraordinary vitality, teeming with young wizards darting about and their bemused parents chiding them with affectionate reprimands. The medieval architecture and the vintage attire of the wizards imparted an otherworldly sensation to the Dursleys, who had just traversed the modern urban landscape, save for Dudley, who, upon spotting the array of delectable snacks, bolted towards them, blending effortlessly into the throng of snack-hungry young wizards, completely oblivious to his status as an outsider. Dudley's interruption jolted the others back to reality. Petunia stepped through the archway, her face alight with nostalgia. Vernon entered, pinching his nose while surveying the surroundings, evidently having caught a whiff of the faintly wafting aroma of magical potions, which he found somewhat intolerable and began searching for its source. Ashley kept a keen eye on her family's well-being, contemplating how to extricate Dudley from the situation, when she noticed Harry, equally eager to sample the snacks. Inching closer to the food stalls, she swiftly grabbed his arm. "Harry, wait. Did you not observe that they are not using pounds? If you wish to avoid dining at someone else's expense, it would be prudent to ascertain this first before we proceed." Harry halted abruptly, his face flushing a deep crimson upon realizing that the wizards were indeed using a different currency. Ashley's words drew the attention of Petunia and Vernon. Upon grasping the situation, turned their gazes towards Hagrid, who stood behind them. Hagrid, under the scrutiny of the perplexed onlookers, sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "I was just about to take you to Gringotts," he explained. This minor episode momentarily subdued the Dursleys' enthusiasm for further exploration. After extricating Dudley from the cluster of children, they followed Hagrid towards the establishment he had mentioned. Navigating through the throngs was no easy task, but eventually, They arrived at a crossroads where a towering white building loomed before them. At the entrance, a pair of gleaming bronze doors were flanked by goblin guards adorned in scarlet and gold uniforms. The peculiar appearance of the goblins astonished the Dursleys, particularly Dudley, who rushed forward for a closer inspection, causing Ashley's heart to momentarily skip a beat. Dudley's audacious curiosity incited the goblin guards' ire, who promptly drew their weapons, ready to escalate matters at the slightest provocation. It was only then that Dudley recognized the gravity of his misstep, retreating behind the equally startled Petunia and Vernon, their expressions tense as they braced for confrontation. Harry swallowed hard, casting an uncertain glance between Ashley and Hagrid. Hagrid's expression was one of exasperation, helplessly tilting his head as he prepared to intervene. Ashley's frustration with her reckless cousin rivaled Hagrid's, and she shot a fierce glare at Dudley, who cowered behind his parents before stepping forward to address the guards. "I sincerely apologize, gentlemen. I am a new student at Hogwarts and have come with my family to procure books and supplies. I understand that Gringotts is the most trusted bank among wizards, and we specifically sought it out for currency exchange. As you can see, we hail from the outside world and are not accustomed to such customs. Thus, my brother's thoughtless behavior was unintentional. We harbor no ill intent and hold deep respect for the services Gringotts provides. I kindly ask for your understanding." Her earnest explanation and subtle flattery instantly softened the goblin guard's demeanor. The lead goblin returned Ashley's bow before gesturing, prompting the others to sheath their weapons and return to their posts. Ashley breathed a sigh of relief, retreating back to Hagrid's side, her heart still racing. Harry also exhaled, internally lauding Ashley's quick thinking. Petunia and Vernon relaxed, pride evident in their gazes as they regarded their daughter. Only Dudley appeared chastised, his eyes clouded with remorse and defeat. The earlier exuberance entirely evaporated. Hagrid regarded Ashley with astonishment and admiration, as if finally comprehending Dumbledore's praise of her intellect. After all, no one relishes the task of mending a mess. Ashley's intervention, in Hagrid's eyes, had adeptly resolved a predicament he had little desire to manage, consequently fostering a newfound fondness for her. Unbeknownst to Ashley, she simply perceived it as her duty to rectify her family's blunders. However, she was still shaken by the encounter and lacked the inclination to console Dudley's distress. Under Hagrid's guidance, the Dursleys finally entered Gringotts without further incident. Dudley, now notably subdued, trailed behind Vernon, too intimidated to lift his gaze. Ashley felt a sense of satisfaction. While children naturally exhibit vivacity, Dudley had been excessively bold, lacking any semblance of awareness regarding what provokes and what is not. Especially as a boy who might aspire to be a professional boxer, he could possess courage and tenacity. Yet he must not exhibit arrogance that exceeds his capabilities. If this humbling experience could evoke some introspection, it might ultimately serve him well. In the spacious marble hall, approximately 100 goblins busily recorded transactions at long counters, some weighing coins on scales while others scrutinized gemstones through magnifying glasses. "Mr. Dursley wishes to exchange some pounds for galleons for his soon-to-be enrolled daughter," Hagrid announced, leading the group to a goblin-esque counter and yielding Vernon's place. Vernon stepped forward, hesitant to meet the gaze of the rather peculiar-looking goblin employees. He opened his briefcase, extracting the pounds for exchange. 1 stack, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 4 stacks, each consisting of 150-pound notes, totaling a staggering 80,000 pounds, were placed methodically on the counter. Hagrid and the goblin attendant followed suit with their heads bobbing in comical synchronization. Hagrid, astonished, had not anticipated the Dursleys' affluence. After all, while he possessed the treasures of the Forbidden Forest, he lacked any commercial acumen and had little desire for wealth, thus rendering him something of a pauper. The goblin employee, initially indifferent, gradually became fervent, his demeanor warming with enthusiasm. "Oh, esteemed sir, it brings me great pleasure to serve you. However, the bank's regulations stipulate that each newcomer may exchange only 200 galleons, with the exchange rate set at 15 for pounds," he explained. Despite the goblin's greed, he could not help but cast a reluctant glance at the pile of pounds, knowing Hagrid was present. Vernon frowned, clearly displeased with both the exchange rate and the limit imposed, yet he begrudgingly gathered the excess pounds from the counter, leaving only 2,000 on the table. "Let's exchange this, then. We have 2 newcomers in the family." The goblin's gaze swept over the 3 children beneath the counter, lingering a moment longer on Ashley and Harry, before he nodded in agreement to the transaction. Hagrid's expression turned complex, a mixture of hesitation and strangeness written across his face. Others failed to notice, but Ashley caught a glimpse and understood. The key to the Potter family vault was currently in his possession. Indeed, as Vernon received 2 bags of galleons, Hagrid awkwardly produced the key, stammering, "Harry's expenses can be covered. This is the key to the Potter family's vault." The goblin glanced at the bags in Vernon's hands, contemplated briefly, and deemed it acceptable, thus refraining from further comment. However, his attitude towards Hagrid, needing to withdraw funds, was far less amiable. He pressed a specific mechanism, summoned a guiding goblin, and handed over the key, dismissing them thereafter. Peeves and Vernon wore expressions of discontent, clearly surprised that Lily and James had left behind an inheritance. Although they had never harbored greedy thoughts, memories of past financial struggles stirred within them a sense of resentment. At this juncture, Hagrid, now attuned to human emotions, felt an unusual awkwardness, wishing to explain, yet stumbling over his words. In truth, Vernon, Petunia, and Ashley likely understood the sentiment of the one safeguarding Harry's vault key, but understanding did not equate to a lack of anger or a willingness to accept the situation without bitterness. Harry remained blissfully unaware. Given his lack of comprehension regarding the wealth contained within the vault, he merely felt a vague excitement at the thought of possessing something belonging to his family. Dudley, too, was simply curious about the magical world, though his curiosity had notably tempered, and he refrained from any further inappropriate behavior. For a moment, the only sound was the rhythmic patter of their footsteps, rendering the atmosphere unusually quiet. After navigating a roller coaster of unspoken emotions, the group finally arrived before the vault's entrance. The guiding goblin, at the base of the door, used the key provided by Hagrid to unlock the grand vault. As the door creaked open, a mountain of gold revealed itself before them. "Wow, that's astonishing," Dudley exclaimed, jolting the stunned onlookers back to reality. Ashley, at last witnessing the golden hoard, found it far more breathtaking than the cinematic portrayal she had previously seen. It was akin to gazing at a photograph of an elephant. One could grasp its appearance, yet only standing beside the creature could one truly appreciate its immense size. Ashley glanced at Harry, and it was impossible to deny a twinge of envy flickering in her eyes. Petunia caught sight of this moment and inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow. Vernon, meanwhile, recalled his conversation with James from years past, finally realizing that he had not been boasting but merely stating a fact. A sense of unarticulated frustration welled within him, akin to the feeling of having lost a contest. "Cousin, you promised to buy me an owl. Don't forget I bought you ice cream before. Now that you have money, remember to treat me to those delightful sweets and toys we saw earlier. Let us buy some to take home." Dudley's demands for Harry to buy him this and that, resembling a child clinging to a benefactor, only served to deepen Vernon and Petunia's irritation. Harry, caught in a daze, couldn't fathom the reality of his newfound wealth. He was blissfully unaware of the fact that he was indeed quite affluent, his grin nearly stretching from ear to ear. Observing Harry's silly grin, Hagrid felt compelled to interject. "Harry, you should hurry and withdraw your money. We have things to buy, and we must expedite our journey." Harry snapped back to reality, suddenly conscious of a matter he had overlooked. "Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, I am truly sorry. It is only today that I discovered my parents left me such a substantial sum. I regret not being able to assist during those challenging times, which made our family suffer. I sincerely apologize." His expression was earnest, his tone imbued with sincerity, as he regarded Petunia and Vernon, his eyes reflecting the affection they had long neglected. Petunia and Vernon exchanged glances, momentarily feeling a tinge of shame. Harry seemed oblivious, his thoughts wandering as he began to plan the allocation of this newfound wealth. "Shall we convert these galleons into pounds? Then we can purchase a large house, with 4 spacious bedrooms, so Ashley won't have to squeeze into a tiny nook." Ashley felt warmth bloom in her heart upon hearing Harry's intentions. Indeed, Harry was forever that endearing little angel, evoking both affection and empathy. Hagrid appeared to struggle with his words, his face tinged with a shade of crimson. Petunia and Vernon, surprised yet not entirely taken aback, exchanged glances, feeling guilt for their nearly burgeoning resentment. For the first time, Petunia reached out to stroke Harry's head, her voice adopting an unprecedented tenderness as she said, "No need for that. Harry, we've moved beyond our difficult times. Our finances are stable now. Moreover, the current rooms are sufficient. You know Ashley, she probably cherishes her cozy nook dearly. You should save this money for your education, and when the time comes for you to marry, you can establish your own home." She added, with a meaningful glance, "Besides, I am raising Lily's child, not the Potter heir. Do you understand?" Initially, Harry flushed with excitement at Petunia's kindness, but her final remark left him pondering. Hagrid, overhearing these words, allowed a quiet sigh of relief. Vernon refrained from voicing an opinion, His wife's stance was his own, serving as a subtle rebuttal to their guarded attitude towards the key holder. Although had they known of this wealth during their times of hardship, it would have been difficult not to harbor covetous thoughts. Yet who would admit to what never transpired? The crux of the matter was, they no longer needed to covet what did not belong to them. A look of smug satisfaction crossed Vernon's face as he gazed adoringly at Ashley, then glanced at the nearby goblin, as if struck by some amusing thought. Under Ashley's guidance, Harry ultimately withdrew 300 galleons. After all, the limits imposed by Gringotts surely had their rationale. After accounting for necessary expenses, the remaining 100 galleons would suffice for Harry to treat his companions. Dudley expressed his delight, already calculating how many galleons he could spend on various items. However, having learned a lesson on goblin territory, he refrained from immediately attempting to seize Harry's coin pouch. Upon reaching the surface, Ashley suddenly noticed Vernon's absence, while Petunia seemed to understand something, gently patting Ashley's little head with a smile, signaling her not to worry. Hagrid, observing Petunia and Ashley's calm demeanor, chose not to say much, opting to wait with them in a corner by the door. Although Dudley was eager to buy food and toys, he dared not wander off, dutifully clinging to Petunia's hand as they awaited the next turn of events. After quite some time, Vernon finally emerged, his briefcase notably empty and his face adorned with an unmistakable air of exuberance. Approaching Ashley, he surveyed the family before producing a key that closely resembled the one in Harry's pocket, exclaiming with a self-satisfied tone, "Ta-da! Do you see this? From now on, this shall be the vault of the Dursleys. I have exchanged all the pounds I brought for galleons. So our little darling can buy whatever he desires without worrying about running out of galleons." Ashley pondered for a moment, beginning to grasp Vernon's actions, feeling both touched and amused. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of adult competitive spirit. What else could one do but acquiesce? "Wow, Dad, that's incredible. How did you manage it?" Harry and Dudley nodded in enthusiastic agreement, their curiosity piqued. Vernon chuckled heartily, casting a glance at the nearby goblins, then leaned closer to the children and whispered with pride, "I merely paid a small fee to have them open a vault for me, and they were more than willing to exchange all the pounds for galleons." Harry and Dudley were left perplexed, their faces adorned with question marks, while Hagrid shared their confusion. With a mysterious smile, Vernon continued, "I have long recognized the goblins' greed. When you wish to save money, they are quite pleased. They've already profited handsomely from the fees. However, due to regulations, they cannot divulge this information directly. Therefore, opening a vault here signifies a transaction outside the usual rules, making them eager to assist with the exchange." He paused. "Of course, I suspect there's a maximum limit, but as long as it doesn't disrupt their balance, this method is effective." The family gazed at Vernon with admiration, especially Hagrid, whose large eyes were filled with wonder and respect, momentarily making Vernon feel a bit uncomfortable. Petunia and Ashley exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of their husband's cleverness, yet wholeheartedly approving. After all, the Potter's vault was there, and although they could not compete, they certainly did not wish to be completely overshadowed. For instance, if Harry and Ashley needed to withdraw money next year, with Harry producing his key while Ashley had to exchange pounds, should Harry suggest retrieving it from his vault? Such a suggestion would surely shatter the Dursleys' pride. Ignoring it, it would likely strain their ability to coexist with such treachery. Thus, what appeared to be a rivalry between parents was, in truth, a matter of equitable coexistence. "Harry, we now have a vault too. I won't come back next year, and then we won't need to exchange money. We can just withdraw it directly." "How convenient," Dudley remarked, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, expressing his excitement without a trace of sycophancy. Chapter 25, Ashley's Wand. Next, we shall visit Ollivanders to purchase wands, as it is conveniently located on the other side of Gringotts. After that, acquiring other items, including our departure, will be much simpler. What do you think? During this journey, Ashley's cleverness, Vernon's shrewd exchanges, and Petunia's warm affection garnered Hagrid's respect, prompting him to unconsciously consider the Dursleys' opinions. "All right, sounds good," Harry and Ashley replied in unison. Ashley, who was particularly keen on wands, found the suggestion agreeable, while Harry cared little for the order, finding both aspects equally intriguing. Vernon and Petunia had no objections, though Dudley wished to slip away first, only to be restrained by his parents, sulking instead. Ollivander's wand shop was situated at the end of the street, its window displaying a wand resting atop a faded purple cushion. The gold sign above the door had peeled, inscribed with Ollivander, established 382 BC, crafting fine wands. Peering inside, one could discern the shop was quite small, containing only a long bench and, notably, thousands of slender boxes filled with wands, stacked almost to the ceiling. This displayed its rich heritage and confidence. After all, despite its modest size, it was the sole official wand supplier for the wizarding community in the UK. The exclusivity of its business was paramount. Ashley was captivated, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at the boxes, completely unfazed by the shop's cramped quarters. Hagrid, self-aware, opted to remain outside. Dudley, feeling disgruntled, also chose to stay, knowing he could never become a wizard and preferring not to watch enviously from within. With Hagrid outside, Petunia and Vernon agreed to let him remain. As the four entered, they found the counter unoccupied, exchanging puzzled glances. Just as Vernon was about to call out, a figure suddenly appeared from the shelves, startling him into retreating 2 steps. Petunia and Harry were similarly taken aback, nearly gasping in surprise. Ashley, having prepared herself, merely flinched slightly before regaining composure. Ollivander's gaze immediately fixated on Harry, specifically on the scar upon his forehead. "I was wondering when I would meet you, Mr. Potter." Harry frowned, the same peculiar feeling from the leaky cauldron resurfacing. Ollivander did not await Harry's response. Instead, he descended the ladder and began rummaging for wands. Petunia and Vernon exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that Harry seemed quite famous in the wizarding world, yet they could not fathom why. Given he had lived under their roof for over a decade, they had considered that it might be due to Lily and James. Yet the respect others held for Harry seemed to stem from him alone, not his parents, which left them utterly perplexed. Ashley raised an eyebrow. Being overlooked was never a pleasant sensation, though she dismissed it, acknowledging the balance of gains and losses. Now, she felt unburdened and content to be a quiet magical girl, which was not a bad position at all. The process of Harry selecting his wand mirrored the film quite closely, the only difference being the presence of 3 spectators. However, as Vernon and Petunia witnessed Harry struggling with several unsuitable wands, they realized the inherent dangers of such a stick, elevating their alertness to its risks. Ultimately, the wand of destiny chose Harry, unchanged in its selection. "You are destined for great accomplishments. After all, the core of this wand is a feather from Phoenix, and the wand created from another feather belonged to the very person who left you that scar. Though formidable, he remains an extraordinary individual." Ollivander's words deepened the confusion for Petunia, Vernon, and Harry, leaving them baffled as to how someone who had harmed Harry could be connected to his inexplicable fame. Particularly, Ollivander's eccentric demeanor irked Vernon. Had it not been for Harry's wand still being unacquired, he might have forcibly pulled Ollivander away. "Ahem, Mr. Ollivander. I apologize for interrupting your thoughts, but my cousin Harry is still awaiting the selection of my wand partner." Ashley expressed her frustration, noting Ollivander's apparent oblivion to her presence as he became lost in his own musings, completely disregarding her need to choose a wand. This was truly dismissive. Yet, what could she do? Ashley, being true to herself, was cautious not to offend this esteemed wand maker, considering his formidable reputation and confidence. It is uncertain whether it was Harry's cousin status that piqued his interest or the charming title of wand partner that delighted him. But Ollivander finally cast his gaze upon Ashley, his curiosity intensified. "Oh, my dear young lady, how remiss of me not to have noticed you. You refer to Harry as your cousin? Then you must be the niece of Lily Potter. Upon closer inspection, although your eye color is somewhat lighter than Lily's, there is indeed a resemblance. Sir, your memory is truly remarkable. I am delighted that you still recall Aunt Lily. It makes me feel quite fond of you," Ashley replied. Ollivander paused, perhaps taken aback by such audacity, and remarked with a knowing smile, "What a clever little girl you are." Vernon and Petunia beamed with pride. Their darling child was indeed endearing. Hearing his sister being praised, Harry stowed away his myriad questions, clutching his wand and smiling with pride. Noticing the family's demeanor, Ollivander set aside his earlier skepticism and inquired warmly, "Now, it is time for me to find a suitable partner for this clever young lady. Which hand do you favor?" "Sir, I am right-handed," Ashley responded. "I have heard that Mr. Ollivander possesses not only an extraordinary memory, but also exceptional vision. One can discern what wand suits a wizard merely by looking at them. Just as with Harry, it is your keen insight, Mr. Ollivander, that allows you to find the wand most befitting him. You are truly impressive." Her face radiated admiration, reminiscent of a devoted fan meeting her idol. Ollivander paused, his right hand hovering momentarily. If not for the sly glance Ashley cast at his hand, he might have been convinced. Discreetly concealing the ruler in his right hand, Ollivander turned to the shelf to seek out a wand for the astute Ashley. Ashley exhaled softly, relieved to be free from that measuring ruler. "Let us try this one." A wand of ash wood paired with unicorn tail hair, measuring 9.5 inches. She grasped it and gave it a gentle flick, a wave of warmth enveloping her, and the wand emitted a faint glow. The compatibility was promising, yet fell short of perfection. Disheartened, she set it aside, believing she had succeeded. Let us try this one. Walnut wood with dragon heartstring, 9 3/4 inches. With renewed anticipation, Ashley waved it once more, and bang. The lights above the counter exploded. Embarrassed, she laid down the wand and exchanged a glance with Harry, both sharing a look of mutual apprehension. It seems the young lady does not favor the assertiveness of dragon heartstring. Let's try another. How about this one? Straight grain pine with unicorn tail hair, 9 3/4 inches. Cautiously, Ashley picked it up and gave a small wave. A familiar warmth coursed through her, and a soft white light flickered at the wand's tip. Oh, this is quite troublesome. The compatibility is quite good, yet still not optimal. Could this be the one? Rowan wood with phoenix feather, 10 inches. I believe this feather was given to me by Mr. LeMay as a greeting gift. Ollivander caressed the box containing the wand he had just extracted, a look of reluctance on his face. Ashley felt numb, although she had prepared herself for a lengthy search. The moment had arrived, and her expectations had nearly evaporated, plunging her into a state of despondence. Moreover, she truly could not comprehend Ollivander's selection criteria. Twice she had encountered wands with unicorn tail hair as cores, so why present a phoenix feather now? Wasn't it exceedingly rare? And why the reluctance to part with it? Mr. LeMay? Could it be the same individual she was thinking of? Perturbed, Vernon and Petunia appeared increasingly anxious, unable to fathom why Ollivander dismissed what seemed to be suitable responses. Let us try this one. I believe this time it should be correct. Ollivander had evidently taken considerable time to mentally prepare, seemingly coming to a resolution. Ashley, who initially held little hope, felt an immediate difference upon grasping the wand. Before she could even wave it, an unprecedented warmth surged through her, and she could even sense the wand's elation. A brilliant white light erupted from the wand's tip. For the first time, she distinctly felt the flow of magic within her. How wondrous! It turned out that Ollivander's words were not mere flattery. There truly existed an optimal wand partner. The light at the wand's tip seemed to pulse in harmony with her emotions, shining steadily. But as she began to experience discomfort, she instinctively controlled the surge of magic within her, and the light from the wand gradually dimmed. Truly remarkable. This wand undeniably belongs to you. It is obedient to your command, is it not? Rowan wood is renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities among wands. It is seldom possessed by dark wizards. None of its purchasers have ever strayed from the path of righteousness. It is most suitable for a wizard with a clear mind and a pure heart. However, do not underestimate it, for it is also exceptionally adept in dueling. I hope you wield it wisely. It shall be your finest companion, will it not? Although Ashley could not grasp Ollivander's fervor for wands, she admired the wandmaster's professionalism and nodded solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, for your generous gift. I shall utilize it diligently, just like a partner. Ollivander nodded with satisfaction. By the way, my dear young lady, I still do not know your name. Ashley's mouth twitched slightly, but she politely replied, I am Ashley Dursley, sir. Chapter 26, A New Friend for the Dursleys. Thanks to her wand, Ashley was now fondly remembered by Ollivander, who was engrossed in the delightful novelty of her wand. In truth, what left the deepest impression upon her was the origin of the phoenix feather core. Mr. LeMay? Could it be him? The great alchemist, the legendary wizard skilled in potions and prophecy? As the owner of the Philosopher's Stone, Ashley found it difficult to overlook this significant name. Moreover, ever since acquiring this wand, she felt as if she had forged some inexplicable connection with Nicholas Flamel, elusive yet profoundly significant. However, as a newcomer to the magical world, it was quite unreasonable for her to know of Nicholas Flamel. Thus she stifled her curiosity and refrained from directly questioning Ollivander. If she did, Ollivander might very well relay this situation to Dumbledore, and then the fun would truly begin. Shaking her head, Ashley attempted to banish Nicholas Flamel's name from her mind, and instead relished the excitement of having received her wand. From this day forth, please call me Magical Girl Ashley, she exclaimed with glee. Vernon remained oblivious to his little darling's unusual exuberance, inquiring about the cost of the 2 wand from Ollivander, settling the bill, and urging Ashley and Harry to leave the now chaotic little shop. As the 4 stepped outside, they found no sign of Hagrid or Dudley on the street, causing Petunia and Vernon to panic. Though Hagrid had not seemed like a bad person, one could never truly know someone as hard, and with such a massive physique, their precious Dudley would surely be dragged away without resistance. The more they pondered, the more fear consumed them, leaving their faces pale. Conversely, Ashley and Harry exhibited no concern. One knew Hagrid well, while the other was not inclined to think ill of him, calmly intending to find a place to sit and wait. Although Vernon and Petunia were anxious, they chose not to voice their suspicions, instead preparing to leave the two children waiting while they searched, planning to call the authorities if they could not locate them. Completely oblivious to his current surroundings, Harry found himself in a realm beyond the reach of the police. After all, the mindset of an ordinary person is not easily transformed in a fleeting moment. Fortunately, it was not long before Hagrid's towering figure emerged, accompanied by Dudley, who was savoring a candy apple with sugary remnants smeared across his face. "Oh, you're earlier than I anticipated. It's not easy to procure the right wand. You know, my apologies for keeping you waiting," Hagrid beamed, presenting a cage to Harry. "Happy early birthday, Harry. I'm uncertain whether I can make it on July 31st. So consider this an advance birthday gift," he continued, "and I must extend my gratitude to your cousin Dudley, who kindly suggested that you would surely adore this." Within the cage was the very white snowy owl, Hedwig, that Ashley had previously encountered. At this moment, Harry, Ashley, Petunia, and Vernon all directed their gaze towards Dudley, whose face was smeared with candy, their expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions. Harry awkwardly uttered his thanks. Feeling it insufficiently sincere, he added, "I really like it." Hagrid, oblivious to Harry's unease, flushed with a mixture of shyness and excitement at Harry's words, feeling that Dudley's recommendation was indeed worthwhile. Petunia and Vernon found themselves at a loss for words, having just misjudged the situation, leaving them somewhat sheepish. After presenting the gift, Hagrid dutifully assumed the role of the guide and led the group to the nearest Madame Malkin's robe shop. Given that bespoke clothing required measurements for Ashley and Harry and was rather time-consuming, a decision was made to split into two groups. Petunia would wait in the robe shop for Harry and Ashley, while Hagrid took Vernon and Dudley to procure the remaining necessary books, stationery, and cauldrons for their studies. Ultimately, Ashley could not escape the fate of being measured, as a slender measuring tape slithered about her like a serpent. Well, it was certainly preferable to a real snake, and far better than being handled inappropriately, not to mention much more favorable than Ollivander's tape that measured the distance between nostrils. Harry was quite accustomed to the process. Aside from a lengthy queue, there was little to complain about. Petunia settled the cost for the tailored garments and the shipping fees suggested by Hagrid, leaving the home address behind, thus completing their shopping task at Madame Malkin's. As the trio pushed open the shop door, preparing to reunite with Vernon and the others, they spotted Dudley across the street, waving enthusiastically at them. At that moment, Dudley was comfortably seated under a sun umbrella, indulging in ice cream and pastries. Though Hagrid was no longer by his side, Vernon was engaged in lively conversation with a refined-looking middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat. Upon approaching, Vernon redirected his attention to his family, explaining the current situation while introducing the gentleman beside him. It turned out that, due to the influx of new students, various shops had pre-packaged the items listed for purchase to expedite the process for newcomers and their parents. Thus, after a round of shopping, all that remained was payment and shipping costs, allowing them to send the items directly home. Consequently, while Hagrid, Vernon, and Dudley finalized their purchases, Petunia and Ashley had yet to emerge. Initially planning to wait at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor across from the robe shop for Petunia and the others, they fortuitously encountered Mr. Bertram C. Kelly, who was also waiting for his wife and children. Vernon took an immediate liking to Bertram, who wore modern attire, and their rapport deepened upon discovering that both Bertram and his wife, Agnes, were ordinary people who only learned of their wizarding heritage upon receiving their acceptance letters from Hogwarts at the age of 11. With both parties eager to forge a connection, Ashley witnessed their animated conversation at the table. Meanwhile, Hagrid, having completed his shopping task, felt reassured by Bertram's presence as a knowledgeable guide familiar with both the wizarding and muggle worlds, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. Ashley held no ill impressions of the suddenly appearing Bertram, particularly after their conversation, which revealed his high emotional intelligence, an aura of warmth that made him utterly endearing. Ashley, Petunia, and Harry ordered some desserts and ice cream, as the day had unfolded into the afternoon, and their stomachs were beginning to feel the pangs of hunger. Amid their chatter, Vernon and Bertram delved into discussions about their backgrounds, with Bertram learning of Vernon's position as an executive at Browning Company, while Vernon discovered that Bertram was an editor at a London newspaper. Upon learning of Bertram's editorial role in the Muggle world, which Vernon had previously mentioned, a sense of relief washed over him. Previously concerned about Ashley's future, the existence of a tangible, positive example in Bertram alleviated some of the tension he had been holding on to. As their conversation continued, they shared insights about their families. Bertram mentioned his own set of twins, while his wife worked at the Ministry of Magic. When Bertram learned that Vernon also had twins, he exclaimed in delight at their shared fortune, lamenting the missed opportunity to have met sooner. At that moment, Agnes, along with their children, emerged from Elop's Owl Emporium, proudly displaying their acquisitions, a charming brown owl and a white British short-hair cat. "Look what we bought, Daddy. A little bird and a kitten. They're so adorable," exclaimed the little girl, exuberantly rushing into Bertram's embrace to flaunt her treasures. Agnes greeted the Dursleys with a gentle nod, casting a disapproving glance at her daughter, who was still playfully clinging to her father. "Avery, you mustn't be rude. You should greet everyone. Look, there's a young lady over there who hasn't been acknowledged, and she might feel sad." "Oh, it was Avery's fault. I was just so eager to share this wonderful news with Daddy," the little girl, named Avery, confessed, her cherubic face adorned with a look of guilt, her round, innocent eyes shimmering with sincerity. Not only did Vernon, who had a soft spot for daughters, melt at her demeanor, but even Petunia couldn't help but soften her tone, crouching down to reassure her. "Oh, it's perfectly all right, dear. We forgive you." At once, Avery's frown transformed into an exuberant smile, eliciting a chorus of affectionate grins from the surrounding adults and children alike. Agnes gently nudged her son, Benedict, who had been quietly observing, signaling it was his turn. "Hello, I'm Benedict Kelly." Though he bore an identical visage to Avery, lacking her baby fat, his demeanor was entirely distinct as he introduced himself coolly. Bertram and Agnes exchanged glances filled with exasperation. Subsequently, much like Vernon, Bertram recounted the events to his wife and children, emphasizing the congenial rapport he had developed with Vernon and his unspoken desire for friendship. Agnes, perceptive as ever, harbored no doubts about her husband's judgment and became increasingly attentive to the Dursley family. Vernon, mindful of etiquette, had only briefly introduced the children by name earlier, but now he subtly signaled to his astute daughter, Ashley, clearly intending for the children to continue the familial camaraderie and elevate their intentions of friendship to the highest regard. "Hello, Uncle Bertram and Aunt Agnes. I am Ashley Dursley. I am a little over 2 months older than April and Benedict, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Ashley, supportive of the Dursleys forging a connection with a wizarding family, found them to be genuinely delightful upon interacting with them. Thus her sincerity was palpable. April, gazing at the beaming Ashley, immediately took her hand, an instinctive gesture reflecting their familiarity, revealing her apparent social ease, perhaps an embodiment of the mythical social butterfly. Daryl, Ashley's twin brother, was evidently smitten by April, as who could resist the charm of an adorable little sister, especially when one had a sibling prone to playful mischief. "Hello, I am Daryl Dursley, Ashley's twin brother." April, astonished by the stark contrast in stature between the two siblings, covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "You two look nothing alike except for your hair color. My brother Benedict and I resemble each other quite a bit." Daryl, for the first time, felt a wave of shyness wash over him, quipping, "Perhaps I ate too much while inside my mother's womb." Instantly, laughter erupted from both families, creating a warm and congenial atmosphere that belied their recent acquaintance. After the merriment subsided, their attention shifted to Harry, who felt the weight of their gazes upon him. Reddening as he introduced himself, "I'm the nephew of Aunt Petunia, and my birthday is at the end of the month. My name is Harry Potter." "Harry Potter?" The Bertram family gasped in unison, their incredulity palpable. Little April's eyes widened as she sought confirmation from Bertram. "Is he the savior, Harry?" At that moment, a tempest surged within Bertram. Earlier, Vernon had introduced this child as Harry, but had not divulged his full name. However, the name Harry was decidedly commonplace, and given the boy's quiet demeanor, he had not attracted undue attention. Who would have imagined he was Harry Potter? Listening to his introduction, he noted that his birthday was indeed July 31st, and there was no mistaking it. He was undoubtedly the renowned Harry Potter. Bertram scrutinized the boy's forehead, partially obscured by his fringe, yet he could discern a hint of the scar. What more needed to be said? It was unequivocally Harry Potter. Bertram exchanged a glance with Agnes, both recognizing the confirmation in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, the Dursleys were bewildered by April's exclamation of "Savior Harry," their expressions shifting to one of uncertainty as they regarded Harry. Ashley feigned astonishment, successfully blending into the moment. Harry, overwhelmed by a peculiar sensation reminiscent of his time in the leaky cauldron, could no longer contain his curiosity and implored, "Uncle Bertram, could you please explain what is happening?" With a serious expression, Bertram glanced at the puzzled Vernon and Petunia, then turned his gaze back to the attentive Harry, cautiously inquiring, "Are you unaware of your own heritage?" Harry glanced at his aunt and uncle, noting their lack of objection to his response, and recounted what little he knew. "My mother was Lily Evans, and my father was James Potter. They passed away when I was just over a year old, and Aunt Petunia took me in until now. But I do not understand why. Ever since I arrived at Diagon Alley, no, since entering the leaky cauldron, everyone has treated me so strangely. Why is that? Uncle Bertram, could you enlighten me? And what does Savior Harry mean? Bertram exchanged another glance with Vernon, who finally spoke. What we know is quite similar. However, when he was left at our home, the note in his blanket mentioned that Lily and James died during some sort of battle. But how does that relate to Harry? Upon finishing his question, Vernon discreetly shared a knowing glance with Petunia, clearly maintaining a tacit understanding regarding the secrecy surrounding bloodline protections. Bertram pondered for a moment, seemingly processing the information, before finally speaking. Actually, in the wizarding world, this is not considered a secret. It is often recounted as a tale to children. At this juncture, he glanced at April, and the Dursleys nodded in comprehension. Bertram then recounted the well-known narrative of Voldemort and the connection to Harry, allowing everyone to grasp the intricacies of the situation. So it is because I am the only one who survived his wrath, because I vanquished him, that I am regarded as the savior? Harry queried, his expression sorrowful as he reflected on his parents' demise and the circumstances that rendered him an orphan. Defeating him, by my expertise, I cannot confirm that, but must have at least caused him considerable setback. Clearly, Bertram's perspective aligned with Hagrid's. Amidst a post-Voldemort world, he remained one of the few who retained clarity. But I truly know nothing. I don't understand how this scar came to be, nor how he was incapacitated. I do not desire this fame. I merely wish for my mother and father. Harry lamented, his head bowed in despair, tears cascading down his cheeks as he bared his heart. This sentiment resonated universally, yet it left everyone powerless to act. Ashley felt a profound ache for him. No one could comprehend his longing for the love that she and Darryl received from their parents more than she did, straddling the line between insider and outsider. She stepped forward, embracing Harry, providing him a shoulder upon which to weep freely, gently patting his back to soothe his emotions. Chapter 28. The Establishment of Diplomatic Relations with Chinese Cuisine. After crying for a considerable time, Harry's sorrow began to dissipate somewhat. Just as he intended to remove his glasses to wipe his tears, he noticed numerous adults and children nearby observing him, causing him to feel embarrassed and almost suffocate Ashley in his grip. Realizing the situation, he quickly released her, appearing particularly sheepish and remorseful. I'm sorry, Ashley. Did I hurt you? I didn't mean to. Ashley looked at him, bemused, retrieved a tissue from the table, lifted his glasses, and gently wiped away his tears before kindly inquiring, Are you feeling better now? Harry, his eyes still red but warmed by her kindness, nodded. Yes, much better. The surrounding adults observed the affectionate bond between the siblings, unconsciously smiling in goodwill. Harry then recognized that the laughter he had perceived as mockery was merely curiosity about the reason for his tears and admiration for his relationship with Ashley, causing him to blush anew. The four parents collectively sighed in relief, particularly Petunia. After hearing the commonly circulated version of events in the wizarding world and recalling the letter left by Dumbledore, she felt an inkling that the bloodline protection might indeed be pivotal, coupled with Bertram's speculation. A mixture of fear and an instinctive desire to keep this secret even tighter enveloped her. Yet Harry's poignant sorrow over his parents' absence was so affecting that for a fleeting moment, Petunia contemplated revealing to him that his parents had always been by his side, protecting him in an alternate manner. Fortunately, she ultimately refrained, thus averting her own inner turmoil. Vernon exchanged an understanding glance with Petunia, gently taking her hand to offer comfort. Bertrand and Agnes, like the majority of those in the magical realm, harbored a profound sense of gratitude toward Harry and his family, now that they had formed a friendship with the Dursleys. Their affection for Harry had grown to that of a doting uncle and aunt, naturally wishing for his well-being. Oh dear, Harry's tears were truly pitiful, and Apollyon felt an urge to weep as well. With glistening eyes, Apollyon gazed at Bertrand, her expression reflecting deep empathy. Foolish child, utterly hopeless. Benedict couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly, yet he retrieved a tissue from the table and tossed it to Apollyon with a look of reluctant compassion. Bertrand and Agnes exchanged amused glances, choosing not to interrupt the siblings' interaction. Benedict, why must you always engage in such ill-timed antics when I am being moved? Do you not regard me as your sister? Her soft voice feigned maturity, attempting to assert her authority as the elder sibling, though the effect was rather minimal. After speaking, she took the tissue that had landed on her lap and blew her nose vigorously, which only diminished her persuasive power. Dudley erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of the others, causing him to stifle his amusement. With a suppressed chuckle escaping him once more, Dudley hastily waved his hands in protest. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Harry's face flushed crimson as he timidly raised his hand, apologizing softly. Upon hearing him, The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, the atmosphere becoming delightfully chaotic. The combination of the proud younger brother and the adorably naive sister was irresistibly amusing. Ashley, initially striving to maintain some semblance of decorum for Apollyon's sake, ultimately found it impossible to contain her laughter. Harry, too, was captivated by the unexpected interlude, momentarily forgetting his sorrow. Only Apollyon remained in her solitary world of hurt. Subsequently, Bertrand's humble attempts to console the young girl were nothing short of enlightening for Vernon, who was similarly a slave to his daughter. Eventually, after Bertrand promised a feast of Chinese cuisine as compensation, Apollyon's sulky lips finally relaxed. Regrettably, the gleam in Apollyon's eyes went unnoticed by Ashley, who was equally enraptured. Having overheard the mention of an impending grand meal, the emotionally astute Bertrand could not resist inviting his new friends. Thus, the excursion to Chinatown swiftly became part of the itinerary for both families. With their shopping in Diagon Alley complete, there was no further reason to linger. Vernon discreetly inquired with Ashley about whether they should consider acquiring one of the pets from the Kelly family. But Ashley had yet to decide on her desired companion and declined, agreeing to revisit the topic when she was ready. Following this, Bertrand guided the Dursleys through a hidden door in the alley, leading them out of the leaky cauldron and onto their journey to Chinatown. Along the way, Bertrand shared details about the restaurant they were headed to. It turned out he had previously conducted an interview related to it and had been so impressed with the meal that he later returned with his family, leaving a lasting impression on young foodie Apollyon, which prompted his offer to exchange a dining experience for her forgiveness. Although a staunch advocate of traditional British cuisine, Vernon remained skeptical about Bertrand's claims of extraordinary flavors. However, out of respect for his friend's enthusiasm, he decided to give it a try, displaying a hint of anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter was eagerly swallowing her saliva, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Upon arriving in Chinatown, the clock had struck past 7 in the evening, perfect timing for dinner. The two families entered the restaurant Bertrand had recommended. It must be said that Bertrand was incredibly reliable. Having consulted everyone's tastes, he ordered 7 dishes that catered to all preferences. Surprisingly, Vernon, who had previously dismissed Chinese cuisine, found himself enamored with the braised lion's head meatballs, although he was puzzled as to how pork meatballs could be related to lions' heads. It did not deter him from reveling in the rich sauce and the delightful texture of the meatballs. Penny and Agnes shared similar tastes, favoring the mixed corn shrimp and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Naturally, the children were drawn to the sweet and sour dishes, devouring sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and pineapple sweet and sour pork. Harry, Dudley, and Benedict feasted with such enthusiasm that they barely lifted their heads. To their surprise, Ashley and Apollyon discovered their palates were remarkably alike, finding the savory salted egg yolk eggplant irresistible, which they polished off entirely. Bertrand's taste aligned closely with Harry and the others, particularly relishing the sweet and sour pork, even stealthily snatching the last piece when the 3 children were otherwise occupied. The meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied, prompting Vernon to suggest that they gather again for another feast during the children's holiday. Ashley and Apollyon, discovering their compatibility, became fast friends, their camaraderie blossoming to the point where they felt akin to sisters from different parents. Meanwhile, the bond between Dudley, Harry, and Benedict deepened significantly, with the once proud young lad now engaging in discussions about which cars were cooler and which game characters were mightier. When it came time to say goodbye, the children were reluctant to part ways, but fortunately, Bertrand remembered Harry's upcoming birthday. "Harry, might we have the honor of attending your birthday party?" "Of course." The children erupted into joyous laughter once more, while the 4 adults exchanged smiles, reveling in this delightful connection. Chapter 29. Harry's 11th birthday. The year 1991 would undoubtedly be etched in Harry's memory forever. In this year, he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, discovering that he was, in fact, a wizard, endowed with the capacity to learn wondrous magic rather than being utterly talentless. This year, he learned that his sister Ashley, who had always cared for him, was, in reality, one of his kind, and they could support one another. This year, he earned the title of the Chosen One, experiencing a sense of vanity he had never known before. This year, he uncovered the truth behind his parents' demise, stirring an unshakable sorrow within him. This year, he awaited the lifting of his aunt's emotional burdens, finally receiving the genuine affection he had long yearned for from family. This year, he finally had a proper birthday party. "Harry, come here. Why are you standing there in a daze? Don't think that just because it's your birthday, you can shirk all responsibilities. Hurry, hang up these balloons. We need to be ready before Apollyon and the others arrive." Ashley, observing Harry's dazed stance in the living room doorway, could somewhat fathom the complexity of his feelings, but was concerned he might become lost in them, thus firmly ushering him inside. "All right, Ashley." The 11-year-old boy, with a bright and genuine smile, seemed to shatter the invisible barriers surrounding him, becoming vibrant and full of life. "Harry, this year, Mom ordered a cake as large as ours for your birthday, and remember to save the biggest chocolate piece for me." Dudley quietly slipped beside Harry, glanced around, and whispered his instructions. "Sure, no problem." Harry beamed with a broad smile, feeling immense joy. "Aunt Petunia, should I have the gifts placed in my room or on a coffee table for us to unwrap later?" Penny entered with 2 gift boxes, standing at the door and inquiring of Harry. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. Just put the clothes in my room. This year's gifts aren't clothes. Don't you want to share the surprise with your friends?" Penny, momentarily caught off guard by Harry's response, then suddenly adopted a teasing tone, hinting at her meaning. Harry was taken aback. He had never anticipated such affection from Aunt Petunia. Ashley gently nudged him, prompting Harry to respond. Since Aunt Petunia said so, I certainly want to share the surprise with everyone." "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." His tone reflected a mix of surprise and gratitude, causing Penny to blush involuntarily. "Dudley, that wretched owl has once again relieved itself all over the place. I have repeatedly informed you that we cannot keep pets at home. Why then did you feel compelled to use Harry's name to trick that oaf into purchasing such a gift? Was it merely to satisfy your absurd desire for ostentation?" In order to mask her own awkwardness, Petunia was evidently left with no choice but to use her precious son as an excuse. Dudley had indeed boasted about it before, and by now the novelty had worn off. Naturally, he had no desire to undertake the task of cleaning up the droppings. Thus he turned to Harry for assistance. "Rest assured, Aunt Petunia, I will take Hedwig to school with me. It won't be too much trouble for you at home, and I will take good care of her. I'll clean up in a bit, so could you possibly?" Harry eventually settled on the name Hedwig for his owl, a choice that could only be described as lacking in refinement. However, during their time together, Harry had genuinely grown fond of Hedwig, and for the first time mustered the courage to plead with Petunia for the right to keep her. Yet, his nervousness rendered him somewhat tongue-tied. Harry was making a request for the first time and had already addressed the cleanliness issue. Petunia's heart had tacitly agreed, but having just told Dudley that they could not keep pets, she hesitated at the thought of going back on her word. "Mother, I heard from Apollyon that Hogwarts prohibits the use of electronic devices, allowing only letters for communication. Therefore, acquiring an owl as a messenger is indeed quite necessary. Moreover, Harry has assured me that he will take care of her," he implored, casting a reassuring glance at Harry. "Is that so? Perhaps, little darling, you should also get one. Otherwise, if we cannot reach you, what will we do in case of an emergency?" Although Eily had not considered this angle initially, she decided to shamelessly ride on Hedwig's coattails. "Mother, I do not have such an affinity for owls that I need to acquire another solely for the purpose of sending messages. Besides, I have Hedwig. If I need to send a letter, Harry will surely lend her to me." Of course, Eily could utilize Hedwig at any time. She belonged to their family. Harry nodded enthusiastically, even emphasizing the term our. Petunia, pleased to see the bond between the siblings, affectionately patted Harry's head, smiling in satisfaction. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang. It must be the Bennets arriving. Dudley excitedly trotted to the door. The finely dressed Vernon, having heard the chime, descended the stairs with heavy footsteps. "Oh, my friends, welcome to the Dursley residence." Vernon boomed, warmly greeting the Kellys and embracing Bertie. Agnes temporarily placed the gifts by the door and exchanged pleasantries with Petunia. Apollyon, brimming with excitement, clasped Eily's hands and bounced joyfully, fervently expressing her delight at their reunion. The proud Benedict revealed a broad smile, clutching his carefully prepared gift, allowing Dudley and Harry to lead him into the house. The two families intuitively sought their respective corners to chat, and the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Harry's pile of gifts had grown considerably, a sight that was quite pleasing. The dining table was laden with an array of delicacies prepared by Petunia, arranged in a buffet style that allowed for a more relaxed and casual gathering. Having invited only the Kellys, Dudley assumed everyone had arrived, and thus he led Benedict, eager to indulge in the feast. Just then, ding-dong, the doorbell rang again. The guests exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who could be arriving at such an hour. As the guest of honor, Harry, spurred on by the encouraging looks from everyone, bravely approached the door to open it. "Happy birthday, Harry." Hagrid's towering figure appeared in the doorway, causing Harry to stammer in surprise. "Hagrid, I didn't expect it to be you. You brought a gift early, I thought." "Huh, I didn't foresee that Dumbledore would send me on an errand, so I took the opportunity to drop by. By the way, essay cake I baked myself. I hope you like it." As he spoke, he rummaged through his ample robes and produced a leather box, only for an envelope to fall out alongside it. Hagrid's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed the envelope fall, hastily placing the box into Harry's arms while he scrambled to retrieve it. Realizing his earlier clumsiness, he turned to Harry with an apologetic and embarrassed expression, saying, "Sorry, Harry, this is a confidential task entrusted to me by Dumbledore. So, could you please pretend you didn't see that? I will be most grateful." Harry nodded in understanding. Though his mind lingered on the words top secret and 713 he had glimpsed on the envelope. Nevertheless, as he was unaware of its significance, he dismissed it from his thoughts. "Hagrid, we're having my birthday party. Would you like to join us?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. You know I have to attend to the task Dumbledore assigned me, so that's all right. We'll see each other at school." After a brief embrace, Hagrid hurriedly departed. Returning to the living room with Hagrid's cake, Harry shared the news of Hagrid's visit but remained true to his word, omitting any mention of the letter or the confidential task. The others paid little heed, continuing to revel in the festivities. Amidst the warmth and affection of those around him, Harry made his wish, blew out the candles, and unwrapped his gifts. The experience was so delightful that it felt almost dreamlike. Vernon's gift was a lavish box of Lego bricks. It seemed that Harry's earlier display of envy during Dudley's birthday the previous year had left an impression, prompting Vernon to choose a gift this year that reflected a change in his perspective. Petunia's gift was an electronic watch, the same model given to Dudley and Ashley on their recent birthdays. For Harry, the symbolic value of the watch far surpassed its actual worth. The mere thought of having one of his own brought him immense joy, moving him to tears. The other gifts were also to Harry's liking, though none could compare to the sheer impact of these two. The evening unfolded with laughter and playful banter, concluding only after 9 o'clock. As Harry lay in bed, he reflected on the wish he had made today, fervently praying that God would hear him. May every birthday be as wonderful as this one. Chapter 30, Before School Begins. Following Harry's birthday, a tranquil August ensued. During this month, Dudley participated in several boxing matches, achieving commendable results, which gradually restored some of the confidence he had lost due to Harry and Ashley. Throughout this month, Harry, under Ashley's insistence, diligently completed the task of reading through his textbooks. Although he could not yet perform spells due to the presence of tracking spells, he gained a general understanding of charms, potions, and magical history. During this time, Ashley seized the opportunity to visit Diagon Alley while playing with Apollyon, ordering a plethora of magical books, including those related to the Patronus charm and the Obliviation spell. In truth, she was not concerned about Dumbledore and Snape's potential use of the Patronus charm. After all, no one would target a young wizard with such a spell unless they exhibited any signs of abnormality, especially not the esteemed Dumbledore or Snape, who shared a profound bond with her Aunt Lily. However, after perusing her textbooks and growing weary of waiting for school to commence, Ashley suddenly realized that the Sorting Hat's mind-reading abilities could potentially pose a problem for her. Thus, she conceived the idea of countering this mind-reading capability. Certainly, she was not so presumptuous as to believe that she could master the profound art of brain closure through a mere month of self-study. Rather, after perusing the materials, she conceived a cunning method, a brief hypnotic state. First, she endeavored to empty her mind, suppressing the innate urge to ruminate. Once she acclimated to this state, she began to vividly recall the emotional memories from her life as Ashley over the past decade, particularly those with intense feelings attached. The transition from thought to practice proved far more arduous than Ashley had anticipated. Merely achieving a blank mind and becoming accustomed to it consumed the better part of half a month. After all, as long as one is alive and conscious, it is exceedingly difficult to refrain from thinking, and thus, one cannot achieve a truly empty mind, let alone become accustomed to such a state. Ashley often found herself in a daze, drifting into slumber, and upon being forcibly awakened, her mind would easily spiral into chaotic thoughts, necessitating repeated attempts to reset and clear her mind. Consequently, throughout this month, Harry frequently observed Ashley in a state of deep contemplation. It was not until a day in late August that Ashley suddenly realized that, at a particular moment, she seemed to have entirely forgotten the memories associated with Li Aixi. This was despite her deliberate reminder written in Chinese characters on a blank sheet of paper. She was well aware that this method was perilous. The human psyche is intricate, and delving into its most mysterious realms without guidance is undeniably audacious. However, the Sorting Hat's mind-reading ability posed a significant threat to someone harboring such profound secrets, compelling her to take the risk. Upon realizing her success, the predominant emotion she felt was not joy, but rather fear. Can you imagine the eerie sensation of seeing the characters Li Aixi and wondering, who is Li Aixi? Although this fleeting moment was brief, when her memories returned. The ensuing terror left her drenched in cold sweat. Upon reflection, she concluded that her initial fears were exaggerated. After all, it was merely her own half-hearted self-hypnosis. Even without the three characters as an anchor, given more time, that sense of emptiness would gradually dissipate on its own. It was simply the overwhelming impact of that single question that had been too great. In simpler terms, she had frightened herself. Fortunately, following this episode, she was able to confirm that she could indeed maintain such a temporary seal for a brief period, alleviating much of the anxiety instigated by the Sorting Hat. The subsequent trials yielded exceptionally positive results, affirming her hypothesis. Each time she consciously emptied and reinforced her mind. Although she was uncertain when she would fully enter that sealed state, she noted that after 20 minutes, the memories would inevitably begin to resurface. This instilled in her a greater anticipation for the commencement of her studies at Hogwarts, as well as an increased confidence in successfully navigating the Sorting Hat's scrutiny. On August 31st, the day before school commenced, although Ashley and Harry had meticulously packed their belongings, Petunia still found herself periodically fretting over whether anything had been forgotten. Her anxious demeanor not only moved Harry to the brink of tears, but also brought Ashley to the verge of weeping. Dudley was also set to begin school on September 1st, but due to their proximity to home, he did not receive the same treatment. They had already agreed that Petunia would take Dudley to enroll, while Vernon would drive Ashley and Harry to the London station, which explained Petunia's current reluctance to part. "Mother, please do not fret so. Even if something is forgotten, Uncle Bertie can always help deliver it, can't he?" Upon hearing Ashley's words, Petunia finally ceased her anxious worrying and instead embraced Ashley with reluctance. The mother and daughter exchanged thoughts on food, sleep, and letter-writing frequency for quite some time, and after Ashley's repeated reassurances, Petunia finally relented. Then came Vernon. He was more focused on the future, detailing to Ashley Bertie's post-graduation endeavors, such as how to obtain a university degree and secure a job. Ashley was moved by Vernon's paternal concern, even pondering that if she could not find her desired lifelong career in the magical realm, returning to the mundane world, much like Bertie, could indeed be a commendable choice. Satisfied with Ashley's attitude, Vernon left with a cheerful disposition. Lastly, Dudley approached. "Ashley, wouldn't it be wonderful if I had magical talents too? Then we could always be together." Although he believed he had moved past his feelings, there remained a lingering sense of unresolved sentiment. Ashley fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. "Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. I'm merely worried that if I'm not at that magical school, and someone bullies you, I won't be able to help." Dudley attempted to sound casual. Ashley remained quiet, acutely aware of Dudley's current sorrow. "If I become very powerful in the future, please do not disdain me for being an incompetent brother. Otherwise, I will be quite upset." As he spoke, Dudley's tone began to quaver with emotion. Ashley then realized that this was the root of his unease. She embraced Dudley, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Never. Dudley, I have told you before. You have always been my hero, my warrior, my knight. Do not forget, you are the boxing champion. How could I ever look down on you? I have also said we would be like the best partners in a game. I am the wizard, and you are the knight. I handle the ranged attacks while you take care of the close combat. Together, we shall be invincible. Furthermore, you must understand that casting spells takes time. Only a knight can safeguard a wizard while they cast spells, thus making the knight equally vital. All right, then I shall be the knight, standing before you, allowing you to focus on casting spells. I will be your strongest shield and sharpest sword." Dudley broke into laughter, his confidence restored. Ashley slyly wiped her tears on Dudley's shirt, which prompted him to jokingly threaten to tell Petunia, leading to a playful chase between the siblings. It culminated with Harry joining in, resulting in Ashley emerging victorious. Yet, Dudley's vulnerability and promise from that night remained an unspoken, enduring secret between the two siblings. Chapter 31. Journey to Platform 9 and 3/4. On September 1st, the weather was clear and sunny, perfect for the Star School. Bright and early, the Dursleys began to bustle with excitement. Vernon's car trunk was crammed to the brim, and after finally managing Ashley's luggage, Harry's belongings began to flow down in a steady stream. With Dudley, Harry, and Vernon present, the task of carrying luggage fell to Ashley, leaving her feeling rather bored as she gazed into her family's yard, pondering whether it would appear the same upon her return. At that moment, a suspicious figure suddenly emerged on the grass. Oh, it's a rabbit. A pure white coat and rosy ears. So adorable. She longed to pet it. Wait. Ashley recalled that Vernon had mentioned seeing a rabbit in the yard back in June. Was this the very one? He had claimed it was quite clean and likely belonged to a neighbor, though she was uncertain if he had followed up on that. Oddly enough, this little rabbit was not grazing, but rather remained motionless, its eyes seemingly fixed on Ashley. At that moment, she noticed its eyes, brilliant red, akin to two rubies. How could anyone resist such a charming, fluffy creature? Ashley felt utterly enchanted. What should she do? She wanted to sneak it away, but she hoped that the neighbor who owned it might appear so they could discuss it. Ashley, her intentions somewhat mischievous, unconsciously leaned closer to the little creature. Yet, before she could extend her sinuous hands, in a swift flash, the little rabbit vanished without a trace. After blinking twice earnestly, she finally came to terms with the reality that she had been forsaken by the rabbit. Must it flee with such alacrity? Am I truly so dreadful? It seems my father was not exaggerating that day. Such speed, indeed, it is no wonder I was captivated by this rabbit. Alas, it did not reciprocate my affection, sigh. Ashley lamented the abrupt disappearance of the charming creature. Ashley, dear, we must take our leave, her father's voice, Vernon's, called out. Very well, father, she replied. With a lingering glance at the spot where the rabbit had just been, Ashley turned and boarded the vehicle. King's Cross Station, London. Oh, Bertram, my friend. I was just pondering your arrival, and what a delightful surprise it is to encounter you here. Two vehicles halted almost simultaneously at the station's entrance, and as the drivers disembarked, they were met with an overwhelming wave of astonishment. Bertram beamed and enveloped Vernon in a hearty embrace, while Agnes, seated in the passenger seat, wore a smile of sheer delight at the scene. Applin, unable to contain her excitement, leaped onto Ashley, clinging to her as if she could not bear to let go. Benedict sauntered over to Harry to greet him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, they finally retrieved their luggage, loading it onto a large cart, and proceeded toward the platform. Oh, Bertram, is it true that Platform 9 really exists? Were it not for your guidance, I might have suspected my ticket was a forgery, Vernon exclaimed. Oh, do not fret, Vernon. When I first arrived, I thought the same. Had I not fortuitously encountered an upperclassman, I might have missed the train to Hogwarts entirely, Bertram replied, his tone light and humorous, dissipating the awe in Vernon's voice and eliciting gentle laughter from the group. Father, how much longer until we arrive? Will Peaches and Blueberry be hungry in their cage? Applin inquired. I believe it is you who is hungry. I already fed Peaches and Blueberry at home and left food in their cage. You, on the other hand, have not snacked in nearly 3 hours. It is no wonder you are famished, Benedict quipped with a hint of sarcasm. Scoundrel Benedict, how dare you? This is slander. This is defamation, Applin retorted. Oh, where have I erred? Did I fail to feed Peaches and Blueberry? Or are you not, indeed, hungry? He countered. Witnessing the playful banter between the siblings, the group erupted in laughter, though Applin's pouting lips stirred a twinge of guilt in Ashley, prompting her to intervene. Peaches? Blueberry? Were they? At this, Applin became animated, her irritation forgotten, as she pointed adorably at the little owl perched on her cart and the white cat resting on Benedict's. This little owl is Peaches. Just look at its head. It resembles a peach, does it not? And Benedict's cat is Blueberry. Observe its eyes, a lovely shade of bluish-purple, reminiscent of blueberries. Ashley examined the creatures more closely and was charmed by the reasoning. Indeed, it was delightful how such adorable girls bestowed equally delightful names. However, why was it that Benedict's cat also bore her name? Contemplating this, she posed a question. Applin, in all seriousness, explained, because both are the pets I desired. I was simply worried I could not manage them alone, so Benedict agreed to care for Blueberry. Your claim is rather audacious, considering I have been the one feeding Peaches and cleaning its space. You merely entertain them, Benedict scoffed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Applin fell silent, her eyes darting around as if to feign ignorance. Ashley cast a longing glance at Benedict. How she wished for such a brother. Could she perhaps trade Harry or even Dudley for him? Here we are, Bertram's voice cut through her reverie, rescuing Applin from her musings. She eagerly pushed her cart, bounding after Bertram, exclaiming in excitement, Where is it? Where is it? Harry stood before a wall, flanked by signs indicating 9 and 10, oblivious to the situation at hand. Vernon wore a similar expression of confusion, his gaze shifting toward Bertram. Platform 9 is situated right behind that wall, nestled between platforms 9 and 10, merely concealed from view. Bertram explained with a smile, then nodded toward Benedict. Benedict, demonstrate for your siblings. Remember, just aim for the center and walk straight through. With a nonchalant demeanor, Benedict pushed the cart toward the wall, though the tension in his grip revealed his nervousness. Of course, he was not alone in his apprehension. Both Vernon and Harry shared his anxiety. Vernon watched Benedict intently, and when he witnessed him truly vanish through the wall, he could not help but swallow hard, realizing that the deeper he delved into the magical world, the more his understanding of peculiar occurrences was challenged. Harry, too, felt a surge of trepidation. Having lived in a mundane world for 10 years, even with the knowledge of the impossible, his instincts reacted with unease. Applin, witnessing Benedict's passage, was filled with exuberance, ready to follow suit. Meanwhile, Ashley, excitement coursing through her veins, surveyed the reactions of those around her. Indeed, a living person had just walked through a wall, and it appeared as though no one around them had taken notice. Vernon noted this peculiar phenomenon as well and stuttered a question to Bertram. "Aren't you concerned about being seen while passing through the wall?" Bertram replied with a chuckle. "This area is enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm. Those without magical abilities will subconsciously overlook it. Furthermore, only those with magic can pass through. Ordinary individuals cannot gain entry. Thus, Vernon, you will likely have to part ways with us here." Having just been enchanted by Bertram's explanation of why muggles could not see, Ashley's heart sank at this disheartening news, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Vernon, too, wore a look of sorrow and reluctance. Harry approached, his face reflecting the same sentiment. Agnes, perceiving the somber atmosphere, nodded at Bertram and took Applin's hand, leading her ahead to grant the Dursleys a moment of solitude. Vernon, Ashley, and Harry stood in silence for a moment, unsure how to broach the topic. Eventually, Bertram, unable to bear the heaviness of the moment, reminded them, "The train departs at 11 o'clock. The three of them glanced at the time, and a sense of urgency enveloped them. "Harry, my good boy, I will rely on you to look after Ashley from here on. Remember to heed your sister's words and do not cause her trouble. Understood?" Vernon said, finally placing a hand on the shoulder of the child he had often overlooked, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Do not worry, Uncle Vernon. I will take good care of Ashley and will be sure to listen," Harry replied earnestly. Vernon smiled faintly, giving him a gentle push. "Off you go." Reluctantly, Harry cast a glance back at him, then at Ashley, before pushing the cart into the wall. Ashley inhaled deeply, embracing Vernon. "Father, do not feel so sorrowful. I shall return to visit you at Christmas." "Very well. Take care of yourself, and remember to write if anything arises," he urged. Ashley nodded, hesitating as she glanced at Bertram. "Fear not. Agnes will help you settle in. I shall remain here with Vernon, and we will join you shortly," Bertram reassured her. With a heart full of gratitude, Ashley looked at Bertram and silently expressed her thanks. He responded with an okay gesture, indicating his understanding. Finally, Ashley turned to Vernon once more, pushing her cart forward with excitement and joy, racing toward the wall. Platform 9, here I come. Chapter 32, The Hogwarts Express. If one were to inquire of Ashley about the sensation of stepping onto Platform 9 3/4, she could only describe it as akin to squeezing into a bubble and then emerging from it. The experience was remarkably smooth, and upon opening her eyes, it felt as though she had been transported to another realm. The steam locomotive billowed smoke as it chugged along, adorned with a metallic sign proclaiming Hogwarts Express and a number 5972, instantly immersing her in the enchanting world of magic. The vintage charm and palpable authenticity were such that even Ashley's previously exuberant heart quieted in reverence. "Ashley, come over here. Don't block the way. Be careful not to get bumped by those behind you," Agnes called out with a chuckle, observing Ashley, who had been lost in thought, staring at the train. Blushing, Ashley scratched her forehead and hurriedly pushed her trolley forward. Meanwhile, Harry, ahead of them, offered a quiet reassurance. "There's no need to feel embarrassed, Ashley. I was just like that a moment ago." Ashley let out a light laugh, feeling comforted by his words. With about 10 minutes until departure, the platform was relatively deserted, allowing Ashley and her companions to board the train with ease. Agnes led the 4 children to the rear of the train, where they finally discovered an empty compartment. After stowing their luggage and settling into their seats, Agnes briefed them on the time to change into their uniforms and other pertinent details before bidding them farewell and disembarking. In contrast to Ashley and Harry, Apollyon and Benedict displayed a carefree demeanor, as if embarking on a leisurely outing, completely devoid of any sense of reluctance. Agnes, accustomed to this, waved them goodbye once more from the platform before turning to leave. Ashley couldn't help but ponder that perhaps such nonchalance was a family trait. As her gaze followed Agnes's departing figure, Ashley caught sight of a strikingly red-haired family entering through the entrance. Surprised, yet feeling a sense of completion, she couldn't help but smile and withdrew her head from the window with satisfaction. "Ashley, have you spotted something amusing? You seem so cheerful," Apollyon chimed in. "I just saw a pair of twin boys with red hair. I found it quite intriguing," Ashley replied. "You must be referring to Fred and George Weasley. I've heard from my mother's colleague that they are indeed quite entertaining." Benedict, being a twin himself, clearly recognized the Weasley twins' reputation, pausing as if unsure how to comment on their mischievous antics. Ashley knowingly winked at Benedict, causing the proud young boy to blush and turn his face away. With an awkward smile, Ashley attempted to ease the moment. However, Apollyon, having found an ally, took Ashley's hand and animatedly recounted how excessively Benedict controlled her snacks and how he never gave her due respect in front of others, even mockingly criticizing her taste in names. Watching her embrace a peach with one arm and a blueberry with the other, it seemed she was flaunting her quiet guardian brother, evoking a deep sense of envy and jealousy in Ashley, who often wished she could trade Dolly for Benedict for a day. "Excuse me, may I squeeze in here?" "The seats in front are all taken, and this is the last compartment," the red-haired boy said, leaning against the door with an air of awkwardness. "Oh, fate indeed," Ashley mused internally. The other three turned to her, seeking her opinion, as she was the eldest among them. "If you don't mind squeezing in with us, please take a seat." The compartment accommodated 3 on one side and 6 seats facing them. Thus, Ashley found no valid reason to refuse entry to another. Not to mention, the newcomer bore a resemblance to Ron, a member of the famed trio, and she had no desire to disrupt their acquaintance. Harry and Apollyon evidently had no objections and even displayed welcoming gestures. Whether there truly exists a bond or affinity between people. On one side of the compartment sat Apollyon and Benedict, while on the opposite side were Ashley and Harry, with the girl by the window and the boy on the aisle. Ron instinctively chose to sit beside Harry, thinking to himself, the blonde boy seems a bit cold. But this dark-haired boy appears more approachable. "I'm Ron Weasley," he introduced, noting the distinctive color of Ashley's hair. "I'm Apollyon Kelly, and this is my brother, Benedict." Apollyon quickly followed up on Ron's introduction. Had she not emphasized my brother, Ashley might have thought Apollyon harbored a profound fondness for Ron. Benedict shot Apollyon a disapproving glance, receiving a triumphant smile in return. "I'm Ashley Dursley, and this is my cousin Harry." Keeping up with the introductions, Ashley cleverly added a remark and gestured for Harry to introduce himself. Harry shyly smiled, but managed to catch Ashley's eye. "I'm Harry Potter." Ashley felt a sense of fulfillment as she witnessed Ron's astonished expression. Upon withdrawing her gaze, she noticed Benedict and Apollyon sharing amused looks, which made her lips twitch. Well, it seems that enjoying a spectacle is an eternal human pursuit. There's no denying that. "So that's true then? I mean that scar," Ron excitedly blurted out. Harry understood, but didn't he appreciate the remark, for he had come to grasp the implications of that scar. With a strained smile, he nodded, "Yes, it's on my forehead." Ron, although not grasping Harry's emotions, quickly recognized his rudeness. "I apologize, I just thought it was cool. It's a badge of honor for defeating that person. I was merely curious." Harry shook his head in a wry smile, unwilling to engage in an argument. The atmosphere in the compartment grew somewhat awkward. Ashley, Apollyon, and Benedict had seen Harry's reaction upon learning the truth and understood his feelings. Ashley felt a surge of concern for Harry, who seemed unable to confront the topic without becoming despondent, and wished to prevent Ron from misconstruing Harry's demeanor as aloofness. So she spoke up. "I'm sorry, Ron. Harry just thinks of his scar in relation to his parents, you know?" Ron waved his hands dismissively. "It's fine. I was too forward." Ashley gently patted Harry's head. "Harry, don't be like this. Aunt Lily and Uncle James would feel sad. They want you to be happy. Do you understand?" Harry looked up at Ashley, clearly seeing her concern reflected in her eyes, and smiled, nodding earnestly. The siblings exchanged a warm smile, and the atmosphere in the compartment began to thaw. "Apollyon, isn't it time for lunch?" Ashley suggested, taking the initiative to rekindle the mood. Apollyon quickly seized the cue, exclaiming, "Oh my, it's already that time. I'm starving." "Benedict, hurry and bring out the delicious food that Mum made." Benedict cast a helpless glance at Ashley and then at Apollyon, rummaging through their luggage while retorting, "Don't think I didn't notice. You were sneaking snacks earlier. You should cut back. Do you think you don't have enough meat on your face?" "Stupid Benedict. Bad Benedict. That baby fat. It's adorable. You wouldn't understand. Stop talking nonsense." The other three stifled their laughter, the earlier awkwardness dissipating in an instant. Soon after, Harry and Ashley retrieved the lunch prepared by Petunia, combining it with Apollyon and Benedict's provisions on the table, creating a bountiful spread. Ron, feeling somewhat self-conscious, cautiously produced the sandwich prepared for him by Mrs. Weasley. However, upon noticing that the 4 companions did not display any contemptuous expressions, he gradually relaxed. Naturally, Ashley and the others extended an invitation to Ron to join their meal, using the pretext of wanting to sample Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills, thus successfully inviting him without bruising the boy's pride. They cut Ron's sandwich into small pieces for everyone to taste, and in a show of camaraderie, they praised Mrs. Weasley's culinary prowess, further enhancing the harmonious atmosphere. During this time, a snack cart rolled by, and in order to maintain the flow of their narrative, Ashley purchased some chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, with Harry eagerly insisting on paying a gesture Ashley did not oppose. Harry ended up drawing the Dumbledore card. While the more experienced Apollyon managed to catch the chocolate frog, Harry, too apprehensive to eat it, ultimately passed it on to Apollyon, which drew several disapproving glares from Benedict. Unfortunately, Apollyon was already immune to such looks and continued to enjoy her treat with unperturbed delight. As for the Bertie Bott's beans, Ashley proposed they use them for a game, with the loser having to consume one as a forfeit. Conveniently, Ashley had brought along a Monopoly board to navigate such a situation, and thus they found themselves playing a Muggle game aboard the train heading to the School of Magic. The group was thoroughly engrossed in their game, particularly Ron, whose laughter and exuberance attracted the attention of young wizards from the adjacent compartment. Their revelry continued until Hermione arrived to assist Neville in searching for his missing toad, which prompted a return to silence. As the little wizards in the neighboring compartment retreated to their own quarters. "Excuse me, has anyone seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing." "Not here. I haven't seen any toad," Ashley replied with a smile, preempting an irritable Ron. "Oh well, thank you. I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hermione, noticing Ron's impatience, naturally formed a favorable impression of the polite Ashley and shyly introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Ashley Dursley. A pleasure to meet you." Ashley restrained her excitement and introduced herself courteously. "I'm Apollyon Kelly, and this is my brother Benedict." Apollyon emphasized that Benedict was indeed her brother, ensuring everyone was aware of their relationship. Benedict, accustomed to this, was relieved that he didn't have to introduce himself. Hermione nodded amicably, her gaze shifting to Harry. "Harry Potter," he acknowledged with a nod. "Harry Potter? I've seen your name in the papers. What a pleasure," Hermione exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure, leaving a positive impression on Harry, who often felt burdened by his fame. Ron, not in the best of spirits, reluctantly followed suit. Ron Weasley. Hermione, sensing his irritation, offered a subdued reply of pleasure to meet you. Everyone noticed the tension between the two, but they refrained from commenting, deeming it a trivial matter that would soon pass. "We're almost there. You should gather your things and change into your robes as soon as possible." Hermione smiled at Ashley and Apollyon as she reminded them. The group glanced at the time, realizing the urgency, and hurriedly began to tidy the table, repeatedly thanking Hermione in the process. As Hermione left the compartment, her cheeks flushed and feigning calmness, Ashley couldn't help but smile, finding the proud little girl quite endearing. Chapter 33. The Dark Humor of Hogwarts Traditions. To be frank, ever since receiving the customized school uniforms from Madame Malkin, Ashley had indulged in a bit of playful escapism, donning the robes in secret and pretending to be a magical girl wielding a wand. Yet, that experience felt more akin to childhood fantasies of draping oneself in a bedsheet to play a fairy clad in flowing garments, where the joy was more imagined than real. However, at this moment, surrounded by a group of young witches and wizards all clad in identical school uniforms, the immersive delight was so profound that it made Ashley tremble with excitement. As the train gradually came to a halt at the destination platform, Ashley and her companions, now attired in their robes, sat quietly in their seats, their clenched hands betraying their nervousness. Even Ron, who had grown up in the magical world, was no exception. Hagrid, holding a lantern, strode across the platform, calling for the new students to gather around him. The train doors swung open, and the older students efficiently directed the young wizards as they disembarked. The upperclassmen, displaying remarkable kindness, offered the new students a sense of surprise and delight. However, the newcomers were oblivious to the glimmer of anticipation in the older students' eyes, as if they were awaiting some amusing spectacle to unfold. As newcomers, Ashley and her friends enjoyed the courtesy extended by the upperclassmen. Yet, while the innocent Apollyon praised the seniors for their high standards, Ashley privately scoffed at their wicked sense of humor. The tradition of subjecting young witches and wizards to the roller coaster of emotions, from the thrill of impending enrollment to the fondness for the school and upperclassmen, followed by dread over the unknown and terrifying sorting ceremony, culminating in the embarrassment of the actual sorting, was indeed a legacy of dark humor passed down through generations. At this point, Ashley began to overhear discussions among the crowd about the terrifying sorting ceremony, glancing at a little wizard trembling in fear. I suddenly find myself enjoying this dark humor a bit too much," she mused, stifling a laugh. "Ashley, are you sneaking a chuckle? Have you seen something amusing?" Apollyon inquired with her inquisitive little eyes fixed on Ashley, brimming with curiosity and secret delight. "Well, before coming to school, I left a prank toy in Dudley's room, and I could just imagine how frightened he must be right now," Ashley replied, a smirk playing on her lips. "Really? Haha, I get it. What kind of prank toy was it? Where did you buy it? Do you have more?" After casting a sympathetic glance at Benedict for a fleeting moment, Ashley eagerly recounted the amusing prank toy she had spotted at the magical joke shop. Benedict felt a chill run down his spine, glancing suspiciously behind him, only to find no one there. Is it getting cooler at night? He pondered, before eyeing the two girls beside him, who were whispering conspiratorially, and sighed in exasperation. The two sisters exchanged ideas for pranking their brother until they arrived at the lakeshore, where they prepared to board boats for the journey ahead. Ashley thought it best for Dudley to behave himself, lest he experience her newly acquired prank methods, completely forgetting the deep bond shared between the siblings prior to school. Ashley chuckled inwardly at the thought. At the edge of the Black Lake, a scattering of small boats bobbed gently. Each boat was adorned with a lantern, casting a string of lights across the dark expanse of the lake, creating an atmosphere both serene and secure. Hagrid stood at the forefront, holding a lantern, informing everyone that each boat could accommodate a maximum of 5 young wizards, before allowing them to form their own groups. Among Ashley's companions, none were as hefty as Dudley, enabling all of them to fit comfortably into one boat. This, however, meant that Hermione, who had hoped to join them, could only watch from a distance with regret. Influenced by Ashley's laid-back demeanor, Harry also refrained from pushing forward, and it was not until Hagrid came to check for any overloading in the boats that they officially encountered one another. "Oh, Harry, there you are. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. I'm so sorry. It's been a busy day." "It's all right, Hagrid. I've been able to see you all along. You've done an excellent job organizing everything." "Haha, it's all thanks to Dumbledore's excellent arrangements. You know he's the best headmaster." "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry, but I must continue my checks. The castle awaits to sort you all." "Ah, and Miss Granger, the twins from the Weasley family. Yet another Weasley, how delightful. Do come visit my humble abode when you find the time." The two parties nodded in acknowledgement, and soon Hagrid proceeded to the next small boat for inspection. It must be said that Hagrid, at times, proved to be exceedingly reliable. After ensuring everything was in order, he himself boarded a small boat. He gently tapped the edge of his boat with his umbrella, and like a sudden awakening, the other boats sprang to life, following his lead in a formation reminiscent of a hen leading her chicks across the lake, eliciting gasps of amazement from the young wizards. After a moment, the young wizards acclimated to the sensation and began chattering excitedly once more. "This boat is so cool. It moves without anyone rowing. Do you think we could do this someday?" "Surely. My brother's already in 5th grade. I believe he can manage it." "Wow, your brother can do that? That's impressive." Indeed, quite remarkable. Aren't you all getting ahead of yourselves? Whether we can stay or not is still uncertain." "Oh yes, my mother warned me about the entrance exam. It's quite rigorous, and we must answer all the questions correctly." "Nonsense. My brother said it's about finding treasures hidden in the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest? Surely not. I've heard it's home to werewolves and all sorts of dangerous magical creatures. We won't perish there, will we?" "No, I don't want to die. I want to go home." A group of young wizards was utterly terrified, some of whom were already in tears. Even Hagrid glanced back with curiosity several times. Reassured that no one had fallen overboard and hearing some of the chatter, he finally broke into a subtle smile, easing his worries. At this moment, the small boat where Ashley and the others were seated was also engaged in lively discussion. Ron was adamantly refuting the earlier treasure-hunting claims in the Forbidden Forest, earnestly recounting the exam content as told by the Weasley twins to Harry. However, his tales of battling trolls did little to alleviate the anxious expressions of Harry and the other nearby young wizards. Ashley stifled a laugh. It was utterly amusing. Bertie and Agnes evidently adhered to Hogwarts traditions, as they neither frightened the children nor disclosed the true sorting method. As a result, Apollyon was clutching Ashley tightly, frightened to let go, while Benedict sat straight-backed, his face pale. Though Harry had perused the introduction to trolls, he had never witnessed one firsthand, and a sense of unease made him swallow hard, his grip on the boat's edge tightening. Ron, being both inexperienced and boastful, was fervently spouting his tales. Yet he was precariously hanging on to the lamppost, his expression one that could easily shift to tears at any moment. How utterly hilarious! A little figure in Ashley's mind was nearly in stitches. Indeed, the dark humor that persisted through generations was simply too delightful to abandon, was it not? "Ashley, you're so brave. Apollyon definitely couldn't defeat a troll. If I were to die, would you be sad?" I would be sad. So perhaps it's best if you don't die," Ashley replied, somewhat exasperated yet amused. "Whoa, I'm so touched. All right, I will strive to defeat it and be Ashley's lifelong friend." It was unclear what Apollyon had conjured in her imagination, but as Ashley gently patted the small head on his shoulder, he suddenly felt a desire to refrain from laughter. Chapter 34. The sorting ceremony commences. As the distant twinkling lights of varying heights became visible, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, look, is that the castle?" In that instant, whether they were the ones animatedly narrating the sorting test details, those frightened by the daunting trials, or the bold and composed young wizards, all eyes were instantly drawn forward. The imposing castle loomed in the night, illuminated by the lights, exuding an air of mystery and charm, reminiscent of a palace from a fairy tale, brimming with stories and allure. The eyes of all the young wizards sparkled with anticipation, their mouths agape in awe, releasing a chorus of wonder. Hagrid beamed broadly, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of belonging. One by one, the boats gradually approached the shore, and Hagrid safely assisted each young wizard off their vessel. After counting heads, he guided them into the castle, halting at the staircase leading to the great hall on the second floor. The journey was marked by an unusual silence. Perhaps the castle's grandeur instilled a sense of reverence, or perhaps the impending sorting ceremony stirred a palpable tension among the children. After instructing the young wizards to wait, Hagrid withdrew, casting a reassuring glance towards Harry before departing. This glance seemed to catch the attention of some, for as everyone quietly awaited, a boy with light golden hair pushed through the crowd to stand before Harry. Two boys of formidable stature, rivals to Dudley, followed closely behind him, amplifying the air of superiority. The boy was strikingly handsome, and Ashley even noticed several young girls behind him swooning. A thought crossed his mind. It must be Draco Malfoy. Just as Ashley had surmised, he approached Harry with the intent of forging a friendship. However, his condescending tone caused Harry to furrow his brow in discomfort. Ron couldn't help but scoff at the mention of Malfoy's name. After all, as a citizen of Y Country, Ashley could now appreciate the humor in the situation. It was challenging not to chuckle when someone proudly introduced themselves as the evil dragon right before you. Yet, out of politeness, even if it was amusing, most would refrain from laughing, and in this regard, Ron did seem rather rude. It was no surprise that Malfoy, seizing the opportunity presented by Ron's surname and family background, retaliated with his own jibe. Objectively speaking, both were rather deserving of a reprimand. Through a fan's lens, the genuine and loyal Ron and the proud yet principled Malfoy appeared rather endearing. As Harry seemed poised to voice his disdain for Malfoy, Ashley instinctively tugged at the hem of Harry's robe. Harry swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips, turning to glance at Ashley with a look of confusion. "Harry, while it's commendable to have clear preferences, you must not dismiss the goodwill that others extend." Harry's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of guilt rising within him. We turned back to Malfoy, his tone softened considerably. "It's a pleasure to meet you. However, in my eyes, my friends are not defined by status, but rather by sincerity." Malfoy appeared somewhat taken aback, as this sentiment contradicted the beliefs he had been instilled with since childhood. Yet he felt an unspoken yearning for the genuine friendship that Harry described, one that transcended social standings. Conflicted, he glanced at Harry and then at Ashley, who had interrupted him earlier to advise Harry not to dismiss his goodwill. Without uttering another word, he silently returned to his previous position. Ashley sighed in relief. Although he understood this might not alter their future dynamics, at least they were not at odds from the outset. Harry's response filled Ashley with pride. The ability to calmly express one's stance was a mark of growth. He gave Harry a thumbs up, to which Harry responded with a shy smile, his spirits lifting. Ron, interpreting Harry's "my friends" as a reflection of himself, felt immense joy. Yet, witnessing the interaction between Ashley and Harry, an inexplicable sensation of envy and sadness crept into his heart. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall approached, ready to escort the children to the sorting ceremony. And Neville S. Trevor made a sudden appearance, provoking a burst of laughter from the crowd. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall merely regarded Neville with a stern expression and did not impose any punishment upon him, which alleviated much of the tension among the students, causing their strides to lose the stiffness they had previously exhibited. Upon entering the Great Hall, they were immediately greeted by the sight of 4 long tables. The upperclassmen they had encountered earlier were seated along the edges of these tables, their faces alight with excitement as they whispered among themselves about the newcomers. Above them floated candles, casting a warm glow against the softly illuminated night sky. This scene, which had once left Ashley in awe while watching a film, now unfolded before her in reality, stirring an unparalleled thrill within her heart, so much so that even when April tugged at her sleeve, she remained oblivious. The first years, guided by Professor McGonagall, made their way to the front of the hall as Dumbledore commenced his address on the important matters of the new term. Gradually, Ashley emerged from her reverie, only to be met with April's exasperated complaints about being ignored. In a soft, pleading tone, Ashley sought to appease April, and as she finally succeeded, she looked up to find Dumbledore, having concluded his announcements, gazing at her with a playful smile. A wave of embarrassment washed over Ashley, akin to being caught in a moment of indiscretion. What a tragic comedy of humanity. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall intervened at that moment, stating, "When I call your name, step forward, and I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine your house." She seemed oblivious to the peculiar expressions on the first year's faces as they absorbed her words, which might have implied a sense of mortification or a desire to exclaim, "I must get him. How could Mom and Dad deceive me?" The name-calling commenced without delay. Whether they truly did not hear her or feigned ignorance remained uncertain. In stark contrast, the upperclassmen erupted in raucous laughter. The faculty on stage either suppressed their amusement or openly laughed, clearly entertained by this traditional ceremony. The joyous atmosphere surrounding them was unrelated to the sorting itself. Although the sorting hat ceremony was far less daunting than anticipated, the students still felt a palpable anxiety regarding their house placements, particularly those with defined aspirations or personal preferences, who were naturally concerned about whether their desires would be realized. Ron continued to quietly instill in Harry the notion that Slytherin was a breeding ground for dark wizards, which only heightened Harry's unease. He discreetly inquired about Ashley's ideal house, prompting his companions to perk up and listen intently. However, Ashley, still reveling in her mischievous spirit, playfully replied guess, which sent her friends into fits of laughter. Just as she basked in their bewildered reactions, she caught the gaze of the stage. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong." Ashley silently reflected, hoping that gaze would soon shift away from her. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. The sorting began in earnest, and the enduring joke surrounding Hannah Abbott would never grow stale. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, a decision Ashley had always believed was somewhat misplaced, as she felt Ravenclaw would have suited her better. As Hermione's name was called, her friends were gradually summoned as well, leading to a hushed anticipation that enveloped the hall, compelling Ashley to prepare herself. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. No surprises there. Benedict Kelly, Ravenclaw. April Kelly, Hufflepuff. It seemed both unexpected and yet entirely predictable. Ashley Dursley. When her name was called, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no anxiety. However, it was not the sorting itself that troubled her, but rather her concerns regarding the hat's mind-reading abilities. After all, from her perspective, she possessed neither wizarding lineage, nor exceptional bravery, nor remarkable intelligence. Surely the answer was quite apparent. As for her attempts to shield her thoughts from the sorting hat's scrutiny, the preliminary results seemed promising. Yet clinical validation remained uncertain. "Oh, so you're that boy's cousin who wishes to avoid Slytherin. It appears you have been getting along quite well. I wonder if you wish to join him?" "Best not to. I feel I am not suited for Gryffindor, and besides, he needs to grow." Ashley was startled by the sudden voice in her mind, but quickly adapted, for she was no stranger to such phenomena. "Oh, do you truly believe you are unfit for Gryffindor? While I perceive some Gryffindor traits within you, I shall respect your wishes. Ravenclaw might also be a good fit. I can see you are a diligent learner. Loving to learn does not equate to possessing great wisdom, and I certainly do not harbor a desire to study every subject. I may only possess a modicum of cleverness. Therefore, I would prefer to avoid Ravenclaw to spare myself any embarrassment. It is quite the rarity to encounter a child with such clarity of self-awareness. So, your choice is Hufflepuff?" "Yes, sir. I believe Hufflepuff suits me well, and I am quite keen on indulging in the delicious treats available in the kitchen adjacent to the common room." "Haha, what an amusing child. Alas, I cannot partake in food, and thus cannot fully appreciate your joy. So Hufflepuff it is." Ashley contentedly removed the sorting hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall. Although she had taken a considerable amount of time, it did not reach the level of embarrassment typically associated with such delays, so it went largely unnoticed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione expressed their disappointment that Ashley had not been sorted into Gryffindor. However, April was overjoyed, leaping up and rushing to embrace Ashley. This sudden display thwarted Ashley's intentions to maintain a low profile. Yet, at that moment, she was too elated to care, having successfully navigated the sorting hat's mind-reading ordeal. Especially with her friends by her side, it was truly an ideal scenario. Hufflepuff House, reporting. Ashley Dursley. Chapter 35, The Heartthrob of Hufflepuff. Once the sorting concluded, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass, and Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast. In an instant, the 4 long tables were laden with a sumptuous array of food, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young witches and wizards, much to the delight of the upperclassmen, who were thoroughly entertained. At the Hufflepuff table, April nestled against Ashley, resting her head on her shoulder while intermittently gnawing on a chicken leg and making silly faces at Benedict from Ravenclaw across the table, her pride unabashedly evident. Benedict, utterly exasperated, thought it was typical of April to pick on him, the solitary one. Who cared, right? Well, truth be told, he was quite disheartened. The foolish April had finally struck a nerve, and in frustration, he picked up his knife and fork, viciously slicing into a hot dog. Unwilling to face April's triumphant smirk, Benedict must have been livid. They all had familiar companions, yet he was left alone. You're enjoying this way too much, aren't you? Besides, it's not as if he cannot make new friends, Ashley remarked, unable to contain her amusement as she pinched April's chubby cheek. You know very well how he is, proud and slow to warm up. Even if he does make new friends, it will undoubtedly take weeks. The point is, he must be feeling quite miserable right now. It's just so satisfying. Ah, siblings from the same womb, forever intertwined in a love-hate relationship, Ashley mused, observing April's carefree demeanor, yet recognizing her insightful understanding of Benedict. Reflecting on how they had come to know one another, it was evident that without the friendship of their elders, April's antics would hardly have fostered any rapport between her and Benedict. Coolness aside, it was clear that upon getting acquainted, one would discover just how reliable they truly were. Although the words may be somewhat unpalatable, Benedict has always been a man of action. Otherwise, how could he consistently manage to support Apollyon quietly, regardless of her antics? I must not dwell on this further, lest I find myself contemplating trading Dolly for Benedict once again. Ashley shook her head in amusement, ceasing her attempts to dissuade Apollyon from provoking Benedict. After all, perhaps this is merely the unique dynamic between the two siblings. Given Benedict's character, it is only a matter of time before he finds like-minded companions within Eagle House. Most likely, as Apollyon suggested, it will just take a little while. With these thoughts settled, Ashley no longer worried about Benedict and resumed relishing the sumptuous feast before her. Indeed, Badger House is renowned for its qualities of diligence, kindness, integrity, and resilience, with its members predominantly possessing gentle temperaments. In simpler terms, they appear to be quite agreeable. While Ashley felt somewhat guilty regarding her own diligence and had a flicker of insecurity about her kindness, integrity, and resilience, there was no doubt about her amiable nature. She embodied it. Thus, integrating into this environment was effortless and devoid of any sense of incongruity. Look, it wasn't long before she had already exchanged names with Apollyon and the other little badgers at the long table, engaging in banter and laughter. Although she couldn't remember everyone's names perfectly, at the very least, she was becoming familiar with their faces, wasn't she? Of course, some individuals left a stronger impression, such as her classmates Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and a legendary representative of Badger House, Cedric Diggory. He was merely days away from his 14th birthday, and though still somewhat youthful, he was undeniably handsome, with an exquisite demeanor that truly set him apart. Ashley contained her excitement, internally musing, no wonder so many are enamored with him. So many hearts remain unsettled. Even the freshly minted 11-year-old first years were unable to resist his charm. Glancing around the newly admitted 8 girls, it was evident that their cheeks were flushed with shyness, their dining manners elevated significantly. Especially Apollyon, who had set aside her chicken leg, practically radiating the aura of an infatuated fan upon seeing her idol. She clasped her greasy hands, fervently shaking Ashley's arm, as if on the verge of fainting from excitement. In contrast, Ashley managed to regain her composure, her lips twitching in amusement. Dear lady, while your enthusiasm is commendable, might I request that you refrain from clutching my hand so tightly? It's turning crimson. My apologies, Ashley, I didn't mean to. It's just that he is simply too handsome. Ah, but dear lady, you yourself are quite adorable. Benedict, too, possesses a charm that would catch the eye of even the most reserved Ravenclaw girl. How is it possible that after gazing into mirrors for so many years, and after being acquainted with Benedict's visage for this long, you still manage to swoon over other boys? That's different. I'm a girl, and Benedict is my brother. Besides, one can become desensitized to beauty after a while. Most importantly, he is just so dashing. Ashley was at a loss for words, her retort extinguished. Cedric, no matter how handsome, was overshadowed by Apollyon's interruptions, and her stomach growled in protest as she caught sight of the tantalizing chicken leg. Moreover, Cedric and the boy beside him had taken notice of Apollyon's antics. Cedric merely glanced for a moment before resuming his meal, but the boy beside him continued to watch Apollyon, eventually sharing a laugh with Cedric. Cedric's expression shifted to one of disapproval, effectively silencing the boy. Both Ashley and Apollyon observed this exchange, harboring little fondness for the boy, but growing fonder of Cedric. Ashley shot Apollyon a glance of disapproval, and Apollyon, realizing her own indiscretion, finally settled down, refraining from casting further glances at Cedric. At that moment, Benedict approached, balancing a plate in his hands, and casually remarked, "Indeed, he is quite handsome, but I never expected you to nearly glue your eyes to him, Apollyon. You truly excel at this." Ashley typically refrained from laughter during meals, unless unable to contain herself. Apollyon, feeling embarrassed, fell silent. Benedict, recognizing the moment, chose to leave it be. Just as Apollyon understood Benedict, he too comprehended her feelings, aware that further teasing would likely lead her to tears. Satisfied, he speared a chicken leg from his plate and placed it onto Apollyon's dish, as if merely sharing a delectable treat with his sister, before returning to the Ravenclaw table with a sense of fulfillment. "Feel free to laugh. No need to hold back." "Ha ha ha. Ashley, you are too much. You're my best friend. How could you join Benedict in mocking me?" "Honestly, I'm not mocking you. Rather, Benedict's expression was simply too amusing. Oomph, that insufferable Benedict. Just wait. I shall have my revenge. And Cedric is undeniably handsome. Handsomer than him." A brief silence enveloped the Badger table. Apollyon quickly buried her face in her arms. Ashley had completely abandoned her meal, her body trembling uncontrollably. As the other Badgers around her chuckled and resumed their feasting, Apollyon leaned closer to Ashley, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, "I declare, Cedric shall henceforth be my idol. No objections will be entertained." Ashley gazed at her in shock and admiration, slowly extending her thumb in approval. Chapter 36. The Opening Feast and Dormitory Assignments. Shortly after Apollyon made her bold proclamation, the ghosts of Hogwarts made their grand entrance. Everyone's attention shifted to the respective house ghosts, and Apollyon swiftly forgot about her idol, engaging in lively conversation with the fat friar. Ashley glanced towards Harry's table. He appeared to be adapting well, observing a conversation between Hermione and Sir Nicholas. Do young wizards possess such courage? Are they not afraid of ghosts? Ashley pondered, perplexed, until Sir Nicholas demonstrated why he was known as Nearly Headless Nick. At that moment, she averted her gaze. Despite the bustling atmosphere within the hall, it felt as though the temperature dropped significantly with the arrival of the ghosts. Ashley instinctively hugged her arms, quietly positioning herself between Apollyon and another girl. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she watched the floating spirits. One might say this was a rather amusing predicament. In comparison, she felt that the fat friar from her own house was far friendlier and more approachable, which inexplicably filled her with a sense of pride. "Ashley, let us go. The prefect is leading us back to the dormitory." Apollyon nudged her arm, snapping her from her thoughts. Suddenly realizing that the feast had concluded and the little wizards at the long table were rising to gather near the door, she quickly stood up. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Dumbledore standing in the center of the hall. Dumbledore seemed to sense her attention, offering her a warm smile and a nod, as if greeting her. Ashley panicked, hurriedly returning the gesture before pushing Apollyon toward the exit. In her haste, she failed to notice the dark figure standing beside Dumbledore, who gazed at her retreating back with a complex expression. "Ashley, are you all right?" The first years congregated at the entrance of the hall, awaiting their respective prefects to call the roll. Harry quietly approached Ashley, expressing concern. "I'm perfectly fine. What about you? How are you feeling?" Harry was uncertain whether to confide in Eiley about the pain in his scar after encountering Snape, fearing it would only cause her undue worry. Everything was going splendidly. Ron and Hermione had been kind, and the others were equally warm. "I'm perfectly fine, Eiley," he reassured her. Reflecting on the fleeting pain, Harry ultimately resolved to dismiss it as a mere illusion, choosing not to disclose it to Eiley. "That's wonderful. I believe you're exceptionally suited for Gryffindor, and I hope you find like-minded friends," Eiley expressed. "Yes, I will. It would be even better if you were here," he replied. The mere mention of this brought a hint of melancholy to Harry's demeanor. Gently, Eiley ruffled Harry's hair, saying, "We are in the same school. We will see each other often. Compared to Dudley, our situation is far more favorable. Wouldn't you agree?" With the thought of contrast bringing a sense of happiness. Harry's cheerful smile returned, and he nodded enthusiastically. "Eiley, if you ever encounter difficulties, please be sure to let me know." "Oh, I won't have any difficulties. I can manage on my own." "All right, I understand your sentiment, but do you truly doubt me? I can take care of myself." "Rather, you should remember that no matter what happens, I am here for you. Even if I cannot resolve your troubles, I can at least guide you to whom you should turn for help. Do you comprehend that?" "Yes, I understand. Eiley has always been the wisest." Harry smiled, placing immense trust in his sister. Eiley quickly covered Harry's mouth, correcting him with a hint of exasperation. "Not the wisest, but the most dependable. Do you understand? Do not speak carelessly, or the little eagles from Ravenclaw may come seeking a duel." The siblings exchanged smiles, seemingly unaffected by the separation of houses. All right, they're calling your name. Go on now. Good night. Harry obediently waved and returned to the Gryffindor group. I envy you and Harry, remarked Appley, who had been quietly observing. Oh, Dudley is quite agreeable as well. He listens to you. I wish I had such an obedient brother or sister. Do you truly mean that? I have always envied you for having such an understanding and reliable brother as Benedict. Shall we swap? Ashley replied with amusement. Absolutely. I would trade Benedict for Harry in a heartbeat. Are you certain? Harry will not be the one to provide you with snacks when you crave them. Nor will he produce your favorite toys when you express boredom. And he certainly won't conjure band-aids for you when you're hurt. Perhaps I will reconsider. I know you would struggle to tolerate his sharp tongue, and that would be quite troublesome for you. Ashley teased Appley until she turned away, embarrassed. After the Hufflepuff prefect called the roll, he led the group of Badgers towards their common room. It must be said that the Hufflepuff common room is indeed conveniently located near the dining area. The Great Hall is on the second floor, while the kitchen is situated in the basement, or rather, precisely beside the entrance to the common room. As a devoted eater, I followed the route to the common room, which also clarified the path to sustenance, and calculating the distance truly brightened my spirits. After passing the enormous still life painting at the kitchen entrance, one could see a shadowy stone trough on the right side of the corridor, piled with large barrels. The prefect demonstrated by tapping the second barrel in the middle row from the bottom, in accordance with Helga Hufflepuff's rhythm, and the entrance to the common room would swing open. He also warned the Badgers that if they tapped the wrong barrel or the incorrect number of times, the lid of an adjacent barrel would explode, dousing them in vinegar. Following the prefect's lead, everyone squeezed through the barrel's opening, which connected to a sloping earthen passage. After a short ascent, they emerged into a spacious and cozy circular room. The room resembled a curled-up badger, appearing quite adorable from a macro perspective. It was adorned with a variety of green plants and vibrant flowers, exuding a fresh and lively atmosphere. Above, a round window was installed, perfectly aligned with the floor, allowing light from outside to stream in. It is easy to imagine that when the sun rises, it will undoubtedly illuminate the room adequately while providing the plants and flowers with ample sunlight. The wooden tables and sofas were placed thoughtfully, imbuing the space with a warm, homely ambience. To the right of the entrance was a fireplace adorned with wooden decorations, intricately carved with various charming badger figures. Above the fireplace hung a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, one of Hogwarts' 4 founders and the first headmistress of Hufflepuff House, who smiled and raised her cup in salute to her students. Directly opposite the entrance were 2 circular arches leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories. The boys' dormitory was on the left, while the girls' dormitory was on the right. Your luggage has already been placed in your dormitory, and nameplates with your names have been hung on the doors. You may enter according to your names. Additionally, boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory. The consequences are not something you would wish to know. The prefect concluded before clapping his hands to dismiss them. Appley joyfully pulled Ashley around the common room before they ventured into the girls' dormitory passage. After searching for a while, they found their names adorning a dormitory door towards the back. Coincidentally, the nameplate featured 4 names: Ashley, Appley, Hannah, and Susan. Upon seeing her name alongside Ashley's, Appley excitedly jumped up and down, hugging her sister. Ashley, however, cast a complex glance at the other 2 names, her feelings uncertain. Upon entering, they discovered Hannah and Susan already seated on their respective beds, their faces alight with excitement, yet quietly unpacking their belongings. Upon seeing Ashley and Appley, they greeted them with friendly nods. Ashley and Appley reciprocated the smiles and found their own beds. The girls' beds were conveniently adjacent to one another, and Appley exuberantly insisted on pushing their beds together. After much persuasion, Ashley managed to dissuade her from this idea. Initially a bit disgruntled, Appley flopped onto her bed. But after a while, she began to urge everyone to engage in more detailed self-introductions. She was quite forthright, launching into her own introduction, sharing details about her family members and hobbies. Previously, Ashley had only known that Agnes worked at the Ministry of Magic. It was during this conversation that she learned Agnes was part of the Muggle Affairs Mediation Committee within the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. As her friend, Ashley was subtly encouraged to follow suit. Reluctantly, Ashley complied to compensate for her sister's enthusiasm and introduced herself. Nothing particularly special emerged in her introduction, but when she mentioned that Harry was her cousin and lived with her, her 2 roommates gasped in astonishment. Next was Hannah, who appeared to be infected by the friendly atmosphere. Despite her shyness causing her cheeks to flush, she introduced herself in turn, mentioning that the leaky cauldron was owned by the Abbott family, that old Tom was her grandfather, and that she particularly enjoyed herbology. Finally, it was Susan's turn. She seemed somewhat insecure, her introverted nature evident as her blush deepened, and her voice even wavered. Nevertheless, she managed to complete her introduction, mentioning that Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was her aunt, and that her uncle and brothers were quite remarkable as well. Considering all this, Ashley felt a twinge of disappointment. One after another, her roommates were either scions of esteemed families or children of wealth, while she alone was a true commoner, wasn't she? However, upon further reflection, she realized that if anyone were to be deemed the savior, it would indeed be her cousin. The Potter family, after all, was an esteemed lineage of old aristocrats. They possessed both renown and wealth, albeit not as bountiful as during their heyday. Yet, even a battered ship retains its nails, and the vault of Gringotts stands as irrefutable evidence. Well, rounding it off, one could say she was at the very least somewhat akin to a scion of a wealthy family. With this thought, her spirits soared. Joyful moments always seemed to slip by swiftly, and before she knew it, night had fallen. The four young girls, filled with dreams of the new term and the delight of forging new friendships, drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 37. The first day of classes at Hogwarts. Golden sunlight streamed through the round windows, illuminating the burrowed dormitory of the Badgers, heralding the dawn of a new day. Ashley awoke, invigorated and refreshed, adhering to her usual routine. She retrieved the mechanical pocket watch she had placed on her nightstand before bed and, upon glancing at it, confirmed that her biological clock was impeccable. It was indeed a steadfast 8 o'clock. Ashley nodded in satisfaction, her mood buoyant. The dormitory remained tranquil, as Apollyon and the others were still lost in sweet dreams. Just as she pondered how to begin her day of classes, she suddenly noticed an additional piece of parchment on her nightstand. Picking it up, she discovered it was the class schedule she had been yearning for. Each class typically lasted around half an hour, and the number of classes each day varied, ranging from a maximum of 4 to a minimum of 2. Goodness, what an extraordinary school this was. Ashley, a self-proclaimed child at heart, felt an overwhelming urge to burst into song. Calm down. Calm down. It would be inappropriate to raise a ruckus so early in the morning. Others were still resting, after all, and one should possess a sense of decorum. After carefully studying the day's schedule, she noted that there was only one charms class around 11 o'clock in the morning, while the afternoon was rather full, with 3 classes scheduled from approximately 2 to 5 o'clock. Simply delightful. Initially, Ashley had considered waking her roommates, but she decided to let them sleep until they naturally awoke. After all, Badger House was the least of her worries regarding mealtimes. With a smile dancing on her lips, Ashley rose from her bed, changed her clothes, and donned her messenger bag, ready to explore the Hogwarts she had longed for. As a devoted Harry Potter fan, how could she not wander through Hogwarts without paying homage to the countless films she had watched and the innumerable posts she had perused over the years? Of course, she also remembered to leave a little note for Apollyon, informing her of her whereabouts. Otherwise, if Apollyon awoke and found her missing, it would be more than just a matter of a little chit-chat. Stepping out of the dormitory and into the common room, she found several upperclassmen seated around table, enjoying breakfast while engaging in lively conversation. Upon seeing her emerge, they greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Junior. What brings you up so early? Do you have classes this morning?" "Good morning, Seniors. I have a charms class at 11 o'clock, and I've simply grown accustomed to rising early," Ashley replied, slightly bashful. "Wow, class at 11 o'clock? I'm so envious. If it were me, I'd probably sleep until 10, rush to the kitchen to grab a bite, then scurry off to class. Now that's what I'd call perfection." The others chuckled softly, and the atmosphere was wonderfully pleasant. "Oh, by the way, I should have mentioned earlier how to access the kitchen," one of the seniors interjected. Ashley paused, realizing that indeed, although she already knew, she nodded in acknowledgement. "Let me tell you, if you ever miss a meal, just head to the kitchen. The house elves are exceedingly friendly towards us Hufflepuffs. Simply tell them what you wish to eat." "Wow, that sounds amazing. But I'm a bit curious. What happens if a student from another house accidentally discovers the kitchen and asks for food?" Ashley exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she posed her long-standing question. The seniors exchanged knowing glances, smiles creeping onto their faces. "Well, that would depend on the student's demeanor, wouldn't it? After all, whether there are any leftovers and what food is available is entirely up to the house elves, isn't it?" Ashley understood immediately, sharing a smile with the seniors, each of them reflecting the pride of being Hufflepuffs. The camaraderie between house elves and many other wondrous beings had begun with Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of their house. The qualities of kindness and the pride of being a Hufflepuff flowed through every Badger's veins. After lingering in pleasant conversation with her upperclassmen, they not only eagerly shared the method to access the kitchen, but also imparted the secret of navigating the shifting staircases. They even sketched a simple map of Hogwarts for Ashley, aiding her in locating her classrooms. Gratefully, she expressed her thanks and bid them farewell, officially embarking on her journey of exploration. Her first destination? Food, of course. However, as it was still mealtime, there was no need to trouble the house elves. So Ashley dutifully made her way to the Great Hall. Breakfast was indeed abundant, with long tables laden with an array of burgers, sandwiches, baguettes, perfectly cooked steaks, eggs, tossed salads, boiled corn, crispy fries, a variety of sauces, and drinks that included milk and juice. Ashley couldn't help but marvel at the lavish spread. Hogwarts truly was a bastion of generosity. After relishing a hearty meal, Ashley consulted the map drawn by her upperclassmen and decided to start her exploration on the second floor. Most of Hogwarts' classrooms were indeed concentrated there, including the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the Transfiguration classroom, the History of Magic classroom, and the Muggle Studies classroom, in addition to the infirmary. She planned to visit all except the Muggle Studies classroom, which she had her reasons for omitting. Those in the know would understand. Chuckle. Next was the fourth floor, where the Charms classroom was located. Why skip the third floor? The third floor housed the public entrance to Professor Dumbledore's office, and Ashley felt it best to avoid it if she could. Then she ventured to the fifth floor, home to the library. After a brief exploration and a glance at the shelves, Ashley resolved to return often. This would be her final stop for the day. As for the astronomy classroom in the astronomy tower, the divination classroom in the north tower, the herbology classroom in the greenhouses, and the potions classroom in the dungeons, Ashley deemed them too far for now, believing there would be ample time in the future to visit them when classes commenced. At the eighth floor, she gazed longingly at the room of requirement, standing at the staircase entrance for quite some time, battling her desire to ascend. After all, the entire Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, and until she found a suitable reason, she truly dared not engage in such irrational behavior. Strolling back to the fourth floor, she noted the time, 10:45. Upon entering the Charms classroom, she discovered that Apollyon and the others had already arrived. As soon as she stepped through the door, Apollyon waved her over enthusiastically, just as Ashley settled into the seat that Apollyon had saved for her. Apollyon's expression shifted abruptly as she began to chastise Ashley for her lack of camaraderie. How could you not wake me? Sneaking off on your own for an adventure is simply infuriating. Well, Ashley, having anticipated this reaction, sheepishly rubbed her nose and offered her apologies, promising to include Apollyon next time, which finally quelled the fury of her friend's pouty lips. Before long, Professor Flitwick arrived. As this was the first class, he did not commence with the formal teaching of spells, but instead shared foundational knowledge about charms and recounted numerous incidents caused by improper spellcasting. It served as a cautionary tale for the fledgling witches and wizards, ensuring they would not recklessly cast spells without regard for consequences. Before the class concluded, he assigned homework to familiarize themselves with the pronunciation and gestures of the spells to be taught in the next lesson. Particularly emphasized was the prohibition against using wands for direct spellcasting. The young wizards, in a show of respect, responded in unison. Yet whether they would adhere to this rule remained a different matter altogether. As mealtime approached, both wizards and muggles alike deemed dining a significant affair, and everyone rushed towards the Great Hall, chatting and laughing, seemingly quite pleased with their first lesson. Perhaps it was the delectable fare of the hall that delighted them. After the meal, a brief respite ensued, with afternoon classes commencing at 2 o'clock. The first lesson was herbology, shared with Gryffindor, taught by none other than Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. Upon seeing Ashley again, Harry expressed his excitement, animatedly recounting how fascinating the morning's Transfiguration class had been. From his words, Ashley gathered that they had not been tardy, but had attended the class alongside Neville and the others. Upon reflection, this made sense. After all, Harry had enjoyed a relatively good life over the past decade, and with Ashley attending classes with him, he was spared the surreal feelings that often plagued him at night, preventing him from oversleeping and missing his lessons. As Ashley listened to Harry's lively chatter, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within her. She engaged in conversation with Ron and Hermione, and even got acquainted with the future swordmaster, Neville. In groups of 3 or 4, they diligently followed Professor Sprout's instructions to water and fertilize some hardy plants in the greenhouse. It was evident that their relationships were blossoming, especially between Ashley's new roommates, Hannah and Susan, who naturally became friends with Harry and his trio. However, Ashley found the subsequent defense against the dark arts and flying classes to be less enjoyable. The former, once the most anticipated lesson for all young wizards, had transformed into a source of disappointment. Not only did they have to endure an overpowering stench of garlic, but they also suffered through Quirrell's tedious, stammering lecture, leaving everyone in utter dismay. The flying lesson was an entirely different saga. Ashley, much to her surprise, discovered she possessed no talent for flying whatsoever. In Muggle terms, she would be akin to a notorious road hazard, perpetually on the brink of an accident. The tribulations she faced were difficult to articulate. Even Professor Hooch tactfully suggested that Ashley need not rush through the flying lessons. Bearing the scars of her trials and the mockery of April, Ashley concluded her first day at Hogwarts. Chapter 38. Ashley's Series of Social Misfortunes. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Following the flying lesson, the first class of the next day was again herbology, shared with Gryffindor. Ashley could not fathom how, after just one night, her cousin's face bore such a mournful expression. Had something unfortunate occurred? At that moment, Ashley considered the possibility that even Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley had encountered some unexpected mishap. Yet, Ashley, are you all right? Is there anything wrong with your health? Do you need to rest? Should I request a leave of absence for you? Perhaps I should inform Aunt Petunia. Stop. Upon seeing Ashley, Harry rushed over, delivering a torrent of words without taking a breath, nearly overwhelming her with his incessant questions. In desperation, Ashley interjected, "Can someone please tell me what happened?" She turned to Ron and Hermione, her expression one of exasperation. Ron raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat sheepish, unsure of how to begin. Hermione, however, seemed to grasp the situation, her expression a blend of amusement and uncertainty. "Well, it seems he heard about what transpired during your flying lesson from others. You know how tales can grow exaggerated in the telling." Ashley face-palmed, momentarily at a loss as to whether she should be touched or infuriated. Meanwhile, April was on the verge of hysterics. "Ashley, are you truly unharmed?" Harry inquired with genuine concern. "Well, I am indeed fine, albeit somewhat disheveled. I assure you I am not injured," Ashley replied through gritted teeth, sensing that she might soon require a pot large enough to hide herself in. The laughter erupted around her, as if the very butterflies in the greenhouse had been startled into flight. Professor Sprout, having evidently heard the commotion, approached with a smile, offering words of comfort to her student. Ashley indeed felt somewhat better, having come to a realization. What was social embarrassment, after all? If she did not let it affect her, it could not harm her. Furthermore, rumors, much like internal wounds, fester when left unaddressed. Thus, Ashley resolved to defuse the awkwardness herself. "Professor, do you have a pot large enough to contain me? I believe I might need to bury myself in one." Ashley feigned sorrowfully. Professor Sprout, admiring the cheerful girl whose eyes belied her feigned melancholy, chuckled and replied, "Indeed, if you require it. Very well, I shall bury myself now." "Farewell, Professor," Ashley said, taking 2 despondent steps away. "If you grow hungry, I shall bring you food." "Fear not. I shall not feed you plant fertilizer," Professor Sprout teased. Ashley gasped, dramatically shielding her face with her fists, feigning shock. "Professor, you are quite the mischief maker." "Indeed, my dear flower," Professor Sprout responded, already quite fond of Ashley's antics. She swept her into an embrace, laughing heartily while bestowing upon her an amusing nickname. The young wizards, thoroughly entertained by Ashley's performance, seemingly embraced the moniker, chanting in unison, "Miss Flower, Miss Flower." Initially, Harry's concern was genuine, but upon hearing Ashley's explanation, he realized the extent of the misunderstanding, guilt washing over him. Heaven knows how terrified he had been when the laughter erupted. He could vividly envision Ashley storming out in a fit of embarrassment. Yet to his surprise, Ashley magnified her own awkwardness, which not only dispelled any mockery, but also endeared her to others due to her charming personality. This was a maneuver Harry had never anticipated, leaving him utterly astonished. However, when Professor Sprout warmly embraced her and affectionately dubbed her with a cute nickname, clarity dawned on him. Yes, Ashley was indeed this way, always managing to navigate seemingly insurmountable challenges with grace, transforming peril into safety. She had always been clever and endearing, evoking pride in him as her cousin. Unbeknownst to Ashley, who found the nickname Miss Flower rather embarrassing, Harry experienced a profound internal journey. Had she been aware, she might have quipped, "Wake up, cousin, your perception is overly romanticized. I'm not nearly as remarkable as you think. At most, I merely possess the adult skill of using self-deprecation to navigate awkward situations, which, thanks to the professor's support, yielded unexpectedly favorable results." After the herbology lesson, the first-year Badgers eagerly anticipated their inaugural double potions class. To be honest, Eiley still held a glimmer of anticipation, not for the potions themselves, but rather for the prospect of encountering the deeply devoted Professor Snape, who harbored unyielding feelings for Aunt Lily. However, the beauty of imagination starkly contrasted with the harshness of reality. Indeed, Snape's presence was formidable. As soon as he entered, he exuded an air of intimidation. To her astonishment, she was the very first to be splattered by the venom. Now, let's conduct a brief assessment to gauge your proficiency. Miss Flower, why don't you take a shot? Ashley incredulously pointed at herself. This title had only been bestowed upon her less than an hour ago. How could he possibly know? Snape scoffed and nodded, proceeding to pose his questions without waiting for her protest. Miss Flower, could you tell me what other names are associated with aconite? Miss Flower, what potion ingredients can be extracted from an acromantula? Miss Flower, what are the uses of mugwort? Miss Flower, what are the components of the elixir of life? A barrage of questions ensued. Relying on her textbooks and the posts she had perused, she managed to stammer out a few answers. But there remained several queries that she had never encountered, rendering her unable to respond. Miss Flower, your answering skills mirror your flying abilities. Both exhibit a rather erratic performance. It appears your reading materials are somewhat lacking. Perhaps you ought to dedicate more time to studying potions rather than attending flying lessons. Following this tirade, Ashley felt utterly overwhelmed by the weight of being addressed as Miss Flower. Even during Snape's earnest lecture that followed, she found herself unable to concentrate. The laughter of her peers faded into the background, and Snape's expression became a blur. Her mental state crumbled, completely shattered. The only thought that resonated in her mind was a fervent desire to never again hear that accursed title, Miss Flower. Regardless of Ashley's thoughts from that day forth, the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts might not have recognized her, but they would certainly know of the inept Miss Flower in flying. Chapter 39. Ashley's Reflection. Severus, you have gone too far. It is not the act of a gentleman to rub salt in the wounds of a girl. Tend to your savior, Dumbledore. Or, is this girl also part of your scheme? It is not I who chose this girl. Fate has merely intertwined her path with ours. She is one of the few remaining family members of Lily in this world. Can you not show her some mercy? You have finally spoken the truth, Severus. You wish for her to excel in potions, as Lily was quite adept in that field. She to share a slight resemblance to Lily, being her niece. If she were to pursue potions, it would grant you ample reason to keep a watchful eye over her. Yet, she is not Lily. Do you not fear the consequences of your actions? Stop being so self-righteous, Dumbledore. She is certainly not Lily. She bears more likeness to her foolish, mediocre mother, lacking even a fraction of Lily's talent for potions. I see. So you are frustrated by her potential. But do you not think the questions you posed were rather unreasonable? They were far above her current level. Moreover, your temper often leads you to speak indiscriminately. Ah, Severus, forgive me. I meant no offense. Indeed, I cannot emulate your eloquence. Snape retorted with a scoff, turning sharply to leave, though the sorrow and pain in his eyes were undeniable. Dumbledore gazed at Snape's retreating figure with a sense of guilt, releasing a resigned sigh. Ashley, do not be disheartened. Professor Snape has indeed gone too far. However, he likely did not intend to target you specifically. That is merely his manner of speaking. Everyone says so. Moreover, I have heard that aside from Slytherin, he is quite harsh with students from other houses. Everyone fears him. This is certainly not your fault. As for those questions, I have inquired, and some are beyond even third-year students. You performed admirably. Apollyon observed Ashley's distracted demeanor after potions class and felt concerned. Glancing around, she quietly shared what she had learned, hoping to console her. Ashley sighed inwardly, meeting Apollyon's worried gaze, wanting to express, no, he is indeed targeting me. I'm certain, although the words that escaped her lips were, yes, I understand. Thank you, Apollyon. I appreciate your efforts in gathering information to comfort me. It must have taken considerable effort. I feel much better now. Rest assured, I am fine. I simply believe I ought to read more to avoid being underestimated. After saying this, she even made a gesture of encouragement, appearing not to be disheartened, but rather determined to strive for improvement. Oh, you frighten me. I knew Ashley was not so easily defeated. She will undoubtedly devise a way to retaliate against that formidable adversary. Apollyon sighed in relief, her lovely eyes regaining their vibrancy, her smile radiantly bright. Unable to resist, Ashley reached out to ruffle Apollyon's fluffy hair, her spirits lifting slightly, for it was hard not to be fond of such an adorable girl. Ashley, do you know that your smile just now resembles my father's? Huh, what a peculiar association. It's just that my father always pats my head and smiles like you did right before he gives me a gift. I think I understand the situation now. Yes, my father once told me that if we ended up in the same house, I should listen to you, for you would not harm me. It seems you share the same habits as him. No wonder my father trusts you so much. Is there a necessary connection? My father loves me, and you love me. So those who perform such gestures and look at me with such smiles must be people who love me and can be trusted, right? That seems partially correct, but not entirely. If you're uncertain, it will be best to confirm it with Uncle Bertram. All right, my father is indeed quite discerning. He is remarkable. just like Uncle Vernon. My father says that while Uncle Vernon can be somewhat superficial, he possesses a keen business acumen and values family. He is a worthy investment. Apollyon widened her eyes and covered her mouth, looking as though she had spoken out of turn. Well, that is a rather objective assessment. Uncle Bertram is indeed quite perceptive. Ashley, you're not upset, are you? Apollyon asked timidly. Not at all. Uncle Bertram did not say anything incorrect. You must understand, children choose friends based on chemistry, but adults consider mutual interests and, more importantly, potential benefits. Ashley, you just echoed my father's sentiments. Apollyon exclaimed in surprise. I only heard the adults say that. Oh, so that's how adults think. Regardless, as a child, I want to be friends with Ashley because we share common interests, not because I'm following my father's words. Apollyon declared proudly, hugging Ashley with a radiant smile. What could Ashley do in response to such an adorable girl clinging to her? She gently embraced Apollyon, letting out a warm chuckle. In the days that followed, life appeared to return to a semblance of normalcy. Ashley and Apollyon continued to enter and exit together, sharing laughter and conversation, which seemed rather dull to those hoping for entertainment. Ashley focused intently on her own life, seemingly unaffected by any external circumstances. Yet, only she knew the tumultuous upheaval occurring within her heart. In the stillness of a night, she found herself reflecting upon all that had transpired over the years, contemplating the portion of responsibility that lay with her. Indeed, she realized that she had become somewhat aloof. Years of smooth sailing had nearly caused her to forget that she was not, in fact, a prodigy. Her only distinction over ordinary children stemmed from the 18 additional years of life experience she possessed. She believed she had assimilated, that she had truly become Ashley, yet unbeknownst to her, she harbored a sense of arrogance within, a form of hubris cloaked in the guise of foresight and transcendence. This arrogance, while concealed in the Muggle world, had been unwittingly unleashed since her arrival at Hogwarts. Snape's test did not humiliate her. Instead, it profoundly illuminated her own superficiality and pride. The sensation of stumbling through the questions, that feeling of her mind nearly overheating, left her in a state of sheer anxiety. The disconnection from her anticipated outcomes, the disruption of her rhythm, rendered her utterly at a loss. It was then that she truly grasped that this world was not a static entity, operating solely according to her memories, nor would it bend to her will. She also recalled that among her peers, in terms of knowledge, she paled in comparison to Hermione. In terms of skill, she was far behind Harry. In terms of perspective, she could not rival Ron. When it came to self-improvement, she ought to learn from Neville. In intellect, she was significantly outmatched by Benedict. And in social grace, she lacked the purity and sincerity that Apollyon possessed. Thus, what exactly was she so proud of? She pondered for an extended period, contemplating her advantages and how she ought to navigate her future. Chapter 40. Harry's Sister's Guardian Battle. However, before Ashley could fully process her thoughts, she was overwhelmed by several pieces of news brought by Hermione. Ashley, I apologize for interrupting your weekend, but I believe you need to speak with Harry at your earliest convenience. You know he always listens to you. On Saturday morning, having just finished breakfast with Apollyon and deliberating whether to head to the library or enjoy the scenery by the Black Lake, Hermione appeared, her demeanor notably grave. Harry? What has happened to him? I heard he was selected as Gryffindor's Seeker and was planning to congratulate him when I saw him. You must not know why he was chosen as Seeker, then? Isn't it due to the dispute with Malfoy over Neville's memory ball? Has the plot taken a turn? Ashley thought to herself, yet she nodded in acknowledgement of the situation. Hermione sighed in exasperation and recounted the events that transpired after Snape had berated her in potions class. So, on Thursday during herbology, Harry noticed my gloomy demeanor and felt that I had been wronged, thus harboring resentment towards Snape and, indeed, the entire Slytherin house. Just as you were in flying class that afternoon, Malfoy cruelly mocked Neville with a memory ball, inciting Harry's ire towards Snape and Slytherin. Consequently, Harry and Malfoy engaged in a dispute, which escalated into a wager involving the memory ball, throwing it and racing on broomsticks to see who could retrieve it first, with the loser having to apologize. Ashley succinctly summarized Hermione's narrative, feeling utterly speechless, momentarily lost in thought. Hermione, equally at a loss, nodded, seemingly disapproving of the boy's juvenile antics. Indeed, the outcome was clear. Harry emerged victorious, and coincidentally, Professor McGonagall witnessed the event from the window, thus granting him a special admission. Of course, had Professor McGonagall not intervened in time, no one could predict what might have transpired between Harry and Malfoy. Hermione was particularly incensed by this, feeling relieved that matters had taken a favorable turn rather than deteriorating further. Ashley remained silent, feeling a profound sense of inevitability. Even though Harry and Malfoy had deviated from their initial encounter and failed to confront one another directly, the situation had nevertheless escalated to a tense standoff. Was it because of her? Ashley could not be certain. This incident, at least, could be viewed as a serendipitous mistake that had inadvertently resolved itself. Yet her true concern lay with Harry's relationship with Professor Snape. Hermione then recounted another of Harry's exploits. Are you saying Harry deliberately refused to answer Snape's questions, intentionally defying him? Indeed, you cannot fathom how poor his attitude was. He practically pointed at Snape's nose and accused him of targeting students from other houses. If it were anyone else, Ashley would have felt inclined to applaud the boy for his bravery. However, knowing it was Harry who engaged in such defiance left her feeling both fiery with admiration and subtly pained for Snape. After all, she was one of the few who understood the extent of Snape's sacrifices for Harry. Nevertheless, to claim that being harassed by Snape did not evoke her ire would be disingenuous, and thus, after a fleeting moment of sympathy for Snape, she found herself relishing the spectacle. Unlike Hermione's apprehensions, Ashley felt no concern that Snape would impose any severe punishment upon Harry. Thus, she was filled with a sense of gratitude and comfort, realizing that the child she had always protected was now capable of safeguarding her in return. Hermione did not notice the blissful smile that graced Ashley's face, as she was engrossed in a lively inquiry from Apollyon regarding how she knew Harry had intentionally refrained from answering, rather than genuinely being unable to do so. Because later he triumphantly informed me that the answers to those questions were likely located somewhere in the textbook, claiming that Ashley had pressed him to review it before the term began. Apollyon burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Well done." Coming back to her senses, Ashley caught the exchange between Hermione and Apollyon, her lips twitching involuntarily. Hermione wore a look of exasperation as she regarded Apollyon, inwardly regretting her oversight. How had she forgotten that this was a person who thrived on chaos? However, Ashley found her thoughts wandering to other matters and thus anxiously posed a question to Hermione. Hermione, with Harry's actions, Snape must have deducted points from Gryffindor, right? How do your housemates view this? What do you think? Speaking of which, it infuriates me. Not only do they not blame Harry, but they actually consider him a hero for doing what they wish they could do, even hosting a celebratory gathering in the common room, which utterly delighted Harry. That certainly aligns with Gryffindor's character. Ashley and Apollyon simultaneously echoed this sentiment, yet they dared not voice it in front of the fuming Hermione. Do not worry, Hermione. I will speak with Harry shortly and discuss this matter with him, urging him not to continue opposing Snape. Please do not be upset, all right? I understand Harry's feelings, but I do not condone his actions. After all, he cannot allow his personal grievances to jeopardize the entire house. Opposing a headmaster will yield no favorable outcomes. Of course, this is not solely for the sake of the house, but also as a friend, out of concern for him. I hope you can understand. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she shyly acknowledged her friendship with Harry. What a delightfully awkward yet endearing girl she was, Ashley thought with an inward smile. Yes, I understand. Your perspective is quite sagacious. I apologize, Ashley. It is not that I disregard your feelings, but I believe that if Harry wishes to retaliate, he should find a formal means that does not endanger himself or the house, rather than resorting to reckless bravado. Well, you know what I mean. Hermione gazed at Ashley, adding hurriedly and apologetically. Ashley could no longer contain herself, breaking into laughter as she playfully pinched Hermione's cheek, relishing the moment. All right, little Hermione, I'm well aware of all this. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she blinked her large eyes in a daze, exuding an air of innocent charm. Apollyon could hardly contain herself, eager to join in and squeeze her cheeks. The three of them darted about, laughing and playing for quite a while. What Ashley did not realize was that her smile was becoming increasingly genuine and radiant, mirroring the delight on Hermione and Apollon's faces. Chapter 41. The first encounter of Miss Blossom and Mr. Quidditch Enthusiast. To be frank, Ashley truly struggled to comprehend the allure of Quidditch. According to its rules, it seemed reminiscent of a star-making endeavor, where the seeker, the player tasked with determining the outcome of the game, was the sole protagonist, while the other players merely played supporting roles. Of course, one could not overlook the disparity in skill between the competing teams, where one side could achieve a lead of over 150 points before the seeker even caught the golden snitch. Otherwise, it felt as though the presence of the other team members was regrettably diminished. Well, these reflections largely depended on whether one, as an observer, had any connection to the athletes on the field and whether they could view the situation with objectivity. Just like Ashley, who had barely arrived at the Quidditch pitch and was already getting a taste of her own words. I've never realized how charming Harry looks on a broomstick. His flying is simply extraordinary, Apollyon exclaimed, shaking Ashley's hand with such fervor that it left a lasting impression on her. This was Ashley's first time witnessing Harry soaring on his broom. The seamless synergy between him and the broom was utterly mesmerizing. To fly through the skies, a dream long cherished by humanity. How could Ashley possibly remain indifferent? However, the thought of her own flying abilities made Ashley's lips twitch. Perhaps it's best to forego such aspirations. After all, the number of wizards is limited, and the loss of one is still a loss. Let's not court misfortune. Harry, look this way. We've come to watch your training. Good luck. Apollyon, not content with merely dragging Ashley along, began waving and shouting from the stands. Her exuberance was almost too much for Ashley to bear. Yet, she found herself enviously admiring this vibrant and animated side of Apollyon. After completing a training session, Harry glanced toward the source of the commotion, and upon spotting Ashley and Apollyon, his face lit up with a broad smile. For a fleeting moment, it seemed he might soar over to them, but a stern glare from the captain swiftly quelled that impulse. Naturally, Ashley and Apollyon observed the unfolding scene. Apollyon realized her exuberance might have been misplaced and sheepishly returned to her seat, while Ashley couldn't help but steal another glance at the captain. Oliver Wood, a fifth-year student at Hogwarts, the current captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and a dedicated enthusiast of the sport, famously declaring, "Seize the golden snitch or perish on the field." You might wonder why Ashley, having only just met Oliver Wood, seemed so familiar with him. The answer was simple. Wow. Mom, Dad, that young man is quite handsome. His eyes are truly beautiful. Haha, Cece, look at our darling daughter. At just 4 years old, she already appreciates good-looking boys. How adorable. Wait until she brings her favorite boy home. Then let us see if you can still laugh. But truly, she is my daughter. Sharing her mother-esque taste, Wood is undeniably handsome. You're right. My dear Shihai, I must tell you, young ladies should exhibit some modesty and not so openly declare how handsome young men are, lest they be lured away and never return to see their parents again. Ashley recalled her father's earnest attempt to tease her, which made her chuckle softly. Ashley, what are you thinking? Laughing out loud like that? Apollyon was about to complain about Harry's overly stern captain when she noticed Ashley lost in thought, unexpectedly chuckling. Oh, it's nothing. I just recalled something amusing. What amusing thing? Tell me. The gossip-loving Apollyon was now completely distracted from her earlier intentions. Seeing Apollyon's eager, sparkling eyes, Ashley could only smile with a mixture of exasperation and affection, pinching her cheek before suddenly pointing toward the field, saying, "Hey, don't you think Gryffindor's captain is quite handsome? You should take a look." Apollyon promptly forgot her previous curiosity and turned her attention to the pitch. Really? Is that true? I didn't pay close attention just now. Relieved, Ashley watched as Apollyon eagerly leaned over the seat in front to catch a glimpse of the handsome captain, silently apologizing for her earlier outburst. I never anticipated that the seemingly severe captain would indeed be quite dashing, only slightly less so than my idol Cedric. Apollyon returned, brimming with excitement, sharing her revelation and gesturing a small distance with her fingers. However, this assertion ruffled Ashley's feathers. How could she allow such a comparison? I find it hard to believe that this captain is any less attractive than Cedric. Thank you for your compliment, Miss Blossom. Following her potion class, Ashley had unwittingly achieved yet another social blunder, and Apollyon, oblivious to whether her previous comments had been overheard, now mirrored Ashley's petrified expression. As though under a petrification spell, the Weasley twins erupted into laughter, pointing at Ashley and Apollyon, nearly gasping for breath. The other team members were more restrained, stifling their chuckles politely. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a sibling caught in wrongdoing, wishing he hadn't introduced everyone so soon. Taking a deep breath, Ashley sensed her composure thickening, for it was remarkable how quickly she could bounce back. Oh, no need for thanks. I genuinely believe the upperclassman is quite handsome. Apollyon, astonished, gave Ashley a thumbs up from behind, whispering, "Impressive, my sister." This elicited an involuntary chuckle from Wood as well. Once again, I appreciate your kind words, Miss Blossom. Miss Blossom? If it were the first time, Ashley might have feigned ignorance, but being called that again swiftly transformed her embarrassment into indignation. No matter how much he conformed to her aesthetic, she could not tolerate such familiarity. No need for thanks, Mr. Quidditch enthusiast. Mr. Quidditch enthusiast? Wood questioned, puzzled. Others had playfully called him Wood due to the pun on his name and personality, but being dubbed Mr. Quidditch enthusiast was an entirely new experience. He glanced back at his teammates, expecting one of them to be the source of this moniker, but only received bewildered and apologetic gestures in return. I wonder where Miss Blossom heard that name. Oh, I made it up, Mr. Quidditch enthusiast. You coined it yourself? You must be relatively new to school. How could you? For a brief moment, Ashley regretted her hasty tongue, as Quidditch enthusiast was a title she had bestowed upon him in a past life. However, Wood's incessant use of her nickname had infuriated her, leading to her impulsive retort. With Harry's selection for the Quidditch team being such monumental news, it was certainly the talk of the school. As captain, Wood was no stranger to rumors, so he understood the weight of the title, Mr. Quidditch Enthusiast. The other team members, now at ease upon hearing the origin of the nickname, could not help but chuckle at the thought of being called Quidditch Enthusiast by a first-year girl. The Weasley twins, fearless as ever, laughed the loudest. Wood, feeling a bit bashful, found his cheeks flushing. Miss Blossom, it is inappropriate to address others by their nicknames. Mr. Quidditch Enthusiast, I apologize, but it seems you're engaging in this very behavior while reprimanding me. Oh, I apologize, I truly did not notice. I am sincerely sorry, Junior. It is my fault. Please forgive me. Wood finally realized his misstep and hastily offered his apologies, feeling quite embarrassed. In response to his formal apology, Ashley felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her, regretting her own meticulousness. I'm also sorry, Senior. So, is your nickname for me a form of retaliation? As the atmosphere began to lighten, Wood relaxed considerably, and it dawned on him that, as a junior, it was rather inappropriate to directly admonish a senior. Thus, he had to come to this realization on his own. Ashley wore an expression of helplessness, which nearly made Wood chuckle. He extended his thumb and feigned a fierce demeanor, saying, "That was quite the splendid retort, Miss Dursley. You're welcome, Mr. Wood. If it does not offend you, feel free to call me Ashley." Wood was momentarily taken aback, forcing a stiff smile as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, Ashley." He then shot an irritated glance at the onlooking teammates and declared loudly, "All right, time is of the essence. Harry is a new team member, so that can be excused, but you all need to hurry back and tidy up the training equipment. Otherwise, don't expect to have lunch. You will continue training." The crowd promptly dispersed like a flock of startled birds, save for the audacious Weasley twins, who boldly gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Well done, Ashley. I am Fred. I am George. It is a pleasure to meet you." The two briefly introduced themselves and then quickly rejoined the main group under Wood's watchful eye. Ashley returned their smiles with satisfaction and waved them goodbye, feeling that the lesson she imparted to Wood had been quite effective. In high spirits, she pulled along her starry-eyed best friend and brother, contentedly heading towards the Great Hall. Chapter 42, Triumphantly Defeating Slytherin. Ashley, how did you end up at the Quidditch pitch? Were you here to watch my practice? Harry was now quite excited, finally beginning to grasp why Dudley had always appeared so motivated when his family came to watch him during boxing practice. What else? Were we simply here to bask in the sun? Ashley had yet to respond when April mischievously interjected with a laugh. Harry instantly felt a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head, though his smile was almost ear to ear, making April unable to contain her curiosity. Ashley felt a twinge of bittersweetness. It was not just Harry reminiscing about the past, but she too recalled the scenes of yesteryear. The warmth of Vernon and Petunia's inquiries, their unmistakable pride, and Harry's solitude, which she deeply yearned to alleviate. "Harry, congratulations. You are the first year to become a member of the Quidditch team. How impressive. As your sister, I'm so proud of you." Ashley beamed as she voiced the words Harry longed to hear, and she was rewarded with the sight of her brother biting his lip, stifling tears, before breaking into a radiant smile as if he were determined to shine for a lifetime. April seemed to catch on, chiming in with congratulations and admiration. "Indeed, you are remarkable, Harry. We saw you fly so well, like a bolt of lightning." Then, seemingly struck by a thought, she glanced at Ashley and added ominously, "In comparison to Ashley, is simply incomparable." Ashley's expression darkened, and feigning anger, she exclaimed that last remark was entirely unnecessary. Harry and April could easily discern that she was not genuinely upset, prompting them to laugh heartily. Watching her friend's boisterous laughter, Ashley felt a swell of happiness within her. It must be said, April was indeed the best wingwoman. With such a moment, her subsequent words to Harry would carry even more weight. "Harry, I did not come solely to congratulate you. There is another matter I wish to discuss." April glanced around at the sibling duo and, sensing the moment, quickly dashed off. "I have not seen Benedict much lately and have missed him. I shall go catch up with him." She then turned and left, leaving the atmosphere slightly tense for the siblings. "Harry, I have heard everything. Thank you for standing up for your sister. Honestly, I am quite touched. The little boy who once needed my protection is now capable of protecting me. How remarkable. But Ashley, are you not upset?" Harry asked, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. "Well, of course, I am not upset," Ashley quickly added, seeing Harry's expression darkening. It merely feels as though my younger brother is growing up, and I'm starting to feel older. Harry paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter, his expression filled with exasperation and fondness. Ashley, you're only a couple of months older than me. How could you possibly be old? The siblings shared a smile, and the earlier tension seemed to dissipate like a fleeting illusion. All right, let us get serious. Harry, do you believe your actions were justified? Setting aside emotions and positions, purely in terms of conduct. Ashley fixed her gaze on Harry, her eyes brimming with seriousness and gravity. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Harry instinctively wanted to retort, but the latter half rendered him silent. It seems you are indeed aware of the underlying issues, yet because of me, you feel you have not erred. Harry remained silent, more like a tacit acknowledgement. Well, from a sister's perspective, I also believe you did not err. On the contrary, I am genuinely touched. I was not joking earlier. I am truly moved that my brother stood up for me. It brings me immense joy. Ashley's emphatic declaration of her feelings evidently struck a chord with Harry, making him feel that all of it was worthwhile. However, there is a but. As a sister, I believe you did make a mistake. I am genuinely worried, exceedingly worried. The individual you confronted is a headmaster. What repercussions might he impose? I can hardly fathom. The repercussions from the Muggle world, writing an apology, involving parents, or even expulsion, are consequences you might not be able to bear, let alone in the magical realm. If he were to become enraged and cast a curse upon you, what am I to do as your sister? To be heartbroken and guilt-ridden, is that it? I can hardly envision such a scene. As she spoke, Ashley genuinely empathized. Had she not known for certain that Snape would not act in such a manner? She could easily imagine the possibilities if it were someone less familiar. Ashley's eyes grew misty, her voice thickening with emotion. Harry, witnessing Ashley's distress, felt a genuine fear rising within him. This was the second time he had seen her truly cry, which made him realize the gravity of the situation. Ashley, do not fear, it is all right. Snape did not harm me. He merely deducted 50 points from our house. It is of no consequence. Do not worry. Harry, I understand, and I am grateful for that. Yet I do not wish for you to repeat the same mistake next time. Harry remained silent, evidently not yet convinced. Ashley sighed inwardly, guessing at the points he still clung to, and continued, Harry, do you believe he was too harsh, causing me great humiliation, and thus you cannot forgive him? But Harry, I did not take his antagonism to heart. After all, it is entirely reasonable for a professor to question a student. Moreover, the moniker Miss Flower was not coined by him. Even if it were Professor Proust who dubbed it, there was no malice intended. On the contrary, it stemmed from his fondness for me. You were present at the time, were you not? You truly were not upset, Ashley, but just the other day, in herbology, you misunderstood, Harry, at that moment. I was indeed quite frustrated. Throughout my life, I have rarely disappointed my teachers. I was vexed with myself for not being diligent enough, for being unable to answer many questions. It felt quite disheartening. Ashley let out a sigh, her brow furrowed, her emotions vividly expressed. Yet internally she felt a twinge of guilt for having told a lie of considerable magnitude. Harry recollected the playful banter he had just shared with Eveline regarding Ashley's flying abilities, and her reaction eased his tension, loosening the stubbornness within him. Ashley, I have inquired about those questions Snape posed. Some of them are even topics encountered only in the 6th year, so it is not your fault. You have performed excellently. In Harry's eyes, sincerity and affirmation shone brightly, filling Ashley's heart with warmth and relief. Yes, relief. Although her earlier lamentations were half-truths, the emotions were genuine. Recently, she had been haunted by her own arrogance and was uncertain about how to proceed, pondering where her strengths lay. However, it was only after conversing with Harry that she realized her self-imposed burdens. At the age of 8, she had felt guilty and sorrowful for not being able to alleviate some of Harry's sufferings, which indeed was a form of hubris, as she had cast herself in the role of Harry's savior. It was Harry's acknowledgement that restored her confidence, yet simultaneously, it allowed her pride to take root within her. The setback she had recently faced, however, unveiled her arrogance, prompting her to reflect on her strengths and her attitude towards the future. Yet, the very act of contemplating was, in itself, a manifestation of her willingness to integrate. She had genuinely fallen in love with the people here, her parents, her brothers, her friends, rather than merely viewing them as ephemeral figments of emotion. The people here loved her in return. She had Vernon, Petunia, Dudley, as well as Eveline, Benedict, and Harry. Ashley, what troubles you? Harry noticed Ashley's distant gaze and grew concerned, fearing she was mulling over something distressing. Oh, it's nothing. Your comforting presence merely reminded me of that time when we were 8 at the park. Harry was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in embarrassment. Yes. I too recalled that moment. It was the first time I saw you cry. This is the second. Ashley shot Harry a playful glare, and after exchanging glances, they both burst into laughter. Harry, thank you, truly, thank you. You always provide me strength during my moments of confusion, helping me break through the fog. The latter part was spoken silently in her heart. Not at all. It has always been you protecting me, advocating for my rights, providing me confidence and strength. Without you, I would never have imagined I could be where I am today. Harry stammered, struggling to find the right words, his face flushed with shyness. No, Harry, even without me. Perhaps you would face some hardships, but the goodness you experience now is well-deserved. Ashley smiled to herself. What nonsense! Is it not your flying talent that I bestowed upon you? No wonder I possess no flying abilities whatsoever. Quick, return it to me. Ashley laughed playfully, extending her hand, while Harry retreated, matching her playful spirit with a bright smile. Harry, train diligently. Do not squander your talent, and help me confront Slytherin with dignity. After a moment of lightheartedness, Ashley suddenly uttered this profound statement, leaving Harry astonished. I harbor no resentment towards Professor Snape's challenges, but that does not mean I lack temperance. I have never thought to blame you for standing up for me. I merely worry that your actions may lead to harm. Thus, I hope you could defeat his house with honorable means in your area of expertise, helping me reclaim my pride, all right? The second mention of honorable sent a tremor through Harry's heart. It was in this moment that he finally grasped Ashley's intentions, leaving him immensely moved. All right, I will strive to do my best. What are you waiting for? Hurry and have lunch. I am nearly starving. Besides, do you not have training this afternoon? Do you wish to train on an empty stomach? Harry's emotional state was so apparent that Ashley feared he might shed tears at any moment. Thus, for the sake of her brother's dignity, she offered him no time to react and pulled him along. Moreover, she was genuinely hungry. Food was paramount. As for her confusion and trepidation, she had come to clarity. Live in the moment. Just as she had once heard the voice of Beatrice instruct her. To do what she could, to act as her heart desired, without forcing or overthinking. Her advantage lay in the fact that she had lived 18 years longer than an ordinary child, allowing her to cherish everything she possessed and to understand how to seize opportunities to achieve her goals. However, she did not notice the two figures appearing in the corridor above. Severus, it seems this year's Quidditch match will be quite thrilling. You Slytherins should be wary. Huh, as if that matters to him. With a flick of his robes, he departed. It appears Harry has a wonderful sister. The old man with the white beard murmured with satisfaction. Chapter 43. The surprising sisterly topic for Ashley. Ashley, Harry, over here. As soon as Ashley and Harry entered the great hall, the observant Eveline spotted them, waving them over. Ashley and Harry exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before not making their way over right away. It's quite all right. During weekends, mealtime is more relaxed, so there are fewer people around, and everyone sits wherever they please. Come on over. Eveline quickly explained, as if sensing their hesitation, and continued calling them over. Seeing the friendly smiles from the other little witches and wizards nearby in response to Eveline's invitation, Ashley and Harry finally approached the Ravenclaw table where Eveline was seated. Naturally, Benedict, as a Ravenclaw student, was also present, though his demeanor at that moment appeared far from cheerful. Ashley and Harry paused, feeling it might not be wise to join them. Yet, they had no choice as Eveline enthusiastically urged them to sit down. Ashley settled beside her, while Harry sat next to Benedict. Although there was nothing particularly special about the arrangement, Ashley couldn't shake the feeling that there was something slightly awkward about it. Well, since we are here, we might as well make the best of it, she thought, though she remained unsure of Eveline's intentions. Nevertheless, her hunger took precedence. Ashley subtly signaled to Harry to eat comfortably. The two of them tapped on the table, and a brand new set of cutlery appeared before them. After selecting some of their favorite dishes, they began to feast heartily. Today's mushroom soup is quite delightful. Ashley, you should try it. Eveline seemed to be in high spirits, as she kindly served Ashley a bowl of mushroom soup and placed it next to her. Ashley, filled with questions, prioritized eating and smiled her thanks. Harry, you should try some too, but it's a bit far for me to serve you. Hey, why are you lacking in awareness? Quickly help Harry with a bowl. Your earlier serving for Senior Autumn was quite swift. Eveline elbowed Benedict, her teasing expression almost overwhelming Ashley and Harry. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Indeed, they were choked, and both Ashley and Harry felt a weight lift from their hearts, simultaneously exclaiming in their minds, so that's how it is. They exchanged glances with the frowning Benedict and the beaming Eveline, and a spark of curiosity ignited in their eyes, an insatiable thirst for gossip. Harry was more reserved, burying his head in his plate while continuing to eat, his eyes furtively assessing the situation, patiently awaiting Epheline's next move. Ashley, however, was more direct, intrigued by the gossip surrounding the proud little prince, Benedict. Clutching a chicken leg, he glanced at April. His intention to signal her to continue was all too apparent. Benedict was acutely aware that he had landed himself in trouble, especially with his mischievous older sister having caught him in the act. Reconciliation was not on the agenda for the day. With a slight huff to express his dissatisfaction, he crossed his arms and sat back, adopting a posture of indifference. Much like a stubborn pig unbothered by boiling water. I saw you with Harry today, and, I must admit, I felt a twinge of envy. That is why I sought out this lad, to reminisce, as it had been quite a while since I last laid eyes on him, and was curious about how he has been faring. Just as he was contemplating seeking him out after finishing his meal, Fortune smiled upon him, for he spotted him in the dining hall. Ashley, you cannot imagine how he reacted upon seeing Senior Chiozhong. He resembled a little stray dog from the woods next to our elementary school. So nervous and bashful, it was utterly delightful to witness. April had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to share this tidbit, and Ashley's cooperation was precisely what she desired. Grasping Ashley's hand, she began to chatter animatedly. Ashley pieced together the events. Benedict had assisted Chiozhong by serving her a bowl of mushroom soup that was now in front of him, and his nervous demeanor had not escaped her notice. She pressed Benedict for details, and his suspicious attitude led her to believe that he harbored feelings for Chiozhong. While there was indeed a hint of suspicion, one must remember that they were merely 11 years old. What could possibly be classified as love at that tender age? Ashley remained skeptical, merely finding the scene amusing, observing Benedict with a teasing smile. Don't heed her nonsense. It was merely that Senior Chiozhong was seated a bit far from the soup, so I helped her out by serving her a bowl, Benedict explained nonchalantly. Had it not been for the noticeable flush on his cheeks, perhaps they would have taken him at his word. Well, our innocent young lad is rather endearing. April chimed in. I refuse to believe it. You are undoubtedly smitten with her, you proud little creature. When did you become so enthusiastic? April seemed determined to witness her brother's embarrassment, persistently prodding him to reveal his true feelings. Ashley observed Benedict's growing impatience and felt that April was perhaps pushing it a bit too far. She tugged at April's sleeve, subtly indicating Benedict's expression. Realizing her brother's discomfort, April pouted, but ultimately ceased her relentless questioning. Seizing the moment, Benedict made a hasty escape, appearing quite flustered, which in turn lightened April's mood. Harry, too, was taken aback by April's fixation on gossip. He hastily finished a couple of bites and swiftly departed, yet he harbored a lingering curiosity about Senior Chiozhong. After all, Benedict's bashful demeanor was indeed undeniable. Now, only the two girls remained, exchanging glances filled with shared amusement, before erupting into laughter. To be honest, Ashley felt a flicker of curiosity about this Senior Chiozhong, for she was the pride of Hufflepuff, the future girlfriend of the illustrious Cedric Diggory, and possessed Chinese heritage. Now, having captured the attention of the proud little Prince Benedict, she thought to herself, goodness, what a scenario. Wait a moment, and Harry. Oh dear, what a battleground this is turning out to be. The mere thought sent a shiver down Ashley's spine, and for a fleeting second, she contemplated whether she should advise Harry to steer clear of this young lady, completely avoiding this chaotic situation. But then, she was met with a wry smile. At 11 years old, how had she become an anxious mother hen? Let them be. They can pursue their own affairs. Ashley, do you think Benedict truly has feelings for her? April asked, linking arms with Ashley as they prepared to return to their dormitory for a nap. Along the way, April's concern resurfaced. I doubt it. After all, he is merely 11. What of it? I received love letters from boys when I was 9, but I simply did not fancy them. April responded, her eyes wide with disbelief at the association of age with affection. My apologies, I was overreacting. But 9. If you liked him, does that mean you would have actually gone out with him? Indeed, before we graduated from elementary school, many couples had already begun dating. If they both got into the same secondary school, they would likely continue their relationship. If they attended different schools, they would probably part ways. April lamented, her expression tinged with regret. Are today's children so mature? Or is it just a phenomenon in Y country? Ashley found herself lost in a profound existential pondering. What kind of affection do you harbor for Senior Cedric? Previously, she had assumed April's admiration for Cedric was akin to a fan's infatuation, but now uncertainty clouded her thoughts. That question is rather peculiar, but I believe I grasp what you are insinuating. It is the desire to be his girlfriend, of course. What was happening? Had she mistakenly traversed decades in time, arriving from 20 years in the past instead? Had she swapped timelines? What do you find appealing about Senior Cedric? Ashley asked timidly, feeling as though her youth was slipping away, and now, gazing at April, felt like looking up to a senior. Well, he is undeniably handsome. Had the boy from my youth been as charming as he, I would have certainly been with him. Ashley felt as though she might topple over. By the way, Ashley, do you fancy Senior Wood? April's curiosity was reignited by their previous encounter on the Quidditch pitch, and her penchant for gossip surged anew. Why would you think that? Ashley replied, exasperation creeping into her voice. Then tell me, who do you think is more handsome, Cedric or Wood? Based on my aesthetic preferences, I find Senior Wood's appearance more appealing. Is there a problem with that? Then it is settled. In your eyes, Senior Wood is indeed more handsome than Senior Cedric, which means you must have feelings for him. Is there an inherent connection there? Ashley retorted. I think Senior Cedric is handsome, hence I like him. You think Senior Wood is handsome, so naturally you must like him too. April beamed victoriously, leaving Ashley feeling both speechless and irked. Now, would you choose salted egg yolk eggplant or Senior Cedric? Salted egg yolk eggplant. April answered hastily before fully comprehending the question, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment once she grasped it. Ashley placed her hands on her hips, chuckling. It appears you are more suited to a romance with salted egg yolk eggplant. Oomph. Then I shall find a boyfriend who can cook salted egg yolk eggplant to show you. April huffed as she pushed open the dormitory door and dove into her bed. Ashley laughed as she helped her remove her shoes, inwardly thinking, I truly overestimated you. Chapter 44. The Theft of the Weasley Family Package. George, this is rather odd. Mother has explicitly mentioned several times in her letters that Errol was to bring us her baked treats. Yet all we received was a letter. Indeed, Fred. Percy had ordered a newspaper that should have arrived on Wednesday, but Errol has yet to deliver it. He approached me yesterday, suspecting I was playing a prank on him by hiding his newspaper. Quite comical. Really, who would care for his newspaper to wipe their behinds? In the Gryffindor common room on a Sunday, the Weasley twins were lamenting this absurd theft, while Ron and Harry found their antics both amusing and intriguing. Ron flipped through the letters Mrs. Weasley had penned to her sons and noted that nearly everyone mentioned baked goods, yet they had received none. Were it not for your insistence, I might have thought you two snuck off with them, hoarding them from Percy and me, Ron mused. Recalling the time he had assisted with the mail and indeed found only letters, no packages, and felt compelled to comment. Were George and I to pilfer some treats, we would have concealed the letters so thoroughly that you and Percy would never suspect a thing. Fred retorted indignantly. Where on earth have those snacks gone? Harry interjected, sensing the rising tension in their conversation, eager to divert their attention. Surely it can't be Errol who has taken them. George shrugged, chuckling. I am convinced that Errol has merely aged a bit and become somewhat daft, but he certainly lacks any thieving tendencies. I concur. Fred surprisingly echoed Ron's sentiment. Shall we investigate where the snack parcel has vanished? Harry casually proposed, only to realize he might have overstepped his bounds. Just as he contemplated an apology, he was enthusiastically interrupted by Fred. What a splendid idea. We're rather bored. Let's play detectives and investigate our family's theft. George and Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Harry instinctively swallowed the words he had intended to say, instead asking, So, where shall we begin our inquiry? The four of them fell into contemplation. After a moment, Fred suddenly exclaimed as if struck by inspiration. Starting from the beginning would be too tedious. We must devise a way to lure out this thief. As one of the twins, George immediately grasped the concept. Indeed, we just need to have Errol deliver some tasty treats, and the thief will surely reveal themselves. Then both of them chorused, Hogsmeade, Honeydukes. Their synchrony evoked envy in Harry and Ron, who exchanged excited glances and hurriedly leaned in to hear the details of their elaborate plan. Thus, the four heads huddled together as Fred and George animatedly began to outline their strategy. Good morning, Harry, Ron, Fred, and George, said Apollyon, who had received a letter from Peaches early that morning. Agnes had sent a parcel to Apollyon and Benedict, but Peaches, being too small, couldn't carry it. So it was sent via owl post, instructing Apollyon to fetch it from the Ollery. Ashley, who had squandered a week of studies, was on her way to the library when Apollyon, employing both threats and coaxing, managed to convince her to assist as a porter. Good morning, Ashley and Miss Kelly. Just call me Apollyon, she replied. Very well, Apollyon. It is a pleasure to meet you. The twins spoke in unison, which was undeniably amusing. Harry, where are you headed? Don't you have training today? Oh, today the training grounds belong to Slytherin, so we can't practice, Harry lamented. Yes, Wood is quite frustrated, clutching his broom and polishing it incessantly. Fred teased. The image of Wood sulking over his broomstick made Ashley chuckle, prompting Fred and George to inwardly muse, women, or rather, girls, are truly not to be trifled with. So, are you planning to stake out the Ollery to catch the thief of the Weasley family parcel? How intriguing. After exchanging pleasantries, Apollyon and Ashley learned the details of the situation, with Apollyon expressing her keen interest. But is this truly effective? What if the thief dislikes sweets or is unaware and doesn't show up? Ashley skeptically inquired. Given that we have not received any snacks, this thief must be quite greedy and well-informed. This is the owl's resting station. If it were a package from Mom, Errol would need to rest here for a while before delivering it. Knowing Errol's habits, I believe the thief will come, Fred reasoned. Seemingly logical, and seeing the eager expressions of those around her, Ashley reluctantly joined in, her curiosity piqued regarding this snack thief. Hogwarts, O'Leary. To be honest, I really want to leave right now, Ashley lamented. Birds are notoriously straightforward creatures, and although it's unclear how often they clean, even in this semi-open state, the odor here is utterly unbearable. Excuse me, how much longer do we have to wait? I wonder. No, you do not wonder. You must focus on when that thief will arrive and how we will catch it. Apollyon knew Ashley well and effectively cut off all her escape routes with that remark. Look, Errol is back with the sweets. We have invested quite a bit this time to catch the thief. We bought various candies. Surely one of them will appeal to its taste. Fred gritted his teeth. Ron, standing nearby, was more concerned about how much he might get to eat. It's here, George exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement as he noticed the commotion. A small figure flitted into view, fluttering its wings as it approached Errol. Peaches, Apollyon exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and instinctive quietude in her voice. The three Weasleys, unfamiliar with Peaches, looked at Apollyon in confusion, awaiting her explanation. Ashley found it absurd and worried it might be a misunderstanding, so she nudged Apollyon to wait a moment. To catch a thief, one must have evidence. Peaches, rather impudently, turned and began pecking at Errol, displaying an unexpectedly formidable fighting spirit for such a diminutive creature, causing Errol to stagger backward. Letting go of the parcel containing the candy trap, the onlookers alternated their gazes between the woeful Errol and the tiny Peaches, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and bemusement. Particularly, Apollyon felt as though her entire worldview had been shattered. Is that my Peaches? My adorable Peaches? Indeed, Peaches tore open the parcel, but upon examining its contents, she seemed less than satisfied, pecking at it a few times before finally selecting a chocolate bean to consume. After devouring several, she ceased her foraging and, through some inexplicable means, managed to wrap the remaining chocolate beans in the parcel's packaging. Apollyon, utterly disappointed in her child, was on the verge of stepping out to discipline her when she witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Peaches, clutching her small parcel, flew to a corner of the O'Leary, where she dragged out a sizable parcel wrapped in newspaper. Observing her deftly open the larger package with her beak and stuff the smaller parcel inside, Apollyon, Ashley, and Harry were left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, George and Fred quickly reacted. One restrained Peaches while the other snatched the stolen goods. They turned to the three, who were at a loss for words, scratching their heads, unsure of how to proceed. Ron, however, was too preoccupied with the sight of the discarded candies to care about such intricacies. The sight alone was enough to make his heart bleed. Upon seeing the large parcel, he angrily approached and tore it open, eager to discover what else had been pilfered. As the newspaper fell away, it revealed an array of biscuits and small cakes baked by Mrs. Weasley. Though Peaches was quite clean and the outer wrapping appeared tidy, who could possibly eat such tainted offerings? Ron cradled the box, his heart aching with compassion, pouting and casting a look of accusation at the unrepentant Peaches. I truly apologize. I never imagined Peaches would behave in such a manner. I will speak with Mum and Dad about discussing compensation with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. I am so very sorry. Though Apollyon was flustered, shocked, and deeply saddened to learn of her child's misbehavior, her good upbringing compelled her to apologize immediately and seek ways to make amends. Yet, a faint quiver in her voice hinted at her vulnerability and stubbornness. Leaving the Weasleys exchanging glances, unable to muster any blame, even Ron, the most aggrieved among them, Ailey found herself utterly flabbergasted. Her worldview shattered into fragments as she beheld the adorable little creature, unable to believe it was such a notorious and adept criminal. A palpable silence enveloped the group for a moment. After gathering the scattered food, or rather, contraband, the three boys from the Weasley family departed one after another. Apollyon, cradling her composed yet mischievous child, felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions wash over her, her eyes reddening as she lowered her gaze, trailing behind the Weasley trio. Harry casually picked up the newspaper that had wrapped the stolen goods, intending to dispose of it, but was captivated by its striking headline. It reported an illegal intrusion at Gringotts, yet no losses were incurred. The incident at Vault 713 had, in fact, been fully emptied that very day. The date was July 31st. Harry was instantly reminded of his birthday, recalling the letter Hagrid had dropped, marked with the highest secrecy, which bore the number 713. Moreover, Hagrid had mentioned he was acting on Dumbledore's behalf. Ashley, walking behind, caught sight of Harry's astonishment as he stared at the newspaper, prompting her to lean in curiously for a glimpse. In that instant, everything clicked for Ashley, and she felt a familiar tug at the corners of her mouth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Harry glanced at Ashley and, after deliberation, recounted the events and his conjectures to her. With an air of apology, he revealed that Hagrid had originally asked him to keep it a secret, which was why he hadn't shared it with her. Ashley bore no resentment, for she had pieced together the backstory upon witnessing Harry's shocked expression. Besides, keeping a friend's secret was not something deserving of blame. As for Harry's decision to confide in her now, it was clear he understood the ephemeral nature of secrets, and that, at this juncture, there was little left to conceal. Ashley could only lament inwardly that it was indeed the theft of a peach that had delayed Harry's awareness of these matters, pondering whether it would affect future developments. However, as she observed Harry's concern for Hagrid's mission, she quickly offered him words of reassurance. There's no need to worry. The vault has been emptied, indicating that Hagrid has completed his task. Furthermore, with Hogwarts remaining tranquil, it signifies that everything is under Dumbledore's control. Rest assured, Harry, comforted by Ashley's words, visibly relaxed and smiled at her. Just as Ashley urged Harry to hasten their departure, she suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit and glanced back at Apollyon, who had vanished from sight. She called Harry back, and together they managed to retrieve the large parcel from the Kelly family, transforming into makeshift porters as they carried it out of the Ollery. As Ashley descended from the tower, her gaze lingered on the distant castle grounds, her thoughts deep and contemplative, as if she could see the gem concealed within the mirror. She murmured to herself, "How could I have forgotten? The plot surrounding the Philosopher's Stone has already commenced." Chapter 45. The weighty concern of family as Harry and Ashley, drenched in sweat, descended from the Ollery with the enormous parcel. They were taken aback to see Apollyon, who they thought had left, returning toward them. Cradling Peach, Apollyon appeared deeply affected, her spirit dampened. But upon noticing the cumbersome package Harry and Ashley were carrying, she mustered an awkward smile. "I'm truly sorry, Ashley, Harry. I've been quite overwhelmed and lost track of things. I completely forgot our original purpose. However, Ashley, Mother instructed me not to disclose the contents of the package until it was retrieved, as it contained surprises for both you and Harry. Since you are here, why not take a look together?" Harry and Ashley exchanged glances, genuinely surprised that there were indeed surprises awaiting them. While carrying the parcel, they had harbored their share of grievances about its size and weight. Ashley's initial eagerness to learn had surged under the weight of the package. After all, if they could merely cast a levitation charm, they wouldn't be reduced to such exhaustion. Yet now, knowing that the package contained something meant for her, her spirits lifted considerably, and the anticipation deepened. Harry glanced at Ashley, then back at the parcel, his eyes brimming with excitement, realizing that even Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had something for him, a notion he had never considered, or perhaps had dared to hope for. Ashley, on the other hand, was a mix of surprise and guilt, her expression complex. Having wrestled with her own issues for some time, she had finally come to a resolution, yet she had neglected to inform her parents of her well-being. A wave of guilt washed over her, making her acutely aware of her oversight. "Ashley, what troubles you?" Harry asked, concern lacing his voice. "I forgot to reply to my parents' letter," Ashley replied with a rueful smile. "I'm sorry, I too lost track amidst everything that has transpired," Harry admitted, mirroring her guilt. "Not to worry. Receiving their surprises means we can respond more conveniently. Plus, no parent would chastise their child for a moment's oversight," Apollyon chimed in cheerfully, her angelic demeanor brightening the atmosphere, and even considering Harry's situation. This sentiment resonated with Ashley, who worried for her dear friend. Seeing Apollyon's sunny disposition dispelled her earlier concerns, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Indeed, Harry, we must share our astonishment at receiving such gifts." "Absolutely. But should we unwrap it here?" Harry replied enthusiastically, only to be struck by a sudden thought. That might not be the best idea. If the contents are disorganized, it could become quite troublesome," Ashley concurred, her expression reflecting the same dilemma. "Oh, the three of us, burdened by a parcel too large and heavy. How absurd. If only we could cast a levitation charm, or a shrinking spell, or perhaps possess a bag with the undetectable extension charm," Ashley lamented, feeling frustrated with her own inadequacies, forgetting that she had only recently entered the magical school. "Let us do this. We'll carry the parcel to the hallway and ask a Ravenclaw student to summon Benedict. Once we've distributed the items, it should be manageable, Harry and Apollyon agreed, acknowledging that it was indeed the most practical solution, though they still sighed at the sight of the massive package. Resigned, the trio heaved the parcel towards the entrance hall, with Peach perched atop it. I truly underestimated the size of this parcel. Had I known, I would have summoned Benedict to assist us, Apollyon exclaimed, panting as she vented her frustrations, eliciting both amusement and exhaustion from Ashley and Harry. Finally, upon reaching the right corridor of the entrance hall, the three collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Ashley was now exceedingly curious about how the Owl Postal Service had managed to deliver such a hefty package. This was no mere peach-sized burden. Even with 2 Errol's or Hedwig, it would have been an impossible task. Spotting a Ravenclaw student passing by, Apollyon mustered her strength to approach him, breathlessly requesting his assistance in relaying a message to Benedict. Returning to her previous spot, she plopped down onto Ashley, utterly drained. Benedict hurried over, and upon seeing his hapless sister and her friends sprawled on the floor, he felt a mix of exasperation, amusement, and concern. How could you be so foolish? Could you not have informed me in advance so that I could accompany you? How could I possibly have known it would be so large and heavy? I intended to surprise you, but now I am utterly exhausted. My hands are aching, and you still treat me so harshly, wailed Apollyon, her frustration palpable as she sprang up to gaze at Benedict, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your hands hurt. Are you injured? Let me take a look, Benedict exclaimed anxiously, rushing over to grasp Apollyon's hands for inspection. It hurts here, and here too. I can hardly bend my fingers, Apollyon sobbed softly, unconsciously leaning on her brother, her demeanor pitiful as she sought comfort from him. With a resigned sigh, Benedict miraculously produced a small tube of ointment from his pocket and began applying it to her reddened fingers. Ah, yet another day filled with envy towards Apollyon, thought Ashley wistfully. Ashley, are your hands all right? Harry inquired, his concern for his sister piqued upon witnessing Apollyon's distress. Ashley paused, smiling as she waved her palm at Harry to reassure him that she was fine, though her heart felt particularly warm. After applying the ointment, Apollyon did not forget her dear friend. She took the ointment from Benedict and applied it to Ashley's hands, which finally put Harry at ease. As for herself, Ashley only glanced at Apollyon, who understood immediately and placed the ointment in her hands, leading Harry to enjoy the same comforting treatment, his smile becoming particularly radiant. At last, the 2 sets of siblings unwrapped their packages, discovering their respective bountiful gifts. Ashley was astonished to find that, in terms of size, hers was the largest. After all, a gigantic plush toy, no matter how much it was squished, could hardly diminish in size. This was the very toy that had kept her company during sleep, sent by Petunia and Vernon. It evoked a mixture of laughter and tears within her. The remainder of the package contained her favorite snacks and treats, as if they feared she would not be sufficiently nourished, which only deepened the redness around her eyes and her longing for them. Harry's package was primarily filled with food he adored, accompanied by a small toy car he kept by his bedside. It was a gift from Ashley for his 5th birthday, modified together with Dudley, featuring little figurines of 2 boys and a girl sitting in the car. Harry had never realized that his aunt had remembered his preferences. He discreetly wiped the corner of his eye, not wanting Ashley to notice. The contents of the Kelly family's package were far less sentimental, almost entirely consisting of food. Particularly for Apollyon, an extravagant bag of snacks rejuvenated her in an instant. Benedict's share of snacks was less abundant. Yet the weight of the package was mostly attributed to his contribution, an enormous collection of books, so heavy that it filled the trio of delivery workers with resentment. Under the bombardment of their glances, Benedict instinctively shrank his neck, regretting not having asked his father to send them separately. The disgruntled trio would not relent until he agreed to cheer for Harry at the Quidditch match, promised to lend his books to Ashley for shared reading, and committed to sharing part of his snacks with Apollyon. They hurriedly transported their belongings back to their respective dormitories, regrettably missing lunchtime. As Harry and Benedict sulked, contemplating how they might have to survive on snacks, their sisters unexpectedly appeared with 2 full baskets of still warm food, leading them to a picnic by the Black Lake. After a lively and satisfying lunch, Harry could not contain his curiosity any longer, but Ashley and Apollyon merely exchanged knowing smiles, informing him that this secret was one he must uncover for himself, allowing his curiosity to flourish. After all, friendship is never one-sided, and caring for the house elves is a duty that Hufflepuffs uphold. Benedict had his suspicions, thus he was not as curious as Harry. Subsequently, the 4 of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Ashley and Harry arranged to meet later at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, each returning to write letters. Chapter 46. Miss Flower was driven mad. At the appointed time, Ashley arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor. To be honest, choosing this location as their meeting point was a spontaneous decision on Ashley's part, or perhaps a well-planned one. After all, for someone eager to find a legitimate reason to visit the 8th floor and access the room of requirement, there could be no more fitting justification. Clutching the letter she had prepared, Ashley's heart was tumultuous with emotion. Setting aside thoughts of the room of requirement, merely reading the letter Petunia and Vernon had tucked within the plush toy was enough to unleash a flood of feelings within her, stirring her soul. The gentle reminders and the mundane details of everyday life filled Ashley with a sudden yearning and nostalgia, as if she were longing for a time long past. She wrote and tore up her reply repeatedly, ultimately deciding to share only good news, much like countless children away from home. "Ashley, you've arrived. Did you have to wait long? I should have come out earlier. I'm so sorry," Harry greeted her. "It's fine. It's my first visit to the 8th floor, and I was worried about getting lost, so I set out early. Fortunately, I encountered a senior from Gryffindor who showed me the way, which is why I arrived a little early," she explained. "Here, this is my letter. Could you ask Hedwig to send it for me? What's the trouble? She hasn't delivered a letter in ages. I think she's getting a bit plump." "Oh dear, if you say that, Hedwig will be upset. It's not nice to say girls are getting fat." Harry scratched his head sheepishly, realizing his faux pas. "Ashley, did you know? Dudley hid a letter inside the toy car he gave me," Harry suddenly exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, really? That's wonderful. What did he say?" "He mentioned that he had signed up for several more competitions and was currently training. He also told me to take good care of you and that no strange people should come near you. He wanted me to keep an eye on you." As Harry spoke, his voice grew quieter and more hesitant, evidently having altered parts of Dudley's original message. Ashley's expression darkened, especially after Apollyon's relentless teasing. She could no longer assert that an 11-year-old could not possibly be in love. "I bet he hasn't been training properly, otherwise he wouldn't be so idle and concerned about these odd matters," Ashley retorted crossly. Harry chuckled. "Ashley, your reaction is just like what Dudley wrote. You truly are twins." "Thank for the understanding," she replied sarcastically. Hearing the irritation in her tone, Harry quickly wiped the smile off his face. "Actually, I wanted to say that I wrote a letter back home too. That's great. You can include your joining the Quidditch team. And give Dudley a proper introduction to Quidditch, so he can envy you." Harry flushed slightly. It was evident he had done just that. Ashley bit her lip, stifling a laugh. Harry's childish antics were simply too adorable. "Oh, Ashley, since I didn't have your permission, I didn't write about you in my letter. You did the right thing. I didn't write about it either. I don't want them to worry, and besides, it's really not a big deal. Let us not complicate matters." Ashley understood Harry's intent, hence she wholeheartedly agreed with his approach. "All right, then I'll send it together. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'm heading back to the dormitory now. Bye." After bidding farewell to Harry, Ashley deliberately wandered around the 8th floor for a while, partly because she was unfamiliar with the layout and wished to orient herself, and partly to search for the enormous tapestry depicting the giant beating the troll. As she wandered, becoming slightly disoriented in her quest to find the staircase back, she was delighted to unexpectedly discover the tapestry. Suppressing her excitement, she feigned an appreciation for the artwork while she confirmed its identity. Upon confirmation, she feigned disinterest, turning away to continue her search for the route. As she passed through the fabled corridor, she peered ahead, seemingly uncertain of her direction, only to retrace her steps. In her mind, she repeatedly pondered the shortcut back to Hufflepuff, traversing the same path 3 times, half in jest and half in genuine urgency. Lo and behold, a miracle unfolded before her eyes. A door materialized on the corridor wall. Ashley was overcome with excitement as she tremulously pulled the door open and cautiously peeked inside. "My heavens, how wondrous this is! It truly works." To her astonishment, she found herself at a corridor corner adorned with wooden barrels. Swiftly, she shut the door, her disbelief palpable, glancing around the corridor, which remained steadfastly on the 8th floor, unchanged in its position. Resolute, she decided to try again. This time, her thoughts were set on the practice area for spells. After 3 attempts, she pushed the door open once more. Before her lay a spacious, airy room, complete with an entire row of wooden dummies for practicing offensive spells and a wall resembling a concave mirror. Ashley was elated beyond measure. If the wall functioned as she envisioned, it would be the perfect training ground. Alas, she currently possessed no spells to test. Nevertheless, the room was indeed here, and given the nature of her discovery, she could utilize it at her leisure. Even at the ripe age of 29, Ashley could not suppress her exhilaration, bouncing with joy. Checking the time, she realized it was late. After taking a moment to collect herself, she stepped back through the door and returned to the 8th floor corridor. Then, employing the same method, she pushed open the door, finding herself once again at the Hufflepuff barrel entrance. This time, Ashley entered without hesitation. Moments later, the door on the wall closed and vanished, prompting Ashley to sigh in disappointment, lamenting its one-way nature. She chuckled and shook her head, chiding herself for her greed. In high spirits, Ashley turned to activate the barrel mechanism and returned to her dormitory. At the tower's peak on the 8th floor, Dumbledore seemed to sense everything, murmuring with a smile, "What an intriguing and fortunate child. I hope she makes good use of it." From that night onward, Ashley embarked on her illustrious academic journey. Not only did she diligently complete all tasks assigned by her professors, but she also eagerly absorbed the magical knowledge that Hogwarts had to offer. Why not directly self-study numerous spells? The answer was simple: fear. After all, the first week had not been wasted. Although the professors had not taught any practical spells during that week, they imparted a profound lesson to Ashley. Some spells should not be learned haphazardly. Recklessness could lead to dire consequences. She certainly did not wish to be trampled by a bull, scorched by fire, or torn asunder in multiple pieces. Therefore, her focus was on mastering the spells taught by her professors and honing her proficiency, ideally gaining their recognition and entering their subject clubs. Furthermore, she could not solely concentrate on spells. Knowledge of the magical world was equally essential. Otherwise, what a waste it would be for such a vast library at Hogwarts to go unutilized. Even treating it as extracurricular reading to broaden her horizons would be worthwhile. As for enhancing her spell proficiency, the training grounds of the Room of Requirement would serve her well. Ashley had perused numerous posts online and found herself in agreement with certain perspectives. For instance, the casting of magic is driven by mental strength, channeling one's inner magical energy and directing it through specific incantations and gestures. Until she reached the level of Snape or Dumbledore, it was prudent to wield her wand and articulate the incantations. Once her proficiency was maximized, the next step would be to practice wandless and silent spellcasting. Next came the matter of mental strength. Ashley was uncertain if there were methods to train one's mental fortitude, but for now, she was blissfully unaware. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, her innate advantage lay in her relatively strong mental power, so this aspect was not currently a source of concern. Now, regarding magical energy, it typically strengthened with age. However, many believed that during the recovery phase after depleting one's magical energy, there was a slight increase. Ashley found this notion quite reasonable, and thus sought to focus her efforts in this area. Coupled with her desire to practice her spell proficiency, it was indeed a twofold benefit. Thus, Ashley's daily study schedule unfolded as follows. During the day, she diligently attended classes according to her timetable, actively engaging by asking questions and answering them, thereby amassing knowledge and earning her professor's favor. If she encountered any uncertainties, she would seek clarification from her professors after class. She completed the assignments given by her professors, meticulously researching relevant materials and incorporating her insights, often exceeding expectations. She would prepare for the next lesson, mastering its content, identifying areas of confusion, and clarifying them during the subsequent class. Frequent visits to the library enriched her understanding, and she utilized the Room of Requirement to practice the spells she had learned. As for the results, one could refer to the steadily rising points for Hufflepuff and the perplexed expressions of her classmates during class. Ashley reveled in the sense of fulfillment and achievement, making it hard to resist continuing her endeavors. The thought of her recently mastered cleaning charm brought her immense joy, feeling as if she were graced by a blessing that made cleaning a delight. Regrettably, the pace of the classes was somewhat slow, with only one spell taught per week. However, one could not deem this unreasonable. From the first year, each subject typically held 2 classes a week. One class focused on teaching the pronunciation and gestures, while the other was dedicated to practice and filling in the gaps. For young wizards, this approach was indeed very reasonable and effective. After all, both mental strength and magical energy could not support an excessive learning load for young sorcerers. Ashley also attempted to self-learn some relatively safe spells, such as repair charms, unlocking charms, and Lumos spells, practical charms that had yet to be taught. However, she had sought guidance from upperclassmen or the approachable Professor Sprout. Under their tutelage and through her independent practice in the training grounds, she had achieved commendable proficiency in these spells, yielding promising results. Deeply engrossed in her studies, Ashley inadvertently pulled her friend Apollyon into her academic whirlwind. Though Apollyon performed admirably, the process proved to be somewhat burdensome for her. After all, Apollyon was a genuine 11-year-old child, and despite Ashley's motivational examples of carrying parcels, she was only willing to accompany Ashley during the day, resolutely refusing to step out of the common room after dinner. Ashley had initially hoped to train in the Room of Requirement together, but upon witnessing Apollyon's resistance, she ultimately swallowed her unspoken words. As for Harry and Benedict, one was enamored with Quidditch training while the other was engrossed in potion-making. When Ashley mentioned the opportunity to practice spells in the training area, neither showed any interest, leaving her at a loss for how to react. The other first-year students, swept into this academic fervor, found their days less than comfortable. What had begun as a promise to enjoy a carefree first year had transformed into an unexpected academic grind, turning what was once an amusing and endearing experience into a high-strung quest for knowledge. Apollyon naturally became the go-to source for queries and clarifications. Ashley was driven mad by the burdensome parcel that day, vowing to master magic so that she would no longer feel so flustered. Little did she know that, through the grapevine, this had morphed into a tale of how Miss Flower had gone mad from her failures in flying class, seeking to redeem herself in other subjects. Chapter 47. Ashley's Signature Spell. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed since the new students enrolled at Hogwarts, and it was now the eve of Halloween. "Oh, Eily, you've arrived. I've heard from Professor Sprout that you wish to practice the expansion charm with me. This is indeed a great relief, especially since this year's pumpkin harvest has been abundant, and I was rather concerned about managing everything today," Hagrid said with a beaming smile as he stood in the pumpkin patch, watching Eily approach. "Eily, it is I who must trouble you. After all, the expansion charm carries certain risks, and Professor Sprout is worried I might mishandle it, so it is fortuitous that you are here to guide me a little," Eily replied. "Haha, I am confident you will do just fine. After all, you are the remarkable Miss Flower who has redeemed herself in other subjects after the shame of the flying class," Hagrid teased. "Really, Hagrid, even you mock me? You know very well that is not the case," Eily chuckled. "Haha, I am merely jesting. You are certainly not like Harry or Oliver Wood, who are so fixated on flying." They bantered for a while before delving into the matter at hand. Eily began practicing the expansion charm on a patch of pumpkins that Hagrid had indicated. It is worth mentioning that Eily had visited Hagrid's place a few times before with Harry, a sort of nostalgic reunion. She had also borrowed the open space next to Hagrid's house to practice some less perilous domestic spells. After all, Eily did not wish for the room of requirement to become a public space so soon. Thus she sought a suitable venue to refine her burgeoning magical prowess. This time, however, it was Professor Sprout who had recommended her, primarily because, as previously mentioned, the expansion charm is typically not meant for first-year students due to its inherent dangers. Yet, Professor Sprout, with great fondness for her diligent and ambitious Miss Flower, discreetly provided her with a modest opportunity, allowing her to receive guidance from the adept Hagrid. "Eily, you can actually channel a bit more magical energy. Do not worry, I am well-versed in the expansion charm," Hagrid encouraged. Eily glanced at the pumpkin she had enchanted compared to the one Hagrid had worked on, and the contrast was indeed striking, causing her to chuckle softly. "All right then, I shall trouble you to keep an eye on things. Although my magical energy is limited, I cannot help but worry that if I do not control it properly, I might inflate a pumpkin to the point where it could crush me. That would be the most amusing joke of the year," Eily quipped, explaining her caution. "Haha, indeed. The peril of the expansion charm lies precisely in that. Perhaps this is why Professor Sprout recommended you practice here. But fret not, Eily, with me present, such a situation will not arise. I am thoroughly familiar with both the expansion charm and its counter charm, so you can practice with confidence." "All right, I trust you, Hagrid." With Hagrid's assurance, Eily felt much bolder and endeavored to perform the charm to the best of her ability, resting when her magical energy waned and then resuming her practice. By the end of the morning, the pumpkin patch was dotted with numerous enlarged pumpkins, a truly delightful sight. Throughout the process, Hagrid's occasional guidance helped Eily become increasingly adept at the expansion charm. "Well done, Eily. The charm you are casting is quite commendable. You simply need to find more opportunities to hone your skills. We have no more pumpkins that require expanding, and we have ample pumpkins for this year's Halloween decorations. I am incredibly grateful for your assistance. You've saved me a great deal of effort." As Eily reveled in the joy of her success, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy upon hearing this. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Hagrid, for your guidance today. Without you, I could not have learned so swiftly. Truly, you live up to Professor Sprout's recommendation. Your proficiency with the expansion charm is remarkable." Eily truly felt grateful, and thus, she was generous with her praise. Hagrid beamed like a large child, shyly scratching his head with a radiant smile. "Eily, you flatter me. However, I do believe the expansion charm is like my signature spell. I revel in its effects and find it quite effortless to use." Signature spell? This was the first time Eily had heard such a term, but connecting it with Hagrid's words, she began to comprehend its meaning. She recalled memories of Harry's disarming charm and Gilderoy Lockhart's memory charm. Essentially, it pertains to a spell that resonates most closely with the wizard. Generally speaking, wizards do not tend to divulge their signature spells, especially those who wish to keep their trump cards hidden. After all, a signature spell is one that can be effortlessly executed without spoken incantation or wand movement. Ashley raised an eyebrow, suddenly grasping the significance of a signature spell. Just imagine, during a duel, if a wizard who has not yet reached the level of silent and wandless casting suddenly conjures a silent, wandless signature spell, particularly an offensive one, what a terrifying effect that could have. Ashley recalled just 2 days prior on Monday, after the charms class, when she had inadvertently learned the shield charm from Professor Flitwick. Having just mastered the levitation charm, Ashley had long coveted knowledge of the shield charm. Thus, after class, she sought Professor Flitwick's guidance on the aspects she found puzzling. After her inquiry, as she prepared to leave, she accidentally knocked over a textbook on the desk, which happened to be about the shield charm. Intrigued by this new spell, Ashley asked a few more questions. Professor Flitwick informed her that it was a 4th-year spell, quite challenging even for adult wizards to master. However, Ashley, having some understanding of the shield charm's effects, became immensely interested. Although Professor Flitwick had mentioned that a first-year student would lack the magical power to cast it, he ultimately provided her with a detailed explanation of its pronunciation and gestures due to the spell's non-dangerous nature. Initially, Ashley did not harbor much hope, but later that evening, at the Room of Requirements training ground, after completing her practice for other spells, she inexplicably decided to attempt the shield charm. To her astonishment, she grasped the casting technique with remarkable ease, but as Professor Flitwick had warned, her magical energy could not sustain it, and she quickly depleted her reserves within 10 seconds. As she lay on the floor, recovering her magical energy, she mused about temporarily abandoning the practice of this charm, at least until she reached her 2nd year. So, could it be that the shield charm was her signature spell? Although Ashley was uncertain, she felt a strong urge to confirm this later that evening. Hagrid, is there anything else I can assist you with? You seem in no hurry to leave, Ashley inquired, her excitement tempered by desire to help Hagrid, who had provided her with such valuable information. Oh, that would be splendid. However, Ashley, I wonder if you have already learned the levitation charm? If so, you could assist me by placing the pumpkins I harvested onto the cart for the kitchen house elves to use for the Halloween feast. At that moment, Ashley noticed that there were still 2 ordinary pumpkins in the patch that had not been subjected to the expansion charm. Realizing this was an ideal opportunity to further enhance her proficiency with the levitation charm, she readily agreed. After all, Hagrid was the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and having him as a guide or simply reaching out to him for materials from the Forbidden Forest would be immensely convenient in the future. Tomorrow marks the eve of Halloween, and the very thought of the potential events that may unfold fills Ashley with an intensified sense of urgency regarding the shield charm. After all, it is said that one should not underestimate the unexpected. Chapter 48, Terror in the Lavatory. On Halloween Eve, in the Great Hall, at the Hufflepuff table. Ashley, you seem particularly cheerful today. Has something delightful transpired? Ashley, indulging in a delectable array of Halloween-themed delicacies primarily composed of pumpkin, apples, and candy, radiated a sweetness that caught the attention of April. Is it that obvious? Could it not simply be the joy of the holiday? Ashley replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. If you can still utter such a claim after discerning what lies before you on your plate, I might consider believing you, April retorted with a smirk. Ashley paused, her gaze drifting down to a substantial slice of apple pie, adorned with an abundance of apple slices and syrup so generous it threatened to overflow. She swallowed hard, the sweetness clinging to the back of her throat. Sheepishly, Ashley set down her utensils, lifted a glass of water, and gulped several mouthfuls, feeling somewhat relieved thereafter. Come now, do share. What good news do you have? April teased. Have I learned a rather useful spell? Does that count as good news? Ah, this spell must be exceptionally beneficial, considering your evident elation. Indeed. Would you like to learn it? I could teach you. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm content to keep pace with the curriculum. I prefer not to venture beyond. April gracefully declined, quickly turning away to engage in conversation with Hannah, leaving Ashley feeling both exasperated and relieved. After all, having mastered a spell of considerable complexity like the shield charm in her first year, and significantly improving her casting speed, Ashley instinctively felt it best to keep her newfound prowess a secret. While she reveled in excitement throughout the day, it was a joy she preferred to savor privately, basking in her own sense of accomplishment. However, what was to be done with this oversized slice of apple pie? Could it be packed away to consume over 10 meals? Even Ashley, a first year who had learned the shield charm, found herself troubled by the overly sugary dessert before her. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Coral burst into the bustling Great Hall. An immediate hush fell over the room, all eyes fixated upon him. There's a troll in the dungeons. I thought you ought to be informed. With that, he collapsed face first on the floor. For a fleeting moment, silence reigned, followed by a wave of sheer panic. Young wizards and witches shrieked in fright, instinctively seeking to flee or hide, creating a scene of utter chaos. Ashley's expression darkened as she cast a cold glance at the figure sprawled on the ground, her heart swelling with indignation, no matter the mysterious individual's ambitions. The majority of those residing within this castle were merely children in their teens, and it was utterly unconscionable to involve them in such peril. To release a creature as destructive as a troll was to display a complete disregard for the safety of young witches and wizards. It was utterly abhorrent, if not for Harry and his companions possessing the aura of protagonists, who among the young witches and wizards could withstand a troll-esque club. Ashley was not a composed and wise leader, ignorant of their machinations. She simply felt a tumultuous surge of anger and frustration, her earlier excitement dissipating entirely. Dumbledore swiftly regained control of the situation, instructing the prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories. Although Ashley, deep down, did not dare to confront the mysterious figure, she nonetheless harbored a petty desire to kick him a few times as she mingled with the crowd. If it weren't for the fear of being too conspicuous, she would have relished the chance to deliver a solid kick to the back of his head. As Ashley reached the entrance of the Great Hall, she glanced over at the Gryffindor table, only to suddenly realize her impulsive actions had caused her to miss catching sight of Harry and his friends. She was no longer merely an observer, even though she was aware they would ultimately emerge unscathed. Her heart could not help but worry about the potential dangers they might encounter. Thinking of the imminent threats they might face, Ashley stole a glance at April, who was clearly frightened yet still clutched her hand tightly. April, you should follow the prefect back to the dormitory. I may need to break away from the group for a moment. Ashley, what do you intend to do? There's a troll outside. You can't just run off. I just saw Harry and Ron rush out. I don't know what they've encountered, and I'm worried. I must check on them. Then let us inform Professor McGonagall and have her assist in searching for them. What are you thinking? You can't possibly take on a troll. Her reasoning was sound, momentarily rendering Ashley speechless. However, upon observing the worried expressions on Professor McGonagall and the enigmatic demeanor of Dumbledore, as well as the vacant seat of Snape, she sighed in resignation. If she did not inform them of the specific location, who could say what might transpire during their search? Such uncertainty contradicted the very essence of seeking help. Yet, if she disclosed the precise location, it would be nearly impossible to explain how she knew where Harry and his friends were, especially since she had had no interaction with them throughout the day. April, I will ask someone to inform Professor McGonagall about Harry's disappearance, but I still need to break away to find him. Having another person would expedite our search. You know, if it were Benedict who went missing, you would be just as anxious. April regarded Ashley with a complex expression before reluctantly releasing her grip. Ashley hurried to Neville's side, inquiring about Harry and the others, confirming that the unfolding events aligned with her recollections. She then instructed Neville to inform Professor McGonagall about Harry's absence after she left. With everything sorted to the best of her ability, Ashley pondered for a moment before darting towards the girl's lavatory that lingered in her memory. As she jogged along, the foul odor intensified the closer she drew to her destination. Ashley knew she was nearing Harry and his friends. Upon arriving at the entrance of the girl's lavatory, she heard Hermione's scream and the sound of destruction caused by the troll. Without a moment's hesitation, Ashley rushed to the doorway. At that moment, Harry was urgently shouting for Hermione to move quickly, while he and Ron scrambled to gather debris from the floor, attempting to divert the troll's attention. Yet their feeble projectiles scarcely made an impact, failing to draw the troll's ire. The troll soon lifted its club to strike at Hermione, who was cowering beneath the sink, her screams echoing in terror. Without a moment to hesitate, Ashley quietly cast the shield charm for Hermione amidst the cacophony of destruction. The shield charm deflected the troll's attack just enough, allowing Hermione to narrowly escape the creature's blow. However, as Ashley intentionally maintained the charm for only 2 seconds, it dissipated immediately after deflecting the attack. Harry and Ron remained oblivious, believing the troll had merely swung off target, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Only Hermione, having evaded disaster, happened to look up and catch sight of Ashley at the doorway, wand outstretched, still in the act of casting, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. "Help!" Hermione cried out. In a panic, Harry charged forward, inadvertently leveraging the troll's swing to propel himself onto the creature's shoulder. The troll shook violently, attempting to dislodge Harry. In a moment of sheer folly, Harry, in a fit of desperation, thrust his wand into the troll's nostril as if it were a dagger. Truly, Ashley was at a loss for words. Her mouth twitched involuntarily. Had he somehow become possessed by Dudley, forgetting he was a wizard? However, Ashley's amusement quickly faded as the troll seized Harry by the ankle, preparing to use him as a makeshift drum, as Ashley found herself in a state of anxiety. Contemplating whether to emulate the cinematic approach, Hermione had already commenced instructing Ron on the proper incantation of the levitation charm. Observing Harry deftly evade the troll's swinging club, Ashley gradually lowered her wand. A serene smile graced her lips. This was a battle of friendship that belonged to them, and it seemed prudent not to disrupt such a pivotal moment. Although Ashley felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Ron's unkind remarks about Hermione lacking friends, one could not deny that Ron displayed remarkable bravery at that instant. With a resounding thud, the troll ultimately knocked itself unconscious with its own club. As Harry tumbled down, he finally caught sight of Ashley at the entrance, his face lighting up with joy as he prepared to call her name, only to be interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Before the four from the washroom could utter a word, Professor McGonagall and Snape appeared at the doorway. Just as Ashley recalled, Hermione bore the brunt of all blame, subsequently earning the camaraderie of Harry and Ron. Under Ashley's subtle gaze, Hermione excluded herself from the situation, and Ashley, in turn, acknowledged that she had only just arrived. Hermione and the others faced a deduction of house points, but were also rewarded with some, while Ashley, arriving late and having played no part in the chaos, was merely given a verbal warning. Yet, Snape's inquisitive glance at Ashley as he departed caused a momentary flutter of nerves within her. The troll incident indeed left a lingering seed of doubt in Harry's mind. Thus, the harrowing escapade in the washroom reached its resolution. Chapter 49, True Friends. A thrilling adventure allowed some to boldly acknowledge others' merits while regaining their own confidence. It also ignited the adventurous spirit within some, prompting them to abandon hesitation and embark on what they deemed a more worthwhile journey. Additionally, it instilled in others a sense of embarrassment from familial teasing, leading to introspection regarding their own inadequacies. Harry, I believe you displayed remarkable courage today. Your rush to save Hermione was exceptionally commendable. If only you could recognize your identity as a wizard rather than merely shoving your wand into the troll's nostril. That would be splendid, Ashley remarked, her tone sincere yet laced with playful jest, as the trio prepared to part ways in the corridor. Heh, Harry chuckled, his face flushed with embarrassment as he explained to Hermione and Ron, I was just blanking out at that moment. It didn't even occur to me. However, he soon grasped Ashley's veiled hint, letting out a deep sigh, realizing that once the Quidditch match concluded, he ought to dedicate more time to practice. I understand. Had it not been for Hermione directing me on the levitation charm, I wouldn't have thought to do that. Ron initially sought to reassure his brother with confidence. But as he spoke, his conviction waned, ultimately leading him to shyly acknowledge Hermione's contribution, his face reddening as he stumbled over his words. Hermione gazed at the two young boys, who had bravely rushed to save her life but now stood blushing in embarrassment, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Filled with the warmth of having survived a perilous situation and the tranquility of cherished moments. Is this what it means to have friends? The feeling of companionship seems rather delightful. After Halloween, the weekend arrived. The troll incident, under Ashley's deft handling, had little impact on her life, allowing her to continue her magical studies at her own leisurely pace. To complete Snape's potions assignment, the four young ladies in her dormitory gathered in the library to seek out information. However, the patience of some was truly concerning. Indeed, April and Hannah were busy passing notes, having barely made a start on their parchment. Ashley shook her head in vexation, sensing that she had likely become yet another tool for others to borrow from for their assignments. Let us put down a deposit first. Do share any amusing tidbits with me. With a swift motion, she accurately snatched the crumpled paper flying above the table and pointed to her completed potions assignment. April, understanding the unspoken agreement, flashed an okay gesture, swiftly completing this dubious transaction. Upon opening the note, the contents read, "The potions assignment is so difficult. I truly don't want to write anything. It's already much better than before. That was utterly insane, completely beyond our capabilities. We didn't even know where to find materials. Indeed, I can't fathom what Snape is thinking. Is he trying to completely extinguish our interest in potions? April, you're so self-absorbed." Hannah teased. Am I wrong? Aren't you a lovely lady? Ha ha ha. Hannah, you're adorable. You're getting shy. You should focus on your potions assignment. What's the rush? We still have Ashley. Once she finishes, we can reference her work. I'm not sure that's appropriate, but Ashley is truly impressive. If she hadn't pointed out the professor's unreasonable expectations, we might still be stuck on that insane assignment. Of course, Ashley is my best friend. She is always so reliable, which is why we share similar interests. Just as Ashley reached her limit, she shot a speechless glance at Appley. Sensing something, Appley looked up from her earnest research, beamed a radiant smile at Ashley, and blew her 2 air kisses. Ashley snorted derisively, turning away and choosing to ignore her shameless friend. Yet, at that moment, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within her as she pondered Snape's motivations. Initially, she too had been perplexed by the reasons behind Snape's earlier challenges. Although he ceased to single her out in a terrifying manner, he consistently incorporated advanced topics into their assignments that significantly enhanced their understanding of potion-related concepts. For instance, a first-year student should master the properties of wormwood and its alternative names, but then suddenly, a question would surface about what potions could be made from wormwood and how to maximize its properties. After a few such instances, coupled with her memories of him, Ashley began to discern Snape's intentions. However, after much contemplation, she ultimately decided to disregard his goodwill, for she truly lacked an aptitude for potions and held little enthusiasm for the subject. Consequently, after repeatedly neglecting to complete the advanced questions he assigned, when he inquired about her reasons in class, she directly explained that those questions were beyond her understanding and that she currently did not know the answers. The regret reflected in Ashley's eyes conveyed her refusal to Snape, who oddly felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he reverted to assigning work of standard difficulty. Of course, in practical class sessions, if issues arose, she could still expect a torrent of venomous remarks. "Ashley, I need to speak with you. Could you step outside for a moment?" Ashley was jolted from her thoughts by a gentle pat on her shoulder, looking up to find Hermione standing before her. Casting a glance at the vigilant Madame Pants in the distance, she nodded, tidied her desk slightly, and proceeded with Hermione to a corridor near the library. "Ashley, I apologize for interrupting you. The Quidditch match is approaching, and Harry isn't in the best shape, so I was hoping you could assist him. But given my flying skills, it seems I wouldn't be of much help," Ashley replied. What I mean is, could you possibly encourage him? After all, Harry has always trusted you." Ashley smiled faintly, pausing for a moment. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I think I can't agree to help this time." Hermione appeared quite taken aback, as she was acutely aware of the bond between Ashley and Harry, leaving her unable to fathom Ashley's reasoning for refusal. "I will definitely attend his match. That is my way of supporting him. However, I cannot intervene at this moment. This is a trial he must face on his own. Yet, with your encouragement, he should be able to traverse this obstacle more swiftly. Wouldn't that be preferable?" "Hermione, from the moment he defied Snape to protect me, I realized that Harry is no longer the little boy who requires my shield. When you sought me out then, I agreed because, as an elder sister, I felt it was my duty to express my support for Harry. It was crucial to declare my stance, convey my gratitude, and to articulate the underlying dangers, so that he might remain vigilant and discover more suitable approaches in the future." Hermione nodded in agreement, her expression contemplative. "My refusal this time stems from the belief that, at this juncture, he does not require a sister who instructs and persuades him. Rather, he needs a companion who shares his ideals and can stand alongside him in the struggle." Hermione seemed momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the connection. Ashlyn, however, smiled knowingly and playfully pinched Hermione's slightly flustered cheek. "Don't you understand? I am Harry's sister, his family. Imagine if it were you. Would you wish for your family to witness you in a state of anxiety and inadequacy before such an important competition?" "I apologize. I hadn't considered that aspect." Hermione suddenly realized, appearing quite embarrassed. "There's no need to apologize. You were merely concerned for him, and I am genuinely pleased he has a friend like you. Naturally, as his friend, the responsibility of encouraging him falls to you. I trust you will devise a way. One to you?" Upon hearing Ashlyn refer to her as Harry's friend, Hermione beamed with delight, albeit with a hint of shyness, and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will manage it, for we are friends." Chapter 50, The Quidditch Match. Indeed, Hermione acted swiftly. For the next day, Ashlyn encountered a Harry who seemed invigorated, as if electrified. Originally, she had lingered outside the Great Hall to cheer him on, but before she could utter a word, Harry dashed towards her, his face alight with excitement. "Ashlyn, did you know? My dad was also a seeker for Gryffindor. He even earned a medal, which is displayed in the trophy room on the 4th floor." Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, brimming with enthusiasm and fierce determination, as if he longed to soar around the Quidditch pitch several times to express his exhilaration. Ashlyn felt a surge of happiness for him, acutely aware of the depth of his yearning and admiration for his parents. Regrettably, due to numerous circumstances, he had rarely heard news of them over the years. However, As her gaze inadvertently fell, she noticed the faint shadows beneath his eyes, indicating he had likely slept little, if at all, the previous night. This left Ashlyn momentarily uncertain whether to rejoice or scold him. Her mouth opened and closed several times before she finally managed to smile. Really? That is splendid. Once you earn your medal, you can display it there. He will surely be proud of you. Yes. Harry nodded emphatically, clearly sharing that intention. Harry, Ashlyn and I will head to the pitch first. Remember to eat something substantial and don't rush. It was then that Harry realized Ashlyn was waiting for him, filling him with warmth. Nearby, having noticed the siblings had concluded their conversation, Ashlyn bounced over and raised her fist towards Harry in a gesture of encouragement. Harry smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell, Harry entered the Great Hall. This was Ashlyn's second visit to the Quidditch pitch. Unlike the previous occasion when the stands were eerily empty, this time, even with some time remaining before the match commenced, the audience was already nearly filled to capacity. Thus, Ashlyn was experiencing, for the first time, the unparalleled allure Quidditch holds for wizards. Upon entering the Quidditch stadium, Ashlyn were astonished by the vibrant scene before them. What a sight! I assentee it. Ashlyn snapped back to reality and turned to see it was Wood, who had come to prepare for the match. Hello, Wood. Ashlyn greeted him politely. Wood smiled, but did not linger on pleasantries. Instead, he gazed at the already bustling stadium, even before the official match had begun, and exclaimed, This scene, no matter how many times I witness it, still ignites my blood and stirs my spirit. Wood's eyes sparkled with fervent passion, his face adorned with a subtle smile that contrasted with his fervent words. Yet, it was precisely this disparity that allowed one to feel he was truly savoring the exhilaration and intensity of the event. Ashlyn exchanged glances, both equally captivated by the fervor. I apologize. Seeing your astonished expressions reminded me of my own feelings during my first Quidditch match. Ashlyn's eyes twinkled with a thought, and without interjecting, she nudged Ashlyn with her elbow, signaling her to respond. Ashlyn had not initially found anything particularly special about encountering Wood, but with Ashlyn's nudge and recalling their previous conversation, she suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. It's nothing. Having a passionate pursuit is indeed a source of great happiness. A pursuit? You're absolutely right. It is indeed a pursuit. It will be my lifelong ambition. Wood, clearly struck by the realization of a future he had yet to contemplate, suddenly appeared radiant, excitement coursing through him. This heartfelt exchange transformed his previous perception of the articulate, vengeful junior into someone remarkably amiable and endearing. Ashlyn noticed the way Wood looked at Ashlyn and feigned exaggerated surprise, laughing meaningfully. She discreetly gave Ashlyn a thumbs up, causing Ashlyn to feel both embarrassed and indignant, prompting her to hastily suppress her reaction. Fortunately, Wood was called by his teammates from behind to check their brooms, turning his head away and blissfully oblivious to their playful antics. Ashlyn felt a mix of disbelief and dread at nearly achieving another social blunder, shooting Ashlyn a fierce glare. Ashlyn merely stuck out her tongue, acquiescing to her friend as discomfort. Ladies, I must prepare. Perhaps we shall converse again another time. Good luck, Wood. Defeat Slytherin, and then we shall compete against you Hufflepuffs. Ashlyn refrained from continuing her playful antics, happily echoing Wood's sentiment. However, the content of her words left Ashlyn at a loss for what to say. She could only glance around anxiously, hoping that no students from Slytherin or Ravenclaw had overheard. Oh, are you that confident? Naturally, we have Cedric on our side. Ha. Wood chuckled at the memory of their last encounter. With a teasing glance at Ashlyn, he noted that this one was indeed his supporter. Ashlyn instantly grasped Wood's implication, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lamented her misfortune. Why? Why must I endure this social humiliation time and again? Even if the embarrassment were bearable, why must I be constantly reminded of it? Turning away, she sought to avoid the sight of the two individuals who filled her with such frustration. With an exasperated tone, she remarked, Wood, they're calling for you. You should hurry along. Wood chuckled lightly, waved farewell to them, and departed. Ashlyn watched him walk away, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Ashlyn, observing Ashlyn's apprehensive demeanor, stifled a laugh, but wisely refrained from provoking her further. As Eiley reflected on the outrageous behavior of her misguided friend, a surge of indignation coursed through her. With a huff, she turned and made her way towards the spectator stands. Apollonia hastened to follow, feigning innocence and charm for a while, assuring Eiley that she would never again tease her in front of Wood. Only then did the two reconcile. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin commenced amidst thunderous applause. Contrary to Eiley's memories, This time there were no incidents involving Harry's broom being cursed or Snape's robes catching fire. The pivotal factor behind this change was Harry's state of mind. Fueled by an electrifying enthusiasm, he maintained an extraordinary speed from the very moment the golden snitch was released, relentlessly pursuing it. The crowd experienced a momentary pause, bewildered by how swiftly the match escalated to such intensity. It is worth noting that McGonagall's gift of the Nimbus 2000 played a significant role in this. Since acquiring the broom, Harry had been imbued with a profound respect for his father, gratitude towards Professor McGonagall, a promise to Ashley, and appreciation for Ron and Hermione. He felt invigorated, as if nothing could impede his victory in this match. Unsurprisingly, the game left little room for the other players to shine. With fearless determination, Harry dove straight down, lifting his broom at the last moment to use it as a springboard, ultimately capturing the golden snitch. Not only did the other players lack opportunities, but even Quirrell, who had intended to curse Harry's broom and create a mishap, found himself powerless to act. It all transpired too swiftly. It was simply impossible to keep up. Quirrell felt utterly aggrieved. Ashley, watching the entire spectacle, kept her fists clenched tight. Though she didn't harbor any violent intentions, she was tense, her body taut, and her mind buzzing. Such a miraculous conclusion, along with her brother-esque performance that could almost be likened to dancing on a tightrope, made her resolve that she wouldn't come again if this were to happen. It felt like her heart might not withstand it. Chapter 51. The Quidditch Match. This year's Quidditch tournament followed the same format as in previous years, with a draw determining the matchups. If the first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, then the second would be Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff, followed by a final showdown between the winning teams of the two matches. Only one team would emerge as the champion, and only that team would be awarded the trophy and medals. Originally scheduled for the next day, the second match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was moved up to the afternoon due to Harry's extraordinary performance. This outcome was both surprising and yet not surprising to everyone. After all, one of the charms of Quidditch lies in its lack of a specified duration. The match concludes only when the golden snitch is caught. Thus, the scheduling is typically not firmly established, but rather tentative, implying that changes are to be expected. The only unexpected aspect was the astonishing speed at which the first match concluded. It's uncertain whether the spectators were more delighted or disappointed. Harry, what brings you here? Ashley inquired, puzzled as to why he and his companions weren't celebrating or resting. Harry, accompanied by Ron and Hermione, had ventured into the Hufflepuff stands, which struck Ashley as odd. Although it wasn't the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match, it still seemed peculiar. We already celebrated at noon, and everyone else has gone to rest. But I couldn't sleep, so I came over with Ron and Hermione to cheer for Hufflepuff and scout the situation. Harry sheepishly explained, scratching his head. Well, the little ones are quite clever. Ashley chuckled, playfully ruffling Harry's tousled hair. Good on you, Harry, for scouting the enemy. Cedric will definitely win this match. If he does, the next match will be a showdown between you two. Just watch. Even against you, our Cedric won't lose. The adorably fierce Apollonia declared, eliciting warm smiles from the surrounding Hufflepuffs and Harry's group. Yes, you're right. I've heard about Diggory's prowess, Harry replied politely, stifling a laugh as he acknowledged Cedric's abilities. That Cedric will likely only play in this match, though. Traditionally, even if we win, a substitute player cannot participate in the finals until the official players have graduated. Susan, who had grown up in a magical world and had several brothers, gently reminded them. Her knowledge of Quidditch affairs evident. How can this be? Isn't Cedric supposed to be strong? If he wins, why can't he play in the finals? What kind of strange tradition is this? Apollonia pouted, clearly distressed by the situation. Susan, noticing Apollonia's demeanor, felt uneasy and unsure how to comfort her. Hannah patted Susan, signaling her to relax. Ashley and Hermione were indifferent to this matter, while Harry had never been informed of such traditions, leaving him a loss for words. However, Ron, who shared a passion for Quidditch, provided an explanation. What she said is correct. This is a tradition of the Hogwarts Quidditch team. Students can join the team starting in their second year, but only one substitute is selected for each position. So, being chosen doesn't guarantee a spot as a substitute. One must compete against the previous substitute, and only the best can remain. Then, in their second year, they must serve as a bench warmer for a year, enduring challenges from new players and earning the captain's approval before being allowed to play in the preliminary matches of their third year. As everyone's attention turned to him, Ron appeared excited, clearing his throat and glancing at the despondent Apollonia before continuing. Diggory being retained as a substitute and getting to play is already a significant achievement. However, it's unlikely he will play in the finals, as you must understand that the official player in their seventh year has also undergone rigorous selection to reach this position, and their skills cannot be underestimated. It is entirely normal for the official players to compete in the crucial finals. Upon hearing Ron's explanation, the group gradually comprehended the challenges faced by Quidditch players and accepted the traditional arrangement. Yet, they still felt something was amiss, their gazes converging on Harry with a curious intensity. Harry, feeling awkward, lowered his head, shrinking his presence. Ahem, Harry's a bit different after all. He was specially recruited by Professor McGonagall. The previous official seeker for Gryffindor had to withdraw early for personal reasons, and the substitute player's abilities were not recognized by everyone. So Ron gallantly defended Harry, yet this did little to dispel the lingering curiosity in everyone's eyes. Thankfully, the second match was about to commence, and a stunning cheer erupted from the stands, diverting Ashley and the others' attention. Harry let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ashley found the situation amusing. Yet as the beneficiary of this opportunistic maneuver, she realized that such attention would inevitably attract jealousy from others. This too would serve as another form of trial and tribulation. Although Apollonia had come to accept that her idol could not participate in the finals, it did not deter her from supporting him. Perhaps it was precisely because she understood the rarity of this match that she cherished it all the more and put forth her utmost effort. Cedric, go, go, go. You're the best. Under her influence, the other Badgers began to shout with renewed vigor, astonishing Professor Sprout at the teacher's table and the members of the Badger team on the field. When did our Badger house adopt such a spirited style? The children are truly putting in tremendous effort. At that moment, Ashley's gaze drifted toward the seeker position of the Eagle house, but alas, she did not see the figure she longed for. Indeed, she had secretly hoped to witness the inaugural duel between Cedric and Cho Chang. However, after a moment of confusion, recalling Ron's recent explanation, she understood the reason. Cho was still a second-year student and likely remained a benchwarmer for Ravenclaw. What a pity. Yet, seeing the exuberantly shouting Apollyon, she thought it might be better this way, as it could delay Apollyon's dreams from being dashed too soon. Cedric, the shining star of Hufflepuff, showcased remarkable flying skills, engaging in an intense pursuit with the Eagle House Seeker. Time and again, he skillfully navigated perilous obstacles, executing daring maneuvers in his aerial skirmishes. The spectators were swept up in a wave of gasps, with the female voices ringing out the loudest. The brave and passionate witches of Gryffindor shouted enthusiastically in support, expressing their admiration. Without Apollyon's support and their numerical advantage, the Badger house would have nearly been outshone. The female wizards of Slytherin appeared much more aloof, yet their clenched fists and flushed faces betrayed their true feelings. The Eagle House witches found themselves in a rather awkward position, although they cheered for their house. Their gazes inadvertently strayed, creating an uncomfortable situation. Consequently, the cheers from the Eagle House were disjointed, unlike the continuous support from the others. After hours of fierce competition, the match concluded with Cedric capturing the Golden Snitch, leading Hufflepuff to victory. Everyone erupted in cheers for this thrilling and intense match, with Cedric hailed as the hero of Hufflepuff for seizing the Golden Snitch. Witnessing this scene, Harry suddenly felt that his previous match lacked a certain excitement, stirring a twinge of inadequacy within him. Thus, in the finals the following day, having learned from his experience, Harry's performance was striking, no longer solely pursuing speed, but emphasizing technique instead. He soared and leaped, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle with a seventh-year seeker from Hufflepuff, truly captivating to behold. Ashley's expression was rather indescribable. Why did she always feel that her younger brother was merely showing off? It was indeed ostentatious. Of course, she did not forget to occasionally glance at the teacher's audience, where she noticed Quirrell's eyes darting after Harry's figure, his expression sour. This brought her some comfort. It seemed that showing off wasn't so bad after all, as Quirrell couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. As for Quirrell's sorrow, who really cared? Ultimately, Harry fulfilled his wish by capturing the Golden Snitch in the finals, receiving the thunderous applause he desired, feeling thoroughly content. The calm and satisfied Badgers also offered genuine cheers and applause for this splendid match. Harry finally spotted Ashley in the crowd, waving his hand holding the Golden Snitch vigorously in her direction, his smile radiant beyond compare. Chapter 52. Home for Christmas at Harry's request. A Quidditch match medal belonging to Harry Potter was added to the trophy display at Hogwarts. It was placed alongside James Potter's medal, silently conveying Harry's admiration for his father, showcasing the glory of the Potter lineage. As the fervor of the Quidditch tournament slowly subsided, Ashley had anticipated that Harry would seek her out to inquire about the location of the spell training grounds. However, he did not arrive, leaving Ashley puzzled. Was it possible that Harry, after the incident with the troll, still had not realized the inadequacy of his own abilities? One day, while casually perusing the library, she happened upon Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They appear to be poring over some materials, acting rather stealthily as if they did not wish to be discovered. Ashley raised an eyebrow, recalling that she had initially left the library but returned to retrieve a forgotten notebook. So this someone was actually her. Excellent. Stupid brother, you have successfully ignited my ire. Ashley quickly deduced what they were searching for, and, having hesitated briefly about whether to divulge any hints, she completely abandoned the idea. Good luck with your search. Oomph. Harry, are you really not going to tell Ashley? Ron muttered in annoyance while flipping through books. Hermione, leaning in to catch this exchange, cast a knowing glance at Harry, clearly in agreement with Ron's sentiment. I know, but I can't shake the feeling that this matter could be dangerous. After all, even Fawn was sent to guard that thing. I promised Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley that I would take care of Ashley, so I can't let her get hurt. Harry pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, helplessly shrugging their shoulders before resigning themselves to continue their search through the books. Ashley, as usual, immersed herself in her studies, finding joy in her daily progress. Though she occasionally thought of Harry. Though her anger had dissipated, she now felt a twinge of melancholy at being left behind by her brother. So she refrained from seeking him out. Perhaps she could guess Harry's thoughts, which made it difficult for her to resent him. Instead, she felt a touch of gratitude. Very well, as he wishes, it's better not to intervene overtly, lest she become the person who distracts him from his path. With a smile, Ashley reconciled with herself. As for what she would do later, she would simply follow her heart. Ashley believed that the way she intervened during the troll incident was quite effective, ensuring everyone's peace of mind. November quietly slipped away, making way for the gentle arrival of December. Ashley turned a blind eye to the trio's furtive visits to the library, pretending not to notice. She was quite busy. Her daily schedule was already quite full. And with Christmas approaching, she received reminders from Vernon almost every few days not to forget to come home. Some messages were delivered via Harry, while others came through Apollyon, making it clear that Vernon was utilizing the owl resources quite effectively. Ashley found it both amusing and heartwarming. Of course, Dudley occasionally slipped in some remarks, such as reminding her not to forget to prepare his Christmas gift, or making a deliberate comment about how interesting and delicious the sweets in the Wizarding World were. In such instances, there was likely a tiny line beneath saying, "Sweetheart, don't bring Dudley any candy. He is about to get cavities. Buy some tasty treats for yourself instead." Ashley could almost envision the clever banter that transpired between the two as they wrote their letters. A warm smile involuntarily spread across her face, enhancing her anticipation for the coming Christmas. As she waited and waited, the moment finally arrived when Hagrid dragged in a massive pine tree, beginning the preparations for the castle's festive decorations. During this period, Harry seemed equally lost, yet he was not overly fixated on it, sharing the same excitement for Christmas as Ashley. After all, although Uncle Vernon hadn't sent him a letter, he had still received a few from Dudley. Some inquired about how wizards celebrated Christmas and what sort of gifts they received, while others expressed his opinions on Quidditch. The letters conveyed his disdain for Quidditch, yet they also revealed his curiosity and an implicit encouragement to Harry. Harry discerned the true message that Dudley sought to convey, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He eagerly anticipated their next encounter, longing to regale him with tales of the exhilarating Quidditch matches and their recent championship victory. As the Christmas holidays approached, the young wizards' hearts soared homeward. In the entrance hall, Harry and Hermione, their suitcases in hand, radiated joy, while Ron, devoid of luggage, appeared rather dejected. Ashley, Apollyon, and Benedict approached to join them, preparing to journey to Hogsmeade Station together. It was only upon closer approach that they overheard Ron's lamentations, revealing that his parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie, leaving him, the twins, and Percy to remain at school for the holiday. Harry, with a smile, attempted to console his brother, though perhaps his grin was too bright, yielding little effect. Hermione, cryptically reminding Ron not to forget to gather his materials, only succeeded in darkening his expression further. Ashley observed this exchange with amusement, her heart swelling with warmth and nostalgia. Once again, the five of them found themselves sharing a compartment, with Hermione replacing Ron as the fifth member. Initially unfamiliar with Benedict, Hermione engaged him in conversation, discovering his scholarly prowess, which sparked a mutual admiration between them as they conversed animatedly throughout the journey. Harry and Apollyon, growing drowsy from their chatter, were met with Ashley's musings. Indeed, while the overachievers may not always be the best students invariably share the traits of the overachievers. Whether an academic prodigy or not, they all seem to possess an innate ability to intimidate others. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. Harry, Ashley, and Apollyon exhaling sighs of relief. While Hermione and Benedict seemed reluctant to part from their engaging discussion, the five of them exited the station, joyfully rushing to embrace their respective families. In their eagerness to return home, the three families exchanged only brief pleasantries, agreeing to meet for dinner at a later date before departing in their vehicles. Vernon could not help but steal glances at his long-absent precious daughter seated in the passenger seat, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Dudley, meanwhile, expressed disdain for Harry's diminutive stature while eagerly inquiring about the Quidditch matches. Upon learning of Harry's championship victory, he beamed with pride, clapping Harry on the shoulder and imploring him not to tarnish the family name. Harry's smile widened, stretching ear to ear, impossible to contain. Ashley responded to Vernon's inquiries with a smile while observing the two brothers in the rearview mirror, her heart at peace. Life was indeed serene. As they returned to number 4, Privet Drive, Ashley was unsure of Harry's feelings, whose radiant smile illuminated the room. However, she felt as if she had traversed through time. It was only when Petunia, clad in an apron, enveloped her in a warm embrace and kissed her forehead that she regained her sense of reality, as if pulled from an unknown dimension back into the world she knew. Instinctively, she clung to Petunia, inhaling the familiar scent that evoked a profound sense of attachment. Ahem, that's enough now. Shall we go inside for lunch? Aren't you all hungry? Vernon interrupted the tender moment between mother and daughter, his tone tinged with jealousy, adding quietly, as if fearing someone might not notice, after such a long hug, it seems my little darling no longer cares for me. His voice, however, was not as quiet as he intended, and everyone seemed to hear, eliciting varied reactions. Harry stifled a laugh. Dudley rolled his eyes. Petunia shot Vernon an exasperated glare. And Ashley found herself both amused and exasperated. Dad, how can you say that? I hugged you for ages at the station too. Saying that makes me quite sad. Did you? Well then, I suppose you're off the hook. Vernon feigned skepticism, glancing at Ashley, who wore an exaggeratedly innocent expression, before bursting into hearty laughter, thus diffusing the playful banter. Ashley seamlessly linked arms with Petunia and Vernon, sharing laughter as they entered the house. The abandoned brothers exchanged glances, their faces mirroring a blend of envy and resignation. Well, who could blame them? They were not the cherished, delicate, and adorable daughters, after all. Their defeat was hardly unjust. Upon entering, the warmth of Petunia's lovingly prepared feast and the Christmas decorations awaiting her arrangement in the corner were nearly superfluous. The repeated expressions of affection from Petunia and Vernon, along with Dudley's awkward concern for her slender frame, were more than enough to bring warmth to her heart and moisture to her eyes. The family gathered around the table, sharing stories and laughter, each face adorned with a contented smile, the warmth of the blazing fireplace dispelling the chill of the snow falling outside. The ensuing 2 days were filled with the busy yet delightful task of decorating. Every nook and cranny, the yard, the corridors, the eaves, the windows, and walls received attention, with the living room being of utmost importance. Dudley and Harry took charge of the ceiling decorations, one climbing the ladder to hang ornaments while the other steadied it, their playful bickering echoing throughout. Ashley's eyes sparkled as she adorned her favorite little pine tree. She wrapped the flower pot in vibrant wrapping paper, tied it with a ribbon, placed it on a colorful mat, and adorned it with streamers and twinkling lights, finishing with a small bell and star atop. Oh, almost forgot the Star of Bethlehem for the top. Mustn't he leave that out? With a final flourish, Ashley admired her handiwork, her face radiant with satisfaction. Vernon, arms crossed at the doorway, beamed at the heartwarming scene, his laughter causing his beard to tremble with joy. Petunia discreetly retrieved her camera, seeking the perfect angle to capture the family's expressions, clicking to preserve the moment. As the brief silence fell, everyone turned their gaze to Petunia, who was holding the camera, prompting a delightful uproar as they playfully exclaimed, "Mom, Auntie ambushed us. We need to retake it." After Petunia's firm refusal, the playful banter continued until they resorted to a selfie stick, concluding with a cheerful group photo showcasing their beaming smiles. Perhaps distance lends enchantment. For Ashley felt that this year's Christmas Eve was exceptionally lively after being away for so long. Particularly, Dudley and Harry appeared more vivacious than ever, their bond growing ever stronger, allowing them to revel in their antics with newfound freedom. The once unpopular Christmas crackers became a source of great amusement this year, with the brothers enthusiastically sharing jokes that left them rolling on the floor with laughter in exaggerated fashion. Petunia and Vernon indulged their merriment, occasionally chuckling at the jokes, leaving Ashley astonished at the high humor content of their crackers this year. Following that, they engaged in several classic family games like Jenga and marshmallow catching, with everyone's enthusiasm running high. Jenga relied on luck and keen eyesight, and despite Harry's glasses, he proved to be quite adept as a seeker, winning the most rounds. However, when it came to marshmallow catching, Li, the clumsy teammate, consistently fell short against the well-coordinated Dudley and Vernon, leaving Harry in a state of both frustration and pity. Ultimately, the disheartened Li joined Harry in mischief, and as they indulged in their playful destruction, Harry's spirits lifted once more. The laughter and joy of that night enveloped the Dursley household in a warm atmosphere. Yet the drawback was that everyone found themselves sleeping in quite late. On Christmas morning, Li, having overslept, felt as if she were floating on clouds until the sound of Dudley's knocking jolted her awake. What to do? It was yet another day filled with the desire to curse her brother. Remembering the events of her birthday, Li quickly donned a half-hearted smile, flung open the door, and with feigned irritation greeted him. "Dear brother, Merry Christmas. What compels you to awaken your beloved sister at such an early hour?" Dolly trembled in fright. Yet at that moment, it was too late to flee. With an awkward smile, he remarked, "I didn't find the gift you promised me under the Christmas tree, and I was wondering if you perhaps forgot to place it there." Li took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and opened the door to let Dolly in. She rummaged through her suitcase and retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box, extending it towards him. Dolly accepted it eagerly, tearing it open, and upon seeing its contents, a look of delight spread across his face. He quickly embraced Li, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Li." Seeing Dolly's happiness warmed Li's heart. After all, this gift was something she had specially arranged with the Weasley twins, ordering it from Honeydukes. Inside were delectable licorice wands and chocolate balls, along with amusing blowing bubbles gum and ice cream balls, as well as the rather mischievous pepper imps and cockroach clusters. She had ensured there was an ample supply of each, confident that at least one would delight Dolly. Initially, Dolly had intended to open one and sample it right away, but for reasons unknown, he joyfully decided to set it aside instead. Li furrowed her brow at this, sighing internally, and resolved to have a serious conversation with him about this matter. "Dolly, are you planning to take these to school to show off to your friends?" Dolly shifted uncomfortably at her words, remaining silent. "How do you plan to explain it to them? Will you say these are candies made by wizards and that your sister and cousin are wizards?" Dolly suddenly looked up, clearly realizing the implications of her words, and began to panic. "What should I do? I did boast about it before. I just thought it was cool. I didn't consider whether it might cause you trouble." Li felt a rush of warmth and sympathy for Dolly's alarm, coupled with a profound sense of regret. Yet she had to remind him of this issue. She approached him, wrapping him in an embrace, her voice soft and comforting as she spoke. "It's all right, don't worry. As I said before, you didn't provide any concrete evidence to prove otherwise, did you? Most likely, they will think it's just a child's imagination and won't take it seriously." Dolly pondered this for a moment. Although it was disheartening, it was indeed a plausible scenario, and he felt somewhat reassured as he muttered, "I won't do it again." "I'm sorry, Li. There's no need to apologize. It's really nothing. I completely understand. Naturally, you want to share something interesting and cool with your friends. I would too. Just like how I often boast about my brother being a boxing champion." "Really?" Dolly scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. "Of course." Li nodded emphatically. "Epperli is quite impressed by you." Upon hearing this, Dolly's face lit up with a broad smile, his expression radiating pride. "My friends are impressed with me too. They all look up to me. That's wonderful." "Dolly, you don't need to flaunt things that sound fantastical. We still hold our own respected place." Dolly shot Li a mock glare, poking her forehead playfully. "Don't think I don't know what you mean. You have a clever mind." Li smiled charmingly, a hint of bashfulness gracing her cheeks. "Rest assured, I understand now. There's no need to boast about anything but oneself. I'll keep these candies all to myself and share them with those followers. They have no right to know about the Wizarding World." Once Dolly came to this realization, he felt a newfound clarity. He considered that among his classmates, he alone was privy to the existence of the Wizarding World. What a cool thing that was. He unwrapped a piece of candy, popping it into his mouth. "Wow, this chocolate is absolutely delicious. Why would I even think about sharing it with others? It's all mine. Ha ha." Seeing Dolly reveling in his delight, Li gradually relaxed, but suddenly recalled something and shouted toward his back, "Dolly, I heard Dad say you're on the verge of getting a cavity. Don't eat too much. Remember to brush your teeth afterward." Chapter 54. Vernon's long-term plans for his daughter. The weekend following Christmas, the three families that had planned to gather at the station kept their promise. The meeting place was once again that fateful Chinese restaurant, a favorite of Epperli's. The Dursleys and the Kellys were, of course, familiar faces. The newly joined Granger family turned out to be quite pleasant in temperament and demeanor, causing Bertrand to secretly admire them. Upon learning that the Granger couple were dentists, Vernon's demeanor softened considerably. Only Dolly, upon hearing that two dentists were seated across from him, instinctively shrank back, prompting suppressed laughter from Ashley and Harry. Epperly sensed the gossip brewing and discreetly inquired of Ashley, only to have Dolly's fears of a potential cavity fully exposed under the intense scrutiny of his brother's terrified and pleading eyes. The adults were thoroughly amused, while the children stifled their laughter, once again creating a world where only Dolly suffered. The Granger couple kindly consoled Dolly and expressed genuine concern for his possible cavity, urging Vernon and Petunia to take Dolly to their clinic for a checkup soon. Naturally, Vernon and Petunia were quite pleased to agree, considering their clinic's esteemed reputation, which made appointments rather difficult to secure. Left to endure the warm concern of the two dentists, Dolly trembled in trepidation. Ashley patted Dolly comfortingly. He returned a cold smile, glaring at his mischievous sister, who had betrayed her brother. Although her intentions were good, she felt a twinge of guilt and decided to offer him some sweet and sour pork as an apology, just as her chopsticks were poised to reach for a piece. Mr. Granger sternly intervened. Dolly's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly brightened up again. For not only he, but also Harry and Benedict, who shared a fondness for sweet and sour flavors, were very professionally advised by Mr. Granger. Indeed, human joy and sorrow do not resonate unless the circumstances are alike. The three little friends grimly picked at the assorted vegetables that had been placed before them, feeling woefully dejected. Epperly, however, was instantly cheered and eagerly recommended her and Ashley's favorite salted egg yolk eggplant to Hermione. Her exaggerated praise piqued even Hermione's curiosity. After tasting it, she remarked, "It's quite good, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite." What began as a polite compliment unexpectedly earned Epperly a new friend. So salted egg yolk eggplant is the secret to Miss Kelly and Epperly's friendship? Hermione and Ashley exchanged incredulous glances, stifling laughter. Vernon, regarding the matter you inquired about last time, I have received a response from my friend and can share it with you. It might be relevant to the Grangers as well, so I'll address it all at once. As they neared the end of their meal, Bertrand seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke up. Vernon glanced at Hermione and nodded. Only then did Bertrand begin to recount the details of what Vernon wished to know. It turned out that Bertrand had a friend who served as the principal of a private school in a remote village, a place known for producing wizards. So he had a certain understanding of the magical world and viewed wizards favorably. With his friend's assistance, both Benedict and Epperly were now students at this school. Although due to physical reasons, they were not required to attend classes, they still had to participate in annual exams and maintain their grades. Additionally, it should be noted that since the school was quite small and lacked prestige, it could only provide them with an opportunity for further studies, without offering any significant advantages. Vernon furrowed his brow at the thought of the school's limited size. After all, Chittenden House School was a hard comparison to ignore. However, he found himself with no alternative. Having the chance to take university entrance exams was already quite commendable. Ashley, Hermione, and Harry were utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. The possibility of such an approach was truly remarkable. Ashley felt a surge of excitement within her. She had contemplated this matter herself, but had struggled to find a way in. To her surprise, Vernon's prior inquiries had already uncovered this information, leaving her deeply moved and at a loss for words. Vernon regarded Ashley, his gaze imbued with a questioning intent. Ashley nodded vigorously, expressing her willingness to explore this opportunity. After all, she perceived that the magical realm currently lacked a profession worthy of a lifelong pursuit. If feasible, to traverse both worlds like Bertrand would indeed be splendid. Vernon, too, was elated and swiftly began discussing the enrollment details with Bertrand. The Grangers exchanged a moment of introspection, casting glances at Hermione, seeking her opinion as the decisive factor. Ashley nudged Harry with her elbow, her inquiry unmistakable. After a contemplative pause, Harry shook his head and whispered, "Ashley, I am fully aware of my circumstances. I cannot guarantee my ability to keep pace with my magical studies." He continued, "Moreover, I have a profound passion for Quidditch and aspire to become a player in the future, so I do not require this opportunity." Ashley silently nodded in understanding and refrained from further discussion. Hermione furrowed her brow, lost in thought for a considerable time, evidently torn. Unlike Harry, she had yet to discover a particular field in the magical world that ignited her fervor. Thus, this opportunity held considerable allure for her. But her high standards raised doubts about her ability to excel in both domains simultaneously. Observing Hermione's deep contemplation, Ashley felt a peculiar thrill. After all, who knows? The future Minister of Magic might just venture into the Muggle world. This was undeniably exhilarating. Suddenly, Hermione glanced at Ashley, their eyes locking, which rendered Ashley somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Hermione remained focused and posed a question to Ashley. Ashley, what prompted your swift decision? Are you not concerned about balancing both academic pursuits? Well, perhaps because this opportunity is rare. My family is here, and I truly enjoy life in this place. Thus, I believe I can manage my time. Even if I do not gain admission to a prestigious institution, attending university is still a worthwhile endeavor. Ashley earnestly shared her thoughts. Hermione appeared astonished. You haven't considered aiming for a prestigious school? I'm not demanding that. I simply seek a normal educational experience here. There are plenty of ordinary individuals who do not get into elite institutions. That is a perspective I hadn't considered. I was merely worried about my ability to balance everything. After some reflection, Hermione swiftly made her decision. Rather than obsessing over perfect grades, she preferred to have an additional opportunity to choose her path. The discussion then shifted to the men from the three families deliberating over enrollment details, while the women conversed about the merits of life in both realms. The children were also excited, as they shared a common goal. Particularly, Dudley felt as though his sister, whom he had thought was lost to him, had suddenly returned, nearly causing him to leap for joy. Harry, witnessing this, experienced a fleeting moment of regret. However, after contemplating his earlier sentiments with Ashley, he realized he had spoken from the heart and thus felt no need for further confusion. Ultimately, Ashley merely wished to traverse both worlds like Uncle Bertrand, not to sever ties with the magical realm entirely, so there was no reason for disappointment or concern. The two families, particularly the Grangers, had resolved a significant issue, and thus the gathering was filled with joy. They agreed to reunite during the next holiday. Henceforth, the Granger family officially joined this small circle, and the parents began to connect with one another. Upon returning home, Ashley felt a surge of emotion and unexpectedly embraced Vernon from behind. Father, thank you. For what, my silly girl? You know I have always loved you. Chapter 55, A Delayed Christmas Gift. As the holiday came to an end, Ashley and Harry embarked on their journey back to school, under the loving gazes of their families. Initially, the group of friends displayed a lack of energy, their spirits somewhat dampened. However, their youth soon invigorated them as they resumed discussions on topics of interest and exchanged experiences. Ashley, Hermione, you have no idea how unreasonable my father is. During the break, he practically forced me and Benedict to tackle Muggle exam questions, and I genuinely feel like I'm going insane. I think Uncle Bertrand was right. You should indeed take advantage of the holiday to study and practice questions. Honestly, I never noticed you had another identity at school. You concealed it remarkably well. Ashley teased with a smirk. Benedict and Hermione burst into laughter, perfectly capturing the humor of the moment. Ashley blushed slightly and retorted defiantly, of course. I'm concealing my identity. Dad said I shouldn't go blabbing everywhere. True, he did say not to spread it around. But that doesn't mean you can't study. You have no self-awareness, and yet you still dare to argue about it. How do you expect to take exams? Ashley didn't expose her, but rather playfully punctured her brother's facade. Ashley's brother, Benedict, effortlessly held her back with a finger on her forehead, preventing the feisty little cat from retaliating. Benedict, why do you always resort to that tactic? Is it to show off your long reach? If you're so capable, let me go. I swear I'll scratch you to bits. Indeed, my arms are longer than yours. Besides, it's not about quantity, it's about effectiveness. Benedict flashed a teasing smile, leaving Ashley fuming in frustration. The rest of the three friends could no longer bear to watch this one-sided dominance. They could only sigh, some gazing at the scenery while others continued their conversations. Ashley, do you need any study guides? I bought quite a few, and we could exchange them. Ashley observed Hermione's excitement as she pulled several thick high school study guides from her backpack, swallowing hard, filled with admiration and envy for her dedication to learning. Thank you. Hermione, I had even thought of that. You truly excel at everything you do. I greatly admire you. If I encounter anything I don't understand, may I seek your guidance? Hermione blushed at the compliment, nodding earnestly, of course. Ashley, you're always welcome to come to me. What about me? I need help too. Ashley's sister, Apollyon, had seemingly shifted her focus, her big, watery eyes peering up at Hermione, eagerly raising her hand for attention. Hermione was taken aback, her face turning crimson as she softly suggested, Benedict is quite good at academics. You could ask him for help. I refuse to consult that annoying brat. He only belittles me. Benedict sighed helplessly, glancing at Hermione with a pleading look. He was aware of his own situation whenever he encountered his silly sister. He couldn't resist the urge to tease her, often leading to her tears, leaving him feeling regretful. Thus, he was ill-equipped to provide any assistance. Seeing Benedict's expression, Hermione found it amusing. Remembering the siblings' earlier antics, she ultimately nodded. All right, you can come along with Eily to seek my help. Apollyon joyfully grabbed Hermione's hand and jumped with glee, then playfully stuck her tongue out at Benedict. The other children in the carriage couldn't contain their laughter, except for Benedict, who was left with a mix of irritation and amusement. He should never have assisted that foolish older sister. It was as if he was born to provoke her. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, the train gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. Hogwarts, we are back. Upon arriving at the Gryffindor common room, Harry was met with an enthusiastic welcome from Ron. Harry, you cannot imagine how I have spent these past 2 weeks. I have missed you terribly. What is wrong with you? Was school not enjoyable? No, it was far too entertaining. So thrilling that I never wished to endure such an experience again. Harry glanced at Ron, who appeared thoroughly tormented. Although he had no inkling of what had transpired, he reached out and patted him on the back in a gesture of comfort. You have no idea how mad Fred and George are. They actually put sour candies and ice mice in my apple pie and tricked me into taking a big bite. You cannot fathom the agony of having a hole burned in your tongue and shivering in discomfort. How could they treat me this way, being their own brother? Ron was so incensed that he could barely articulate his thoughts, and his aggrieved expression caused Harry to stifle a laugh with considerable effort. Suddenly, he thought of Dudley and realized that he had been rather kind to him. At this moment, he even found himself missing him. Harry, are you even listening to me? Huh, I heard you. Weren't you just recounting Fred and George's misdeeds? You truly weren't paying attention. I was saying that you have a Christmas gift that was sent to the dormitory. Here, it's right here, and look, it doesn't have a sender's name. We don't know who it's from. Harry, perplexed, accepted the large silver-wrapped parcel that Ron handed him, and as he began to unwrap it, he remarked, I haven't even thanked you and Mrs. Weasley for the gifts you prepared for me. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm just glad you like it. I assume the gift from my mother is the same as mine. A sweater, right? Yes. Oh. Is this a cloak? Before he could finish his sentence, Harry had already glimpsed the contents of the package and exclaimed in astonishment. As he draped the cloak over his shoulders, he discovered to his amazement that his body had vanished. Ron, equally astonished, explained this is an invisibility cloak, a highly precious magical artifact. Harry picked up the card he had set aside and opened it, revealing the message. This was left by your father before he died. It is now time to return it to you. I sent it to your aunt's house, fearing it might cause them distress. Though it is late, I hope it brings you joy upon receipt. Use it wisely. No signature was present, but it was evident that the sender was intimately acquainted with his father and well aware of his family's circumstances. Harry, for a moment, was utterly perplexed, unsure of the identity of the individual who sent him the cloak. Chapter 56. The Vision in the Mirror of Ariste. I can hardly believe it. You have gone an entire holiday without reading a single book, let alone finding the materials I asked you for. In the library, Hermione spoke in hushed tones, her voice laden with incredulity as she glared at Ron, rifling through the books in frustration. I was dragged out by Fred and George to have fun. Who had time to read? Ron mumbled, his head bowed in guilt. Let it go, Hermione. It is not too late for us to search together. This task was never solely Ron's. Ron gazed at his brother with gratitude, nodding emphatically. Hermione slowly exhaled, calming her agitation. You are right. I was too hasty. I apologize. Ron, taken aback, quickly shook his head, accepting her apology. We have searched for so long without success. Could it be? Hermione suddenly turned her gaze to a particular corner of the library, speaking with a hint of skepticism. Harry and Ron followed her gaze, their eyes lighting up with excitement, as if they had stumbled upon the correct answer. However, Hermione, observing their jubilance, felt a twinge of disappointment. Even if it is there, it is of no use. We cannot get in. Yet at that moment, Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, their voices brimming with excitement as they exclaimed in unison, No, we have a way. As Hermione was about to inquire further, the portrait of the fat lady cast a watchful eye over them, seemingly ready to expel them for any further disturbances. Hermione quickly stifled her curiosity, suppressing her questions. Harry, where are you taking me? Why the rush? Eily had just finished class in the afternoon when Harry seized her hand, pulling her upstairs. Eily, I saw my mom and dad. I want to show you. Harry spoke with fervor, but his words left Ron, Hermione, and Eily in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Eily sighed inwardly, regardless of their happiness. Lily and James would forever remain a source of longing and regret in Harry's heart, much like Li Yao and Han, she and Li Aixi's. What is happening with Harry? His parents are right behind him, Hermione whispered to Ron. I don't know. He went to the restricted section last night, and just returned this morning. He's been acting strangely all day, and when I asked him, he wouldn't say anything. He has been looking for Eily, and when he couldn't find her at lunch, He inquired about Hufflepuff's class schedule and waited there after class. You know the rest. What? How could you dare to wander into the restricted section at night? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? I forgot to mention, Harry received an anonymous Christmas gift. It contained an invisibility cloak. Without needing to elaborate further, Hermione and Ashley understood the implication. Then what is with his current demeanor? Did he encounter some malevolent curse in the restricted section? Hermione looked at Harry with concern, noticing the odd excitement on his face. I have no idea. Let's follow him and see. We can't let Ashley stumble into anything dangerous, or if Harry awakens, he might harm himself. You are right, Ashley and Hermione echoed in unison. Truthfully, as they passed by the library entrance, Ron and the others were already quite astonished. Even more surprising was that the place that had captivated Harry's imagination was not the restricted section, but rather an empty classroom next door. Ron, Hermione, and Ashley watched as Harry pulled Ashley into the vacant classroom, their hearts racing with fear, uncertain of what terrifying secrets lay within. However, for the sake of their friend, the trio resolutely followed him inside. To their astonishment, there was nothing terrifying within, only a massive mirror. Ashley, look, my mom and dad are right here, in this mirror. Look, Harry joyfully introduced the reflection of his parents to Ashley. Ashley understood everything, her heart aching with sorrow as tears welled in her eyes. All right, let me see. However, in the reflection, there was no sign of Lily and James, only a reflection of herself. The difference was that the girl in the mirror appeared joyful and satisfied, while the one outside felt an overwhelming sadness. Ashley was bewildered by this phenomenon, furrowing her brow in silence. Ashley, you see them, right? They are right here. Ron, Hermione, and Ashley were equally intrigued, questioning whether Harry's parents truly resided in the mirror. Ron leaned closer and beheld himself as the president of the student council, clutching the Quidditch trophy. Before he could share his excitement, Ashley pulled him away. When Ashley approached the mirror, she saw a table laden with exquisite Chinese cuisine, alongside a handsome young chef. She was astonished. How could such beauty exist? Overwhelmed, she took a step back in surprise. Hermione quickly seized the opportunity and leaned in to take a look. What she beheld was a meticulously groomed version of herself seated in an office, surrounded by walls adorned with books and trophies. Harry, not waiting for Ashley's response, turned his hopeful gaze towards the other three companions, yearning for them to share what they had seen. Ron, Hermione, April, what about you? Did you also glimpse my parents? Brothers, could this be a mirror of prophecy? Exclaimed Harry. Merlin, I see myself as the male president of the student council, holding the Quidditch trophy. Harry paused momentarily, as if grasping an elusive understanding, yet remained undeterred and looked expectantly at Hermione. Harry, I believe what this mirror reveals is the deepest desires of our hearts. Hermione quickly comprehended everything upon reflecting on Ron's words, her gaze tinged with compassion. April, too, began to understand, cautiously comforting Harry. Harry, you have Ashley, Dudley, and Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia by your side. The words of his friends dimmed the light in Harry's eyes, and his dreams were shattered. At that moment, Ashley also discerned the meaning behind the reflection she had seen, coincidentally overhearing Hermione and April. She added, Harry, stop deceiving yourself. Deep down, you understand everything. With a hint of a sob, Harry choked out, Ashley, am I cowardly for not daring to confront the truth, lost in delusions? If I were in your place, I might commit the same folly, for the departure of parents is a perpetual regret and longing for a child. Ashley shared her heartfelt thoughts with Harry, and he, empathizing deeply, embraced her, weeping uncontrollably. All present were momentarily taken aback by this exchange, their hearts filled with compassion as they watched Harry dissolve into tears. After a considerable time, he gradually regained composure, glancing at Ashley's damp shoulder, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Ashley. It's all right. As long as you come to terms with it, that's what matters. Otherwise, I would be quite heartbroken. You are my brother, whom I've watched grow up, and we are bound by blood. Don't portray yourself as a pitiable orphan, as if I didn't exist. And what about Dudley and your aunt and uncle? Aren't you afraid I might reveal to them that you don't consider them family? At this, Harry hesitated, aligning with Ashley's playful tone, and replied pitifully, You know that's not what I mean. If you tell them, Dudley won't let me off the hook. Please don't say anything. Witnessing the brother-sister duo's antics, the others understood that the moment had passed, and they burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, they departed the classroom in small groups, as if nothing had transpired. Little did they know, not long after their departure, Dumbledore appeared in the classroom, stroking his beard, a gentle smile gracing his face. What wonderful children. Is that boy content with his current life? Quite commendable. Chapter 57. the prophecy of Firenze. Thanks to Harry's newfound acceptance, the incident surrounding the Mirror of Ariste did not become a taboo among the friends. Rather, it transformed into an amusing topic of conversation, with everyone recounting the visions they had witnessed within the mirror. They teased Ron about his aspirations, marveled at April's congruity of spirit, and admired Hermione's unwavering principles. While they also felt a fondness for Ashley's contentment, only Benedict did not partake in the banter, and when he eventually caught wind of the amusing tale, curiosity piqued his interest, prompting him to seek out the Mirror of Ariste, only to discover that it had vanished from the empty classroom. All his curiosity and regret dissipated with the mirror's disappearance. Life continued, the ice melted, and nature awakened. The first-year students of Hogwarts had unwittingly passed the better part of the academic year, with year-end examinations looming not far in the distance. Ashley had experienced an exceptionally busy few months, acutely aware of the world's disparities. The pressure of dual academic responsibilities far exceeded her expectations, especially with Hermione and Benedict setting such high standards, making the comparison all the more daunting. Fortunately, with every setback came a silver lining. Though her confidence and pride were bruised, encountering challenges proved to be immensely beneficial. With their assistance, Ashley gradually gained confidence in her studies pertaining to the Muggle world. Undoubtedly, her progress in magical studies did not falter. Apart from flying lessons, she faced examinations in other subjects with unwavering courage. Particularly impressive was the number of spells she had mastered, a testament to her utmost dedication. Her proficiency continued to ascend in the Room of Requirement, which became her sanctuary and secret weapon. Although her signature spell, the Shield Charm, could still only last under a minute, she had devised numerous innovative applications, such as a triangular shield to enhance durability, a crescent shield for rebound enhancement, and a tortoiseshell shield that absorbed attacks while expanding its coverage. The speed at which she cast spells had reached an impressive level, nearly instantaneous in the eyes of her peers. Moreover, influenced by the battle against the troll, she had learned to divide the duration of the shield charm into several shields of varying lengths. This indicated that, as long as she was not subjected to sustained attacks, her shield charm could be remarkably effective, preserving her life on numerous occasions, though she was often exhausted to the point of collapsing into sleep each night. Witnessing her own growth brought her solace and joy, a reassurance that her journey through the world of magic was not in vain. The trio from Gryffindor remained undeterred in their quest to locate Nicholas Flamel, yet they had no intention of informing their other companions. Ashley, too, did not dwell on the matter, occasionally asking the Weasley twins to procure various sweets from Honeydukes for Harry, ensuring that chocolate frogs were among the treats. Perhaps due to a lack of luck, or perhaps simply because the time was not right, they had yet to uncover another card featuring Dumbledore. It wasn't until Malfoy cast a leg-locking curse on Neville, causing him to hop to the Great Hall seeking assistance, that Harry fortuitously stumbled upon a Dumbledore card. This discovery prompted Miss Know-It-All to finally remember where to find information about Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. The trio instantly connected the dots. Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, guarded by Hagrid. They hastened to Hagrid's hut that night, eager to share their findings with him. Unfortunately, much like the last time, Hagrid's simple logic dictated that Dumbledore trusted Snape, thus Snape was trustworthy. Harry and his friends felt helpless, but their attention was swiftly diverted to another matter. A dragon egg, an egg from a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, on the verge of hatching. An egg that Hagrid had won from a stranger. The unfortunate twist was that Malfoy, who had followed Harry and his friends, witnessed everything and reported them to Professor McGonagall. As a result, Gryffindor lost a significant number of points, and the four who had sneaked out, including Malfoy, were sentenced to serve detention with Hagrid. The next day, when Ashley saw that Gryffindor's point hourglass was significantly diminished, she realized the story had reached a critical juncture. To be honest, she felt a twinge of fear. Fear of encountering the creature that had descended to relying on unicorn blood for survival, and fear that Harry would face danger. She could not gamble on the Centaur's timely arrival. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and resolved to secretly follow Harry and the others on the day of their detention. Naturally, she was not unprepared. Prior to this, she had borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. The excuse employed was rather crude, yet undeniably genuine. It stemmed from a curiosity about this wondrous magical artifact, compelling one to observe it firsthand. Harry did not divulge the specifics of their punishment to Ashley, nor did he anticipate that she would follow suit, readily lending it. Moreover, the prospect of assisting Ashley brought him considerable joy, especially since there were no pressing matters necessitating clandestine nighttime escapades, allowing Ashley to explore at her leisure without the urgency of returning it. On the evening of their punishment, Harry and his companions were escorted by Filch to Hagrid's location. Hagrid, still mourning the departure of Norbert to Romania, was nonetheless resolute in upholding Dumbledore's decisions, whether pertaining to dragons or humans alike. They ventured together into the Forbidden Forest, where they stumbled upon the bloodstains left by a unicorn. In a bid to locate the unicorn swiftly, they resolved to split into groups. It was perplexing, however, to comprehend why Hagrid would permit Harry and Malfoy, along with an exceptionally timid dog, to venture into the forest together. Yet he proceeded to do just that, kindly reminding Malfoy that Fawng was a coward. Ashley, cloaked in invisibility, cautiously trailed behind Harry and Malfoy, silently critiquing Hagrid in her mind. Whether it was the weight of her resentment or not, Fawng frequently turned his head, as if sensing something amiss. Fortunately, Malfoy, frightened, clutched Fawng tightly, oblivious to any malice, and Fawng ultimately relinquished his curiosity. Both Malfoy and Harry were, in truth, quite terrified. Yet neither was willing to admit it, engaging instead in a continuous debate. Ashley found herself stifling laughter. The foreboding forest seemed less intimidating in their company. It was not until Fawng appeared to sense an ominous presence, emitting a low growl, that Harry and Malfoy recognized the strange figure looming ahead. Harry's scar throbbed painfully, causing him to involuntarily groan. Ashley felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end as she gripped her wand tightly, ready for battle. The cloaked figure raised its head, clearly aware of its uninvited guests. Malfoy screamed in terror and, along with the frightened Fawng, turned to flee. Ashley struggled against her instinct to run, held back only by the presence of her foolish younger brother, who remained rooted in place. The dark-robed figure descended from the unicorn in an unnatural glide, inching closer to Harry. Terrified, Harry instinctively staggered backward, only to trip over a tree root and fall to the ground. Ashley had already raised her wand toward Harry, poised to cast her most proficient shield charm, disregarding the potential exposure of her presence. After all, this was not the resurrected Voldemort capable of unleashing devastating curses, so she believed they could withstand his attack. Yet, at the last moment, the centaur Firenze arrived, driving away the dark-robed figure. Ashley could not be certain, but it seemed something had flashed past, falling onto the unicorn. Nevertheless, she paid little heed, exhaling a sigh of relief, her body drenched in sweat. The overwhelming sensation of having escaped disaster nearly caused her to collapse. Conversely, Harry, true to his Gryffindor nature, appeared considerably composed, engaging in a coherent dialogue with Firenze. Under Firenze's guidance, Harry deduced that the creature that drank unicorn blood and sought the Philosopher's Stone was none other than his mortal enemy, Voldemort. At that moment, led by Malfoy, Hagrid arrived with several companions. After exchanging a few words with Firenze and casting a glance at the centaur to ascertain that he would handle the unicorn situation, Hagrid took Harry and departed. Firenze remained beside the still unicorn, watching as Harry and the others left. After a brief pause, he suddenly spoke. "The Mars tonight shines brightly. Yet beside it lies a small Jupiter, its influence unknown, but surely a glimmer of hope, is it not?" With Firenze ahead and Hagrid having just departed, Ashley intended to wait before rejoining Hagrid, but, upon taking a single step, heard Firenze's peculiar words. With a soft sigh, she removed her cloak and stepped out from behind the tree. She glanced at the beautiful creature lying on the ground, and then at the centaur observing her. Uncertain of what to say, lowering her head slightly, she offered a gesture of mourning. Firenze chuckled softly, reassuring her that while the unicorn had sustained severe injuries and would require an extensive recovery, it was not on the brink of death. Hence there was no need for sorrow, kind lady. "What? It's not dead, really?" Ashley exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. In what seemed to be a response to her concern, the previously motionless unicorn emitted a faint breath. Ashley beamed with delight. This was the most uplifting news she had received that night. Such a magnificent unicorn should not meet with a tragic end. If it could survive, that would be nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that light? Ashley suddenly recalled the radiant glow she had witnessed earlier. Indeed, that is the life crystal unique to unicorns, and fortunately, you arrived in time to utilize it, Firenze confirmed. "How splendid!" Ashley exclaimed in amazement. "By the way, Mr. Firenze, could you possibly keep this a secret? I only followed out of concern for my cousin Harry and had no intention of violating school rules or the regulations of the Forbidden Forest. I implore you to assist me." Firenze regarded Ashley with a smile, assuring her, "Of course, I hope you maintain your kindness and pursue your desires." With that, he disregarded Ashley's response and lifted the unicorn onto his back before swiftly disappearing into the thicket. Ashley briefly pondered the reason behind Firenze's words, but quickly recognized her own precarious situation. Shuddering, She hastily donned her cloak, quickening her pace as she retraced her steps back to the castle. Chapter 58. The Defense of the Philosopher's Stone. Ashley returned to the dormitory with remarkable ease. Her roommates remained blissfully asleep, unaware of her absence. Observing her roommate, April, who was adorably curled around her oversized doll, Ashley felt a twinge of envy. She was but a weary soul, unworthy of such carefree slumber. Ashley quickly tidied her belongings and nestled into her comfortable bed, soon succumbing to drowsiness. The following day dawned with no peculiar news circulating, as if nothing had transpired at all. Only Ashley knew that she was on the brink of entering the most crucial and perilous phase, the defense of the Philosopher's Stone. In the ensuing days, Ashley consistently sought Hermione under the pretense of tutoring her in Muggle studies, discreetly probing their progress. Indeed, it was not long before Harry grasped the implications of Hagrid acquiring the dragon egg and the urgency that the mysterious figure had realized the secret to bypassing Fluffy's guard. Witnessing the trio sprinting toward Professor McGonagall's office, Ashley sighed in resignation. Knowing they would return empty-handed, she departed for the dormitory after a final class, taking a brief rest. Once her roommates were asleep, Ashley ventured out of the common room, arriving ahead of Harry and the others on the third floor. Skillfully donning her cloak, she concealed herself at the entrance to the chamber guarded by Fluffy. Observing the slumbering three-headed dog, she felt an odd mixture of excitement and a deep-seated fear, as well as a sense of impending liberation from the approaching holiday. Ashley scoffed at her own mindset, chuckling softly to herself. Was this the prelude to madness? A sincere belief in her unsuitability for violence weighed heavily on her, yet she couldn't bear to let Harry charge in recklessly. Was there a way to strike a balance? For the first time, Ashley found herself contemplating the path ahead. However, before she could arrive at a conclusion, Harry and the others had already plunged headlong into the fray. Observing Harry and his companions struggling to maneuver around the claws of the giant, Ashley couldn't suppress a mischievous laugh. Nonetheless, she conscientiously replenished the harp's magical energy, ensuring its melody continued uninterrupted. Harry was the first to leap down, and Ashley couldn't help but admire his courage. Hermione followed suit, while Ron dawdled, unable to tolerate his hesitation any longer. Ashley conjured an obstacle that caused him to stumble and tumble into the fray. Uncertain of how long they would be ensnared by the devil's snare below, Ashley allowed herself a moment's reverie until, sensing an unusual silence, she finally leaped down. As a favored student of Professor Sprout, she was well aware of the solution to the devil's snare. Upon landing, she absorbed the impact of her fall and cast a spell that illuminated the area, causing the devil's snare to recede and allowing her to reach the ground below. Proceeding along the corridor, she beheld a multitude of keys flitting about like birds. However, there was no time to admire this spectacle, for she noticed that the door, which Harry had struggled to unlock, was on the verge of shutting. Instantly quickening her pace, Ashley dashed through the door just as it was about to close. That was a close call. Being a flight novice, had she failed to make it inside, she would have likely ended up back in her dormitory, sleeping the day away, perhaps even in a state of utter frustration. Upon entering, she discovered that the chess game had already concluded. Hermione was tending to Ron, while Harry was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged through Ashley as she regretted lingering above for too long. She hurriedly rushed past the chessboard, hoping to catch up with Harry. Unbeknownst to her, she inadvertently stepped on a shard of the chess piece statue, producing a faint crunch that Hermione promptly detected. Although Hermione couldn't see her, she had narrowed down the list of suspects. The only one who possessed an invisibility cloak and was so concerned about Harry was Ashley. Nobody else. With a triumphant smile, Hermione felt a sense of relief wash over her, knowing she no longer had to fret over Harry's next challenges. Suddenly, Hermione recalled the day in the restroom when the curse had missed her entirely. Ashley dashed down the stairs at her utmost speed, finally catching sight of Harry. At that moment, he appeared to be confronting Quirrell, expressing disbelief. Ashley slowed her pace, treading lightly as she approached. Quirrell was still gloating over his theatrics, revealing that the peculiar actions of Snape, which Harry had misunderstood, were, in fact, efforts to prevent him from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry felt a pang of remorse and was thankful that he had heeded Ashley's advice, refraining from any rash actions thereafter. At this juncture, Quirrell, under Voldemort's guidance, compelled Harry to approach the Mirror of Ariste, demanding he reveal the location of the Philosopher's Stone. When Harry faced the mirror, he no longer saw his parents, but rather an impish version of himself hiding the stone within his pocket. Instinctively, he reached for it, astonished to find the stone indeed nestled in his trousers. Quirrell inquired about what Harry had seen, to which Harry lied. Perhaps his demeanor was too transparent. For Voldemort ordered Quirrell to remove his turban, eager to confront Harry face to face. It was then that Harry beheld the horrific and grotesque visage concealed beneath the cloth. Voldemort lamented his wretched state, enticing Harry with the promise of resurrecting his parents in exchange for the Philosopher's Stone. Having already reconciled his obsessions through the mirror of Ariste, Harry was not easily swayed. Enraged, Voldemort commanded Quirrell to seize Harry and snatch the stone from him. Quirrell conjured flames, blocking Harry's escape, and lunged forward, grasping Harry by the throat. Ashley, now within the chamber, was horrified, poised to cast a petrification spell at Quirrell, only to witness Harry instinctively pry Quirrell's hand away. To their astonishment, where Harry touched Quirrell's skin, it disintegrated as if scorched by fire, turning to ash. Harry stared in disbelief at his hand, while Ashley marveled at the power of love embodied in the spell. Quirrell attempted to advance, but Harry, having learned instinctively, charged forward and pressed his hands against Quirrell's face. Quirrell crumbled to dust like a coal reduced to cinders. Believing the crisis averted, Harry sighed in relief, retrieving the blood-red Philosopher's Stone from the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Voldemort's lingering essence began to rise from the ashes, surging toward Harry in a vengeful rush. Ashley's mind went blank. She was unaware of the peril posed by this remnant spirit, yet instinctively, she employed a levitation spell to move Harry aside, narrowly dodging the spirit's onslaught. Channeling the energy to move another person drained Ashley, leaving her exhausted and seated on the ground. Harry, too, succumbed to the aftermath of the levitation spell, collapsing beside her, soon slipping into unconsciousness. The remnant spirit surged toward the exit, vanishing without a trace. In the dimly lit chamber, illuminated by flickering flames, Fawkes appeared alongside Dumbledore. The headmaster surveyed the scene with a furrowed brow, choosing to overlook the Philosopher's Stone, which lay abandoned on the staircase, instead kneeling by the unconscious Harry to assess his condition. Sensing that Harry was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rising slowly, he suddenly turned to smile at a seemingly empty corner, speaking aloud. "Miss Dursley, your levitation spell was quite impressive. Had it not been for your youth and limited magical reserves, I believe Harry would have landed safely. Even with insufficient power, your technique undoubtedly surpasses many of your upperclassmen. Professor Flitwick would be most pleased." Ashley, who had initially been stewing in her own frustration, realized that the Dark Lord could not be so easily deceived. Reluctantly, she removed her cloak and awkwardly greeted the headmaster. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." You flatter me. It is all thanks to Professor Flitwick's teachings." Ashley inwardly cursed herself, wishing she could retract her words. Dumbledore chuckled softly at her embarrassment as she nervously fidgeted with her toes. "Miss Dursley, there is no need for concern. I merely sensed that final scene. Moreover, the cloak you wore was a Christmas gift I prepared for Harry, so it is no surprise to find you here." Ashley offered a fleeting smile, pondering whether he had indeed only glimpsed the final scene or had been observing the entire ordeal. I noticed a sinister black mist emanating from Professor Quirrell's remains, prompting my hasty decision to move Harry. I'm feeling a bit drained and unable to check on his condition. How is he now? He is well, rest assured. Harry merely experienced a moment of shock, leading to fatigue, and a slight sensation of weightlessness has caused him to faint. A good night's sleep will suffice. Oh, thank goodness. If I may be so bold, Professor, what was that black mist? What would have happened had Harry been struck by it? Ashley, now feeling reassured, inquired with growing curiosity. You may interpret it as lingering souls, resentful spirits. Indeed, nothing of a pleasant nature. Thanks to you, Harry shall be spared many nights of tormenting nightmares. A flicker of admiration passed through Dumbledore's eyes as he smiled and explained to Ashley, who felt a sense of relief, deeming her clandestine journey worthwhile. "Professor Dumbledore, may I impose a small request?" Ashley ventured, her concern for Harry and her friends prompting her presence, though she felt she had contributed little. "Could you kindly keep this matter confidential? I yearn for a period of tranquility." Ashley had initially hesitated to voice this, fearing that Dumbledore might indulge in a display of rewards, thereby exposing her. Whether it was cowardice or desire to shield Harry and her family from worry, she wished to remain unnoticed by the wizarding community. Dumbledore, seemingly unfazed by her request, pondered briefly before responding with a smile and a wink. "As you wish, Miss Dursley." "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Ashley exhaled in relief. At that moment, Fawkes let out a curious cry, seemingly intrigued by Ashley's wand. It appears Miss Dursley's wand has some connection to Fawkes," Dumbledore chuckled, stroking the phoenix who was fixated on Ashley's wand. "Perhaps it's due to the core being a phoenix feather," Ashley explained. "Mr. Ollivander mentioned it was a gift from Mr. Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas, you say? That makes sense. considering his longevity and travels. Ashley's heart, which had briefly raced at the mention of Flammel, settled once more. She was relieved it was merely a feather and not entangled in some fate. Dumbledore, noting Ashley's expression, chose to say nothing further, merely smiling gently. He then proceeded to assign Fawkes to escort Ashley and Harry outside. Ashley assisted Harry, instinctively glancing at the Philosopher's Stone before being guided directly to the infirmary by Fawkes. Madame Pomfrey's examination yielded results akin to Dumbledore's. After administering a calming potion, she assured them that Harry could leave upon awakening. At that moment, Fawkes returned with Hermione and Ron. Ashley hurriedly donned her cloak, and once Madame Pomfrey confirmed the two were unharmed, she discreetly slipped out of the infirmary and back to the dormitory. Hermione observed Harry, who had been deemed well, and glanced at the door that had been ajar but was now slowly closing, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Harry awoke the following afternoon, finding that the throngs of young wizards who had once idolized him were no longer present. However, his bedside was adorned with numerous tokens of goodwill. Hermione and Ron had risen even earlier, having left the infirmary to partake in lunch with their peers. Dumbledore entered, enlightening Harry about the enigma of the Mirror of Erist concealing the Philosopher's Stone. He also revealed the key to defeating Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, was the magic of love left behind by Lily Potter. Furthermore, he disclosed the news of the stone's destruction, relieving Harry of his worries regarding Voldemort's ambitions. Harry, placing his trust in Dumbledore, felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. He chose not to linger for further medical resources and was released back to his dormitory. Upon seeing his two companions in good health, Harry finally felt at ease, ready to savor the campus life he had fought to protect. Oh, perhaps it was premature to celebrate, as the end-of-year examinations loomed. Under the dual pressure from Hermione and Ashley, the hero Harry and Ron had little time to revel in their glory before diving headfirst into their study preparations. For reasons unknown, Harry harbored a feeling that Ashley was exacting some form of revenge, retribution for not informing her about the Philosopher's Stone and for placing her in peril. Such thoughts made Harry undeniably uneasy. Despite his good intentions, he recognized that not being forgiven was entirely reasonable, leading him to diligently heed his sister's advice and study earnestly. Hermione and Ashley exchanged knowing smiles, pleased with Harry's newfound dedication, allowing the boys to misconstrue the situation. Ashley, thank you. For what precisely? Why, for rescuing me from the troll. What are you talking about? Wasn't it Harry and Ron who saved you? You know exactly what I mean. And I'm aware you were in the Chamber of Secrets that day as well. Otherwise, I doubt Harry would have only needed to spend one night in the infirmary. Wasn't that merely luck on your part? The pieces of the chess set were shattered everywhere, even on the path surrounding the board. It's quite curious how the infirmary door opened and closed on its own. Isn't it? You win. Please, Hermione, don't tell Harry. He'd be terrified. All right. You two siblings are quite peculiar, so concerned for one another, yet secretly undertaking significant endeavors. Isn't that what family does? How enviable. I understand now. This shall be our secret, yes? Chapter 60, Year-End Summary. With the conclusion of the end-of-year examinations, the distressing days of study for the young wizards finally came to an end. Harry and Ron could scarcely suppress their elation, yearning to shout to the heavens in celebration of their newfound freedom. Although Apollyon did not join their revelry, old habits resurfaced as she vigorously shook Ashley's wrist to express her inner excitement. Hermione and Benedict observed the trio of lunatics along with one poor soul subjected to their antics, laughing rather unkindly. Fortunately, the amiable Apollyon was soon enveloped by fellow young wizards, sharing their experiences from the examinations. Ashley seized the opportunity to extricate herself, exhaling deeply, much to the amusement of Hermione and the others. The subsequent event was the end-of-year feast, marking not only the last gathering of the academic year, but also the momentous occasion of announcing the winner of the House Cup. According to the scores on the tallying funnel, Gryffindor found itself in 4th place. It was inevitable, despite the contributions of diligent students like Percy and Hermione. The mischievous antics of their peers led to far more deductions than additions. Thanks to Ashley, the academic powerhouse, Hufflepuff also garnered a fair amount of points, fortuitously tying with Ravenclaw for 3rd, or perhaps 2nd place. Undoubtedly, the first position remained firmly in Slytherin's grasp, a testament to Snape's efforts. The morale of the little lions waned slightly. Though they reveled in their mischief, they still held a sense of house pride. The Badgers remained remarkably unperturbed, indifferent to the outcome as it did not affect their dining speed. The Eagles were similarly unconcerned, prioritizing the knowledge they had gained. Slytherins, however, concealed their pride beneath a veneer of calm, having secured the House Cup championship for the 7th consecutive year. Alas, though Slytherin had Snape, Gryffindor had Dumbledore. Ashley observed the cheering Slytherins with a tinge of pity, contemplating the inevitable. As expected, Dumbledore openly began awarding points to the courageous little lions, justifiable and well-founded. They triumphed over Slytherin by a narrow margin. Ashley and the seemingly uninvolved Badgers and Eagles smiled and applauded, internally lauding this bold maneuver. Yet, in the very next moment, Ashley found herself unable to maintain her composure. Of course, I must mention another exemplary student worthy of commendation. Although he, or rather she, is rather shy and prefers not to be in the limelight. Nevertheless, we must applaud her as encouragement. After Dumbledore's declaration, he playfully winked, seemingly oblivious to how incensed this revelation would make someone. Ashley thought to herself, "You truly are remarkable. My thanks." Her expression darkened as she mentally berated Dumbledore, though she quickly regained her composure, feigning curiosity as if unaware of whom Dumbledore was referring to. Hermione quietly observed Ashley, and unable to stifle a scoff at her performance. She drew the curious inquiries of Harry and Ron. With remarkable wit, Hermione deftly redirected the conversation, attributing her amusement to the joy of surpassing Slytherin in points. Ron, unsuspecting, turned to smugly display his satisfaction to Malfoy. Meanwhile, Harry recalled a vague encounter with Ashley he once had in the Chamber of Secrets, though he had always dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. After a playful jab at Ashley, Dumbledore delivered the final verdict. Gryffindor had claimed the House Cup this year. As he raised his hand, the green and silver banner of Slytherin transformed into the crimson and gold standard of Gryffindor. The young wizards, it seemed, preferred such triumphant reversals to the mundane. The little lions, eagles, and badgers jubilantly tossed their hats into the air, expressing their exuberance, while the little snakes wore rather sullen expressions, yet maintained an air of elegance, refraining from any untimely outbursts. At that moment, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville truly savored the accolades befitting Gryffindor. The little lions excitedly patted their heads and shook their hands in congratulation. Ashley suddenly began to grasp the allure of Gryffindor, a house defined by passionate love and hate, unafraid to express emotions. Even she felt the surge of excitement, let alone Harry and the others, who were at the center of it all. April was equally thrilled, enthusiastically promoting her good friends to the little Badgers. Ashley glanced at Harry, who beamed with confidence and joy, devoid of any shadow of doubt. How wonderful! Ashley mused inwardly. Harry's gaze turned to her, reminiscent of their time on the Quidditch pitch, as he waved at her with a radiant smile. It seemed he had never forgotten to express his gratitude and closeness to Ashley during his moment of glory. With a satisfied smile, Ashley raised her applauding hand slightly, reciprocating his gesture of congratulations. Dumbledore and Snape both witnessed the siblings' interaction, displaying contrasting reactions. Dumbledore smiled, his face alight with joy and appreciation, while Snape's already grim countenance grew even darker upon observing Harry's smug demeanor. However, when his gaze shifted to Ashley, his expression softened considerably, as if memories of the past washed over him, filled with nostalgia and regret. On the final night at Hogwarts, the festivities were exuberant, with students from all houses staying up far later than usual. Remarkably, the next day, no one overslept. Instead, they rose early and buzzed with excitement. Everyone packed their belongings and hurried to Hogsmeade Station. Hagrid briefly assumed the role of dispatcher on the platform to prevent any chaos among the young wizards rushing to return home. As Ashley and her friends passed by, they greeted him amicably. Hagrid exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, signaling that he had something to discuss. Ashley nodded slightly, pulling April and Hermione onto the train first. The 6 of them chose a compartment, evenly split between boys and girls, and settled down comfortably. April held a small kitten named Blueberry, fostered by Benedict, and played with it gleefully. Hermione, clearly intrigued, watched the kitten with bright eyes, her hands eager to pet it. Ashley, recalling Crookshanks, playfully inquired, "Hermione, since you adore cats so much, why don't you have one? I've been in a magical creature shop, but I couldn't find one that suited me. What about you?" Ashley continued, "As for me, I feel that as long as it's furry, I'll love it. But I'm afraid I might not be able to care for it properly. It would break my heart if I failed." Upon hearing this reasoning, everyone nodded in understanding. Only April provocatively asked, "But when you see Blueberry, don't you want to cuddle and play with her? Such a fluffy, soft, and adorable little kitten." Ashley shot a knowing glare at April, her expression slightly sour. "I know. No need for you to elaborate. If there were a fluffy creature that was easy to care for, I would definitely keep one, and I wouldn't let you play with it. Just to drive you mad." Witnessing such a playful side of Ashley was a rare treat, and everyone erupted in laughter, including Aprily. At that moment, Harry entered, clutching a book tightly, as if it were of utmost importance. The group immediately understood that this must be the reason Hagrid wanted to speak with him. They all turned to him, unsure of how to approach the subject. Harry, noticing their concerned gazes, broke into a smile. "It's nothing. Hagrid gave me this album filled with pictures of my parents." Seeing that Harry was unfazed, they ceased their inquiries and resumed their chatter. The train departed, carrying the young wizards toward home. For Ashley, the commencement of the train journey marked a serene conclusion to her first year at Hogwarts. Chapter 61. Ordinary Secondary School Examinations. Upon returning, Ashley abruptly realized that the sense of detachment between her visits to the magical world and the Muggle world had diminished significantly. It seemed she was gradually adapting to this transition, rather than feeling as if she were caught in a dream. Like a witch stripped of her magic or Alice lost in Wonderland. Vernon came to collect Ashley, unchanged, still looking at her with uncontainable joy. Dudley was now able to converse with Harry about the wonders of the magical world, displaying considerable adaptability. For him, it mattered little that his sister preferred reading to sports. They simply did not share common ground. The lackeys were unworthy of knowing about the magical realm, leaving only his weakling cousin as a stress-free conversational partner. Hearing that his cousin had performed admirably, winning the Quidditch Cup and barely qualifying as an athlete, Dudley felt justified in his assumption that camaraderie among athletes was natural. Ashley observed her brother and cousin, fully immersed in their summer routine and animated chatter, feeling a wave of deep envy. After all, another round of year-end examinations awaited her. "Hang in there, kid." After lunch, Dudley and Harry planned to go out for a game, while Ashley seized the moment to review her study materials, making a final push for her exams. Harry expressed sympathy for her plight, though if not for the relief evident on his face, Ashley might have felt considerably better. Dudley, however, showed no concern for his sister's struggles, leaving Ashley uncertain whether to feel pleased about her brother's unwavering trust or disheartened by the stark contrast in their lives. During this time, Aprily called, lamenting her own burdens of relentless studying. The two friends vented together, and their shared grievances lightened their spirits. As for Hermione, there was no need to consider her. Someone who regarded studying as a hobby could hardly resonate with them, so it was best to avoid any humiliation. Much like Benedict, who was not only free from exam worries but was also self-studying Muggle potions. If not for the necessity of acquiring a diploma, Ashley felt that he could easily complete university courses on his own. No more talk of that. Dwelling on it would only bring discouragement. Why bother? At that moment, Ashley wanted nothing more than to be free of any comparisons with siblings. Her own Dudley was perfectly fine. She wouldn't trade him for anyone. Fast forward through an afternoon of intense studying. After dinner, helping Petunia with the dishes and engaging in a brief chat, it was soon time for bed. Early to rise and early to sleep was the norm for Vernon as well, for he had to take his beloved daughter to a rural school for her examinations. He had even taken a few days off work, as this was no trivial matter. The Granger couple's clinic was overwhelmed with work, so they entrusted their reliable ally with a task, which meant that Vernon would need to pick up Hermione tomorrow. As dawn broke, two small cars made their way towards the rural middle school campus, one following the other. "Eily, aren't you feeling nervous?" Hermione inquired, unable to withstand the tranquil atmosphere. Glancing at Eily, who was dozing against the car window, Vernon, who was diligently trying to maintain a steady speed to avoid bumping his daughter's head, couldn't help but lend an ear to their conversation. "Nervous, indeed, but I have exerted all my efforts. The rest is up to Merlin," Eily replied, squinting slightly and speaking in a languid tone. "Huh, up to Merlin? I don't understand how that relates to him," Hermione remarked, perplexed. "There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, do your best and leave the rest to fate. It speaks to the unpredictability of life. As long as one has done their utmost, the outcome will unfold naturally." Eily had initially playfully substituted fate with Merlin, but upon Hermione's inquiry, she realized it might be challenging for someone from Y country to grasp. Thus she made an effort to elaborate. "Huaxia? I read about it too. Everyone describes it as a mysterious land. I didn't realize you had also delved into it, Eily. How intriguing. Such a succinct phrase encapsulates such profound philosophy," Hermione exclaimed with admiration. Upon hearing Hermione praise his daughter's erudition, Vernon's face brightened with a broad smile, lifting his spirits considerably. Eily chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. "Eily, once you get into university, what major do you wish to pursue? Or rather, what profession do you aspire to?" Hermione asked, seemingly lost in thought. Vernon, feeling anxious again, leaned in to listen intently. "Perhaps something related to furniture or interior design, though I'm not entirely certain. After all, Times change, and who knows what the future holds. We shall see, Ashley replied, holding back a hint of reservation as she recalled her past ambition of becoming a screenwriter now shifted to a desire to be a designer. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There's still plenty of time. I've been pondering my future lately, but I feel utterly lost, Hermione admitted, her expression lightening as she shared her recent confusion. Ashley pretended to tidy her hair, secretly stroking her fluffy head instead, offering comfort. There's no rush. You have ample time to discover what you truly want to do. You're so exceptional. Whatever path you choose, success is bound to follow. Trust in yourself, as well as in my judgment. Receiving such praise from a peer she respected, Hermione beamed with a dazzling smile, her eyes sparkling, casting away any trace of worry. Vernon felt a swell of pride for the friendship blossoming between the two girls, thinking to himself, my little darling is indeed a little angel. And there will be no arguments to the contrary. Under Bertie's guidance, the two cars, after several hours of travel, finally reached their destination, a small campus nestled amidst trees. Bertie disembarked and warmly embraced a middle-aged man with a light complexion waiting at the entrance, exchanging cheerful greetings. After a brief conversation, Ashley and her companions were led into a spacious classroom, joining a handful of other students to commence their end-of-term assessments. Given the multitude of subjects and the extended duration required, they sought a temporary refuge with the assistance of Bertie's friend, Principal Donald, since the entire school was involved. Even though Benedict and Hermione could easily complete their exams within a day, they chose to follow the usual pace, spending several days alongside their peers to avoid drawing attention. Ashley and Apollyon adapted well, even befriending several charming young girls, engaging in delightful conversations during breaks about the amusing happenings around the school. Before long, Apollyon had cast aside her exam anxieties, reveling in the fun. Ashley, too, discovered the joys of attending a regular middle school, coaxing Hermione to join in. Finding this holiday quite enjoyable. The only one left feeling isolated was Benedict, who, while enviously glancing at others, awkwardly buried himself in his potions textbook. After several days filled with the vibrant experiences of middle school life, Ashley and her friends reluctantly completed their exams and returned home. The owl had already delivered the Hogwarts report cards. While aside from potions and history of magic where she received an E, Ashley achieved O in all other subjects, with her flying grade being a T. Harry, on the other hand, managed O in defense against the dark arts and flying, an A in potions, with most of his other grades being E. Although flying wasn't included in the overall score, Ashley's T nearly invited ridicule from Dudley. He only excels in sports, relentlessly pinning Ashley down, so he must exaggerate his achievements. Ashley, initially disheartened, felt a sense of calm wash over her upon learning of the Kelly siblings' results. Benedict's grades were predominantly O, while Apollon's were mostly E and A, with no O. Chapter 62. Miss Rabbit Beatrice. Nicole May, a legendary alchemist, resided in a home fortified with formidable concealment charms. Without his permission or guidance, outsiders could never gain entry. However, today an unexpected guest, a rabbit, suddenly intruded. Oh my, Peregrine, look what I have discovered. A rabbit has ventured into my concealed boundary. How amusing. Can you tell me how you managed to enter, Miss Rabbit? Nicole inquired, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he regarded the white rabbit, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. The aura emanating from him instilled an inexplicable fear, a presence befitting a powerful individual, compelling anyone not to underestimate this seemingly amiable elder. Dear, do refrain from jesting. You frighten Miss Rabbit, Peregrine remarked, approaching to gently lift the small creature, affectionately stroking it. The little rabbit, perceptively, nuzzled Peregrine's hand, exhibiting an endearing demeanor, its front paws embracing Peregrine's hand, radiating an aura of attachment. Nicole and Peregrine exchanged a glance, their expressions inscrutable. After a while, the little rabbit seemed to emerge from its peculiar reverie, gazing deeply at Peregrine, then at Nicole, and declared, Nicole, Peregrine, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Beatrice. Had Ashley been present, upon hearing that voice and name, she would have leaped in astonishment, for the mysterious figure who once quelled her magical turmoil was, in fact, a rabbit. Nicole's astonishment mirrored Ashley's, as Beatrice was the name he had chosen for the strongest masterpiece he intended to create. Peregrine, aware of her husband's ambition, was certainly familiar with that name. Miss Rabbit, I apologize, Beatrice. I suspect there are many untold stories between us. Might you share them in detail? Beatrice's cool voice fell silent for a moment before she lifted her head, recounting the twists and turns of her tale. It turned out that, in the original timeline, Nicole had indeed contemplated destroying the Philosopher's Stone at Dumbledore's urging. However, he could not shake off his concern for Dumbledore, who, even in his absence, continued to fret over the future of the magical world. Thus, he made a prophecy, within which he glimpsed the future. The death of Dumbledore, along with the countless students he cherished, weighed heavily on Nico's heart. Recalling Dumbledore's profound sorrow over the loss of the children in that fateful battle, Nico resolved to disseminate the news of the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone. Yet in secret, he repurposed the stone as the core and energy source for his most formidable alchemical creation. He named this being Beatrice, symbolizing a spirit of helpfulness, genteel demeanor, and exceptional talents. Beatrice's strength lay not in combat prowess, but in her impending infusion with all of Nico's knowledge, transforming her into an unparalleled reservoir of wisdom. This was Nico's most significant masterpiece, crafted through the expenditure of his remaining years. Regrettably, within the original timeline, as a newly birthed entity, Beatrice required an inordinate amount of time to cultivate vitality. By the time she could fully integrate and manipulate her own body, all of Nico's prophetic visions had come to pass. Before she could even glimpse her creator, she learned of his demise, along with the prophecies he left behind in a temporal magic circle. Is this the world that emerged after you activated the temporal magic circle? Nico inquired, furrowing his brow. In truth, he was already convinced of all that Beatrice had conveyed. It perfectly aligned with his behavioral patterns and the concept of the alchemical being he intended to forge. Beatrice nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I summoned a being from another realm. She has been here for 12 years. Nico contemplated for a moment, seemingly grasping the entirety of the situation, and gazed at Beatrice with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Beatrice, for fulfilling my request. If I am not mistaken, your energy must have nearly depleted when you activated the temporal magic circle, correct?" Beatrice stood upright and bowed deeply, expressing her utmost respect to Nico. "You are too kind. In my eyes, you're like a father to me." Beatrice was eager to devote herself entirely to fulfilling her father's wishes. Nico affectionately ran his fingers through Beatrice's soft fur, his smile radiating warmth. Upon hearing their exchange, Perennially felt a deep fondness and appreciation for the devoted Miss Rabbit. After all, she was also an enthusiast of furry companions. And it was likely that Nico had chosen this form not only out of fear of human taboos, but also because of her preferences. Gently stroking Beatrice, she inquired with a smile, "So now, how shall we replenish Beatrice's energy?" Nico cast a loving glance at his soulmate, smiled, and retrieved a box from a nearby cabinet, containing the Philosopher's Stone that Dumbledore had recently gifted him. He extended his hand to assess Beatrice's condition, contemplating and verifying, as if retracing the steps of her creation. After a considerable time, he ceased his examination, posed several crucial questions to Beatrice, and then nodded excitedly before hastening to the alchemical chamber. Perennially, familiar with her husband's tendencies, shook her head with a smile, reassuring the still-dazed Miss Rabbit. "Do not worry. He has simply conceived a plan and needs to prepare. Let us wait for him. He will seek you out once he is done. By the way, Beatrice, do you require sustenance? Carrots or something else? Anything will do. I can consume grass or vegetables." Beatrice appeared somewhat dazed, realizing how her father behaved when engrossed in work. Perennially chuckled softly, joyfully engaging in her feeding endeavors with Beatrice. Nico remained occupied until nearly evening. When he emerged, brimming with excitement, he found his wife smiling while cradling Beatrice on the chaise lounge, conversing tenderly, reminiscent of a daughter sharing stories with her mother. He hesitated to disrupt such a beautiful scene, but Beatrice noticed his approach and politely bowed to him. Nico tucked away his feelings of regret and cheerfully lifted Beatrice from his wife's embrace, exclaiming, "All right, let us first replenish your energy." He then guided Beatrice to his alchemical chamber. At that moment, a large magic circle had already been inscribed in the center of the chamber. Beatrice observed intently and quickly understood that this was an energy transfer circle specifically designed for her. A sense of pride swelled within her. Truly, Nico was her creator. Nico placed Beatrice at the center of the circle, subsequently positioning the Philosopher's Stone in a designated spot. He drew his wand, and his expression grew serious and earnest. With a few deft flicks of his wand, he began to chant the incantation that would activate the magic circle, and a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The vibrant energy from the Philosopher's Stone flowed gently into Beatrice's body like a stream. Her crimson eyes gradually became more vibrant and luminous, visibly enlivening her spirit. After a considerable duration, the Philosopher's Stone emitted a soft crack, shattering and gradually dissipating into nothingness. Nico, satisfied, lifted Beatrice, beaming, "There we go, Beatrice has regained her vigor. Now, it is time for us to have a proper discussion about that girl from another world." In a small cubicle on the second floor of number 4 Privet Drive, Ashley finally completed her summer vacation plans. Stretching and tidying her desk, she prepared to gaze out, allowing her eyes a moment of respite. As her gaze shifted from afar to near, she noticed a fluffy little rabbit on the lawn. Was it that neighbor's rabbit she once contemplated whisking away? Strangely, Ashley perceived emotions in the rabbit's gaze that mirrored human seriousness. More precisely, a look akin to that of a stern headmaster. Ashley shook her head vigorously, swiftly dispelling the unsettling thought. A year has passed, and all is well. Ashley, or rather, Li Aixi, a familiar, cool female voice echoed in her mind. Beatrice, is it you? Ashley nearly instantaneously recognized the owner of the voice, despite the years that had elapsed. It is I. I am delighted you still remember my voice. The rabbit replied, anthropomorphically drooping its ears and slightly bowing, as if to show respect. You are a rabbit. Are you a creature of the supernatural? Ashley stared at the rabbit, disbelief etched across her features, unsure whether to express joy or shock. A creature of the supernatural? I believe I understand your thoughts, but regrettably, I am not one of those beings capable of transforming into a human, Beatrice responded lightly, her voice tinged with amusement. Oh, I did not mean to offend. It is merely that I have never encountered an existence like yours before, leading me to assume you were akin to something from the strange tales I have read. Beatrice chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing. Ashley, too, felt her tension ease in the presence of Beatrice's laughter, which now seemed far more inviting and gentle than the earlier sternness. Shall we converse through the window like this? I wonder if I might have the honor of being invited to your room for a chat? Ah, of course. I apologize. I will come down to greet you right away. Although their conversation was entirely mental, neither felt it was amiss, and Ashley naturally regarded Beatrice as an equal conversational partner. She hurried downstairs, scanning her surroundings, and upon confirming no one was watching, swiftly scooped up the little rabbit and dashed into her room. Thankfully, the area was devoid of people at this hour, and Harry and Dudley had gone out to play football. Otherwise, this sneaky endeavor might have led to misunderstandings. Why are you so anxious? It feels as though you were engaged in some nefarious activity, Beatrice inquired curiously. Ashley felt a sudden jolt, rendered speechless by her own subconscious actions, and could only awkwardly offer an explanation. I apologize. My father had previously suspected that you were the rabbit from the neighbor's house, so I seem to have taken it a bit too seriously. Beatrice let out a light laugh. So you were lured into the Dursley household, were you? The notion of a rabbit smiling was previously unknown to Ashley, but now she was enlightened. It was utterly adorable, rendering her momentarily breathless. What should she do? She felt as if she were melting. Beatrice observed the increasingly peculiar expression on Ashley's face and gradually ceased her laughter. Ahem. We should return to the matter at hand. So, which household do you belong to? The two spoke in near unison. In the midst of an odd silence, Beatrice broke it first. I was created by Mr. Nicodemus. What? The weight of this revelation nearly caused Ashley's mind to short-circuit, leaving her gasping in astonishment. Firstly, who was Nicodemus? No introduction was necessary. Created implied that Beatrice's identity was that of an alchemical being, an entity with such a high degree of humanization. No wonder it was Nicodemus. Secondly, why would an alchemical being created by Nicodemus intersect with her life, especially having appeared when she was merely 3 months old? What role did Nicodemus play in her crossing over? Furthermore, what did this revelation mean in the current context? Wasn't he had said that Nicodemus intended to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, ceasing the maintenance of immortality? What did he desire now? And how was it related to her? Beatrice patiently awaited Ashley's processing of this information, pouring herself a glass of water from the coffee table and sipping it delicately, her motions exuding practiced familiarity. Upon regaining her composure, Ashley beheld this scene, her expression a tapestry of emotions, and she couldn't help but commend, Beatrice, you are truly remarkable. Though my eyes behold your current form, my mind conjures the image of an elegant and serene lady enjoying tea. Thank you for the compliment, Beatrice replied. Regrettably, as an alchemical being, I am still bound by unknown taboos and cannot become a true human. However, I'm quite content with my current state. Ashley paused, reflecting on this, understanding that even godlike abilities differ significantly from the divine itself. Otherwise, the world would indeed descend into chaos. So, what exactly do you wish to convey with your visit? Ashley inquired directly. Do you not wish to know why you were transported to this world? Beatrice set down her cup, smiling as she spoke. Ashley pursed her lips, gesturing for her to continue, her eyes gleaming with earnest curiosity. By the pull of a super full moon, anchored by a true illusion, a portal to another world is opened, ferrying the spirits of the virtuous and safeguarding their hearts. stirring ripples in the river of fate. Do you recall this phrase? Ashley widened her eyes and nodded. She remembered having heard it in a daze. She had thought it was merely a line from a film that had played on her tablet. This is the incantation to activate the time-space magic circle created by Mr. LeMay, Beatrice elaborated. Ashley felt as if her mind had exploded, leaving her momentarily blank. Anger and helplessness washed over her, feeling like a marionette at the mercy of fate. Why? Why me? Why was I brought here? Calm down. Just as before, Ashley was jolted back to reality. So please, provide me with an explanation, Miss Beatrice. Beatrice, sensing the undertow of Ashley's composed tone, sighed and began to recount the entire sequence of events. I was summoned by you activating the time-space magic circle because, in the original timeline, Mr. Nicodemus left behind a prophecy or perhaps a possibility. A person from another world, harboring goodwill and a protective heart, will stir the currents of fate, possibly altering the predetermined destinies of Dumbledore and the others. Indeed, so it is not that we chose you, but rather that fate chose you, Beatrice asserted with seriousness and gravity in her crimson eyes. Chapter 64. Two choices. Ashley fell silent, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chosen by fate, she murmured. Then her gaze sharpened as she looked at Beatrice. So, is altering their destinies my task? No, certainly not a task. As I mentioned before, what you do should come from your heart. There is no obligation to fulfill a specific goal. Mr. LeMay merely glimpsed a thread of possibility in the river of fate. Beatrice emphasized the notions of heartfelt intent and possibility with great seriousness. Ashley exhaled deeply, sinking into the comfort of the couch, her voice muffled. I must admit, hearing you say that brings me considerable relief. While in that world, I was unburdened. The thought of being forced into a mission in this world would likely make it difficult for me to continue loving it. After all, I cherish my family and friends dearly. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, Dudley, Harry, April, Benedict, Hermione. They have all treated me so well. I simply cannot accept being a mere executor on a mission. That would be too cruel. Beatrice sighed gently. I understand. I've seen it all. That is why I know fate has not erred in its choice. Both I and Mr. LeMay, who is now aware of the situation, are quite satisfied with this outcome. We do not require you to alter their fates. Rather, your presence allows fate to evolve naturally. You are not a deity, nor are we, so the evolution of fate is unknown and no one can predict it. Ultimately, it leads to a positive outcome. That is the essence of our endeavor. Thus, you need not feel any pressure. Simply do what you wish and what you can, as you have always done. Too much can be detrimental. We would prefer you not to undertake tasks beyond your capabilities. Such an approach might indeed disrupt this world. Do you understand? In the warmth of Beatrice's gentle words, Ashley gradually unraveled the greatest knot in her heart, which had tightened since she learned the truth. She rose from the couch, sitting upright, and gazed at Beatrice on the coffee table, her curiosity piqued. So, what is the true purpose of your visit? Surely, it cannot be merely to inform me of the truth behind my crossing over? And why come now of all times? You've been nearby this whole time, haven't you? When I activated the time-space magic circle, I expended the vast majority of my energy. Thus, I have been in a weakened state and unable to sustain a prolonged conversation. Furthermore, unlike you, I cannot fully be considered a being of this time-space. Naturally, I could not be permitted to exist in one place alongside two identical sources of magic for an extended period. Therefore, I could only maintain the isolation magic surrounding me as best as possible, entering a dormant state. So what you mean is, the only remaining source of magic in this world is within your body. Beatrice regarded the perceptive young lady with a profound gaze and smiled. You are correct. The magic of this time-space has been entirely transferred into my being by Mr. LeMay, rendering it completely vanished. Hence, my previous inability to approach you closely for observation was due to insufficient energy and the need to avoid proximity to the Philosopher's Stone located at Hogwarts to prevent chaos. More accurately, it was that I could not draw near it. Even though it has yet to be animated by Mr. LeMay, the energy remains of the same essence as mine, and it is potent while I am frail. Were it not for Mr. LeMay's energy transfer magic array, prolonged proximity to it would lead to my complete depletion and certain demise. Very well, I comprehend. So now that you have elucidated everything, it is time to return to Mr. LeMay, is it? Ashley emitted a fearful hiss, then, with a hint of reluctance, inquired. Beatrice observed the wistful young girl and couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. No, my intentions extend beyond that. Ashley looked at Beatrice with puzzlement, awaiting her subsequent words. Although it is fate that has chosen you, it is nonetheless due to us that you have arrived in this world. Mr. LeMay believes that your connection with us is quite profound. Hence, he has prepared 2 gifts for you to choose from. Ashley clasped her fist to cover her agape mouth, her eyes wide in astonishment, embodying a state of delightful surprise. I am aware of your interest in alchemy, which I mentioned to Mr. LeMay, and he was quite pleased. Thus, the first gift is his mentorship. You will receive his direct guidance in alchemy until his passing. The second gift encompasses all his books and notes, including the Book of Jewish Abraham. You are surely capable of discerning the merits and demerits within. So once you have made your choice, do inform me. Indeed, both gifts reflect Niccolo LeMay's sincere desire to teach her alchemy. However, the experience differs greatly. Accepting his personal guidance is undoubtedly the most effortless path, simultaneously granting you the attention and esteem of the entire magical realm. If a prominent and powerful figure were to choose, they would undoubtedly opt for the first gift without hesitation. Yet, coincidentally, Ashley is not one who seeks such ostentatious prominence. Rather, that attention and esteem would become burdens and sources of peril for her. Thus, her decision was preordained. I choose the second gift, though it is arduous. It grants me freedom. Beatrice felt no surprise at this, for she had anticipated it long ago. Very well, then I shall look forward to your future progress. What does that mean? Ashley's mind was filled with questions. How do you suppose so many books will be contained? Naturally, only the seamless expansion spell can achieve that. My body has been inscribed with a powerful, seamless expansion spell, making me your future mobile library. Furthermore, do you really think you can smoothly enter the realm of alchemy without a teacher's guidance? If it were that easy, alchemists would not be so rare. Beatrice casually stated the shocking truth that left Ashley astounded. So you are to be my future teacher? Indeed, my magical stone is not only the source of my energy, but also the wellspring of my wisdom. It contains the entirety of the great alchemist Niccolo LeMay's knowledge. Beatrice held her head high, her cool voice imbued with immense pride. But what if someone discovers it and forcibly takes it from you? Ashley, though reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere, couldn't help but ponder this terrifying possibility. Beatrice's cool voice paused for a moment, then resumed with an air of significance. Do you believe that extracting a scholar's brain would grant you access to their knowledge? You mean to say that the magical stone has become part of you, and its removal would signify both your death and the stone's disappearance? Is there truly no way to conceal it from prying eyes? Ashley asked anxiously. Fear not, it shall remain undetected. Mr. LeMay has inscribed a concealment magic array within me, and within this world, only those far surpassing his power could possibly discern it. What about Dumbledore? Beatrice's voice fell into silence for a moment before she spoke once more. Do you think that if Dumbledore could see it, he would care? And Voldemort? Rest assured, he cannot perceive it. That is reassuring. So, henceforth, will you always remain by my side? Not necessarily. I shall occasionally return to visit Mr. LeMay and his wife, but I will ensure your learning schedule is well arranged first. Just understand that I am your teacher, and my actions are entirely my own. Very well, I comprehend, Professor Beatrice. May I inquire if the use of true illusions as an anchor refers to projecting electricity through a tablet? Why electronic devices? They seem rather unmagical. The programming codes employed by electronic devices, in a certain sense, do you not find them quite similar to our magic array symbols? Beatrice's voice sounded as if she had taken a deep breath, her tone somewhat gritted. Enough, you have too many questions. We shall conclude here for today. From now on, you ought to study. No sooner had she spoken than an ancient, oversized tome appeared atop the coffee table, its cover inscribed with the title Compendium of Magical Materials. Ashley swallowed nervously, but soon steeled her resolve and opened the book. Chapter 65. The Birthdays of Dudley, Harry, and Ashley. Very well, Mr. Mason. All members of our family will eagerly welcome your arrival. See you then. As Ashley had just endured the overwhelming onslaught of the Compendium of Magical Materials for the day, she prepared to head downstairs for a drink and a respite. Upon entering the living room, she overheard Vernon on the phone with someone. Casting a glance at her brothers, who were engrossed in the television, she noted that Dudley was captivated while Harry seemed somewhat distracted, instantly connecting the dots. Of course, Harry's birthday coincided with Vernon's big client reception day, it seemed. Darling, you won't believe what just happened. I just secured a large client, and they have agreed to come to our home for dinner. If all goes smoothly, we will sign a contract, and our family may even have enough to purchase a vacation home. Vernon poured himself a cup of coffee in the kitchen, savoring a sip while sharing his news with Petunia, his joy evident as he smiled and gazed at the ceiling, seemingly envisioning the future. The three children in the living room were drawn to the conversation. Dudley lowered the television volume significantly, and the three exchanged glances, seemingly confirming the validity of the news. Petunia, drying her hands from washing the dishes on her apron, approached Vernon with excitement, exclaiming, "Really? Darling, you are simply incredible. Ha! We have only completed the first step. We must wait until the contract is officially signed for it to truly count." Vernon relished Petunia's praise, laughing heartily, though he maintained a sense of composure, not allowing himself to become overly elated. Dudley exaggeratedly celebrated, already envisioning asking his father for the new gaming console once the deal was secured. As for the contract signing, he had unwavering confidence in his father's abilities, believing it to be a mere formality. Harry remained momentarily stunned, but upon realizing that this order could significantly improve their quality of life, he felt a wave of happiness wash over him, thinking that a birthday would lose some of its importance in the grand scheme. Once he grasped this notion, his mood brightened, and he began excitedly discussing with Dudley where their family should go on vacation after acquiring the funds. Ashley watched the two brothers animatedly planning their getaway, feeling a quiet sigh of relief within her. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed entirely natural. If she were in his shoes, she would likely experience a similar shift in feelings, which only served to affirm that Harry had truly become integrated into this family. With this thought, her spirits lifted even further. "Darling, when will they be arriving? Is there anything we need to prepare?" Penny's words interrupted the contemplation of the two brothers, redirecting their attention to the kitchen area. The date was set for 3 days hence. She instructed them to prepare an array of exquisite meals and to ensure that suitable attire was arranged for everyone. Why is the time frame so extended?" Penny inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, as she pondered why, in such circumstances, a quicker approach would not be preferable. Vernon discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Harry and awkwardly replied, "This year, Dudley and Ashley's birthdays will not be celebrated at home. So I have decided to invite the Kellys and the Grangers over on July 31st for a joint celebration." Harry's eyes widened suddenly, illuminating with warmth, his heart swelling with emotion at the realization that his uncle had remembered. Dudley, understanding his father's clumsy intentions, smiled and pulled Harry close, offering comfort in his own way. Ashley chuckled softly, pleasantly surprised by the turn of events, her heart warmed by the affection of this father who, despite his flaws, loved his family dearly. Penny was visibly moved to the point of tears, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Oh dear. Ahem. Very well then. I shall go call Bertram and Harris to inform them." "You continue with your tasks," Vernon said, feeling somewhat uneasy under the intense gaze of his family, especially Harry's. Thus, he sought an excuse and retreated to his room, completely disregarding the telephone he had just used in the living room. Penny, Ashley, Dudley, and Harry exchanged knowing smiles, opting not to expose the awkwardness of their husband, father, and uncle. "Ashley, I truly envy you. You get to celebrate 2 birthdays and enjoy 2 birthday cakes. How utterly fantastic!" Apollyon exclaimed as she entered, enveloping Ashley in an enthusiastic embrace, her lips slightly pursed with envy, though uncertain whether her words were directed more at Ashley or her own parents. Bertram and Agnes shared a knowing smile, feeling both exasperated and affectionate towards their little glutton. "As if you were deprived of cake. Did Ashley not share any with you?" Benedict interjected, as perceptive as ever, always hitting the nail on the head regarding Apollyon's sensitivities. If you have the ability, then don't hide. This time, I shall tickle you to death." Upon witnessing Apollyon engage in playful banter with Benedict, laughter erupted spontaneously among the group. Initially, the Granger couple and Hermione felt somewhat reserved during their first visit to the Dursleys, yet the familiar antics of the 2 children helped to ease the atmosphere. After a brief period of merriment, the ambience became lively enough for Apollyon and Benedict to gracefully conclude their little performance. It appeared that the twins shared an extraordinary synergy and talent that transformed their playful skirmishes into something charming and entertaining, never eliciting annoyance or disdain. "Happy birthday, Ashley Dudley and Harry," Hermione proclaimed, taking the lead on behalf of the Granger family, as indicated by her parents. Apollyon and Benedict, upon hearing this, exchanged smiles and offered their congratulations in unison. Finally, the adults chimed in, "Happy birthday," as Penny and Vernon presented a grand cake adorned with an abundance of candles, each flame signifying not merely the passage of years, but the heartfelt wishes they held for the 3 children. Surrounded by the warm glow of candlelight and the melodic chorus of friends and family, Dudley, Ashley, and Harry harmoniously extinguished the candles, delighting in this extraordinary and wondrous birthday celebration. They savored delectable dishes while engaging in conversations that piqued their interests, creating cherished memories that would linger long in their hearts. Ashley recalled the birthday she celebrated at Hogwarts, where familiar Hufflepuff upperclassmen gathered in the common room to honor her. The house elves provided an abundance of culinary delights for that gathering. Although Ashley harbored doubts about whether everyone was merely using her birthday as an excuse to indulge, she felt nothing but joy in the company of such family, friends, and alumni. Harry, too, wore a smile, his gaze softening as he absorbed the scene, as if wishing to etch it in his memory. Ashley, do you know? My birthday wish from last year has come true. How wonderful. Ashley chuckled lightly, ruffling Harry's hair. If that is your wish, then it will surely come true every year. The siblings exchanged smiles, their faces reflecting a shared sense of contentment. Come on, you two. The cake Mom and Dad bought this time is absolutely delicious. I saved you both a generous slice, so hurry over. Dudley called from a short distance, waving them over. All right, we'll be right there. Oh, by the way, Ashley, what is your birthday wish? Me? I want to adopt a rabbit. Chapter 66, Client Reception Day. How could Vernon and Penny not fulfill Ashley's birthday wish? When Ashley appeared holding Beatrice, it officially marked Beatrice's arrival at the Dursley residence. Of course, she had also taken a detour to a nearby pet shop, effectively providing a cover. Initially, Penny expressed her confusion over Ashley wanting a common rabbit. However, the sweet and equally clean Beatrice quickly won Penny over. Now, Beatrice's meals were predominantly arranged by Penny, who relished the experience of having a pet. The following day arrived, marking the date that Vernon and Mr. Mason had agreed upon for their visit. The entire family dressed quite formally, and the house had been meticulously cleaned and decorated. Penny had poured her heart and soul into the meal preparations, ensuring that everything was in readiness, save for a favorable wind. Yet, Ashley felt a flicker of unease within her. For that morning, Harry had lamented that Ron had not even sent him a birthday letter. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, welcome to the Dursley residence. May I take your coats? Dudley asked, behaving like a little gentleman, exuding politeness. Ashley snapped back to reality, adopting a poised demeanor, hoping to contribute positively to the family's efforts. Harry's demeanor mirrored Ashley's, though his expression bore an unmistakable tension that was easily discernible. Ashley subtly tugged on Harry's hand, signaling him to relax. Dudley handed one of the coats to Harry for him to hang, evidently wishing to divert Harry's nerves with a task. Grateful, Harry glanced at his brother and sister, using the moment to steady his anxiety as he hung the coat. Upon entering the living room, he appeared considerably more composed. Ashley discreetly gave him a thumbs up from behind, and Harry, noticing, felt bolstered by a newfound courage. Harry, don't be nervous, stay calm, and make no mistakes. Everyone is working hard for this order, and you mustn't let them down, for the sake of the vacation. You got this. Harry silently encouraged himself. Vernon introduced his family to the Masons in a conventional manner, ensuring not to omit Harry from the introductions. Harry felt a swell of excitement, for this was the first time he had heard Vernon refer to him as his nephew. The thrill was palpable. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, flawlessly executing the results of his rehearsals, which relieved everyone present. The delicious meal, the thoughtful details, and the proper etiquette all conveyed the Dursley's sincerity to the Masons, leaving a profoundly positive impression, particularly after Mrs. Mason discreetly inquired with Penny about the sudden appearance of a nephew, and received an explanation. Her fondness for the family soared to new heights. Although Penny merely recounted Harry's background in a rather unremarkable manner, deliberately omitting crucial details, it is truly commendable that she managed to raise the orphan left behind by her sister with such grace. This time, there was no sign of the troublesome Dobby that Ashley had feared. Coupled with the family's harmonious cooperation, the Dursleys ultimately secured Mr. Mason's order. After bidding farewell to the Masons, Vernon's joy was so palpable that his eyes nearly disappeared in laughter. Each family member radiated joy and excitement, not solely for the substantial wealth they had acquired, but also for the delightful sense of unity they had forged together. As the hour grew late, Vernon cheerfully declared that they would discuss the allocation of their newfound fortune the following day. Everyone, buoyed by their splendid spirits, completed their nightly routines in preparation for bed. However, Ashley couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss until Harry opened the door to his room. Harry gasped, but quickly realized his blunder and promptly covered his mouth. Fortunately, the sound was not loud enough to rouse the other family members. Instinctively, he turned to knock on Ashley's door, whether to alert her or to brainstorm solutions together. Just as Ashley had settled into bed, she heard Harry's knocking and felt a sense of curiosity, only to be interrupted by Beatrice's telepathic message. You should check. There's a peculiar house elf in Harry's room. He was hiding behind Harry, intending to cause mischief, but I've petrified him and confined him to Harry's room. You can still cast spells? You're incredible, Ashley exclaimed in astonishment. I know what you're thinking. Unless you can find another magical stone, my energy diminishes with each use. I understand. Thank you, Beatrice. Upon hearing Beatrice's explanation, Ashley felt a wave of gratitude. She hastily got out of bed and opened the door, pulling Harry into her room as he anxiously attempted to explain. Do not worry, it is a house elf. I discovered he was preparing to cause trouble behind you. So I cast a petrification spell and temporarily confined him here. My apologies for neglecting this matter while entertaining Mr. and Mrs. Mason. Harry sighed in relief, his face reflecting gratitude, thankful that Ashley had caught the situation in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. However, Ashley, doesn't TR1 have a trace? Is it safe to cast spells like this? And why was this house elf causing trouble behind me? Ashley fell silent, realizing that one lie often necessitates countless others to maintain. It was truly unfortunate. Had it not been for Beatrice's significant secret, she would never wish to deceive her family. I have been researching magical trinkets and happened to gain some insights. I didn't expect to successfully cast the spell once I stabilize my findings. I'll share more with you. Rest assured, it won't attract the Ministry's attention. Ashley quickly diverted the conversation back to Dobby. As for why he was causing mischief behind you, that is also something I wish to uncover. I shall lift the petrification spell on you, and I hope we can converse amicably. I am from Hufflepuff House, as you know, and our house values the friendship between students and house elves. I trust you will honor the Hufflepuff ideals. Ashley gazed at Dobby, hoping her words would resonate while discreetly signaling Beatrice to lift the petrification spell. A faint glow emanated from Dobby as his stony state gradually dissipated. Dobby, with his tennis ball-sized, bulging green eyes shimmering with tears, bowed deeply to Ashley and Harry. Dobby is honored, Hufflepuff lady, and shall steadfastly uphold the friendship between house elves and Hufflepuff students. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Dursley of Hufflepuff. And you too, Mr. Potter. Dobby has long admired your reputation and is truly honored. Chapter 67, Persuading Dobby. Dobby's voice was somewhat shrill, and his emotions were quite agitated, rendering the tranquil night somewhat jarring. Ashley and Harry exchanged glances, recognizing the shared exasperation in each other's eyes. Hello, Dobby. We are also pleased to see you. But we must mention that it is rather late, and it would be best to keep our voices down to avoid disturbing others' rest. Ashley attempted to communicate with Dobby, hoping to steer the conversation towards a more reasonable tone. Oh, it is Dobby's fault. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby vacantly acknowledged his error before, without warning, leaping up and violently banging his head against the window while shouting. His actions momentarily stunned Ashley and Harry, rendering them speechless. After several collisions, they finally reacted and hurriedly sought to mitigate the situation. Harry, in particular, was quite furious, having never encountered such an odd creature, despite Ashley's polite remarks. Dobby's response was utterly baffling. Oh, please stop, Harry angrily commanded. Ashley wished fervently that she could cast a petrification spell herself, lamenting the pesky trace. At that moment, she yearned for her alchemical skills to progress swiftly, hoping it might provide a solution to this awkward predicament. Do you need my assistance? No, I cannot overly rely on your energy. You mentioned that every bit counts, and we can manage this, though it may be a bit troublesome. Beatrice's words echoed in Ashley's mind before she interrupted. Hearing Ashley's remarks, Beatrice felt a warmth swell within, reflecting on what a kind-hearted child she was. Harry, what are you doing? Even if you're excited, you cannot create noise that disturbs others' rest, you understand? Get to bed. A good rest will prepare us for tomorrow's discussions. Penny knocked lightly on the door as a warning, her tone devoid of anger, merely a resigned reminder. Understood, Aunt Penny, I apologize. I was simply too excited. Harry stammered, tightly holding Dobby to prevent any further noise while crafting excuses. All right, good night. Penny chuckled softly, seemingly sympathetic to his exuberance. Good night, Aunt Penny. It was only when they heard Penny close her door that Ashley and Harry exchanged relieved glances, both exhaling a sigh of relief. Ashley, with a hint of anger, gazed at Dobby, feeling both frustrated with him and herself. How could she have overlooked the peculiarities of house elves, especially one as contradictory as Dobby? Caught between the house elf's subservience to wizards and his rebellious desire to protect what he deemed a hero, Dobby's psyche seemed fractured, leading to many bewildering actions. Dobby, if the friendship of Hufflepuff students holds no value for you, then, as a wizard, I command you to quiet down. Ashley's serious tone halted Dobby's struggle to escape Harry's grasp. Harry too sighed in relief and gradually loosened his hold on Dobby. No, Miss Dursley, Dobby did not mean that. Dobby treasures the friendship with Hufflepuff dearly. Dobby is simply frustrated with himself for causing trouble for both of you and wishes to punish himself. Tears glistened in Dobby's large eyes as if he were on the verge of crying, but remembering Ashley's warning and command, he managed to suppress his emotions, lowering his voice considerably. Harry, astonished that Ashley's command proved effective, found his perception of house elves to be increasingly complicated. Dobby, listen closely. If you wish to remind us of something, speak plainly. If you cannot do so, then kindly take your leave and refrain from disturbing us. Do you understand? Yes. Miss Dursley, Dobby understands. Unbeknownst to what had triggered this hidden mechanism, Ashley's commanding tone seemed to normalize Dobby considerably, making him appear less disjointed. Subsequently, under Dobby's half-hidden, half-revealing explanation, Ashley and Harry began to grasp Dobby's intentions. Of course, Ashley was already privy to the secrets behind it all. Her arrival merely altered the dynamics slightly. So, after all that, you are here to warn us that there will be dangers at Hogwarts this academic year, but due to certain constraints, you cannot articulate it clearly, correct? Harry succinctly summarized Dobby's fragmented discourse, his expression fraught with concern. Dobby nodded honestly. Ashley noticed her brother's peculiar demeanor and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. But why must you follow me and cause chaos? I've observed that Mr. Harry Potter is currently thriving, and I thought that if I severed his ties to the Wizarding World, you would no longer wish to attend Hogwarts. To that end, I intercepted your letters, only to discover that your family, Miss Dursley, is also magical, along with numerous wizarding friends residing in the Muggle world. Hence, I contemplated sabotaging Mr. Dursley's business, for his deep-seated fear of magic might compel him to prevent you and Miss Dursley from attending Hogwarts. Ashley pondered whether she should voice her thoughts. So, I ought to thank you for including me in your plans, am I right? Dobby sensed Ashley's ire and timidly lowered his gaze, falling silent. However, Harry nearly shouted in realization. So it was you who intercepted my letter. Quickly, return my correspondence. Dobby hesitated, pulling a stack of letters from beneath his pillowcase, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to threaten Harry further, but a piercing gaze from Ashley dissuaded him. Harry eagerly snatched the letters, glancing through them. Most were from Ron, and one was from Hagrid, his heart lifting with relief and joy. Ashley sighed, her feelings toward Dobby deeply complex, especially upon discovering she was among those Dobby sought to protect, leaving her uncertain about how to engage with him. Yet, the thought of unresolved dangers threatening Harry and herself compelled Ashley to remain patient and address Dobby earnestly. Dobby, let me ask you, what is it that you admire about Harry? If he were to cower from dangers and challenges, would he still be the Harry Potter you revere? As for me, perhaps it's because I am Harry's cousin or a Hufflepuff student. Regardless of which identity, neither is extraordinary. You must understand, there are countless friends of Harry Potter and Hufflepuff students at school. Can you protect them all? Harry, absorbing Ashley's words, adopted a serious expression. Indeed, Dobby, I greatly appreciate your willingness to take risks on my behalf to keep me safe. However, you must recognize that if the danger is genuinely aimed at me, avoidance is futile. Moreover, if Hogwarts truly faces peril, I wish to be the one to confront it because there are many people, matters, and things I wish to protect there. More importantly, if I were to flee, how could I ever justify your admiration and regard for me? Ashley's words prompted Dobby to reflect deeply, while Harry's sentiments moved him profoundly, finally steering him towards clarity. He sniffled and said, Miss Dursley, Mr. Potter, Dobby understands now. Dobby will no longer obstruct your journey to Hogwarts. If you ever require Dobby's assistance, he may not always be able to come forth, as he is still bound to his wizarding family. As he spoke, Dobby was reminded of the sorrowful reality that weighed upon him, leading to a sense of regret. Ashley, fully aware of Dobby's anguish, could offer no immediate solution, only comfort him with, it's all right. We are immensely grateful that Dobby has come to warn us. Dobby blushed, visibly pleased. He glanced at the slightly brightening sky, realizing the time, and quickly bowed. It is getting late. Dobby must take his leave. Please ensure your safety. With that, he vanished with a soft pop. The siblings exchanged glances, relief evident in their eyes. One eventful day it had been. Chapter 68, A Holiday by the Sea. Early in the morning, Ashley was awakened by an excited Dudley, a routine she had grown accustomed to. Emerging from her room, dark circles under her eyes, she encountered her cousin sporting a matching pair. They shared a knowing, albeit pained, smile. The advice I gave to Dobby yesterday was quite effective, Harry remarked shyly, scratching his head, though Ashley was unsure whether to feel pleased. After an unusually serene breakfast, Dudley, having been subdued for long, could no longer contain his exuberance. Dad, let us go on a trip. Harry and I want to go to Orlando. It has the largest amusement park. Let us go. Let us go. Harry, unexpectedly called upon, paused momentarily before smiling in agreement. Ashley felt tempted, but found it difficult to embrace the carefree exuberance that Dudley embodied. Ashley, you want to go too, don't you? Dudley pressed eagerly. Having just envied Dudley, Ashley now found herself swept along by his enthusiasm, and she inwardly sighed, preparing to voice her thoughts. Although it may sound disheartening, I must remind you that we are growing up, and our rooms at home are becoming increasingly cramped. Shouldn't we consider moving to a new house? Ashley reflected. We can't ignore the reality that Voldemort may return in 2 years, and we must be ready to relocate at any moment. Instead of scrambling to escape, it would be wise to prepare in advance. Life is more important than leisure, she mused. Vernon's and Petunia's exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, as this was precisely an issue they had been contemplating lately. Dudley, however, felt dejected, his excitement waning. With their belongings multiplying, Vernon and Petunia had begun cramming things into Dudley's room, and he had already voiced his grievances multiple times. Harry felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had been focused solely on fun, oblivious to the family's circumstances. What if we exchanged those gold galleons in the vault for pounds to buy a new house? We could use the money we earned for our trip. Dudley seemed intrigued, while Ashley remained silent, awaiting her parents' response. Though Petunia and Vernon appreciated Harry's thoughtful gesture, they were determined not to appear inferior in front of the wizards associated with Harry. They also had genuine concerns for their children. Harry, I am truly pleased that your sentiments have remained unchanged and that you consider us family. We are grateful, just like the birthday gifts you gave us this year. We know you put a lot of thought into them, selecting high-quality items. Thank you, but that is enough. The money in your vault is essentially your inheritance from your parents. I maintain my previous stance. This money should be reserved for you to establish your own household. When you graduate, you will inevitably seek to build a family of your own. Do you understand? Petunia gently declined Harry's proposal, yet her feelings towards him deepened. Vernon cast a glance at Harry, whose eyes were brimming with tears of emotion, then shifted his gaze to the sullen Dudley, and finally to the perceptive and considerate Ashley, who, though seemingly resigned, was filled with regret. Ultimately, he made a decision. Let us put it this way. The matter of purchasing a house is not pressing, but we do need to reserve some funds and start saving. Therefore, a trip to Orlando is out of the question, but a visit to Brighton is still feasible. Instantly, the eyes of the 3 children sparkled with excitement, and they joyfully exclaimed, "Hooray!" The luxurious coastal city of Brighton was just over an hour away from London. Yet this distance did nothing to diminish their enthusiasm for the adventure that lay ahead. The city boasted an excellent shopping environment, a plethora of delectable restaurants, and the enchanting Brighton seafront. The family promptly booked a hotel, preparing for a week of fun in this renowned destination. During this time, Petunia shed her long-held identity as a housewife, dragging Ashley along for a delightful shopping spree. Although Ashley perceived Petunia's frugality as a lingering aspect of her homemaker mentality, it nonetheless turned out to be a joyous shopping experience. Meanwhile, Vernon seized the opportunity to explore the palatial sights in the area, planning to boast about his adventures to his colleagues later. Dudley and Harry were utterly captivated by the beach, indulging in numerous water activities and quickly mastering swimming. Ashley, of course, did not miss out either, relishing the sun and sand. The only peculiarity was that even Harry entrusted Hedwig to Benedict for a while Ashley, with her bag slung over her shoulder, brought Beatrice along. Both Vernon and Petunia had no objections. After all, Beatrice was undeniably adorable and well-behaved, and it was a rare delight to see their precious daughter so fond of her. They were momentarily surprised, but soon accepted it. Harry, on the other hand, briefly entertained the idea of bringing Hedwig, but upon reflecting on her mischievous nature, he prudently abandoned the notion. Ashley, effortlessly carrying Beatrice in her crossbody bag, strolled along the water's edge, collecting seashells as the sea breeze tousled her deep brown hair and the hem of her green dress danced gracefully in the wind. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had a companion to chat with, and they were merrily conversing. "Beatrice, this place is simply too delightful. I wish I could stay here forever." A week is already the longest vacation I can grant you. You should cherish this time. Could you refrain from being such a downer? I've memorized nearly half of my magical materials compendium. Well, keep at it. You're still quite a ways from grasping the basics of alchemy. What is that? Stop trying to escape reality every time I remind you. No, I genuinely think I saw something flash past in the water over by the rocks. After replying to Beatrice in her mind, Ashley sprinted toward the glimmering light she had just spotted. The wind swept through her hair as she carefully navigated the uneven rocks, ultimately discovering a shining object in a shallow bay. To be precise, it was a lightweight, gleaming black stone with a metallic luster. Upon seeing Ashley retrieve the item, Beatrice fell silent for a moment, and only after Ashley persistently inquired did she express her thoughts with a hint of awe. This is a luminous stone, very light and capable of moving with the water. It's quite hard and an excellent material for defensive magic. It's rare and can only be seen from specific angles, making it difficult to capture. Is it expensive? Ashley, her face beaming with delight, could only think to ask this. Beatrice shot her a complex look, responding in a somewhat exasperated tone, "Yes, but no alchemist would ever sell it. I was just asking. It's my first time hitting the jackpot, so I had to inquire about its value." Ashley sheepishly defended herself, though her heart was filled with joy. Defensive properties? How wonderful. Chapter 69. The self-evolution of destiny. Joyful times always seemed to pass swiftly, and when the week's vacation came to an end, the family felt a deep sense of reluctance. Particularly Ashley, who had been eagerly hoping to find another luminous stone since discovering the first, spent much of her time wandering the rocky shores in vain. Unfortunately, she was never particularly lucky, and having experienced a rare stroke of fortune already seemed an extraordinary event. While she rationally accepted this reality, she still harbored a glimmer of hope for another lucky break. When Vernon's car arrived in Brighton, it was already packed to the brim. Practical Petunia had prepared all the essentials, contributing significantly to their perfect holiday experience. However, upon their return to London, the once neatly packed vehicle transformed into a cramped affair, exuding an air of impending explosion. The trunk was bursting with items, and there was barely enough room for each person to sit comfortably, let alone carry their sizable packages. The joy of the vacation contrasted sharply with the discomfort of the return journey. Even Beatrice had to fend for herself, carefully finding a small space to curl up in, fearful of being squished into a pancake. Once they finally returned home, the family collapsed onto the sofa, with even the meticulous Petunia succumbing to exhaustion. That very afternoon, Ashley was firmly pressed by Beatrice to resume her studies. Harry fared slightly better, taking a day to recuperate before heading to the Kellys to retrieve Hedwig, where he was naturally subjected to Benedict's inquiries about his summer homework. Subsequently, he found himself receiving the same treatment from April, as the two beleaguered mortals shivered under the scrutiny of the academic prodigy, enduring an afternoon of study. When Harry finally escaped back home in the evening, relieved to share his misfortunes with his sister, Ashley remained silent. Should she tell her unfortunate brother that she was contemplating the feasibility of sending him to the Kellys? Perhaps it was akin to standing in the rain, unable to bear seeing her brother so carefree, secretly wishing to tear down his umbrella. As for Dudley, Ashley need not worry. He had genuinely committed himself to boxing as a career, so after indulging himself, he returned to training, remaining busy. It was only Harry, drifting aimlessly, who stood out like a sore thumb. Fortunately, Harry's good friend Ron sent a letter via Errol, sincerely inviting him to visit the Weasley household. He even casually mentioned Ashley's name, though the distinction between a good friend and a friend's sister was evident, making it seem somewhat perfunctory. Ashley paid little mind to this, immersing herself in her studies and becoming utterly absorbed. With alchemy still beyond her grasp and regular schoolwork to continue, she thought it essential to seize the opportunity during the holidays to study more. Otherwise, would she have to juggle 3 subjects simultaneously once Hogwarts resumed? Such a hellish existence was unthinkable for Ashley. Upon learning of her additional academic responsibilities, Beatrice judiciously incorporated them into her study schedule. Ashley expressed profound gratitude and diligently adhered to the plan. Meanwhile, Harry had intended to accompany his cousin, yet, due to the weight of her academic obligations, he ultimately ventured forth alone. Vernon and Petunia felt reassured, as they had their own connections. A simple phone call to Bertram resulted in Harry being collected by Arthur Weasley. As for Arthur's enthusiastic invitation for the family to visit, they graciously declined. Life without Harry was notably smooth, tranquil, and gratifying, although Harry continued to revel in his freedom. At least he was no longer a constant presence before her eyes. Methodically executing the study regimen devised by Beatrice, Ashley gradually adapted to this newfound rhythm, leading to a remarkably seamless existence. Each day was fulfilling, yet she still carved out personal time, a sensation that was truly delightful. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was time for Hogwarts to dispatch its preparatory letters for the upcoming school year. Gazing at a pile of Gilderoy Lockhart's books, Ashley couldn't help but grimace, bemused by the absurdity of a professor treating novels as textbooks. In a fit of frustration, she cast the letter aside, regardless of Dumbledore's intentions. She refused to squander her time perusing novels. Alas, despite Lockhart's questionable character, Ashley had no doubts about his writing prowess, having acquired the books too early. What would she do if her curiosity got the better of her? It was wiser to wait until a week before school to purchase them. ideally while Beatrice was occupied visiting Mr. LeMay, allowing her to indulge in some guilty pleasures. Rather, to preview her textbooks. Ashley meticulously plotted her path of indulgence. Yet her cousin was less than cooperative. When Harry burst into Ashley's room, arms laden with textbooks, she felt an immediate wave of panic. Stealing several furtive glances at Beatrice, she awkwardly concealed the books deep within her desk before expressing her heartfelt thanks to Harry. He, blissfully unaware, eagerly recounted his harrowing adventure in Knockturn Alley, even sternly warning Ashley not to venture there, not even by mistake. Ashley's emotions were a tangled web. Receiving novels in front of Beatrice made surreptitious reading nearly impossible, which was quite vexing. Yet, on the flip side, having her dependable brother procure her textbooks was a source of comfort. However, Harry's delight in recounting his misadventures and his obliviousness to the dangers of Knockturn Alley made her want to chuckle and scold him simultaneously. His repeated admonitions regarding her safety were undeniably heartwarming. With this in mind, Ashley found her ire considerably diminished, her mindset steadier. Meanwhile, Harry continued to regale her with tales from Flourish and Blots, which piqued Ashley's concern. Did Lucius and Arthur truly engage in a brawl outside the bookstore? Did that notebook indeed find its way into Ginny's cauldron? While outwardly attentive to Harry's narrative, her thoughts were adrift elsewhere. Finally, when Harry concluded his story, Ashley snapped back to reality, redirecting his focus to inform him that Dudley had mentioned him multiple times during his visit to the Weasley household. Excited, Harry dashed out to find his cousin. Ashley, however, fell into silence until Beatrice, sensing something amiss, inquired about it. With nothing to conceal from Beatrice, Ashley relayed her knowledge regarding the notebook. In contrast to Ashley's anxiety, Beatrice remained calm and sagacious, understanding that their destinies were not intertwined with the Weasley family, which naturally precluded any shared experiences with Harry. Not visiting him meant they would not venture into Diagon Alley together, rendering them spectators to the unfolding events. This was the nature of fate's self-evolving narrative. There was no need for excessive contemplation. This was beyond her concern. She need only respond to the matters at hand. Enlightened, Ashley set aside her worries and turned to express her gratitude to Beatrice, only to have her smile freeze. Beatrice stood by an open book, her claws delicately flipping through the pages, the spine inscribed with the standard book of spells. Seemingly sensing Ashley's tension, Beatrice's voice remained cool and composed. Is this your second-year defense against the dark arts textbook? While I am unsure of Dumbledore's intentions, this book requires little thought. You can simply glance through it during class. Having anticipated this outcome, Ashley resigned herself with a nod. Very well. Chapter 70. The new academic year begins. During the summer of her first year, Ashley submitted a commendable performance, characterized by her profound retention of a comprehensive magical materials compendium and a nascent grasp of the knowledge expected of a second-year student. Much to Beatrice's satisfaction as well as her own. In the final week, Ashley accompanied Appley to Diagon Alley, not for school preparations, but for a purely leisurely outing. At Madame Alkin's Robes, for all occasions, the two girls ordered several new garments. Appley sought a fresh wardrobe, while Ashley simply required new clothes. Initially, Ashley had no intention of commissioning new school robes this year, but upon Appley's suggestion for a shopping excursion, she was astonished to realize she had grown considerably taller. The robe she tried on seemed to fall short, prompting the shopping trip to Diagon Alley. Appley, feeling both envious and disheartened, lamented her stagnation in height. Where she had once stood only half a head shorter than Ashley, she now found herself nearly a full head shorter. After Ashley consoled her for quite some time, the downtrodden girl finally perked up, though not before stealthily purchasing several additional dresses. Naturally, she had no intention of letting Ashley off the hook. Her friend, now a striking 159 centimeters tall, could not remain perpetually swathed in oversized black robes without proper adornment. Under Appley's enthusiastic insistence, Ashley procured a stunning vintage green gown. Despite having already received several new outfits from Petunia and Bert, Ashley was delighted, as this dress complemented Appley's chosen pink gown, and thus they both felt immensely satisfied. Coincidentally, there was a similar blue dress. With a hint of strategy, Ashley purchased it as a gift for Hermione, who was unable to join them. Appley exclaimed, cunning, as she, too, had considered that idea, but had been outmaneuvered by Ashley. After a bout of laughter, Madame Alkin had completed the alterations to their specifications. The garments magically cleaned and ready. The two girls donned their long gowns, hand in hand, as they exited the robe shop. One exuded freshness, while the other radiated playful charm, instantly capturing the attention of many passers-by. This left Ashley feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Appley, however, took it in stride, insisting they sit at a nearby ice cream shop, where she teased Ashley until she was able to calmly accept the scrutiny of onlookers. Ashley was acutely aware of her own unusual mindset. After all, at this time in her previous life, she had been busy assisting her grandmother with household chores, saving money, and studying diligently. Where would she have found the opportunity to don such lovely attire and savor the joys of youth? With a wry smile, she straightened her posture and began to jest with April, her smile radiant and dazzling. Would look over there at those two girls. They're quite lovely, especially the one in the pink dress. So adorable, exactly my type, albeit a tad young. Oh, so you fancy that style, do you? TSK, she's still just a little girl. Get lost. I merely appreciate her charm. Who could resist such delightful girls? Not at all. I actually find the girl in the green dress more pleasing to the eye. Wow, so you prefer that one? If she's also just a little girl. I'll return your words to you unchanged. Can we be serious for a moment? I'm more aware of this than you. What do you think they're discussing to be so engrossed in conversation? Perhaps they're debating which boy is more handsome. Wood chuckled softly to himself, pondering something, and then continued on his way to his destination, the Quidditch Boutique. This year, on the Hogwarts Express, Ashley's compartment felt a bit cramped. Originally, 6 people fit just right, but this year, they had an additional Ginny. Percy, seated in the prefect's compartment, found it inconvenient to look after Ginny. The twin brothers, noticing their younger brother and Harry in the compartment, easily concocted an excuse to leave their sister behind. Naturally, Ginny, though blushing, was immensely pleased, stealing glances at Harry that were almost painfully obvious. The 3 girls, ever the spectators, welcomed her presence. All were slender girls, so space was not an issue. Hermione keenly observed the reactions of the two, while Ashley and April exchanged animated expressions, as if they were fluent in the language of emotions, eagerly sharing their insights on the unfolding drama. Ginny appeared utterly oblivious to her sister's reactions, lost in her own youthful musings. Ron, blissfully indulging in the assortment of snacks they had gathered, was completely unaware of the subtle dynamics around him, relishing the warmth of family and friendship. Harry, feeling awkward, sipped water incessantly, feigning interest in the passing scenery, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to Ginny's enthusiasm. Benedict, quietly observing the compartment's occupants while holding a book, maintained an exterior of utmost seriousness, though internally, he mused that while the taste for gossip might not be hereditary, it certainly could be contagious. Cough. Ashley, why did you make me go through the column first? Harry finally found a topic after much deliberation. Well, I couldn't possibly say I was worried that you might cause trouble. If you didn't heed my warning, I would have to rescue the savior of my heart. What if we all went first, leaving you and Ron, the 2 reckless ones, behind? We'd be flying off to Hogwarts before you knew it. Ashley thought to herself, though her outward response was a different story. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought it might be crowded, so I'll let you boys go ahead and secure some seats. She explained. Hermione and April nodded in agreement. Well done, Ashley. Your consideration is commendable. April even gave her friend a thumbs up, lauding her thoughtful behavior. Ginny discreetly regarded Ashley, wondering, is this the cousin Harry has always praised and taken pride in? She truly is wise and considerate. Noticing Ginny's gaze, Ashley, though puzzled, offered a friendly smile in return. Ginny, like a startled fawn, quickly turned her head, her face ablaze, engaging in a whirlwind of inner thoughts. Has she noticed me? Does she think I'm being rude? Surely not. Her smile is warm and kind. She shouldn't dislike me, right? But would she like me? Probably not oppose. Ashley was blissfully unaware of the myriad of thoughts swirling in the young Weasley girl's mind. Even if she were, she would only laugh and say, it's perfectly fine. My feelings are inconsequential. As long as you win over Harry, you'll manage everything else. Harry's attempt to change the subject proved effective, as Ashley eagerly joined April and Hermione in discussing their summer adventures, diverting attention from her cousin's awkwardness. Although Ginny's gaze remained fervent, at least it alleviated some of Harry's discomfort, didn't it? At that moment, he even found himself willing to discuss summer homework with Benedict. Thus, the group ventured forth amidst this peculiar eagerness, slowly making their way toward their second year at Hogwarts. Chapter 71. Another year of the opening feast. Once again, it was time for the opening feast, but this time, the protagonists were not Ashley and her friends, but rather the younger students. The second-year students finally experienced the charm of Hogwarts traditions, eagerly anticipating the amusing antics of the new arrivals alongside the older students already seated in the Great Hall. Ron, in particular, had long awaited his sister's sorting performance, for being the penultimate child in the Weasley family. Missing this year meant he would never witness the lively antics of his siblings again. To this end, he had enthusiastically collaborated with the twins over the summer, vividly recounting their sorting adventure from the previous year. To entice Ginny to listen, He even embellished the tale with the half-true detail of Harry capturing the winged keys, demonstrating his earnestness. Although Harry disapproved of his friend's embellishments, his spirits lifted once the new students arrived. Just as gossip spreads, so too does a penchant for mischief. Witnessing others stumble into the same pitfalls one has encountered is a harmless amusement that never grows tiresome. Ashley's attitude was somewhat more composed, having experienced it all last year, so she was not as animated as April and Hannah. Rather than reveling in the antics of the newcomers, she found herself more flustered by the compliments from Hannah and other familiar upperclassmen regarding her new hairstyle. To her, it was simply a transition from double braids to a more mature single braid, slightly loosened to resemble a fishtail. For reasons unknown, Hannah and the others were captivated, showering her with praise. "Ashley, does my hair look strange? Why didn't you say anything?" Ashley couldn't contain herself, quietly seeking confirmation from April. "Strange? It's stunning. You look absolutely perfect with this hairstyle." "Really? But when you all saw it, didn't you seem quite normal?" "What?" You should have seen the look on Benedict's face when he first saw it. His eyes lit up, and Ron's reaction was similar. I didn't notice. I thought it looked quite ordinary." "Ordinary? Where's the ordinary in that? I don't know what others think of their styles, but yours is truly gorgeous. That double braid concealed your beauty. By the way, what prompted you to change your hairstyle?" I felt that the double braid seemed a bit childish, so I changed it," Ashley explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. April took a moment to comprehend the underlying meaning, looking at Ashley with a complex expression. "Why is it that you are merely 2 or 3 months older than me, yet you've matured while I have not?" Ashley, perplexed, couldn't understand why that would elicit envy. Just as she was about to enlighten her despondent friend, she heard her say, "My mother told me before coming here not to be afraid, and that it was a sign of growing up. Honestly, I was quite looking forward to it. I didn't expect you to mature first. Sigh, I still feel like a child and unworthy of playing with you. It feels terrible." Ashley's lips twitched in surprise at this revelation. After offering some dry consolation to her still-a-child friend, she let the matter of hairstyles drop, just as the new students entered. Ginny stood among the first years, appearing exceedingly nervous. Ashley cast a glance at Ron, who was trying to suppress laughter and could only roll her eyes in understanding. Among the more striking figures was a golden-haired little girl, who exuded an extraordinary sense of tranquility, radiating an ethereal aura. Although she appeared inconspicuous within the crowd, once noticed, her uniqueness became undeniably apparent. A name surfaced in Ashley's mind, Luna Lovegood. Indeed, when Professor McGonagall called out this name, the little girl stepped onto the stage. As expected, Luna Lovegood was sorted into Ravenclaw. Ginny, too, was swiftly placed into Gryffindor, almost instantly upon donning the sorting hat. The 4 Weasley brothers beamed with delight. However, the little girl, after a brief moment of joy, quickly changed her expression and dashed to sit beside Ron, from whom they soon heard a pitiful plea for mercy. The twins erupted into even louder laughter. Ashley chuckled in schadenfreude, while April immediately seized her gossiping friend, persistently demanding to share in the amusement. Unbeknownst to Ashley, who lacked the specifics of the incident, she shared her speculations. April instantly picked up on the juicy details, casting a sly glance at Ron and Harry, planning to inquire further about how Ron had managed to charm Ginny after the feast. Simultaneously, she cast a regretful look at Benedict, wishing he were younger so she could relish the thrill of teasing her little brother. Benedict, acutely aware of his sister's gaze, immediately grasped her disappointment. As if she had ever successfully pulled a fast one on him in the past decade. Truly, the more inept she became, the more she enjoyed playing. April recognized her brother's disdainful expression, feeling another wave of frustration. Had they not been at the feast, a playful chase would surely have ensued. Ashley mused that if the ability to read expressions were graded, she would undoubtedly achieve the highest score. Indeed, even if they did not engage in a scuffle. The tension was enough to conjure a grand spectacle in her imagination. A bespectacled owl perched haughtily on a branch, while a little cat below frantically flailed, attempting to pounce, yet unable to ruffle a single feather of the owl. No, she mused, she could not dwell on that any longer, lest she burst into laughter. Just then, Professor McGonagall announced another name, capturing Ashley's attention. Colin Creevey, Harry's little admirer, a remarkably endearing boy, albeit excessively fervent, which would undoubtedly put Harry in a tight spot. Ashley could already envision the amusing year that awaited Harry. She wondered if she should secretly arrange for Colin to take some photos. Would Harry be angry if he found out? Perhaps it was best to abandon that dreadful thought, as Ashley shook her head in regret. However, when she glanced towards the Gryffindor long table, she was treated to yet another delightful scene. After being sorted into Gryffindor, Colin rushed straight to Harry. extending his hands in a bid to shake Harry's, who awkwardly reciprocated while Colin nervously wiped his hands on his robes. His earnest demeanor nearly sent the older students at the Gryffindor table into fits of laughter. Harry, equally flustered, found himself frozen, unsure whether to retract his hand or maintain his gesture. Little did Harry know that had Colin's belongings been present, he would have undoubtedly fished out his camera to capture this sacred moment, which would have subjected Harry to an even more mortifying experience. Ashley wickedly envisioned this scenario, her smile taking on a mischievous quality, yet she remained sufficiently inconspicuous among the crowd of onlookers. Professor Lockhart, observing the scene from the staff table, seemed envious, his mind likely concocting some ridiculous scheme. Dumbledore, casting a glance at the bashful Harry, subtly regarded the amused Ashley, his smile suggesting he was relishing yet another spectacle. Severus Snape, his expression darkened, rolled his eyes at Harry's popularity, and upon noticing Ashley's mirth, his countenance seemed to deepen in gloom. Clearly, his machinations had failed to yield the desired effect. Chapter 72, Snape's Invitation. As Ashley commenced her second year, her life appeared relatively unchanged. The most noticeable difference was the shift of the first-year insignia on the dormitory door to that of the second year. Additionally, a small rabbit had made its home in the dormitory. This adorable creature quickly won the hearts of her two roommates. Alas, Beatrice was no ordinary rabbit. She exhibited two distinct personas when interacting with Ashley's family compared to her roommates, transforming from a docile creature into a frosty goddess, refusing any form of affection. Ashley understood her sentiment, refraining from insistence and merely explaining that her pet was rather shy. April, being somewhat of an exception who could occasionally coax Beatrice into a cuddle, did not expose Beatrice's preferential treatment, instead relishing a sense of superiority, which amused Ashley greatly. However, for Ashley, the presence of Beatrice made a substantial difference. The study plan she had devised last semester, in Beatrice's eyes, was merely child's play, seemingly well-structured, yet yielding poor results. Ashley herself acknowledged this, especially given the tangible evidence of her endeavors over the summer. The once thick tome of magical materials was now firmly etched in her memory, leaving no room for complacency. What she had initially deemed a grasp of the standard knowledge of a second-year student had actually reached a level equivalent to her own 6 months of diligent study. Only those who have experienced such a disparity can truly understand. Therefore, when Beatrice revamped her study schedule according to her new academic timetable, Ashley commenced its execution without a hint of hesitation. She quickly found herself soaring through lessons, particularly during the one-on-one sessions in the room of requirement, where unrestricted explanations and teachings propelled her learning pace to an exhilarating fourfold acceleration. In such moments, even Ashley couldn't resist joining Beatrice's exuberant praise of the illustrious alchemist, who had lived for over 600 years. The depth of his knowledge was simply astounding. The professors across various subjects commended Ashley's progress, with Professor Flitwick expressing particular pride, growing increasingly approachable in demeanor. Only Professor Snape, the potions master, bore a more complex expression. Ashley often felt as though he was on the verge of articulating something, his gaze laden with conflict. Could it be that her remarkable progress, contrasting sharply with the previous year, had aroused his suspicions? Ashley entertained such conspiracy theories. Yet, recalling Beatrice's mention of Mr. LeMay casually informing Dumbledore of her studies with him, she felt emboldened, embracing a sense of fearlessness. After all, with Mr. LeMay's endorsement, Dumbledore would never allow her to stray into the realms of darkness. Moreover, Dumbledore's discretion was far superior to Hagrid's, as long as Dumbledore believed in her. Her safety at Hogwarts was assured to some degree. Reflecting on this, she found herself admiring Mr. LeMay's foresight. As for the remainder, it was simply a matter of diligently enhancing her capabilities. After all, no scheme could withstand the might of true strength. Such was her resolve. Yet when Snape did indeed keep her behind after class, Ashley couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. As she gazed at Snape, whose expression was a tapestry of complexity yet remained silent, she found herself longing for the sharp-tongued professor who had doused her with potions in their very first lesson. Professor Snape, should I have erred in any way, I am willing to accept any punishment. If you have something to say, please feel free to do so. What about your potions grade from last year? Snape inquired, his brow furrowed as he locked eyes with Ashley. She recalled those 2 classes in which she had failed to attain an O. The study of magical history proved to be rather uninteresting for her, leading her to inadvertently mix up several entries regarding the timeline. As for potions, she ought to have earned an outstanding for both her written exam and practical work. However, should Professor Snape choose to award her merely an acceptable out of displeasure, she would not contest it. Thus, She found herself in a quandary on how to respond, for Ashley was currently quite conflicted. Well, I believe that the professor's grading must be grounded in his own rationale. So I have little to add other than striving to address my shortcomings. Are you, then, protesting against me? Ashley was taken aback, her mind swirling with confusion. Protest? How could she dare? Moreover, how had he perceived her as protesting? What she actually uttered was, "Professor Snape, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. That was not my intention." As she awkwardly attempted to clarify, Snape remained impassive, neither angered nor pleased, instead uttering a remark that would baffle most. "You bear little resemblance to Lily, either in appearance or disposition." Casting a glance at Ashley's hair and eyes, he swallowed the latter part of his statement. Ashley paused, surprisingly not incensed, but rather feeling a tinge of sympathy. However, she did not acquiesce to his implication. "I'm my mother's daughter, so it is only natural that I resemble her more. My hair is darker than my father's, tempered by my mother's golden hue, resulting in a deep brown rather than a vibrant red. My eyes are more akin to my mother's, albeit a shade darker, perhaps influenced by my father's eye color, light green, not emerald." Thus, she genuinely did not resemble Aunt Lily all that much. Ashley articulated her explanation earnestly, and strangely enough, Snape felt a shift in his mood, perhaps finding a trace of Lily's essence in her manner of speaking. "In truth, you now possess the qualifications to join my club," Snape mused, his spirits lifting as he recalled his original intention. Yet, Ashley was left bewildered. What was this sudden shift in tone? Professor Snape, did I perhaps mishear you?" she inquired sincerely, fearing a misunderstanding. "Has a troll devoured your brain? Or are your ears blocked by slugs?" The familiar feeling returned, and Ashley found it oddly comforting, reminiscent of Ron's antics with slugs, though it made her a tad queasy. While this particular scene had not unfolded, the mere mention conjured up vivid associations. Observing the girl's waning complexion, Snape felt a flicker of regret. Had he been too harsh? Yet could he be blamed? The girl had been acting rather foolishly, akin to a bumbling troll, prompting his unfiltered words. "So, Professor Snape, you are indeed inviting me to join your potions club?" Snape's expression brightened instantly, realizing she was not beyond hope. "I apologize, Professor. I believe you are aware that I have no aspirations to pursue potions." Ashley contemplated for a considerable time, understanding Snape's goodwill and the rarity of such an opportunity, but upon reflecting on her academic plans, she resolved to decline. After all, she truly harbored no desire to delve into potions, especially with Beatrice's guidance, which would suffice even for the OWLs. Snape's anger flared, his expression darkening ominously. This was the second time she had expressed refusal. "Why? Even if you do not intend to pursue potions, joining my club would undoubtedly offer numerous advantages. I refuse to believe you cannot see that. I am profoundly grateful for your consideration, Professor, but I'm fully aware of the type of individuals that predominantly comprise your club, and I do not believe I would find camaraderie with them." Ashley explained earnestly, her sincerity evident. Miss Dursley, how modest you are. Surely, with your intent, you could harmonize with anyone," Snape remarked, his gaze fixed on Ashley, laden with implication. "Professor, you must understand that harmony does not equate to enjoyment. I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to live freely and authentically." In the face of Snape's goodwill, Ashley sighed and laid bare her heart. Snape fell silent, pondering whether this had been Lily's own pursuit, leading to their gradual estrangement. "I understand. You may leave now." Observing Snape's visibly disheartened demeanor, Ashley felt a pang of sympathy, yet she could not compromise her own principles. Watching the girl whose intrinsic essence bore a striking resemblance to Lily depart, Snape shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Alas, no amount of cunning can surpass the clarity of self-awareness. He had initially thought that by lowering her grades, she would confront him in indignation, provoking her to join the club, but it ultimately bore no fruit. Chapter 73. Undermining others will not elevate your nobility. Perhaps it was the exhilaration from winning the Quidditch Cup last year that spurred Wood into a frenzy of enthusiasm as the new school year commenced. He fervently devised a new strategy, subjecting the team to a rigorous training regimen with the aim of defending their title. In addition to the regular practice sessions, Wood secured numerous additional training slots, subjecting the Gryffindor players to considerable hardship. Even Harry, who shared an equal fervor for Quidditch, found himself nearly overwhelmed, often lamenting Wood's relentless zeal to Ashley during their lunch breaks. However, Harry's grievances extended beyond this single matter. His little admirer, Colin, seemed to dog him incessantly, appearing everywhere except in the classroom. And then there was the peculiar Professor Lockhart, who appeared to seize every opportunity to be photographed alongside Harry. as though to prove he was more famous, leaving Harry utterly perplexed by such behavior. Naturally, discussing these latter two annoyances with Ashley felt rather shameful. Ashley had little to say regarding the intensity of Gryffindor's training, so she simply reminded Harry to rest adequately and occasionally sent house elf-prepared nourishing soups with Hermione. After venting his pressures, Harry felt considerably better, especially with his sister's concern and care serving as a morale booster, allowing him to endure the grueling start to the training season. Unbeknownst to Ashley, the soups she sent to Harry evoked envy among the other Gryffindor players, inciting a wave of rivalry that left Harry simultaneously pained and amused as he faced a barrage of additional training from his teammates. Ashley's days continued in tranquil monotony, while Harry's life remained filled with excitement. On a Saturday morning, Ashley was engaged in a conversation with Beatrice from her satchel, addressing recent academic dilemmas. While preparing to head to the kitchen to stock up on provisions for the demanding tasks ahead in the room of requirement. Just as she gathered the food and reached the entrance hall, she suddenly heard a young wizard shouting, "Hurry to the Quidditch pitch. Gryffindor is challenging Slytherin for the grounds." Ashley's heart sank, instantly recalling the unfolding drama. But to her dismay, Ron's wand had not been broken. If Ron acted impulsively and unleashed that curse, the Malfoy family would not take it lightly, and the consequences would be dire. After all, while the curse inflicted minimal physical harm, it was exceedingly repulsive, rendering it a deeply humiliating affront. Furthermore, Ashley genuinely wished to shield Hermione from being called a mudblood. As a witch, she understood the cruelty of that term. After a moment of hesitation, Ashley gritted her teeth and resolved to intervene, hoping events would not spiral into the worst-case scenario. She hurried to the Quidditch pitch, where she could see both groups engaged in a scuffle, while numerous Badgers and Eagles in the stands watched the spectacle with keen interest. In a rather peculiar turn of events, a young boy was snapping photographs of them, as if he were a reporter. Ashley found herself at a loss for words, instantly recognizing the identity of the boy without a moment's thought. It was no wonder that Harry's expression was so difficult to decipher when he mentioned Colin. At that moment, Ashley noticed Ron's actions and, almost instinctively, drew her wand to cast a disarmament spell. Ron's wand was swiftly confiscated, and an eerie silence enveloped both teams. Under such circumstances, it was evident what Ron had intended to do. With the gaze of both houses upon her, Ashley approached Ron, her brow furrowed as she tossed his wand back to him. While she understood his desire to protect Hermione, she could not condone such reckless behavior. He should have been more aware of the Malfoy family's influence in the wizarding world. Did he not care about Arthur's job, their family's financial situation, or his own future? Furthermore, would Hermione feel guilt from this incident? Would Harry continue to harbor resentment? Even a harmless jinx or a silly hex would have sufficed. Anything to avoid escalating the situation. Ashley said nothing, yet her gaze conveyed to Ron the potential consequences of casting such a curse. Though he was hot-headed, he was not foolish. The curse was irreversible and only induced vomiting. How could the Malfoys endure such humiliation? The thought made Ron break into a cold sweat. Although Harry was unaware of the specifics of Ron's intended spell, the expressions on Ron and Ashley's faces indicated that the situation was dire. He weakly defended his brother, saying, "Ashley, Ron was just really angry. Malfoy insulted Hermione." Calling her, Ashley glanced at Hermione, who appeared grateful for her intervention, not displaying any signs of distress. With a silent sigh, Ashley chose not to respond to Harry, but instead addressed Malfoy directly. "Mr. Malfoy, belittling others does not elevate your stature. You are fully aware of Hermione's exceptional qualities, are you not? As a well-bred noble, surely you possess the courage to apologize. True superiority arises from inherent refinement, not from the venomous words that spill from your lips." Malfoy's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Deep down, he was not inherently cruel. The spiteful words he had uttered were born of a fleeting moment of indignation rather than a calculated effort to demean. Consequently, Ashley's words resonated with him, echoing the advice she had once offered Harry at the start of the previous school year. After several attempts to articulate himself, he finally mumbled an apology before turning swiftly to leave. The Slytherin team exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss, before following suit. The Gryffindors erupted in jubilant cheers, showering Ashley with admiration. Truly, she was the sister of a savior, her words cutting straight to the heart of the matter, even forcing the proud Malfoy to retreat. Yet, amidst the applause, Ashley felt a quiver of fear. Had she not intervened in time, what had begun as a minor dispute could have spiraled into something far more sinister. With a bittersweet smile, she embraced Hermione and softly reassured her, "Do not dwell on it. You must have heard his apology. Please do not take it to heart." Hermione whispered back, "I can guess the venom in those words. but you have already avenged me, so do not worry. It no longer bothers me. Indeed, we are equal and do not fall short of anyone, Ashley replied, finding solace in their shared strength. Hermione's eyes glistened with emotion, touched by her friend's analogy, and she returned a confident smile. Of course. The Weasley twins, upon learning of Ron's intended curse, felt a wave of apprehension wash over them, expressing their gratitude to Ashley. They had narrowly avoided a catastrophe. A mere brawl or a harmless prank would have been tolerable, just the typical antics of children. But had Ron unleashed that insulting curse, Lucius would have surely exacted a harsh punishment on their family. It was a matter of pride, though their family was deemed the disgrace of the noble elite. They understood better than anyone how fiercely those aristocrats valued their reputation. Ashley said little more, merely mentioning that she had yet to thank Mrs. Weasley for her care of Harry during the summer. The twins, understanding without the need for further words, ceased their expressions of gratitude. For some bonds of camaraderie transcend language and reside in the shared journey of friendship. As events continued to unfold following that day at the Quidditch pitch, the repercussions lingered. Ron faced a thorough reprimanding from the twins, who instilled in him a profound understanding of the dangers of carelessly casting uncontrollable curses. The other members of the Slytherin team were baffled by Malfoy's apparent submission, yet Snape penalized the others while sparing Malfoy, clearly indicating his stance. Snape had often pondered, in his quieter moments, whether things might have turned out differently had he possessed the courage to apologize in his own past. The rivalry for the Quidditch pitch intensified between Gryffindor and Slytherin, both teams eager to prove their mettle. Harry found himself increasingly in awe of his sister and intrigued by the spell she had used to disarm Ron. Hermione, on the other hand, emerged unscathed, having gained a precious and indelible bond of sisterhood, which filled her with joy. Ashley remained undeterred, immersing herself in her studies with a singular focus. More specifically, she yearned to join the ranks of alchemists and create the enchanting trinkets she longed for. Beatrice, how long must I wait before I can begin crafting alchemical items? Are you eager to run before you've learned to walk? You must first establish a solid foundation. You know that is not what I meant. I merely wish to ascertain how long it will take to reach that level. That will take quite some time. You're only just beginning to familiarize yourself with the symbols of magical circles. There are numerous types of symbols to memorize, and it will be a while before you master them, not to mention the various magical circles to follow. I cannot wait that long, Beatrice. I urgently need to create a device that can store the shield charm or a similar protective item. Could you devise a way for me to study this aspect first? Rest assured, I will guide you through the remaining material at a steady pace. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there some impending danger? I recall you mentioning something about a notebook, but wasn't that relatively low risk? This isn't merely about whether danger is imminent, Beatrice. How can one pursue their desires without worry? I see. You are concerned that events may not unfold as you remember, and you are stretched too thin, worrying about Harry and the others, even Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley. Indeed, for me, danger has never stemmed solely from the wizarding world, nor from Voldemort alone. It could just as easily arise from the natural disasters and calamities of the ordinary world. If I can learn alchemy and have access to excellent materials for crafting, why shouldn't I first alleviate my concerns before focusing on my studies? Very well, I shall arrange courses pertinent to defensive items for you, and we can proceed once your worries are assuaged. Thank you, Beatrice. I greatly appreciate your guidance. As Ashley was preoccupied and nowhere to be found, Harry found himself under Wood's relentless pressure, training fervently for Quidditch. The Slytherin team, equipped entirely with Nimbus 2000s, heightened his sense of urgency. Practicing in the pouring rain, caked in mud, Harry felt like a soulless flying machine. Colin, ever the enthusiast, continued to capture Harry's embarrassing moments on film, adding to his frustration. The tension escalated when, under Professor Lockhart's insistence, he assisted in responding to Lockhart's fans, only to hear an unsettling noise. Yet, Lockhart dismissed it as mere imagination. This incident stirred a sense of foreboding within Harry, reminiscent of Dobby the house elf's warnings, intensifying his unease. Although this anxiety haunted him for a time, the strange sound ceased, allowing Harry to gradually refocus on Quidditch. However, just days before Halloween, a minor mishap during a tumultuous training session unveiled Filch's secret and brought an invitation to Sir Nicholas's 500th Death Day celebration. Out of gratitude for Sir Nicholas's previous assistance, Harry ultimately agreed to attend. Ron and Hermione shared a keen interest in the ghostly gathering, alleviating some of Harry's trepidation. Unfortunately, Harry's early excitement proved premature. Upon arriving at the Death Day party, he was met with profound disappointment. Reflecting on Ashley's absence, busy with her own matters, he felt a strange sense of relief for not having invited her. Even Ron and Hermione, typically eager for adventure, declare they would never attend another ghostly party. Famished, they were about to return to the Great Hall when Harry once again heard that peculiar noise. Following the sound, they arrived at a corridor on the second floor, despite Ron and the others insisting they heard nothing out of the ordinary. The sight before them compelled them to believe Harry truly had encountered something. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hung limply from a torch bracket, her body rigid as a board, her eyes wide and suspended in midair. On the wall between two windows, words the size of a foot were inscribed. Glowing faintly in the flickering torchlight, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. As Harry and his friends recognized the potential for misunderstanding and attempted to leave, it was already too late. The Halloween feast concluded, and the little wizards returning to their common room were greeted by this horrifying sight. Ashley, not having attended Sir Nicholas's banquet, was unaware of the unfolding events. When the students gasped, she hurried over, only to witness Harry being accused by Filch. Quickly gathering her thoughts, Ashley sought to guide Harry in clarifying the situation, but hesitated at the thought of Parseltongue. Fortunately, Dumbledore arrived with a cohort of professors, prompting Ashley to breathe a sigh of relief at that moment. Dumbledore was undoubtedly Harry's most reliable ally. Although Harry feared wrongful accusation, the sight of Ashley oddly soothed him. She offered him a reassuring glance, encouraging him to trust Dumbledore. Harry nodded in understanding and followed Dumbledore. Dumbledore appeared to notice the commotion, turning back to give Ashley a slight nod. Snape, trailing behind, caught sight of Ashley's furrowed brow. He frowned, hesitated, and ultimately refrained from offering any comforting words, sweeping his cloak and joining the main group. Chapter 75. I trust Ashley more than myself. Watching as Harry and his companions departed with Dumbledore, Ashley contemplated whether to return to the dormitory with Apollyon. However, her attention was drawn to Ginny, whose pale face betrayed her distress. Standing amidst the crowd, Ginny trembled slightly, seemingly terrified by the surrounding discussions. The twins, half embracing her, attempted to offer reassurance, but their efforts seemed futile as Ginny's fear remained unabated. Observing this scene, Ashley recognized that while she could not shield everyone from misfortune, her concern for Harry, Ron, and the twins softened her resolve. Asking Apollyon to wait, she approached Ginny and exchanged glances with the twins, inquiring, "May I have a word with Ginny? She seems unwell." Fred and George exchanged glances, agreeing that a conversation between girls might be more beneficial, and stepped aside with a look of hope. "Ginny, are you all right?" Ashley asked, her face etched with concern. Ginny remained silent, merely nodding vacantly. "But you don't seem well at all. If you trust me, we can talk. Even if I can't help, perhaps I can offer advice to ease your sense of helplessness." For a fleeting moment, Ginny's eyes brightened, but soon dimmed again. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. Ashley felt a pang of helplessness. Perhaps this was beyond her ability to influence. After all, one cannot save those unwilling to save themselves. "All right, if you feel like talking, I'm here for you. Remember, there are many who care about you in this world. Don't be afraid. We'll help you." After some thought, Ashley spoke these words, not expecting Ginny to have an epiphany, but hoping to provide her with a glimmer of strength to fend off despair. Voldemort was a master manipulator, and a little inner strength could prevent her from succumbing to hopelessness too swiftly. Ginny's eyes glistened, and though she struggled to articulate her thoughts, she nodded emphatically, her acknowledgement far more sincere than before. The twins, ever concerned for their sister, watched from a distance, observing Ashley's conversation. After a moment, they exaggeratedly raised their eyebrows, seemingly inquiring about the outcome. Ashley shrugged, indicating her lack of progress. Fred appeared disappointed, while George managed a faint smile, nodding in gratitude for Ashley's concern for their sister. Percy had already rounded up most of the Gryffindor students and was escorting them back to the common room when he noticed Ginny's state and inquired about her well-being. Offering comfort for some time, he then embraced Ginny, preparing to return with the twins. As the quartet passed Ashley, they all politely nodded in greeting. Apollon's inquisitive gaze sought clarification from Ashley, who, unsure how to explain, simply stated that Ginny had been frightened and needed some comfort. Apollyon nodded in understanding, her expression suggesting she had discerned something deeper, scrutinizing Ashley meaningfully. Ashley vaguely grasped her friend's thought process and playfully swatted at her head, insisting that her concern for a familiar sister had nothing to do with Harry. "So please, no strange ideas." "Oh, are we confessing now?" Apollyon teased, her interest piqued. "No, I merely understand you," Ashley retorted. "How dull." Both Ashley and Apollyon were well aware of each other's personalities and thought processes, and soon Apollyon realized there was no scandal to uncover, rendering the conversation rather tedious. At that moment, The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had been taken for questioning, appeared, clearly indicating that a conclusion had been reached. Ashley had yet to react, but it was Ashley who rushed forward, eager to glean some first-hand information. The expressions on Harry and his companions' faces were far from cheerful, as they seemed to be engaged in a fervent discussion. Should I tell them about the strange sounds I heard? No. Even within the wizarding world, hearing voices that others cannot is not a good omen. Just having this thought, Ashley slowed her pace, abandoning any intention of getting closer. Coincidentally, Harry and the others noticed Ashley and Ashley, halting their conversation and excitedly rushing over to join Ashley. Ashley, you haven't left yet. Are you worried about me? Ashley paused momentarily, unsure of how to respond to such a question. She couldn't very well admit that she had intended to leave, but had been interrupted by their arrival. While she was indeed concerned, she had not been waiting specifically for them. Ashley's awkward smile and silence were interpreted by Harry as tacit agreement, which did nothing to diminish his feelings of gratitude. Rest assured, Ashley, Dumbledore has identified the discrepancies that exonerate me, which is why we have been acquitted. Harry eagerly reassured Ashley, urging her not to worry. That's good to hear. What exactly happened? How did you end up at the scene? Ashley inquired, maintaining her usual demeanor. Her unwavering lack of doubt elicited beaming smiles from Harry and Hermione, who were profoundly touched by their sister's and friend's wisdom. Ron, however, coughed lightly, signaling that his implication should not be too overt. Instantly, Harry and Hermione grasped Ron's meaning. Although Harry appreciated Ron's good intentions, he did not concur. With a serious expression, he regarded Ron and stated without hesitation, Ron, I understand your point, but I trust Ashley as I trust myself. No, I trust her even more than I trust myself. Hermione beamed with admiration, glancing between Harry and Ashley, clearly echoing the same sentiment. Ashley felt a warmth swell within her, her face radiating contentment. Ron shrugged, feeling a sense of reflection, gaining a deeper understanding of his brother's protective affection for his sister. At that moment, the trio from Gryffindor shifted their focus to Ashley, who stood beside Ashley. Before anyone could look to Ashley for confirmation, Ashley preemptively raised a hand in a gesture to halt further conversation. No, I don't want to hear it. I'm content with a few amusing tidbits. Such grand secrets are best left unknown to me, lest I accidentally spill them, she declared. With that, she added, I'm heading back to the dormitory now. Make sure you return promptly after your chat, and swiftly departed the scene. Her rapid exit left the Gryffindor trio momentarily bewildered, as if they were meeting this typically gossip-loving friend for the first time. Ashley chuckled softly. She found no strangeness in Ashley's actions. Despite Ashley's seemingly carefree demeanor, she possessed a clarity of understanding that surpassed many. Ashley recognized what was beneficial for her, what was unhelpful, what should be upheld, and what should be relinquished, which is why they shared such a close friendship. It was not for any other reason, but for that purity and discernment. Ashley was aware of Ashley's secrets, yet she had always respected boundaries, refraining from demanding complete transparency in their friendship. Observing Ashley's smile, Harry understood that neither of them bore any ill will, and thus he began recounting the events surrounding the incident. Chapter 76, The Quidditch Incident of Year 2. After hearing about Harry and the others' experiences, Ashley felt little emotional upheaval. Ultimately, aside from the uncertainty regarding the timing and location, everything aligned closely with her recollections. As for the peculiar sound, Ashley refrained from alerting Harry to the matter of Parseltongue. After all, she lacked credible sources and definitive evidence. She wholeheartedly agreed with Ron's perspective that Harry's ability to hear what others should not be casually shared. Under the dual admonitions from her friends and sister, Harry recognized the peril of the situation and merely nodded in resignation. As the night grew colder, their conversation wound down, and the four bid farewell at the staircase, each returning to their respective dormitories. Although aware that the basilisk would not reappear at that hour, Ashley still reminded them to be cautious and to return early. The trio from Gryffindor, having endured a significant fright, remained silent as they made their way back to the common room without any further detours. Ashley, consumed by her thoughts, walked back with an underlying sense of urgency. Lost in her musings, she arrived at the entrance of the common room to find Ashley waiting there, concerned for her safety, which inexplicably eased her worries. It felt as though she had traversed a solitary path only to discover she was not alone, a sense of relief and comfort enveloping her. While there were many things Ashley could not share with her friends, nor could she expect much assistance, sometimes support does not stem from external forces. Perhaps it is simply a matter of emotional solace. This moment of comfort filled Ashley with strength, and she smiled as she jogged over to embrace Ashley. That alone was sufficient. The two exchanged laughter, requiring no further mention of worries or emotions, returning joyfully to their shared sanctuary. In the days that followed, as everyone had anticipated, the Chamber of Secrets became the focal point of attention and discourse among the young witches and wizards. The library's books on the chamber had been completely checked out. Even the slightest mention had been perused countless times. Many young wizards directly inquired of the professors, yet even they possessed limited knowledge. Thus, all they knew was that the chamber had been left by Salazar Slytherin and contained something terrifying, aimed at purging wizards of Muggle descent. This caused immense panic, particularly among those of Muggle heritage, who feared becoming targets of this eradication. Harry, having been present at the scene of the incident, became the primary suspect. He recalled how the Sorting Hat had wished to place him in Slytherin, which troubled him greatly. Consequently, the trio resolved to uncover the true heir of Slytherin. Ashley, whose schedule did not align with theirs, was not included in their plans. Naturally, Ashley was also preoccupied with her own endeavors, fully immersed in the study of defensive device creation. Thus, both parties continued their respective pursuits until Ashley sought them out again, which coincided with the Quidditch match. The first match of the season was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. For the honor of their house and the culmination of their rigorous training, Harry was resolute in ensuring his success. Wood's fervor for Quidditch was unmistakable, as he clearly expressed his desire for Harry to demonstrate to Slytherin that Quidditch was not solely determined by the superiority of brooms, but also by the athlete's skill and strategy. Fred, noticing Harry's solemn demeanor, offered him some words of comfort, advising him to ease the pressure. However, the entire Slytherin team, equipped with Nimbus 2000s indeed, placed considerable pressure on the Gryffindor players. During the match, they hardly had time to dwell on such matters, all striving to mitigate the broomstick disparity. Rain began to fall, blurring Harry's glasses, rendering him unable to discern the action on the field, and he lacked the inclination to continue watching. Lee Jordan, in a state of helplessness, announced the current score. Slytherin led with 60-0. This prompted Harry to disregard everything else. He hastily wiped his glasses and began frantically searching for the elusive golden snitch. Ashley gazed at the increasingly torrential rain and Harry's reckless demeanor with a sense of helplessness. Initially, she had been worried that Dobby might cause some mischief, but after waiting for a considerable time without any sign of the rogue bludger, her concern shifted to Harry's perilous state. She watched as he surged upward, climbing ever higher into the sky, performing somersaults, spiraling, and then darting forward with erratic movements. The dizzying heights made his head spin, yet he strained to keep his eyes wide open. In pursuit of the golden snitch that had appeared beside him, he executed another fierce dive, flying almost inverted. Raindrops infiltrated his nostrils, but he paid them no mind. The laughter from the crowd reached his ears, yet he remained unfazed. Malfoy, who had not initially spotted the snitch, merely followed Harry to avoid falling behind. Observing Harry halt mid-air to search, he realized that Harry had lost track of the elusive prize and seized the opportunity to mock him. Harry, however, was taken aback to discover that the snitch was now hovering directly above Malfoy. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Malfoy. Malfoy, believing Harry was incensed and preparing to attack, instinctively dodged. Little did he expect Harry to hook his legs around the broom and reach out desperately for the spot where Malfoy had just been. But before Harry could revel in his success of capturing the snitch, he was thrown off balance by his forward momentum and fell from his broom. Ashley watched Harry's every move with rapt attention, and at the instant he plummeted, she cast the levitation charm, halting him mid-air. However, the tremendous force and insufficient magical power caused the spell's efficacy to wane swiftly. Nonetheless, the brief cushion of magic meant that Harry sustained only a minor fracture in his leg, sparing him from more serious injury. The Gryffindor players promptly descended near him. Yet Harry's first words were a jubilant proclamation of victory. Everyone was deeply moved by Harry's indomitable spirit in Quidditch, particularly Wood, whose eyes glistened with emotion as he led the applause for Harry. Ashley, however, was indifferent to the accolades, her heart brimming with suppressed anger as she rushed down to assess the situation. Before she could reach him, Gilderoy Lockhart arrived first, and, after an exchange with Harry, he produced his wand. Harry's plea of wait and Ashley's spell were both a beat too late. A faint glow flickered across Harry's leg, and it instantly became unnaturally limp, resembling rubber. Harry glanced down and promptly fainted. Ashley cursed under her breath, unsure whether to voice her frustration aloud. Chapter 77, A Blessing in Disguise. At this moment, Ashley was seething with rage, watching Lockhart's carefree retreat from the Quidditch pitch, feeling an inexplicable irritation. It is not the act of making a mistake that incites fear, but the utter lack of remorse, the refusal to attempt any form of redress. and a nonchalant dismissal of casting the wrong spell as a mere occurrence. Such a mindset, devoid of guilt, was beyond Ashley's comprehension. Even if Lockhart had merely helped carry Harry to the infirmary, her anger might have been mitigated. At the very least, it seemed a gross negligence of responsibility, bordering on the callous disregard for human life. After all, the repercussions of a misplaced spell can vary drastically, and one can never truly ascertain whether the inflicted harm is irreversible. Otherwise, why do you think St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has so many long-term patients on the 5th floor in the spell damage ward? Originally, Ashley had perceived Lockhart as a mere jester, someone to be overlooked as long as he did not go too far. And she had even appreciated his ability to procure a signature that would grant Harry and Hermione access to the restricted section. However, now Ashley felt it might be time for him to learn a lesson, not out of desire for revenge, but simply to return the favor in kind. Yet, the timing was not ideal. Wood, the twins, and Ron hurriedly transported Harry to the infirmary. Hermione, upon witnessing the fury in Ashley's eyes, felt a pang of discomfort. One was her steadfast friend, while the other was her idol. She struggled to defend her idol without uttering a word, resorting only to offering meager reassurances. "Do not worry, Ashley. You know Madame Pomfrey's skills. Harry will be fine." Ashley nodded, retrieving her thoughts as she swiftly followed the group to the infirmary. Hermione gritted her teeth and promptly trailed behind. Upon hearing the account of what transpired, Madame Pomfrey was understandably furious. What should have been a straightforward healing spell had now become complicated. Reflecting on the innocent child enduring over 8 hours of agony due to a blundering professor's mistake, her gaze toward Harry was filled with compassion. Ashley had mentally prepared herself for this, so she was not surprised, yet her expression darkened considerably. The team members and Harry's friends, upon listening to Madame Pomfrey's explanation of the bone regrowth potion, expressed sympathy and outrage, clamoring for Lockhart to be held accountable. Yet unexpectedly, a Lockhart fangirl timidly reminded everyone that Lockhart had meant well. Although Hermione shared similar sentiments, the gravity of the moment rendered her unable to voice them. So she, like the others, cast a perplexed look at the oblivious fangirl. Realizing the inappropriateness of her comment, the fangirl's face paled as she quickly retreated. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey entered, carrying a steaming cup of bone regrowth potion. She paused, puzzled by the sight of the fleeing young witch, and prepared to reprimand the crowd for disturbing the patient's rest. However, upon remembering Harry's unconscious state, she hesitated. Clearly, the presence of many was beneficial. With the combined efforts of Ashley and Wood, Madame Pomfrey was able to successfully administer the potion to Harry. The potion's formidable power manifested in the very next second. Harry was jolted awake by the intense pain, letting out a pained groan. His body felt ablaze, as if molten lava coursed through him. Even Madame Pomfrey displayed a hint of distress, while Ashley and Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to bear the sight. Harry cried out for what felt like eternity before gradually quieting down, though his face remained etched with agony. With a sigh, Madame Pomfrey remarked that Harry was simply too exhausted to cry out any longer, but the pain would persist. "It is getting late. You should all leave now. Just leave one person to keep watch over him." Ashley did not budge, clearly having already chosen who would stay. The team members exchanged glances, recognizing that she was indeed the most suitable candidate. After a glance at Wood, they began to depart one by one. Wood glanced at Harry, who was gritting his teeth in pain, and then at Ashley, whose face was filled with worry. He contemplated saying something, but ultimately shook his head and followed the others out. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, sensing the concern in each other's eyes. But they understood that Ashley was the most appropriate to remain by Harry's side. Thus, Ron leaned closer to Harry's ear and softly said, "Hang in there, brother," while Hermione gently placed her hand on Ashley's shoulder in a gesture of comfort before they both exited the infirmary. Ashley fetched a basin of water and a towel from Madame Pomfrey, tenderly wiping the sweat from Harry's face, neck, and hands, but felt utterly helpless afterward. She stood there, gazing at Harry's suffering form, her heart heavy with sorrow. It was then that Beatrice stealthily hopped into the room, bounding to Harry's bedside to take a peek before engaging Ashley in conversation. "Do not worry. The pain is indeed considerable, but the potion works wonders. His bones are gradually mending, and with a few days of rest, he should recover. Perhaps he might even find a silver lining in this misfortune." "What do you mean?" Is that monster back?" "Oh no, you need not go any more. It is already too late." "Indeed, as I passed the corridor on my way here, I beheld the child turn to stone. It appears that, as long as there are no changes beyond mere petrification, there is still hope for salvation. However, let's not be overly optimistic, for even the slightest alteration, should one catch sight of that creature's eyes, would render any hope futile. I'm aware of this, which is precisely why I have remained vigilant. Yes, I trust you. Your progress has been remarkably swift. With just a few more refinements, you shall achieve mastery, and then you can commence your attempts at potion making. Thank you, Beatrice. Were it not for you, I might have faltered alone. Do not speak so. Accompanying you has allowed me to experience joys and emotions previously unknown to me. To me, it is not without its rewards. Ashley beamed with a smile, one arm embracing Beatrice while the other held Harry's hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth as the weight of pressure and worry dissipated, assuring that everything would ultimately be well. By the time Colin was discovered and brought to the infirmary, Ashley and Harry had already succumbed to slumber. Upon seeing the sleeping siblings, Dumbledore cast a charm of silence upon them before conferring with Madame Pomfrey and McGonagall regarding the dreadful incident. Unfortunately, aside from confirming that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, no other useful clues had emerged. On Saturday morning, Harry awoke beneath the brilliant sunlight. As he attempted to touch the rubbery leg he had glimpsed before losing consciousness, he discovered that someone was holding his hand. Gazing at his sister, who was slumbering at his bedside, Harry felt a surge of emotion and an inexplicable pang of sorrow. I have troubled Ashley once more. She must have worried throughout the night. It must be unbearable for her to sleep like this. Harry's movements roused Ashley, and upon meeting his tear-filled gaze, she quickly deduced the cause. How are you? Feeling better? Harry promptly turned away, not wishing for Ashley to see his guilt. He tentatively lifted his leg, finding that sensation had returned, which instantly brightened his spirits. However, when he attempted to stand, the stiffness returned, extinguishing his joy. Do not rush. The newly formed bones are still quite fragile, so it is natural that you cannot immediately return to your previous state. A few more days of rest will suffice. But the Quidditch match, that is not solely your arena. Gryffindor has others, and the outcome is not your fault. No one will blame you. You need only focus on your recovery. Seeing Ashley's serious demeanor, Harry understood that he was indeed out of the upcoming match, and he could only nod despondently. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the far end of the infirmary, where an additional bed was shrouded in heavy curtains. Following Harry's line of sight, Ashley's eyes flickered with concern. Although she suspected the truth, when Madame Pomfrey appeared just then, she feigned ignorance when Harry inquired. The tempest brewing within her heart remained unknown to others. How could I have been so oblivious to their entrance? How could I sleep so soundly? Where has Beatrice gone? Does she know what has transpired? Is she unharmed? Chapter 78. Collapsing and Procuring Materials. Under Madame Pomfrey's evasive explanations, Harry learned that after he had succumbed to slumber following the torment of the bone-breaking curse, yet another petrification incident had occurred in the castle the previous night. This time, however, the victims were not animals, but young wizards. Observing Ashley's alarm, Harry felt a wave of dread wash over him, for the infirmary was perilously close to the corridor where the incident had unfolded. He could scarcely fathom what he would do if Ashley had been the one harmed. Thus, he resolved even more fervently to unearth the instigator behind these atrocities. Unbeknownst to Harry, Ashley's fear stemmed not from the creature within the Chamber of Secrets, but from the terror of the unknown and Beatrice's disappearance. Fortunately, when Apollyon appeared, cradling Beatrice in her arms, Ashley was able to recover from her distress. In fact, it was not just Apollyon. Benedict, Ron, Hermione, and even their dorm mates Hannah and Susan had come as well. This left Ashley in a state of bemusement, as one might think she herself had been hospitalized. It was only after Beatrice's explanation that Ashley learned it was Dumbledore who, fearing to disturb her and Harry's rest, had cast the charm of silence upon them. As for Ashley, she had hidden herself before Dumbledore's arrival and returned to the dormitory only after he departed, to avoid raising any suspicions. With this revelation, Ashley sighed in relief and began to relish the joy of being with friends. As for Harry, having endured those 8 hours of torment, he was now recovered. He merely needed to adapt fully to the newly formed bones. After a heartfelt inquiry about Harry's condition, the group began to discuss the harrowing events of the previous day. It was then that Harry realized his misfortune had inadvertently shielded him from suspicion. Thank goodness your leg was injured, rendering you immobile. Otherwise, those fools would undoubtedly have accused you of being the culprit, Apollyon exclaimed with both relief and indignation. Hannah and Susan nodded in agreement, for they had witnessed firsthand the stiffness of Harry's leg, and the proximity of the infirmary to the corridor was common knowledge. Ron and Hermione sighed in resignation, seemingly conveying to Harry the absurdity of the situation. Benedict cast a sympathetic glance at Harry and patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. I shall help spread the word about your current state." Harry shot him a sarcastic look, replying, "Well, I thank you for that. The group erupted in laughter, prompting Madame Pomfrey to come over and shoo them away. Thus followed a period of tranquil recuperation, during which everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning the Quidditch match in Harry's presence. After Harry had rested for 2 days, Madame Pomfrey finally lifted his restrictions. It was then that he learned that this year's Quidditch Cup had been claimed by Hufflepuff. Gryffindor's last-minute substitute seeker had narrowly lost to Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. Harry lamented his missed opportunity to play, while Ashley regretted not witnessing the showdown between Cedric and Cho Chang. The siblings sighed in unison, each lost in their own sorrow. Ashley officially returned to the dormitory, no longer needing to remain in the infirmary during the day. Apollyon seized Ashley's arm, unleashing her fury and sorrow regarding the recent events. In essence, during the match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, Cedric and Cho's flirtations had been apparent, leaving everyone aware of their undeniable chemistry. Thus, even though Cedric had not underperformed, Apollyon was still deeply dissatisfied. Enough. The more you speak, the more I regret missing such an exhilarating spectacle. Ashley lamented. It's all Harry's fault. No, it's all Lockhart's fault. Now, whenever Apollyon saw Cedric, she regarded him with an expression of scorn, much to the amusement of the informed Badgers, while Cedric himself could only manage a bittersweet smile. Naturally, Apollyon merely exuded this aura of discontent to express her dissatisfaction, without resorting to any excessive actions. The others playfully teased Cedric, provoking laughter from his adorably infatuated fans, asking whether he felt any remorse. However, the light-hearted banter among Hufflepuff was soon overshadowed by the alarming rumor circulating throughout the castle. Colin had been attacked, and now lay in the infirmary, teetering on the brink of death. Thus, unbeknownst to the professors, the castle was abuzz with clandestine trading of protective items. Whether half-blood, muggle-born, or pure-blood, young wizards from all backgrounds were partaking in this exchange, with each person exhibiting palpable anxiety over the possibility of becoming the next target. Ginny and Colin, having developed a friendship due to Harry, frequently visited the infirmary to check on Colin. Yet, she always appeared to be in a state of disquiet, and despite the various efforts of the Weasley brothers, they were unable to alleviate her distress. Ashley, too, found herself waiting in vain for Ginny to confide in her, leaving her feeling helpless. As mid-December approached, Hogwarts began compiling a list of students who would remain at school over the Christmas holidays. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all signed their names, yet Ashley insisted on returning home. Harry's explanation, that he wished to experience the festive atmosphere at school, was so poorly articulated that even Hermione could hardly bear to listen. She knew Ashley could likely discern the truth, and could only convey her apologies through her gaze. Ashley understood and chose not to expose the pretense. Harry had his own reasons to protect, just as she did, and their paths did not conflict. They merely pursued their individual desires. In just a few days, Ashley would have the opportunity to craft genuine protective charms, which would serve as perfect gifts for her parents and Dudley. Of course, she could not forget about Harry and the others, which was one of the reasons she felt comfortable allowing Harry to stay. The thought of this brought immense joy to Ashley's heart. Despite feeling like a mere slacker, she had forced herself into becoming a diligent student, and was it not for such moments that her efforts held significance? She also needed to seek Hagrid for some materials, and with that thought, she turned towards Hagrid's hut. When Ashley arrived, she found Hagrid examining a rooster with great curiosity. How peculiar! It was neither a fox nor a wolf that had caused its demise. What could it possibly have been? Regardless of the cause, it would be wise to cast a protective charm. Ashley leaned closer to Hagrid, offering her suggestion. You are right, but I cannot do that. To cast a spell on the chicken coop, I would need Dumbledore's permission. Hagrid replied. Though he seemed tempted by Ashley's suggestion, he still expressed regret. Never mind. It's just a chicken after all. It could have been merely an accident. It's best not to disturb Dumbledore unnecessarily. Ashley, do you need something from me? Hagrid inquired. With this reminder, Ashley felt it inappropriate to continue her persuasion and return to the original purpose of her visit. Hagrid, I wish to attempt brewing some small charms. Could I ask for your assistance in gathering the materials? Here is my estimated budget, and any surplus is your fee. Ashley handed Hagrid the list of materials along with a pouch of galleons. Having heard of Ashley's talents from various professors, and out of trust for her, Hagrid did not hesitate. Glancing at the list, he noted that most items could be found in the Forbidden Forest, and the rest could be procured during his next trip to Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley. Upon seeing the pouch of galleons, he was taken aback. Ashley, this is far too much. You don't need to offer so much. I can find most of it in the Forbidden Forest, and the rest won't cost much. Hagrid, if I were to buy the materials in Diagon Alley, I would still incur expenses. It's only reasonable that I compensate you for your help in gathering them. Yet I don't charge that much to the merchants in Diagon Alley, so I can't accept this. Hagrid, I'm not like those exploitative merchants. Besides, if I were to purchase them myself, I would undoubtedly spend even more. So please, just accept it. If you can gather everything quickly, it would be a tremendous favor to me, Ashley earnestly implored. Hagrid, feeling deeply moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, responded, All right, Ashley, I will ensure I gather everything within a week. You can count on me. With that, Ashley felt a wave of relief. This arrangement was mutually beneficial. While it would not be impossible for her to place an order with the magical materials shops in Diagon Alley, the costs and time involved were uncertain. After all, many of the materials that Hagrid considered commonplace were not easily acquired elsewhere. After chatting with Hagrid for a while longer, Ashley returned, casting a glance at the unguarded chicken coop, and let out a silent sigh. I cannot save you, so take care. Chapter 79, Fated Confrontation. Thanks to Harry and his friends, the potions class for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had been cancelled on Thursday afternoon. As the little witches and wizards from the two houses entered the potions classroom, they were driven back by the pungent smell of potions. The classroom was a chaotic mess. Potion ingredients spilled everywhere, and many of the little eagles began speculating about how many cauldrons must have exploded to create such a disaster. Snape was absent from the classroom, and Ashley surmised that he might have gone to his office to inspect his collection, suspecting the culprits, and thus did not even have time to cast a cleaning charm. Ashley kindly took it upon herself to cast a cleaning charm, and in an instant, all traces of the chaos vanished. Oh dear, Professor Snape truly is unfortunate. Who would have thought someone would assist the little troublemakers in cleaning up? Now there is no evidence left, and one wonders if anything important was lost. Benedict remarked, a sly smile on his face, casually implying something more. Without evidence, do not make baseless claims. I was merely helping the professor tidy up the classroom. As for what transpired, I am completely unaware. Everyone saw I just arrived. Ashley replied, unflustered and composed. Benedict chuckled lightly. You're right. The remnants may be cleared, but the scent lingers. It seems today as potions class is off, and everyone is quite pleased. Ashley regarded Benedict with suspicion, surprised to discover this side of him, prompting him to chuckle even more. Excelling in studies does not imply a penchant for masochism. The professor's biases are far too evident. As a Ravenclaw, after mastering the class content, it is reasonable to wish to avoid a nerve-wracking lesson, is it not? The nearby little eagles resonated with this sentiment, nodding in agreement, which made Ashley chuckle. Ah, so you too fear Professor Snape? I had thought you were always favored by the professors, she teased, ignoring the more boastful undertones in his words. I've mentioned before, Professor Snape's biases are too pronounced and difficult to sway. Thus, it's not a matter of ability, but rather a lack of opportunity. However, there are indeed those who are favored by all the professors. Would you not agree? Benedict inquired, his gaze pointedly fixed on Ashley, leaving her at a loss for how to respond, only managing an awkward laugh. After all, to admit it might seem overly self-important, while to deny it could come off as ungrateful. Avery, oblivious to the underlying tension in the conversation between her brother and best friend, continued to press Benedict for the identity of Snape's favored students. After guessing a few Slytherins, none fit the criteria of being favored by all professors. Benedict remained silent, his eyes fixed on Ashley, the implication clear. Unfortunately, Avery did not connect the dots from last year's potions class, where Snape had singled Ashley out, leaving Benedict exasperated and choosing to disregard his foolish sister. Snape entered the classroom with a scowl, his brow furrowing at the overwhelming odor. Upon noticing the impeccably clean room, his expression darkened even further. He almost immediately locked eyes with Ashley, his gaze shimmering with a dangerous glint. Ashley felt a twinge of anxiety, but she maintained her composure, smiling back at Snape defiantly. After all, she had merely been kind enough to assist the professor in cleaning the classroom. She had committed no wrongdoing. Whatever turmoil she felt within was her secret alone. Materials needed replenishing, and Harry would cover the costs. It was settled. With a swift resolution in mind, her demeanor became even more serene. Snape gazed at Ashley for a moment, lost in thought. As Ashley grew increasingly composed, his demeanor became less intimidating, and he spoke in a languid tone. Since someone is handling the aftermath, that is indeed commendable. However, it is imperative that the conclusion is executed meticulously. Should I catch wind of any sloppiness, rest assured, you shall not fare well. Today's potions class is cancelled. Dismissed. Feeling the weight of his threat, Ashley hurriedly approached Hagrid to place an additional order. A week later, she successfully acquired the materials for her potion making from Hagrid, rectifying Snape's expectations. Having anticipated the inevitable, Ashley decided not to fuss too much. She stationed a house elf at her office door, knocked, and scurried away. Upon discovering the materials at his doorstep, Snape let out a couple of cold laughs, allowing the matter to slide. As for tormenting Harry during potions class, Harry had grown accustomed to it and noticed no difference. Ashley, however, could not dwell on such matters. She had brought this upon herself. Ignoring Hagrid's exceptional procurement capabilities to resort to thievery was a lesson well deserved. Moreover, she was entering a critical phase in her potion-making journey. This was her inaugural foray into alchemy, and there was no room for carelessness. During any spare moments in class, she pondered the structural layout and sigil placements for her protective device, dedicating her break time to sketching designs and shapes. Consequently, she was oblivious to the notices posted on the Great Hall's bulletin board or the discussions among the young witches and wizards after class. It was only after dinner, when Apollonia caught her attention to relay the news, that Ashley awakened to the significance of the moment. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the first-floor hall had transformed. The lengthy dining table was absent, replaced by a resplendent stage. Young witches and wizards from all 4 houses gathered, an event of rare magnitude. Harry, brimming with excitement, rushed over with Ron and Hermione to greet Ashley, expressing keen interest in the dueling club. Ashley could only smile wryly at her foolish brother, wanting to caution him against speaking out of turn, but unsure of how to broach the subject. After all, when he uttered such words, he was often oblivious to the fact that he was not articulating in human language. Bored, she watched Snape pin Lockhart to the ground, enduring the latter's tiresome bravado. Soon after, Lockhart began assigning students to duel in pairs. Initially, he intended for Harry and Ron to be partners, but Snape abruptly intervened, insisting that Harry and Ron be separated and reassigned. Ashley felt a surge of urgency, casting a pleading glance at Snape, interrupting his plan to pair Harry with Malfoy. "Professor, I believe we're merely practicing disarming spells. It would be prudent for them to team up with familiar partners. If tempers flare, it could lead to undesirable consequences." Snape, noticing the beseeching glimmer in her pale green eyes, was prepared to relent. However, Malfoy seized the moment to mock. "It seems our savior is still a mere child," requiring his sister to shield him from peril. Harry, incensed, though he recognized Ashley's concern for him, was loath to be ridiculed as a baby. Without a second thought, he retorted, "Fine, I'll team up with you, and you'll see whether I'm a baby or not." Ashley sighed, feeling a sense of foreboding, as if this were a matter of fate. Chapter 80, Harry's Choice. Harry and Malfoy stood on the dueling platform, following Lockhart's instructions to commence the duel. Their spirited stances captivated the young witches and wizards scattered about, practicing disarming spells. Apollonia cheered loudly from the sidelines, while Crabbe and Goyle were equally eager. Benedict joined Apollonia, his silent support unmistakable. Yet, what was supposed to be a practice match for disarming spells devolved when Malfoy prematurely cast a spell at the count of 2. Fuming, Harry retaliated instinctively, and soon the duel spiraled into an unpredictable display of magic. Harry lunged forward with a grin, while Malfoy erupted into laughter. Malfoy cast a Tarantaligra, causing Harry's legs to dance uncontrollably. The young witches and wizards found such a whimsical exchange immensely entertaining, filling the hall with laughter. However, Lockhart, as the organizer, was less than pleased, sweating profusely with anxiety. As the situation spiraled out of control, Lockhart called for a halt. But the two were already under the effects of their spells. His commands fell on deaf ears. Snape swiftly intervened, casting a spell to temporarily halt the chaos. Ashley, gripping her wand tightly, felt a momentary easing of tension, yet her mind raced with alarm. Malfoy was about to summon a snake. Just as she resolved to urge Lockhart to stop the duel, Malfoy inadvertently unleashed the creature. Ashley's heart raced. Without a second thought, she ascended the dueling platform, intent on pulling Harry away. In a peculiar state, Harry was poised to converse with the snake when Ashley's intervention snapped him back to reality. "Harry, do not speak." Her expression was grave, filled with concern, and in that instant, Harry recalled the incident at the zoo when he was 11. He was uncertain whether communicating with snakes was commonplace in the wizarding world, but he trusted his sister. Seeing Ashley's serious demeanor, he instinctively understood that this was far from a trivial matter. He struggled to avert his gaze from the serpent, resisting the urge to engage in dialogue. The Slytherins had clustered around Malfoy, and from their perspective, it appeared as though Harry was cowering behind Ashley, prompting derisive laughter. Snape smirked at Harry's startled expression, while Lockhart, undeterred by Ashley's interruption, was positively exhilarated. Observing Harry's fear, he concocted a scheme, envisioning the headline for tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Professor Lockhart bravely battles a serpent, rescuing the savior from its jaws. He donned a self-satisfied grin, maneuvering around the siblings to push Ashley aside, and boldly declared, "Do not fear. Watch me." As Ashley prepared to cast a spell to neutralize the snake, she was unexpectedly shoved, stumbling forward. Harry instinctively steadied his sister, frustration directed at the instigator, only to witness Lockhart casting an unknown spell at the serpent. Yet, rather than vanishing, the snake reared up and landed with a resounding thud. Enraged, the serpent hissed violently, slithering towards Justin, lifting its head to reveal sharp fangs, ready to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry locked eyes with the creature and shouted, "Get away from him!" Miraculously, the snake became docile, resembling a well-trained pet, devoid of any aggression. Relieved, Harry expected to be met with expressions of joy and gratitude, but to his dismay, he saw nothing but anger and fear on the faces of those below. Only Ashley, whom he supported, wore a look of concern and complexity. He began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Following events unfolded as he anticipated. Justin questioned him, "What did you just do?" He believed that even if they did not comprehend his words, they could at least sense his intentions. Clearly, that was not the case. At that moment, he struggled to articulate his feelings. Curiosity about the language he had spoken faded, replaced by a profound desire to escape this scene altogether. He leapt down from the dueling platform, extending his hand to assist Ailey in her descent. Ailey, utilizing his support, gracefully jumped down, silently grasping his hand to lend him strength. "I'm sorry," Harry murmured softly. Ailey understood he was apologizing for not heeding her advice, and although tears threatened to spill, she vigorously shook her head. Harry smiled, albeit with a hint of discomfort. The other young witches and wizards instinctively distanced themselves 2 paces away as they descended, allowing them to exit the hall with ease. Hermione and Ron, though equally astonished, exchanged a glance and promptly followed suit. Ailey and Benedict mirrored their actions and decisions. Snape waved his wand, casting a spell that made the serpent on the stage vanish in an instant. He glanced at the siblings' figures retreating towards the hall's entrance, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Once Ailey and Harry's silhouettes faded from view, the great hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers. The 6 friends gathered in the empty classroom where the mirror of Ariste had once been placed. "Harry, you never told me you were a Parseltongue. You can actually converse with snakes." Ron stammered, still reeling from the earlier shock. Harry offered a wry smile. "Is one who could speak to snakes truly called a Parseltongue? I only just discovered that myself." "Are you saying this was your first time speaking to a snake?" Hermione inquired pointedly. "No, it was the second. This time it was to save Justin Finch-Fletchley. The first was to save myself," Ailey clarified, knowing precisely what Hermione truly wished to uncover, although they had suspected as much. The 4 nonetheless gasped in astonishment. Ailey glanced at Harry and said, "Let me explain. Perhaps I might elucidate things a bit better." Harry sheepishly ruffled his hair, awkwardly chuckling. Indeed, ignoring his sister's counsel had led to this predicament. Under Ailey's narration, the group finally pieced together the events. Hermione summarized, "So, Harry, at the tender age of 11, displayed the ability to communicate with snakes in the zoo to save Ailey. However, at that time, neither of you understood the implications of this ability, nor did you know it was called Parseltongue. You merely found it intriguing. Hence, under Ailey's suggestion, Harry refrained from further attempts to use it. It wasn't until Ailey stumbled upon information regarding Parseltongue while researching the Chamber of Secrets that she grasped its significance. She had yet to find the opportunity to discuss it with Harry before today, as incident unfolded. Initially, she intended to prevent Harry from using Parseltongue, but he resorted to it to save Justin. At this point, Hermione regarded Harry with a touch of sympathy, realizing her friend had saved a life yet faced widespread misunderstanding. Ailey and Benedict shared similar expressions, letting out a sigh. "It's all the fault of that accursed chamber, that wretched heir of Slytherin. If it weren't for them, none of this fear would exist," Ron exclaimed indignantly. The group consoled Harry for a while, firmly expressing their unwavering support. Harry felt considerably uplifted, even taking it upon himself to reassure his friends, "It's all right. Once we uncover that heir of Slytherin, everyone will come to understand." Seeing Harry still capable of smiling eased Ailey's worries. She believed that with so many individuals understanding and trusting him, Harry would surely navigate through this challenging period with greater resilience. Perhaps tomorrow she would ask Harry for that money, right in the Great Hall. Chapter 81. When will you repay your sister? The following day, from the moment Harry opened his eyes, a sense of unease began to gnaw at him. It felt akin to an ominous premonition that today would not unfold favorably. Despite Professor Flitwick canceling her biology class due to the heavy snowfall, compelling everyone to remain in their dormitories, the lingering uncertainty left Harry restless. It was reminiscent of a condemned prisoner, fully aware of their impending fate, yet not yet facing the execution day enduring a tormenting wait. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Hermione employed every possible tactic to distract Harry. But their efforts proved futile. Harry was restless, unable to focus even on a game of wizard chess. Finally, when lunchtime arrived, he steeled himself, preparing mentally before joining Ron and Hermione in the Great Hall once more. The hall had returned to its usual state, yet Harry's experience felt entirely different. As he walked, the young witches and wizards around him recoiled, retreating to a safe distance, only to whisper amongst themselves, as if he were a harbinger of illness. While Harry had anticipated such treatment, he could don a facade of nonchalance akin to the previous evening, appearing unaffected, yet the discomfort within him was raw and undeniable. Ron and Hermione furrowed their brows, equally distressed. Ron longed to confront the others, loudly proclaiming Harry was saving someone, yet Hermione struggled to restrain him, shaking her head. Ron sighed, knowing full well that it wasn't the content of the incomprehensible words that mattered, but rather the implications of Parseltongue, the dark legacy of the heir of Slytherin. Harry found himself seated at the Gryffindor long table without even recalling how he arrived there. He and T consciously chosen a spot, merely occupying an empty seat. Upon regaining his senses, he briefly worried about not saving places for Ron and Hermione, but when he looked up, he noticed the surrounding young witches and wizards had shifted their trays to distant corners of the table. Harry couldn't help but think, at least there was one silver lining. He need not fret about finding a seat. The clearing of space was remarkably effective. Ron and Hermione sat beside him and across from him, sharing a silent, flavorless meal. At that moment, Ashley was in the room of requirement, with no classes in the morning and the afternoon lessons not commencing until after 3:30. She had initially intended to utilize this time to begin crafting protective charms. However, as the morning slipped away, it became evident that progress was elusive. "Your mind is too restless. I fear you are not suited to continue," Beatrice admonished sternly from atop a table cluttered with various magical materials. "I find it indeed difficult to calm myself. Harry should be having lunch now. I can only imagine what he is enduring." Ashley despondently sank into a chair, resting her head against the backrest, staring at the ceiling as thoughts swirled in her mind. That was his choice. He should have anticipated it. But that is not what he should bear. He did nothing wrong. Ashley erupted in an anguished roar. Beatrice remained silent, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Ashley, silently conveying her stance. "I'm sorry. You know I'm not directing this at you. I'm just so frustrated. Must the protagonist endure all of this?" In the past, when I witnessed these moments, I felt immense sympathy for Harry. But now, as he has become my kin, growing up together and witnessing the events unfold before my eyes, sympathy has evaporated, leaving only suffocating despair. Ashley thought of the discussions she had overheard in the common room that morning, letting out a long sigh as if attempting to exhale her pent-up frustrations. Beatrice, well aware of the circumstances, finally spoke after a long silence. "Perhaps this is what they mean by with great power comes great responsibility. Crown? The title of the savior?" Reflecting on Harry's earnest demeanor, Ashley shook her head with a bittersweet smile. "It's not a crown, it's a guardian's duty." "You're right," Beatrice replied, momentarily taken aback, her tone imbued with deep emotion. Just as Ashley wished to protect her family, friends, and those who had treated her kindly, it was evident that Harry's desire to safeguard those he cherished was far more extensive. She understood her own resolve, and thus comprehended Harry's determination as well. With this clarity, Ashley found herself less resentful. After all, the path she had chosen must be traversed to its end, even if it meant walking on her knees. Ashley vented her frustrations briefly, collected her thoughts, and resumed her work. Beatrice chuckled inwardly, recognizing the self-reflective nature of the girl. Indeed, she was quite amusing. By the afternoon's end, Ashley finally grasped the pivotal point in the transformation of magical materials, her proficiency in inscribing magical runes nearing perfection. However, gazing at the array of discarded items before her, a slight ache of frustration emerged. Indeed, alchemists were notorious for their extravagant expenditures. One could hardly pursue alchemy without ample funds. As time pressed on, Ashley felt a pang of urgency, not for the commencement of her potion-making, but rather because the afternoon class was about to begin. After tidying her workspace, she hurriedly utilized the quick passage of the room of requirement and arrived near the Charms classroom on the 4th floor. Upon rushing to join the roll call for Charms class, she was startled to discover that Justin was absent. A wave of dread washed over her as she pieced together the implications. Yet in the fleeting moment of contemplating a hasty exit, she stifled the impulse. She could not allow others to jump to negative conclusions, especially since she could not explain how she knew. The Charms lesson passed in a blur, and fortunately, the spells being taught were already familiar to her, allowing her to feign practice until Professor Flitwick arrived for assessment, during which she even received points. She managed to smile, raising no suspicions. Everyone simply assumed she was shy. After all, Ashley, the beloved flower of Hufflepuff, was universally acknowledged for her excellence and amiability. Though she seldom graced the forefront of their attention, her reputation was well known across the four houses, and numerous professors had praised her. Moreover, she greeted everyone with a smile, devoid of any arrogance typical of top students, which contributed greatly to the positive perception she enjoyed. As for her status as a Muggle-born witch, she had never concealed it. This transparency likely explained why she remained unaffected by the heightened scrutiny surrounding Harry. After Charms class, Ashley joined Apollyon and Benedict, and they made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Upon entering, they were met with the cacophony of animated discussions. While Apollyon and Benedict were oblivious to the cause of the commotion, Ashley felt a weight settle in her chest. Looking around, she noticed Harry was missing, and Ron and Hermione wore furrowed brows, absent-mindedly pushing their food around their plates, an expression that indicated trouble was afoot. As they returned to the Hufflepuff table, the grim news of Justin and Sir Nicholas being petrified reached them. Though she felt sympathy for Justin and the others, her heart ached more for her cousin. What had begun as mere speculation among the young witches and wizards had now transformed into irrefutable evidence. Harry, that boy, had once again found himself in a location where he ought not to be, and now the implications were more severe than ever. Just as Ashley pondered whether Harry had been summoned by Dumbledore, he unexpectedly entered the hall. The noise fell abruptly silent, as if Dumbledore had cast a silencing charm. Harry took a seat beside Ron, whose expression mirrored confusion. He couldn't fathom why Harry would come here when he had already prepared food to take away. Yet Ashley understood Harry's mindset. To him, avoidance would only amplify his guilt, and he had nothing to feel guilty about. However, he seemed to forget that regardless of his own feelings of guilt, the fear he inspired in others was very real. As some young witches and wizards began to rise to flee, Ashley made her move. In full view of everyone, she walked from the Hufflepuff table to sit beside Harry. Giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, she exclaimed, "Harry, I've heard you've become the heir of Slytherin. When do you plan on repaying your sister?" Harry was initially pleased that Ashley had taken a seat next to him, but her sudden and perplexing comment rendered him momentarily speechless, not grasping her intent. Ashley, with a hint of indignation, pinched his cheek and cast a glance at Ron and Hermione, reminding him, "Did you think you could cause chaos in potions class without repercussions?" Harry and Ron exchanged awkward glances with Hermione. Suddenly enlightened, it made sense why Snape had not pursued the matter of the potion ingredients any further. In truth, Harry did not understand why Ashley brought up the issue now, but out of trust in her. He retrieved a pouch filled with galleons from his robe pocket and sheepishly handed it to Ashley, saying, "This is all I have for now. I'll get more from Gringotts during the holiday." Ashley was bemused by the child's earnestness, taking everything without inquiring about the amount, yet it suited her perfectly. She feigned dissatisfaction. Is this truly all? Surely there must be treasures in Slytherin's chamber. How could the head of Slytherin leave nothing of value for his heir? At this moment, all the young witches and wizards at the four tables directed their attention towards the siblings, their curiosity piqued, especially the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins, who had attended potions class together, were aware of what had transpired that day, and had speculated on the culprit behind the disruption. Ashley's words lent credence to their theories, enhancing the credibility of her claims. Harry began to understand Ashley's intention, a glimmer of realization crossing his face as he feigned a look of grievance. "Ashley, if I truly were the heir of Slytherin, I would share any treasures with you. Unfortunately, I don't even know where the entrance to the chamber is." The young witches and wizards instinctively wanted to discuss this revelation, but were swiftly diverted by Ashley's subtly probing question. "Is that so? Your parcel tongue. Only the head of Slytherin can master it, right? You aren't, by any chance, a distant descendant of Slytherin, are you?" This question echoed the thoughts of nearly all the young witches and wizards, and it struck at the very heart of Harry's suspicions. With a resigned sigh, Harry's expression conveyed a mix of exasperation and sincerity. His emotions were genuine and unfeigned. "I don't know why I can speak Parseltongue, nor do I know if our Potter lineage has any Slytherin blood, but I assure you I am not the heir of Slytherin, nor have I opened the chamber." Perhaps it was the sincerity on Harry's face or the earnestness in his tone that caused many young witches and wizards to waver in their beliefs, particularly those at the Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables, who began murmuring among themselves. The Slytherins felt there was no need to fabricate such a lie. Being the heir of Slytherin was not inherently a bad thing. The Ravenclaws speculated whether the Potter family truly had Slytherin blood, and if Parseltongue was exclusive to that lineage. Ashley did not find this discussion unwelcome. Rather, she relished it. However, The performance must continue, so she adopted an inquisitive demeanor and pressed on. How curious, then, that you always seem to be near the scene of the incidents. It's almost as if I were led to believe it was you. The Hufflepuffs exchanged complex glances, silently agreeing that Eiley was indeed the perfect spokesperson for their house. Harry, now fully immersed in his role, needed no further acting. A look of grievance adorned his face. During the incident with Mrs. Norris, we had attended Sir Nicholas's 500th Death Day party, and Ron and Hermione were always by my side. During that incident, my leg was rendered devoid of bones by Professor Lockhart's spell, and you stayed with me in the infirmary the entire night. As for Justin and Sir Nicholas, just a moment prior, I was engaged in conversation with Hagrid, and in the blink of an eye, I was hastening to class, arriving at just the right moment. Hagrid can attest to this. Frankly, although Harry suspiciously appeared near the scenes of several incidents, there were always witnesses present. But everyone's attention was so captivated by the Parseltongue that they subconsciously overlooked these details. Now, with Harry presenting his case so plainly, everyone is beginning to realize that while Harry seems to possess the ability to speak Parseltongue, there is no direct evidence linking him to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. This has sparked even more discussion, almost reverting to the state of affairs prior to Harry's involvement. Ron and Hermione gazed at Ashley with unabashed admiration in their eyes, clearly impressed that the theft from Snape's office had been worth it. Ashley sensed that the crowd might already be swayed, but evidently it was still insufficient. So she decided to stoke the flames a bit more. Ahem, indeed, it did make me worry for a moment. After all, I'm also a so-called muggle-born wizard, and I too fear being purged. You wouldn't be planning to purge me, would you? This playful inquiry elicited a wave of laughter from the group, their expressions seemingly lightening. Ah, yes. Ashley is indeed a muggle-born wizard. If Harry truly is the heir, does that mean he would seek to purge his own cousin? Harry was deeply touched. He understood the reason behind Ashley's words, yet he felt a pang of sorrow for her self-deprecation. How could anyone wish to harm you? Whoever seeks to purge you is my enemy. If I were the heir, I would first eliminate the monster in the chamber to prevent it from harming you. Ashley felt a warmth in her heart, devoid of any pretense, and said with genuine joy, I believe in you. Others were equally moved. Whether it was Harry's friends Ron and Hermione, or even Draco Malfoy, who often clashed with Harry, none could doubt his sincerity. They all knew how profound the bond between these siblings was. At the Gryffindor table, Ginny was curled up between her brothers, her head bowed, concealing a truly ghastly expression, her body trembling slightly as she murmured in a soft struggle, No, that cannot be. Unfortunately, even her brothers were too focused on Harry to notice her distress. As everyone basked in the warmth of the brother-'s vow to protect his sister, Ernie at the Hufflepuff table spoke up weakly. Yet, if you are indeed the heir, you certainly wouldn't harm Ashley because of your good relationship. However, we cannot be so certain, can we? Apollyon shot an irritated glance at Ernie, for it was clear that the group was nearly convinced of Harry's innocence, yet Ernie still harbored doubt, raising such a malicious point. Ashley, on the other hand, found it rather amusing, as achieving the effect of swaying most people was already commendable, and Ernie's skepticism had been anticipated. She smiled at Ernie and said, Indeed, if Harry truly is the heir, I would actually feel quite safe. However, as you mentioned, it is because of our good relationship that I enjoy such security. Thus, if I treat him well and maintain a good rapport, I should not fear being purged by him, right? The majority of those who grasped the implications found Ashley's mischievous jest utterly hilarious. A small minority, like Ernie, began to seriously ponder how they could improve their relationship with Harry. Observing the unfolding scene in the Great Hall, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude as the atmosphere around him gradually warmed. It seemed that Ashley always had a way of aiding him in moments of despair, rescuing him from crises in ways he could never have imagined. His feelings of gratitude were beyond words, and he silently resolved to uphold his promise to protect Ashley, vowing that he would never allow her to come to harm. He would ensure that the true heir was captured swiftly for the safety of everyone in the castle, and above all, for Ashley. After all, Ashley had just boldly declared to everyone that she was a muggle-born wizard, effectively declaring war on the heir. He could not ignore the urgency of the situation. Ashley was not oblivious to this fact. However, she had the advantage of using the room of requirement, making her presence elusive, and she had been mostly moving about with everyone else. Thus Tom would find it difficult to locate her. Moreover, her protective charms were soon to be completed, so she wasn't overly concerned. This, perhaps, is what gave her confidence, and it underscored the significance of her relentless pursuit of alchemical knowledge. Chapter 83. The Christmas Gift Presented Early. As the Christmas holidays drew near, Ashley devoted nearly all her free time to the room of requirement, crafting protective charms. After encountering minor setbacks, she realized that the materials she had initially prepared were insufficient for her intended quantity. But fortunately, she devised alternative plans, albeit at the cost of significantly increasing her workload. Harry, unwavering in his quest to uncover the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets in the air, found himself even more fervently driven. Ron and Hermione understood Harry's concerns, sharing the same sentiments. Whether driven by curiosity, competitive spirit, or the safety of their loved ones, they felt compelled to persevere in their efforts. After all, Ginny's situation was becoming increasingly peculiar, as if she were trapped in a nightmarish ordeal that was driving her to the brink of madness. Yet no one could penetrate her inner turmoil to rescue her. This instilled great worry in her brothers, and Ron was no exception. He harbored a foreboding sense that only by capturing the heir and unveiling the mysteries of the chamber could peace be restored to the school, allowing his sister to find solace. In the lavatory where Myrtle resided, the brewing of the polyjuice potion continued smoothly. Harry and his friends awaited the holiday break, hoping for the opportunity to enact their plans. Merlin truly seemed to favor them. Although Harry had cleared his name, the fear and gloom cast by the chamber still loomed over Hogwarts, resulting in a notably diminished number of students remaining on campus during the Christmas holidays. Fortunately, those who needed to stay were indeed in the castle. This situation could not have been more favorable. On the day of the holiday, the trio from Gryffindor made a special trip to the station to bid farewell to Ashley and Apollyon. Harry repeatedly urged Ashley to extend apologies to Dudley and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, his face a mask of reluctance and sorrow, which nearly made Ashley laugh. While she knew that the trio's plan would likely yield minimal results, she did not arrogantly believe their efforts were in vain. There were still many days left in the Christmas holiday, but such camaraderie and passionate exploration of youth were rare and precious. Ashley affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, reminding him to take care of himself and to prioritize his safety. Harry nodded earnestly, his face breaking into a broad smile. The tender exchange between the siblings evoked envy from both those with and without siblings. Apollyon, on tiptoe, seemed eager to experience the sensation of ruffling her brother's hair. But the height difference proved to be quite a challenge. Standing at nearly 6 feet, Benedict towered over Apollyon, who barely reached 5 feet. The mischievous Benedict stood there, enjoying the sight of his sister bouncing around, rubbing her ears in frustration. This provoked Apollyon to let out a cry, lifting the cloud of melancholy that had enveloped the group, drawing everyone's attention to the amusing spectacle. Ashley cast a glance at the beaming Hermione and couldn't resist leaning in to whisper, "Hermione, let the boys handle the heavy lifting. Just guide them along." Hermione merely thought it was her friend expressing concern for her. Thus she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Ashley, feeling a bit anxious, ultimately devised a rather futile plan. "Please reserve a portion of the potions in the washroom for me. I might find them useful later." Hermione, with a resigned expression that indicated she could not hide anything from him, reflected for a moment before nodding in agreement, finally grasping the meaning behind Ashley's earlier statement. "Very well, let Harry and Ron go. I'll keep one portion for you." Ashley then let out a sigh of relief, chuckling softly as she embraced Hermione, wishing her a Merry Christmas in advance. With all necessary words exchanged, the train was ready to depart. Harry and the others watched as Ashley and her companions boarded the train, waving forlornly until the train pulled away from the platform. "Come on, mate, after the holidays. They'll be back," Ron comforted Harry, who looked particularly disconsolate. "I know, it's just that it's the first time I've seen Ashley leave, and it feels so strange inside. But didn't you also leave her for quite a while during the summer?" Ron queried. "That's different. When I visited your house, no matter how long I was gone, I always knew I would return to Ashley. But now that she's leaving me, I can't help but worry about what if she doesn't come back." That nodded. "I know she will return, but I can't shake this anxiety. I don't know if you understand that feeling." Harry rambled on, leaving Ron and Hermione exchanging bemused glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of confusion. "Harry, I must ask, if one day Ashley were to start dating someone, how would you feel?" Ron inquired, a smirk playing on his lips. "I suppose I would wish her well, but if that boy dares to mistreat her, I would certainly team up with Dudley to deal with him." No. I should think about that. Why am I suddenly so furious?" Harry's expression morphed from discomfort to anger, then to deep concern, ultimately culminating in a flustered panic, as if he were bewildered by his own emotions. Ron and Hermione exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder, chuckling, "No need to fret. It's not some strange possessiveness." "Fred, George, and I feel the same way. Just the thought of Ginny possibly dating, marrying, and leaving our home makes us feel similarly. So you see, it's perfectly understandable." Upon recalling Fred and George's protective demeanor towards Ginny, Harry suddenly comprehended, sheepishly chuckling while simultaneously feeling relieved. All right, I admit I'm a bit of a sister's boy. Ashley disembarked from the train, politely declining Bertie's offer for a ride, and bid farewell to the Kelly family at the station. This time, she didn't require Vernon to pick her up. Instead, she took a detour to Diagon Alley to procure some materials and sweets. Afterward, she rented a room at the Leaky Cauldron and busied herself for quite a while before finally boarding the night bus back home. With no other option, Ashley, having just stepped into the world of alchemy, faced time constraints and KPI requirement for her first potion-making endeavor, compelling her to seize every opportunity to fulfill her tasks. Just moments ago, she had finally completed her Christmas gifts for this year. Reflecting on her arduous efforts, Ashley sighed. Indeed, life was not easy. Although she had already sent Hedwig with a message home to inform them that Harry would not be returning, Dudley still glanced behind Ashley, seemingly anticipating something. Upon seeing no one, he wore a look of disappointment, which amused both Petunia and Vernon, as well as Ashley. All right, so now it's not the sister who has favored, but the brother, Ashley thought, embracing Vernon and Petunia with a slight huff, missing Dudley's embrace, which made him realize his oversight. After some coaxing, he finally won her over, receiving a big hug in return. Vernon and Petunia observed the joyful banter between the siblings, their hearts swelling with happiness. As the family chatted, listening to Vernon boast about his achievements and Dudley about his exploits, Ashley felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility. She didn't want to wait until Christmas to present her long-awaited labor of love to her beloved family. Perhaps feeling a surge of happiness, or perhaps finding that boasting was contagious, Ashley excitedly rummaged through her suitcase, retrieving a pouch containing 5 identical silver shield necklaces. She carefully examined the initials inscribed on the necklace pendants, setting aside the one marked HP into a lovely box, preparing it for mailing later. With the remaining 4 in hand, she descended the stairs, her steps lightened by a hint of joy. Taking her previous seat, she happily distributed the gifts, shyly explaining her eagerness to share them early while proudly detailing the necklace's protective properties. Witnessing the surprise and pride blossom on her parents' and brother's faces filled Ashley with immense satisfaction. As part of a cherished ritual, Ashley helped her father, mother, and brother adorn their necks with the necklaces before putting on her own. The family stood together, 4 smiling faces exchanging glances, their happiness evident and infectious. Chapter 84. The Love Returned by Family. Under Beatrice's deliberate indulgence, Ashley savored a long-lost luxury, a sleep that ended naturally. Upon waking, her first instinct was to touch the necklace around her neck. A glance confirmed it. What a fulfilling accomplishment. Upon a second look, however, the initials appeared rather awkward, a D. Nonetheless, she decided to endure it for the sake of uniformity. Reflecting on the joyful expressions and cherished attitudes of her family from the previous day, Ashley felt that every effort was worth it. What she did not realize was that while her family expressed appreciation, they also harbored concern. Perhaps she hadn't even noticed the small, numerous scars remaining on her fingers, remnants of her carving tool. Yet, no one uttered a word that might disrupt the atmosphere. Instead, they cherished her even more, valuing the necklace for the effort invested by its creator. Dudley rose early, initially excited to inquire about the specific protective capabilities of the magical necklace, but was silenced by Vernon, who insisted on bringing him downstairs to avoid disturbing their precious daughter's rest. He examined the pendant himself, noting the peculiar symbols etched along the edges, with a blank center resembling a shield-shaped metal mirror. While it wasn't particularly beautiful, Vernon considered it the most exquisite object, far surpassing any luxurious jewelry. Thinking of what his daughter had said about its ability to guard against lethal physical impacts and most magical attacks, Dudley felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance, even alleviating his deep-seated fear of magic. Petunia felt similarly, though her pride and sense of accomplishment were more pronounced, as this was something even her perfect sister couldn't create, a thought that brought her immense joy. Though they had moved past their previous issues, the tendency to compare is an inherent human trait. After all, winning is always delightful. Whistling a cheerful tune while preparing breakfast was a rare sight, causing even Dudley, who had been dragged downstairs, to involuntarily twitch his lips in amusement. Well, I'm fond of it too. As my skills have grown, so have the strength of my opponents. Even with gloves on, some hits still sting. If only that protection could prevent any pain from stronger foes. Then I would truly be invincible. Ha ha ha. As Dudley pondered these thoughts, he could not help but break into a foolish grin. Yet, within the context of the Dursley household today, such a silly smile seemed entirely unremarkable, and thus, no one offered him any attention. If Ashley were aware of this, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes, questioning what he was thinking. Do you comprehend the concept of being fatal? The pain that is not fatal must still be endured. These are protective items, not cheat devices. Ashley sat up on her bed. Her mood considerably brightened as she greeted Beatrice, who was standing by the bed, licking her fur. Seizing the moment when Beatrice was distracted, Ashley swiftly scooped her up, giving her a few affectionate rubs before placing her back in her original spot, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and then stepping out of the room. Beatrice mused, well, it seems the entire Dursley household is rather peculiar today. As a silent observer witnessing the family's odd behavior, she quietly bore the brunt of it all. After indulging in an unusually lavish breakfast, the family began discussing the decorations for this year's Christmas. Unlike previous years, Penny had not purchased decorations in advance, opting instead for a family outing to the supermarket. Ashley found this idea delightful. Truth be told, although she returned home every holiday, she had never had the opportunity to shop for decorations in such a proper manner. It appeared that Penny was well prepared, and her assistance was unnecessary. This realization added to Ashley's excitement for the rare experience. Penny cast a triumphant glance at Vernon, as if to say, I knew our precious daughter would enjoy such family activities. I truly am remarkable. Vernon shrugged, appearing to concede defeat. Yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner joy. Dudley dashed back to his room, returning with his unconfiscated prize money, which he handed to Ashley with a flourish, proclaiming, buy whatever you desire. Brother's winnings are yours to spend freely. Laughter erupted from Penny and Vernon. Grasping the substantial wad of cash, Ashley felt a warmth in her heart as she regarded her towering brother, who now stood a head taller than her. In a rare moment of softness, she said, thank you, my brother. Dudley's sense of accomplishment soared, his eyes crinkling with delight. Had his little treasure chest not already been emptied, he would have gladly given her more. Once the family was prepared, they set off in their car to the largest supermarket nearby. The father and son pushed the shopping cart, while the mother and daughter selected various ingredients and snacks to fill it. Today being a day without budgetary constraints, focused solely on joy. They ensured that every family member's favorite treat was included, and even Harry's preferences were not overlooked. They ventured to the Christmas decoration section, gathering an assortment of the latest ornaments to add to their bounty. The family's radiant smiles and the palpable happiness emanating from them stirred envy in the hearts of many onlookers. Upon exiting, they filled 8 large shopping bags with their treasures. Although they pushed the cart close to the car, there remained a short distance that required carrying the bags. Ashley casually picked up 2 substantial bags, only to be halted by Penny's gentle admonition. Just 2 bags? Let your father and brother carry one more. Your hand is still injured. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Ashley paused, glancing at her hand, where the scars were nearly invisible now. A warmth surged within her heart once more, and before she could utter a word, Vernon and Dudley had already taken all the remaining bags and strode off. Watching her father and brother's towering figures, she thought to herself, they truly are quite imposing. On their way home, they encountered a snack shop with a long queue, prompting Vernon to stop so he and Dudley could wait in line for treats. Consequently, upon returning home, they barely had time to unpack their supermarket spoils before diving into the delightful assortment of snacks and beverages, much to the delight of Dudley, the true adolescent, and Ashley, the faux adolescent. In the following days, the Dursley household officially entered the decoration phase. Unlike last year, both Vernon and Penny participated, sharing laughter and creating a lively atmosphere. After completing the decorations, it was nearly Christmas Eve. Ashley prepared gifts for her friends and professors, carefully packaging them with notes and making a special trip to the Owl post office to send them all off. Chapter 85, Gifts for Snape. The gifts Ashley prepared for her professors were not particularly novel, consisting mostly of intriguing candies from the Muggle world, tea bags, and snacks. It sufficed to say that the sentiment behind them was what truly mattered. After all, a 12 or 13-year-old child had no income of her own, making these modest gifts more fitting. For instance, sending candy to Dumbledore would surely bring him more joy than gifting him a book. A selection of new flavors of coffee and red tea for Flitwick would surely delight him as well. Sending some Chinese pastries to Professor Sprout, along with the recipes, would undoubtedly earn her a warm embrace upon Ashley's return to school. As for Snape, this year Ashley deviated from the norm and did not send him candy. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to gift him a glass ornament of preserved white lilies. Regardless of the reasons, Snape had shown her considerable kindness, and Ashley wished to express her gratitude, hoping it would provide him with some comfort. For Ron, Hermione, Apollyon, and Benedict, Ashley crafted magical items with her own hands. Initially, she intended to create protective necklaces similar to those for her family, but upon testing the design, she found the protective effects lacking. Consequently, she altered her design and ultimately ran short on materials, leading her to opt for a different approach. In total, she fashioned 5 necklaces, hesitating to decide whether to give one to Hermione, as she faced more dangers. However, considering Apollyon, she felt uneasy about giving one solely to Hermione. The floating light stone had run out, and she knew not how long it would take to acquire another piece, so she decided to keep them all for herself, treating them as a family emblem, which felt rather cool. The blank spaces within the designs were intended for a mirror effect to counter the basilisk, as well as to accommodate future upgrades once she obtained better materials and improved her alchemical skills. The alternative protective items for Hermione and the others, however, were simplified. One-time use devices, each imbued with Ashley's rebounding armor charm, which could prove life-saving in a critical moment. The core remained an unassuming metal disc, but the front was intricately engraved with patterns of the 4 noble plants: plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, paired with colored wristbands of their preferences, making for a heartfelt gift. Ashley customized the plum blossom for Hermione, the orchid for Benedict, the bamboo for Ron, and the chrysanthemum for Apollyon. These were the products of her diligent effort and thought. For acquaintances, such as her roommates and upperclassmen, she opted for gifts aligned with their tastes, similar to last year. Once the gifts were dispatched, Ashley completed her Christmas obligations, leaving her with only the prospect of enjoying the holiday. But enjoyment was hardly achievable. As Christmas passed, under Beatrice's insistence, Ashley plunged back into the rigors of study. She continued memorizing vast tomes of alchemical symbols and Muggle school subjects. Were Ashley a typical 12-year-old girl, she would certainly create a ruckus. Alas, she was not. Thus, her deep-seated reluctance succumbed to the rationality gained from her 18 years of life, compelling her to obediently tread the path of academic excellence, never to return. On Christmas Day, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, Snape held a gift-wrapped parcel addressed to Ashley Dursley, frowning as he scrutinized it for an extended period. Expecting it to be candy, as it had been the previous year, he prepared to cast it aside. However, upon shaking it gently and noting the absence of noise, he hesitated and ultimately pulled it back. He continued to stare intently at the package, as if attempting to peer through the wrapping to glimpse its contents. A flicker of anticipation mingling with the fear of disappointment. Severus, you have been gazing at the package for quite some time, curious about its contents. Why not simply open it and discover what lies within? Albus Dumbledore, clutching Fawkes, suddenly materialized in Snape's office, unwrapping a piece of candy and popping it into his mouth as he approached Snape, his eyes brimming with curiosity at the package in Snape's hands. Albus, have you been so idle during your holiday that your formidable mental energy has found no outlet, turning peeping into a source of amusement? Snape's countenance darkened, his tone laced with barely concealed ire. Severus, do not be vexed. I merely chanced upon a gift from a student and was curious about the offerings from others, so I took a fleeting glance. Look, the latest candies from the Muggle world, though devoid of any magical effects, are quite delightful in flavor. Although Dumbledore did not specify who had sent the sweets, Snape was acutely aware of the identity behind them, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment, as if the likelihood of the candies being from her had increased significantly. Feel free to indulge if you wish, Snape retorted, casually tossing the package towards Dumbledore, as though he had lost interest in opening it. As Dumbledore caught the package and glanced at the seemingly indifferent Snape, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Well then, I shall open it. Do not lament later. With a rustle, the sound of unwrapping filled the air, and Dumbledore, cradling the box, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow." Upon hearing the exclamation, Snape, who had initially turned away, couldn't help but glance at what Dumbledore held. When he finally beheld the contents, he surged forward and snatched it from Dumbledore's grasp. The joy and excitement in his eyes were unmistakable as he gazed upon the lifelike, pristine white lilies encased in the glass dome. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch them, as if through the flowers he could glimpse someone unforgettable. Dumbledore clicked his tongue, remarking, "The young lady has quite the thoughtful disposition, though her favoritism is rather overt." Snape cradled the ornament protectively, shooting a glare at Dumbledore. "You had better regurgitate the candy you just consumed before uttering such words." "How peculiar. Severus, are you defending that young lady?" Snape lowered his gaze, his expression complex as he studied the ornament in his arms, remaining silent. Yet, Dumbledore had already gleaned the answer he sought. The look in Snape's eyes was filled with a sense of contentment, genuinely pleased for him. At last, there was someone in this world he cared for, beyond merely gazing into Harry's eyes and reminiscing about someone long departed. "If you wish to look after that child, perhaps you should consider making her your goddaughter. I believe Mrs. Evans would acquiesce to such a request now. No, that won't be necessary. She may not agree. Do not forget, she possesses quite a strong will. There is nothing wrong with the situation as it stands, Snape replied softly, his gaze never straying from the ornament, or rather, the lilies within. Dumbledore observed Snape's rare expression of gentleness and chose not to press further, feeling as though, as Snape had said, things were already quite well as they were. Chapter 86. Hermione's fortunate circumstance after a heartwarming Christmas. The remaining weeks became rather uneventful, closely resembling the summer holidays. Beyond studying and household chores, there were occasional outings with April and Benedict, indulging in shopping, movie watching, and afternoon teas. Naturally, their excursions were not confined to Diagon Alley. They also explored the Muggle world's Regent Street, Oxford Street, and Chinatown. In Ashley's words, this was akin to prisoners enjoying their outdoor time, a humorous metaphor that persuaded Beatrice, rendering the holiday somewhat reminiscent of a true holiday. Weeks passed in a blur, and Ashley, amidst her family's reluctant farewells, embarked on her journey back to school. As soon as the two sisters reunited, they were filled with an endless stream of chatter, from entering the station to settling into their train compartment. Their voices a constant flurry, despite having seen each other less than a week prior. Benedict shook his head in resignation, holding a specialized medical textbook before his eyes. At that moment, he found little inclination to read, suddenly yearning for Ron and Harry's presence. At least with them around, he would not feel quite so solitary. It was as if Merlin sensed Benedict's overlooked desolation, for at that moment, a golden-haired girl adorned with carrot-shaped earrings appeared at the compartment door. "Excuse me for intruding. Ma desitere? There are no empty seats ahead," she spoke, her gaze drifting, her tone ethereal. Ashley immediately recognized her as Luna, and, like the previous occasion with Ron, no one harbored ill intentions, nor had any reason to refuse her request. All three exchanged glances and nodded in unison, inviting her to join them. Luna appeared to exhale a breath of relief, reminiscent of a traveler who had weathered many trials, finally reaching safe harbor. Benedict, too, recognized his housemate. Though he did not know her well, he had heard of her and, recalling something, felt a twinge of sympathy. Ashley, sensing the moment, noticed Benedict's fleeting look of compassion and became certain of her suspicions. She exchanged a glance with April, who silently acknowledged it with an okay gesture, and began enthusiastically greeting Luna. Luna, unaccustomed to such warmth, felt the trio's genuine kindness and, despite her discomfort, made an effort to reciprocate April's enthusiasm. Particularly upon realizing that the boy across from her was an upperclassman from her own house, she could not help but steal a few more glances, as if she were meticulously committing his features to memory. Benedict couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. The rumors were indeed not unfounded. This younger student truly seemed to inhabit her own world. Under Ashley's thoughtful guidance, the three girls enjoyed a delightful conversation as Luna shared her peculiar beliefs, with Ashley and April listening intently. Ashley held the mindset of not interfering with others' beliefs, even if she did not subscribe to them, treating it as an opportunity for enlightenment. While April absorbed the tales like a child listening to a fairy tale, fully engaged, causing Luna to feel as if she had found kindred spirits, leading to a rich exchange. Benedict, however, found it challenging to accept such notions, yet being the well-mannered individual he was, he refrained from interrupting or contradicting, passively absorbing the information he did not agree with while feeling increasingly isolated, gazing at the book before him that he could not focus on. Finally, the long-awaited moment of disembarking arrived, just as Harry, accompanied by Hermione and Ron, approached to greet them. Benedict felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, enveloping Harry and Ron in a hearty embrace. The two were momentarily taken aback. When had this fellow become so effusive, as if possessed by April's spirit? Luna, witnessing the reunion of her upperclassmen, discreetly excused herself. Ashley, understanding the situation, did not press the matter. Those who were meant to meet would eventually do so, and if not now, it simply meant the timing was not right. Hermione, too, was not overly concerned, as she was more eager to share her discoveries from the Christmas break with Ashley, particularly to express her gratitude. "Ashley, do you know? I almost spent the entire holiday in the infirmary. What happened? Do tell," April inquired eagerly. Hermione paused for a moment, but quickly lowered her voice to continue. "You see, I initially planned to use the Polyjuice potion to infiltrate Slytherin with Harry and the others to gather information about the Chamber's secrets." "What?" April exclaimed in shock, but quickly recalibrated her tone. "You all engaged in such an intriguing endeavor without including me?" Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss for how to respond, falling silent in awkwardness. Ashley shot a glance at Apollyon, irritably reminding her, "I've already mentioned it's Christmas break. Surely you can't stay here? Apollyon immediately pouted in dismay, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. Hermione silently bestowed a look of appreciation upon Ashley, then cleared her throat and continued, "Weren't you the one who asked me to set aside a portion for you? Therefore, I initially intended to use the hair I unexpectedly obtained from Millicent, but you won't believe what I discovered." Apollyon eagerly prompted, "What did you find?" "I realized that the hair I acquired is very likely cat hair. Later, we inadvertently learned that Millicent owns a cat, and upon comparing it with the fur from Madame Pomfrey, the texture, thickness, and structure were nearly indistinguishable. It nearly gave me a fright. Goodness, you truly owe Ashley a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in the infirmary for several weeks. The polyjuice potion cannot transform one into an animal. If it were to be used, the results would undoubtedly be alarming. Although, I suppose if Hermione were transformed into a Catwoman, she might actually be quite adorable." Apollon's train of thought took a whimsical turn, prompting Hermione to feel an urge to tickle her. The boys nearby nearly burst into laughter, mentally envisioning a Catwoman version of Hermione, which indeed seemed rather charming. The two girls shared a bout of laughter before being drawn to each other as bracelets, subsequently engaging in a discussion about the significance of their designs. As Hermione and Apollyon walked arm in arm, Ron and Benedict also shared a shoulder-to-shoulder camaraderie, leaving the solitary Ashley and Harry to find solace in each other's company. "Ashley, why are you?" Harry hesitated, wanting to inquire about something, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his question. Ashley, understanding, pulled out a necklace from her clothing, smiling as she explained, "Because the materials are exceedingly rare. I have only crafted 5 of these necklaces. The remaining 3 are with my father, mother, and Dudley." Harry's eyes lit up in response, his previous disappointment vanishing completely. What had once been mere appreciation had now solidified into a determination to wear it daily. "I've said it numerous times, but I still wish to convey my gratitude." "Ashley, what nonsense. I am your sister." Chapter 87, The Valentine's Day Farce. During the Christmas holiday, Harry and Ron, utilizing the polyjuice potion, infiltrated the Slytherin common room, attempting to coax Malfoy into revealing information about the Chamber's secrets. Unfortunately, Malfoy's knowledge was rather limited, and all they gleaned was that the Chamber had been opened 50 years prior. This was additional information Hermione relayed to Ashley when she provided her with the remaining portion of the polyjuice potion. Of course, Ashley had been aware of this fact long before, but she feigned contemplation, unwilling to allow them to leave without a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, since Hermione had taken the time to inform her, it seemed only fair to ensure Hermione left with something to show for her efforts. 50 years ago, while I am unaware of the specific events that transpired then, that number rings a bell. I believe I heard that Myrtle passed away 50 years ago, which is rather coincidental. Hermione pondered this, and Ashley chose not to elaborate further. After all, with the alchemical protective equipment she had crafted, there was no need for her to continuously monitor their progress, ensuring their safety. She could offer some guidance, but the rest belonged to their own adventure. Ashley felt a newfound sense of tranquility, her previously restless urgency dissipating, as if her heart had finally settled back into place, allowing her to fully relish her school life. Aside from attending her classes and following the schedule devised by Beatrice for her alchemical studies in the Room of Requirement, she could indulge in gossip she heard from Apollyon or experiment with culinary techniques from her homeland alongside the house elves in the kitchen. Remarkably, while she had yet to master the salted egg yolk eggplant dish, her stir-fried and sweet and sour creations were coming along quite nicely, satisfying both Ashley and Apollon's cravings. Benedict occasionally benefited from these culinary delights, while Harry and his friends, due to their conflicting class schedules and their preoccupation with investigating the Chamber, had hardly had the chance to partake in these culinary pleasures. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was relishing a large plate of sweet and sour pork, thoroughly enjoying each bite. When Snape entered, frowning at the sight, Dumbledore cheerfully inquired, "Oh, Severus, would you care to sample the new dish prepared by the house elves? It's said to be inspired by Chinese flavors, sweet and tangy. I never imagined pork could be so delectable. You might as well keep it to yourself. I must mention that the ostentatious fellow seems to be up to some mischief again. Are you really not going to intervene?" Ostentatious? Quite an astute observation. However, I am unable to act, as finding a defense against the dark arts teacher is no easy task. Besides, the children do gain something from him. At the very least, they learn what it means to be ostentatious, which isn't entirely without merit. I have no interest in discussing the educational methods of trolls with you. I merely wish to ask how you plan to prevent that fool from proceeding with his actions. Oh, Severus, your impatience remains unchanged. The curriculum is determined by the professors themselves. Ordinarily, I cannot intervene directly, as you should well understand. Upon hearing Dumbledore's conclusion, Snape inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger that threatened to erupt, though his irritation was palpable, almost materializing above his head. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, spearing another piece of meat, seemingly hoping to lighten the mood. Severus, want to join me? The Hufflepuff girls have quite discerning palates when it comes to food, perhaps successfully diverting the topic. Snape's irritation lessened slightly as he regarded the meat on Dumbledore's plate, saying with an inscrutable expression, "She didn't send me any." Dumbledore paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a chuckle, "She didn't send any to anyone. It appears she merely replicated what she was eating herself. However, she hasn't prohibited the house elves from preparing meals for others. It's now a sort of hidden menu, so you understand." Upon hearing the explanation, Snape's mood appeared considerably improved. With a flick of his robe, he exited the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, having grown accustomed to such behavior, remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his meal with delight. You truly remain as obstinate as ever. On Valentine's Day, as Ashley entered the great hall for breakfast, she sensed an ominous atmosphere. The walls were adorned with large, vibrant pink flowers, and heart-shaped streamers hung from the ceiling. Wow, are they hosting a Valentine's Day banquet? When did Hogwarts become so romantic? Apollyon exclaimed with delight. Ashley, forcing a smile, inquired, could it possibly be Professor Lockhart? Congratulations, you're correct, but there's no prize. Moreover, I have a foreboding feeling that this isn't something to celebrate. Noticing Ashley's furrowed brow, Apollyon also began to feel uneasy but stubbornly replied, "Don't scare me. Perhaps he simply wants everyone to enjoy a pleasant Valentine's Day. I hope you can still say that after dinner." "I also hope my worries are unfounded," Ashley remarked as she spotted Lockhart, resplendent in a garish pink robe, appearing with an air of resignation. As expected, Lockhart proceeded to deliver a series of self-proclaimed humorous remarks, successfully grossing out Snape, Flitwick, and even Professor McGonagall, before clapping his hands and summoning a procession of oddly shaped house elves dressed as cherubic cupids. The sight was so jarring that even Apollyon's complexion changed. "Now I understand where your bad premonition originated." Ashley forced a bitter smile, silently praying that no one in our classroom would confess their feelings. Truly, may there be no one who attracts attention. Clearly, Ashley's prayers were in vain. Throughout the day, little cherubs incessantly burst into the classroom, distributing Valentine's cards, which infuriated the professors and left many young witches and wizards feeling utterly mortified. Ashley, too, was among the victims, having received an anonymous Valentine's card from some unknown young wizard. As the quirky little cherub began to read aloud the salutation, Ashley could no longer contain herself and cast a shielding charm around herself. "Miss Flower," she thought. Following that, the cherub's exaggerated expressions suggested a dramatic recitation of some heartfelt prose. However, Ashley was blissfully unaware, having blocked out the noise. Upon witnessing Ashley's actions, Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and he promptly cast a wide-area shielding charm for the entire class, restoring a semblance of peace. After all, this mischievous group of sprites bore a vengeful spirit. They had previously made a young wizard who could not endure their antics feel utterly humiliated. Now, with their spells turned upon themselves, they found no excuses to act out. Yet, thanks to their antics, the class was rendered unteachable. Initially, Apollyon chuckled at others' misfortunes, but when it was her turn to receive Valentine's cards, she realized just how mortifying it could be. With her looks and popularity, had it not been for Ashley's timely shielding charm, she would have likely appeared so haggard by dinner that Benedict would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy. Oh, it was evident that Benedict was not faring much better. His pallid complexion spoke volumes of the day he had endured. Ashley began to feel grateful, relieved that her preoccupation with studies had kept her largely invisible, leaving little time for socializing, and, coupled with her unremarkable beauty, she had received but a handful of cards, thus escaping much social embarrassment. "Truly, study alleviates my troubles, study diminishes my woes." However, upon hearing about Harry's plight, her anger flared anew, especially as the surrounding young witches and wizards began to jovially chant about Harry's eyes being as green as a lively, drunken toad. Ashley felt the weight of both Harry and Ginny's social mortification. Although it was not necessarily Ginny who had written the card, everyone was acutely aware of her feelings for Harry, rendering her embarrassment inevitable. Infuriated, Ashley resolved to avenge both new and old grievances. She could not allow Lockhart to continue his carefree existence, completely oblivious to the pain and embarrassment he inflicted upon others. Chapter 88, The Avenger's Revenge. When Ashley confided her desire for revenge to Apollyon, she received an enthusiastic response. Initially, Apollyon held no significant feelings toward Lockhart. She neither liked nor disliked him. She merely perceived him as a fool. Yet, unlike Benedict, she held no particular thirst for knowledge and found his theatrical antics in class rather amusing. However, the events of Valentine's Day had instilled in Apollyon a grudge against Lockhart, and she genuinely wished for him to experience the humiliation of social mortification. Thus, the Hufflepuff duo was assembled, and it was time to devise and execute their plan. Ashley believed that since Lockhart so adored the limelight, they might as well give him a grand opportunity to bask in it. A plan swiftly took shape in her mind. Yet, she and Apollyon lacked sufficient experience in pranks. Their previous mischiefs had merely involved harmless tricks on her brother, which hardly amounted to anything substantial. Therefore, as seasoned pranksters, the Weasley twins were undoubtedly the ideal collaborators. Ashley discreetly approached them, briefly explaining her intentions, and they quickly found common ground. Fred and George had long harbored discontent toward Lockhart's antics, and with this incident indirectly involving their little sister, they were united in their cause, requiring little further persuasion. Being familiar acquaintances, there was no concern of betrayal. The group quickly delved into the details. After hearing Ashley's scheme, not only was Apollyon intrigued, but the twins also contributed numerous constructive suggestions. The four of them held a brief meeting to refine their plan, then began to gather the necessary preparations. The prank mechanism, which would explode upon the amalgamation of 3 specific materials, was to be crafted by Fred and George. This task posed no challenge for them. They simply needed to enhance the firecrackers they had previously used. Apollyon volunteered to procure glue and flowers, leaving Ashley with the responsibility of acquiring a potion that would leave an indelible color and odor on the skin. When the twins suggested using dung bombs as a substitute, Ashley deemed that strategy too self-destructive and thus declined. Although she was not particularly adept at potions, she felt a faint inkling that someone might come to her aid. After potions class, Ashley knocked on Snape's office door. "Come in. Professor, I was wondering if you know of any potions that, when applied to the skin, would leave a stain that cannot be washed away and emits a foul odor?" Ashley inquired hesitantly, her heart racing with uncertainty about whether Snape would share his knowledge. Yet she wanted to try. "What do you intend to use it for?" Snape scrutinized her shifting expression, his brow furrowing in habitual contemplation. Ashley fumbled over her words, struggling to articulate. Snape's frown deepened. Had it been anyone else, he might have lost patience. But this young girl inexplicably evoked a measure of his forbearance. "Who?" Ashley was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to comprehend his meaning. After a moment's thought, she tentatively ventured a name. "Lockhart." Instantly, Snape's expression softened, and a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered across his face, too swift for Ashley to be certain she hadn't imagined it. He stepped into his potion storage room and, emerging from some obscure corner, produced a box of potions, a complex look of nostalgia washing over his features. After a moment's examination, he placed the box before Ashley. "These are potions I crafted long ago. Everything you need should be inside, and the effects should still be intact. You may take them." As Ashley gazed at the box of potions, she felt an inexplicable surge of imagination, conjuring images of Snape and the Marauders' tangled histories. She bit her lip, stifling a laugh. Although the reasons for having so many remnants eluded her, pondering his later estrangement from Lily provided some clarity. Glancing at the lily flower ornament on his desk, she said nothing further, expressing her gratitude before departing. Once outside his office, after walking a short distance, Ashley burst into laughter, cradling the hefty box, her emotions swirling in a delightful whirlwind. Who could have anticipated that Snape was such a Snape? The most elusive potion had been secured, leaving only assembly to be done. Although the twins and Apollyon pressed her for the source of the potions, Ashley, valuing the professor's reputation and dignity, chose to withhold the truth, claiming she had acquired them from a contact in Knockturn Alley. They expressed no skepticism, merely giving her a thumbs up as they marveled at her willingness to spend a hefty sum to exact her revenge. Ashley accepted their praise with a wry smile. After all, it was beneficial to keep these 2 troublemakers at bay, ensuring they dared not pull any pranks on her. The 4 of them spent the afternoon assembling 3 baskets adorned with floral arrangements. Ashley then borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak and, just before dawn, when the area was deserted, discreetly placed the baskets around the Great Hall. After meticulously erasing all traces, she awaited the unfolding of the impending spectacle. Young witches and wizards preparing for breakfast were astonished to discover that, above and around the Great Hall, several beautifully packaged bouquets had mysteriously appeared. A line of text floated above the basket, expressing gratitude for the Valentine's Day surprise prepared by Professor Lockhart, who had thoughtfully arranged bouquets for the students. Those in need were invited to take a bouquet to present to Professor Lockhart. The adoring fans of Lockhart, along with some perceptive young wizards who detected a deeper meaning, eagerly gathered the flowers and waited at the entrance of the hall to present them to him. As Lockhart arrived at the door, he was met with an unprecedented display of enthusiasm from the students. With all 3 baskets emptied, Lockhart found himself cradling a profusion of flowers. Ashley and Apollyon mingled in the crowd, observing the spectacle, and grew increasingly anxious as the flowers disappeared without incident. The twins, however, remained calm, exchanging reassuring glances with them. They kindly reminded Lockhart to hold onto the bouquets tightly as they were slipping from his grasp, then encouraged him to ascend the stairs to deliver a few words. Lockhart, flushed with excitement, complied without suspicion, clutching the flowers tightly, and made his way to the top of the stairs, clearing his throat in preparation to speak. As he opened his mouth, an unexpected sound erupted from the bouquet, reminiscent of flatulence. Petals and potion-filled spheres, which had been concealed within the wrapping and enchanted with a binding spell, burst forth, raining down upon Lockhart like a celestial shower of blooms. His skin transformed into a riot of colors, and he was soon adorned with petals from head to toe. Ignoring his wide-eyed shock and the unpleasant odor emanating from him, he resembled a flower sprite emerging from a floral deluge, rather charming in a peculiar sense. The gathered faculty and students were initially taken aback, followed by an eruption of raucous laughter that surpassed even the merriment of Valentine's Day. Ashley and Apollyon exchanged quiet high-fives, their smiles blending seamlessly into the crowd. In a shadowy corner, Snape raised the corners of his mouth into an unusual grin, a smile that had long been absent. Yet it quickly gave way to his customary stern demeanor as he swept his robes and departed, shrouded in anonymity. Chapter 89. Self-Deception. The juxtaposition of emotions left Lockhart momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his senses, he was met with the derisive laughter and disdain of the surrounding young wizards and professors. A revelation that forced the typically self-important man to confront the reality of social disgrace. Trembling, he tightened his grip on his wand, momentarily contemplating casting an oblivion charm on all present, but his rationality prevailed, reminding him of his limitations. With a startled cry, he fled back to his office, akin to a frightened ostrich, desperately seeking a hiding place as the laughter echoed behind him. The Weasley twins even composed a whimsical ballad, The Flower Sprite Lockhart, so vibrant and bright, yet foul in his scent. The flowers adore his splendid visage, while the birds admire his grace, yet alas, they bring him misfortune. A throng of young wizards erupted in laughter, gasping for breath. Even Professors Flitwick and McGonagall could not stifle their chuckles before hastily retreating to the hall to regain their composure, not wanting to lose their dignity in front of the students. Only admirers like Hermione felt a pang of injustice for their idol, fuming at the mischief makers. Ashley, they have gone too far. How could they do such a thing? Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with anger. Ashley and Apollyon exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, the memory of Lockhart's actions quickly dispelled any lingering remorse. Hermione, do you genuinely believe Lockhart is worthy of your admiration? I cannot fathom how you failed to see through his facade or discern right from wrong. This self-deception is truly disheartening. Although Ashley did not wish to create a rift with Hermione over Lockhart, she found herself unable to offer insincere comfort, and this was the most she could concede. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, shocked that the typically amiable Ashley would so bluntly express her preferences and so incisively expose her self-deception, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yes, self-deception. Deep down, her faith had already begun to waver. Whether it was the matter of the Cornish pixies, the erroneous healing spell cast on Harry, or her duel with Snape, not to mention the farcical defense against the dark arts lessons, it was increasingly evident that he was nowhere near as adept as he portrayed in his writings. Yet curiously, she seemed to overlook these discrepancies, as if her mind was clouded. Only in this moment did she realize the extent of her idolization of Lockhart and the depth of her self-deception. Reflecting on Lockhart's blunder that caused Harry 8 hours of anguish and resulted in him missing the Quidditch match he cherished most, and how he had nearly toppled Ashley during their duel, not to mention the embarrassment he had caused on Valentine's Day, Hermione wore a bittersweet smile. It seemed she had truly hurt her friend in her blind admiration for an unworthy idol, filling her with profound regret. I'm sorry, Ashley. Ashley noticed the vivid shift in Hermione's expression and understood the source of her apology. Patting Hermione's shoulder, she replied with a smile, It's all right. Who hasn't misjudged a few people in their youth? What matters is correcting our mistakes before they escalate. Apollyon playfully stuck out her tongue, lightening the mood. Youth? You make it sound like you're ancient. Even if I'm not ancient, I'm at least older than you little brat. Ashley retorted, engaging in playful banter with Apollyon. The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly, and Hermione's guilt was considerably alleviated by her friend's deliberate attempts to ease her spirits. The shattering of her idolization allowed Hermione to view today as prank with newfound clarity. The laughter of the crowd around her no longer felt so piercing. Oh, the Weasley twins seemed to be quite the center of attention. Whom were they watching? Following their gaze, Hermione's eyes met a pair of flustered ones. Apollyon? She merely caught a fleeting glance shared with Fred, so why was she so anxious? As Hermione witnessed Apollyon tugging at Ashley's sleeve, panic etched across her face. She couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps I shall indulge in another round of self-deception. Ashley shot Apollyon a disapproving look. What with this lack of composure? It was just a momentary glance exchanged with the twins. What there to fear? She asked Hermione, for goodness sake. What the worry? Even if her idolization has faded, she would never betray us. That much trust remains, so just stay calm. Whether or not Apollyon grasped Ashley's silent message, she soon relaxed and blended seamlessly back into the surrounding discussions, laughing once more. Ashley chuckled softly, casting a glance at Hermione and shrugging her shoulders in an expression of innocence. In the aftermath, Lockhart fell silent, taking a sick leave as if nothing had transpired. The defense against the dark arts classes were suspended, transforming into self-study sessions. However, for students who had already gleaned little substance from the curriculum, it made no difference. In fact, they preferred self-study over the foolish theatrical games. Ashley had anticipated Lockhart's reaction. He was far too concerned with his image and reputation. Rather than seek out the culprits, he wished for everyone who witnessed his humiliation to forget that mortifying moment. Thus, even in the throes of fury, he would quietly pursue the matter, avoiding any ostentatious displays that might exacerbate the situation and tarnish his image in the eyes of his fans. However, Ashley and her companions harbored no fear of his investigation. They had meticulously eradicated all surface-level evidence. Those privy to the truth, or capable of uncovering it, would not side with him, rendering his efforts fruitless, and he was destined to swallow this silent defeat, allowing time to gradually erode everyone's memories. Engaging in self-deception as though nothing had transpired was undoubtedly his only recourse at this juncture. To be frank, he had already begun contemplating resignation. Yet, bound by a one-year contract, he was obliged to endure the remaining days ahead. The indelible stains and scent upon him, even with Madame Pomfrey's concocted antidote, seemed to linger. But this, ironically, provided him with a convenient excuse to avoid public humiliation. Thus, a delicate equilibrium persisted, allowing everyone to navigate the ensuing days in relative peace. Chapter 90, Revelation of Strength. The second-year wizards found themselves compelled to contemplate an important decision during their Easter holiday: the selection of elective courses for their third year. Harry, lacking any particular enthusiasm for subjects beyond Quidditch, initially intended to follow Ashley's lead. However, upon observing her choices of care of magical creatures and ancient runes, he hesitated. The very name Ancient Runes hinted at a course of formidable complexity, and after heeding his friend Ron's counsel, he ultimately opted for the comparatively manageable electives of care of magical creatures and divination, mirroring Ron's selections. Ashley was not the least bit surprised and made no attempt to interfere. At nearly 13 years old, the child was capable of taking responsibility for her own choices. As for herself, upon reviewing the 5 available courses, she had already set her sights. Care of magical creatures would deepen her understanding of magical beings, facilitating the collection of alchemical materials. Ancient Runes, on the other hand, comprised the text of many ancient tomes of magic, aiding her in research and the acquisition of further arcane knowledge. Both courses were practical and applicable, allowing her to decisively finalize her selections and submit them. Arithmetic, divination, and Muggle studies were dismissed, as she lacked the aptitude and interest for such subjects. Apollyon, too, made a rather regrettable choice, selecting a course different from her close friend, opting for care of magical creatures and Muggle studies, which promised simplicity and ease. Ashley understood this choice. Benedict chose arithmetic and ancient runes, which elicited nods of agreement from Ashley and her friends. It was Hermione, however, who, in the end, disregarding everyone's opinions, chose to enroll in all available courses. Well, she was a werewolf, and although her companions internally disapproved, they still expressed admiration and respect. Once the elective courses were chosen, Aile's life seemed to have returned to a serene state. She had observed Harry's distracted demeanor before, but as he did not appear inclined to share, she refrained from pressing him, possessing only a vague awareness of the unfolding plot. It was not until a bright, breezy morning that Aile sensed a disturbance in the magical vibrations of her shield charm while in the room of requirement. Initially perplexed by this strange sensation, she was propelled into action upon receiving a message from Beatrice, hastily making her way to the library on the 5th floor. Aile, it seems your one-time protective item has been activated. I felt your magical disturbance. By the time she reached the 5th floor, Dumbledore had already arrived. He stood facing the direction of the 5th floor restroom, his expression inscrutable as he gazed into the distance, seemingly pondering something. Hermione and another Ravenclaw student lay sprawled on the floor, their eyes wide with fear, breathing rapidly, their limbs frozen in place, yet their chests heaved violently, bearing witness to their ordeal. In Hermione's hands, the bracelet Aile had gifted her had shattered into 2 pieces, drooping limply on her wrist, clearly having met its demise. Aile's heart raced, but gradually calmed as she embraced Hermione, gently patting her back to soothe her frayed nerves. Soon, Professors McGonagall and Snape, along with several others, arrived on the scene. Snape cast a discreet glance at Aile, and upon seeing her composed demeanor, he silently exhaled in relief. Albus, what on earth transpired? How could these children be so terrified? McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the scene, noting the absence of any casualties. Dumbledore did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned, his expression complex as he regarded Aile's back, then gestured towards the Ravenclaw girl, saying, "That child has been greatly frightened. You should take her to Pomfrey." McGonagall glanced at Aile and Hermione, seemingly grasping the situation, and without further questioning, assisted the 5th-year Ravenclaw girl in descending the stairs. With Aile's comforting presence, Hermione gradually regained her composure, feeling Aile's solace and inexplicably feeling a sense of grievance, her eyes welling with tears as she clung tightly to Aile. Her voice hoarse and shaky as she stammered, "The basilisk. Aile, I saw the basilisk. It was the basilisk." The remaining Snape and Dumbledore exchanged startled glances. Visibly taken aback, Aile paused for a moment, exhaling deeply. "Do not fear, it's over now. With Professor Dumbledore here, it dares not show itself again." Dumbledore, lost in thought, chuckled softly as he stroked his beard. Snape glanced at Dumbledore before redirecting his attention back to the 2 girls. "I found the answer and prepared the mirror, but I never anticipated that creature would appear before me. I thought I was doomed. It was your bracelet that saved me." Hermione's voice was slowly returning to normal, yet the immense shock still hindered her fluency, leaving her words fragmented and punctuated by gasps. But the essence of her narrative was sufficient for the others to piece together the events. Snape, engulfed in profound shock, quickly focused on the bracelet on Hermione's wrist, its condition revealing its purpose with clarity. However, he felt a complex mix of emotions, realizing that such an astonishing alchemical creation stemmed from the very girl who inspired his protective instincts, and she was not yet 13. "So, you have a penchant for alchemy?" Snape murmured, his expression laden with complexity. Dumbledore, on the other hand, erupted with fervent surprise. Although he had heard from his old friend Nicholas about mentoring this young girl, he had not anticipated her alchemical prowess to be so formidable. To be capable of independently crafting such a potent protective item in her 2nd year was indeed impressive. More astonishing was that, as a fellow alchemist, he could discern the principles behind the bracelet's creation, leading him to conclude that the shield charm contained within could only have been cast by her. The strength of that charm was not to be underestimated. As Aile had contemplated, Dumbledore marveled at her innate talent, but he held no doubts regarding her character. After all, he had the endorsement of Nicholas, who had lived for over 6 centuries, and thus Dumbledore trusted his old friend's judgment. What Aile remained unaware of was that Dumbledore, beyond trusting his old friend's insight, had faith in his own judgment as well. He had observed everything Aile had done for Harry and inherently trusted her integrity. Consequently, after marveling at Aile's exceptional talent, Dumbledore swiftly redirected his focus to the event itself, suddenly grasping the entire situation. It was likely that the basilisk's petrifying spell had been rebounded by the shield charm within the bracelet, causing a momentary blindness that prompted its hasty retreat. Aile remained oblivious to the fact that Hermione's words had inadvertently unveiled most of her hidden cards before Dumbledore. Even if she were aware, she would likely only manage a wry smile, for she could not truly remain an idle observer while Hermione faced peril. Much like this instance, had she not granted Hermione the opportunity to use the mirror, a misstep could have resulted in Hermione's demise. Thus, Ashley felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Chapter 91. A conversation with Dumbledore. Ultimately, Hermione was escorted to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey administered a soothing potion, allowing her to finally drift into a peaceful slumber. Ashley stayed by her side throughout, her hand clasped tightly in Hermione's until the grip eased slightly, allowing her to gently extricate herself. After massaging her somewhat numb and aching palm, she rose to leave the infirmary, intending to explain the situation to Harry and Ron, who had just arrived but were halted by Madame Pomfrey, so as to alleviate their concerns. As she opened the door, Ashley beheld Harry and Ron, anxiously pacing at the infirmary's entrance, alongside a departing Percy. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. The Ravenclaw girl lying alongside Hermione in the infirmary must be Penelope. Nodding at Percy in acknowledgement, she softly reassured him, there is no need for concern. Both of them have merely been startled and are now resting peacefully after taking Madame Pomfrey's calming potion. They are uninjured. Once they awaken, comforting them will suffice. Percy visibly relaxed, a look of relief washing over his face as he nodded in gratitude before departing in earnest. Ashley, is Hermione truly unscathed? And what of you? We were in training when Professor McGonagall suddenly approached Wood, instructing us to halt all activities and return to the common room until further notice. I discreetly inquired with McGonagall and learned of Hermione's encounter with a monster, prompting my immediate rush here, Harry expressed, concern etched upon his features as he scrutinized Ashley. Before recounting their journey, you cannot imagine the severity of Professor McGonagall's expression. It was as if a storm cloud had cast a shadow over her face. For a moment, I feared Hermione had been petrified as well, but thankfully it was a false alarm, Ron exaggerated, which informed Ashley of the school's stance. But who could have misled him into believing that the basilisk only petrified its victims rather than killing or even consuming them? It seemed he remained unaware of the creature's true nature. Ashley, however, was not in the mood to enlighten him, opting instead to remain silent. Mr. Weasley, since you are aware of my displeasure, you ought to adhere to my instructions rather than linger outside, Ashley thought, reflecting on Harry's words and the events that had just transpired, instinctively preparing the necessary explanations. After all, she was unaware that her secrets had largely been laid bare before Dumbledore, still clinging to the hope of concealing whatever she could. Thus, she failed to notice Professor McGonagall's sudden appearance at the staircase, and when the voice echoed unexpectedly, she reacted just as Harry and Ron had, jumping slightly in surprise. The three exchanged glances, sharing a moment of awkwardness akin to being caught gossiping about someone behind their back, and sheepishly greeted McGonagall. To her credit, McGonagall was not overly irate. She merely conveyed Dumbledore's invitation for Ashley to visit his office, along with the password required for entry. After scrutinizing Harry and Ron for several seconds, she allowed them to grasp her intent, prompting them to return to the common room before she turned to leave. Ashley remained behind, feeling a mix of anxiety and helplessness as she mentally prepared herself for what lay ahead, reluctantly moving towards the headmaster's office. Fizzing Whizbee, she uttered as the gargoyle turned aside, revealing the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Ashley paused for a moment, ascending the stairs while her thoughts wandered aimlessly. This candy is truly delightful. During Christmas, I devoured an entire bag within hours. Alas, I gifted away the rest. Had I known, I would have purchased more for presents. Upon reaching the door, Ashley knocked lightly, her thoughts coalescing as she composed herself. The door swung open automatically. Ah, Miss Dursley, it is a pleasure to see you again. Please, take a seat. Your presence today is to shed light on your understanding of the recent attack, for this little creature is quite rare. Surely, you did not bestow it upon Miss Granger without reason? Dumbledore inquired directly, causing Ashley to feel a pang of anxiety as a straightforward approach disrupted her planned defenses. Moreover, Dumbledore held Hermione's bracelet, prompting an unsettling premonition within her, for she recalled that Dumbledore was also an exceptional master of alchemy. Fear not, Miss Dursley. I have no intention of prying into your secrets, though I must admit to being astounded by your talents in alchemy and spellcraft, Dumbledore reassured her. Ashley couldn't help but twitch her lips in frustration, inwardly chastising him for being so cunning. Her secrets lay exposed, yet he pretended to be oblivious. Dumbledore, seemingly attuned to her unspoken thoughts, erupted into hearty laughter. Ashley felt a sense of resignation wash over her, as if she had relinquished her burdens, and she set aside her unwarranted worries, sitting comfortably in the chair opposite Dumbledore, taking a keen interest in the decor of his office. To be honest, had Ashley possessed her own abode, she would have relished the opportunity to adorn her study in a similarly intriguing and richly nuanced manner, not as a dull, sterile library, but as a personal space imbued with character and style. The more she gazed, the more her admiration became evident. Dumbledore appeared to notice the girl's expressions and gaze, taking quiet satisfaction in her appreciation. Once the laughter subsided, Ashley straightened her demeanor, ready to engage earnestly in their conversation. Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe Mr. LeMay has informed you of my studies in alchemy under his tutelage. The reason I gifted Hermione the bracelet was simply that I had recently mastered the creation of protective artifacts, leading me to craft a batch as Christmas gifts for friends and family. Hagrid assisted me in gathering the materials, which you may verify with him. I also gifted bracelets to Ron, Apollyon, and Benedict, while my family received protective necklaces. She produced the necklace from beneath her collar to substantiate her claims. Dumbledore squinted at the necklace Ashley presented, feeling a surge of astonishment, not only due to the materials, but also because of the ingenious concept behind this alchemical artifact. To his discerning eye, it was evident that the pendant was made from the rare and invaluable material known as moonstone. As for its remarkable design, he discerned that Ashley had not adhered to the conventional design of a basic protective artifact. Instead, she had infused her own creativity, merging two distinct magical arrays. The rationale behind this was clear to Dumbledore. A simple basic protective magical array bears significant flaws. While it offers commendable defense against physical attacks, it is severely limited against magical ones, failing to shield against numerous spells. Thus, Ashley employed a nested dual-layer technique, incorporating an additional layer of a storage magical array, which undoubtedly contained a shielding charm. This innovative approach allowed the two magical arrays to complement each other, forming a relatively perfect defensive synergy. However, the engraving technique appeared somewhat crude, as those of their caliber in alchemy could easily discern the traces of the two intertwined magical arrays. Thus, the rarity lies not in the capabilities of this artifact, but in the creator's exquisite conception. Dumbledore stroked his beard, momentarily uplifted by a flash of inspiration, only to be met with a pang of regret as he recalled that the young lady was already a student of an old friend. The concept behind this necklace is commendable, albeit executed somewhat clumsily. However, it appears you have left room for improvement. Once your alchemical skills advance, you could seek finer materials to elevate it. Indeed, Nicolo has acquired a rather remarkable student. Ashley felt somewhat taken aback, being aware of her own circumstances. She recognized the necklace's flaws all too well. The sudden realization that her shortcomings had been so easily discerned by a master alchemist only served to highlight the chasm between their respective abilities. It dawned on her that she was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, while Dumbledore soared above like a majestic Hedwig or a soaring peach. However, Headmaster, while I have greatly benefited from Mr. LeMay's guidance, I have not formally apprenticed. I am not accustomed to being confined in one place. Nor do I wish to attract undue attention too soon, as it would serve no benefit to me, as you understand. Ashley decided to take this opportunity to express her stance, given Dumbledore had broached the subject. Upon hearing her words, Dumbledore did not perceive Ashley's reluctance as a disregard for the teacher-student bond. Rather, it was evident that she and Nicolo had reached an understanding that made her reticence acceptable. He admired her clear self-awareness and was content with her current state of independence. As for the implications hidden within her words, Dumbledore did not oppose them. Having observed the young lady for an extended period, he was well aware of her character and approach to life. Miss Dursley, I comprehend your thoughts. Rest assured, I can assist in concealing your trump card. Yet, it seems you have yet to address my initial inquiry, Dumbledore remarked with a knowing smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Ashley sighed inwardly, having hoped to sidestep that crucial question, only to find Dumbledore pressing for clarity once more. Her mind raced. How much did Dumbledore truly know? Logically, Nicolo should have refrained from divulging her circumstances. To what extent should she disclose information? Should she reveal everything or merely the details related to the chamber? Or would it be wiser to feign ignorance? The thought of full disclosure was immediately dismissed. Thus, that option was out of the question. Disclosing information pertaining to the chamber had become impossible after she opted to conceal subsequent details, as she could not explain how she knew of the basilisk. Throughout the term, she had not been near Harry, nor did she comprehend Parseltongue, leaving her without evidence to substantiate her theories. The answer was evidently clear. She could only pretend to be unaware. Even if Dumbledore doubted her claims, he would not question her loyalty. Ashley had never been adept at lying. Her usual tactic was to evade the topic. Yet this time it proved ineffective, leaving her ensnared in a predicament. With a resigned sigh, she explained, Headmaster, I am not privy to the information behind this attack. I merely sensed a disturbance in my magical energy, prompting me to cease my alchemical studies and step outside the room of requirement to assess the situation. In a bid to conceal her knowledge of the plot, Ashley decided to gamble. revealing the fact that she had been honing her skills in the room of requirement. She wagered that Dumbledore was aware of her training there. As long as he acknowledged this, he would ascertain that she had no ties to the chamber. Thus, despite any lingering suspicions, he would refrain from pressing her further without concrete evidence. Very well, I understand. However, I would still hope that, should you uncover any clues, you would inform me, your headmaster. After all, until this matter is resolved, while Harry and your friends who provided the protective artifacts may remain unharmed, your other friends are still in peril. I trust, given your kind nature, you would not wish to see today's events repeated, for they cannot withstand the basilisk's gaze. Ashley swallowed hard, her expression darkening, internally raging. Old man, are you morally coercing me? Yet, upon realizing his intentions, her ire swiftly dissipated. With another resigned sigh, she remarked, Headmaster, do you wish to know why I prepared protective artifacts for Harry and the others? Dumbledore, observing the young lady's exasperation, erupted into hearty laughter, his smile brimming with both warmth and teasing. Indeed, it is clear that as long as Harry is present, you shall never truly relinquish your hold. Harry's very nature dictates that he will exert every effort to confront danger, safeguarding Hogwarts and those dear to him. In that case, what harm is there in you harboring a few secrets? Dumbledore chuckled heartily, while Ashley felt a deep sense of frustration. Oh well, a loss in one area might yield gains in another. She might very well become an invisible repository of artifacts for Harry and his friends. Yet on another level, she had also gained Dumbledore's support. In terms of acquiring materials, she could now openly seek assistance, as anything Dumbledore could procure would likely be funneled through Hagrid to her. The confidentiality she desired would likely be upheld by Dumbledore, granting her a scapegoat should the need arise, alleviating her fears of exposure. With this in mind, it did not seem so dire after all. After all, aiding Harry was precisely what she wished to do. Ashley exhaled her pent-up frustration and resolved not to dwell on it further. Headmaster, I entrust you to keep the matter of the bracelet confidential. After all, you were present during the incident, and it is only natural that the basilisk was repelled by your protective spells, correct? I would also appreciate your assistance in communicating with the professors. Thank you. Ashley spoke decisively, deftly shifting the blame while even crafting an excuse for Dumbledore. The headmaster's smile faded as he cast a mock reproachful glance at Ashley, though his expression bore little anger. With a feigned sigh of resignation, he replied, Very well. Since Miss Dursley wishes to remain in the shadows, it seems the burden of the spotlight falls upon this old man. As for the professors, rest assured, they have been largely sent away shortly after their arrival. Only Severus remains. You need not worry about him. He would never divulge any information detrimental to you. After all, I once suggested you become his goddaughter, and he did not object. In fact, he seemed more concerned that you might decline. Ashley wore a face of incredulity. The Severus Dumbledore spoke of did not align with the professor she knew. How could that be? She found it hard to believe that Snape would ever entertain the notion of becoming her godfather. Had she misremembered? During their first potions class, had he not been fierce and reprimanding? Did he not show her some leniency due to her distant kinship with Lily? Her expression of disbelief and skepticism only served to amuse Dumbledore further, prompting him to offer a playful scolding of Snape. Severus may appear aloof and somewhat brooding, yet he possesses a deep fondness for you. You must be aware of his feelings for Lily, yes? Ahem, what I mean is in his eyes. Should he have been with Lily and had a child, that child might bear resemblance to you. Seeing Ashley maintain her skeptical demeanor, particularly when she glanced at her own hair, Dumbledore added with exasperation, it is not merely about superficial resemblances, but rather an inexplicable sense of familiarity, or perhaps a certain affinity. Please do not doubt your own charm, Miss Dursley. You may find yourself troubled by his harshness during the first lesson. Yet it is merely a manifestation of his peculiar encouragement, hoping to inspire you to immerse yourself deeper into the study of potions, combined with his frustration at your potential. In truth, he must have felt a fondness for you from the very first moment he laid eyes on you during the sorting ceremony. Otherwise, he would not have shown such concern, even becoming aware of your newly acquired title, Miss Fresh Bloom, so swiftly. Not to mention, he has continually sought to enhance your grasp of potion knowledge, even aspiring to have you join his potions club, which is rather stringent admission criteria for aspiring young witches. His intention was simply to take you under his wing and safeguard you. Surely, you must have sensed this? Ashley was instantly flooded with memories, subtly affirming Dumbledore's assertion. Indeed, Snape exhibited an extraordinary level of tolerance towards her. Even her repeated refusals did not alter his accommodating demeanor. He persistently provided her with assistance, albeit in a tone that might seem less than pleasant, yet his intentions were undeniably benevolent. Ashley was not oblivious to his character and customary manner of expression. She had merely assumed his actions were motivated by his affection for Aunt Lily, not realizing they stemmed from a genuine fondness for herself, which inexplicably brought her a sense of quiet joy. After all, she was the one whom Professor Snape wished to take on as his goddaughter. Chapter 93. Hermione's Return. In fact, after leaving the headmaster's office, Eileen's spirits had settled. Upon discovering Snape's unique feelings towards her, she experienced a subtle thrill of delight, akin to the surprise and joy one feels when realizing that a beloved uncle holds a deep affection for them, even regarding them as a daughter. However, once reason returned, she found herself less concerned about the title. After all, calling Snape godfather felt rather peculiar and overly deliberate. Furthermore, she was acutely aware of her family's dynamics. While Petunia might agree to have Snape as her godfather in an attempt to secure a protector in the magical realm, their personalities would undoubtedly clash with his. There was no need to create discomfort between her family and Snape for her sake. Maintaining an amicable distance without any formal ties seemed the most prudent course. At present, her worries lay more with the implications of the basilisk's appearance at Hogwarts and its potential impact on the school. Just like Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, he too sighed heavily after Eileen's departure. He possessed a far clearer understanding of the situation than Eileen did, thus comprehending the storm that would soon befall Hogwarts. After all, he had never intended to conceal the truth from students and parents. Once Hermione and Penelope awakened, the news of the lurking basilisk would inevitably spread throughout Hogwarts. Panic was unavoidable. Even if the school were temporarily closed, the safety of the students was paramount. His greatest fear was that the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors might seek to avoid uproar by scapegoating someone to quell the panic, thereby placing the students in real danger. That night, those privy to the truth found it nearly impossible to sleep, except for Hermione and Penelope, who were blissfully slumbering after consuming a calming potion. On the following morning, Hermione and Penelope awakened in succession, as they beheld the petrified young witch surrounded by heavy curtains. They exchanged a glance from their hospital beds, their eyes reflecting the relief of having survived the ordeal. Madame Pomfrey approached to examine them, confirming that both were unscathed, exclaiming how fortunate they were. Thankfully, Headmaster Dumbledore had arrived in time to shield them with the shield charm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The shield charm from the protective bracelet and Dumbledore's timely intervention coincided almost perfectly. Penelope, unaware of the bracelet's existence, harbored no doubts. However, Hermione felt a moment of surprise, yet remembering Eileen's character, refrained from voicing any further explanations. Once released by Madame Pomfrey, the two swiftly returned to their respective common rooms. Penelope was anxious about further mishaps, while Hermione was eager to share her discoveries with her friends. Clearly, there existed an unspoken understanding among the group. As Hermione entered the common room through the portrait of the fat lady, Harry and Ron were already waiting by the door, attempting to devise a way to see her. "Hermione," they exclaimed in unison. "Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you." They met, joy evident on their faces. But Hermione's expression was serious as she quickly delved into the matter at hand. The group found a secluded corner in the common room and cautiously cast a warning charm before quietly exchanging information. "You mean the creature in the Chamber of Secrets is the basilisk created by that vile heir of Slytherin? The strange sounds I heard were Parseltongue. So you went to the library to research the basilisk and confirmed your suspicions, but to encounter it right after leaving the library was unexpected." Harry's brow furrowed, his breath quickening with a combination of dawning terror and concern for Hermione's ordeal. "Oh, mate, isn't the main point that the bracelet Eileen gave us protected Hermione and drove off the basilisk? That's just too cool. Do you realize what this means? Alchemical protective items are worth a fortune, an enormous fortune," Ron exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he continuously stroked the bracelet on his wrist, reminiscent of a goblin counting galleons in Gringotts. The fact that Eileen crafted an item capable of protecting Hermione surely filled her with joy. However, Harry, who belonged to a wealthier family, found it easy to guess his sister's feelings but could not fully comprehend Ron's perspective. "What? The bracelet was made by Eileen? My goodness, she's barely 13. Am I really going to have such a young alchemist friend? That's just too incredible. I must get her autograph immediately." Ron was utterly captivated by the notion of alchemical artifacts, his mind swirling with visions of the wealth and fame associated with being an alchemist. If Eileen were nearby, he felt he could instantly transform into a Colin or Ginny, offering her the highest respect. Hermione, however, was not surprised that the bracelet was crafted by Eileen. She had immense faith in her friend's abilities. She shot a disapproving glance at the money-obsessed Ron, playfully shattering his daydream while reminding him, not to mention that Hogwarts is currently under strict lockdown. No one is allowed to go out freely. Even if you manage to see Eileen, She would definitely not want you to do something so foolish as to disturb her peaceful life. You must understand that the card accompanying the bracelet did not mention its capabilities at all. It merely hinted that we should remember to wear it, which clearly indicates she does not wish to draw attention to herself. If you were to act otherwise, it would truly be a disservice to her intentions. I'm telling you this to keep you from being kept in the dark. Remember, Madame Pomfrey stated that it was Headmaster Dumbledore who saved us. Do you understand? Hermione's serious demeanor and emphasized tone made Harry and Ron aware of the gravity of the situation. Harry, who most wanted to avoid causing trouble for his sister, nodded vigorously, assuring, "Don't worry, Hermione. I only told you that Ashley has the ability to create magical items. I want to go around spreading it." Hermione nodded in satisfaction, then exchanged a knowing look with Harry, both turning to Ron, clearly waiting for his response. Ron pouted, muttering, "All right, I got it. You can rest easy. I'm not daft. You made it clear that I only know Ashley is an alchemist. I was just so excited that I wouldn't do something foolish like betray a friend." Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, expressing trust and reassurance, while Hermione smiled, evidently pleased with Ron's understanding. However, Hermione soon furrowed her brow again, clearly troubled by something else. Harry noticed and inquired further, prompting Hermione to glance at him and Ron before voicing her concerns. Although it is now known that the creature attacking the young wizards within the castle is the basilisk, the exact location of the creature, or rather the Chamber of Secrets, remains shrouded in mystery. As long as the basilisk persists, the entire community remains in peril, and Hogwarts stands on the precipice of potential closure. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, a newfound realization dawning upon them as they furrowed their brows, succumbing to a sense of foreboding. Chapter 94, The Basilisk's Curse. Indeed, Hermione's concerns, shared by all, gradually began to materialize into a grim reality. During breakfast, Hogwarts issued an official notice. 1. All students must return to their dormitories by 6 o'clock in the evening and are prohibited from leaving thereafter. 2. Prior to classes, students must assemble in the common room, where professors will escort them to their lessons. 3. Without a professor's accompaniment, restroom usage is strictly forbidden. 4. Quidditch training has been postponed. 5. All evening activities have been cancelled. Though professors accompanied students during their outings, the knowledge of the basilisk's rampage instilled a palpable anxiety among the populace. The headmasters earnestly sought clues regarding the chamber or its heir, with Professor McGonagall's voice trembling and her eyes reddening as she candidly expressed her fears of Hogwarts potentially closing to the Gryffindors. The mood was heavy yet, thanks to Dumbledore's intervention in rescuing Hermione and Penelope, a significant upheaval was temporarily averted. However, the volume of correspondence flowing to and from Hogwarts surged dramatically. Some young wizards communicated with their families, while parents lodged complaints with the headmaster, and board members sent inquiries and reprimands, resulting in a veritable cacophony of chaos. Ashley and her companions tacitly refrained from sending messages home, thereby sparing Hogwarts additional turmoil. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere tainted their appetites, even extinguishing their desire to eat. Ashley found herself seething with indignation. Nothing seemed to go right. The restrictions on leaving the castle and the sporadic bed checks meant she could not freely visit the room of requirement. Nor could she engage in her alchemical practices or spell-casting exercises. Everywhere she turned, discussions of the basilisk's terror loomed, leaving no sanctuary for reading or study, not to mention the absence of opportunities for gossip or diversion. In essence, they were ensnared in a dismal environment, passively absorbing its detrimental effects, plunging her into an emotional abyss. Were it not for her lack of a protagonist's aura, insufficient strength, and the inability to voice her thoughts, Ashley would have surely charged into the chamber with Harry to vanquish that wretched creature. Alas, the disparity in their capabilities was rather significant. Very well. She resigned herself to endure and focus on her studies. Ashley unceremoniously nestled against Beatrice, seeking solace and strength. If Beatrice could roll her eyes, they would surely ascend to the heavens. Yet, considering that Ashley was both cuddling her and reading, Beatrice decided to tolerate it. They had no inkling of when this ordeal would reach its conclusion. Perhaps the collective grievances of the young wizards were too potent. Or perhaps the Ministry of Magic's capacity for pressure was woefully inadequate. 2 days later, representatives from the ministry arrived. Dumbledore dreaded witnessing this development. In an effort to placate the panicked young wizards and irate parents, the ministry ultimately dispatched personnel to apprehend Hagrid, ostensibly to provide them with some semblance of accountability. The incident involving Hagrid's alleged release of a monster that led to a student's death 50 years prior resurfaced. Despite Dumbledore's assurances, Hagrid was scapegoated, although his treatment in Azkaban would likely be considerably more lenient. Harry had previously confided in Ron and Hermione about the visions he gleaned from Riddle's diary, leading them to suspect that it was Hagrid's pet that had caused the harm 50 years ago. Yet now the basilisk was wreaking havoc, which should not be attributed to Hagrid, a Gryffindor. However, Hermione harbored a subtle doubt. She suspected that it was indeed the basilisk that had caused the incident 50 years prior as well, but the diary had already been stolen, and with the passage of time, verification had become nearly impossible. They were rendered powerless to prove Hagrid's innocence upon learning of his arrest. They could only fret and worry for their friend. Among the young wizards, some accepted the ministry's propaganda, feeling somewhat reassured, while others remained skeptical, particularly the Slytherins, who could not fathom how the towering Gryffindor could be the heir of the chamber, were astute enough to navigate the situation carefully, refraining from overtly opposing the ministry's decisions. The professors intensified their patrols, especially at night during the young wizards' downtime, giving the impression that Hogwarts was being thoroughly searched. Yet still, no trace of the chamber or the basilisk was discovered. It was uncertain whether their intensified efforts had provoked the basilisk or its unseen puppeteer. But a more dreadful event soon unfolded. Ginny was abducted by the creature. Furthermore, beneath the last message, another line was inscribed. Her bones shall lie forever in the chamber. Upon learning this, Ron collapsed onto the ground, while Fred and George sat silently in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, enveloped in a heavy silence. Percy wrote to the Weasley parents to relay the dreadful news, then shut himself away in his dormitory. Harry was at a loss for how to console them. Sitting helplessly nearby, Hermione remained solitary and quiet, seemingly lost in thought. In the Hufflepuff common room, Apollonia wept as she held Ashley. Despite the fact that Ginny was merely an acquaintance, nonetheless, her misfortune stirred a sense of sorrow within her. Ashley let out a deep sigh, clenching her fists and continuing to wait. Although Ginny's abduction had occurred much earlier than anticipated, the overall trajectory remained largely unchanged. If nothing unexpected transpired, Dumbledore would soon be ousted by the Board of Governors, as Ginny's kidnapping had undermined his authority and protective influence, providing Lucius with the perfect opportunity to remove him from power. Under normal circumstances, Hermione should have deduced the suspicious nature of the restroom from the location of the written message and, coupled with Moaning Myrtle's death, surmised the entrance to the chamber. Yet if Hermione and the others failed to identify the chamber's entrance before nightfall, Ashley would directly inform them. She could not simply stand by and allow Ginny to perish. The clues at hand should be sufficient to support her conjecture. Indeed, neither Lucius nor Hermione disappointed her expectations. Just as dinner commenced, Lucius brandished the dismissal order, arriving in the Great Hall with his entourage, where he publicly escorted Dumbledore away before all the students and professors. Before departing, Dumbledore uttered words laden with significance and cast a particularly meaningful glance at Ashley and Harry. You will find that it is only when no one here remains loyal to me that I will truly depart from this school. You will also discover that in Hogwarts, whoever is in need shall receive assistance. Ashley's expression grew complex as she involuntarily nodded, prompting a reassuring smile from Dumbledore as he left. Severus Snape observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Harry struggled to grasp Dumbledore's meaning, consumed instead by anger towards Lucius's actions. Hermione's mind was in turmoil. She felt tantalizingly close to uncovering the entrance to the chamber, yet something still eluded her grasp. Professor McGonagall's eyes reddened once more as her voice quavered, announcing that the castle would be closed beginning tomorrow, and the Hogwarts Express would transport the students home. Chapter 95. The Discovery of the Chamber's Entrance. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's announcement, the Great Hall fell into a profound silence. This was the first time a holiday had been declared, yet the young wizards felt no excitement, only an inexplicable sorrow. The liberation they once thought would be far off now brought no sense of relief, only a sudden feeling of disarray and helplessness. A wave of regret surged forth, a feeling that perhaps if she had not confided in her parents about the happenings at school, things might have turned out differently. Yet, as this thought flickered into existence, the image of Ginny, whose fate hung in the balance, extinguished it in an instant, leaving only a sigh in its wake. The group quietly concluded their final supper, their expressions dull and listless as they trailed behind the professor back to the common room. In the Hufflepuff common room, within the dormitory shared by Ashley and her companions, Hannah and Susan had already begun to pack their belongings, while April languidly sprawled across her bed, devoid of any motivation. Ashley sat at the edge of her bed, her gaze fixated on the clock on the nightstand, which ticked away in silence, though her inner turmoil bubbled like molten lava beneath the surface. Beatrice crouched beside the pillow, observing Ashley's demeanor and letting out a silent sigh of distress. Despite their awareness of the situation, They were not omnipotent, and there was far too much beyond their control. This girl beside her, though terrified to the core, was unwittingly drawn into the depths of fate's entanglement. She struggled to maintain a semblance of involvement, while simultaneously feeling guilty for her passive stance. She often claimed her heart was small, containing only space for her family and friends. Yet when confronted with the life and death of those familiar to her, she found it impossible to remain completely indifferent, still cherishing a soft spot within. A peculiar yet kind-hearted girl indeed. Ashley was oblivious to Beatrice's reflections. She was merely aware that time felt agonizingly slow. Had Hermione considered the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? Had Harry and the others set out? Was Ginny in peril? These thoughts swirled in her mind, causing her heart to race. Deep down, she understood that her concerns were perhaps excessive. If she were like the other oblivious young witches and wizards, she might have followed April's lead, sulking on her bed and dozing off, letting it all pass. Alternatively, if she were not Harry's cousin, detached from everything Hogwarts-related, living her own quiet life, she would likely feel no such burdens. However, having grown up alongside Harry, forging friendships with everyone, and being immersed in this environment, could she truly isolate herself, turning a blind eye to it all? With a gentle sigh, she lamented the fact that Tom and the basilisk's actions had deprived her of the opportunity to seek solace in the room of requirement, leaving her free time to spiral into such anxious thoughts. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron returned from the Great Hall, and each sulked on their respective beds, neglecting to pack or engage in conversation. Neville and Seamus were at a loss for how to comfort Ron, silently tending to their own belongings instead. Despite the warming weather outside, the dormitory felt as if it were encased in ice, evoking nostalgia for the lively days that had passed. Suddenly, a frantic knocking at the door shattered the somber atmosphere, interrupting their collective melancholy. Neville exchanged puzzled glances with the others, unable to fathom who might arrive at such a moment, fearing yet another calamity had befallen them. Seamus jogged over to open the door, only to find a breathless Hermione on the other side. "Harry, Ron, put on your cloak, and come with me quickly." In an instant, Harry grasped the significance of Hermione's mention of the cloak, a glimmer of hope igniting within him that perhaps a breakthrough had emerged. With the invisibility cloak in hand, he tugged Ron, who was still in a daze, out of the dormitory, leaving behind a group of bewildered housemates. They felt uneasy about rushing out like this. What if they encountered that beast? Neville voiced his concern to the other two. "But they've already left. I doubt you'll catch up," Dean shrugged in response. Hermione had evidently discovered something significant, and perhaps they had stumbled upon a solution as well. Seamus's eyes suddenly lit up, articulating a hypothesis that made both Neville and Dean pause in contemplation. The trio exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the flicker of anticipation in the other's eyes. Thus, they silently vowed to keep Harry's escapade a secret, providing cover as they set aside their half-packed bags, filled with worry yet brimming with hope. "I am so foolish. I should have connected the dots. Ashley had clearly alerted me before," Hermione exclaimed, her excitement mingled with frustration as Harry and Ron caught up with her. "What have you discovered? Stop with the riddles. Is Ginny safe?" Ron pressed, urgency lacing his voice. "Ashley once told me that Moaning Myrtle passed away 50 years ago, and we know there was a monster attack 50 years prior. So it's evident that the person killed by the monster back then must have been Myrtle. What are you implying?" Ron furrowed his brow, still grasping for clarity. "Ron, don't rush. Hermione must have pieced it all together to bring us out here," Harry reassured him, despite not fully grasping the implications himself, yet trusting Hermione completely and subtly reminding Ron to temper his tone. Hermione shot Ron an exasperated look before continuing. "The basilisk's gaze is its most lethal weapon. Any creature that meets its gaze directly will perish instantly, while those who encounter it indirectly, through mirrors, cameras, or puddles, will be petrified." Harry began to connect the dots, his face brightening with realization. "You mean it was the basilisk that killed Myrtle? She met its gaze directly, leading to her demise, while Colin and Justin encountered it through a camera or puddle, hence their petrification. Tom Riddle deceived me. Hagrid is not the murderer, but who is the true culprit?" Hermione cast an appreciative glance at Harry. "No, the current priority is not the identity of the murderer, but rather to locate Ginny without delay." Ron nodded vigorously, and Harry's excited smile faltered momentarily before he too affirmed with a nod. "Typically, ghosts linger in the locations of their demise. So, can you deduce where Myrtle spent most of her time? Where have the petrifications occurred most frequently?" "The second floor girls' washroom," they exclaimed in unison. The trio, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly navigated through the portrait passage, racing toward the second floor. "Hogwarts, usually bustling at this hour, now felt eerily desolate. Even the portraits appearing fatigued, seemingly unaccustomed to this somber atmosphere. As they hurried down the stairs, everything went smoothly. The stairs that often played tricks seemed to cooperate today, not hindering their progress. However, upon reaching the second floor, they unexpectedly encountered Lockhart, who was emerging with his luggage, seemingly prepared to leave. At that moment, he had regained the polished appearance he had displayed upon first arriving at Hogwarts, devoid of any trace of the disarray witnessed earlier in the Great Hall. Seeing Harry and his friends, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lockhart's face. Hermione, having shed her illusions of admiration, immediately perceived his intention to flee. "Are you attempting to make a getaway? You're the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. How can you behave this way?" Hermione accused him loudly, her disappointment evident as she grappled with the disillusionment of her former idol's irresponsibility and cowardice. Harry shared her incredulity. "You've written so many books. Didn't you claim those were your heroic deeds? I thought you were merely inexperienced with the spells." Lockhart, upon hearing Harry's words, scowled in defensive irritation. "Use your brain. If no one believed I accomplished those feats, my books wouldn't sell at all. No one wants to read about the mundane tales of ancient American wizards, even if he did defeat a werewolf and save a village. He looks dreadful on the cover, lacking any sense of style. And that witch who vanquished the pixies? She had a cleft lip. As for whether or not I am incompetent with spells, why don't you try it and see?" With that, he drew his wand, pointing it menacingly at Harry and his friends. "I sincerely apologize, children, but I must cast the forgetfulness charm upon you. I cannot allow you to divulge my secrets indiscriminately. Otherwise, my forthcoming book may never see the light of day. Apart from your weapons." Fortunately, when Harry previously suggested that you could try and find out for yourselves, he had an inkling of what was to come. Quietly reaching into his robes, he managed to retrieve his wand just in time to counter the disarming spell. Gilderoy Lockhart was jolted back a few steps, collapsing to the ground as his wand was sent soaring into the air, only to be seized by Ron and hurled downstairs. Anxious about the progress of events, Ashley had concocted an excuse to stealthily slip out of the common room. Just as she was about to ascend to the second floor, she noticed a wand rolling to her feet. Glancing sideways at the staircase, she grasped the situation and unhesitatingly picked up the wand, allowing Beatrice, who resided in her satchel, to stow it away. Chapter 96. Candidates for entering the chamber. Harry continued to point his wand at Lockhart, his heart ablaze with fury. So close. Had he not sensed Lockhart's malevolent intent and prepared in advance, would he have fallen victim to the forgetfulness charm, erasing all recollection of this day? Even with Lockhart's dubious magical prowess, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could obliterate all memories. Lockhart interjected, "You underestimate me greatly. Other spells may be uncertain, but my proficiency with the forgetfulness charm is undoubtedly superb." Upon witnessing Beatrice secure the wand, Ashley finally ascended the staircase, appearing before Harry and the others. "Ashley," they exclaimed in unison, filled with excitement. Ashley feigned ignorance. "What is happening here?" Harry, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted Hermione's deduction regarding the chamber's entrance, explaining their urgent need to reach it, only to discover Lockhart's intentions of fleeing and casting the forgetfulness charm upon them. Ashley felt a surge of anger, contemplating whether the previous prank had been too lenient, allowing him to so readily escape and attempt to flee. After all, as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, even if his abilities were lacking, he should bear the responsibilities expected of a professor. He could have simply remained for one more night, leaving with dignity, yet he exhibited no concern for the safety of his students. Casting all pretense aside in favor of an immediate escape, leaving Ashley utterly speechless. Observing Ashley's increasingly hostile demeanor, Lockhart timidly crawled backward a few paces. "Please, let me go. I promise not to escape. You all know my capabilities. I am indeed of no help to you." Ashley let out a cold chuckle. "How could you possibly be of no assistance? Your proficiency with the forgetfulness charm is surely quite adept. Cast it upon the basilisk, and perhaps it will forget how to kill." Harry and Ron were amused by Ashley's sardonic tone, chuckling in response. However, Hermione pondered Lockhart's potential to engage in battle against the heir of the chamber with his half-baked magic. If he could, like Harry, extract the heiress bones, it might yield favorable results. Indeed, although his magic is rather lackluster, he possesses more magical power than we do. If he could employ a few negative spells, the damage could still be considerable. Hermione subtly directed her gaze toward Harry's leg, prompting Harry and Ron to nod eagerly in agreement. Ashley smirked slightly, realizing that this application of Lockhart's abilities had not crossed her mind. It indeed presented an intriguing possibility. "Lockhart, equally astonished. Could hardly believe he could be utilized in such a manner, but upon reflection, it seemed strangely plausible. Surrounded by the 4 young wizards, he could only offer a wry smile as he slumped to the ground. Ron and Harry seized his hands, hoisting him up and escorting him down the corridor that had cast darkness upon Hogwarts, right to the door of Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Ashley and Hermione walked closely behind, wands drawn, vigilantly guarding against any potential resistance from Lockhart. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and together they kicked the lavatory door open. Lockhart trembled with fear, eliciting scornful glances from afar. Ashley felt compelled to remark that after 2 years in Harry's company, her own courage seemed to have grown. At this moment, she found herself feeling less fear and more exhilaration. Upon entering the lavatory, they found Moaning Myrtle perched upon the tank of the last stall. Harry could not resist confirming the cause of her death, as it pertained to Hagrid's innocence and the identity of the heir of the chamber. Myrtle's recollection revealed that she had indeed perished from the basilisk's gaze, and the heir was a boy who spoke a peculiar language. They exchanged knowing glances, understanding that the strange tongue was likely Parseltongue. Hermione perceptively inquired about the location of the chamber's entrance. Myrtle vaguely gestured toward the sink before her. Harry and Ron hurried over, while Lockhart stood at a distance, his face a mask of terror. Ashley and Hermione positioned themselves near the door, ensuring he had no chance to escape. The seemingly ordinary sink was meticulously examined by Harry and Ron, scrutinizing every inch, including the pipes beneath. At last, Harry spotted a minuscule serpentine mark etched on one side of the brass tap. Urgently, he beckoned the others, sharing his discovery. Ron leaned in excitedly, fixated on the mark as if it were a lifeline for his sister. "What are we waiting for, Harry? Let us open it quickly and rescue Ginny." At that moment, Myrtle coldly interjected, "Don't waste your energy. That tap cannot be opened." Ashley, unwilling to waste more time, suggested that Harry attempt to speak Parseltongue, as Myrtle's tale had mentioned the boy using a strange language. The group's eyes lit up, each comprehending the implication. Harry hastily tried, but lacking true serpent-like qualities, he struggled to achieve that extraordinary state. Growing impatient, Ashley quickly reassured him, urging him to calm down and envision a real snake before him. In her soothing tone, Harry refocused on the serpentine mark, imagining it as a living serpent. He shifted his perspective several times, making the mark appear as though it were truly moving in the flickering candlelight. "Open," he hissed, producing an unusual series of sibilant sounds. Suddenly, the tap was enveloped in a brilliant white light and began to rotate, followed by the sink itself shifting downward, revealing a slanted pipe wide enough for a person to enter. Ashley and her companions were elated, while Lockhart appeared utterly despondent. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione prepared to descend, Ashley furrowed her brow and interrupted. "Wait, Hermione, your bracelet is broken, and I cannot provide you with another one for what lies ahead. So it's best you do not go down." Hermione paused, realizing this was her friend's well-meaning intention, though she felt a twinge of reluctance and could not find the words to express her feelings. Harry and Ron, too, recognized the potential dangers below and nodded in agreement. Harry seized the moment to suggest, "Ashley, you should also stay behind. Having Lockhart accompany us is sufficient." Just as Ashley was about to counter, a voice echoed from the entrance. "That boy is right. It's best you don't involve yourself. This is no game for second-year students like you." They all turned to see Severus Snape sweeping in with his robes billowing dramatically. Lockhart, as if seeing a savior, opened his mouth to plead. But Snape offered him not a single glance, his attention wholly focused on the entrance to the chamber. "Very well, the adventure in the chamber ends here. You may return to the common room, and I shall handle the rest." "Impossible!" Harry and Ron shouted in unison, vehemently protesting. Snape habitually furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glare at the 2 little trolls before him who dared to contradict him. Harry and Ron instinctively felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet for the sake of what they wished to protect, they straightened their chests and defiantly articulated their reasons for dissent. "Professor, my sister Ginny is down there. I absolutely cannot abandon her and leave without attempting to help. No matter what punishment you impose upon me, I will follow." Snape regarded Ron for a long moment, observing the unwavering determination in his stance. Realizing that further discourse would be futile, he slightly turned his attention to Harry. "You have no sister down there, so it would be wise for you to return to the dormitory at once. Do not jeopardize your life in a futile bid for glory. Even the likes of Professor Lockhart has displayed more prudence in such matters. You should learn from him. Do you understand?" Lockhart, caught off guard and unable to summon help, felt a pang of indignation. "I have not wronged any of you." Ashley was at a loss for words, wishing to facepalm. His concern for others, twisted by Snape's remarks, came off as rather insufferable. Harry, filled with fury, clenched his fists, itching for a confrontation, but quickly calmed himself in pursuit of a solution. A brilliant excuse dawned upon him. "Professor, the entrance to the Slytherin chamber lies below. You may be unaware, but I opened its entrance using Parseltongue. Should there be any further mechanisms or doors requiring the same, my descent is indeed necessary. Wouldn't you agree?" Snape's lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering a retort. He turned to Ashley, seemingly inquiring whether she too consented to Harry's descent. Ashley understood that with Snape present, her own chances of descending were virtually non-existent, as she lacked the unique talents of Harry. However, she felt no significant regret. In moments of fervor, clarity could also emerge, and with Snape, a truly reliable figure, present, she found herself regaining composure and refrained from expressing any further desire to descend. Meeting Snape's inquiring gaze, she offered a subtle nod. Harry, noticing the exchange between his guardians and Snape, shared a triumphant glance with Ron. Without waiting for Snape to react, they deftly pushed Lockhart towards the mouth of the tunnel and, with a forceful shove, sent him tumbling down. Following suit, both Harry and Ron leaped after him. Ashley, exasperated, mused on their palpable resentment towards Lockhart. Perhaps it was indeed fate that he would face such a trial. Though Snape was far from pleased with Harry and Ron's unnecessary antics, he harbored no fondness for Lockhart either. So witnessing their brutal treatment of the man elicited no objection from him. Observing they had already descended, he overlooked his disdain for the method of entry and resolved to follow suit. Ashley intercepted him, removing a necklace from around her neck and offering it to him. "Here, I temporarily lend this to you, Professor." Snape, sensing the significance of the item, experienced an inexplicable surge of delight. A fleeting smirk gracing his lips before his expression returned to its customary stoicism. Yet, he showed no intention of accepting it. Ashley stubbornly held her hand aloft, seemingly unwilling to lower it until he took the necklace. Fearing she might emulate Ron's reckless behavior, Snape ultimately accepted the necklace before leaping into the pipe. Hermione, utterly bewildered, watched the unfolding scene, feeling as though she were witnessing a charade involving a false friend and a phony professor. Chapter 97. Hermione's New Understanding. As Ashley turned around, she caught Hermione staring at her with a peculiar expression, as if she had witnessed something utterly unimaginable. Upon reflection, Ashley surmised the source of Hermione's astonishment. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she playfully pinched Hermione's cheek, seizing the rare opportunity. Hermione rubbed her face, casting an admonishing glance at Ashley, and in a mock display of anger, inquired about her curiosity while simultaneously gathering two discarded metal parts. Casting a transfiguration spell to transform them into two chairs placed near the entrance of the chamber, clearly indicating her intention to wait. "Can you blame me for being surprised? I never knew you had such a close relationship with Professor Snape, to the extent of lending him your own necklace. My apologies, Miss Granger. Allow me to clarify. It is a loan, not a gift," Ashley replied, her demeanor still cheerful, showing no sign of discomfort regarding Hermione's remarks about their amicable relationship. She naturally settled into one of the chairs, pulling Hermione down beside her. "Well, the necklace must also be a protective charm you crafted, right? Your willingness to lend it to him signifies trust, which means your relationship is indeed quite good. Wouldn't you agree?" Hermione cast a glance at the spot where Myrtle had vanished into the toilet after Professor Snape entered, then glanced at the restroom door. Confirming no one was around, she magically closed the door, officially commencing the inquiry. Ashley had no intention of concealing anything. Since no one had questioned her, she felt no need to volunteer information. Thus it appeared rather abrupt. "Oh, Merlin, let me process this. Harry S. mother was once a friend of Snape S., so he has been watching over you. Who bears her bloodline from the very beginning? Perhaps you caught his eye, and that is why he has always taken care of you, as you in turn care for him. Am I correct?" Upon hearing Ashley's casually articulated account of her relationship with Snape, Hermione found the world to be quite perplexing. Especially hard to imagine the acerbic professor extending such care towards an individual. It seemed that mocking others was far more in line with his persona. "Do you not think you might be mistaken? After all, he treated you so harshly in your first class, making it clear to the entire school. I first learned from Dumbledore that he had once suggested to Snape to take me on as a student, and Snape did not refuse. He was merely concerned about my potential reluctance. I shared your initial thoughts about his character. Truly peculiar, easily misunderstood, yet he is undeniably a good man." Ashley recounted various instances where Snape had supported her, such as intentionally increasing the difficulty of assignments to refine her understanding of potions, deliberately assigning her low grades to provoke her tenacity, inviting her to join the potions club and anonymously gifting her rare potions or books during holidays. It was as if, upon her request, he would unobtrusively assist her. These myriad gestures, unlike what one would expect from the sharp-tongued professor, nonetheless bore the unmistakable mark of his thoughtfulness. Reflecting on these moments, even Hermione couldn't help but feel touched by Snape's actions. Had she been in Ili's position, she too would wish to reciprocate his kindness. I can somewhat believe in Snape's kindness towards you, but I do not comprehend. If it stems from his friendship with Harry's mother, then why does he treat Harry differently? Perhaps it is because Harry resembles his father in many ways. His appearance, his demeanor, all of it. Hermione nodded, her expression a mixture of confusion and understanding. Although Ili omitted much of the complex history between Snape and Harry's parents, Hermione, being a perceptive girl, could glean the essential elements from Ili's words. Do you truly wish for Snape to be your godfather? Hermione inquired cautiously. Do you honestly believe my parents could get along with Snape? Hermione awkwardly shook her head. Ili shrugged. Well, that settles it then. Regardless of our differing relationships, in my heart, he is a trustworthy elder, one I respect and appreciate. This sentiment will not waver based on the absence of a godfather-godchild title, and that is sufficient, is it not? You are absolutely right. Since Professor Snape is a trusted elder whom you hold in high regard, I realize I can no longer view him through a narrow lens of prejudice. Indeed, one's tone may not truly reflect their character. Rather, it is essential to discern the meanings behind their words and their deeds. Ili nodded with a smile. Although she had no intention of concealing anything from anyone, she did not wish for the matter to become common knowledge. The reason for confiding in Hermione was not solely due to their friendship, but rather because Hermione possessed remarkable intelligence. She was not only adept at observation, but also skilled in drawing conclusions. Ili hoped that Hermione would perceive the true nature of Snape, allowing her, as the brain of their trio, to overlook Snape's acerbic remarks and to notice aspects they had previously overlooked, thereby reducing their missteps and enhancing their discoveries. As the two friends engaged in their animated conversation, Hermione found herself re-evaluating the sharp-tongued professor. Meanwhile, Harry and the others had navigated the treacherous twists and turns of the tunnel and finally reached the surface of the Chamber of Secrets. Harry and his companions, who had arrived first, appeared quite disheveled, not only due to the filthy tunnel, but also because of the muddy ground beneath them. Snape emerged last, having found the tunnel relatively clean thanks to the efforts of the three in front of him and possessing a combat awareness and wilderness knowledge that surpassed theirs. He cast a levitation charm upon himself, descending gracefully to the ground. Harry and Ron, illuminating their surroundings with their wands, caught sight of this scene and could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment, their expressions tinged with discomfort. Remember, regardless of any noise you may hear shortly, you must close your eyes and flee. Otherwise, you might very well become part of this murky ground, Snape admonished, lifting his foot from the mud with evident irritation, his tone casting an ominous shadow that sent a chill down the spines of the trio. Lockhart, pale as a ghost and on the verge of collapse, attempted to plead for mercy, only to be rudely interrupted by Ron, who shoved him forward. Harry said nothing further. He exchanged an awkward glance with Snape and promptly followed suit. A slight smirk graced Snape's lips as he regarded the red-haired boy with newfound respect. Such decisiveness was far from the ineptitude he had initially assumed. Harry's choice of friends revealed an unexpected discernment. The thought flitted through his mind as he stepped forward to keep pace with them. Chapter 98. The path to finding Ginny. The quartet traversed the underground passage in silence, discovering numerous small animal bones along the way, which heightened their alertness. Whether it was due to Snape's venomous tongue trailing behind them or the fear of the basilisk fangs ahead, both Lockhart and Ron exhibited a commendable calmness, refraining from making excessive noise. Upon reaching a corner, Ron and Lockhart paused and began to cautiously retreat. Harry slowed his pace as well, but quickly joined them. In a hushed, raspy voice, Ron warned Harry, "There may be something ahead that is asleep. Be careful." Harry squinted, straining to see, and finally discerned a formidable outline. Swallowing hard in apprehension, Snape circled around the trio, treading lightly as he advanced to investigate, only to discover an astonishingly large snake skin. The glow from Harry's wand illuminated the situation for the others, allowing them to exhale in relief. However, as Snape moved, their unease returned with a vengeance. The sheer size of the shed skin alone was enough to evoke dread at the thought of its original owner. Harry and Ron were somewhat unfazed, driven by their respective motives, while Lockhart was a different story. His knees quaked with fear, and had Ron not been there to support him, he would have crumpled to the ground. Ron strained to prop him up with one hand while brandishing his wand with the other, attempting to compel Lockhart to stand. After all, his slight frame could not support the weight of an adult like Lockhart for long. Unexpectedly, Lockhart, fueled by terror, summoned a burst of desperation and, while Ron was distracted, seized the wand within arm's reach, elbowing Ron forcefully and using the momentum to leap aside. Harry dashed forward, intent on catching him. But was already too late. Lockhart straightened up, panting, facing Harry with Ron's wand pointed at him. He glanced at Snape, who had already moved away with the snake skin, a sly smile creeping across his face. The plot has thickened, children. This adventure is far too perilous for my taste. I shall return to my office, pretending this never occurred, and depart with you all tomorrow. Bid farewell to your memories. Do not worry. Those two girls above have likely not yet left, and will soon share your fate. With that, Lockhart raised the wand, preparing to cast a spell, but Harry, desperate, attempted to disarm him with the disarming charm. Yet, Lockhart was ready, halting his incantation and swiftly dodging aside. Panic surged within Harry as he shouted, hoping to interrupt Lockhart's spell casting and draw Snape's attention wherever he had gone. Aren't you afraid Professor Snape will catch up to you? You won't last a moment against him. Lockhart faltered, his irritation boiling over. We'll see whose speed proves superior, his return or my spell casting. Just as he lifted his wand again, Harry's face broke into a surprised smile, causing Lockhart to hesitate, an ominous sense of foreboding creeping in. His intuition was soon confirmed when a wand was pressed against his back. Seems my speed was indeed superior. Snape quipped, a wry smile gracing his lips as Lockhart raised his hands in surrender, lamenting his ill fortune. Ron excitedly sprang to his feet, leaping up to reclaim his wand from Lockhart's grasp. The rapidity of these events had left him momentarily stunned, and he kicked Lockhart in frustration before casting a grateful glance at Snape. One cannot draw comparisons. When juxtaposed with Lockhart, Snape appeared infinitely more reliable and embodied the essence of a responsible professor, particularly in moments like these. The usually acerbic and irksome professor, somehow, seemed more endearing. Ron instinctively glanced at Harry, and in his friend's eyes, he recognized the same sentiment. Unbeknownst to Snape, the two boys' internal shifts went unnoticed. Even if he were aware, he'd likely dismiss it with a scoff. At that moment, irritation brewed within him due to Lockhart's farcical antics disrupting his plans. After all, the snake skin was exceptional material for defensive magic, and he had only just begun to assess which part possessed the best defensive properties, hoping to discreetly extract a piece to present to Ailey for her protective armor. Following this brief interlude, Snape remained unperturbed in his intentions, pushing Lockhart toward Harry and Ron while derisively advising them to guard their wands. He instructed them to proceed first before vanishing silently into the shadows once more. Harry and Ron exchanged bemused glances, uncertain whether they could retract their earlier admiration for Snape. Resigned, they urged Lockhart to continue down the passage. After what felt like an eternity, they rounded another bend, only to find a sturdy wall standing before them. Carved upon it were two serpents entwined, their eyes adorned with gleaming emeralds that seemed almost lifelike. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances, both intuitively understanding the next step. Harry stepped forward, cleared his throat, and the emerald eyes flickered with an enigmatic glimmer. Open, he commanded. In a low, faint hiss, Harry spoke. The wall split apart, and the statues of the two serpents also parted, sliding parallel to the wall, or rather the door, behind them, vanishing without a trace. All three individuals trembled uncontrollably, particularly Lockhart, whose body vibrated like a malfunctioning motor, its intensity and frequency markedly pronounced. Ron swallowed hard and nudged Lockhart forward, urging him to enter before Harry. Inside was a vast stone chamber, shrouded in dim light, where towering stone columns were entwined with more stone-carved serpents, spiraling upwards until they disappeared into the darkness of the ceiling. The trio huddled together, with Lockhart resembling a heavy human shield, while Ron and Harry acted as the small soldiers pushing the shield ahead. They moved cautiously, wands raised high, ears pricked for any sound around them. It felt as though the entire world was silent, save for their own labored breaths and footsteps, while the stone serpents appeared so lifelike that it seemed they might spring to life at any moment, instilling a sense of profound dread within them. Upon reaching the last pair of columns, a statue of equal height to the chamber caught their eye. They had little time to examine the statue, for they soon saw a red-haired girl lying at its feet. Ginny! Ron rushed forward, collapsing beside the girl. Please, don't let anything be wrong. Harry also wanted to rush to her side, but hesitated, softly warning Lockhart, the basilisk is nearby. Without your wand, you would be utterly defenseless. A mere morsel for the creature. Lockhart's body stiffened momentarily, remaining still for a long time. Satisfied, Harry released him and hurried to assist Ron in turning the girl's body over. It was indeed Ginny, her face as pale and cold as marble, eyes closed, utterly still. Ron cradled Ginny's frigid form, shaking her desperately. "Ginny, please wake up. I won't steal your treats anymore. They're all yours." Unfortunately, Ginny showed no response, her head lolling, driving Ron further into despair, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in anguish. Witnessing Ron's distress, Harry felt a surge of sorrow, tears spilling down his cheeks as grief rapidly spread. Even Lockhart, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of empathy and hesitantly suggested, "She does appear to be in quite a dire state, but it doesn't necessarily mean, you could check for her breath to confirm." Ron's wailing halted, and he began to sob, while Harry, trembling, extended his hand towards Ginny's nose. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At last, Harry felt a faint breath from Ginny, and his face erupted with immense relief. Ron, too, broke into an incredulous smile, albeit with tears and mucus adorning his face, rendering the moment somewhat comical. Before they could embrace in joy, a soft yet malicious voice interrupted them. "She may not be dead yet, but she won't last much longer." Chapter 99. The Truth of the Chamber. In such a vast and silent space, the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar voice startled all three of them. Their spines tingled as they turned towards the sound, revealing a 16-year-old boy with a slender frame and striking features, dark hair cascading down, leaning casually against the nearest column on the right, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed them with an air of nonchalance. His figure appeared somewhat indistinct, reminiscent of a ghost, yet possessing a vitality that transcended that of a mere specter. It was as if he were a 3D projection, simultaneously present in this world while seemingly separated by an invisible barrier, evoking an unsettling sensation deep within their hearts. Lockhart, standing beside the left column, found himself aligned with the boy, instinctively retreating several steps until his back pressed against the column, seeking a semblance of security. "Tom Riddle, is that you? What exactly are you?" Harry exclaimed in shock, recognizing the face as that of the protagonist from the memories he had encountered in the diary. "I've been looking forward to seeing you again, Harry Potter," Riddle replied with a sly chuckle, his tone laced with significance. Before gesturing towards the diary, lying beside the statue's toes and casually uttering a tale so incredulous it was hard to fathom. "I suppose I exist as a fragment of memory from the diary, a recollection spanning 50 years. Huh. What kind of memory can detach itself from its origin to engage in normal conversation? I could be foolish enough to be deceived once, but twice. You charlatan. It was you who murdered Moaning Myrtle 50 years ago, wasn't it?" Harry retorted, the mention of the diary igniting a flurry of recollections, leading him to the most plausible truth, which he confronted with scorn and indignation. "Surprisingly, you're quite astute now, but alas, it's a tad too late. That dim-witted giant Hagrid has once again become my scapegoat, and Ginny will serve as the sole sustenance that liberates me from the confines of the diary." Riddle seemed to revel in the feeling of having everything under control, taking delight in the expressions of fury on Harry and Ron's faces, only to suddenly shift to a semblance of regret at the thought of a minor misstep. If only the basilisk had succeeded in killing that muggle-born wizard last time, everything would have been perfect. "What do you mean? What have you done to Ginny?" Ron shouted, disregarding Riddle's neurotic perfectionism as he held Ginny and urgently questioned him, nearly coinciding with his words. Riddle shot Ron a disapproving glare, a look so menacing that Harry instinctively stood to block his line of sight. Riddle let out a soft laugh, as if recalling something amusing. "You see, little Ginny is in this state because of both of you. She has been confiding her troubles and sorrows in my diary, sharing how her so-called brothers ridicule her for her ragged robes and school supplies. She lamented how she believed the illustrious, wonderful Harry Potter could never like her, especially in the presence of her admired cousin. Isn't that particularly foolish and laughable? I listened patiently and responded, and in return, she offered me everything, including her very soul. My power grew stronger, feasting upon her deepest fears and darkest secrets." Ron could bear no more, guilt threatening to overwhelm him as he cried out, "Shut up. She was just deceived by you. She trusted you so completely. How could you?" Riddle erupted into a high, cold laugh, his amusement chilling. Harry seemed to grasp a crucial element, swallowing hard as Lockhart, who had been pressed against the column, had somehow retreated behind it, desperately attempting to diminish his presence. "Don't rush. There's more fun to come. I truly hope you can read the diaries she penned later. They're far more amusing than the earlier dull entries." Satisfied with Ron's reaction, Riddle beckoned to the diary on the ground, drawing it into his grasp and flipping through its seemingly blank pages. Reciting, "I think my memory is fading. My robes are covered in chicken feathers. I don't know where they came from. Dear Riddle, I don't recall what I did on Halloween night. A cat was attacked and my clothes were splattered with paint. Riddle, Percy has incessantly remarked upon my pallor, suggesting that I am no longer myself. I suspect he harbors doubts. Today, yet another attack has transpired, and I remain unable to recall where I have been. Riddle, what am I to do? I feel as though I am on the brink of madness. Stop. Please, I beg you, do not say another word." Ron initially struggled to grasp Riddle's intent, but as the conversation progressed, despair overwhelmed him. He began to comprehend the harrowing experiences his younger sister had endured, and the anguish and regret compelled him to emit a mournful wail. If only he had been more attentive to Ginny, he might have uncovered the dreadful diary sooner, sought the aid of professors and the headmaster, and spared her from becoming this demon's sole sustenance, controlled to commit such unspeakable acts. Merlin. One can only imagine the terror and helplessness Ginny must have felt while penning those entries. Though the cries of anguish echoed, Harry perceived a transformation within his brother, as if Ron was maturing rapidly, which only amplified Harry's distress. In truth, he empathized profoundly with Ron's suffering. Had Ashley been in this predicament, he feared he too would succumb to madness. Harry, are you not grateful that it is not your beloved Muggle sister who has suffered this fate? In light of this, why not to express gratitude to Ginny? What do you mean? Harry's fury ignited, and he clenched his fists, striving to maintain his composure. Were it not for Ginny's valiant resistance against my mental control over your Muggle sister, you might have discovered her lifeless body or petrified form before Christmas. She even discarded my diary in a desperate attempt to escape my grasp. Her affection for you runs deep indeed." As Riddle observed the expressions on Harry's face, a sardonic smile crept onto his lips as he uttered the most heart-wrenching words. And so, Harry erupted. One was his dearest family member, the individual he wished to protect above all else. The other was his best friend's sister, whom he regarded with similar care. Although he could not profess love, he would not permit anyone to demean her. Riddle's cruelty and disdain led Harry to realize, despite his growing suspicion that Riddle was intentionally provoking them, he could no longer restrain himself. "Enough. What is it that you truly desire?" Riddle sneered, seemingly having achieved his goal, his eyes suddenly alight with urgency. "Ah, it appears you have come to realize. Yes, I'm merely curious about what makes you so special. From Ginny, I have learned of your existence, and I am intrigued. How could a mere infant defeat the greatest wizard of all time? To my eyes, while you are certainly not foolish, you seem devoid of any remarkable attributes, which utterly perplexes me. You expect me to retain memories from my infancy? How ludicrous!" Harry retorted with a smile, promptly turning Riddle's words back upon him. "Moreover, why are you so curious? Clearly, you and that individual do not belong to the same era." Riddle, initially displeased by Harry's response, found his question fortuitously aligned with his own interests, and thus, with a smile, he responded in his mellifluous voice. "Voldemort is my past, present, and future, Harry Potter." With a flourish of his finger, he conjured magical energy to etch the resplendent name in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the letters rearranged to spell, "I am Voldemort." Understand? Riddle beamed at Harry, elaborating on the reasons behind his name change, boasting of his aspirations. Harry and Ron were struck with horror and fury, yet they also grasped the dire predicament they faced. They exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Ginny could not afford to wait any longer, and their adversary was none other than the infamous Dark Lord. In a flash, the two shared a tacit understanding. Harry suppressed his rage and approached Riddle, seemingly in disbelief, shifting the conversation toward Riddle's acquisition of the special medal. Riddle appeared to relish Harry's demeanor, and after being confined to the diary for so long, he eagerly recounted the events, how he discovered the Chamber of Secrets, how he framed Hagrid. He seemed oblivious to the fact that Harry's position shielded Ron and Lockhart from view. Ron, cradling Ginny, cautiously maneuvered closer to Lockhart. Lockhart noticed Ron's movement and wished to distance himself, yet feared making a sound that might attract Riddle's attention. Merlin, what had he just heard? That individual was the very memory and essence of the young Dark Lord, nearly causing him to faint. "Professor, we require your assistance. You must understand our current predicament. If we do not vanquish him, we shall all perish." Ron implored Lockhart in a hushed tone, but Lockhart shook his head vigorously, his refusal unmistakable. "Professor, he is merely a fragment from 50 years past. At that time, he was only 167 years old. He could not possibly be formidable. Your power far surpasses his. Imagine the glory you would achieve by defeating him, forever immortalized in your new book, surpassing any previous work in popularity. Ron stifled his urgency, striving to appeal to Lockhart's vanity. For a fleeting moment, Lockhart seemed intrigued, yet soon fell silent once more, lowering his head in contemplation. Rest assured, should you take action, we will guarantee to keep your previous misdeeds a secret. You would still be the esteemed adventurer and celebrated author. Ron continued to bolster Lockhart's confidence, even willing to alleviate his final reservations. Yet inexplicably, Lockhart remained mute and withdrawn, his head bowed, devoid of any prior flicker of motivation. Ron was in a state of desperate agitation, utterly perplexed by Lockhart's inaction, while he remained acutely aware of Harry's interactions. Noticing that Harry seemed to have reached an impasse with Riddle. Professor Lockhart, false glory deceives others, but not oneself. After hurriedly whispering this, Ron threw his wand at Lockhart, then swiftly returned to his original position as if nothing had transpired, taking advantage of the uproar caused by Harry's outburst. I would wager that Dumbledore sees through you at a glance. Harry could no longer endure Riddle's boastful manipulation of everyone and finally snapped, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Instantly regretting his words, he cast a furtive glance at Ron, who appeared not to have noticed, but Lockhart also remained silent, leaving Harry uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. Riddle, however, seized upon Harry's taunt to vent his grievances regarding Dumbledore, lamenting the headmaster until he ultimately divulged the origins and reasons behind the diary's creation. Harry, seething with rage, unleashed a tirade against Riddle, proclaiming Dumbledore to be the greatest wizard in the world, a fact well known. Even if you possess unmatched power, you would not dare to act with impunity at Hogwarts. Dumbledore has long seen through you, and you have always feared him, which is why you remain concealed here. At last, the smile vanished from Riddle's visage, replaced by a countenance of pure fury, only to be swiftly followed by a realization, as he mockingly remarked, "To my knowledge, Dumbledore has been expelled from the castle. Yet he has not strayed far from its confines." Harry seldom engaged in quarrels. Thus he was unaware that in moments of extreme rage, his thoughts could be so remarkably lucid. He uttered a retort, hoping it would intimidate Riddle. Riddle opened his mouth to respond, but was immediately confronted with an astonishing sight. Fawkes appeared, clutching the Sorting Hat, seemingly to corroborate Harry's words. However, when Fawkes tossed the Sorting Hat at Harry's feet, landing upon his shoulder, Dumbledore still did not materialize. It was only then that Riddle regained his composure, erupting into a mocking laugh. Harry and Ron furrowed their brows, hoping to glimpse Professor Dumbledore's figure illuminated by Fawkes' glowing presence. Yet, it was evident that Dumbledore was absent, leaving only Fawkes and the Sorting Hat. They exchanged a bewildered glance, both perplexed by its significance. Meanwhile, Riddle, perceiving no threat from Fawkes, appeared to be leisurely awaiting something. Suddenly, Ron sensed something amiss. As time progressed, Riddle's form grew increasingly distinct. Although it had yet to solidify into a tangible entity, it was palpably evident that he was becoming more formidable. With a look of alarm, he gestured toward Harry, who too recognized the shift in power dynamics, realizing they could not afford to delay further. Without hesitation, he cast a fire spell. To Harry's astonishment, the fireball passed harmlessly through Riddle, causing no harm whatsoever. Both Harry and Ron were taken aback, but soon comprehended the reality. Riddle was a specter, lacking a physical form. How could they combat him? They found themselves truly at a loss, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 101. The enigmatic battle in the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle smirked disdainfully, arms crossed, observing the pallor on Harry and Ron's faces, seemingly unfazed. What they failed to notice was the diary, discreetly tucked against his chest. Ron cast a desperate glance toward Lockhart, yet he remained immobile, indifferent. Harry despised this passive waiting. Riddle's demeanor felt akin to that of a spectator relishing a performance, inciting both his anger and frustration. Thus, he disregarded the efficacy of his attacks and unleashed a barrage of spells he had mastered. From Tarantaligra to Petri Ficus Totalis, he cast them all, but they proved utterly ineffectual against Riddle. Ron's eyes dimmed with despair, yet Harry remained undeterred, continuing his attempts until, on the brink of surrender, he recklessly cast a disarming charm, which finally elicited a flicker of response from Riddle, who sidestepped in surprise. Although Harry did not grasp why Riddle would evade a non-lethal spell, the reaction was preferable to none at all. Seizing the moment, he hurled spell after spell toward Riddle. After several evasive maneuvers, Riddle's temper flared. "Now I understand how you managed to escape me. Initially, I believe we shared some similarities, but it seems you are merely fortunate. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall gladly oblige." With that, Riddle approached the center of the stone pillars, gazing up at the sculpted visage, and emitted a hissing sound. Harry and Ron's expressions shifted dramatically as they deduced Riddle's intentions. Ron hastily retreated with Ginny to a corner of the chamber, while Harry, having deciphered Riddle's parcel tongue, was horrified as he turned to the statue. Salazar Slytherin. The statue was none other than the founding head of Slytherin House. Uncertain of where the basilisk would emerge, Harry recognized that it was undoubtedly linked to Riddle's actions and once again employed the disarming spell, hoping to disrupt him. Yet, Riddle evaded effortlessly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Meanwhile, the statue of Slytherin began to shift, its mouth widening to reveal a gaping black void. Soon, ominous sounds erupted, suggesting something was crawling up from the depths below. Terrified, Harry stumbled backward, shouting, "Close your eyes." The ground trembled, as if a heavy object had fallen upon the chamber floor. Then came Riddle's hissing command, "Kill him." Harry attempted to communicate with the basilisk, but to no avail. The tremors it caused ceased only momentarily before it slithered menacingly towards him. With his eyes shut, Harry could only evade to the right, groping blindly until he found refuge behind a stone pillar. At that instant, Fawkes took flight, the sound of his powerful wings filling the air. Harry wished to call out, yet he dared not open his eyes. Riddle, observing the frantic evasion of the trio, erupted into a cacophony of laughter. Sensing the vibrations beneath him, Harry realized they were not headed in his direction. After a tense moment, concerned for Ron and the others, he cautiously opened his eyes, just in time to witness a confrontation between the phoenix and the serpent. Fawkes soared around the basilisk's head, which struck at him in fury, entangled in a fierce struggle. Seizing an opportunity, Fawkes dove down, his long golden beak piercing the basilisk's eye, delivering 2 swift blows, causing dark blood to splatter onto the ground. The basilisk let out a pained shriek, its tail thrashing wildly. Riddle cried out in alarm, "No!" Then, catching sight of Harry peeking out to assess the situation, he shouted in frustration, "Forget the bird. The boy is right behind you. You can bite him. Kill him." Although the basilisk had lost its sight, rendering it devoid of a powerful weapon, it remained undeterred, its venomous fangs still capable of inflicting mortal wounds. Stumbling unsteadily, it obeyed Riddle's commands, advancing towards Harry. Fawkes' sharp beak was of little consequence against the basilisk's tough hide, merely providing a fleeting distraction. Harry shouted desperately for assistance. "Come help. The basilisk is blind. I can open my eyes now." As he spoke, he unleashed a torrent of damaging spells toward the basilisk, but they seemed no more effective than a mere tickle, having no impact whatsoever. At Harry's urging, Ron finally opened his eyes, and upon comprehending the dire situation, he propped Ginny against the wall in the corner and rushed to assist Harry. However, recalling that he had relinquished his wand to Lockhart, he hesitated, scanning for Lockhart's whereabouts. In the chaos of Fawkes and the basilisk's clash, a tremendous shockwave extinguished many of the flame-lit columns in the chamber, and Lockhart was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, Ron searched for a weapon, yet to no avail. He resorted to shouting, creating a commotion while cautioning Harry to evade the basilisk strikes, all the while keeping a wary eye on Riddle. Harry's plight was equally grim. His spells seemed futile. It appeared that the basilisk possessed an extraordinary resistance to magic. Or perhaps his own magical prowess was simply insufficient to inflict harm. On several occasions, he narrowly avoided the basilisk's fangs, its forked tongue nearly grazing his cheek. The creature's tail lashed out incessantly, and without Ron's warnings, Harry would have been utterly overwhelmed. Even so, he was forced to retreat, his wand slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Panic surged within him, yet he could not afford to divert his attention to retrieve it. He could only continue to evade and back away. Ron's heart clenched with anxiety for his brother, and he shouted even louder, but the basilisk seemed impervious to his pleas. Fixated solely on Riddle's commands, Ron felt an overwhelming urge to confront Riddle, yet the latter was merely a spectral manifestation, rendering any conventional assault utterly futile, which only fueled Ron's ire. His furious glare bore down upon Riddle, and had his gaze the power of a blade. Riddle would have certainly found himself beset by a multitude of piercing stabs. At long last, Ron's attention was drawn to the diary that Riddle had been clutching, and a flicker of an idea ignited in his mind. Meanwhile, an unexpected occurrence transpired on Harry's side. A hat descended from above, seemingly dislodged from the ground by the basilisk's unwitting actions. Harry adjusted the hat, fervently whispering, "Help me, please help me." Miraculously, the hat began to constrict, as if an unseen hand were twisting it. Harry felt a hard, elongated object abruptly pressing against his scalp, causing him discomfort. and its weight threatened to topple the hat backward. In the very moment the hat began to slip, he caught it, and upon grasping it, he realized what the object was, and a wave of elation washed over him. It was a sword, a magnificent blade adorned with a ruby the size of an egg. He had no time to admire it. Instead, he swiftly withdrew it from the hat, gripping it horizontally before him. With a resounding clash, the basilisk's venomous fangs collided violently with the sword, igniting a protective magical barrier and an ironclad curse simultaneously. The tremendous recoil hurled Harry backward, but fortunately, the protective enchantment remained effective, cushioning his fall just before he crashed into the wall, allowing him to glide gently to the ground. Gasping for breath, Harry stared at the necklace that had been jettisoned from his robes, clutching it tightly, his heart brimming with astonishment and warmth. The basilisk, however, was in dire straits. The combined forces rendered it immobile, its mouth numbed and unable to close. At that moment, two spells hurtled toward it. Stupefy, bone-breaking curse. The basilisk's fangs were severed at the root, soaring through the air. Its arched body suddenly became as pliable as rubber, and its head, bereft of support, crashed heavily to the ground. This unforeseen turn of events caught Harry, Ron, and even Riddle off guard. When they beheld the two figures emerging from the shadows beside the pillars at the entrance of the chamber, their reactions diverged dramatically. Harry and Ron's faces erupted in sheer astonishment. Despite directing it at different individuals, they shouted in unison, "Professor!" Meanwhile, Riddle's expression darkened ominously. Stripped of the calm assurance that had characterized him, Snape fixed his gaze upon the handsome visage before him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he tightened his grip on his wand and stepped forward. In truth, he had rushed over the moment Ron had first cried out in anguish. However, upon witnessing Riddle's sudden appearance, he instinctively cast an invisibility spell and concealed himself. After overhearing the conversation between Riddle and Harry, he became acutely aware of Riddle's identity, and henceforth, he refrained from revealing himself. Until he had grasped the intricacies of the Voldemort from 50 years prior, he knew he must remain hidden, as it pertained to many of his and Dumbledore's future plans. Only when Riddle mentioned that his source of information was Ginny did Snape ascertain that there was no direct communication between the two Voldemorts, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Naturally, he had long recognized that to vanquish Riddle as a spectral entity, it was imperative to uncover his vulnerability. Thus, he continued to observe Riddle from the shadows, seeking that critical point. Just moments ago, he had finally discerned that crucial detail, coinciding perfectly with the opportune moment to confront the basilisk, prompting him to act decisively. Witnessing the protective energy emanating from the necklace adorning Harry's neck, Snape felt a warmth in his heart, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. He gently grasped the necklace in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His spirits buoyed. On the other side, Lockhart, summoning his courage, cast the spell he had recalled at the basilisk, with unexpectedly favorable results, rendering him quivering with excitement. As he observed Snape stepping forward, his trepidation diminished significantly, and he strode confidently from the shadows, embodying a sense of a king's return. Particularly upon seeing Ron, he playfully winked, radiating his inherent charm, yet now imbued with genuine confidence. This elicited a light-hearted chuckle from Ron, who, though not a fervent admirer, felt a sincere gratitude rather than mockery. "Get up! Hurry up! Kill them! Eliminate them all!" Riddle suddenly screamed hysterically at the basilisk. However, the creature's spine had vanished, rendering it immobile, its once deadly fangs now severed and scattered across the ground. It could do nothing but breathe, a truly pitiful sight. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart could not help but smirk derisively, feeling assured of their victory, interpreting Riddle's outburst as nothing more than impotent rage. Only Snape, who understood Voldemort all too well, furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, his gaze locked onto Riddle, scrutinizing even the slightest of his movements. Indeed, Snape noticed Riddle's eyes flicker toward the ground near Harry, and without a moment's hesitation, he cast a disarmament spell at Riddle. Riddle's diary soared into the air, akin to a wand propelled by Snape's spell. Almost simultaneously, Harry's wand, lying on the ground nearby, also flew into Riddle's grasp. It turned out that Riddle had feigned desperation. His enraged cries a ruse to summon Harry's wand to him using a silent incantation. Snape surmised Riddle's intentions, yet he was too late to ascertain the location of Harry's wand. Thus, he seized the diary, which he had identified as Riddle's weakness. The diary landed near Harry, who caught it deftly. Ron, recognizing Riddle's perilous maneuver and recalling his own discovery, shouted urgently, "Harry, destroy it." Harry had already planned to obliterate it, and with Ron's encouragement, he seized the sword of Gryffindor that lay beside him and plunged it fiercely into the diary. No! Riddle cried out in terror, as if he had lost all strength, even the wand he had just acquired slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Spare me. I can help you save Ginny. Riddle, now powerless, knelt on the ground, attempting to persuade Harry and Ron to spare him. Harry hesitated for a moment, but Ron, seizing one of the basilisk's fangs from the ground, charged forward and thrust it into the diary. You want to deceive me. I know that only your demise will bring Ginny back. Harry's gaze hardened, and he pressed the sword deeper. With a prolonged, anguished scream, ink erupted from the diary, gushing forth from the wounds Harry and Ron had inflicted upon it, cascading onto the ground. Riddle writhed, contorting and shrieking, before disintegrating into nothingness. Harry and Ron collapsed onto the floor, Ron casting the fang aside, while the sword fell with a resounding clatter. At that moment, from the depths of the chamber, a low groan and the faint sound of movement emerged. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Ron scrambled eagerly toward the source, tears of excitement streaming down his face, while Harry shakily rose to his feet, a broad smile illuminating his face as he made his way over. Having endured these events, Lockhart's feelings for Ron had transformed into something extraordinary, prompting him to desire to join the fray, eager to see if he could be of assistance. Standing still, Snape cast a glance at the diary, its pages marred by 2 ghastly holes. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze before it was swiftly replaced by a glint of intensity. Then, in the place where 2 poisonous fangs had once rested, there was suddenly nothing but emptiness. A flicker of amusement danced across Snape's face as he carefully wrapped the fangs in a handkerchief, contemplating their potency. Perhaps they could be fashioned into a dagger for the young lady's protection. As anticipated by Ron, Ginny quickly regained her senses following Riddle's disappearance. The ebb and flow of soul energy adhered to the principles of conservation. Aside from the anxiety that had plagued her, leaving her unable to eat or drink properly and causing some malnourishment, her physical condition was largely intact. Gazing at her youngest brother, who clung to her and wept uncontrollably, Ginny felt an unexpected wave of tranquility wash over her. The fears that had consumed her now seemed utterly ludicrous. The teasing from her brothers had never harbored malice. It was perhaps merely a form of self-deprecation. After all, they were family. The kindness her brothers had shown her appeared to have been easily overlooked by Ginny, who knew better than anyone how dearly they cherished her. Had she not been so narrow-minded, bearing grudges rather than gratitude, and had she placed more faith in her brothers, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. And as for Ashley, she had extended her goodwill towards Ginny more than once. Yet ultimately, it was Ginny's own lack of courage that prevented her from revealing her darker side. Surveying the disheveled chamber, with the serpent still gasping for breath and Riddle now absent, it was not difficult to envision the tumult that had transpired. Everything had come to an end, and it was a relief. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Harry, for coming to rescue me, Ginny managed to utter softly, her face regaining some color as she expressed her gratitude to Ron and Harry. Foolish girl, you are my only sister. How could I not come to your aid? Ron retorted, feigning anger as he choked back tears. Ginny offered a bittersweet smile. Yes, but it's a shame I understood this too late. Ron paused, a look of helplessness and guilt crossing his features as he affectionately ruffled her hair. It's all right, it's not too late. Everything is past. Yet, as Ginny felt comforted, a sudden pang of sorrow surged within her, her eyes brimming with tears. However, having faced great upheaval, she seemed to have matured significantly, resolutely holding back her tears and bravely accepting her responsibilities. No, Ron, Harry, it was I who opened the chamber's secrets. I was the one who committed those dreadful acts. Ron, taken aback, was about to defend his sister, but was interrupted by a mocking voice from nearby. Little girl, it seems you have overestimated yourself. You were merely a pawn, manipulated in both opening Slytherin's chamber and controlling the basilisk. Clearly, you lacked the capability for such actions. Lockhart opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to interject, but finding no retort, he discreetly stepped aside. Harry and Ron, having matured considerably through their brief adventure, found their animosity towards Snape greatly diminished. Initially, the words struck them as infuriating. However, upon reflection, they recognized the truth within the statement, leaving their emotions quite tangled. Observing Ginny's newfound sense of liberation and excitement, Ron couldn't help but smile. Harry, for the first time, nodded in agreement. Professor, you are absolutely correct. This left Snape feeling somewhat unsettled, as he coughed lightly into his fist to shift the topic. Ahem, we should be on our way. The crisis has been averted, and we must inform everyone to assure their peace of mind. Subsequently, The group was transported by Fawkes to the entrance of the chamber, where Ashley and Hermione awaited them. Ashley, Hermione, you haven't left yet? Harry exclaimed. Harry, Ron, Ginny, you're finally out? The reunion was filled with excitement, a mix of expectations and surprises. Ashley scrutinized Harry closely, relieved to see he was unharmed. Harry allowed his sister to fuss over him, knowing full well that without her, he would not have emerged unscathed. His heart swelled with gratitude and emotion. Ashley patted Harry's shoulder in appreciation, while Harry, with a satisfied smile, began recounting their journey, strategically omitting the more perilous moments. Ron observed Hermione and Ginny embracing, doing the same, their laughter suggesting it had merely been a whimsical adventure devoid of any danger. Lockhart listened thoughtfully to Ron's retelling, seemingly gleaning new insights. As Ashley listened to Harry's condensed tale of adventure, she discreetly observed Snape, noting his lack of injuries, which further eased her tension. After Harry had concluded his narrative, Snape finally interjected, reminding them that it was time to report to Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Harry and Ron exchanged sheepish glances, realizing their oversight. Inwardly, they were astonished. This was an unusual display for Snape, who typically would have interrupted with a scowl and a sharp remark to prevent them from wasting his time. Ashley found humor in their expressions, as well as in Snape's increasingly darkening demeanor, and gently urged them to comply. Snape lingered at the back, retrieving something from his robes and disdainfully tossing it towards Ashley. Ashley blinked in surprise, quickly reaching out to catch the silver necklace that fell into her palm, while Snape turned away, striding towards the door. Just as he reached it, he paused momentarily. Do I need to remind you of the time? You should be in your respective dormitories resting, rather than convening in the lavatory. Ashley and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances before cheerfully responding in unison. Of course, Professor. We will head back to our dormitories right away. Snape's back stiffened, and with a flick of his robe, he exited, though his footsteps seemed slightly hurried. Ashley and Hermione shared a knowing smile, as if they had uncovered a secret of the professor's. Hand in hand, they left the lavatory which had once haunted them. They walked to the staircase before parting ways to return to their dormitories. Wishing each other sweet dreams, Ashley awoke naturally, only to find Hogwarts transformed into an entirely different visage. Apollyon and Hannah were absent from the dormitory, and her neatly packed belongings lay open beside her bed, silently indicating their owner's whereabouts. Ashley stretched, releasing a contented chuckle. After leisurely preparing herself, she stepped out to the common room. Indeed, it was lively, with everyone fervently discussing the events of the previous night. Apollyon was the first to spot Ashley, joyfully calling her name and waving her hand to signal her position. Peers and upperclassmen greeted her with warm smiles, before returning to their animated discussions. Ashley had intended to join Apollyon, but finding it difficult to navigate through the crowd, she shrugged apologetically at her friend. Apollyon squeezed her way out, carrying a basket of food, and pulled Ashley back towards the dormitory. However, as they neared the corridor leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories, they were suddenly intercepted by Ernie and Justin, having been freed from his petrified state. Justin now appeared quite awkward, until Ernie gently patted his arm, which bolstered his courage to speak. Could Ashley help me apologize to Harry? I shouldn't have doubted him. I've heard that he, along with Ron and the professors, vanquished the basilisk, thus resolving the crisis at Hogwarts. I believe it would be far more effective if the apology came directly from you, though Harry had not taken it to heart. Hearing your apology in person would surely bring him immense joy. Ashley interjected with a smile, interrupting Justin's self-reproach and offering encouragement. Justin visibly relaxed, nodding with a smile. After they departed, April successfully guided Ashley back to the dormitory, unpacking the food from the basket and placing it on Ashley's desk while cheerfully saying, I figured you must have returned quite late last night, so I didn't wake you this morning. I saved you some breakfast. As I eat, I want to hear the latest scoop. Ashley chuckled wryly. Shaking her head as she shared her experiences from the previous night with April, thereby allowing her a taste of the secondhand news. Conversely, it was Ashley who learned much about the aftermath of events from April. Chapter 104. The transformation of Lockhart Dumbledore had returned to Hogwarts, lifting the suspension and reinstating his position as headmaster. Upon his return, he also revoked the lockdown on Hogwarts, allowing the school to resume its operations. He dispatched someone to fetch Hagrid, assuring that his presence would soon be felt once more. As for the blind basilisk, stripped of its fangs and spine, it had been officially declared Hogwarts property thanks to Dumbledore's advocacy. The Ministry of Magic, envious of such a wealth of magical potions and materials, could only send representatives to confirm the truth of the matter, leaving in disgrace after realizing the error of their wrongful accusations. As Ashley had anticipated, Ginny's situation was downplayed by Dumbledore. The malevolent wizard who had controlled the basilisk and orchestrated the attacks had been eliminated, with 2 professors and 2 students able to attest to this fact. As for how he had gained entry, who would pursue such inquiries? As long as the crisis at Hogwarts had been resolved, allowing parents to rest easy, that was sufficient. Ginny had been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, solidifying her identity as a victim. The punishment she deserved had, in a sense, already been endured. Ashley recalled the remorse reflected in Ginny's eyes when she had seen her last night, suggesting she had indeed matured significantly. Meanwhile, Lockhart was said to have resigned, and Dumbledore, considering his recent performance, had not demanded compensation for the premature termination of his contract. Ron seemed to have reached an understanding with Dumbledore, refraining from exposing his misdeeds to the outside world, thus fulfilling his earlier promise. In the corridor near the Gryffindor common room, Ron hurriedly approached. "Professor, you called for me?" He was attempting to smooth his hair, as if he had just risen from bed. "I apologize for interrupting your rest. I've resigned and will be leaving shortly, but I wanted to speak with you." "Resign? So soon?" Ron stammered, Don't worry, I understand. That is precisely why I chose to resign. I no longer wish to shamelessly remain. Rest assured, Professor, I've already informed the headmaster about our agreement. We won't disclose anything." Stop. I'm aware of that. The headmaster has already told me, and he won't pursue any repercussions regarding my early resignation. I merely wish to have a conversation with you, not to remind you of anything. I trust you will uphold your end. All right then, please continue. Do you know why I ultimately intervened? Because of the new book? And our promise? Lockhart hesitated, reluctantly nodding. Those were indeed part of it, but more importantly, it was your words to me. False glory deceives others, but not oneself. Ron looked puzzled, seemingly unable to grasp the significance of that statement. Lockhart sighed. In truth, it wasn't just that phrase. It was also the prank after Valentine's Day. Ron felt a bit embarrassed, suspecting that the prank was likely orchestrated by his 2 older brothers. Don't be nervous. I didn't intend to hold that against you. In fact, I should be thankful to those little troublemakers. Had it not been for them, I might still be lost in the illusions of my fabricated glory. I would have realized that this false glory deceives not only oneself, but also others. Ron gazed at Lockhart in astonishment, clearly surprised by his words. Lockhart, pleased with Ron's expression, chuckled softly. I once believed my charm was irresistible, but in reality, if one spends enough time with me, they will see through my superficiality. The professors likely saw right through me long ago. They simply had their own reservations and dignity, choosing not to expose me. You young wizards, however, are the most direct and genuine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have delivered such a significant lesson that left me utterly dumbfounded. At this, Lockhart sighed before continuing. I had been deceiving myself, believing that by withdrawing, I could diminish the impact of this incident and allow you all to forget. I thought I could maintain my perfection in everyone's hearts, until you spoke those words that made me finally see the truth. Therefore, I want to express my gratitude. Thank you for awakening me, and thank you for guiding me towards the path I must take in the future. Ron initially appeared contemplative, then became somewhat bashful at Lockhart's gratitude. He had never anticipated that he could impart such insight to him. Lockhart, undeterred by Ron's reaction, seemed merely to seek a listener to share his reflections and intentions. I made up my mind. Although you want to expose me, the harm I've caused remains. I intend to anonymously donate a substantial portion of my earnings over the years to the original authors of those stories, with the remainder to be used for the promotion of my new book. A new book? Indeed. Such an exciting adventure as the Chamber of Secrets cannot be allowed to fade into obscurity. But worry not. I will incorporate more fictional elements to transform it into a genuine adventure novel rather than a mere adventure account, striving to enhance its appeal to attract readers, rather than relying on the hollow allure of personal experiences. Lockhart winked, causing Ron to blush, reminiscent of the storytelling style he had shared with Hermione that night. He genuinely felt happy for Lockhart. After all, while Lockhart's identity as an adventurer might be questionable, his identity as a writer was certainly credible. The significant role he had played in this process genuinely made Ron feel a sense of pride. Professor, I eagerly await your new work. Lockhart burst into hearty laughter, seemingly brimming with confidence regarding this matter. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot to return your wand. Ron joyfully accepted his wand, having almost forgotten it himself, but then suddenly recalled something, causing his expression to turn somewhat sheepish. Professor, have you found your wand? At this, Lockhart shot Ron an exasperated look, feigning annoyance as he replied, No, clearly it has been either pilfered by some little rascal or discarded as rubbish by Filch. I'm sorry. At that time, I was concerned you might retrieve it again and cast the Obliviate spell on us, so I threw it a bit farther. Seeing Ron's embarrassed demeanor, Lockhart finally burst into laughter. I'm just teasing you. Rest assured, Even though I've donated most of my estate, I still have enough to buy a new wand. Don't worry about it. I understand. After all, it was I who initiated our little exchange. Ron felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a smile once again graced his face. Goodbye, Professor. Farewell. Chapter 105. What's wrong with taking some spoils? Gilderoy Lockhart had departed. Yet the young wizards found themselves devoid of the anticipated joy. Initially, there had been a flicker of hope that this year's defense against the dark arts class might be cancelled. However, before the news could spread, the cold and unyielding Professor McGonagall swiftly shattered any illusions. The examination for this year's defense against the dark arts class would proceed as scheduled, with the practical spell assessments being eliminated. All remaining classes would be replaced with self-study, and attendance would contribute to the overall performance grade. In an instant, the students' happiness evaporated. Upon reflection, self-study seemed far less enjoyable than rehearsing a play. Among those sighing was Ron, who had a slight connection to Lockhart. He had been contemplating a celebration for the fortunate news of fewer exams, only to find himself plunged from heaven to hell in the blink of an eye. Hermione mercilessly teased and motivated him, but the impact was less than desirable. Ron found himself yearning for Lockhart even more. Harry, on the other hand, was in a much better state. Having never held high expectations, disappointment was simply not on his radar. With the 20th of May fast approaching, his thoughts were entirely consumed with how to celebrate Ashley's birthday. Last year, as a newcomer, he was still grappling with the school's rules and had dared not act rashly. This year, however, he considered himself a seasoned veteran, well aware of which places were permissible and what behaviors were acceptable. It was simply unreasonable to neglect his sister, especially when he was determined to spend her birthday with her, particularly after freeing Dobby, who, with Dumbledore's approval, had joined the Hogwarts kitchen. Harry had discovered the secrets of the kitchen. It was as if he had opened a new world. Suddenly, the food Ashley had sent him in the past and the descriptions of last year's birthday feast provided by April all made sense. With the right time, place, and people, Harry could conceive no justification for not celebrating his sister's birthday. Consequently, Ashley suddenly sensed that her brother seemed busier than ever. Even though the Chamber of Secrets had been resolved and the Quidditch matches for the year had concluded, it was increasingly difficult to catch a glimpse of him. When they did cross paths, he was often huddled with Ron, whispering secrets. Well, fine then. Life was indeed fulfilling, so she resolved to focus on her own matters. Beatrice had a sense that something was afoot, but since it was a surprise, it was imperative to keep it secret. She concealed it effortlessly, assigning homework with no reservations. Ashley remained ensnared in the vortex of her studies, oblivious to the passage of time. In Snape's office, Severus, did you hear what I said about increasing the potion reserves for Hogwarts this year? I heard you. Antidotes, hemostatics, blood-replenishing potions, prepare the materials, and I shall find time to complete them. He said this while not lifting his gaze or pausing his packing of items into a box. Is it truly appropriate for you to pack Hogwarts belongings to send elsewhere in my presence as the headmaster? Dumbledore queried, exasperated. He had been standing there for quite some time, fully aware, yet witnessing such blatant disregard for Hogwarts resources right before his eyes was disheartening. Is the basilisk a Hogwarts exclusivity? Are other places forbidden from raising one? Moreover, both Harry and I participated in the battle. What is wrong with claiming some spoils? You awarded Gryffindor a total of 400 points. Yet I have not seen you grant any to Slytherin. I am a professor of Hogwarts, not its enforcer. Is it not reasonable to seek a modicum of compensation? Snape articulated these points without hesitation, seemingly having completed his packing, sealing the box without leaving so much as a card behind. You have a point, Dumbledore paused. Yet his countenance bore no hint of anger. Rather, it was tinged with a hint of amusement as he remarked, "It has been a long time since I have seen you so popular, and I am genuinely pleased for you." This left Snape momentarily speechless. After several seconds, he resumed his composure, moving the box aside and awkwardly flipping through a book on the desk. Dumbledore chuckled softly, stroking his beard, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Are you not going to include a card? Well, she does not know who the gift is from. Would that not be a pity for your thoughtful gesture? Snape continued to peruse his book, seemingly indifferent, responding wittily, utilizing an item to its fullest does not constitute a loss. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, finding great amusement in their verbal exchange. It was indeed entertaining to engage in such wordplay with him. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of sympathy for Snape's genuine affection for the young girl, almost as if he regarded her as a daughter. He hoped she would honor his feelings, for he, too, was a pitiable soul. Dumbledore cast a glance at the polished lily ornament on his desk, letting out a soft sigh. Behind the book, Snape's expression curved into a faint smile as he glanced at the gift box, his heart swelling with warmth and confidence. Inside, He had deliberately placed a vial of Felix Felicis. How could the young girl ever mistake it? After all, it was likely only he who would dare to sign such a priceless potion as his personal gift. Gryffindor Common Room. Harry, Ron, how are your preparations coming along? Ashley's birthday is fast approaching, so let us not have any mishaps. Hermione inquired anxiously about their progress, feeling somewhat concerned since she had not been involved. Just ensure your own gift is ready. Do not worry. Everything is well in hand. You focus on your studies, Ron replied confidently, sharing a knowing glance with Harry. Indeed, Hermione, you needn't fret. I am her cousin who grew up alongside her. I know precisely what she truly enjoys, Ron added. Harry understood Hermione's slight guilt for not participating in the preparations, but he recognized that it wasn't a grand affair that required many hands. If her involvement hindered her studies, it would be Ashley who felt guilty. All right, but if you need my assistance, do be sure to let me know. Also, surprises should be moderate. We must not frighten Ashley. You know how Fred and George can be. Sometimes their pranks go too far. Whatever props you enlist their help for, please ensure you test them beforehand, Hermione reiterated with lingering concern. Harry chuckled and nodded. He too had harbored similar worries, but after sharing the plan with Fred and George, their seriousness and meticulousness had reassured him of the profound bond between the twins and Ashley, allowing him to relax. Ron shrugged, harboring no objections to his brother's reputation, as he shared the same sentiment. Hermione was not satisfied with her friend's attitudes, but refrained from further comment, silently resolving to protect her sister on the birthday itself, ensuring that the pranksters would have no opportunity to interfere. Weasley twins, you might be underestimating your sister. In truth, we are more afraid of her. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both sensing Hermione's discontent, yet they were well aware of her temperament and character, so they bore it with equanimity. After Hermione departed, the two ventured to the Ollery to collect a new wave of parcels. Excellent. The props, food, and decorations were nearly ready. Everything was in place, save for the final ingredient. Chapter 106, A Birthday Surprise. On May 20th, a Wednesday, with a gentle breeze and clear skies. In the morning, under the watchful eye of her biological clock, Ashley awoke around 7:30. Upon opening her eyes, she suddenly discovered a somewhat crudely wrapped gift box beside her bed. The roughness of the package can be attributed to its unremarkable exterior, a plain brown cardboard box adorned with a crooked, light green ribbon, signifying its symbolic importance. Ashley immediately thought of a specific individual style, eliciting a smile from her. Upon glancing at the calendar, she suddenly realized that today was, in fact, her birthday. The joy of receiving a gift first thing in the morning undeniably elevated her spirits. As she opened the box and beheld its contents, her mood soared even higher. Inside lay a medley of rare alchemical materials and practical potions, clearly packed without much care for organization by the sender, who seemed intent on cramming in whatever treasures he deemed worthy. The emphasis was on both value and quantity, an extravagant gesture indeed. Had she not guessed the identity of the sender, Ashley might have fancied herself a granddaughter lost from some opulent family, generously supported by her wealthy relatives. The image of the professor stuffing the box made Ashley chuckle softly, her heart brimming with gratitude and delight. After a brief period of tidying up, Beatrice assisted in putting everything away, leaving out 3 particularly notable items: a pair of fearsome venomous fangs, a neatly cut serpent's shed skin, and a potion of exceptional quality. Truth be told, had Ashley not known that both the fangs and the shed skin were superb alchemical materials, she would have preferred to avoid handling them altogether, primarily out of fear of serpents. However, considering the potency of the fangs and the robust nature of the serpent's hide, Ashley reassured herself that she could manage. After all, she had never actually encountered a basilisk, so she could convince herself that these were merely materials she had yet to see. Initially, Ashley contemplated crafting a pair of daggers from the fangs, but then she was struck by the realization that while one could be for her, she was uncertain whom to bestow the other upon. Ultimately, she resolved to create a unique dagger for herself, leaving the remaining fang to be fashioned into something else when the need arose. As for the serpent's shed skin, Ashley had decided from the very first glance to transform it into a protective vest for Professor Snape. As the saying goes, if you bestow upon me a peach, I shall repay you with a delicate gem. Yet, given her current abilities, she recognized the necessity of further study in magical arrays and an enhancement of her alchemical skills to produce a work that would meet her standards. Moreover, time would need to be devoted to thoughtfully designing its appearance, a task that could not be completed hastily. Thus, having determined the intended purposes, Ashley instructed Beatrice to store the 2 items away, leaving only the final potion. In truth, this was not the first time Snape had gifted her a potion of good fortune. Beatrice's collection contained another, which had been a Christmas present from him. Ashley hesitated because of a sudden whim to experiment with the potion's effects. When there was only one vial, she had naturally treated it as a precious treasure, reluctant to use it indiscriminately. However, with an additional vial at her disposal, her curiosity began to stir. Even Beatrice, who discerned Ashley's inner thoughts, could not help but tease. A master of potions is indeed a master, handing out good fortune potions as if they were mere snacks. TSK. Beatrice's gentle, cool voice mimicking Snape's sardonic tone held a certain charm, causing Ashley to erupt in laughter. The delightful sound of Beatrice's own laughter only served to amplify Ashley's joy. Ashley understood that Beatrice was simply using a light-hearted approach to convey that there was no need for her to agonize. If she wished to try it, she should simply do so, as it was not a significant matter for the one who had gifted her the potion. Exhaling a breath, Ashley cast aside her petty hesitations and opened the vial, taking a small sip. Don't misunderstand, she thought, it's not about stinginess, but rather that the potion is not meant to be consumed in excess. Overindulgence could lead to dizziness, recklessness, and arrogance. Lychee-flavored juice, quite delightful. One more sip, oh. She almost forgot. Moderation is key. Hastily capping the vial, her face flushed, she handed it to Beatrice, quickly assessing her own condition. Beatrice, having witnessed Ashley's earlier display, chuckled softly in her mind, relieved that Ashley retained some semblance of restraint. Otherwise, she might have been tempted to imagine it as a bizarre flavor of salted eggplant, and could indeed have downed it in one gulp. Ashley was left in a state of bemusement. To be honest, she had recalled the potion's property of transforming into a favored flavor, but as it was a liquid, she simply could not fathom what a salted eggplant-flavored drink would taste like. Thus, she had subconsciously hoped for it to become a juice she adored instead. Not listening, she thought, I'm not some eccentric. Lychee juice is perfectly acceptable. How did she feel in that moment? Well, she was undeniably in high spirits, brimming with energy and confidence, feeling as if there was nothing she could not accomplish. Even confronting a Dark Lord seemed, well, perhaps not entirely feasible. Ashley took a moment to assess her state, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this potion was astonishing. It was practically a miraculous antidote for melancholy. Yet, she acknowledged that moderation was crucial, for excessive arrogance could also be a form of illness. With such a splendid state of being, it would be a waste not to venture into the alchemy room of the request room and create something. With only a herbology class at 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, she had ample time. After a brief tidy-up, Ashley slung her messenger bag over her shoulder and set out with Beatrice. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor common room was abuzz with activity. Hermione had knocked on Harry and Ron's dormitory door early in the morning, prompting them to rise promptly, pack their belongings, and have breakfast before heading to the shores of the Black Lake. To be precise, they were near the Forbidden Forest, not far from Hagrid's hut, a somewhat secluded area rarely frequented by young witches and wizards. This location had been recommended to Harry by Fred and George after they had heard his plans. It was indeed a tranquil and picturesque spot, ideal for a picnic. The group of 6 from Gryffindor carried a box filled with various decorations and components for tables and chairs as they made their way there. That's right, 6 individuals. Somehow, Wood had overheard Harry, Ron, and the twins discussing their plans during practice and had expressed a desire to join. Harry had initially hesitated, as Wood didn't seem to have much interaction with Ashley. However, upon hearing Wood express his admiration for Ashley's straightforwardness and cleverness, along with his wish to extend his best wishes, the brotherly Harry readily agreed. Wood had classes in the morning, so after helping to deliver the items, he withdrew. The twins' class schedules coincided with Harry's, allowing them to lend a hand. Each person was busily engaged, some laying out blankets, others setting up tables, while still others arranged bouquets and inflated balloons. By around 10 a.m., Harry and his friends had completed most of the arrangements and were heading off to class, just as Wood arrived to fill the gap. With a mixture of unspoken emotions, Wood arranged the bouquets and balloons, tidying up the leftover trash. This patch of grass transformed into a remarkably cozy and romantic picnic area, truly enchanting. Chapter 107, The Birthday Feast by the Black Lake. Ashley gazed at the newly crafted plum blossom bracelet in her hands, feeling a flutter of excitement. Although this was not her first time creating such a protective bracelet, the time required for the process, specifically the meticulous engraving of the magical array, had yet to diminish. After all, engraving magical arrays is a delicate endeavor, demanding a high degree of continuity, with minuscule characters that leave no room for error. Any mistake could lead to complete failure, making it a significant test of both mental fortitude and concentration. every time she engaged in the intricate art of engraving. Ashley approached the task with utmost caution and unwavering focus. Despite her diligence, achieving a flawless success rate proved elusive, let alone reducing the time required for the task. However, this occasion was different. After consuming the Felix Felicis potion, she felt as if guided by an unseen force, as though the magical runes were inscribed directly in her mind and imprinted on her hands. Each stroke flowed seamlessly, requiring no conscious thought to execute. The sensation of such effortless proficiency was exhilarating. Were it not for the constraints of time, she would have readily immersed herself in the alchemy chamber for the entire day. In short, the Felix Felicis potion was truly extraordinary. After neatly packaging the plum blossom bracelet, she entrusted it to Beatrice for safekeeping, and promptly utilized the shortcut provided by the room of requirement to reach the corridor near the greenhouse. As a seasoned timekeeper, she entered the greenhouse classroom precisely as the class bell rang, not a second late. Apollyon greeted her with a smile, seamlessly initiating a conversation about the minor gossip that had just transpired, clearly accustomed to such exchanges. Professor Proust was engaged in discussion with Hannah, Neville, and others, elucidating the characteristics of a particular herb. The sound of the class bell snapped him back to reality, and he caught sight of Ashley returning from her excursion. With a bemused smile of affectionate exasperation, he refrained from further comment, clearing his throat in preparation for the lesson. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the room, causing Professor Proust to pause, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. Not only he, but the other young witches and wizards also shared a sense of astonishment. Typically, Ashley was the last to enter the classroom, rarely allowing anyone to arrive later than her. To be later than her generally signified tardiness, thus igniting the collective intrigue of the class. With the year-end exams looming, who could be so audacious? All eyes unconsciously gravitated toward the greenhouse entrance, including Ashley S. The door swung open with a heavy thud, revealing 3 breathless figures. How fortuitous! It was none other than her acquaintances, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Ashley was not surprised by Harry and Ron's lateness. Such occurrences were hardly unprecedented, as the duo often found themselves embroiled in peculiar escapades. Their explanations, while dubious, were well known to their classmates who had long since grown accustomed to their antics. However, Hermione's tardiness was a rare sight indeed. Her nature dictated that she would never be late. Arriving early was her standard. Ashley narrowed her eyes, sensing the presence of some unusual event. Particularly notable was the way the trio simultaneously averted their gazes when she directed her questioning look toward them. Ah, how curious! Remembering the significance of the day, a peculiar smile crept across Ashley's face. Just then, she felt a fleeting gaze upon her, and, upon looking up, she caught Apollyon hastily averting her eyes. The awkwardness was palpable, prompting Ashley to suppress a smirk. Very well. She was adept at reading the situation. She would certainly not overlook the performance that required her participation. Perhaps she was mistaken. At this moment, it was indeed best to feign ignorance. Thus, she behaved as though nothing was amiss and continued with her lessons. Due to the briefness of their tardiness, the amiable Professor Proust made a light-hearted jest and swiftly moved on. Harry and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione for herself, and Harry and Ron out of concern for her. During the 2 consecutive classes, the 5 friends exchanged little conversation. When the lessons concluded and it was time to head to the Great Hall for dinner, the trio concocted yet another flimsy excuse to decline Ashley's company. Ashley felt a weariness settle upon her. Was she merely pretending not to notice the peculiarities, or was she genuinely oblivious? She even kindly inquired if Apollyon had any matters to attend to, offering to go to the Great Hall alone if necessary. Apollyon awkwardly shook her head, linking her arm with Ashley's as they ascended the stairs together to dinner, just as they always did. It appeared that Apollyon was merely an informed party, yet not deeply involved. The afternoon classes were primarily held with Ravenclaw, restoring a sense of normalcy. By approximately 4:30, the day's lessons drew to a close. Ashley instinctively made her way toward the Great Hall, only to be halted by Apollyon, who suggested, under pretense, that Hagrid had invited them for an outing, and proceeded to lead her outside the castle. Ashley cast a sidelong glance at Benedict, who seemed unfazed. Very well, it seemed he too was in the know, though his performance was far more convincing. Noticing Ashley's scrutiny, Benedict shrugged with a knowing smile, silently conveying much. With a mixture of happiness and resignation, Ashley sighed softly, appreciating the effort her friends had put into this. She resolved to act as though she were entirely unaware and to relish the surprise they had meticulously prepared. As they walked toward the castle's exterior, they veered onto a path near the farmland, close to Hagrid's hut, before making their way to the edge of the Black Lake. Honestly, the scenery here was breathtaking. The verdant grass, fluttering butterflies, and a riot of wildflowers were enchanting. The shimmering surface of the lake occasionally erupted with the leaps of small fish, while the towering trees of the forbidden forest loomed in the distance, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Simply gazing upon this vista filled Ashley with delight. The secluded pathway promised tranquility, making it an idyllic spot. Upon reaching a clearing, all the splendid views unfolded before her. The soul-cleansing beauty was undeniable, yet what captivated her most was the meticulously arranged picnic area. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Oliver were busily unpacking a feast from baskets, placing the delectable spread upon a light green mat. Upon noticing Ashley and Apollonie's approach, they greeted them with warm smiles and waves. Even though Ashley had braced herself for this moment, the sight of such beauty rendered her speechless, prompting her to cover her mouth in astonishment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Apollyon, with a playful grin, urged Ashley to join her in a light jog over, contrasting sharply with Ashley's more reserved demeanor, as she exuberantly praised the picnic's arrangement. Those involved in the setup, including Harry and Hermione, basked in her compliments, their faces blooming with pride and bashfulness. With the banter flowing freely, Apollyon was relentless in recounting her contributions to the preparations and the challenges she had faced to keep it all a secret. Fred and George chimed in as well, playing their roles perfectly as the comedic duo, sharing humorous anecdotes that kept the laughter echoing among them. It was then that Ashley learned the source of those decidedly non-magical balloons. She silently expressed her gratitude to the absent Bertrand and Agnes. As for her present companions, her heart overflowed with appreciation and emotion. Throughout the joyous occasion, Ashley wore a radiant smile, unaware that her happiness was the ultimate reward for her friends' efforts. Thus, each heart brimmed with joy and contentment, and smiles remained firmly in place. A circle of friends gathered together, sharing stories and laughter, indulging in delectable treats amidst the stunning backdrop, creating a scene reminiscent of a picturesque painting. Time slipped by imperceptibly, and as twilight descended, the group remained reluctant to depart. In a moment Ashley did not notice, Harry produced a cake he had hidden in the basket, lighting the candles and prompting the group to sing a chorus of birthday wishes, culminating in a crescendo of celebration. Through the flickering candlelight, Ashley gazed at the beaming faces of her friends, her heart warming as though immersed in soothing waters. With hands clasped, she silently wished, "May this scene never fade. May these cherished souls know peace and joy." As she opened her eyes and blew out the candles, the twins waved their wands, igniting the hidden fireworks nestled within the grass, which soared into the sky, bursting into a magnificent display of color. Chapter 108, The Birthday Cake. Epelira gleefully pulled Hermione and Ashley along, bouncing with excitement and letting out adorable exclamations. Harry and Ron shared enthusiastic smiles, engaging in a lively discussion about which cluster of fireworks was most dazzling, while also praising their twin brother's talent for crafting such delightful props. The twins, with arms slung around each other, expressed their satisfaction with the creations, admiring them while exchanging compliments. Benedict, with a subtle smile, quietly gazed upwards at the fireworks, occasionally glancing at the three girls, wary of his sister potentially leading the other two astray. Wood, unconsciously captivated, stole glances at one particular girl, the admiration in his heart growing ever stronger. With a playful flick of his wand, he caused the balloons, which had been levitating in the air, to rise in unison, creating a splendid new tableau against the backdrop of the fireworks. The crowd marveled at this unexpected display, applauding Wood's creativity. When Wood caught a grateful glance from the girl, a blush crept onto his cheeks, relieved that the darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, concealing any telltale signs of his embarrassment. Ashley, oblivious to these nuances, was filled with wonder at the spectacle, a warm tide of emotions surging within her, determined to etch this day into her memory forever. As the fireworks concluded, Wood waved his wand again, returning the balloons to their original positions. Although everyone felt a lingering sense of joy, there was little regret. Harry reminded Ashley to distribute the cake, and she willingly adhered to her brother's organizational plan. However, having unwittingly consumed too much of the other food, she found herself unable to indulge in much cake. Aware of the situation, Ashley noted that everyone had merely taken a small slice, sampling the flavor. Upon tasting a piece herself, her eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Harry, inquiring, "Did your mother make this?" Harry nodded with a smile. The others, overhearing the exchange, dutifully finished their small portions, showering compliments upon the cake. Ashley initially intended to take the remaining 4/5 home to savor at her leisure, but then had an idea. She cut 5 portions, retrieved her wand, and cast a transfiguration spell on the plates, transforming them into small cake boxes to hold the cake. Her friends, observing her thoughtful actions, couldn't help but admire her consideration. Unfortunately, they failed to notice that one piece was noticeably larger. Even if they had, they would likely attribute it to a careless cut rather than an intentional choice. After neatly packaging the cake, Ashley inscribed the recipient's initials on the boxes. The largest piece clearly designated for SS, a rather obvious favoritism. Such subtleties were unlikely to be easily spotted by the others, though Hermione seemed to sense something amiss. Next, Ashley entrusted the cake for Professor McGonagall to Harry, the one for Professor Flitwick to Benedict, and the one for Professor Sprout to Epelira, while she decided to deliver the remaining cake herself. Her friends were eager to assist in this endeavor, tidying up everything that did not belong there, preparing to conclude the gathering, and, of course, not forgetting to present their gifts. However, it appeared that the Gryffindor group was particularly focused on the gift in Harry's hands, leading those unaware to assume they had pooled their resources for it. Ashley, however, received it with gratitude, while Epelira seemed somewhat surprised. Upon opening the gift, Ashley discovered a beautifully simplistic crossbody bag. Its pale yellow base was complemented by a large light green bow, devoid of any overly intricate patterns or embellishments, and its size was just right, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic. It was evident that Harry had chosen it with her in mind, prompting Ashley to smile appreciatively at him. Harry, shyly scratching the back of his head, then explained the bag's functionality. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a bag with a no-trace extension charm, offering an interior space about the size of her compartment, specially ordered by Harry through Hagrid. It had been certified by the Ministry of Magic, complete with the proper documentation, albeit at the cost of quite a few galleons. The gifts from the other Gryffindors had already been stashed inside this crossbody bag. Hearing this, Epelira felt a wave of envy, finally understanding why everyone had been eyeing Harry's present. Initially, she worried Ashley might be disappointed receiving only one gift. After all, she too would not feel entirely content if her parents and Benedict pooled their resources for a single gift, no matter how precious. After all, the joy of receiving gifts is best when there are many to unwrap. Benedict, fully aware of his sister's thoughts, let out a soft chuckle before being the first to retrieve his gift from his bag and present it to Ashley. Epelira quickly snapped back to reality, freeing herself from her envious thoughts, and pulled out her own gift to offer it as well. As the hour grew late, with curfews in place and the task of delivering the cake still to be completed, Ashley could not linger to unwrap the gifts. She earnestly expressed her heartfelt gratitude to her friends. After exchanging goodnights, they returned to the castle, each heading back to their respective common rooms or to fulfill the cake delivery task. Epelira volunteered to deliver Professor Sprout's cake, leaving Ashley to go alone to Professor Snape's office. In high spirits, Ashley, with her crossbody bag filled with gifts and cake, hummed a cheerful tune as she walked. Along the way, several young witches and wizards frolicked in the corridors, seizing the final moments before curfew to release their pent-up energy. This lively atmosphere made the once menacing castle seem less daunting, as if it had finally shed the ominous shadow of the basilisk. Ashley even overheard many students discussing the recent fireworks, with some speculating whether a senior was confessing their feelings, which brought a smile to her face. In this jovial mood, the journey felt significantly shorter, and Ashley soon found herself at the door of Professor Snape's office. She gently rapped on the door, and a familiar low, somber voice called out, "Enter." Ashley pushed the door open and walked lightly to Snape's desk. He instinctively frowned, glancing up, but upon recognizing her, his expression softened momentarily with surprise before quickly returning to its usual calm demeanor. "What brings you here at this hour? Are you not aware that curfew is approaching?" he queried, immediately regretting his words as a hint of remorse crossed his face. Ashley caught this and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her voice unconsciously sweet, reminiscent of the way she would charm Vernon. "Professor, I'm here to deliver the cake. Once I've done that, I'll be heading back. I wouldn't dream of staying past curfew." As she spoke, she rummaged through her crossbody bag for the cake, but because the boxes looked quite similar, she couldn't distinguish them immediately and ended up pulling both out. Spotting the one marked with her SS initials, she proudly placed it before Snape. He immediately noticed the marking, then glanced at the other box labeled AD, realizing her next destination, and frowned slightly as he said brusquely, "You should head back. I'll take this one for you." Ashley raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of saving a trip, and cheerfully agreed, thanking Snape for his willingness to help. He showed little reaction, and with nothing more to say, she bid him farewell and departed. Once Ashley left, the office fell silent again, and Snape stared at the two boxes for a moment before, surprisingly, he opened both of them. With but a glance, a broad smile graced Snape's visage, a tenderness and fondness concealed within that, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly lead them to disbelieve that this was the same Snape they had come to know. The moonlight flowed like water, and the passage of time felt serene. Chapter 109. Initially, believing it was merely a lack of insight, one could not have anticipated the absence of a certain cognitive thread. Although Ashley had Beatrice's spatial pocket at her disposal, she was not lacking in items to store. However, as an autonomous entity, Beatrice enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom, choosing her location based on her whims, which rendered Ashley's access to her possessions rather inconvenient. In truth, she was merely borrowing Beatrice's space without recompense. Thus, the small handbag that Harry gifted her was indeed a delightful and practical acquisition. Furthermore, as an apprentice progressing along the path of alchemy, the ambition to craft spatial devices lingered in her mind, though this aspiration felt rather distant at present, especially considering the substantial sum of galleons Harry had expended for it. It served as a motivation and impetus for her. Regardless of whether it was a source of encouragement or pressure, the ultimate goal remained aligned. Thus, Ashley did not perceive it as a burden, but rather as a genuine convenience that filled her heart with joy. It was akin to unearthing a substantial collection of alchemical materials from Hermione's gift, which proved to be quite timely. Truth be told, upon seeing such an abundance of alchemical resources, Ashley felt a sense of comfort and mirth. Those unfamiliar with Hermione's character might assume she was reminding or urging Ashley to hasten the reforging of the protective bracelet. However, Ashley, well acquainted with her nature, understood this was merely an expression of gratitude for the bracelet she had previously crafted, which had saved Hermione's life, albeit with a considerably generous token of appreciation. In addition to the substantial collection of magical materials, there is also a thick, meticulously organized volume of alchemical notes. The scarcity of Hogwarts literature on the legacy of alchemy made the existence of such a comprehensive notebook testament to Hermione's dedication. What's not to love about a girl who embodies gratitude? Ashley, having already crafted a new bracelet for Hermione, accepted her gift with an easy conscience. While the notes may not contain much that would pique Ashley's interest, the study methods articulated in Hermione's scholarly approach were undoubtedly worth emulating. The Weasley twins presented their proud creation, a magical artifact linked to that spectacular fireworks display. Ashley was uncertain when it might come in handy. Yet the sentiment was more than enough for her to cherish. Ron's gift took Ashley by surprise, given the well-known financial constraints of the Weasley family. However, considering Charlie's profession, the origin of this gift became evident. A few dragon horns shed by Romanian Ridgebacks, presumably from their juvenile stage, may not possess the quality of those from adulthood, yet if sold, would still command a substantial sum. Reflecting on this, it seemed the Weasley family was not as impoverished as commonly perceived, merely oblivious to their own fortunes. Nevertheless, Ron's sentiment, akin to Hermione's, prompted Ashley to graciously accept his offering. Benedict's gift consisted of 2 vials of potions, specifically a concoction of his own creation, a sleeping draught and its antidote. Simply shattering the vial of the sleeping potion would release a cloud of vapor, obscuring the enemy's vision, delaying their actions, while subtly numbing their nerves, inducing slumber. Beyond marveling at her friend's impressive talents, Ashley found herself at a loss for words. She certainly could not extol the virtues of these as essential travel companions for nefarious deeds. Swiftly gathering her gifts, she felt a twinge of guilt, as if she were a thief. Applin presented a charming figurine of Beatrice, or rather, a rabbit figurine closely resembling Beatrice. Perhaps believing Ashley would adore it due to their inseparable bond, she had taken the trouble to procure such a piece. Ashley held no particular affection for it, nor disdain. However, Beatrice was genuinely thrilled, and Ashley readily entrusted her with its safekeeping. As for Wood's gift, truth be told, upon glimpsing certain details, an inexplicable flutter arose within Ashley, a sensation that rendered her cheeks aflame. It was a vintage silver watch, with a simplistic round face paired with a vine-like silver chain, the cover adorned with an elegantly delicate lily of the valley, exuding an understated opulence. Only upon lifting the cover could one discern the time, alongside a painted scene nestled within. With a mere glance, Ashley recognized the depiction. It was of her frolicking in the waters at Brighton Beach. The painting even captured Beatrice peeking from her shoulder bag, even without facial features. It was unmistakable. Thus, what had been there last year? Did he create this artwork? What did it signify that he gifted her this watch? Despite her self-perception as somewhat oblivious to romantic nuances, Ashley found herself lost in fanciful thoughts. No, he is British. He likely knows nothing of the concept of love at first sight, so it must be mere coincidence. Yes, merely a coincidence. As for the watch's particulars, perhaps it was simply a birthday gift that had been custom-made. It only spoke to Wood's kindness and thoughtfulness. She must not overthink it or indulge in fanciful notions. Having been single for 31 years cumulatively, the girl, after a mere half-hour of inner turmoil, had already issued Wood a platonic card, clearing her thoughts and dispelling any rosy illusions. After considerable effort to procure the artwork from a street artist and subsequently purchasing the watch, which she had painstakingly commissioned a craftsman to replicate onto the back of the watch, she had been awaiting the right moment to present it. If he were to discover this, one could only wonder what his thoughts might be. In Ashley's mind, a confession unspoken cannot truly be considered a confession. Thus, she resolutely refused to entertain any notions of self-delusion. Now, she was pondering how to reciprocate this kindness. Heaven knows, using a pocket watch is an exercise in sentimentality and ritual, and over time, one realizes it is rather inconvenient. She had been contemplating alternatives when she suddenly remembered the existence of mechanical watches, nearly face-palming at her own oversight. Now, having received a watch that was both aesthetically pleasing and functionally suitable, adorned with her likeness, it would be unreasonable not to wear it. After all, kindness must be repaid, and Ashley dismissed any further fanciful thoughts as she donned the watch. Upon seeing Ashley adorned with her new watch, Applin casually inquired, and upon learning of its origin and Ashley's sentiments, regarded her with a subtly complex expression for quite some time. Initially thinking her friend simply lacked insight, it became apparent that there was a distinct absence of awareness. Chapter 110, was this a determination to fortify defenses? No one knew how elated Wood felt upon witnessing Ashley wearing the watch he had meticulously prepared, nor how disheartened he became upon hearing her thoughts. Ashley, would you like to have lunch? That watch looks splendid on you. What a rare occurrence to encounter Ashley. Wood flushed with embarrassment and summoned the courage to approach her. Yes, I too believe it looks wonderful. Indeed, I have yet to express my gratitude, Senior Wood, for your meticulous efforts in preparing a birthday gift for me. It is precisely what I needed, and I am exceedingly fond of it. I have already begun contemplating what sort of birthday present I shall bestow upon you. One that will undoubtedly match your heartfelt intentions. Ailie, with her unabashed demeanor, displayed not a hint of shyness, which was hardly reflective of someone who had just become aware of another's affections. Wood felt a twinge of frustration. Perhaps he had been overly eager. The young girl, still in her youth, was utterly oblivious to the nuances of romantic feelings beyond mere friendship, leaving him uncertain whether his intentions might backfire. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wood's face shifted from crimson to pale, the excitement dissipating, replaced by a sense of anxious disappointment. Ailie, completely overlooked, harbored no displeasure. Rather, she clandestinely reveled in the unfolding drama, observing the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, whose visage shifted through a spectrum of emotions. She felt a secret delight in his evident turmoil. It was a source of amusement to witness the clumsy, veiled flirtation between them, though the protagonist remained oblivious. The bystander could discern the subtle undertones. Ailie's unabashed expression of her aesthetic preferences, in a sense, marked the inception of her affections. Wood's earnest gift was a clear testament to his feelings. Regrettably, Ailie was a bit dim-witted, wholly unaware that Wood's awkwardness stemmed from his inability to articulate his emotions. However, even if she were to realize this, she would refrain from addressing it, partly out of mischievous inclination, but more importantly, she understood the delicate boundaries of romantic entanglements. Interference from a third party was unwelcome. Should their relationship blossom, all would be well. Yet, if it were to culminate in a passionate heartbreak, her position would inevitably become uncomfortable. Thus, unless Ailie came to recognize her own feelings and desire for development, she would refrain from any superfluous actions. Once Wood, disheartened, bid his farewell and retreated to the Gryffindor table, Ailie took the opportunity to link arms with Ailie. Her spirits lifted as they made their way to the Hufflepuff table. Ailie remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar dynamics between Wood and Ailie. In truth, her thoughts had already drifted to a matter she had been contemplating for the past few days. The self-study period during defense against the dark arts felt like a squandered opportunity for her at this juncture, or perhaps a misallocation of her time. She had initially intended to utilize it to address her shortcomings or to independently study alchemy, which would not appear out of place. However, having completed this year's academic tasks, she felt no trepidation regarding the written examinations, and with Beatrice's assistance in alchemy, the location of her studies became inconsequential. Thus, the absence of a professor's guidance during the holiday seemed more fitting. Conversely, the practical application of the defense against the dark arts, which had been delayed by Lockhart, left her feeling quite unsettled, compelling her to seek further enhancement. In simpler terms, she yearned to learn the Patronus charm, rather than cramming at the last minute next year. Wouldn't it be wiser to master it while time permitted? Indeed, she had once contemplated crafting a venomous dagger before seeking out the Room of Requirement to destroy the Ravenclaw diadem Horcrux. However, Beatrice had declined her proposal, and Eiley found herself unable to conjure an irresistible rationale to persuade Beatrice to alter her academic agenda. After weighing the pros and cons, Eiley resolved to pursue her own aspirations. After a full day of classes, she arrived at the shortcut entrance to Professor Dumbledore's office on the 8th floor. Upon entering, and after some negotiation, she completed a past defense against the dark arts examination with a perfect score, thereby securing the opportunity to practice spellcasting during self-study sessions. Initially, Eiley had been reluctant to disclose the specific spell she wished to learn to Dumbledore, but the old fox's adept questioning skills compelled her to reveal her intentions. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, inquired whether she required his assistance. When Eiley fervently shook her head, indicating that she did not wish to impose on the headmaster's time, he feigned a touch of melancholy, as though he felt her dismissal of his capabilities rendered him a relic of bygone heroism. Eiley, fully aware of his theatricality, found it difficult to withstand such a pang of conscience, leading her to be forthright. When she expressed her desire to learn the Patronus charm from Snape, Dumbledore's smile took on a meaningful quality, suggesting that as long as Snape consented, all would be well. Each time Eiley encountered that particular smile from Dumbledore, she felt a shiver run down her spine, prompting her to hasten her departure from the office and descend to the first floor to visit Professor Snape. Upon hearing Eiley's request to learn the Patronus charm, Snape did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, his gaze drifted into the distance, as if he were unearthing some long-buried memory. This caused Eiley's previously unwavering confidence to falter, for she feared that learning the spell from someone who cared for her might evoke sorrow or displeasure in him. Just as she prepared to retract her request, Snape unexpectedly granted his consent. This left her momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or trepidation. Their initial lesson took place that very evening. As Snape had not yet settled on a suitable teaching location, he conducted the first session in his office. After explaining the pronunciation of the incantation, the wand movements, and the key point for casting, Snape paused before ultimately deciding to demonstrate the spell himself for optimal educational impact. Although Eiley had long known that Snape's Patronus was a doe, witnessing him conjure it before her eyes imparted an entirely new significance. The nostalgia, sorrow, and guilt etched across Snape's face, along with the potent mix of emotions, left Eiley profoundly impacted. It was precisely this instability of feeling that caused his Patronus to waver shortly after its manifestation, quickly dissipating, while Snape swiftly regained his composure. Attributing the lack of control to his long absence from casting the spell, Eiley felt no desire for him to demonstrate it again. Her heart ached for him. Over the course of the year, the emotional investments shared between them had forged a bond that, while devoid of formal titles, surpassed mere familial ties. Eiley found herself increasingly attuned to the professor's awkward expressions, revealing a soft, sincere heart beneath his stern exterior. He was a flesh-and-blood elder, one who cared for her, rather than a mere tragic figure confined to memory. Thus, with a heart intent on safeguarding him, Eiley silently practiced the incantation technique he had previously shared. And to her astonishment, a silvery light indicative of successful casting emerged on her first attempt. Yet, it seemed she was yet unable to gather it into a coherent form. Eiley's momentary delight swiftly morphed into disappointment. In contrast, Snape's eyes sparkled with intense surprise as he murmured, "Could this be her innate spell?" Eiley's lips twitched, and trusting in the professor, she cast a shield charm. Snape, taken aback, could not conceal the joy radiating from his face, and he examined her wand closely, exclaiming, "It appears your talent for defensive magic is remarkably high. Excellent, excellent." His repeated exclamations attested to his excitement. As Eiley beheld the professor, whose infrequent smiles rendered his expression somewhat peculiar, she felt a pang of sympathy mingled with satisfaction. It was perfectly all right. A bit more laughter would seem quite normal. As for her defensive aptitude, it appeared she was indeed destined to delve deeper into the realm of protection. Chapter 111, Eiley's Patronus. Originally, Ashley intended to dedicate the remaining study time for her defense against the dark arts class this academic year to learning the Patronus charm under Snape's tutelage. However, both of her anticipated plans went awry, resulting in significant alterations to her subsequent study agenda. Firstly, She had underestimated her own aptitude for defensive spells. The Patronus Charm, which is typically introduced in the 4th year and is notoriously challenging, would usually require 2 or 3 weeks of practice to grasp the nuances of its casting. Yet, under Snape's guidance, she succeeded on her first attempt. The rest was merely a matter of honing her proficiency. This rendered her earnest endeavor to negotiate with Dumbledore rather amusing in retrospect. Secondly, she neglected to consider Snape's availability. As the head professor of potions, responsible for teaching 7 different year groups, he was undeniably busy. It was unrealistic to expect him to have time to instruct her during her study period for defense against the dark arts. At this point, Ashley felt an overwhelming urge to bury herself in a flower pot once more. In her eagerness to find the most reliable and willing teacher, she had completely overlooked verifying Snape's schedule. Surely, the overly sweet birthday cake had clouded her judgment, or perhaps the aftereffects of Felix Felicis had gone to her head, causing her to become rather presumptuous. Regardless, she was now reaping the consequences of her folly. When Snape commended her for her successful casting of the Patronus Charm, concluding that all she needed was more practice, Ashley seemed to finally grasp the gravity of her miscalculation. Embarrassed, she began to fidget with her toes. Had it not been for her shoes, she might have conjured an entire castle from the ground beneath her. Observing her silence, Snape mistakenly assumed she was concerned that he might not wish to continue teaching her, prompting him to awkwardly add, "If you have any further questions, do not hesitate to ask me." Ashley's eyes lit up at the word whenever as it rolled off Snape's lips, effectively alleviating her awkwardness. After all, the professor had assured her she could approach him at any time. It was not her fault for forgetting to coordinate with him. Initially focused solely on learning the Patronus Charm, she now considered the possibility of seeking answers to other queries as well, prompted by Snape's invitation. The thought of potential exclusive advantages made her smile particularly sweetly. Unbeknownst to Snape, who remained blissfully unaware of the ulterior motives behind Ashley's smile, he felt a warmth in his heart at her joy, involuntarily curving his lips into a slight smile. Ashley took the opportunity to coordinate her schedule with Snape, discussing the timing and location for their lessons. Regarding the location, Snape had initially thought of the potions classroom, his own domain, for its convenience and comfort. However, concerned about the proximity to the Slytherin common room and the potential for gossip among the younger students, he hesitated mid-sentence, furrowing his brow. Although Ashley was oblivious to Snape's worries, she did not believe the potions classroom was an ideal training space. Thus, after his pause, she tentatively inquired, "Professor, are you aware of the Room of Requirement?" In truth, Ashley had not intentionally concealed her knowledge of the room from her friends. After discovering it, she had attempted to share the information with them, but their focus seemed to lie elsewhere, and the conversation had fizzled out. Subsequently, having acquired the alchemical legacy from Nicolim, she had come to rely on the room's spatial support, which led her to refrain from revisiting the topic. Why bring it up with Snape now? Firstly, Ashley had developed sufficient trust in him. Secondly, the Room of Requirement was indeed a highly suitable venue for practicing spells. And thirdly, its usage did not conflict with her schedule. Snape raised an eyebrow, seemingly familiar with the concept, though he was evidently unaware of its specific location. Ashley, like a child proudly showcasing a new toy, enthusiastically recounted her journey to discovering the Room of Requirement, including its functionalities and rules. Snape listened patiently to her account, acknowledging that while the room's transformative capabilities were undoubtedly useful, his own needs were minimal. Conversely, it would be of significant benefit to Ashley, filling him with a sense of delight on her behalf. Not to mention, her affectionate tone and demeanor melted his heart, enveloping him in a warm glow. If he and Lily had a child, perhaps she would be just like Ashley. The thought of her consideration for his convenience and rest time further widened the smile on Snape's face. With little room for negotiation, once Snape learned of the Room of Requirement's existence, he promptly decided it would serve as their training venue. As for the lesson timings, they settled on 3 sessions per week, scheduled for the evenings when Snape had fewer classes, each lasting approximately an hour and a half. Although Snape was amenable to conducting additional lessons over the weekend, Ashley adamantly refused, not wishing to encroach upon his time off, providing her reasoning, which led Snape to nod in agreement, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. As for her originally intended study time, she found herself unable to escape it, still burdened with the arduous task of memorizing alchemical symbols, effectively shifting the time she would have spent reading alchemical texts to her study periods. While it hardly mattered, Ashley felt content that she had successfully resolved the near-embarrassing situation. Thinking back to Dumbledore's knowing smile when he learned she intended to study the Patronus Charm with Professor Snape during her study periods made her lips twitch in amusement. Initially, she had assumed Dumbledore was eager to witness Snape's discomfort, as casting the Patronus charm and revealing his Patronus would pose a significant psychological hurdle for him. Upon reflection, it seemed more likely that Dumbledore was keen to observe the spectacle of her efforts, as his wisdom likely allowed him to perceive the flaws in her plan the moment she voiced her intention. The urge to bury her toes in the ground resurfaced. It felt as though a castle could scarcely contain her embarrassment. However, Ashley had grown sufficiently thick-skinned, quickly realizing that as long as she did not feel awkward, Dumbledore would not go out of his way to expose her, and consequently, no one else would know either. After all, she would never willingly approach Dumbledore again. That was her final act of defiance. Life continued as usual, and Ashley immersed herself in her studies. Even with the year-end examinations approaching, she felt no trace of anxiety. Unbeknownst to her, she had quietly become the subject of admiration among her peers. This sensation was quite delightful. About a week later, under Snape's guidance and adjustments, Ashley's Patronus finally took shape. A rabbit. Upon seeing such a small figure, disbelief filled her eyes, nearly causing Snape to break his composure and laugh aloud. Beatrice, too, found the situation amusing, torn between laughter and an inexplicable sense of emotion. Being well-versed, she understood that a Patronus reflects one's character and inner world, perhaps in Ashley's heart. She too was a companion of significance to her. Chapter 112. Does this count as receiving another legacy? Considering the little girl's feelings, Snape refrained from laughing and, to divert her attention, taught her about the expanded applications of the Patronus. In truth, Ashley felt no profound disappointment. It was merely the stark contrast between Snape's majestic stag and her own rabbit that made acceptance difficult. However, the method Snape taught her for communicating through her Patronus was knowledge she greatly coveted, quickly drawing her away from her moment of self-doubt and into the realm of engaging learning. After spending 2 lessons in eager anticipation, one evening, a small, silvery white rabbit bounced into view before Snape's desk, accompanied by the anxious voice of Ashley. "Professor, I'm in trouble. I had no classes this afternoon, so I attempted to practice the newly learned magical symbols and lost track of time. I'll just grab a bite from the kitchen. You can set off a little later. Oh, by the way, is there anything you would like to eat? I can bring it up for you." The rabbit's tone was vibrant and animated, as if one could vividly envision the flustered young girl hurrying to the kitchen, causing a gentle smile to unconsciously grace Snape's lips, softening his voice considerably. "It's quite all right. Take your time. I have tasks at hand that require my attention, and I won't be heading out just yet." After a brief pause, as if recalling a delightful image, he added, "Please bring me a corn cake. I haven't had the chance to visit the Great Hall myself." "Of course," came the obedient response from the rabbit before it vanished. Snape felt a wave of satisfaction regarding the girl's control over her abilities, his smile growing ever more radiant. After a moment's reflection, he brushed his fingers against his mouth, suddenly realizing something. Had his smiles been more frequent of late? A peculiar sensation stirred within him, and glancing at the lily ornament beside him, he noted that the sorrow in his eyes had diminished, replaced by a hint of happiness. A smile crept across his face as he mused. How he cherished his life at present. It was truly wonderful. Upon hearing Snape's order, Ashley paused, a flicker of guilt crossing her mind. She thought of how she had summoned the house elf to prepare a sumptuous Chinese meal for herself, fearing it might have been discovered. Yet, she quickly reassured herself that events occurring within Hogwarts were hardly secrets from Dumbledore, and, considering Dumbledore's connection with Snape, it would not be surprising if he were informed. Amused by the irony of 2 people engaging in their own culinary exploits, she skipped happily to the kitchen, where she unceremoniously filled her basket with an array of food while the house elves busily cooked. Instead of dining there, she placed the corn cake along with the rest of her bounty into her small satchel and hurried back to the room of requirement. Ashley was aware that sometimes the professor's words were not to be entirely trusted. As anticipated, upon entering the room of requirement's magical training area, she found Snape seated on a nearby sofa, a small table of equal height conjured before him, evidently intended for their meal. With a resigned smile, Ashley fetched the basket of food from her satchel and approached him. Without saying much, she quietly set out the food and utensils, naturally introducing her chosen dinner to Snape as if it were the most ordinary of tasks. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth, his face suffused with a gentle warmth. This scene was precisely what he wished to witness. The two enjoyed their dinner, imbued with tender affection. As Ashley munched on her corn cake and recounted her encounters with the Apollyon family, linked through their shared love for Chinese cuisine, Snape listened in silence, choosing to overlook the etiquette of dining in silence, savoring the moment's warmth. Once their meal concluded, Snape instinctively reached out to summon a house elf to tidy up, but paused, recalling the unique nature of the room of requirement. Just then, Ashley had already cleaned the plates and packed them away into the basket, which she returned to her satchel. Snape awkwardly lowered his hand, pretending nothing had occurred. Ashley, oblivious to Snape's embarrassment, gazed at him with bright eyes, awaiting his instruction. Snape cleared his throat twice, regaining his composure, and began to critique today's Patronus charm training. Ashley naturally received his somewhat awkward praise and encouragement. However, after his remarks, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. With the teaching objectives met, Snape suddenly realized that this blissful teaching moment might soon come to an end, and his spirits inevitably sank. Ashley, however, remained blissfully unaware of this sentiment. She had no intention of relinquishing the opportunity for more lessons with the professor, especially since it was a chance she had fought hard to secure. Observing Snape's suddenly furrowed brow and his sudden silence, she mistakenly presumed he was pondering something troubling. So she gently inquired, offering her support by suggesting they could reschedule the lesson. "Professor, is something the matter? If you have other commitments, we can always continue our lessons another day." Snape's eyes suddenly brightened as he tentatively asked, "Haven't you already mastered the Patronus charm? What would you like to learn next?" Ashley's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had been waiting for this opportunity. "I want to learn a spell that can incapacitate my enemies, like hanging them upside down, so they can't harm me or make it easier for me to interrogate them. Ideally, one that also has a counter curse." Ashley gazed at Snape with wide, expectant eyes. Snape raised an eyebrow, evidently grasping Ashley's intent. Although he was unsure how she had learned that he possessed such magic, he had no desire to pry into her knowledge. Subconsciously unwilling to think ill of the girl, as a master of legitimacy, he could sense her genuine affection and admiration toward him, which stemmed from the heart. Thus, everything else became inconsequential. "Very well, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you this spell. However, merely being able to incapacitate your foes is insufficient. When facing truly dangerous adversaries, one must be prepared to act decisively to protect oneself. Therefore, I intend to teach you another spell with a greater lethal capability. But you must use it judiciously, understand?" Snape fixed his gaze upon Ashley's eyes, articulating the very words she yearned to hear. The concern and caution reflected in his gaze transformed Ashley's initial exhilaration into profound emotion and warmth. She embraced Snape gently, whispering, "Thank you, Professor." Snape froze for a moment, quickly regaining his composure as he patted Ashley lightly on the back, his lips curving into a soft smile. "All right, the holidays are swiftly approaching, and you won't have many more lessons left. Are you certain you wish to continue wasting time?" Ashley feigned annoyance as she withdrew from his embrace, retorting with mock indignation. "I still have 5 more years at Hogwarts. I've plenty of time to learn." Snape instantly grasped the implication of her words, beaming brightly as he responded in kind. "Indeed. You're right, but I would advise against taking too long. I have no desire to teach a fool." "Professor." Having already acquired the incantation and technique for the Incarcerous spell, Ashley walked back to her dormitory, her heart enveloped in tranquility. Reflecting on the professor's thoughtful words, she felt an overwhelming warmth. She had initially contemplated how to persuade him to teach her the disarming charm, only to realize he had proactively included her in his teaching plans. She cherished this favoritism greatly and was equally eager to reciprocate. Perhaps she should strive to work harder to create that gift she longed to present to the professor. By the way, could it be said that she had now received the professor's legacy? Chapter 113, The Fate of the House Cup. In the Room of Requirements magical training area, Ashley executed the Incarcerous spell, sending the puppet flying and hanging in midair before swiftly casting the disarming charm, leaving a slender, shallow mark upon the puppet. As the magical energy dissipated, the puppet fell to the ground, leaving only the slightly hurried breaths of Ashley echoing in the emptiness, creating an oddly serene atmosphere. Severus Snape stood nearby, his brow furrowed as he observed, his expression inscrutable. Yet his heart was filled with a profound sigh. The young girl exhibited exceptional talent in defensive spells, yet her offensive spells consistently fell short of their potential. Ashley seemed acutely aware of her lackluster performance, her face betraying a hint of resignation and disheartenment. In truth, similar scenes had unfolded several times over the past week, even during her clandestine practice sessions in Snape's absence, yielding the same disappointing outcomes. "Professor, it seems I am indeed a foolish student, destined to tarnish your teaching reputation," Ashley remarked with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly. "That is hardly the case. I would never concede to such a notion," Snape retorted, his discomfort at Ashley's dejected demeanor prompting an instinctive urge to ruffle her hair, though he quickly suppressed the impulse and spoke with a teasing tone. "Professor." Ashley feigned shock, her voice raised in mock outrage, yet she felt little genuine anger, fully cognizant that Snape's words were devoid of malice and were rather laced with jest. Snape let out a soft chuckle, seemingly fond of Eileen's vibrant and animated nature. He soon cleared his throat, regaining his composure to prevent the young girl from truly becoming upset. Ahem, let us return to the topic at hand. Do you understand where your difficulties lie? I suppose it stems from my lack of lethal intent, Eileen replied hesitantly after a moment of contemplation. Her earlier musings about the professor's increasingly genuine smile interrupted by his gentle cough. A fleeting smile of pride and satisfaction crossed Snape's face. The young lady possesses a clarity of thought and a keen sensitivity. How could one deem her a foolish student? You are correct. You harbor no desire to harm. And thus, naturally, you cannot channel the requisite malice to unleash the full power of such spells. What must I do to? Eileen began to inquire instinctively. But as the words left her lips, she seemed to grasp the answer, offering herself a bittersweet smile. It appears I can only witness the formidable might of lethal intent when I genuinely feel it. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse. Snape regarded the shift in the girl's expression, the appreciation in his eyes unmistakable, yet his tone carried an undercurrent of concern and melancholy as he murmured, "May that day never arrive." "Professor, what did you just say?" "Your voice was too soft. I couldn't quite hear," Eileen interjected, hoping Snape might offer a quick remedy to enhance her lethal intent. "Nothing of consequence. While you may be powerless to amplify the spell's potency, you can certainly practice more diligently to improve your proficiency. When the need arises, you will be able to cast it swiftly. Do you understand?" Snape redirected the conversation, fixing his gaze upon Eileen's eyes, imparting his advice with earnest gravity. Eileen nodded solemnly, fully aware of the professor's good intentions. Reflecting on her earlier musings about quickening her lethal intent, she couldn't help but chuckle. If it were not for immense pain or hatred, how could one possibly cultivate such intent? Therefore, perhaps it was best to forego the notion of lethal intent altogether. She preferred to remain nestled within her protective shell, savoring her happiness. As for the professor, she would never allow him to fall into such dire circumstances. Unbeknownst to Snape, Eileen had already envisioned a distant future, and seeing her obediently nod in agreement brought him a sense of comfort. "Your current study schedule is quite commendable. Simply maintain it. By the way, the end-of-year examinations are approaching. How are you preparing? As long as you don't deliberately grade me harshly, achieving full marks should pose no problem." Eileen replied with a hint of exasperation. Recalling his own foolish actions from the previous year, Snape felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, though his face remained devoid of any embarrassment as he furrowed his brow in reprimand. "Miss Dursley, arrogance is hardly a virtue. It would be wise for you to practice humility." With that, he swept his robe aside and exited the room of requirement. Eileen stifled a laugh as she stuck her tongue out at his retreating figure, choosing not to shatter the proud professor's facade, and hurried after him to facilitate his use of the shortcut. The culmination of several days of end-of-year examinations signified the conclusion of the academic year. Young wizards, known for their short memories, seemed to have completely forgotten the terrifying shadow cast by the basilisk, instead joyously celebrating the end of exams and the impending holiday. Of course, a final feast awaited before the holiday, with everyone eagerly anticipating both the culinary delights and the ultimate allocation of the house cup. Eagerly, Ophelia engaged in spirited discussions with Hannah and others about whether Hufflepuff might finally seize the house cup this year. Eileen, too, felt a twinge of curiosity and glanced at the scoring hourglass. Goodness, I hadn't realized the scores among the four houses were so closely contested. Initially, Harry and Ron's performances in the Chamber of Secrets had prompted Dumbledore to award Gryffindor an additional 400 points, creating a significant gap between them and the other houses. However, with the plot unfolding prematurely and the chamber opening too early, the young lions had ample opportunity to showcase their abilities, leading to severe deductions for the other houses, which effectively nullified Gryffindor's early advantage. Currently, the score differentials among the four houses were not particularly pronounced, with Slytherin and Hufflepuff holding a slight edge. Slytherin's advantage was evident, and Eileen couldn't help but smile at the sight of the professor's subtly upturned lips. Hufflepuff had secured the Quidditch Cup this year, representing a significant boost, along with contributions from Eileen, Cedric, and other diligent students, thus accruing a commendable lead. Ravenclaw followed closely behind, while Gryffindor, without the kind of extraordinary point boost seen last year, faced an uphill battle for any potential turnaround. Most young lions were acutely aware of their house's point deductions, and while they did not perceive any wrongdoing, there lingered a faint sense of guilt regarding the two heroes who had earned the additional 400 points. When glances filled with unspoken apologies were cast their way, Harry and Ron exchanged resigned smiles and shrugged, harboring no ill will, as they were hardly blameless themselves. Though Hermione bore no grudge, she exuded an unmistakable air of frustration, as one of the few ambitious members of Gryffindor. Witnessing the promising situation devolve into this was undeniably disheartening. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick appear to have resigned themselves to the outcome, assisting in verifying the precise scores for emeralds and diamonds to determine the final allocation of the House Cup, while the Badgers typically seemed placid and unassuming. Their excitement surged as they neared the summit. The Snakes, too, were visibly eager. Having lost their consecutive championship title to the Lions, they longed to reclaim it. Once Professor McGonagall completed the tally and presented the score to Dumbledore, a hush fell over the hall as the young wizards collectively awaited the announcement of the final results. Hufflepuff triumphs over Slytherin by a single point, successfully claiming the House Cup for this academic year. The hall erupted in jubilant cheers, with Gryffindor's long table surprisingly among the loudest. Ashley found herself vigorously shaken by Ophelia, still in disbelief until that moment. Such is the drawback of knowing the plot. Some deeply ingrained impressions are difficult to shake, even though I had just witnessed the hourglass. Perhaps it was Dumbledore's failure to concoct any peculiar excuses to award Gryffindor additional points that left her questioning whether this was truly the final outcome. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, even as the hall was adorned with banners of gray and gold badgers, Dumbledore's anticipated reversal did not materialize. Ashley found herself glancing towards Dumbledore at the head table. He instantly detected Ashley's gaze, raising his cup in a gesture of celebration, playfully winking as if silently countering her suspicions. Chapter 114. Has Harry's ambition wavered? Ashley, feeling as if struck by lightning, averted her eyes, resolutely refusing to admit her own unease. This diversion, however, led her directly to Snape, who was observing her interaction with Dumbledore. Snape cast a brief, disdainful glance at Dumbledore, evidently displeased with his demeanor, yet his face bore little trace of anger. Upon locking eyes with Ashley, he offered a barely perceptible nod, akin to a greeting or perhaps an attempt at reassurance. Ashley gathered the professor's intent, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, as the head of Slytherin, he held the honor of his house in high regard, and at times she felt he was somewhat obsessed with the consecutive victories of the House Cup, which had momentarily caused her concern regarding their potential conflict. Fortunately, the professor's perspective seemed expansive, showing little sign of disappointment, allowing Ashley to relax and immerse herself in the glorious moment that belonged to Hufflepuff. Cedric relished a treatment akin to Harry's earlier. As the Badgers excitedly tossed him into the air, Apollyon was so thrilled she wished she could substitute for the person beneath him. Alas, Ashley was not as fortunate, being seized by the wrist and shaken vigorously. At least she had learned to control her strength. Though tight, it was not painful, and she allowed her to vent her excitement, sharing in the euphoria. The Badgers laughed radiantly, embracing one another in celebration. Even the usually shy Susan expressed her emotions, tightly gripping Hannah's hand and mimicking Apollyon's gesture. Ashley observed Hannah's toothy grin with a fleeting moment of sympathy. However, this behavior had become contagious. They were all in the same situation, so it hardly warranted further attention. As her gaze shifted, Ashley noted the reactions of her friends. Harry, with a hint of melancholy, clapped for Cedric, who was airborne, perhaps unable to escape a sense of regret. Ron, with his back turned to the Hufflepuff table, clapped vigorously, seemingly engaged in some sort of rivalry with the Slytherins. Hermione displayed a gracious smile, clapping normally in congratulations to Hufflepuff, appearing to have made peace with the outcome. Benedict's applause was rather lackluster, clearly half-hearted. He raised his hands slightly upon catching Ashley's gaze, attempting to feign enthusiasm. Ashley's lips twitched. Thankfully, Apollyon had not noticed, or else the siblings would have engaged in yet another verbal sparring match. As for Slytherin, their spirits were notably low, having lost the House Cup for the second consecutive time, and this time by a mere point, making it difficult for them to display any semblance of goodwill. Their half-hearted clapping was considered their last vestige of decorum. In stark contrast, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor were exuberantly applauding, likely echoing Ron's sentiments, but in a more exaggerated and loathsome manner. It was no wonder that the Slytherins shot them glares of disdain. Ashley found amusement in the scene. As an outsider, might have thought the House Cup had once again fallen to Gryffindor. They certainly knew how to dampen the spirits of their rivals. Her attention shifted, and her gaze unexpectedly met that of a certain someone. Ashley's heart raced inexplicably, and she panically reinforced her self-assurance. It was merely a coincidence that their eyes had met. Why feel so flustered? She had done nothing wrong. Just act natural and avoid embarrassment. After mentally reassuring herself, the symptoms of her anxiety faded, and she exhaled contentedly, politely nodding in acknowledgement. Wood reciprocated the gesture, raising his hand to applaud in congratulations. Ashley smiled in return, acknowledging his well wishes. Before she could devise a graceful conclusion to this unexpected silent exchange, Apollyon tugged her closer, enthusiastically praising Cedric's striking good looks. Ashley joined in the laughter with her best friend, leaving Wood to sigh in solitude, a picture of unrequited admiration. After the revelry came the feast, where all grievances were cast aside, and everyone indulged heartily. Until the meal concluded, everything seemed to unfold seamlessly. However, while the audience awaited the headmaster's announcement to disperse, they were instead met with his annual summary. Ashley stared in disbelief at Dumbledore. The outcome of the House Cup was already determined. Surely he would not reverse it? Though internally skeptical, she quickly adjusted her expression to one of seriousness, avoiding the embarrassment of being seen through again. Dumbledore did not truly go back on his word. He merely summarized the year's events, notably the influence of the basilisk and the performances of the students. Most importantly, he praised Harry, Ron, Hermione, and others, rekindling memories that had nearly faded into oblivion. As for the values of kinship, friendship, courage, and the pursuit of knowledge he aimed to convey, interpretations varied. Harry, Ron, and Hermione once again earned the applause and admiration of their peers, effectively bringing a splendid conclusion to the year. Ashley found herself impressed by Dumbledore's demeanor. Regardless of his motives, it was the attitude expected of a headmaster. Education was never solely about academics. Nurturing character was of utmost importance. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Ernie and Justin, who were acknowledged for their courageous apologies, blushed with excitement. Observing their reactions, Ashley felt the time spent was not wasted. Just as she raised her gaze, she caught Dumbledore winking mischievously. Ashley's lips twitched again. She understood Dumbledore was seeking acknowledgement. After all, he had refrained from excessive commentary this year, and exposing her had effectively fulfilled their agreement. She managed a slight nod, accepting this favor, prompting a satisfied smile from Dumbledore. The gathering concluded, and they returned to the common room in an orderly fashion. Harry and his friends seemed reluctant to join the throngs, lingering until the end, while Ashley and her companions, living nearby, were unconcerned about a brief delay. They gradually congregated together. Harry, still brimming with excitement, walked alongside Ashley and suddenly remarked, "Ashley, I suddenly feel that protecting everyone from harm is quite a noble endeavor." In an instant, Ashley grasped Harry's meaning and felt an urge to chastise Dumbledore for his cunning. She had initially thought Dumbledore's final maneuver was well-intentioned, not realizing it had been calculated to this extent. Yet, she could not refute Harry's sentiment and could only advise. "Protection is a heavy word. I believe you need to consider it carefully." Harry, perceiving Ashley's serious demeanor, nodded solemnly without further elaboration. Ron and Hermione appeared contemplative, while Apollyon remained blissfully unaware, or perhaps she had always been certain of the life she desired, unaffected by any external influences. Ashley sighed internally, initially relieved that her brother's passion for Quidditch indicated a willingness to pursue a career in the sport, suggesting a decrease in danger. However, she hadn't anticipated that this ambition would waver. Both parties returned to their dormitories in silence, perhaps destined for a night filled with contemplation. Chapter 115, Dudley's Hidden Thoughts. The rhythmic clattering of the train heralded the departure of the Hogwarts Express, carrying a full load of young wizards away from Hogsmeade Station. As Ashley gazed through the car window at the castle, which gradually faded into the distance, a subtle smile graced her lips as she silently mused, "Until next semester, Professor." On the castle's tower platform, a shadowy figure was indeed observing the direction of the station, only withdrawing their gaze reluctantly when the white steam dissipated into the air. A look of wistfulness etched upon their face, as if already pining for something that had not yet completely departed. "Severus, do you realize that your current demeanor bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a father reluctant to see his daughter embark on a journey?" Albus Dumbledore emerged from the tower entrance, savoring the surrounding scenery as he leisurely approached the dark figure. Upon discerning the expression upon that person's face, he could not suppress a chuckle and jested, "Severus, you truly do have a flaw. You cannot tolerate even the slightest jest. It is a wonder that any young lady can endure your temperament." Severus shot Dumbledore a withering glance and prepared to take his leave with a flick of his robe. "Wait, Severus," Dumbledore interjected. "I wish to inform you that next academic year, you may encounter an old acquaintance. I hope you can exhibit some forbearance for the sake of the school. It would be splendid if you could lend a hand. You know how challenging it is to find a suitable defense against the dark arts professor." "An old acquaintance?" Severus inquired, his brow furrowing. "Remus's situation is rather dire. I intend to invite him to take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor. His capabilities are certainly commendable. Wait, did I mishear? You wish to invite whom to become a professor? Have you lost your mind? Are you not aware of his background? What if he endangers the students? Dumbledore had not finished speaking before Severus interrupted him, a look of palpable disgust upon his face. Calm down, Severus. I am aware of your history with him, but regrettably, the current situation is such that it is exceedingly difficult for Hogwarts to secure a suitable defense against the dark arts teacher. You must understand that his qualifications are adequate. Ah, does my competence not suffice? Severus retorted. Severus, do not act rashly. You know the curse. I would hate for Hogwarts to lose the head of Slytherin House over the defense against the dark arts course. I do not wish to take that risk unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, if you are to teach defense against the dark arts, what will become of potions? You should realize that finding a master potion maker suitable for teaching that subject is equally daunting. Severus furrowed his brow, rendered silent, clearly acknowledging Dumbledore's reasoning, yet struggling internally, finding it difficult to accept this reality. Why must it be him? Could it not be someone else? Do you not understand the catastrophic consequences of a single misstep on his part? I have invited numerous individuals, yet he is the only one who has agreed thus far. His issues are precisely why I came to seek your assistance, Severus. Observing the solemnity etched upon Dumbledore's countenance, Severus recognized that the matter had evidently been resolved. With a flick of his robe, he turned to leave the tower platform, leaving behind a parting remark. You had best ensure his safety, otherwise, I shall have justifiable cause to end his life. Dumbledore chuckled softly, aware that this prideful headmaster had managed to suppress his fury and acquiesced. His spirits lifted as he admired the scenery surrounding the tower. He lingered at the station for considerable time, murmuring, may everything proceed smoothly. That young lady truly is a double-edged sword. With her presence, Severus may indeed become more diligent, but if she were to come to harm, Severus would likely descend into madness. At King's Cross Station, the Dursleys, the Grangers, and the Kellys stood on the platform, eagerly awaiting the return of their children after a prolonged separation, inevitably feeling a sense of longing. Coincidentally, this weekend coincided with an opportunity for the parents to gather, and they had arranged a lunch to celebrate their reunion. The children, upon witnessing such a grand spectacle, were both astonished and delighted, embracing their parents, siblings, and kin with fervor, while Ron observed with palpable envy. Arthur hurried over, seemingly preoccupied with other matters, managing only a brief greeting before whisking the Weasley children away. This development relieved Vernon and Petunia, who found the previous summer's initial meeting too memorable, confirming their incompatibility, rendering forced socializing rather awkward. Ashley and Harry exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual exasperation and amusement reflected in one another's eyes, silently agreeing to avoid the topic. Meanwhile, Dudley appeared oddly subdued, his presence seemingly diminished. Ashley curiously directed her gaze towards Dudley, who, after embracing Harry, had grown eerily quiet, only to witness a remarkable sight. Dudley's eyes were glued to Apollyon, brimming with astonishment. Astonishment? Truth be told, the emotions emanating from her brother's gaze filled Ashley with dread. It was not as if he had never seen her before. Why the sudden infatuation? It was utterly perplexing. Ashley, unsure of her own feelings, shook her head, convinced she must have misjudged the situation. Indeed, upon glancing back, Dudley was engrossed in animated conversation with Harry about his boxing match. Just as Ashley breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to divert her attention, she spotted Dudley once more casting a furtive glance towards Apollyon, albeit much more subtly, exuding an air of nonchalance that felt intentional yet casual. Ashley could hardly bear to witness her brother seemingly developing feelings for her best friend. What was she to do? The urgency of the situation was palpable. Ashley discreetly scrutinized her best friend, having spent ample time together without noticing any significant transformation. However, upon a closer inspection, she indeed recognized the striking effects of a beauty that had blossomed over the year. The baby fat had slightly diminished, rendering her even more exquisite rather than less so. Her long lashes framed her sparkling eyes, which shimmered with a life of their own. The corners of her lips turned upward ever so slightly, exuding sweetness even in repose. Having grown over the past year to approximately 5 feet 5 inches, she had made considerable strides in stature. While she still retained a certain youthful charm, the naivete of a primary schooler had faded, allowing a hint of the allure of a blossoming young lady to emerge. Ah, if only she were a boy. It would be nearly impossible not to be captivated by such a sweet girl. Indeed, it was true that they had not seen each other for the entirety of the year. Dudley had either been away for training or competitions, or Apollyon had made plans to meet Ashley separately. Thus, Encountering her now was bound to elicit a sense of significant change. Ashley began to grasp the source of her brother's astonishment. Chapter 116. Even my pig has grown up and learned to root for cabbage. Perhaps plagued by doubt, Ashley found herself observing her brother and best friend's interactions throughout the journey. The luggage had already been stowed in the trunks of their respective cars, and their muggle attire had long been changed on the train, allowing them to embark on a carefree gathering of the three families. Once they settled into their respective vehicles, they set forth towards their usual meeting place without a care in the world. Apart from a moment when Dudley involuntarily stole another glance at Apollyon as she entered the Kelly's car, there were no other peculiarities. Upon arriving at the banquet hall and taking their seats, Dudley lingered for a moment, clearly coveting the seat next to Benedict, who remained blissfully unaware, occupying the position as if it were his birthright. Apollyon, oblivious to any unusual dynamics, eagerly picked up the menu and began to peruse it with excitement, occasionally engaging in conversation with Bertrand as they appeared to discuss the new dishes. Dudley stood forlornly beside Benedict, momentarily forgetting to take a seat. As Ashley sat watching the play, she found herself feeling a pang of sympathy for her brother's unreciprocated affections. Unintentionally, her gaze met Benedict's, who wore a faint smirk, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery that rendered his smile somewhat malevolent. It did not take long for Ashley to realize that he too had noticed Dudley's peculiar behavior and was, in his own way, attempting to ward off the nefarious intentions of the boy fixated on his sister. Ashley's lips twitched in indecision, caught between a sense of justification and irritation, her stance wavering and uncertain. With her eyes cast down, she succumbed to her inner turmoil. Harry seemed oblivious to the subtle exchanges between the two brothers, as he had simply settled Dudley between himself and Benedict. Much like Apollyon, he too eagerly anticipated the forthcoming feast of Chinese cuisine. Hermione, while unaware of the dynamics between Dudley and Apollyon, did notice the silent skirmish between Ashley and Benedict, perplexed by the sudden tension between them. However, Ashley did not appear to be a victim of bullying, so she refrained from probing further, choosing instead to peruse the menu alongside her mother. Each person ordered their preferred dishes, adding a few new selections, and the group became wholly captivated by the allure of Chinese delicacies. During this time, Apollyon even compared the dishes from Hogwarts kitchens to those served here, revealing to Vernon and Petunia the considerable lengths their food-loving daughter would go for culinary delights, leaving them in fits of laughter. Ashley blushed deeply, casting a reproachful glance at her traitorous friend, which only elicited greater amusement from the adults. It was at this moment that Harry learned how the Chinese dishes at Hogwarts were prepared, stifling his laughter as well. Dudley chimed in with a few teasing remarks directed at his sister, earning a fierce glare from Ashley that silenced him, for he sensed a hint of danger in her eyes, instinctively aware that offending his sister was ill-advised. The playful interaction between the siblings ignited another round of jesting among the adults. Mr. Granger casually praised Dudley for taking such good care of his sister, suggesting he would surely be able to care for a girlfriend in the future. Vernon and Petunia beamed with pride, clearly pleased with their son's conduct, accepting Mr. Granger's commendation without reservation. Benedict turned his gaze to Dudley, who was momentarily cowed by Ashley's glare, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. It was Apollyon who continued to shine in the spotlight, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes from school. Ashley, not truly vexed, prepared to discreetly cast a silencing charm with Lockhart's wand to prevent any unintended eavesdropping from outside, intending to offer Apollyon a safeguard. However, before she could act, Bertram cast the charm openly, casually explaining his prior actions. It dawned on everyone that certain remarks from Apollyon were indeed unsuitable for those unaware of the magical world, prompting silent admiration for Bertram's thoughtfulness. Apollyon, seemingly unfazed, pressed on with her tales, recounting amusing incidents that Hermione, Ashley, and Harry had not shared. Of course, she was judicious, notably omitting any mention of the basilisk, focusing instead on Lockhart's antics and the pranks among classmates. Vernon, Petunia, and the Grangers were thoroughly entertained. After all, their own children lacked the storytelling flair, or perhaps their interests did not align with such light-hearted tales. With Apollyon acting as the little herald, they were granted a glimpse into the daily lives of children at a magical school. Conversation flowed until 4 or 5 o'clock, and this time, there were no pressing matters to discuss, merely arrangements for the children's transport to and from their ordinary examinations, bringing the gathering to a close. Dudley gazed longingly at the departing Kelly family's car, a sentiment that did not go unnoticed by Vernon, Petunia, and Harry. As the family settled into their vehicle, Petunia, after considerable contemplation, finally posed the question, "Dudley, dear, do you perhaps have feelings for the Kelly girl?" Ashley and Harry perked up, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. Fixated on Dudley, his face turned crimson, and after some stammering, he admitted, "I don't know, I just think Apollyon is very pretty, and my heart races." Astonished, Ashley couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, even a little tyrant Dudley can have such innocent moments. What an eye-opener." Vernon and Petunia were similarly stirred, marveling at how their son had grown and developed an interest in a girl. Harry's eyes sparkled with curiosity, mirroring Ashley's newfound perspective. Vernon chuckled, his beard quivering with delight, encouraging Dudley to pursue his affections for the Kelly girl, whom they too found quite likable. The thought of potentially becoming in-laws with Bertram delighted Vernon. As for the differences between wizards and muggles, over the years of interaction between their families, these distinctions had significantly blurred. Thus, Vernon did not initially consider this aspect, while Petunia, sensing an undercurrent of concern, became increasingly apprehensive. In the Kelly household, a similar conversation unfolded between father and son. "Dad, you've been staring at me for quite some time. Is there something on your mind?" Benedict said, reluctantly setting aside his medical tome and forcing a polite smile towards his father. "What do you think of that boy, Dudley?" Bertram replied, a smug satisfaction evident in his tone, having witnessed his son's defeat in their previous encounter. "What do you mean by what do I think? Don't pretend you haven't noticed the way he and the Dursley girl exchanged glances," he retorted. "Exchanged glances? It was merely a coincidence of eye contact. It's not as dramatic as you suggest. One glance is enough to reveal much, and I can assure you, Dudley is clearly smitten with Apollyon. You know this?" "Did you ask?" Bertram's irritation was palpable as he regarded his son, who was nearly as tall as he was, feeling somewhat deflated. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he pressed on, "I meant to ask your opinion on Dudley and your sister's situation." "What opinion can I have on something so nebulous?" Benedict replied, amusement dancing in his eyes at his father's frustration. "You wouldn't mind if Dudley considered your sister as a potential brother-in-law, would you?" Bertram, feeling his patience waning, decided to address the matter directly. Benedict, with his keen perception, seemed to recognize that Bertram's patience was nearing its limits. He soon composed himself, pondering for a moment before responding. "If Apollyon does not mind, I have no objections. After all, the Dursleys are quite familiar to us. Irrespective of the world in which Apollyon wishes to reside, she will have support. Moreover, with Ashley around, she is bound to fare well." He emphasized the word bound while subtly rotating the bracelet adorning his wrist, the implication unmistakable. Bertram, glancing at his son's bracelet, regarded it with a flicker of contemplation, evidently weighing the pros and cons. After a brief pause, he inquired, almost in jest, "If your sister's child happens to be a muggle, would you not worry about the impact on your relationship?" Benedict shot a weary glance at his father, fully aware of his intent, but unable to suppress a sigh. "As if our family, the Kellys, were some pure-blood aristocracy with an inheritance to uphold. Besides, Darley's aunt and sister are both witches. It remains uncertain whether he is a muggle or merely a nonentity." Bertram smirked, clearly agreeing with this sentiment, and chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat relieved as his tone lightened considerably. "It seems you are quite supportive of Darley becoming your brother-in-law." "No, do not say that. I am merely neutral. I cannot dictate Apollyon's choices," he retorted. "You are correct. Let things unfold naturally. Whether he can win the favor of my precious daughter will ultimately depend on his capabilities." The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, having reached a mutual understanding. Unbeknownst to Darley, his familial ties had already removed two significant obstacles from his path of pursuing love. In the Dursley living room, Ashley was diligently reviewing materials for the ordinary secondary school exams at the dining table, while Harry worked on essays assigned by their professors nearby. Darley, in front of him, had his summer assignments laid out, yet his thoughts seemed far from his studies. Not far away, on the sofa, Vernon and Petunia watched television at a low volume, their eyes occasionally drifting towards the children, evidently pleased to witness such a wholesome family gathering. "Ashley, please help me out. Could you arrange for Apollyon to come out?" Darley implored softly, having already whispered this request to Ashley several times, yet she remained unresponsive. Harry's gaze subtly flitted between the two, silently observing the unfolding drama. Ashley sighed, genuinely troubled, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Both her palms were clammy with concern. It was difficult to ascertain which mattered more. Moreover, she felt uncertain. If things went well, Apollyon would become her sister-in-law, a development she would welcome. However, if it did not work out, her position would become exceedingly awkward. Thus, she had been reluctant to engage with Darley, wishing to avoid entanglement. Gathering her thoughts, she placed the book in her hands down and spoke earnestly. "Darley, you must realize that we are to take our ordinary secondary school tests in just a couple of days. Do you think Apollyon has time to come out now?" Darley glanced at the textbook his sister had set down, a wave of guilt washing over him. Indeed, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had forgotten these pressing matters in his eagerness to see Apollyon again. Furthermore, I must sincerely ask you, are your feelings for Apollyon genuine? Do you wish to spend your life with her, or are you simply looking to have a romantic fling? Darley was taken aback, caught off guard by the gravity of her question. Spending a lifetime together? Was this something a 13-year-old boy should even contemplate? Ashley, noticing his expression, felt a wave of frustration. She understood all too well that young boys rarely ponder such complexities. As his sister and Apollyon's close friend, her position was rather awkward. Not only was she reluctant to assist, but if she became involved, she risked alienating herself from both sides. Yet, articulating these difficulties seemed impossible, as directness might come across as pessimistic or imply a reluctance to help, potentially straining their sibling bond. Harry, observing Ashley's expression, sensed her inner turmoil, beginning to grasp her dilemma. Yet, he too found himself ensnared in this peculiar predicament, uncertain of how to persuade Darley against seeking Ashley's assistance. Feeling that any approach would be flawed, Ashley recognized that this was, in essence, a subtle dilemma. What held greater significance, the brother or the best friend? It was indeed a precarious question, and instinctively, Ashley chose to dismiss any comparison, resolving to eradicate the issue from its roots. Having been attentive to the conversation, Vernon and Petunia understood their daughter's concerns and were preparing to shift the topic when they heard her begin to impart her wisdom on courting girls to her brother. Darley, whether you wish to pursue a romance with Apollyon or aspire for a lifelong partnership, the prerequisite is to captivate her attention. The topic had barely begun when it seized everyone's focus, Darley's eyes sparkling as he grabbed a pen, ready to take notes. Ashley surveyed the room, suppressing her own insecurities, and continued to share her insights. You must understand that without demonstrating sufficient charm, a girl will hardly spare you a glance, let alone entertain any further developments. Thus, knowing how to obtain and exhibit charisma is of utmost importance. Darley nodded vigorously, jotting down obtain charm and exhibit charm in his notebook, earnestly resembling a young student. Harry's eyes gleamed as he silently noted this down in his mind. Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances, observing their daughter's animated discourse, uncertain whether to feel proud or concerned. Could it be that their daughter was experiencing her own romantic inclinations? Unbeknownst to her parents, Ashley felt increasingly fluent in her explanations, her thoughts flowing like a gushing spring. Charm manifests primarily in two aspects, appearance and character. As for appearance, well, I believe you have already achieved your utmost potential, so we can set that aside. She glanced at Darley, who had transformed from his once plump self through boxing, now standing tall and robust, his features strikingly handsome. She nodded approvingly, skipping over that topic. Petunia and Vernon shared a smile, expressing satisfaction and pride in their daughter's assessment of their son. Harry, too, looked enviously at his cousin's physique, nodding in agreement. Darley, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head, casting his gaze towards the ceiling. What was this pride he felt for being complimented by his sister? Next, Ashley ventured into the realm of character, or perhaps one could say, charisma. Being knowledgeable represents the scholarly disposition, wealth embodies the tycoon persona, and elegance signifies aristocratic charm. While this is not absolute, the impressions they leave are generally consistent. However, I do not believe you must force yourself to conform to these standards. You possess your own unique qualities. Courage, the essence of a valiant protector who instills a sense of security. In truth, you're already on the path to cultivating this quality, yet it presently lacks the allure to attract others. What must I do to become more appealing? Darley inquired eagerly. Charisma is intangible, yet it becomes most apparent during moments of glory when one is under the spotlight. Ashley paused deliberately, building anticipation, before imparting her insight. Vernon and Petunia, having already surmised their daughter's intentions, were merely amused and continued to observe the unfolding exchange with smiles. Harry and Darley fell into contemplative silence, both recognizing the fervor of audiences who adored them after their victories in the boxing ring. Are you suggesting the arena? I see. Currently, I'm only participating in small-scale boxing matches or commercial competitions, hence my limited recognition. My teacher had even recommended I join the youth boxing competition in New Zealand, but I hesitated due to the distance from home. It seems the time has come for me to take that leap. Dudley erupted with fervent determination, albeit his words were somewhat irksome. Upon hearing the news, Vernon and Petunia were relieved to be free of heart troubles. Otherwise, their beloved son might have caused them undue distress. Can you believe your headmaster intends to recommend you for a boxing competition in New Zealand? and yet you complain about the distance and contemplate declining? Vernon, flushed with indignation, bellowed, his voice resonating with a mix of excitement and anger. It was then that Dudley recognized the unintended repercussions of his inadvertent revelation, awkwardly rubbing his nose, at a loss for a suitable defense. In truth, the headmaster had merely requested that he consult with his parents this week regarding participation. But Dudley had already deemed the distance too far and the prospect of solitary enjoyment unappealing. Drawn in by the allure of Apollyon, he had intended to conceal this matter, planning to feign a family obligation later on as an excuse for non-participation. Alicia found the situation amusing, such a significant competition, and Dudley was poised to dismiss it so capriciously, while she understood his desire for leisure during summer break. After all, who wouldn't he want to revel in enjoyment during that time? She felt that his reasoning did not justify forfeiting such a splendid opportunity. Thus, she joined Vernon and Petunia in their admonishment, her gaze decidedly unkind. Harry, frightened, instinctively swallowed hard, retreating to the sidelines, leaving his cousin to his own devices. Without delving into the rapidity with which Vernon contacted Dudley's headmaster to express his eagerness for participation, nor the series of chores Dudley endured, cleaning toilets, washing cars, mowing lawns, Alicia did not solely seek to subject Dudley to misfortune. Rather, she subtly approached him for a heart-to-heart, delivering both chastisement and comfort. Once we finish our exams, you'll likely head off for training and the competition, correct? Yes, and by the time I've completed the competition, you'll probably be returning to school. My dear sister, will you be pleased to have spent this summer? No, this half year, without me? Dudley replied gloomily, his tone somewhat irritable. Alicia sighed softly, her heart heavy at Dudley's dejected demeanor. She stepped closer and enveloped him in an embrace. Dudley, you know I want to find joy in your absence, but I will rejoice in your triumphs. Her words were sincere. She believed that happiness naturally attracts companionship, and that affection is not solely reserved for girls, but extends to boys as well. Dudley removed his gloves and reciprocated the embrace, sighing in resignation. I know. I was merely thinking how hard it is that you all have returned, and I wish to enjoy time together, especially since Harry didn't even come home for Christmas last year. Hiding by the door, Harry felt a pang of emotion at this revelation. Though he had valid reasons for his absence during Christmas, he felt a twinge of guilt for not being there for his family. He stepped forward and embraced Alicia and Dudley from behind, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, Dudley. I promise to make an effort to be there for you during future holidays. Alicia and Dudley chuckled softly, and for a moment, Harry felt a touch of embarrassment. Yet he did not release the warm embrace, burying his head against Alicia's back, as the filling of this familial sandwich. Alicia settled her head on her brother's shoulder, grasping Harry's hand tightly as they held Dudley together, basking in the warmth of sibling affection. Perhaps the trio realized the absurdity of their pose, occasionally breaking into fits of laughter, yet they felt an inexplicable reluctance to part, lingering in this embrace for quite some time. Eventually, Vernon, seeking them out, cleared his throat to disrupt their foolish antics. Dad, tomorrow, let us take Harry and Dudley with us to the countryside. We have plenty of free time during our exams. It could be a lovely vacation together, Alicia proposed, suddenly inspired by Vernon's presence, hoping to compensate for the siblings' missed summer adventures. Dudley and Harry exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they turned eagerly towards their father and uncle. Although Vernon was initially vexed by Dudley's foolishness, he soon grasped his son's reluctance. And how could he refuse at that moment? He chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Yay! They exclaimed in unison, joyfully leaping in delight, though Dudley's excitement might have been tinged with other sentiments. As dawn broke, they set off in 3 small cars, gliding quietly toward the countryside school they had visited before, bathed in the gentle morning light. Drawing from last year's experience, Mr. Granger had deliberately reserved these days to personally escort his cherished daughter. Hermione beamed. While she enjoyed Alicia's company, nothing rivaled the comfort of having family nearby. Throughout the journey, she animatedly recounted amusing stories from the previous year, some of which had been shared before, yet the sentiment felt entirely different this time. In contrast, the Kelly car remained rather unchanged. Apollyon occupied the back seat, soundly asleep, catching up on rest. Benedict and Bertrand conversed in hushed tones, while the Dursley vehicle buzzed with energy. Dudley, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly discussed potential games to play in the countryside with Harry. Initially, Harry appeared somewhat dazed at their departure, but now he seemed completely revitalized, as if forcibly powered on. Alicia sat in the front seat, her eyes half closed, caught in a state of drowsy alertness, resembling someone fighting off sleep while also distracted by the live commentary of their journey. Vernon found the scene amusing. uncertain whether to advise his son to quiet down or his daughter to wake up. They arrived at the Woodland campus, where pleasant memories from the previous year awaited them. This time, Principal Donald personally greeted them at the entrance, warmly chatting with Bertrand and Vernon, while also introducing Mr. Granger, who had been unable to attend last time. The adults engaged in friendly exchanges, displaying camaraderie and warmth. However, Donald soon excused himself, recognizing the school was in the midst of final examinations, and as a multitasking principal, he was indeed quite busy. The others expressed understanding. Having visited before, they were familiar with the surroundings and procedures, which lent an air of ease to the atmosphere. Mr. Granger felt a sense of gratitude, recognizing that Donald had likely come to welcome him as a new friend. The initial awkwardness of their first meeting had dissipated, thanks to Donald's warm demeanor and the friendly interactions of their companions. Alicia, Apollyon, Hermione, and Benedict proceeded to the examination hall, while Harry and Dudley accompanied their parents to arrange accommodations. The four students found themselves in the same large classroom as the previous year, and Apollyon quickly spotted her classmate from last year, dashing over for an enthusiastic embrace. Alicia and Hermione exchanged glances, both recognizing the admiration in each other's eyes. Apollyon was indeed a force to be reckoned with. After a day of examinations, when the four returned to the familiar courtyard, Dudley and Harry had spent the day frolicking in the fields and woods, their spirits exuberant, even more so than when they had arrived in the morning. Alicia couldn't shake the feeling that her brother and cousin seemed a shade darker, but observing their animated demeanor, she chose not to mention it. After all, they were boys. A little roughness could be overlooked, and she reassured herself that there would be time to rectify any concerns, especially as they were approaching the age of blossoming maturity. Alicia chuckled slyly, contemplating this thought. Evelyn, brimming with excitement, rushed to inquire about the day's activities from Harry. Just as Harry was about to respond, he abruptly fell silent, raising a cup to his lips and pretentiously sipping water, a subtle yet keenly aware act of support. Unfortunately, the primary player faltered. Mere moments ago, he had been pestering his sister to arrange a meeting, yet when faced with direct conversation, he turned crimson and stuttered, rendered almost speechless. His infatuation was glaringly apparent. Vernon buried his face in his hand, unable to bear the sight. Just moments before, his eloquent son had been a fountain of words, yet now he was reduced to this foolishness, reflecting on his own courtship of Petunia, which had been filled with flowers, gifts, and praises. Every gesture so impeccably executed that it had won the heart of the beauty. He could not help but think that his son's efforts paled in comparison. Bertrand, with a gentle smile, alternated his gaze between Dudley and Vernon, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama like a spectator at an amusing play. Mr. Granger, oblivious to the undercurrents, busily attended to his beloved daughter, ensuring she had a nutritionally balanced meal before leading her to the dining room. Hermione scanned the reactions of her friends, feeling a sense of trouble brewing, and dutifully followed her father out. If Evelyn couldn't discern Dudley's feelings and transformation now, it would be a waste of her prior experience in relationships from elementary school. She scratched her forehead awkwardly, glancing at Ashley as if silently inquiring whether she was aware of the situation. Ashley, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched her nose, which spoke volumes. Dudley's gaze had not strayed from Evelyn. How could he miss the silent exchange between her and his sister? His anxiety and awkwardness gradually morphed into a sense of disappointment and unease. Though he had yet to confess, it felt as if the answer was already revealed. Benedict emerged from behind Ashley, conveniently guiding his sister to the dining table, alleviating the tension. Dudley no longer attempted to approach Evelyn, quietly allowing Harry to lead him to a table where he chose a seat at random. Ashley sighed internally, unsure of what to say. For the first time, she thought that if romance was such a convoluted affair, perhaps it was better left untouched. Yet, whether troublesome or bothersome, life must go on. With Evelyn's vivacity and Ashley's cooperation, the three families' dinner gathering finally felt less awkward and eerie, proceeding smoothly. After the three girls finished washing up, they lay down to prepare for sleep. Once the lights were out, the room fell silent for a while before Evelyn suddenly spoke. Ashley, do you wish for me to become your sister-in-law? The directness of Evelyn's question startled Ashley, causing her to sit upright in bed. Evelyn and Hermione burst into laughter at the unexpectedness. How can you laugh? Is it normal to be so direct? You nearly scare me to death. Ha ha. Isn't it perfectly reasonable? I just realized your brother has feelings for me. Shouldn't I inquire about your thoughts? You're my best friend, after all. Evelyn explained with a playful tone, turning to Hermione with curiosity. What about you, Hermione? When did you figure it out? During our last gathering, I noticed something amiss, but it was tonight that I confirmed it. After all, I saw how Dudley interacted with you, and later, when he came to the table, he appeared quite disheartened. Hermione replied, her voice tinged with wistfulness, pausing briefly before suddenly asking, "So, did you reject Dudley?" As Ashley prepared to lie down, the bluntness of the question caught her off guard again. The two girls chuckled softly, realizing how sensitive Ashley was to discussions about her brother. "You're still laughing? Is this how you both ask questions?" Ashley complained, completing her lying down motion. Evelyn, understanding Ashley's temperament, knew she wasn't truly upset, but reined in her amusement, responding seriously to Hermione's inquiry. "Not really. He probably just realized I'm not interested." Ashley sighed quietly at this, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy for her brother, despite the truth of the matter. Hermione, perhaps sensing Ashley's mood, offered a rational analysis. "That's quite normal. After all, you didn't fall for him at first sight. His feelings developed unexpectedly. It's unreasonable to expect you to reciprocate just like that." A spark ignited in Ashley's eyes. "Indeed, I see now that I had misjudged the situation. Evelyn currently harbors no romantic feelings for Dudley. She isn't explicitly rejecting or resisting him. Dudley can't possibly be considered a failure, since nothing has truly begun." Without delay, Evelyn provided the correct perspective. "Exactly. That is how it is." Although Ashley had not intended to meddle in the feelings between her brother and her best friend, she couldn't help but ask, "Does he have any chance?" Regret flickered through her as soon as she spoke. "I'm not sure. I can only say that I don't dislike him." As Evelyn spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she leaped from her bed to Ashley's, turning on the lamp beside her. She leaned in close, resting her chin on her hand, gazing intently into Ashley's eyes, as if she had discovered a crucial point in their conversation. "Haha, Ashley, don't you want me to be your sister-in-law and become a family?" Even Hermione's eyes brightened, as if she had just grasped the significance of the question. Turning to watch the interaction between her two friends with keen interest, Ashley felt a rush of embarrassment, a sudden sense of nervousness as she avoided Evelyn's sparkling gaze. Yet, recalling her own convictions, she took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and earnestly replied, "Selfishly speaking, if you truly became part of my family, I would be immensely happy. But the prerequisite is that you and Dudley genuinely love one another, or at the very least, can find happiness together. Otherwise, I wouldn't want you two to force a relationship. You both mean so much to me in this world, and I sincerely wish for your happiness. Thus, if you were together but unhappy, it would sadden me more than anyone else. Do you understand?" Evelyn stared at Ashley, whose eyes were filled with sincerity, a warmth blossoming in her heart. In truth, she had never doubted that Ashley would disregard her feelings or force her into a relationship with Dudley. Her question stemmed from the joy of discovering Dudley's affections. The thought of becoming family with Ashley was undeniably appealing. However, she hadn't anticipated Ashley's earnest counsel, urging her to think carefully, genuinely considering her happiness. To be honest, such heartfelt words were impossible not to touch her. Evelyn reached out, embracing Ashley tightly, and playfully declared, "I'm not so foolish as to sell myself short, even for your brother. Only you can have me." Ashley understood that Evelyn had absorbed her earlier sentiments, and the playful banter that followed was simply a reflection of their affectionate camaraderie. The two girls giggled as they playfully tickled each other, their innocent antics filling the room with delightful laughter. Hermione turned to the side, her eyes shimmering with envy as she beheld the scene. Perhaps it was her envious gaze that caught the attention of the two giggling sisters, Ashley and April, who exchanged knowing glances before gracefully descending from their beds. Under Hermione's astonished watch, they pushed 3 beds together and commenced a new round of childish tickle warfare, alternating between tickling each other in joyous abandon. Their laughter echoed through the adjoining rooms, eliciting a blend of exasperated yet affectionate smiles from both the adults and the boys. Perhaps Dudley's emotions were more complex, but as a boxer, he had unconsciously learned to regulate his feelings. While he might succumb to moments of melancholy, he would not remain ensnared within them. The night passed in silence. The following 2 days unfolded with a mundane regularity as the 4 students preparing for their exams adhered to a strict schedule, departing early and returning late. The adults either fished by the stream or enjoyed a drink at a nearby tavern. Dudley and Harry either joined the adults in fishing or played football with the local children. It seemed as though nothing had changed. Even Dudley's peculiar behavior around April gradually returned to normal. Yet, that fervent emotion he harbored was now buried deep within him, as if he had matured significantly in an instant. April's demeanor towards Dudley remained unchanged, leaving him in a state of ambivalence, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Only after April and her friends completed their exams did Dudley mustered the courage to invite April for a private conversation, as if he had something of great import to convey. Their companions, sensing the gravity of the moment, discreetly granted them privacy. Just as April was about to inquire about his intentions, Dudley launched into a torrent of words, akin to a machine gun's rapid fire, leaving no room for her response as he unleashed the sentiments he had long kept bottled up. April, please don't speak, just listen to me, for I fear that once you begin to speak, I will lose the courage to express myself. I want to tell you that, in the past, I viewed you merely as a friend or perhaps a sister, but since I saw you again at King's Cross Station, I can no longer regard you so simply. I believe I have developed feelings for you. Ashley once asked me whether I sought merely a fleeting romance or a lifelong companion, and at the time, I could not provide an answer. I have contemplated this deeply over the past few days, yet I still cannot ascertain a definitive response. A lifetime is far too long for me to guarantee. You are the first person to stir my heart, and I wish to follow my feelings towards you, though I'm uncertain how long this sentiment will endure. However, I hope you will grant me the opportunity to prove myself, no matter how long it takes. I will persist until I either no longer harbor feelings for you, or you request that I never appear before you again. As Dudley spoke, his words grew increasingly tangled, almost ensnaring him in confusion. Thankfully, in a moment of clarity, he managed to articulate the essence of what he wished to convey, allowing him to exhale deeply, feeling more exhausted than after a boxing match. April regarded his earnest and determined expression, her heart stirring ever so slightly. Perhaps those who are more perceptive are more easily moved by such sincerity. Each uncertain word conveyed his genuine feelings, particularly the poignant assertion that he would persevere until he no longer loved her or until she wished him away. This sentiment resonated deeply with her. After all, in a certain light, sincerity can sometimes feel burdensome, yet Dudley's words encapsulated his lack of obsessive intent, providing her with a sense of relief. April, accustomed to declarations of affection since childhood, had witnessed the heartfelt confessions of young boys and heard their sweet nothings. Yet, what moved her most was this sudden and unpretentious confession. Beneath the setting sun, the burly youth's face radiated sincerity, his clenched fists betraying his nervousness. The stark contrast of his demeanor would surely linger in her memory for years to come. Once indifferent to Dudley, she had only identified him as Ashley's brother. But now he had gained a proper name in her heart. She smiled broadly, her face lighting up as she replied, "Very well, Dudley, let us see how you perform." Dudley was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a radiant smile, his joy erupting as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Thank you, April." Meanwhile, Bertie, who had excused himself to fetch charcoal, eavesdropping from a distance, wore a satisfied grin as he turned to leave, seemingly having finally discovered the correct path to the storeroom. In the yard, Vernon was equally restless, likely wishing to eavesdrop, but held back by Ashley's grip, preventing his escape. Upon Bertie's return, Vernon eagerly inquired about the happenings. But Mr. Bertie, completely oblivious, insisted that he had merely been delayed by his failure to locate the storeroom. The rest of the guests exchanged knowing glances, but for Vernon, their silent judgment held no weight as he enthusiastically joined the barbecue preparations, seemingly oblivious to any underlying tension. Ashley and Benedict exchanged glances, a knowing smile passing between them as they continued their tasks. When the beaming Dudley and April finally appeared, the festive atmosphere of the last night's barbecue reached its zenith. Everyone silently agreed to forget any previous awkwardness and, accompanied by the sounds of cicadas and frogs, immerse themselves in the joys of the countryside barbecue. That night, revelry continued well into the late hours. After a night of hearty fun, as everyone prepared to return home, it was nearly noon the next day. As they parted ways near London, a sense of reluctance hung in the air. While things seemed unchanged, some aspects had subtly shifted. Dudley's wistful gaze was almost comical, eliciting laughter from those around him. April, however, was refreshingly forthright, cheerfully encouraging Dudley to call her whenever he wished. His eyes sparkled at her words, prompting Vernon, Ashley, and the others to avert their gazes in amused disbelief. Upon returning home, everyone was ravenous, and Penny, while tenderly preparing food for them, chided them for returning so late. Ashley, unfazed by her admonishments, felt a profound sense of tranquility as he embraced the long-missed Beatrice from behind, playfully seeking her affection, which brought forth Penny's soft laughter and filled him with contentment. Seated at the table, the father, son, and nephew silently applauded their beloved daughter, sister, and friend, finally relishing the peace that enveloped them. After satisfying their appetites, the family gathered to recount the events of the past few days, and Dudley, blushing, shared the details of his confession to April. Although Ashley and the others had anticipated this moment, hearing the tale directly from Dudley conveyed an entirely different sensation. Vernon and Penny appeared unimpressed by their son's words of affection, deeming them rather foolish. Yet Ashley felt a wave of sentimentality. It dawned upon him that his brother had unknowingly transformed into a sincere and responsible young man. Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Harry, though unable to discern the nuances, focused solely on the outcome. Clearly, Dudley's confession had been a success, as evidenced by April's response. The ability to contact her directly marked a significant advancement in their relationship, did it not? Harry discreetly jotted down Dudley's words, contemplating that they might one day prove useful. Dudley, observing his parents' disapproving expressions and his sister's teasing demeanor, scratched his head and stubbornly emphasized the positive outcome, eliciting hearty laughter from the entire family. Vernon was acutely aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have been able to muster a laugh. Heaven knows how heartbroken he felt just a couple of days ago, witnessing his beloved son's gloomy demeanor. Fortunately, it seems that fate has taken a turn for the better. What he initially perceived as an unsatisfactory confession unexpectedly resonated profoundly with the sentiments of the Bertrams. The attitudes of both Bertie and his family towards Dudley have undergone a remarkable transformation, and Vernon has been keenly observing this shift, which brings him considerable satisfaction at this moment. Penny, while unaware of the specifics, understood her husband well, since he appeared content. It was evident that the Kelly family had not expressed any opposition. Thus, regardless of whether her son and the Kelly girl would ultimately succeed, the worries that had plagued her were surely unfounded, allowing her to exhale a substantial sigh of relief. Dudley's romantic endeavors were progressing smoothly, and his career was embarking on a promising new journey. Ashley had initially feared that Dudley might be reluctant to leave, yet to her surprise, Dudley was maturing rapidly, eagerly immersing himself in the National Youth Boxing Competition in New Zealand. In truth, Ashley could discern that Dudley was indeed reluctant to part ways. But he seemed resolute in his objectives, embarking on a path that was both clear and unwavering. This realization filled Ashley with a bittersweet sense of pride, tinged with a touch of jealousy, as if her own brother were being whisked away. Perhaps it was reasonable, especially considering that Dudley's aspirations likely now included the name of April. The thought of the knight and the sorceress' pact added an air of uncertainty. However, this fleeting notion quickly dissipated, leaving her amused at her own jealousy. Such is the journey of close-knit siblings. Upon reflection, the idea of April potentially becoming her sister-in-law and part of the family felt utterly perfect. But wait, they were merely at the beginning. It was far too early to entertain such thoughts. Ashley's rationality swiftly returned, reminding her to maintain her composure and perspective. The shrill ring of the telephone interrupted her reverie. Penny and Dudley were discussing what else needed to be packed, while Harry listened attentively, assisting by passing items. As Ashley found herself lost in thought, contemplating the chaos that lay ahead, she was jolted back to reality by the phone's incessant ringing. Consequently, the nearest Vernon answered the call. "Oh, Maggie. Really? That's splendid news. What? You wish to come over for a week?" Chapter 122, Maggie's Decision. Upon hearing Maggie's name, the three children of the Dursley household exhibited entirely distinct reactions. Dudley was filled with pure joy. The affection Aunt Maggie showered upon him was genuine and unwavering. Every holiday and birthday, her gifts touched his heart, and her generosity with pocket money was nothing short of lavish, making it apparent that she regarded him as her own son. Harry, on the other hand, experienced trepidation, or perhaps a sense of aversion. Despite addressing her as aunt, he shared no blood relation with Maggie. She was largely oblivious to the intricacies of his life, believing him to be merely the child of two lazy, unemployed relatives, cast off to their hard-working kin, a bothersome burden. While this perspective was understandable from Maggie's standpoint, Harry, having endured much, could grasp these realities. Yet, Maggie's disdain was palpable. She seemed to find fault with him at every turn, delivering sarcastic remarks with a biting tone. Out of respect for his uncle and aunt, as well as his cousins, he endured her jabs. But any notion of warmth or fondness was far from his expectations. Ashley harbored a mix of anticipation and exasperation, her emotions tangled in a web of contradiction. It was not directed at Maggie herself, but rather at the prospect of both Maggie and Harry cohabiting the same space, which filled her with dread. Good heavens! Was this some cruel twist of fate meant to test her? The ultimate dilemma, a choice between two unbearable options? Harry's relationship with her was evident. Having grown up together, he was as dear to her as Dudley. Maggie, the aunt who had doted on her since childhood, treated her with the same affection she bestowed upon Dudley, particularly after Ashley had suggested the idea that had led Maggie to pursue her own happiness. It seemed that Maggie had grown even fonder of her than of Dudley. It had been over 5 years since Ashley had last seen Maggie, and aside from the troubling factors, she genuinely missed her. Maggie's character was, well, somewhat arrogant and obstinate, sharing traits with Vernon. Unlike Vernon, however, she possessed a carefree and unrestrained spirit, qualities that Ashley truly admired. When Maggie set her sights on someone, she pursued them relentlessly, yet if that person displeased her, she feigned indifference, living her own life unapologetically. This was akin to her relationship with her uncle. Yes, Ashley had an uncle, or rather, it could be said that she had inadvertently inspired Maggie, who, when on the verge of giving up, had an epiphany that transformed her image in Colonel Fabusterous' eyes, ultimately winning him over. Ashley could not claim to have orchestrated the whole affair. At the time, she was merely 6 or 7 years old, naively pondering what kind of woman would attract a steadfast man. The subsequent events were unclear to her, but one day, when she turned 8, Vernon wistfully informed the family that Maggie had married and moved to New Zealand. Thus, they had resided there for over 5 years, never once returning to the Dursleys. The absence of children was a mystery to Ashley. She was unaware of the true reasons, but Maggie claimed that, rather than endure bothersome little brats, she preferred loyal hounds. Consequently, she kept several bulldogs, one of which, named Rippy, was her absolute favorite. As for Dudley and Ashley, Maggie adhered to the Dursley tradition of indulgence, showering them with affection as if they were her own flesh and blood. Although she was not as harsh towards Harry as she once was, any mention of him during their phone conversations inevitably resulted in a torrent of disparaging remarks. This was precisely why Ashley felt such trepidation regarding Maggie's impending visit, or rather, the arrival of Maggie's entire family. Upon hearing that his sister's family was coming, Vernon was initially elated, as the bond between the siblings had not waned despite the distance. However, a fleeting glance at Harry caused his expression to shift, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Penny noticed the change in her husband's demeanor and quickly grasped the issue at hand. Her previously joyful expression faded, replaced with a look of uncertainty. After all, over the past 2 years, they had come to regard Harry as part of their family, yet Maggie's attitude towards him remained a concern. Harry, observing the shift in his aunt and uncle's expressions, felt little resentment. Rather, their discomfort made him realize he held a place in their hearts, filling him with delight. Just as he was about to express his thoughts about visiting Ron's house, he noticed Dudley rushing over to snatch the phone from Vernon's hand, excitedly sharing the news of his participation in the New Zealand youth boxing competition. Oh, what marvelous news! Our darling Dudley is set to participate in such a grand event. How incredible! Andy is so proud of you, came Maggie's exaggerated exclamation from the other end of the line. Dudley, basking in the praise, beamed with pride, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as he playfully charmed Maggie. Well, I've been planning to visit Annie and Uncle, but it seems you fortuitously decided to come. Auntie Maggie, I missed you dearly, he gushed. Oh, indeed. How terribly unfortunate that our visits are misaligned. Maggie's tone shifted upon recalling the conflict, her voice growing noticeably somber, followed by a flurry of low murmurs on the line. Before long, the call seemed to regain its clarity. Darcy, my dear, your uncle and I have decided to postpone our annual leave so we can return to London together with you. You are welcome to stay at our home, which will facilitate our care for you. Your uncle and I can even attend your matches. What do you think of this proposal? The entire Dursley household erupted in a chorus of jubilant surprise, with everyone silently exclaiming, "How wonderful!" except for Darcy, who voiced his delight aloud. Subsequently, Vernon took the phone and coordinated some details regarding the airport pickup with Maggie, resulting in a mutual sense of satisfaction from both parties after the long-distance communication. The family basked in the joy of this successful arrangement, with Petunia even affectionately ruffling her dear son's clever head. However, it seemed that Darcy did not fully comprehend the exuberance of his parents, brother, and sister. After all, his aunt's family was merely postponing their return home. Was there truly so much to celebrate? Or was it simply that someone would be there to look after him, prompting their joy on his behalf? Although the family remained oblivious to the discrepancy in their thoughts, the outcome was favorable, and who truly cares about such minor differences? Suddenly, Vernon recalled something and, with a hint of regret, remarked, "But our darling Ashley won't get to see her aunt and uncle." Ashley paused, realizing that while she was preoccupied with the joy of Maggie and Harry not having to meet, she had forgotten that her own beloved aunt would also miss the chance to see her. She could only hope that she might be able to request a half-day off from Dumbledore, as meeting through the fireplace or via Floo powder would be quite feasible. Upon expressing her intentions, Vernon felt a sense of completion, deeming the situation quite perfect. Harry also breathed a sigh of relief, no longer burdened by the worry of Ashley missing her aunt. Chapter 123. The Novice Alchemist Achieves Success. With an abundance of encouragement and reluctance from his family, Darcy boarded the flight to New Zealand. After his departure, the Dursleys' home fell into an unusual silence and desolation. Vernon and Petunia constantly fretted over whether he would face any inconveniences or discomforts there, calling him almost every 2 hours. Truth be told, had it not been for Maggie's presence, Vernon might have considered taking an extended leave to accompany him. During meals, Petunia would often gaze at Darcy's empty seat, murmuring to herself that had she known this would happen, it might have been better to grant his wish of not participating in the competition. Vernon had entertained similar thoughts, but remained rational enough to keep them to himself, opting instead to comfort Petunia with a gentle embrace. Ashley and Harry also found themselves feeling quite out of sorts. At home, they were accustomed to the lively noise that sometimes annoyed them, yet now, in Darcy's absence, an undeniable void lingered, leaving them feeling rather lonely. After a little over a week, as Darcy engaged in intense pre-competition training, their phone conversations diminished significantly. Vernon and Petunia could only manage occasional chats with Maggie, and gradually, the anxiety of separation began to ease. During this time, Ashley stumbled through the final portion of the introductory course prepared by Beatrice, officially stepping into the realm of alchemy as a novice alchemist. This was indeed the only source of joy for Ashley during this period. Unfortunately, Beatrice had been elusive lately, leaving Ashley unable to share her excitement. Thinking about the prospect of finally attempting to create various alchemical items filled Ashley with enthusiasm, yet the confinement of her small space swiftly dampened her spirits. She contemplated whether she should rent a room at the Leaky Cauldron or within the magical district to facilitate her alchemical practice during the remaining month of her holiday. In truth, even if there were ample space at home, she hesitated to establish an elaborate alchemical workspace, as this was the domain of the mundane world. She feared that if her family discovered the peculiar items she possessed, it might lead to complications. Although she could set up magical wards for concealment or cast muggle-repelling charms, it would still pose challenges for Vernon and Petunia, who needed to engage in normal social interactions. Oh, wait a moment. A house in the magical district? What about the Potter residence? With Voldemort yet to return, it should still be relatively safe, and besides, Harry would eventually reclaim his family home. Excitedly, Ashley rushed to find Harry to discuss the possibility of reclaiming the house, or rather, to inquire about the likelihood of the Potter family home still standing. Meanwhile, Harry was blissfully unaware of Ashley's plans, diligently working on his essay. After all, with Darcy in New Zealand, Ron had recently called to inform him that Mr. Weasley had won a significant prize, and the family was off to Egypt. Hermione's family had traveled to France, and even Kelly and her brother were visiting their grandmother. Thus, Harry found himself with nowhere to go and nothing entertaining to do, resorting to writing essays to pass the time. When a series of knocks echoed at the door, Harry momentarily felt disoriented, thinking he must have misheard. Usually, Ashley, the studious one, was engrossed in her books at this hour. Any discussions would typically occur during mealtimes. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were similarly preoccupied with their own chores, work, or social engagements, and only during family meals would they share conversation. So when the knocking resumed, followed by Ashley's puzzled mutterings, he thought, could she have fallen asleep? Bored to tears, Harry surged with excitement and dashed to the door, flinging it open. Ashley, I wasn't sleeping. I thought I misheard you. You know, you're usually buried in your studies. I never expected it to be you. Upon seeing Ashley, he launched into a rapid explanation, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. Ashley blinked, momentarily taken aback until she caught sight of the half-written essay on Harry's desk and suddenly understood the source of his exuberance. Remembering their scattered friends, Ashley couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking how much of a challenge it was for the boy. With her hand hovering in the air, she affectionately ruffled Harry's head, resembling a large dog, and said, I need to discuss something with you. Let us go inside. Harry felt no hesitation. As long as they were not in front of others, he relished his sister's affectionate gestures, feeling no shame in it. He settled on the edge of his bed while Ashley took a seat on the chair by the desk, and they began their conversation face to face. Harry, I need to find a place in the magical district to practice alchemy. Sure. How can I help? Do you want me to inquire about it? But Ron and the others are in Egypt, and Dean and Seamus live quite far away. We don't keep in touch much, and I'm not sure if Neville has any connections. Harry pondered for a moment, fully supportive of Ashley's needs without a trace of doubt. Ashley felt a warmth in her heart, choosing not to interrupt his thoughts, but instead following his lead as she expressed her original plan. I initially considered renting a room at the Leaky Cauldron or checking for available rooms near Diagon Alley. True, Those are the magical properties we can access. But wouldn't they be a bit small and inconvenient? I mean, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon wouldn't feel comfortable letting you stay there alone. Indeed, that's what makes me hesitant. How about we just buy a house in Hogsmeade? It's a wizarding village, so it must meet your requirements. Perhaps we could write to Hagrid, as he is quite familiar with the matter and would undoubtedly know where to procure it. Once we receive his reply, I shall promptly withdraw some money from Gringotts and make the purchase. Moreover, it would facilitate our school commutes in the future, and with Uncle and Dudley on holiday, we could even vacation there. I have heard from Fred and the others that it is quite an amusing place, and Dudley would certainly enjoy it. Suddenly, Harry's thoughts drifted to Hogsmeade, and his excitement grew as he entertained the idea, running over to Ashley's side, rummaging through the desk as if searching for stationery to immediately pen a letter to Hagrid inquiring about the situation. Ashley, bemused, shook her head, realizing Harry's fervor for spending from his vault was quite profound. Harry, have you considered that the Potter family might still have an ancestral home? If so, would you wish to see it? Chapter 124, Reclaiming the Ancestral Home. Harry paused, having never contemplated this angle before. In fact, as he learned more about the magical world, he became increasingly aware of the Potter family's history. The Potters were once renowned for their potions, and during his grandfather's generation, they even created a marvelous shampoo formula that amassed considerable wealth, likely contributing to the substantial fortune in the Potter vault. However, it appeared that his grandparents had passed shortly after his parents' demise, leaving him with no relatives aside from Aunt Petunia's family. As for the Potter residence, the notion seemed foreign to him. He felt as though the Potters were reduced to just himself. Having lived with Aunt Petunia's family since he was just over a year old, where a home is defined by the presence of family, I hadn't really thought about it. Hagrid never mentioned it. I assumed the vault was the only thing left of the Potters, Harry admitted sheepishly, scratching his head, his face a portrait of awkwardness and uncertainty. Ashley shook her head in resignation, recognizing this was to be expected, and smiled, saying, "Then let us write to Hagrid. Regardless of whether I need to borrow it, if the Potter ancestral home truly exists, you ought to strive to reclaim it. It surely holds many memories of your father and traces of the Potter legacy." Harry suddenly fell into a contemplative melancholy, but resolutely nodded, invigorated, and resumed his search, successfully locating some stationery this time. Ashley vacated her seat for him, and without hesitation, Harry sat down and began to write. Upon completing the letter, he nonchalantly handed it to Ashley, who had moved to sit on the edge of the bed, silently seeking her assistance for any errors or omissions. After a brief moment, Ashley accepted it, swiftly scanning the contents. The letter did not mention Ashley's needs, but instead expressed that, with his birthday approaching, Harry wished to honor his parents and see the home they once inhabited. Ashley understood Harry's sentiments and was somewhat taken aback by his attentiveness and growth in social nuances. It was evident that he recognized the distinction and was concerned that Hagrid or any elder aligned with his parents might misconstrue Ashley's intentions. Ashley smiled with pride, acknowledging her brother's thoughtful gesture. Harry excitedly called upon Hedwig, perched nearby, to assist in delivering the letter, offering several treats as a bribe. Before opening the window and watching Hedwig depart with a message. Not long after, Hagrid received Harry's letter, furrowing his brow in uncertainty over how to respond, and proceeded to the headmaster's office with the letter in hand. "Oh, Hagrid, have you had lunch yet? Would you care for some toffee? You seem rather anxious. Has something occurred in the Forbidden Forest?" "Oh no, Headmaster, it's not the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid replied, raising the diminutive letter in his hand, before handing it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore set down the candy he had been holding, accepted the letter, and pondered it for a moment before breaking into a smile. "It seems Harry has indeed matured. There are matters I had intended to disclose to him only upon his coming of age, yet since he has brought it up, it is only fitting that we, as his elders, assist him. Moreover, it might not be a bad thing at all. After all, the longer we wait, the more challenging it may become to reclaim. Some individuals in the ministry can be rather greedy. How should I respond, then? No need for a reply. I shall go myself, taking advantage of the holiday. I should fulfill the child's birthday wish." Dumbledore was efficient, appearing at the Dursleys' doorstep the very next morning. Harry, who had been sipping milk and had not yet wiped the foam from his lips, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected visitor. However, he quickly grasped the reason for Dumbledore's presence and soon became animated. "Headmaster, you've come. Indeed, as you surmised, I am here to fulfill your birthday wish." Dumbledore replied with a wink. Petunia and Vernon, who joined shortly after, exchanged complex glances upon seeing Dumbledore again. Dumbledore politely nodded in greeting. Vernon and Petunia shared looks, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. Petunia forced a smile, inviting, "Headmaster Dumbledore, would you like to come in for a moment and have some breakfast?" Dumbledore laughed heartily, clearly pleased. "Oh, thank you for your generous offer, Mrs. Evans. I have already had breakfast at Hogwarts, and I must take Harry to attend to some matters, so I must decline your kind invitation. However, I must say, your cake was truly delightful." He then winked at Ashley, who had been quiet, likely in appreciation of the birthday cake she had made. Petunia appeared to understand when Dumbledore had tasted her cake, beaming with pride at Ashley's attentiveness. "My daughter is always so meticulous." Ashley, feeling a bit shy, leaned against her mother's arm, silently conveying their closeness. Vernon proudly moved to Ashley's side, ruffling her hair and joining in the affectionate interaction, momentarily casting aside his apprehensions regarding Dumbledore. Harry watched enviously, realizing that what had started as a mere excuse had transformed into a genuine desire to see the place. If only his parents were still here, they too would share in this happiness. Dumbledore observed the Dursley family's interaction with a soft smile, deeply moved, and turned to see the envious expression on Harry's face, letting out a silent sigh. While Ashley had grown accustomed to her parents' affection, she felt a touch of discomfort in front of an outsider like Dumbledore, prompting her to change the subject. "Headmaster, is there any danger?" Dumbledore paused, quickly grasping the concern Ashley was expressing, and chuckled. "There is no real danger. I merely need to engage a few troublesome individuals in a discussion. You know how they are, reluctant to relinquish their prized bones, even when they cannot digest them." That is quite a vivid metaphor," Ashley replied, though she felt it inappropriate to offer further commentary, turning instead to remind Harry, "You should hurry and get ready. You wouldn't want to keep the headmaster waiting." Harry then dashed upstairs to change his clothes, tidying his hair, grabbing his wand and a bag filled with galleons before swiftly returning to the door. With his family watching, he departed with Dumbledore down Privet Drive. After they left, Ashley explained the situation to her parents, who were curious. As she had anticipated, Petunia and Vernon expressed no desire for the potential Potter ancestral home, understanding Harry's intentions. Yet, thoughts of Lily and James crossed their minds, leaving their expressions tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Certainly, Ashley did not conceal the initial reason for seeking out Harry. Upon hearing that if Harry successfully reclaimed the Potter family home, his daughter would have a place to practice alchemy, her initial complexities dissipated, replaced by sheer delight. After all, as her daughter had astutely analyzed, attempting such endeavors at home would pose challenges due to limited space and the potential disruption to their daily lives. Renting elsewhere would not only incur expenses, but also present logistical difficulties for them to visit their daughter. Thus, the prospect of the Potter estate resolved all these concerns, rendering it an unequivocally ideal solution. Regarding familial sentiments, the family had long since abandoned any calculations of gain or loss. The intricate emotions tied to Lily and James had faded like extinguished flames. Life's demands overshadowed all, and having devoted themselves to raising Harry, they felt no guilt towards them, embracing their situation with forthrightness. As evening approached, Harry returned to the Dursleys' home, exhilarated as he produced the property deed for the estate in Godric's Hollow, eliciting joy from the family. Observing their smiling faces filled Harry with profound satisfaction, as if the frustrations of the day's earlier troubles and the sorrow of visiting his parents' grave were effortlessly swept away by their warmth. Chapter 125, Ashley's Theory of Allies. Although the Potter estate was to be reclaimed, it would not be immediately habitable. The following day, Ashley and Harry visited the Ministry of Magic once more, heading to the Floo Network Authority office to open a connection between the Potter home and the Dursleys' fireplace. Neither of them had yet mastered apparition, and lacking a phoenix like Dumbledore's, utilizing the Floo Network was undoubtedly the most expedient means of travel. Having just visited the day before, Harry was somewhat familiar with the transfer routes, and, as he led the way, he animatedly recounted his experiences from the previous day to Ashley. Their sibling banter made the journey quite enjoyable. Fortunately, the entrance Dumbledore had shown Harry was a telephone booth rather than a toilet. Though the experience was still less than pleasant, it was at least not psychologically unsettling. Upon entering the hall, Agnes was already waiting for them. This was why Ashley hadn't asked Vernon to take a day off. Although an adult's presence would provide some reassurance, they were heading to the Ministry of Magic, and Ashley wished to spare Vernon any peculiar stares or discomfort. Thus, she had contacted Agnes the night before to explain the situation and receive her affirmative response, allowing just the two of them to come. After all, while Apollyon and Benedict had gone to their grandparents' house, Bertram and Agnes still had to work. Indeed, having a familiar face at the ministry was a stroke of good fortune. Under Agnes's guidance, Ashley and Harry efficiently completed their application, and in about a week, the Floo Network Authority would arrange for someone to come and install the fireplace connection. Agnes appeared to be thoroughly acquainted with the process, leading Ashley to realize that the Kelly family had likely already established their Flynn network connection. It was simply that the Dursleys had not done so previously, hence the lack of mention. After expressing their gratitude, Agnes soon departed to attend to her own work, leaving Ashley and Harry exchanging glances. They had assumed that the connection would be established immediately, only to discover that today's visit was merely for registration. With some time to spare, the siblings decided to explore Diagon Alley. Harry had already spent a significant amount of his galleons on the property transfer and materials for establishing the Flynn network. Thus, he intended to withdraw some funds. Ashley, on the other hand, sought to procure materials for practice, as the supplies gifted by the professors and Hermione were too precious to waste on experimentation. After hailing a cab, they arrived near the Leaky Cauldron, and upon entering Diagon Alley, they temporarily parted ways, agreeing to reconvene at Florian's ice cream parlor. Unexpectedly, shortly after Harry departed, Ashley encountered Snape around the corner. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have just exited the potion shop, perhaps having purchased materials or consigning potions. Upon spotting Ashley, Snape's expression soured, and he approached her with a frown, disdain evident in his voice as he inquired, "Why aren't you studying during the summer? What brings you here?" Ashley, undeterred, greeted the professor with a smile and explained the purpose of her visit. Upon hearing about Harry's plans to reclaim the old home, Snape, aware of the buzz surrounding the matter in their circles, had initially not paid it much mind. However, Ashley's explanation revealed her involvement. In regarding her claim of having completed the introductory alchemy course, Snape felt an unexpected swell of pride and satisfaction. Yet, the thought of the young girl practicing alchemy at the Potter estate unsettled him. "You don't need to go to the Potter home for a place to practice. You could simply use one of the empty rooms at my place to set up an alchemy lab," he suggested, his brow furrowing further at the mere mention of Potter. His distaste palpable. Ashley felt touched by his offer, but could not suppress a hint of discomfort. Truth be told, she did not wish to reject the professor as kindness. She merely understood that it was impractical. "Professor, I appreciate your generosity, but my family would be uneasy about me being alone. They would undoubtedly come to check on me frequently, perhaps even stay over, and that could be inconvenient for you." Snape paused, seemingly realizing which family Ashley belonged to. A long-forgotten memory surfacing alongside the image of that bothersome girl, enveloping him in a shadowy aura. "Professor, are you all right?" Ashley's call broke through Snape's reverie. "I'm fine. I was merely considering some matters. Your alchemy has shown some progress, and you might attempt to create items for sale. Alchemical objects have always been in demand, and you could easily purchase a house, whether nearby or in Hogsmeade. Wouldn't that be more comfortable?" Ashley remained silent for a moment, shaking her head with a resigned smile. "Let's not go there. The properties I could afford are all those so-called noble estates. We both know the current situation is uncertain. It's possible that my creations could end up aiding the enemy. If what I make is used to harm my own people or protect the foe, I would surely be sickened." The mere thought of such a repugnant scenario contorted Ashley's expression, prompting her to playfully stick out her tongue in disgust. Snape's lips twitched, as if he were suppressing a laugh, though he managed to maintain his composure. "You wouldn't consider implementing some countermeasures, would you? If it comes to that, it's all expendable." Ashley looked at Snape with an expression of exasperation, retorting, "Professor, you can't be serious. You know, I've only just reached the level of an introductory alchemist. How could I possibly devise such advanced countermeasures? Besides, anything handmade inevitably carries a personal touch and style. I've only just begun my journey as an alchemist. If someone discovers I've attempted something like that, who would dare to purchase my work again? What would become of me?" Observing the young girl as frustrated and indignant demeanor, Snape's lips twitched once more, though he instinctively suppressed any outward signs of amusement. Certainly, he comprehended the young girl's intentions, recognizing the implications of his own words, which left him somewhat embarrassed. However, as a master of the art of mental fortitude, he naturally refrained from revealing any signs of discomfort. The lack of knowledge reflects one's own inadequacies, and one must strive to improve. Does that not resonate with you? Undoubtedly, you have a valid point. Should you require any materials, do not hesitate to inform me. Chapter 126, Snape's Assistance. Although Snape's expression remained as impassive as ever, Ashley could discern the stiffness in his tone, which could be interpreted as a touch of pride. She felt a chuckle rising within her, yet, for the sake of the professor's dignity, she endeavored to suppress it. Nodding slightly, she accepted the professor's critique. But her struggle to contain her amusement was evident, causing Snape's lips to twitch slightly. It was not a stifled laugh, but rather a held breath. Not wishing to engage in a quarrel with the young girl, Snape turned and departed. Ashley, momentarily taken aback, assumed the professor was angered and hurried after him to apologize, only to find him returning to the potion shop, concerned that he might have unfinished business. Ashley hesitated at the entrance, hoping he was not genuinely upset. After a brief wait, Snape emerged with a substantial bundle of items. Upon spotting Ashley at the door, a fleeting look of satisfaction crossed his face. Approaching her with a stony countenance, he thrust the items into her arms without regard for whether she was prepared to catch them, quickly releasing his grip. Did you not wish to procure materials? These alchemical supplies may prove useful. Take them for now. Ashley was momentarily stunned, instinctively cradling the bundle, her heart swelling with emotion and bittersweetness, a paternal warmth akin to what she felt from Vernon. Yet, this man bore no blood relation to her, and his expression was tinged with a certain prideful stiffness. Ashley felt a surge of sentimentality, desperately wanting to inquire, "Professor, why are you so kind to me?" However, considering the discomfort such a question might invoke, she instead found herself stifling a laugh. Rubbing her slightly puffy eyes, she beamed. "Thank you, Professor." Snape indeed relished Ashley's reaction. Awkwardly turning his head away, a flicker of a smile vanishing almost instantaneously. Having completed his business at Gringotts, Harry intended to wait for Ashley at the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor when he chanced upon Snape averting his gaze. Initially contemplating evasion, he suddenly noticed the girl before Snape, her silhouette strikingly reminiscent of his sister. From his vantage point, it appeared as though Ashley was conversing with Snape, who seemed rather impatient. Turning away in disregard, concerned for his sister's well-being, Harry, despite his trepidation, hastened towards them, eager to ascertain the situation. The sound of his hurried footsteps caught Snape's attention. Upon meeting Harry's gaze, Snape appeared momentarily disoriented. Ashley, noticing Snape's focus, turned to see her brother and greeted him with a smile. Upon seeing the joy on Ashley's face, Harry realized he had misjudged the situation, sheepishly slowing his pace and awkwardly explaining, "Ashley, what brings you here?" "I thought I was mistaken." Ashley, patting the bundle she held, replied with a smile, "These are some potion ingredients that can also serve as alchemical materials. I happened to encounter the professor, and he kindly gifted me some." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the stern and demanding Professor Snape would offer materials to a student. Nevertheless, he politely expressed his gratitude. Snape remained aloof, maintaining his aloof persona. Harry found this behavior entirely consistent with Snape's character. Observing the exchange, Ashley felt a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. She did not expect them to be overly friendly. Maintaining a level of courtesy was more than adequate. After a brief silence, as Harry contemplated bidding farewell to Snape to take his sister away, Snape preemptively spoke up. "Are you not here to establish the Flow network? Has the fireplace connection been constructed?" Harry paused, momentarily taken aback, while Ashley quickly responded, "It has been registered, but I've heard it will take about a week to arrange the construction." Snape's brow furrowed in displeasure as he retorted, "Aren't you supposed to be practicing? Do you intend to squander over a week idly?" While Harry sensed Snape's underlying concern, he still found the professor's tone disconcerting. Glancing at Ashley with worry that she might find it uncomfortable. Yet, Ashley displayed no signs of distress. Rather, she seemed more troubled. "Yes, but there is nothing to be done. We can only wait. In the meantime, it would be beneficial to work on some exercises." After a moment of contemplation, Snape instructed them to follow him, striding forward with purpose, seemingly intent on leading the siblings somewhere. Harry exchanged a glance with Ashley, who nodded in agreement, and they followed. Snape guided them to a quiet alleyway, and before they could fully comprehend what was happening, he seized their shoulders and performed apparition. It was the first experience of such for both Ashley and Harry, leaving them feeling dizzy and disoriented. After an indeterminate period, feeling like an instant, yet also like several minutes, they landed, the surroundings sharpening into clarity. To Ashley's astonishment, they had arrived directly in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. The people around them paid little heed, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. Noticing Ashley's condition, Snape observed that aside from her slightly pale complexion, she exhibited no severe reactions, allowing him to relax. He turned to leave, merely stating, "Wait here." Ashley, still reeling from the abrupt transition, nodded, struggling to adjust to the disorienting effects of the teleportation. After regulating her breathing, the peculiar sensation gradually dissipated. Glancing at Harry, she noticed he appeared even more affected, shaking his head as if attempting to dispel the lingering disorientation. Concerned, Ashley supported him with one hand while gently pressing on his temples. After a moment, Harry regained his composure, his face still pale as he forced a smile to indicate he was all right. Once recovered, Harry scanned their surroundings, intrigued by the sporadic apparition of individuals. This marked the second method he had learned for entering the Ministry of Magic, and its convenience sparked his interest. He considered suggesting it to Ashley, believing she might want to try it. However, Ashley shook her head with a wry smile. I can't. If I were to learn it, it would take considerable time, as it is a spell taught in higher years and carries significant risks. Upon hearing about the dangers, Harry promptly abandoned the idea, opting instead to wait for the construction of the fireplace connection. After all, as a user of the Flynn network, he understood that while it might be a bit messy and chaotic, it was ultimately safe, as long as one did not mispronounce anything. Chapter 127. The Sorrow Conveyed by Flowers. Ashley had intended to seize the opportunity to encourage Harry to practice some spells when her keen eyes caught sight of Snape accompanied by several individuals emerging from the elevator. Pausing momentarily, she waved cheerfully in their direction. A fleeting smile flickered across Snape's lips, almost imperceptible to anyone else. But his expression quickly reverted to its usual coldness as he ignored Ashley and instructed the others, "You know the way. We will proceed first." Once again, Ashley and Harry found themselves unprepared for yet another bout of apparition, this time experiencing a significantly improved sensation. While still somewhat dizzy, it no longer hindered their actions or perceptions. As they looked up, they were astonished to find themselves in a cemetery, specifically near the gravestones of Lily Potter and James Potter. It is often said that the coordinates for apparition are places one has previously visited. Thus, as Ashley gazed at Snape, who stood motionless in a state of sorrow, she could not help but let out a soft sigh. Harry, on the other hand, exhibited a more direct demeanor. Upon seeing his parents' gravestone, he hurried forward, seemingly whispering something to it before bowing deeply, and then quickly returned to Ashley, cheerfully offering to guide her on a tour of their new home. Snape remained immobile, showing no inclination to approach the Potter residence or Lily's gravestone. After walking a few paces, Harry realized that Snape had not followed. Confusion and uncertainty washed over him, while Ashley felt a deeper sense of helplessness and concern. Harry cast a pleading glance at Ashley, aware that it would be quite inappropriate to neglect their benefactor who had aided them so significantly. Yet he was at a loss as to how to engage with a rather difficult professor. Ashley understood Harry's predicament and could also empathize with Snape's emotions. If Snape were not apprehensive about their ability to return, he would likely have already operated away. He could neither face Lily openly nor bear the sight of James, harboring a deep-seated disdain for him, which made stepping into the Potter home unthinkable. As Ashley's gaze fell upon the barren gravestone, she abruptly uttered something perplexing. At least to Harry. "Harry, I heard from Mom that Aunt Lily adored flowers. Why haven't you brought her a bouquet? Just look at how bare it is. If I were Aunt Lily, I would surely be upset with you." Although Harry did not fully grasp why Ashley suddenly brought this up, he responded with earnestness. Both times we came here were rather rushed, so I didn't have time to prepare anything. But I don't know what flowers Mom liked best." "Ashley, did Aunt Lily ever mention it? I'll make sure to bring some next time." Mom never specified, but generally speaking, aside from particular favorites, most flowers are usually agreeable to girls. It's really the thought behind the gift that counts. After all, flowers have their own meanings. I believe if you were to present Aunt Lily with pink carnations, she would undoubtedly be delighted, for their meaning is mother. I love you. I will never forget you. Really? I had no idea flowers had meanings. That is fascinating, Harry exclaimed, secretly committing the pink carnation to memory, adding it to his mental shopping list. Ashley continued to elaborate on the language of flowers, as if enlightening Harry. Indeed, the meanings are quite intriguing. Take the lily, for instance, which shares Aunt Lily's name, pure and elegant, symbolizing heartfelt connection or eternal, sacred love, imbued with profound blessings. Then there's the lily of the valley, representing purity and kindness, embodying the anticipation of happiness. And the purple hyacinth, which signifies sorrowful love and carries connotations of apology and regret. Ashley selected a few meaningful flowers to discuss, casting discreet glances at Snape to observe his reactions. Upon hearing her mention the lily, his expression was suffused with nostalgia and sadness. Yet when she described the purple hyacinth, he appeared shocked and contemplative, as if lost in thought. Seizing the moment, Ashley casually remarked, "Therefore, if there are words one cannot voice, perhaps one could express their sentiments through flowers. Girls might understand the gesture, and, who knows, it could lead to a favorable outcome. However, if one remains silent and fails to express themselves, it may result in a lasting regret." Harry wholeheartedly trusted his sister, nodding thoughtfully as if marking her words in his heart. Snape, meanwhile, regarded Ashley with a profound gaze, his expression a blend of sorrow and self-mockery, perhaps tinged with a hint of relief. Ashley experienced a whirlwind of emotions, biting her lip as she retrieved a large picnic blanket from her small bag, laying it out on a nearby patch of grass. She then produced a basket filled with snacks and drinks, meaningfully saying, "Professor, since you seem to appreciate the scenery here, we shan't invite you inside. You may take your time enjoying the refreshments. It might be a while, and you could also explore the area. Once we finish, we can all return together." Snape cast another deep glance at Ashley, his inner turmoil masked by an impassive face. And he gave a faint nod before sitting beside the picnic blanket, his back turned to them. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, discreetly giving Ashley a thumbs up. She truly was remarkable, even managing to keep the notoriously difficult Professor Snape comfortably settled. Ashley glanced at Snape's back, then at Harry, who wore a broad smile. And she forced a smile of her own, playfully chiding, "All right, let us hurry along. Although I'm unsure how the professor managed to let us cut in line. He must have extended quite a favor. We should proceed quickly to avoid keeping those from the ministry waiting too long at the door, lest we tarnish the professor's reputation." She turned back toward Lily in James's direction, bowing respectfully and softly saying, "Aunt Lily, Uncle James, I promise to return for a proper visit soon." Harry felt a swell of emotion and bowed in kind before hastily leading Ashley toward the Potter residence. Upon arrival, they found the ministry employees tasked with constructing the apparition point already waiting at the door of the Potter home. They had not been there long, as they had not operated directly to the entrance, but rather to the home of those who had opened the apparition point previously, which took some time. Godric's Hollow was expansive, yet the number of residents had dwindled, making it particularly tranquil. Ashley and Harry quickly apologized, but the ministry employees were not particularly upset, especially as the two young wizards were panting from their hurried pace. After opening the gate, Harry led the group into the house. Ashley noted that the interior was remarkably clean, far from the dilapidated state one would expect of a dwelling left vacant for over a decade. Remembering Dumbledore's advanced repair spell, she understood this scene much better. Harry guided the ministry workers to the fireplace where the apparition point was to be established. After observing for a while, they began to unpack their tools and commence their work. Harry then scampered back to Ashley, excitedly clarifying her earlier queries. As Ashley anticipated, Harry dramatically extolled Dumbledore's magical prowess and the wonders of magic. The Potter residence, being the epitome of a magical home, had already been equipped with an apparition point. However, due to prolonged disuse, the magical components had deteriorated, necessitating replacement and replenishment. This made the task quite straightforward, taking only about an hour to restore. However, the remaining time was insufficient to establish a completely new apparition point at the Dursleys' place, so that would have to wait until the following day. The ministry employees left Harry with the Dursleys' address and arranged to return the next day before preparing to depart. Ashley produced a selection of exquisite packaged snacks and a few bottles of fine wine, presenting them to the employees, who responded with improved warmth, smiling as they bid farewell before operating away. Harry watched in wide-eyed amazement, beginning to grasp the significance of the moment. Ashley, undeterred by his epiphany, laughed as she tugged him toward the cemetery. It was now midday, and they needed to check if they would join for lunch. Upon encountering Snape again, he seemed unchanged, still facing away from them, utterly still, though the picnic blanket now bore a large package. Upon hearing the footsteps, Snape rose, hefting the large parcel. As Ashley approached, he, as before, thrust the bundle into her arms. Ashley stood momentarily stunned before her reaction registered. She slightly opened it, allowing a resigned smile to grace her lips before stowing it away in her small satchel. The contents comprised mundane metallic materials, evidently a genuine attempt to provide her with ample practice supplies, an effort made all the more poignant by the significant debts already incurred, rendering Ashley somewhat numb to the situation. With an inscrutable expression, Snape addressed Ashley, instructing her to tidy up and prepare for departure. She cast a glance at the untouched food, unable to restrain herself from inquiring, "Aren't you going to eat something? It's already noon." Snape hesitated, yet his mood seemed unyieldingly bleak, and he simply shook his head in refusal. "Let us go. I have matters to attend to. You can return home for your meal." Reluctantly, Ashley complied, silent as she gathered her belongings, folding the picnic cloth into her bag while carrying the basket of food in hand. Positioning herself beside Snape, she readied herself for the apparition. Yet, just before Snape initiated the spell, Ashley inadvertently caught a glimpse of a flash of purple hidden behind Lily's gravestone. With another dizzying whirl, she opened her eyes to find herself inside the leaky cauldron. Snape maintained his usual stoic demeanor, but Ashley could discern a hint of disquiet in his expression. Reminded of the purple hue she had glimpsed moments prior, a flicker of joy ignited within her. After all, the difficulty in resolving emotional turmoil often manifests when the individuals involved are reluctant to vocalize their feelings, burdened by guilt and desiring to let it fester within, thus corroding their souls as a form of self-punishment. Ashley understood that she was not Lily, and therefore could not convey forgiveness on her behalf. However, she wished for Snape to find some solace and to ease his own burdens. He had exerted considerable effort in atoning for his past mistakes, and it seemed unnecessary for him to endure further anguish. Whether driven by personal inclination or rationality, Ashley felt it was important for Snape to confront his remorse. Thus, when he decided to convey his apologies to Lily through the purple hyacinth, it signified a pivotal moment of facing his own errors and beginning to release his suffering. Ashley felt genuinely pleased for him. As for his expression of disquiet, she comprehended the inner turmoil and conflict he harbored, and thus refrained from pressing the matter further. "Professor, thank you for bringing us back. This is a treat my mother and I made for you. Would you take it home and give it a try? It is a small token of our gratitude." Snape accepted the basket with a nod and turned away towards the fireplace, not uttering a single farewell. Harry, however, found nothing peculiar about this. After all, he had always been rather aloof. Ashley chose not to elaborate, merely remarking wistfully, "Kind-hearted individuals often bear all the responsibility upon themselves, even when it is not truly theirs to carry. While it is commendable to take responsibility and seek to make amends, dwelling in self-reproach and guilt for a lifetime is truly unnecessary." "Ashley, what are you talking about? I'm not quite following," Harry inquired, bewildered by Ashley's musings. With a soft sigh, she shook her head, replying, "It's nothing, just a reflection on how truly good Professor Snape is." Harry offered an awkward, yet polite smile, sheepishly admitting, "I know Professor Snape is a good person. He has helped us a lot, but honestly, I struggle to connect with his personality." Ashley, observing the awkward smile on Harry's face, couldn't help but laugh. Harry's recognition of Snape's goodness was more than sufficient. Ashley would not press him to forge a pleasant rapport with Snape. After a brief moment of levity, she took Harry's hand and led him out of the leaky cauldron, catching the night bus back home. The following day, the Ministry of Magic staff arrived as scheduled to connect the Dursley's fireplace to the Flu network. Although Vernon and Petunia were still quite unaccustomed to the presence of these unfamiliar wizards, with Ashley and Harry's assistance, they managed to adhere to proper etiquette and prepared a delightful lunch for their guests. Consequently, when Harry settled the bill, they were quite forthright. Rather than charging for the installation of 2 fireplaces, they calculated the costs based on 1 repair and 1 installation. Vernon even took the opportunity to purchase a substantial amount of flu powder at a slightly elevated employee price, leaving both parties satisfied with the transaction. Harry was nearly bursting with excitement at the prospect of spending the night in the Potter residence, eagerly planning the family's rooms in the old house. Vernon and Petunia, though touched, were somewhat exasperated and had to persuade him to wait until the following day. The family made another trip to the supermarket, as living in the old house for an extended period would necessitate not just furniture, but also a replenishment of daily necessities, food, and bedding. With Ashley's small satchel in tow, they had no trouble accommodating their needs. Ultimately, they filled the enchanted space of Ashley's bag to the brim. After a restful night, Harry enthusiastically roused Ashley early the next morning, his fervor momentarily disorienting her into thinking Dudley had returned. The family quickly consumed breakfast before Harry urged them to set off. However, it wasn't until they stood before the fireplace that Ashley and Harry suddenly realized a pressing concern. Could Muggles utilize the Flu network? Ashley recalled Apparition. While it could transport individuals, she hesitated to risk her parents. Understanding his daughter's apprehension, Vernon swiftly took action and made a phone call. After contacting Bertram, the news was less than reassuring. He too was uncertain. Muggles were undoubtedly unable to use it independently, and while it was theoretically possible for a wizard to assist them, no one had ever attempted it, and it surely bore its own risks. With no other choice, they resolved to fly to the semi-wizarding community located in the southwest of Y Country. Fortunately, Vernon still had ample vacation time left this year, and the family treated it as a travel adventure. After a series of transfers via plane and taxi, they finally arrived at the secluded valley village by evening. Inquiring along the way, they located the cemetery adjacent to the church, and Harry was finally back on the right path. Petunia cast a glance at the gravestones, but Ashley, linking arms with her, gently murmured, "There's always tomorrow." Petunia pondered this before averting her gaze and continuing on. Truth be told, it was only by adhering to the proper route that Ashley and Harry realized how isolated the wizards truly were. Though it was a semi-wizarding community, the distinction between Muggles and wizards was quite apparent. Wizards resided deeper within the valley. By the time the family reached the Potter residence, Vernon was already breathless. Gazing at the ancient yet impressively grand abode before him, a flicker of envy crossed his features. Setting aside the location, the sheer spaciousness was undeniably alluring. Once the family settled in at the Potter residence, Vernon broached the subject of potentially considering a change of house during dinner. Harry, perplexed, could not comprehend this notion. In his eyes, the Potter residence could perfectly serve as their new home, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It was Petunia who explained to him the notion of the bigger the tree, the wider the branches, which helped him reconcile the idea somewhat. Only then did Ashley formally engage Vernon in a discussion about the potential of purchasing a new home, sharing her perspective. Originally, Vernon had contemplated acquiring a property closer to Diagon Alley, a sentiment that coincided with Ashley's previous thoughts. However, Ashley now shook her head in disagreement. "Father, I believe our family home should be situated in a place with robust security measures, ideally among reputable neighbors of distinction," Ashley stated earnestly. Chapter 129, The Return of Beatrice. Vernon and Petunia exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that such words could emerge from their daughter's lips, as they seemed more befitting of Maggie, or perhaps even themselves. The style of the statement bore a resemblance to the Dursleys, but felt distinctly unlike Ashley. This contradiction left the couple in a state of quandary, unsure whether to feel relieved or alarmed. Observing the peculiar expressions on her parents' faces, Ashley remained silent for a moment, not finding it particularly strange, assuming they were merely contemplating her words. She continued, "I believe our new home should prioritize safety and convenience, with safety taking precedence. While proximity to Diagon Alley facilitates mine and Harry's travels between worlds, it does little to enhance the quality of life for Dad, Mum, and Dudley. From a security standpoint, that area is rather chaotic, lacking effective protective measures. Aside from setting up defensive magical arrays or employing the Fidelius charm for concealment, both of which are impractical for long-term use, there are few viable alternatives. Thus, the most prudent approach would be to harness the strengths of both the mundane world's technology and regulations. In ordinary circumstances, technology and local security can be relied upon, while magic can be employed in special or emergency situations." Vernon, Petunia, and Harry listened with wide eyes, clearly captivated by the notion, realizing the significant differences in perspective that Ashley was presenting. Harry, thoroughly persuaded by Ashley's argument, looked eagerly at Vernon and Petunia, hoping for their approval of her proposal. The adults, however, remained conflicted, wishing to find a solution that would accommodate both Ashley's and Harry's needs. Just as Ashley was preparing to further convince her parents, Harry suddenly recalled something and voiced his concerns. "But Ashley, why must we live next to people of status? According to your reasoning, wouldn't it suffice to find a place with adequate security? If we do end up neighbors with those individuals, will we truly be able to coexist peacefully?" Ashley chuckled, having anticipated this line of inquiry. She was surprised by Harry's doubts regarding their potential compatibility, and thus took the opportunity to address his worries. "What sort of community do you think would place greater emphasis on security measures? Clearly, it would be those so-called luminaries who value their lives. If we prioritize safety, why not seek out those who also do? Moreover, areas populated by individuals of standing tend to receive more attention and resources from law enforcement, thereby significantly enhancing safety. Additionally, this arrangement would greatly benefit Dada's career, as cultivating a quality network fosters a positive cycle, which is undeniably advantageous for anyone wishing to thrive in the mundane world. As for your concern about social interactions, there is no need to worry. The residences in such areas are not as closely packed as on Privet Drive. Unless you actively seek to befriend them, you will likely have little contact." Instantly, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The prospect of not having to face those lofty aristocrats in a Muggle world was indeed more than suitable. Vernon and Petunia, clearly swayed by their daughter's description of this beneficial cycle, found their apprehensions dissipating, especially with both Ashley and Harry in agreement. They exchanged glances, recognizing a mutual understanding in each other's eyes. However, thoughts of their current savings cast a slight shadow of concern. Ashley noticed their reaction and directly inquired about their thoughts. Upon learning of Vernon and Petunia's concerns, she couldn't help but laugh. When they heard her emphasize the importance of living among individuals of standing, they immediately conjured images of politicians, tycoons, and celebrities clustered in the city center of Westminster. Yet, Ashley had not envisioned such lofty aspirations. She was well aware of their circumstances and did not wish to aim beyond their reach. In her view, the term individuals of standing referred to the upper middle class, such as moderately influential government officials or corporate executives. After reflecting on her description, she realized it may have been misleading, so she patiently clarified her intent. Upon grasping their daughter's actual thoughts, Vernon and Petunia found the situation amusing. Their spirits lifted considerably, and they quickly settled on a target location, Hammersmith and Fulham, known for its low crime rates. The subsequent discussions about viewing and purchasing a house became fervent, as they even began to plan their new home, seemingly forgetting their precious daughter, who was still unable to articulate her complex thoughts. Ashley and Harry exchanged smiles, undeterred by the oversight, and instead felt a warmth in witnessing their family's enthusiasm for planning their new abode. After enjoying approximately a week of pastoral life in Godric's Hollow, Vernon and Petunia returned to their modest home in Little Whinging. Although they had witnessed countless spells and the wonders of the magical world through their daughter and nephew during that week, they found themselves yearning for the familiarity of their mundane existence. Ashley understood this sentiment well. It was perhaps a testament to the rationality of adulthood, a realization that what one could not possess was often best appreciated from a distance. She decided to allow Harry to remain in the Potter residence to further hone his spellcasting skills while she accompanied her parents home, intending to return via the Flynn network later. Do not inquire why this convoluted plan was necessary. It was due to her concern. She needed to personally ensure her parents reach home safely. Upon understanding their daughter's intentions, Vernon and Petunia readily accepted her kindness. Their hearts warmed. After a day filled with transit, they finally reached home, though the comfort of knowing they were secure made the journey worthwhile for Ashley. Moreover, she was overjoyed at the return of the long-missing Beatrice, which filled her with delight. Since the summer holiday commenced, Beatrice had been elusive. Had it not been for her remarkable abilities, Ashley might have genuinely worried that she had been captured by someone with nefarious intentions. Though she has flesh and blood, I doubt she would be palatable. What a devilish thought. Ashley felt a wave of panic wash over her, her expression shifting as she regarded Beatrice with a hint of guilt. Put away those peculiar thoughts. I have pressing matters to discuss with you, Beatrice stated solemnly, prompting Ashley, already feeling guilty, to immediately adopt a more compliant demeanor. I have returned because Mr. LeMay wishes to speak with you directly and gauge your abilities in person. Chapter 130. The Gift and Arrangements from Nicholas LeMay. Ashley was taken aback by this revelation. The more she delved into alchemy, the more she grasped the magnitude of Nicholas LeMay's brilliance. It was akin to an apprentice standing before a master, a scenario that naturally elicited feelings of excitement and anxiety, even a sense of reverence. Does this mean I'm going to go to France? Ashley contemplated fabricating an excuse to delay and prepare herself mentally, but before she could finish, Beatrice interrupted her. No need for that, Mr. LeMay is well aware of your disposition and has no intention of placing you in any perilous situations. While his environment may not be overtly exposed to wizards, it is still under scrutiny for many. My ability to move freely stems from my unique physicality, which draws little attention and does not provoke magical disturbances, whereas you. Though she was understood, Ashley couldn't shake the feeling of being underestimated, particularly with the last statement. However, such is the reality. What else could Ashley do but force an awkward yet courteous smile? Thus, Mr. LeMay requested that I bring a two-way mirror for your communication. Beatrice observed Ashley's expression, faintly amused, yet understanding that Mr. LeMay's business took precedence, swiftly guiding the conversation back on track. So, shall we proceed now? Although Ashley was genuinely intrigued by this alchemical device capable of video communication, a sense of trepidation lingered within her, prompting her to ask hesitantly. Indeed, Beatrice's assured voice resonated in Ashley's mind, and simultaneously, the action of retrieving a mirror unfolded before her eyes. To be honest, Ashley had touched Beatrice numerous times. Yet when her hands grazed Beatrice's abdomen, she could only feel the texture akin to an ordinary rabbit, while the pocket that shimmered like light remained elusive to her touch. Taking a deep breath, Ashley accepted the mirror, adopting an expression of steely determination as she raised it before herself. However, after blinking, she found nothing within it save her own reflection. Call Mr. LeMay's name. Beatrice's resigned voice echoed. Ashley sensed a hint of exasperation in her tone and offered an awkward smile in response. Mr. Nicholas LeMay. Suddenly, a cheerful elderly man appeared in the mirror, startling Ashley once again. I apologize for the abruptness. It is my first time using the two-way mirror, and I'm still unfamiliar with it. Please forgive the sudden appearance. Oh, it's perfectly all right, dear girl. Relax a bit. Think of me as your friendly neighborhood grandfather. And let us have a chat, shall we? Internally, Ashley scoffed at the notion of this so-called neighborly grandfather, whose stature and profound knowledge made it quite difficult to ease into a casual conversation. Yet, she shyly smiled and nodded, replying, all right. Ha! It seems you're not quite relaxed yet. Let us then dive straight into the matter at hand. Nicholas LeMay, perceiving the awe and anxiety within Ashley, burst into hearty laughter, deciding not to prolong her discomfort and directly addressing the topic. He proceeded to assess Ashley's alchemical skills, primarily focusing on the foundational knowledge Beatrice had prepared for her interspersing inquiries regarding her understanding of alchemy and her thoughts on the intricacies of magical circle nesting. Initially, Ashley's responses were somewhat stammering, not due to a lack of knowledge, but rather because her voice trembled with nervousness. Gradually, as she acclimated to the evaluative atmosphere, her mind cleared of distractions, and she instinctively answered the questions with a surprising fluency. Nicholas Flamel maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout, exhibiting no extraordinary reactions. However, Beatrice, equally knowledgeable and proficient in alchemy, recognized Ashley's remarkable performance, feeling a mix of joy and pride for her. After nearly 2 hours of back-and-forth questioning, Nicholas Flamel finally ceased his inquiries, leaving Ashley with a lingering sense of yearning for more. A master of his caliber, indeed, one might even classify him as a grandmaster, would not pose questions without method. Thus, as she responded, Ashley found herself reorganizing her knowledge, reinforcing what she thought to be a solid foundation, and genuinely reaping the benefits. With heartfelt sincerity, she bowed to Nicholas Flamel in gratitude. His laughter grew even more exuberant as he raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, "It is said that bowing is a gesture of respect from student to teacher in the East. I suppose I can be considered your teacher, so I shall graciously accept your gesture." Ashley was somewhat taken aback. While bowing was not strictly an expression of student respect, his assertion seemed valid enough that she chose not to refute it. Noticing her acquiescence, Nicholas Flamel appeared even more satisfied, his admiration for her evident in his gaze. "You truly are exceptional. Before Beatrice arrived, I was filled with uncertainty regarding my plans. However, after hearing her recount your tales over the past year, I find myself grateful for the decision I made. Child, follow your heart and pursue what you wish to do. Leave the outcomes, good or bad, to fate. Remember, you are now a part of this world. Relish the life that belongs to you. I am about to embark on another great adventure, and there is little I can leave you with, so please accept this two-way mirror." As Ashley listened, her brow furrowed with concern. Another great adventure? Could possibly imply what she feared. "You, child, do not mourn for me. You must understand, I have lived for over 600 years. I have had my fill. Death is merely another grand adventure." Ashley lowered her head, grappling with complex emotions toward this great alchemist she had only just met. To claim she was not upset would be a stretch. After all, this fate had not been of her choosing. Yet, to say she harbored hatred was also unfounded, for she felt deeply content with her current life. Gratitude swelled within her, as she had received his legacy and countless benefits and assistance. Above all, she felt profound respect for his knowledge, his power, and even his attitude toward fate and death. With a touch of sadness, she bit her lip and asked, "When? May I come to see you?" Nicholas Flamel smiled gently, his demeanor untroubled. "No need for that. If you come, those rascally foes will likely turn their attention toward you, which would only concern me. Let Beatrice see us off instead." With a resigned sigh, Ashley nodded. Nicholas Flamel offered one final remark before the image within the mirror faded away. "Should you require assistance, seek out Albus. You can trust him, and he will trust you in return." Chapter 131. Transition. Ashley gazed at the now normal mirror, her mind pondering the implications of Nicholas Flamel's final words. For a brief moment, she believed he had confided everything to Dumbledore, but recalling his attitude toward fate, she found it unlikely. The phrase "you can trust him, he will trust you" sounded somewhat cryptic, yet it inexplicably provided Ashley with a sense of reassurance. At present, there was no pressing need to engage with Dumbledore, and Ashley felt no immediate danger, allowing her to quickly set aside her concerns. It was only when she returned to the present, noticing Beatrice with her head drooped low in evident sorrow, that the reality of the great alchemist's impending demise struck her. Her spirits inevitably dampened. Yet there was little she could do. She simply reached out to stroke Beatrice's soft fur atop her head, offering comfort as she said, "Do not be disheartened, as Mr. Flamel said, he has lived long enough. To him, death is merely another grand adventure. Spend time with them. Do not worry about me." Beatrice lifted her head to meet Ashley's gaze, nodded, and then leapt down from the desk. In an instant, a magical circle flickered beneath her, and she vanished without a trace. This was Ashley's first encounter with Beatrice's teleportation method, leaving her momentarily stunned, her expression a mix of awe and bewilderment. Confirming her observation, she realized the magical circle was beyond her comprehension. Yet, it also indicated just how unsettled Beatrice was at that moment. Her usually cautious demeanor had faltered, as she had never before used her magical abilities in front of others, even in Ashley's presence. This time, however, she had forgotten to conceal her magic and had employed it openly. A swirl of envy, frustration, melancholy, and concern played across Ashley's face, rendering her expression quite vivid. "Ashley, Aunt Penny has asked me to tell you it's time for dinner." Upon hearing the knock and the call, Ashley instinctively composed herself and opened the door. Upon seeing the newcomer, a momentary shock washed over her. Harry seemed to have discerned Ile's thoughts, a subtle smirk gracing his features. "I figured you wouldn't come over tonight, so I decided to sleep here alone. The Flow Network makes it quite convenient, after all." Ile acknowledged the truth in his words, recognizing Harry's cleverness. She would never admit that she had initially failed to react. After receiving the compliment, Harry felt a hint of bashfulness, yet his spirits soared as he shared the reactions of Petunia and Vernon. "Aunt and Uncle were quite startled when I appeared from the fireplace, much like your expression." He continued, "By the way, Aunt Petunia mentioned you've been in your room for 2 hours. If you're going to sleep, it might be time to wake you up, otherwise you'll wake up hungry tonight, which is why she sent me up to check on you." "I haven't been sleeping. I just had some things to sort out and lost track of time," Ile offered, a hint of guilt in her voice. Harry found no reason to be surprised. Ile had always approached her studies with utmost seriousness, so he merely nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Upon entering the living room, they found Petunia arranging food on the dining table, clearly having heated it up and waiting for the siblings to join her. Ile barely had the chance to explain anything before Petunia, bustling around the table, and Vernon, who was watching television, yet keeping an eye on them, greeted the siblings with cheerful invitations to dine, seemingly indifferent to any reasons behind their arrival. Ile felt a blend of guilt and warmth. But isn't that what family is about? In an instant, she felt a wave of relief, playfully teasing Petunia and Vernon, eliciting their hearty laughter. A sense of warmth flowed through the air. The passage of time felt just right. The following days unfolded in tranquil harmony, with Ile and Harry practicing alchemy or spell training at Potter Manor during the day, then returning home for dinner in the evenings, sharing stories, and bonding over delightful anecdotes. However, this year's birthday celebration for Harry was limited to just the 4 of them. Given the peculiar circumstances, friends were nearly all unable to attend, and even Dudley could only manage a brief phone call, expressing his longing and wishing Harry a happy birthday. Gifts trickled in, thus sparing them the ritual of unwrapping. Nonetheless, the candles were blown out, the birthday song was sung, and a sumptuous feast was laid out, leaving Harry feeling quite content. One evening in August, after the family had finished dinner, they gathered on the sofa, engrossed in television and light conversation. Suddenly, an emergency announcement broke through the programming. "A TF escapee is at large. Sirius Black. Please be advised, TF is armed and extremely dangerous. A special hotline has been established. Residents who see Black should immediately notify the authorities." Upon hearing the name TF, Ile's mouth twitched, but she quickly resumed snacking as if unaffected. In stark contrast, Petunia and Vernon reacted with heightened alarm. "Our dear daughter has foresight. It seems we truly need to expedite our plans for moving. The outside world is far too perilous. Just look at him, an absolute vagrant, undoubtedly up to no good." Vernon began with a proud commendation of his daughter, only to abruptly shift to an expression of disgust and disdain for the seemingly sinister TF. Petunia hurried to the window, worry etched on her face, urgently advising Ile and Harry to refrain from venturing outside, muttering, "We must catch this villain as soon as possible." Harry felt little connection to the matter, merely nodding to reassure Aunt Petunia. "Rest assured, Aunt Petunia will be practicing spells at the manor for the time being and one TB going out. Even if we happen to encounter him, we have the means to protect ourselves." Petunia considered this and found some comfort in his words, remembering Harry's impressive spell work. Nevertheless, she cautioned, "Don't underestimate the situation. Bullets are swift. You both must remain vigilant, especially you, Harry. Listen to Ile. Practice that spell diligently. Don't wait until he has already drawn his weapon while you're still reciting your incantation." With a grimace, Harry nodded repeatedly, but inside, he felt a surge of joy at the concern of his family. Ile stifled a laugh, envisioning the scene of Sirius with his weapon aimed at Harry, finding it oddly fantastical. But if he were to learn that he had become a negative motivator for Harry's spell practice, would he feel joy or sadness? The thought unexpectedly filled her with anticipation. Chapter 132. The Dog Catching Operation. Driven by a certain intention, Ile approached her tasks with fervor, even managing to complete her daily goals ahead of schedule. She returned home in the early evening, often taking a stroll nearby. Harry had initially hoped to accompany Ile back early, but after assessing his spell proficiency, she flatly denied his request. Since they had started honing their skills, Ile was adamant that Harry could not coast through. While she did not expect him to leap ahead, he needed to master the spells from his first and second years. This was the bare minimum. Harry understood that Ile had his best interests at heart. So despite the solitude and tedium of training alone, he diligently persevered. Ashley had been diligently searching for the dog for over a week, yet had come up empty-handed. Just as she began to doubt whether her frequent presence in the area was scaring away the dog, it appeared. A large black dog suddenly emerged from the underbrush, startling Ashley. Although she hadn't tested the enigmatic method, one look was enough for her to confirm that the dog she had been waiting for had arrived. The dog's gaze held an unmistakable scrutiny that was far from typical for an ordinary canine, though it quickly adopted the demeanor of a wild dog, wary of humans. Ashley, already aware of the truth, skipped the phase of doubt, recognizing the glimmer of recognition in its eyes. Given the dog's massive, emaciated frame, with patches of fur missing, Ashley was now 100% certain. As the dog turned to flee, Ashley smiled knowingly and called out, "I wonder how that little Harry Potter is faring? I left him locked up. I hope nothing has happened." The dog paused, sniffing the air and glancing around, behaving like a wild dog on the hunt for food. If Ashley hadn't known who it was, she might have been fooled. Should I send him some food? It's been many days since I last delivered any. He should still be holding up, right? Ashley discreetly observed the dog's reaction, and sure enough, it couldn't contain itself any longer, baring its teeth and letting out a series of furious growls. For a wild dog to suddenly go berserk wasn't entirely unusual, but Ashley found it amusing. Struggling to stifle her laughter, for the sake of her plan, she feigned fear, stepping back a few paces. "Don't come any closer. I'm not afraid of you. If you get any nearer, I'll lock you up and let you keep Harry company." The dog hesitated, then exhibited even more ferocity, inching closer to Ashley as if daring her to catch it. Seizing the moment, Ashley spun around, feigning terror as she fled toward her home, her laughter bubbling within her, a smile threatening to break free as she bit her lip to suppress it. Upon reaching the door, she quickly opened it and dashed inside, leaving it ajar. Drawing out Lockhart's wand, she swiftly cast a silencing charm, positioning herself by the stairs, patiently awaiting the dog, or rather, Sirius, to take the bait. Sirius Black may have indeed been overly concerned for Harry, for he paused only for a mere 2 seconds at the threshold before dashing inside, unwittingly stepping into the trap meticulously laid by Ashley. Had he possessed even a modicum of rationality, he might have discerned the myriad flaws or mere coincidences at play. Yet, upon hearing that Harry Potter was in peril, he disregarded all else, driven solely by the impulse to rescue the son of James, who was also his godson. "Hello, pup. Would you care to assist us in keeping watch?" Upon entering the Dursley household, Sirius was greeted by Ashley's radiant smile, an expression devoid of any trace of the panic he had experienced during his escape. The girl's smile was pure and bright, yet to Sirius it appeared devilish. If he remained oblivious to the fact that he had been deceived at this juncture, he would scarcely deserve the title of a man. As he mentally retraced his steps, pondering where he had faltered, he swiftly turned to flee towards the exit. Alas, his speed was no match for Ashley's magic. With a flick of her wand, the door slammed shut, sealing him inside and leaving him utterly trapped. Sirius bared his teeth and howled. But this time it was not a mere threat or an attempt to deceive. Rather, he wished for the adults of the household to intervene and expel him from their domicile, with Harry's absence allowing his intellect to resurface. He rapidly concluded that this little witch must be a muggle-born or of mixed lineage, implying that her family likely had muggles among them. Out of fear and disdain for the fierce dog, they might very well seek to drive him away. Thus, even if this mischievous little witch intended to ensnare him for some nefarious purpose, she would be compelled to heed her parents' wishes or be halted by them. Regrettably, his hopes proved futile, as after a prolonged series of howls, the little witch merely crossed her arms, watching him with bemusement until his voice grew hoarse. Finally, she casually remarked, "Little pup, have you finished your barking? Rest assured, no matter how long you call, no one will hear you, for sound cannot escape this place." Sirius abruptly ceased his howling, glaring fiercely at the mischievous little witch before him, his mind already bracing for a desperate counterattack. Yet, before he could launch his assault, the girl cast 2 spells in quick succession. "Bind swiftly. Hang upside down." Sirius found himself suspended from the door, shock evident upon his canine visage. Were young witches and wizards truly this formidable nowadays? Furthermore, was the hang upside-down charm not the invention of a certain slug? Had it now become part of the curriculum? Ashley's smile remained unwavering. In fact, her delight only grew upon witnessing the astonishment on his dog-like face. "Have you made your decision? If not, I shall send you to meet Harry Potter." At this statement, a flicker of excitement appeared on Sirius's canine features, and he ceased his feeble struggles. Ashley chuckled softly, her heart softening, and she refrained from further tormenting him. One golden bell fell, followed by another levitation charm. which opened the door and transported him to the vicinity of the fireplace. Poppy was preoccupied in the kitchen and paid no heed to their side of the house. Ashley called out, "Mother, I'm going to check on Harry. I'll be back shortly." Poppy, busy and distracted, merely responded, "All right, don't be too late. Dinner is nearly ready." "Understood." Ashley released Sirius from his bindings, moving him toward the fireplace, where she sprinkled him with a handful of flu powder. At the Potter residence, Sirius vanished. Ashley quickly followed suit, performing the same actions. When they reappeared, they found Sirius crouched before the photo wall in the living room, transfixed by the images of James' parents, his expression brimming with fervor. Chapter 133. How about adopting a guard dog? Ashley could even perceive the glimmer of tears in Sirius's eyes, though she could not discern whether they stemmed from excitement or nostalgia. Nevertheless, she felt her heart soften further. Letting out a silent sigh, perhaps startled by her sigh, Sirius quickly reacted, leaping lightly and turning to assume a defensive posture, baring his teeth at her but wisely refraining from howling. Ashley frowned disapprovingly. "You would do well not to bare your teeth in my presence, lest I find it necessary to hang you from the door once more." Sirius halted his display, instinctively retreating a few steps, his gaze fixed intently upon Ashley, his eyes brimming with scrutiny. Though unaware of his thoughts, Ashley stood her ground, unperturbed, regarding him with an air of calm indifference. After a considerable pause, Sirius suddenly closed his mouth, lowered his body, and emitted a low whine, as though frightened and pleading for mercy. Ashley raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had not anticipated Sirius to be so pliable. In truth, Sirius felt quite helpless. He found himself unable to fathom this seemingly 13 or 14-year-old witch. He had assumed she was merely an ordinary muggle-born or a half-blood wizard, only to discover she was truly related to Harry. Furthermore, she moved about the Potter residence with ease, clearly possessing a close relationship with Harry. He believed he had revealed himself. Yet this little witch did not turn him over to the Ministry of Magic. However, if she was unaware of the truth, believing the newspaper's sensationalism and assuming he was a Death Eater seeking to harm Harry, it would make sense for her to ensnare him with references to Harry. But then, she should have reported him to the Ministry rather than bringing him to Harry's side. If she was privy to the truth, how had she come by such knowledge? Why was she toying with him in this manner? Did she not realize his bond with Harry? And where had she learned the upside-down charm? What connection did she have with the slug? Her decisiveness and proficiency in spellcasting were far beyond the capabilities expected of one her age. In summation, this little witch was an enigma, rife with contradictions. Yet, until he saw Harry, these answers held little significance. At present, all he desired was to see Harry swiftly and ascertain his well-being. Even if he came to understand the little witch's identity, realizing that her previous words were likely fabrications, he could not truly rest easy until he had laid eyes upon Harry. Moreover, given his current predicament, he could derive no advantage from the little witch. Thus he had no choice but to concede. Ashley remained blissfully unaware that her actions had nearly driven Sirius to the brink of madness. Even if she were to learn of it, she would likely only find further amusement in his plight. Though she had not entirely formulated a plan to deal with him, she certainly desired to see him endure a modicum of discomfort. After all, no matter how many heroic deeds he might undertake in the future, they could not erase the memories of his past transgressions. Furthermore, his targets had been none other than Professor Snape, who had treated Ashley with such kindness. Thus, from a moment she learned of his impending arrival, she had secretly plotted to have him experience the taste of mischief. However, something struck her as peculiar. Why had she not detected any magical fluctuations within the old residence? This was unusual. Harry should have been practicing magic in the basement at this hour. To be frank, in terms of mental acuity, her powers rivaled those of many professors, allowing her to easily sense magical disturbances within the confines of the old house. Yet, they had been there for some time, and no sign of magical activity had manifested. Upon realizing this, Ashley's initial reaction was one of irritation. They had all agreed to diligently practice their spell work, yet now, in her absence, he was neglecting his commitment. Ashley felt a rising anger at his failure to uphold his promise. But then, a wave of concern washed over her. Harry had always been resolute in their agreements. Could something have gone awry? Disregarding the dramatic antics of the dog, Ailey turned and made her way to the basement designated for cursed training to assess the situation. Sirius, noticing the sudden change in Ailey's expression, was puzzled by her thoughts and hurriedly followed her. Upon reaching the basement, they found the door ajar, yet no one was in sight. After confirming the state of the lock, Ailey felt a wave of relief wash over her. She pondered for a moment before heading towards the location that had just crossed her mind. Meanwhile, Sirius was anxiously pacing behind her as she inspected the door lock, but he dared not interrupt, choosing instead to quietly trail behind her, behaving remarkably well. Indeed, Ashley soon discovered Harry in the graveyard, squatting before the gravestones of Lily and James, gently wiping the dust from their surfaces. Between the two gravestones lay a large bouquet of wildflowers, vibrant in color and seemingly gathered from somewhere nearby. Ashley chuckled softly, her heart melting at the sight as she stood silently, taking in the scene. Sirius, however, reacted quite dramatically. Upon seeing James's photograph on the gravestone, he rushed over, only to halt abruptly in front of Harry, lamenting softly before James's memorial. Startled by the sight of such a large dog, Harry fell back onto the ground between his parents' gravestones. Yet, seeing that the dog did not approach him, but rather seemed to weep before his father's grave, he found the situation oddly fascinating. Pushing himself up with his hands, he spotted Ashley not far away and waved happily at her. Ashley approached, bowing slightly before Lily's gravestone before turning to Harry with a gentle smile. Feeling slightly awkward under her gaze, Harry quickly explained, "Ashley, I wasn't being lazy. I finished my tasks early today, so I came to visit Mom and Dad. Look, the daisies Aunt Petunia brought last time have withered, and I didn't have time to buy new ones, so I picked some from the hillside." Ashley chuckled helplessly. "I didn't say anything, so why are you in such a rush? You did wonderfully. Aunt Lily will surely be delighted with your flowers." "Really? I was worried that wildflowers might not be appropriate." Harry scratched his head bashfully. "Not at all. As long as they are from you, Aunt Lily will be overjoyed, especially since you put effort into gathering them. Although they may be a bit haphazardly collected, she would never turn them away." As Harry listened to Ashley tease him, he felt a mix of embarrassment and guilt, glancing at the colorful bunch of flowers on the ground, which only heightened his sense of unease. In stark contrast to the light-hearted atmosphere between the siblings, Sirius's whimpers had ceased. The cheerful interaction between Harry and Ashley made his sorrow seem out of place, and he could no longer maintain his melancholic demeanor. With red-rimmed eyes, he gazed at Ashley, filled with a silent accusation. His intense gaze was hard to miss, but Ashley merely regarded him with a cool indifference, showing no signs of guilt. "What is the matter? Am I interrupting your sorrowful lamentations? It's not like I did it on purpose." Harry, now aware of Sirius's presence due to Ashley's attention, asked, "Ashley, do you know this dog? It seems strange that he's crying by my dad's grave." Sirius, momentarily taken aback, realized how inappropriate his behavior had been. He quickly perked up, barking cheerfully and wagging his tail vigorously at Harry. Ashley found this amusing and cleared her throat, suppressing her laughter. "I don't know him. I just stumbled upon this stray dog. He looks quite large and somewhat pitiable. I thought the house was rather lonely, so I wanted to bring him in to keep watch. What do you think?" Harry considered the idea of having such a large dog, envisioning him well-fed and robust, providing a sense of security as a guardian for the house. The dog's hopeful eyes and friendly demeanor, combined with its previous mournful whines at his father's grave, made Harry feel an inexplicable connection, leading to a burgeoning fondness for the creature. Just as he was about to agree, Ashley interjected, "I wonder if that TF from the news has been captured yet. What if he escapes this way? What should we do?" Harry, oblivious to any ulterior motives, assumed Ashley was genuinely concerned about TF, responding, "Don't worry, Ashley. We can use magic here. He wouldn't stand a chance against us. If he shows up, I'll just cast a petrifying spell followed by a binding curse. He won't even be able to open his mouth before we send him straight to the police station." "Oh, really? Not even a chance to speak?" Ashley's tone turned pointed, as if she were carefully enunciating each word for someone to grasp. Then, with a swift glance at Harry, she added, "That's more like it. At least you have some awareness of the danger. You're handling it quite well. We must not give that ruthless TF even the slightest opportunity." Sirius clenched his teeth, his eyes red as he glared at Ashley. But he remembered her previous warning and refrained from showing his teeth. In an instant, he appeared dejected, as if he had lost all hope in life. Ashley's lips twitched. It wasn't as if she were suggesting they never acknowledge one another. Regardless, she wished for him not to disclose their identities to Harry just yet, wanting to shield Harry from being prematurely drawn into the chaotic pursuit of Peter Pettigrew. Whether or not he intended to do so, she aimed to eliminate that possibility. The mistakes he had made were his to rectify, and he must endure the consequences of his actions. It was unreasonable for him to have neglected Harry all these years, focusing solely on his own redemption, only to expect a 13-year-old Harry to assist him in clearing his name, or perhaps seeking revenge. If it were possible, Ashley wished Harry would remain untouched by such matters forever. If not, she hoped he could face them much later. For now, they should relish the time spent together as godfather and godson, as it would surely be a cherished memory in the future. Ashley cast a mischievous glance at Sirius, Harry, when do you think the Weasley family will return? How long will they be in Egypt? I think they won't be back until a few days before school starts. Oh, really? Why do you ask? I just noticed you seemed a bit bored, so I thought about inviting them over to play. It seems unlikely during the summer. Once they return, they'll need to rest, and then we have to go to Diagon Alley for books and supplies. After that, they're packing for school. They probably won't have any free time. That is truly unfortunate. As dusk fell, Ashley and Harry chatted while walking, with Sirius dutifully keeping pace beside Harry. Listening to their conversation, Sirius felt an unsettling anxiety. Though he was suspicious of Ashley's motives for her questions, he had to admit that it saved him considerable time in gathering information. Thus, the damned rat would remain at the Weasley household, leaving him without any opportunity to capture it. It seemed he would have to temporarily assume the role of a guardian for the Potter household. Damn it, was that little witch actually planning this? Though he was reluctant, he found some solace in being near the child. It was, after all, rather enjoyable. Sirius gazed at Harry with a soft expression, unconsciously shedding much of his previous despondency and bitterness. Blah, Sirius, quickly fetch that. Harry threw a frisbee into the yard, commanding Sirius to retrieve it. Ashley moved a chair and seated herself in the yard, looking remarkably spirited. Harry, is your strength too feeble? You need to throw farther. Even Black isn't getting a proper workout. Sirius angrily barked a couple of retorts at Ashley, but was soon quelled by Harry. Black, you mustn't. Ashley is doing this for your benefit. You cannot be harsh with her. Sirius let out a disgruntled whine, too intimidated to act up further. Ashley's smile grew more pronounced as she retrieved the camera she had brought from home, snapping a couple of photos with satisfaction, gently patting the camera, her mood soaring. As for the reason she boldly called Black by that name, it was quite simple. A large black dog named Black. How peculiar could that be? Harry had considered giving it a more thoughtful name, but Ashley, fearing complications, suggested he keep it simple and name it after its fur color, hence Black. Sirius, relieved, accepted the name with great enthusiasm. Little did he know that the affectionate life of godfather and godson would unfold in such a manner. This was merely one of the little demon wizard's tactics, commanding Harry to lead him through muck, leap to snatch bones from trees, dig holes, run back and forth, and practice commands like lie down, shake hands, and play dead. Each evening, unless he trained him to the point of exhaustion, he would not be let off the hook. He even had the audacity to call it a quality befitting an excellent watchdog. What was more exasperating was that Harry complied without hesitation, executing her commands to the letter. Not even a hint of defiance was permitted. What a hellish existence. Sirius was utterly a loss for tears. Yet, if one were to assess the quality of life, it was certainly a vast improvement over roaming aimlessly and rummaging through trash. Once a scraggly, emaciated dog, he had transformed into a sleek and shiny creature, just as Harry had envisioned. But if asked whether he was happy, Sirius would respond with uncertainty, perhaps. After all, outside the old house, Fudge's agents were lurking nearby, safeguarding Harry, and surely, the same was true near the Dursleys. What they had not anticipated was that Sirius was openly cohabiting with Harry. Except for the nights spent sleeping, they were nearly inseparable. Contemplating these thoughts, Sirius regarded Ashley with a complex gaze, increasingly perplexed by what this little which could possibly be thinking. When Ashley's gaze met Sirius's, he instinctively turned his head away, not wishing to attract her attention, fearing what clever scheme she might devise to torment him the following day. Chapter 135, Obedient Harry. With only about half a month left before school resumed, Harry finally completed his review of the spells learned in the first and second years, passing Ashley's scrutiny. Just as he was enthusiastically planning an adventure in the valley with Black and Hedwig, Ashley decided it was time to take him to Diagon Alley to purchase new textbooks. Ashley, can I go with Ron and Hermione? I want to hang out with them when we get there. Harry was well aware that buying textbooks this early meant something, and thus he sought to resist. Ashley, fully aware of her brother's little schemes, replied with a smirk, "That is not an issue. You can arrange to meet them later." Harry's face fell, resembling a sunflower deprived of sunlight, visibly disheartened. Meanwhile, Sirius watched Harry with soft eyes, grinning as if to laugh. Through Harry's expression, he was reminded of James trying to avoid writing his summer essay. Yet, Harry's plight was clearly not on the same level as James's. James had once employed every tactic to persuade the elder Potters, leaving even the kindly couple exasperated and wishing to swat him with a broom. However, fearing to damage the broom or hurt him, they ultimately could do nothing. Those splendid days felt like they had happened just yesterday, yet they remained irretrievable. Lost in thought, Sirius's expression morphed into one of nostalgia and anguish, appearing quite grim. Harry, still immersed in his reluctance, failed to notice Black's condition. Ashley, however, caught sight of it and, thinking he was dissatisfied with her sternness towards Harry, shot him a disapproving glance, choosing to ignore him as she comforted Harry's little emotions. Harry, we received the back-to-school notice some time ago, but I waited for you to finish your training tasks before asking you to buy books with me. Do you really not want to come with me? Ashley looked somewhat hurt, her eyes filled with sadness. Ashley, I know you mean well. Please don't be upset. I just want to take it easy, that's all. I was wrong. Harry had always viewed Ashley as his model for study. How could he not discern her true intentions? He even realized that Ashley was likely upset with him for not being more diligent, rather than being saddened by his reluctance to accompany her. But he knew deep down that Ashley had his best interests at heart, so after a brief internal struggle, he promptly admitted his mistake. Ashley, feeling somewhat helpless and awkward, recognized that her brother had grown wise and was no longer easily deceived. However, this saved her considerable trouble. So she turned to him with a serious yet gentle tone. Aside from classes, you devote nearly all your time to Quidditch practice at school. When will you have the time and focus to concentrate on your studies? Don't you wish to protect everyone? If your skills are lacking, how can you fulfill that role? Harry pondered this carefully and realized it made sense. After all, he spent most of his time at school doing what he loved, so it was only reasonable for him to work a little harder during the summer. Any lingering discomfort dissipated instantly. Moreover, compared to Ashley, who never relaxed, his tasks were indeed quite light. He silently chastised himself for his discontent and, upon looking at Ashley again, found no trace of reluctance. Ashley smiled with relief, finally reassured that her brother was not a reckless fool. Sirius, however, was left dumbfounded, momentarily astonished by the dynamic between Ashley and Harry, allowing him to temporarily set aside his painful reality. He was unsure whether to marvel at Harry's obedience or lament how different his relationship with his brother was. He wanted to correct Harry's indecision, but understood, deep down, that the little demon wizard truly had Harry's best interests at heart. Thus the words fell silent on his lips. The siblings tidied up and then directly traveled through the fireplace to Diagon Alley. Compared to the previous 2 years, this was infinitely more convenient. They visited Flourish and Blots to acquire the books required for their 3rd year. Most were similar to before, but Ashley had an additional book, A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes, and Harry received Divination, Seeing the Future. Notably, Hagrid had sent each of them a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, delivered by Owl to the Potter residence, although the letter did not specify that it would serve as their textbook for care of magical creatures in the 3rd year. With Ashley around, how could they not be aware of this? Thus, she had already instructed Harry to treat it as a delightful pre-reading. Moreover, under Ashley's mischievous influence, Harry had struggled with that book for quite some time before managing to tame it. Even more outrageous was that Ashley, in Harry's presence, effortlessly caressed the spine of the book and handled it with complete ease. Harry was left stunned for quite a while, unsure whether to feel embarrassed for his ignorance or saddened by his cousin's lack of ethics. Even the reply he penned to Hagrid carried a hint of resentment, leaving Hagrid, upon reading it, torn between laughter and discomfort, his large frame twisting in amusing indecision, though no one was there to witness it. For Ashley, who had thoroughly mastered the financial authority of her family's treasury, Hagrid's gift was undoubtedly a means of saving yet another sum. Consequently, Ashley took the time to express her gratitude to Hagrid in a heartfelt letter. Following this, the siblings procured additional supplies, such as parchment and ink, items that were consumed at a considerable rate, necessitating replenishment with each visit to Diagon Alley. Once everything was neatly stowed in Ashley's small satchel, their shopping expedition was deemed complete. As was customary, Ashley and Harry settled for a brief respite at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, indulging in a new flavor of ice cream. However, the absence of their friends, such as Ephemera and Ron, rendered the atmosphere particularly somber. It seemed that Ephemera's grandmother was not in good health, prompting both Ephemera and Benedict to remain by her side throughout the summer. Nevertheless, from the tone of Ephemera's phone conversation, it was evident that she was not overly distressed, indicating that the situation had not escalated to a dire state. The siblings' presence was more an act of filial piety, and Ashley found satisfaction in this conclusion. She preferred Ephemera's sunny disposition over her tearful lamentations. In a moment of idle contemplation, Ashley fortuitously encountered Wood, who was there to inspect brooms. Wood's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing her, and Ashley initially assumed his excitement stemmed from the sight of a fellow Quidditch team member. She greeted him politely and resumed savoring her ice cream, leaving the conversation to Harry. Harry, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly discussed the latest brooms released by the Quidditch specialty shop. Having spent the entirety of his summer training spells with neither the opportunity to converse with friends nor partake in Quidditch, it was a mystery how he managed to gather so much information while moving in tandem with Ashley, who hardly lingered. As would engage with Harry about the latest Quidditch news, he found himself distractedly glancing at Ashley, which seemed to take considerable effort on his part. Unbeknownst to Ashley, Harry noticed Wood's momentary lapse in focus. Yet, considering that Wood was about to enter his 7th year and faced heavier academic burdens, Harry refrained from probing further. By the time Ashley finished her ice cream, Harry's had melted into a puddle, and feeling parched, he gulped it down in one go. Just as Ashley contemplated whether to remind him about the time, Wood preempted her. He cited a rendezvous with friends for broom maintenance, indicating it was nearly time to depart. As a Quidditch player, Harry naturally regarded his broom with great importance and promptly interrupted their conversation to allow Wood to leave. Ashley silently exhaled in relief. Her spirits lifted as she beamed a radiant smile while bidding Wood farewell. Wood felt as if magical fireworks had erupted within him, convinced that it was all worthwhile. His gaze fleetingly brushed over Ashley's delicate wrist, catching sight of her watch, which brought him another wave of secret delight. Stifling a smile that threatened to break free, he politely took his leave and turned away. Ashley and Harry, in perfect synchrony, tidied their belongings in preparation to return home, only to discover that someone had been waiting for them at the Leaky Cauldron for quite some time. Chapter 136. A conversation between Harry and Fudge. Upon entering the Leaky Cauldron, Ashley and Harry were intercepted by 2 men clad in green overcoats. Ashley surveyed the bar's patrons and Tom's demeanor, noting their cautious curiosity rather than panic, which led her to form a hypothesis and feel at ease. In contrast, Harry, encountering this scenario for the first time, displayed evident anxiety and concern, yet resolutely stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Ashley. Warmth flooded Ashley's heart. Reassured by the absence of danger, and unwilling to thwart her brother's chivalrous intentions, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as she let Harry take the lead. "Who are you? What do you want with us?" The 2 men exchanged glances, seemingly realizing that their actions had inadvertently alarmed the young wizards. One of the men then turned to Harry, forcing a somewhat awkward smile and speaking in a softened tone. "We are employees of the Ministry of Magic. Instructed to wait for you 2. The minister wishes to meet with you." Due to Hagrid, Harry and the bar owner Tom shared a modest acquaintance, and Harry cast a furtive, pleading glance toward him. Tom, understanding, nodded subtly while polishing a glass. Only then did Harry allow himself to relax, shedding his defensive stance and nodding in acknowledgement to the 2 green-clad men. Ashley attentively observed Harry's reactions, silently commending him for his resourcefulness in leveraging connections to verify information and mitigate danger. Guided by the men in green, Ashley and Harry traversed a narrow corridor before entering a sitting room. There, they found a stout little man with slightly curly gray hair, exuding an amiable yet unremarkable presence. However, both Ashley and Harry recognized him as Cornelius Fudge, the highest official of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge greeted the siblings with a broad smile, inviting them to take a seat on the opposite sofa and kindly pouring them both cups of tea. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter and Miss Dursley. Since most beverages available in a bar are unsuitable for underage wizards like yourselves, I had Tom prepare some tea. I hope you find it to your liking." After exchanging a glance with Ashley, Harry stepped forward, smiling as he initiated conversation with the minister. "You are too kind, Minister. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. The tea is delightful. Thank you for your hospitality." Fudge raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by Harry's social prowess. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old boy, the sole heir of the Potter lineage, raised by what was rumored to be an ordinary Muggle family, devoid of any noble upbringing. The etiquette and demeanor he displayed piqued Fudge's curiosity, leading him to draw various conclusions as a politician. Unbeknownst to him, however, Harry was internally fraught with anxiety. Am I doing this right? Is this how Ashley would speak? Stay calm, remain composed, as Ashley advised. One must not be intimidated by the other party's presence, but maintain an egalitarian dialogue. While he thought this, his gaze instinctively flicked toward Ashley, seeking her affirmation. Ashley raised her cup, masking the upward curve of her lips, and, noticing Harry's glance, she subtly blinked in encouragement. Assured, Harry found his rhythm once more. "Minister, may I inquire why you have summoned us? If possible, could we expedite the matter? It is getting late, and our guardians are awaiting our return." Fudge, momentarily taken aback by being outmaneuvered in conversation by a mere child, felt a hint of discomfort, but quickly regained his composure. He reached for a newspaper from beside him, placing it before Harry with a smile. "I wonder if you have seen the recent newspapers. If you have, you might be aware that a TF has recently escaped from Azkaban, making the outside world rather unsafe at present." In truth, Harry was unaware that a TF was on the loose within the magical realm, having never subscribed to the Daily Prophet. With Ron, who typically conveyed magical news to him, absent, his information was notably delayed. Harry took the newspaper, swiftly scanning its contents, and could not help but exchange a glance with Ashley upon discovering that this TF was someone he had seen on Muggle television. Ashley leaned closer to glimpse the article, nodding to confirm Harry's suspicions. Only then did Fudge realize that the two young wizards seemed unaware of these developments, leading to a moment of awkwardness as he quickly adjusted his conversational approach. It appears that the two of you are still unaware, which is understandable, considering you reside in the realm of Muggles. My primary concern is your safety, as Black is undeniably a madman. Should he venture near your home, it could spell disaster for you. Yet, there are numerous young witches and wizards living alongside Muggles. Why does the minister seem particularly concerned about us? Harry astutely seized upon the flaw in Fudge's statement, swiftly posing the question. It is precisely because of your fame in our magical world, Harry. These lunatics thrive on targeting those of renown, as it serves their purpose of instilling fear and achieving notoriety. Fudge replied, his response remarkably quick, as he conjured a perfect excuse. Had Ashley not been privy to the entire truth, she might well have believed him, much like Harry, to a considerable extent. Observing Harry's evident inclination to believe, she couldn't help but glance sideways at Fudge with a subtle roll of her eyes. What exactly does the minister wish for us to do? Harry pondered for a moment, tentatively accepting this rationale. He cast a worried glance at Ashley, ultimately succumbing to the rhythm of Fudge's discourse. Fudge lifted his cup, taking a delicate sip of tea, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. It is certainly ideal when children willingly cooperate. It relieves everyone of worry. I hope you both can reside at the Leaky Cauldron before school commences, where we shall dispatch personnel from the ministry to protect you. This way, Black will have no opportunity to approach you. Harry, upon hearing this, had no objections but hesitated, concerned about whether his aunt and uncle would be affected. He contemplated persuading them to relocate as well. Ashley, unable to suppress a sardonic smile, could guess Harry's thoughts from his expression and finally decided to speak up. I believe such a measure is unnecessary. Fudge looked at the seemingly delicate girl with astonishment, perplexed by her sudden interjection. Conversely, Harry glanced at Ashley with delight, eagerly anticipating her forthcoming remarks. Noticing Harry's expression, Fudge restrained his instinct to rebut, choosing instead to listen intently. I just glanced at the reports in the newspaper. It is evident that since his escape, Black has vanished without a trace. Why then, does the minister presume he will seek out trouble with Harry, rather than lying low, gathering strength for a grander scheme? Fudge instinctively sought to counter Ashley's argument, believing that Black, as a Death Eater and traitor, possessed ample motive to kill Harry. Yet, as he absorbed her subsequent words, he found merit in her reasoning. If Black perceived Harry's protection as too formidable, he might indeed opt to gather the Death Eaters for a more significant undertaking. The more Fudge mulled over it, the more anxious he became, his face visibly betraying his growing panic. Harry appeared contemplative, seemingly weighing which potential scenario held greater likelihood. Ashley, observing the shifting expressions on Fudge's face, knew she had successfully stirred the fears within him, silently laughing to herself. After all, he had been bullying them for their youth, shrouding the truth in ambiguity while attempting to lure them into the Leaky Cauldron, a bustling hub of witches and wizards, to serve as living advertisements for his competence as minister, showcasing how diligently he protected the savior of the wizarding world. This was entirely different from Harry's accidental residence at the Leaky Cauldron due to trouble. Under those circumstances, Harry would merely be seen as a mischievous child, receiving protection in passing. However, should they now move in, Harry might be ridiculed for being timid. In contrast, Fudge would reap significant rewards, presenting his efforts to safeguard the savior from the clutches of evil Death Eaters as a resounding success, thereby solidifying his reputation and ensuring his re-election as minister. Were it a genuinely naive child who fell for his manipulative words and accepted his protection for peace of mind, it would not pose a substantial issue, merely a case of mutual benefit. Yet Ashley was acutely aware that Sirius could never harm Harry, thus rendering the notion of trading fame and freedom for tranquility moot. So why should she comply and serve as a mere exhibit for the minister's grandstanding? To prevent Fudge from fixating solely on Harry to bolster his reputation and to safeguard her own freedom, Ashley resolved to muddy the waters, diverting Fudge's attention. Miss Dursley, while I do not dispute the possibility of your claims, we cannot, for the sake of another potentiality, neglect the safety of Mr. Potter, can we? Fudge argued, undeterred, as he sought to persuade them further. Harry's expression darkened slightly. Though he was grateful for the minister's apparent goodwill, it did not excuse his malicious speculation regarding Ashley. Just as he prepared to defend his cousin, Ashley interjected. How could the minister think this way? We merely do not find it necessary to reside at the Leaky Cauldron. Yet we are not rejecting the ministry's protection, It hardly equates to disregarding Harry's safety. Fudge furrowed his brow, his temper beginning to fray as he had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous girl would prove so challenging. However, as I understand it, Mr. Potter travels daily between the Potter residence and the Dursleys, which significantly complicates the work of our Aurors. Does Miss Dursley not consider their hardships? This was a blatant attempt at moral coercion, and Ashley's ire flared. Minister, while I understand your concern for your subordinates, the math does not add up. The traffic between Godric's Hollow and Privet Drive is sparse, primarily comprising local residents, so it suffices to assign 2 Aurors to rotate and monitor for unfamiliar faces. The workload is manageable. Conversely, the leaky cauldron, with its higher foot traffic and diverse clientele, would necessitate at least 4 Aurors to maintain a semblance of safety. Fudge's lips twitched. He understood this logic well enough, but was taken aback that such a young girl could articulate it so astutely. Harry gazed at Ashley with admiration, his eyes sparkling as he reflected on how much he still had to learn. Seeing Harry's look of admiration, Ashley felt an unexpected pang of self-consciousness. After all, her formidable mental acuity allowed her to perceive the broader circumstances, leading her to deduce the Ministry's arrangements around the Potter residence, the Dursleys, and even near the leaky cauldron. Miss Dursley, are you not concerned that Aurors may be unable to spare the manpower for distant protection? If you encounter any issues during transit, we cannot be held accountable. Fudge warned, his demeanor shifting from affable to subtly threatening. Harry finally recognized Fudge's duplicity. Though he could not shake his worry, he unconditionally trusted Ashley's decisions. He quietly prepared to intervene should Fudge act rashly against her, positioning himself to shield Ashley promptly. Hearing Fudge's words, Ashley struggled to contain her amusement. It felt akin to an open-book exam where one encountered a vendor of counterfeit questions. It was simply too comical. Clearing his throat twice to regain his composure, he offered Harry a reassuring glance before speaking. Minister, is it truly necessary to frighten us mere children? You are a diligent and responsible minister, and such jesting is unbecoming. Were it not for my knowledge of your prior arrangements to ensure our protection, I might have begun to harbor misconceptions about your intentions. Fudge inwardly inhaled sharply, embarking on a mental whirlwind typical of a politician. Who had divulged this information to her? What motivated their revelation? Whose ally was she within the ministry? Who served as her informant? Iole, observing his sullen countenance, though unaware of the specifics of his suspicions, found amusement in discerning his thought process. To avert any potential trouble, she decided to deflect blame elsewhere. Chapter 138, Fudge's Transformation, The Disheartened Beatrice. Professor Dumbledore has consistently lauded your meticulousness in our presence, allowing us to focus on our studies at home. Furthermore, to alleviate Harry's feelings of longing, the headmaster even escorted him to the ministry to assist in reclaiming the Potter residence. In this regard, we must express our gratitude to you, Minister. You truly embody the essence of fairness and justice. In just a few sentences, she deftly shifted the blame squarely onto Dumbledore, who, with his considerable influence, had made a considerable fuss over the matter of the house. Fudge's convoluted political reasoning, upon slight reflection, could easily connect Harry and her to Dumbledore's sphere of influence, leading him to piece it all together. Iole bore no guilt for attributing such a harmless accusation to Dumbledore. After all, was it even fault? While the reasons and processes may not align, the conclusion seemed quite sound. Although Harry could not recall a moment when Dumbledore had praised the minister in their presence, he wisely chose not to undermine his sister's intentions. He understood that Iole had her own motives for speaking as she did, so he opted to listen quietly and observe carefully. In stark contrast, Fudge, afflicted by the common flaws of the intelligent, while having elevated his regard for the young girl from the Dursleys, could not fathom her willingness to deflect blame or her audacity to implicate Dumbledore. He merely assumed she was attempting to flaunt her closeness to Dumbledore, a trivial display of cleverness from an otherwise ordinary child. His earlier high regard for her diminished slightly, as he began to think her polite rebuttal was merely a lesson imparted by Dumbledore. With a mental note to remove Iole's name from his watch list, he angrily marked Dumbledore's name with several deep strikes. However, this was precisely the outcome Iole had hoped for, and witnessing Fudge's gaze shift to one of indifference brought her immense satisfaction. Indeed, this was merely a light-hearted jest on my part, a test of your vigilance and responsiveness. Clearly, you have passed the assessment, and you may continue your studies at home without concern. Fudge reverted to his previously amiable demeanor, allowing Iole and Harry to witness yet another display of his shifting temperament. The emphasis he placed on the word reassurance betrayed his underlying resentment towards Dumbledore. Iole mused to herself that one should not expect much integrity from the ungrateful. In contrast, Ashley had always believed in reciprocating kindness and vengeance in equal measure. To exploit her was to invite her own exploitation in return. Fairness, was it not? Thank you, Minister. I knew the headmaster's insights would prove accurate. Fudge, having relinquished any resistance, recognized that with Dumbledore present, his ambitions could never be realized, and thus he settled for compromise. The matter of their safety while commuting to school had been settled, yet he expressed concerns regarding potential dangers along the route. As I understand it, you are driven to the station by Mr. Dursley. While I must admit it is somewhat discourteous, I cannot help but say he may not adequately ensure your safe arrival at platform 9 3/4. Therefore, I propose that the ministry provide transportation for you. What do you think? Fudge's intentions remained transparent, as he sought merely to enhance his standing with the wizarding community through Harry. Perhaps sensing Dumbledore's presence behind them, he adopted a more congenial tone, which was much more palatable, as his proposal did not infringe upon Ashley and Harry's interests. Indeed, it spared Vernon the trouble of driving them. The siblings exchanged glances, and Harry spoke on behalf of both. Ashley had no desire to continue the charade with Fudge. Then we would appreciate the minister's assistance in arranging transport for us, perhaps due to the numerous setbacks he had faced with the siblings. Fudge was unexpectedly taken aback by Harry's prompt acceptance, his smile brightening considerably as he eagerly replied, "Excellent. I shall dispatch a vehicle to collect you." Suddenly, Ashley recalled something and interjected, "There's no need to go to Privet Drive. We can use the Flu network to arrive here, making it more convenient to board the vehicle." Harry, mindful of the discomfort his aunt and uncle might feel, nodded in agreement, while internally marveling at Ashley's meticulousness. Have I heard those words somewhere before? He pondered. Not important. The most fitting description for those words is undoubtedly my sister. Fudge bore no ill will, although he was unsure of the girl's intentions. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his plans. In fact, given the congregation of wizards in the vicinity, the outcome could prove even more favorable, so he amicably concurred. Once the arrangements for their transport were finalized, Fudge excused himself, citing pressing official duties. Ashley and Harry hurried home to explain their late return to Vernon and Petunia, sharing the details of their conversation. Setting aside the convolutions of the discussion, the ultimate outcome left the family quite satisfied. While initially reluctant to be unable to personally escort his daughter, after Ashley presented her arguments and laid out the facts, Vernon ultimately accepted the notion of driving his son to school with great enthusiasm. After all, since Dudley had entered secondary school, Vernon had not accompanied him on a single occasion. The following days passed in tranquil monotony, with Harry diligently preparing for the upcoming academic year and Ashley methodically adhering to her study schedule. They seemed to embody the essence of scholarly devotion, wholly absorbed in their studies. Of course, their efforts bore fruit. Harry's previous restlessness gradually dissipated, and he began to relish the joys of learning. Particularly, he found himself mastering the spells from his first and second years, rekindling the same fervor and sense of accomplishment he had experienced when Ashley had initially taught him spells. Thus, his enthusiasm for spellwork surged. Fortunately, Ashley remained vigilant, often keeping an eye on his progress, which proved invaluable when he contemplated self-studying some potentially hazardous spells. Though Sirius was pleased to witness his godson's progress, upon witnessing Ashley intervene, he initially entertained thoughts of retaliation. However, after hearing Ashley's reasoning, he became somewhat sheepish. Ashley, unaffected by his feelings of guilt, maintained her evening training regimen without fail, occasionally introducing new elements to the sessions. For instance, she experimented with the mist potions gifted by Benedict, as well as the remnants of the prank potions provided by Snape, testing them on him under the pretext of strengthening his resistance to magical substances. Though Harry could not comprehend his sister's animosity towards Sirius, he recognized these were harmless jests, sanctioned by legitimate reasoning, and thus chose to overlook them. As for the beleaguered dog, he could only watch in trepidation, knowing he was unable to provoke Ashley and could not evade the countdown to his eventual release. Ashley's academic pursuits were flourishing without concern, as her practice in alchemy yielded significant results. Her speed and accuracy in inscribing magical runes had markedly improved, though she still amassed a plethora of alchemical inquiries awaiting Beatrice's insights. Beatrice returned to the Dursley household merely 3 days before the commencement of the school term, appearing profoundly dejected, akin to a homeless child. With a mere glance, Ashley instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 139. The Upgrade of the Double-Sided Mirror. As for this disheartening news, Ashley found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Regret, gratitude, perhaps a blend of both. Ultimately, however, She lamented the absence of any opportunity to foster a deeper emotional connection with him, rendering her unable to fully empathize with Beatrice's plight. Unsure of how to console her, Ashley could only offer a gentle embrace, tenderly stroking her back. After a considerable pause, Beatrice reluctantly retrieved a mirror from her pocket, muttering, "This is the final gift from Mr. LeMay. I hope it brings you some solace." The remark was somewhat perplexing, prompting Ashley to instinctively inquire about its meaning. Beatrice raised her gaze to meet Ashley's eyes, her blood-red orbs swiftly making Ashley aware of her faux pas. Embarrassed, she accepted the mirror, murmuring, "It's fine. I'll take a look myself." Beatrice promptly leapt onto the recliner, lying down and vividly displaying her despondent mood. Ashley sighed in resignation, unwilling to disturb her as she processed her sorrow, and thus turned her attention to the mirror in her hands. The double-sided mirror was indeed a pair to the one Beatrice had previously given her. However, Beatrice's earlier words hinted at its extraordinary nature. Ashley examined the mirror she held, comparing it with its counterpart. At first glance, there appeared to be little difference. Yet, as an emerging alchemist, Ashley's keen observations revealed that the newly acquired mirror bore more intricate magical symbols. She meticulously sketched the additional symbols onto paper. Although the overall structure of the magical array felt unfamiliar, it was evident that it represented a higher-tier spell. By isolating a familiar segment of runes, she could infer the additional functionalities of this mirror. Recalling the rumors surrounding Beatrice, Ashley felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy. Casting a glance at the glum Beatrice, she stifled her excitement out of compassion, quietly retreating from the room to seek Penny for an experimental confirmation of her conjectures. "Mom, will you hold this mirror? And when I step outside, please call my name while looking into it." Ashley dashed into the kitchen, skipping pleasantries and thrusting the mirror into a bewildered Penny's hands before rushing out the door, positioning herself in the corridor by the staircase, eagerly awaiting Penny's call. Penny, witnessing her daughter's exuberant behavior for the first time, stood momentarily in astonishment. It wasn't until the heavy door slammed shut that she regained her composure, finding it somewhat amusing. Although she was uncertain about the nature of her daughter's game, she complied heartily, calling out Ashley's name with an exaggerated tone, infused with playfulness and affection, reminiscent of Vernon's playful tone during their childhood games of hide-and-seek. Ashley, not far away, heard her mother's voice clearly. Just then, the mirror emitted a fleeting flash of pale light, accompanied by a distant, ethereal sound that heightened the atmosphere of their make-believe game, leaving Ashley both amused and bewildered. Yet in an instant, her whimsical thoughts vanished, for the reflection of Penny indeed materialized within the mirror. However, it appeared that Penny was not gazing into the mirror, but rather smiling at the living room door, as if genuinely engaged in some game with her daughter. Ecstatic, Ashley leaped in place, exclaiming, "Mom, look at the mirror!" Penny, initially unfazed by her daughter's voice emanating from the doorway, found it peculiar that she could also hear Ashley's voice beside her. Dismissing her suspicions, she assumed it was merely a new spell her daughter had learned, and thus raised the mirror to peer into it. My goodness, even for someone as accustomed to magic as Penny, witnessing her daughter's image within the mirror was astonishing. Ashley beamed at her astonished mother, waving her hand. "Mom, can you see me? Isn't this amazing? Now we can chat like this, face to face. Oh my, this is truly marvelous. Ashley, did you create this?" No, not exactly, Mom. I'm not that skilled yet. This is a special gift from one of my teachers. That's incredibly precious. Should we prepare a gift in return for your teacher? If funds are lacking, I can have your father deposit some more into the vault. This gift is remarkably useful. You cannot imagine how worried we've been about your situation at school. With this treasure, we can see you. It's simply wonderful. Although Penny did not comprehend the mechanics behind the mirror's functionality, she recognized its value and cherished it, caressing it lovingly as if it were a prized possession. Ashley felt dizzy from the incessantly shifting images, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. A sigh escaped her as she thought of Nicodemus. Realizing that while Penny might not be seeking answers at this moment, she gently replied, "It's unnecessary. He can no longer receive them." As expected, Penny did not hear her response, continuing to exclaim about the mirror's practicality, punctuating her remarks with excited laughter. Ashley paid no mind. After all, she had already accepted this favor, and it was rather heartening that her family was not burdened by sorrow over it. Having confirmed the functionality of the mirror, she decided to attempt severing the connection. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she sensed a stillness in the magic coursing through the handle, causing the image within the mirror to vanish, reverting to its normal reflective surface. Ashley, ever vigilant with her mental acuity, promptly detected this reaction. A satisfied smile graced her lips, Everything was indeed as she had surmised. The mirror required the wizard's magical essence to function, albeit in minimal amounts. Without magic, Muggles would certainly be unable to utilize it. Thus, Nicodemus had altered the mirror currently in Penny's possession, granting it the ability to be charged with magic. By infusing it beforehand with magical energy, it could enable Muggles to use it. Bravo! Simply splendid. In that moment, Ashley felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Nicodemus. He had truly succeeded in providing her with peace of mind. Yet, she lamented that she could not express her thanks to him in person. At dinner, Penny indeed showcased the double-sided mirror to Vernon, enthusiastically extolling its virtues, which piqued Vernon's interest, secretly igniting his desire to partake in this face-to-face chatting game. Amused, yet exasperated, Ashley explained that the mirror might be experiencing an energy crisis, and until she figured out how to recharge it, it was best not to waste its energy. This revelation quelled Vernon's restless curiosity, redirecting his anticipation towards the commencement of the school term. Although Harry found the mirror fascinating, his perspective as a wizard dulled his eagerness compared to Vernon's. He adopted a calm demeanor, believing he would eventually have the opportunity to experience it. Ashley took the time to remind her parents of the mirror's usage precautions before officially entrusting them with a modified mirror for their care and use. This act elevated Ashley's sense of security, her smile becoming increasingly relaxed and content, as if she were unshackled from previous anxieties of being exposed to scrutiny, thereby safeguarding her family from potential repercussions. Chapter 140, Requesting Allowance for Black. Only 2 days remained before school commenced. Friends who had been traveling or visiting relatives had finally returned to normalcy. Although owls occasionally delivered letters, the prolonged absence of their presence invoked a sense of disorientation akin to the sentiment of being separated for years after just a day apart. Thus, when Apollyon proposed a gathering in Diagon Alley, her friends enthusiastically expressed their agreement. The parental figures present were Bertie and the Weasley couple. Vernon's and Petunia's preparations for Dudley and Maggie's arrival left them somewhat indisposed, especially since Ashley and Harry had already procured their books and supplies, rendering their assistance unnecessary. The Grangers were as busy as ever, yet their familiarity with their daughter's friends allowed them to confidently permit her outing. The group convened at the Leaky Cauldron, where lively chatter created a vibrant atmosphere that reminded Ashley and Harry of their previous adventures. Upon seeing Ashley and Harry emerge from the fireplace, Hermione's face flickered with a moment of temptation, yet she rationally relinquished the thought considering the distance between her home and Diagon Alley. Apollyon, affectionately clinging to Ashley, demonstrated the essence of absence makes the heart grow fonder, eliciting laughter from everyone. Fred and George exaggeratedly mimicked her, causing Apollyon to blush with embarrassment. After about a merriment, the group seemed to seamlessly return to their familiar camaraderie before they proceeded into Diagon Alley to commence their shopping. However, upon learning that Ashley and Harry had already completed their purchases, their friends regarded them with expressions of mild reproach. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Ashley merely raised an eyebrow, remarking that they had to occupy themselves with reading in advance since their friends were unavailable. The group momentarily fell silent, glancing around awkwardly, their discomfort palpable. Harry stifled a laugh, while Hermione grew anxious, feeling akin to a student unprepared for class, her innate studious nature amplifying her unease. With a hasty declaration of her intent to buy books, she hurried away. Percy exhibited a similar reaction, though he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, trailing after her at a brisk pace. This turn of events rendered their friends momentarily bewildered, prompting them to follow suit. The three adults exchanged glances, expressing admiration for the two children. Ashley remained stationary as Harry, puzzled, glanced at his sister. She suggested, "Shall we wait for everyone at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor?" Harry found the idea appealing and was about to nod in agreement when Apollyon's eyes brightened. She immediately linked her arm with Ashley's, casting a pleading glance at Bertie. Understanding, Bertie affectionately yet resignedly shot a look at his daughter before sharing a silent agreement with Benedict. They decided to split up to purchase books and supplies, allowing their daughter and sister some leisure time. As a devoted brother, Harry seemed to comprehend the exchange between the two fathers, and with a humorous and approving expression, he approached Benedict, clearly intending to assist. Benedict patted Harry's shoulder, accepting his offer. Apollyon excitedly blew kisses and playfully scampered over to massage their shoulders, extravagantly offering to treat them to desserts with her pocket money, watching them leave before dashing to Ashley's side and pulling her toward the ice cream shop. The sisters indulged in ice cream while sharing amusing tales from their summer, and time slipped away swiftly. When a main group returned, flushed and sweaty, they found the two girls looking refreshed, eliciting both amusement and exasperation. However, the duo, ever perceptive, promptly presented an assortment of ice cream, distributing them to each person, instantly alleviating the heat of the day. After enjoying their treats amidst laughter, Harry suggested a visit to the Potter residence, inviting everyone to familiarize themselves with the place for their next gathering. Intrigued by the Potter estate, the group readily agreed. Through the fireplace, they swiftly transitioned to their new setting. Ron and the twins, ever lively and closely bonded with Harry, eagerly explored every corner. The rooms belonging to Harry's parents and grandparents were locked, and other occupied rooms were marked accordingly, allowing Harry to feel at ease with their exploration. Apollyon, Hermione, and Ginny conferred briefly, deciding to follow Ashley to her room for a closer look at its arrangement. The three adults, observing Harry's reactions, felt reassured and allowed the children to navigate their own adventures while they casually explored the layout, marveling at the Potter family's legacy. Ashley scanned her surroundings, pleased to find everything well concealed, and shared a sly smile. As the children dispersed, leaving Harry alone in the living room, Arthur and Molly exchanged glances with Bertie before tentatively broaching a sensitive topic. Harry, I heard the minister has been in touch with you. Would you mind sharing what transpired? After a moment of contemplation, Harry deemed there was nothing to conceal and recounted the discussion. So, you are aware of your current situation. What are your thoughts? Aren't you fearful of that madman? Arthur's expression grew grave, his concern palpable. Before Harry could respond, Molly, her worry evident, interjected, Child, if you're scared, you can return home with us tonight. We'll ensure you reach the station safely. As long as you arrive at Hogwarts, you'll be secure. Do not fear, for we are here for you. Harry felt a surge of warmth and gratitude, but resolutely shook his head. Aunt Molly, Uncle Arthur, please don't worry. I'm not afraid of him. Besides, he hasn't shown up at all, and the ministry has deployed Aurors nearby to keep watch. I'm safe at home. Arthur and Molly exchanged understanding glances, ultimately respecting his decision. Bertie, who had remained silent throughout, approached Harry with a relaxed demeanor, casually patting his shoulder. If you need anything, remember to reach out to us. While he may not be able to confront him directly, we can certainly rally support. Harry unexpectedly chuckled. Uncle Bertie, it seems Ashley has mentioned something similar. Is that so? It appears heroes share a common perspective. Perhaps the lightheartedness of their exchange eased the tension for Arthur and Molly, who also relaxed, exchanging a few jokes, rendering the previous anxiety as if it had never existed. As the group concluded their tour and noticed the twilight settling in, they agreed upon a time to reach the station before bidding their farewells. Ashley concocted an excuse for Harry to return to the Dursleys, first while she remained at the Potter residence. Near the back door, she awaited the emergence of a large black dog. Are you preparing to leave? Ashley inquired, crossing her arms languidly. The large black dog feigned ignorance, turning to depart. Ashley extended a hand, brandishing a photo, bending slightly to present it to the dog. Should you choose to leave, I shall not impede you. But should you settle your tab for your stay with us? Of course, if you wish to evade the matter, I would not mind placing an advertisement in the Daily Prophet, exposing your shamelessness. Chapter 141, Sirius's Departure and Dudley's Good News. Sirius's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the photo in Ashley's hand, his own unflattering likeness. The disheveled dog leapt up, catching the frisbee mid-air, while Harry beamed with delight, clapping in a heartwarming scene. Heartwarming? More like humiliating. He shuddered all over, his canine visage etched with shock, utterly unaware of when this compromising scene had been captured. Just as he contemplated expressing his indignation, the menacing gaze of the little dark wizard quelled his rising ire, compelling him to suppress his feelings. Bowing his head, he remained still, deliberating the implications of the situation. After a moment, he regarded Ashley with a serious demeanor, as if to inquire, what is it that you truly desire? Ashley beamed with a gentle and harmless smile, waving the photograph in front of him. Feigning contemplation, she finally spoke. Well, discussing monetary matters seems rather disheartening. We have nurtured you to such a polished state, which surely counts for both merit and toil. It cannot be reduced to mere financial compensation. Instead, let us consider this. You shall owe me a favor. For the next year, any request I make of you must be fulfilled. Of course, the tasks I assign will be within your capabilities and will not entail any immoral deeds. So, should you dare to evade, though her words remained unfinished, the glaring threat and her insidious smile conveyed everything that needed to be understood. Sirius felt an itch of frustration. How was it that this little dark wizard could so precisely pinpoint his vulnerabilities? Previously, she had ensnared him with those he cherished, and now she wielded his freedom and dignity as leverage for her demands. After all, he was already a fugitive. If he were also hunted as a dog, he would find himself entirely incapacitated. Moreover, the very rationale for refusal had been severed, leaving him no avenue for escape. He was utterly perplexed by the nature of this malevolent little wizard, pondering why she understood him so well. Why did her demeanor oscillate between offering assistance and inflicting torment? With such conflicting emotions swirling within him, his canine features betrayed a hint of suspicion, his gaze scanning Ashley from top to bottom as if attempting to unravel her enigma. Ashley rubbed her nose, likely surmising Sirius's thoughts, yet she had no intention of providing answers this time. In truth, she herself was at a loss for explanation. As Harry's sister, she had sought out Sirius and brought him a Harry, not only because he was Harry's godfather, but also due to his evident affection for Harry, wishing to spare him from suffering. However, as a favored pupil of Professor Snape, she had also devised ways to vex him, seeking retribution for Snape's past grievances. Now, coercing him into acquiescing to her request was a strategic move, facilitating her future acquisition of the Slytherin locket. Every rationale she formulated was valid and within her capability, seemingly in harmony with the natural course of events that Beatrice and Nicolette had often emphasized. Yet, she remained uncertain how to elucidate all this to others. Thus, even though Ashley recognized that Sirius was increasingly suspicious of her, she refrained from offering unfounded explanations, opting instead to speak in vague terms that would divert his attention. You need not regard me with such suspicion. Simply know that I harbor no intent to harm you or Harry. As for those mischievous antics, I merely wished for you to experience the anguish you once inflicted upon others, though my actions pale in comparison to your former misdeeds. Perhaps it is time for some introspection on your part. Upon hearing Ashley's heartfelt confession, Sirius felt a weight lift from his chest. This was what mattered most to him. As long as Harry was unharmed, he could overlook Ashley's mysteries. However, her subsequent remarks sent a tremor through his pupils, complicating his emotions. He recalled the peculiar potions and the strange contraptions, realizing that Ashley's mischief was linked to his past treatment of Snevelis. A bitter smile tugged at his lips, resurrecting long-buried memories that he had tried to forget. Although he had once relished the thrill of revenge, he had never considered the morality of his actions. Yet, after enduring Ashley's bizarre pranks and witnessing her methods of educating Harry, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his former conviction that he had been justified. The ingrained pride and habitual behaviors that had defined him for so long now hindered his ability to accept this uncomfortable truth, let alone acknowledge his mistakes. Lost in a painful struggle, he remained unaware of when Ashley took her leave. After informing Sirius of the necessary expenses he would incur, Ashley had achieved her primary objective. Whether or not the dog agreed was of little consequence. She would ensure he complied. The remainder of her remarks, though intended to divert his attention, were sincere. She could not torment him for so long without him understanding the reasons behind it, or else her efforts would be in vain. As for how much introspection Sirius would undertake, that was beyond her control. With her family awaiting dinner, she knew she must depart swiftly. The following day, Harry had intended to discuss with Sirius whether he should stay with Ron or accompany him to Hogwarts, only to discover that Sirius had vanished. In a flurry of worry, he searched for a considerable time, until Ashley reassured him that the intelligent canine undoubtedly recognized that he could not care for him, and had likely wandered off again, perhaps to return when the holidays arrived. Harry could only accept this rather romantic notion, as he had little time to dwell on such matters. After all, school commenced the next day, and he needed to prepare his belongings promptly. In a state of hurried chaos, tinged with a sense of regret and melancholy, the Dursleys received a phone call from Dudley on the eve of the last day before school. The good news was that he had won the championship in the New Zealand junior boxing tournament. The unfortunate news was that he had missed the flight that day, meaning he would not have the chance to see his sister and cousin again before school started. Vernon and Petunia were overjoyed, their laughter echoing so loudly that it nearly roused the entire neighborhood. Ashley and Harry felt immense pride in their older brother, though they couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, hoping to reconnect during the next holiday. Chapter 142. The Arrival of the New Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Remus Lupin. After a restful night, the Dursleys enjoyed a late morning, their sleep having been quite rejuvenating. Perhaps it could be said that joyous events invigorate the spirit. Vernon and Petunia rose early, preparing to transform their home into a celebratory venue, akin to a farewell, or rather, a victory party. Ashley and Harry exchanged glances, uncertain whether to feel sorrow or indignation. Yet, seeing the beaming faces of Vernon and Petunia, their feelings dissolved into resignation. The siblings indulged in an extravagant breakfast, while Petunia continued to bustle about in the kitchen, clearly preparing for an even grander midday feast. In a fit of jealousy, Ashley playfully kissed her mother on the cheek. prompting a flurry of teasing remarks from Petunia. Vernon and Harry, seldom privy to Ashley's affectionate side, found the scene amusing, and the family shared laughter, creating a lively atmosphere devoid of any sense of impending separation. Around 10 o'clock, Ashley and Harry finished packing their belongings and asked Vernon and Petunia to convey their congratulations to Dudley before stepping through the fireplace to Diagon Alley. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves transported from the ordinary world to the realm of magic, still experiencing a momentary disorientation despite having undergone the transition numerous times before. Ashley quickly regained her composure, following Harry as they boarded the car sent by Fudge, led by a ministry employee clad in a green coat. As they traveled, they attracted the attention of several patrons at the Leaky Cauldron. However, with Harry greeting those they encountered, Ashley was grateful for the peace, simply trailing behind him. Ashley and Harry occupied the back seat, with employees from the Ministry of Magic in both the driver's and passenger's seats. Once the vehicle was set in motion, they discovered that it was flanked by two identical cars filled with people, creating quite a spectacle with their convoy of three. Having grasped Fudge's intentions through Ashley's analysis, the siblings exchanged a knowing glance and a smirk, finding little to say. After all, a grand display meant robust protective measures. Ashley felt a touch more at ease than Harry, although Muggles seemed oblivious to the convoy of magically modified cars. She couldn't shake the whimsical sense of a princess in transit. It struck her as amusing, and her self-entertainment undoubtedly helped to alleviate the mental distance of their journey. Ignoring traffic lights and obstacles, the motorcade swiftly arrived at King's Cross Station. The Kelly family had already arrived, and upon spotting Ashley, April dashed over to envelop her in a warm embrace. Harry, ever considerate, took charge of the luggage, granting the two friends some precious time together. The ministry employees appeared unperturbed by the approaching Bertram and Agnes, evidently having conducted their inquiries. One of the ministry officials turned a questioning gaze towards Ashley, leaving her momentarily perplexed. A closer inspection revealed that this official was likely the same one who had remained in Fudge's private lounge, aware of her capabilities and that she could take the lead with Harry, thus inquiring about her forthcoming plans. Feeling slightly awkward, Ashley offered a natural smile, gently pulling April closer and taking her hand. She politely expressed, "Thank you to the esteemed members of the ministry. You may leave us here. With Uncle Bertram and Aunt Agnes present, I believe we will manage just fine. Your efforts are much appreciated." After a slight bow to convey her gratitude, the questioning official nodded and gestured to the others, who promptly boarded their vehicle and departed. April sighed in relief, sticking out her tongue and exclaiming, "Finally, we're off. I nearly lost face. I hadn't even noticed them." Benedict quipped, "The moment you saw Ashley, you forgot everyone else. Those big eyes of yours were like mere decorations." Soon, the siblings were in a playful scuffle, laughter filling the air, dispelling any lingering awkwardness. Seizing the moment, Ashley fetched two trolleys, and Harry efficiently loaded their luggage, finally joining the jubilant gathering of friends. Next came the Granger family, followed by the Weasley clan. The crowd swelled, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the Weasleys were known for their penchant for making train connections, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group began to move towards platform 9 3/4, drawing the attention of many travelers. Curiously, upon reaching the platform, the onlookers' gazes inexplicably dissipated. Ashley felt a pang of envy and secretly added the Muggle-repelling charm to her list of spell-learning goals for the year. She also included the brain-locking charm and apparition in her studies. In a flurry of excitement, they boarded the Hogwarts Express, waving goodbye to the adults at the door just as the train began to pull away. Everyone felt a wave of relief, except for Ashley, who found it rather distressing to rush alongside others. She preferred to set her own pace. As a master of punctuality, she felt she had the authority to voice such sentiments. However, now was not the time for musings. It was best to find a seat promptly, as lingering in the aisle was far from comfortable. As she made her way toward the rear of the train, Percy, Fred, George, and Ginny each found their classmates and settled into compartments. Meanwhile, the third-year group continued down the aisle, still searching for an empty compartment. After walking nearly to the end of the train, they finally stumbled upon a compartment with only one occupant. Ashley was hesitant to enter, but her friends, growing impatient, swept her along in the current of eager students, ushering her into the compartment. The three girls settled into the empty seats across from each other, while the boys had to squeeze in. They avoided encroaching on the adult who appeared to be sleeping, making for a rather uncomfortable arrangement. For a moment, the compartment was filled only with the soft rustling of the boys adjusting their positions, creating an atmosphere of quietude. It was Ashley who first broke the silence. suggesting a topic about the disheveled adult whose worn appearance and weathered hair and skin hinted at a life of hardship. Ashley refrained from participating, knowing the answer felt somewhat disingenuous. Her feelings towards this individual were complex, though not as conflicted as those she harbored for Sirius. There was neither affection nor disdain. She had no desire to provoke him, yet felt no respect either. Hermione and Benedict, both exceptionally astute, quickly pieced together the man's identity and circumstances with just a few observations. Indeed, he was Remus Lupin, a fellow marauder, albeit one of a considerably gentler nature compared to the others. The weight of his tragic backstory loomed large in Ashley's mind, prompting her to silently sigh. As her friends unwittingly began to unravel Lupin's past, the train slowed ominously, a chill sweeping through the compartment, causing April, who had been musing about whether their defense against the dark arts class had been cursed, to fall silent. An unsettling sensation spread across the group, their expressions turning grim as the corridor lights flickered before plunging into darkness. Outside, a torrential downpour began, drumming against the windows, and the howling wind made it feel as though they had crossed into another realm. The group exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of what had transpired. The train continued to decelerate until it came to a complete halt. Suddenly, a jolt shook the carriage, accompanied by distant thuds that sounded as if luggage had tumbled from racks. Then, without warning, the lights in their compartment followed suit, extinguishing abruptly. The entire train was enveloped in darkness, with only the dim light from the overcast sky seeping through the windows, allowing glimpses of shadowy figures nearby. Nervous whispers arose from the young witches and wizards outside, their curiosity prompting them to open the compartment doors and investigate. Harry, already feeling cramped, decided to stand and venture outside for a better look. Ron, sensing Harry's restlessness, quickly stood as well, whispering, "Harry, something feels off. We should stick together." Harry nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Benedict, who remained stationary. He soon noticed Benedict's subtle movements, which seemed to convey a silent understanding in the darkness, reassuring him somewhat. Finally, they opened the compartment door, leaning cautiously into the corridor. After the lights went out, Ashley extended her mental prowess outward. Thanks to her alchemical training over the summer, not only had her skills in alchemy flourished, but her mental faculties had also been honed. Inspired by her conversation with Fudge, she had even developed the ability to project her mental energy for exploration. If she had once been a mere mobile detector, she now felt as though she wielded the device itself. Though the distinction might seem minor, it signified a profound shift from passive to active engagement. Just as the present moment unfolded, if she failed to seize the initiative, she would be left to await occurrences within the confines of her mental prowess, only able to perceive events transpiring in her vicinity. However, now that she had assumed control, extending her mental reach, she was capable of detecting happenings far ahead near the front of the train. The Dementors had boarded, intimidating the driver into halting the train, and they continued to swarm aboard, their presence spreading ominously across the carriage. The train driver found himself in dire straits before he could raise his wand. The Dementors siphoned away his joy, leaving him limp in his seat. Ashley, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger, although she understood Fudge's intentions. Placing trust in such creatures that feasted on human happiness was utterly ludicrous. One must realize that should they lose control and deliver a Dementor's kiss, a soul could be irretrievably lost, leaving behind nothing but an empty husk, a truly terrifying consequence. Ashley resolved to teach these monsters a lesson, or rather, to issue a warning to Fudge. She had no desire for her delightful school life to be marred by the shadows cast by these fiends before it even began. Sensing the Dementors drawing near to their carriage, Harry and Ron were already poised to exit the compartment and investigate the corridor. Ashley wished to rise and restrain them, but with Hermione and Apollyon clutching her arms on either side, escape was futile. Thus she called out, "Don't go out! Don't go out!" Two voices rang out in unison. Apart from Ashley, the other voice sounded distinctly unfamiliar, yet was easily recognizable, for there was but one stranger in the carriage. It was none other than Professor Lupin, who had been dozing at the table for quite some time. The other friends looked at his position in surprise, yet Ashley felt no astonishment. Instead, she seized the opportunity to whisper urgently to Apollyon and Hermione, indicating that something was amiss and urging them to ready their wands. Her voice, though hushed, drew everyone's attention in the unnaturally quiet carriage, leaving Ashley momentarily embarrassed. Fortunately, her friends placed their trust in her. Not only Apollyon and Hermione, but the three boys complied as well. Lupin gazed at Ashley's indistinct silhouette with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. While Ashley could sense his gaze, she could not discern his expression, and thus paid it little mind. Seizing the moment when Apollyon and Hermione released their grips to retrieve their wands, she swiftly stood, drawing her wand and positioning herself between the 2 rows of seats in a defensive stance. Any intent Lupin had to investigate further was thwarted, leaving him confined to his seat. Unbeknownst to him, his companion Benedict sat beside him, tightly gripping his wand and keeping a watchful eye on his every move. Should he show any signs of erratic behavior, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a binding spell. Harry and Ron promptly closed the door again. Standing guard on either side, Apollyon and Hermione raised their wands, one illuminating the space with a flickering glow, casting light upon the battleground. It seemed that almost instinctively, the friends had begun to coordinate, finding their respective positions with a sense of unspoken understanding. Before long, a peculiar entity appeared outside the carriage, its height nearly level with the train roof, draped in a tattered black cloak that appeared waterlogged and rotting, its hood completely obscuring its head. It stretched out a hand from within the cloak, resting it against the door, seemingly in search of something within the carriage. Through the glass door, Ashley and her companions caught sight of its palm, dark, shiny, and withered, bearing scabs as if decayed. Standing by the door, Harry and Ron swallowed nervously. But no one mocked them. All were equally repulsed by the creature's appearance. As it drew nearer, the chilling, ominous aura intensified, causing their hairs to stand on end involuntarily. The Dementor's hand glided across the door twice before it swung open. In a panic, Harry and Ron attempted to close the door, but it was too late. Like a shadow, the creature slipped through the opening. Harry found himself at the forefront, retreating a few steps in terror, yet the Dementor approached inexorably, rendering him almost immobile as if ensnared. Without hesitation, Ashley cast the Patronus charm. A small rabbit materialized in the center of the carriage, bounding over to affectionately nuzzle Ashley's leg. With its arrival, the cold, foreboding atmosphere dissipated rapidly, replaced by a warm and serene energy. The Dementor, which had intruded halfway into the compartment, retreated with alarming speed, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Ron involuntarily exclaimed in awe. Harry broke free, having been minimally affected by the brief encounter, and quickly positioned himself beside Ron, his eyes sparkling as they turned to Ashley, leaving the battlefield to her. Glancing at Harry to confirm his well-being, Ashley redirected her focus to the unfolding battle. Chapter 144. The Triumph of the Little Rabbit. It seemed that the commotion had attracted more Dementors, as Ashley's mental probing detected several more approaching the vicinity. The original Dementor outside had not departed either. It lingered in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of its companions. Although Ashley excelled in defensive spells, she grew impatient with such passive defense. The little rabbit, seemingly attuned to her thoughts, hopped out of the compartment and into the corridor. Ashley remained stationary, using her mental prowess to observe the surroundings. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry, peering through the glass, witnessed the unfolding events in the corridor. The little rabbit bounded near the previously encountered Dementor and leaped, launching itself at the creature. Initially, the Dementor had been retreating cautiously, but was taken aback by the rabbit's sudden assault, sending it flying backward. Although Ashley was unsure of the precise mechanics of the transition between corporeal and ethereal forms, it was evident that while the Patronus could not destroy them, it could dissolve their spectral energy. The Dementor ejected from the train visibly lost mass and appeared to shrink, retreating further from the train. Whether the Dementors possessed some unique means of communication was unclear, for they emitted no sound. Yet within Ashley's mental perspective, she noted that the other approaching Dementors, having arrived at the adjacent carriage, hesitated and did not enter. The Patronus rabbit served both as Ashley's eyes and a conduit for sharing her mental viewpoint, so it turned back and bounded toward the group of Dementors. Swiftly, the glowing rabbit hopped with an endearing demeanor, though to the Dementors, it appeared somewhat fearsome. Sure enough, before long, several more slender Dementors appeared in the sky beside the train. Harry and Ron, through the glass door and corridor windows, observed the rabbit's valiant endeavors, unable to contain their admiration, which drew Hermione and Apollyon's attention. However, they could not witness the rabbit's combat prowess firsthand, only catching sight of the row of emaciated Dementors floating in midair. The remaining Dementors lingered at a distance. Ashley sought tranquility and had no intention of exterminating them all. Satisfied with the outcome, she ceased the Patronus charm. When she withdrew her mental focus, she was met with several pairs of bright eyes filled with admiration and anticipation, nearly blinding her. With a sense of resignation, Ashley summoned the rabbit once more. Having it as a shield allowed her to divert Apollyon and Ron's attention, enabling her to extricate herself from the situation. The little rabbit darted about them, and they, undeterred by its antics, persistently endeavored to capture it, eager to discern what made its form so extraordinary. Benedict and Hermione, however, were not as inquisitive. After all, they were well versed in the intricacies of the Patronus charm. Their gazes toward Ashley tinged with a hint of admiration. Harry, in contrast, was purely filled with pride, though curiosity nagged at him. His greater concern lay in the potential depletion of his sister's magical energy, fearing it might leave her unwell. Thus, he found himself frequently checking Ashley's countenance. Lupin, with an expression of keen curiosity, had already learned of her relation to Harry, yet was astonished that she could wield the Patronus charm, a feat not easily accomplished, especially by a young witch not yet in her 3rd year. The other young wizards demonstrated commendable prowess, exhibiting the early formation of a combat team. The thought that he had yet to participate left him both intrigued and somewhat abashed. As the train gradually regained its lively atmosphere without yet moving, Lupin felt it was time to be of service. He expressed his desire to check on the driver's condition at the front of the train, which finally compelled Benedict to yield the way. Yet, before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the composed and sagacious boy, having felt the urge to assist on several occasions, only to be inadvertently interrupted by Benedict. Should he fail to recognize the boy's defenses, it would indeed be quite impolite. Henceforth, he resolved to quietly observe Harry's sister's performance. Benedict, seemingly oblivious, watched with great enthusiasm as his sister played with the rabbit. After a while of frolicking with the creature, April, displaying exceptional insight, encouraged Ashley to cease her spell casting and instead inquire about the charm itself. Questions arose. When had she learned it? Who had taught her? What had inspired her to pursue this particular spell? How long had she studied it? Benedict, noticing Ashley's fatigue, smiled and interjected, "What purpose do your inquiries serve? If you were in her position, the results would undoubtedly differ, and given your impatience, you might abandon it within 3 days if success eludes you. Why subject yourself to such embarrassment?" Predictably, this remark earned him a playful swipe from his sister's swift claws. Laughter erupted among them, diverting attention from Ashley's situation, and the dread of the Dementors left no lingering shadows. Only Hermione cast a meaningful glance at Ashley, likely grasping the answer to the question Ashley would find most difficult to address. After all, if April discovered that Professor Snape had taught Ashley, she would either stifle her emotions or spread the news throughout the school. In any case, the outcome was not one Ashley wished to witness. She silently lamented Snape's unmistakable favoritism. Observing Ashley's rabbit flourish, Hermione would be disingenuous to claim indifference. She pondered whether Professor McGonagall would be inclined to teach her as well. Time slipped by, and the Dementors outside faded from view as the train resumed its journey. It was unclear how significant Lupin's role had been, as he had yet to return by the time they arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The weather, too, had inexplicably returned to normal. The sun shone brightly, contrasting starkly with the previously gloomy skies, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of 2 distinct worlds. As Ashley and her companions disembarked the train and approached the front, they happened upon the driver, who was fervently expressing his gratitude to Lupin, a half-eaten chocolate in hand. Benedict exhibited a moment of surprise, clearly reassessing his opinion of Lupin, though he quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Ashley surmised Lupin's actions, concluding that aside from his transformations, he was indeed a competent professor. Watching Hagrid lead a new group of young wizards toward the boats, Ashley smiled knowingly. A splendid school year was about to commence. How delightful! As for the events aboard the train, well, those could be left for Dumbledore and Fudge to squabble over. Chapter 145, Dumbledore's Lack of Chivalry. This year's opening feast, at first glance, appeared to unfold without any remarkable incidents. All proceedings were conducted smoothly. However, from a different perspective, one with a discerning eye could uncover a plethora of amusing spectacles. The sorting ceremony, for instance. As seasoned 3rd years, they seamlessly engaged in Hogwarts traditions. Chuckling at the new students' discomfiture upon hearing Professor McGonagall's announcement of the sorting method, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and indignation, seemingly forgetting their own past dispositions. Ashley reminisced about the antics of her peers, now laughing at others' misfortunes, contrasting them with the drama of a different era, and relished the experience. Following the sorting, Dumbledore's customary address ensued. Aside from the usual reiteration of school rules, he introduced the newly appointed professors. When Lupin was introduced, there was little reaction from the young wizards. After all, they had grown accustomed to the frequent changes in the defense against the dark arts position, and unfamiliar with Lupin, they politely applauded to welcome him. In stark contrast, the expressions of the professors seated at the head table were quite telling. Snape's face was marred by visible disdain, while McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, though welcoming, bore hints of concern. Ashley keenly observed the reactions of the heads of houses, envisioning an internal drama playing out among them, a delightful spectacle for her to witness. Alas, her moment of amusement was abruptly interrupted by a particularly irritable headmaster, who seemed to have caught her mischievous demeanor. His piercing gaze seemed to lay bare her thoughts, leading to a moment of awkwardness. With a contrite smile, she sought to appease the proud headmaster, who then turned away to continue glaring at a certain troublesome werewolf. Next, Hagrid was introduced. When Dumbledore announced his appointment as the new Care of Magical Creatures professor, the most animated response came from Ron. While the entire Gryffindor table erupted in excitement, applauding fervently, it was Ron who stood out, loudly exclaiming that they should have known, particularly when he had been the recipient of a rather bitey book. Despite quickly realizing his exuberance was excessive and retreating to his seat, the flicker of discomfort on Hagrid's face, who had been on the verge of tears, was unmistakable. Ashley even caught sight of Harry and Hermione turning away, as if to feign ignorance of Ron's antics. What they failed to recognize was that the amused gazes of others in the hall were directed not solely at Ron. The trio from Gryffindor had effectively locked themselves into a comedic tableau, their desperate attempts to hide only added to the mirth. Fortunately, Dumbledore, ever gracious, announced the commencement of the feast, redirecting attention to the sumptuous food and rescuing the Gryffindor trio from social embarrassment. Regrettably, it seemed Dumbledore's kindness was reserved solely for Gryffindor, or more specifically, for Harry and his closest companions. Just as Ashley finished her meal and prepared to return to the dormitory for some rest, she was summoned by Dumbledore and escorted to his office. Along the way, Ashley attempted to glean Dumbledore's intentions through subtle inquiries, but the wily old fox skillfully diverted the conversation. They spoke of the weather, summer assignments, and the current state of Godric's Hollow, but he avoided the crux of the matter entirely. Ashley sensed an ominous premonition. Upon entering the headmaster's office and seeing the individuals already present, Ashley could only suppress a shout of, "Dumbledore, you lack chivalry." Fudge sat in the chair, his countenance far from pleasant, and it was evident that Ashley's expression mirrored his discomfort. Dumbledore, however, appeared quite jovial as he remarked, "Cornelius, I have summoned the party involved. Feel free to pose your inquiries directly to her." At this moment, Fudge and Ashley, in an unusual display of synchrony, exchanged glances laden with unspoken thoughts. They cast a reluctant look at the old fox, then at each other, uncertain of how to broach the subject. The silence lingered uncomfortably, prompting Dumbledore to unwrap a toffee and pop it into his mouth, the sarcasm in his gesture unmistakable. Fudge, visibly agitated, retorted sharply, "I have come here to inquire about the events that transpired aboard the Hogwarts Express. The Dementors I dispatched were intended to search for Black, yet they sustained significant injuries during the operation. I require an explanation from you, Headmaster Dumbledore." Yet Dumbledore feigned ignorance, insisting that Fudge wait until the end of the feast to question the party involved. To Fudge's astonishment, that party turned out to be you, Miss Dursley. Fudge directed a fierce glare at Dumbledore, unaware that Ashley, equally incensed, was itching to unleash the prank potion she had yet to use on Black during the summer. Why was it that when it came to Harry, they were thrust into action, yet when it involved her, it was simply pushed back on her shoulders? What a double standard, what a cunning old fox, sacrificing his own student for the sake of appearances. How lacking in integrity. Ashley's eyes shot daggers at Dumbledore, who remained unfazed, relishing his confectionery. "Minister, I must say, standing here feels rather sudden. Although I merely acted in self-defense, I did not anticipate such a misunderstanding," she began, taking a deep breath to steady herself before offering her explanation. "You claim this is a misunderstanding? That you were merely defending yourself? Naturally, as an upstanding young girl, I have no reason to initiate conflict unless my family and friends are threatened by Dementors. If it weren't for their presence, I would never have targeted them. Minister, you are unaware that Harry was nearly subjected to a Dementor's kiss. Thankfully, I was able to drive that creature away with the Patronus charm. Otherwise, the savior of the wizarding world would have met his demise at the hands of Azkaban's guards. How utterly ironic that would have been." Ashley's pointed remarks prompted a measure of discomfort and trepidation in Fudge. His mind raced, swiftly uncovering the flaws in her argument. Ahem, even if you were justified in driving away that Dementor, it was not the only one that suffered significant injuries. What do you have to say about that? Is there really any need for explanation? That Dementor I repelled did not flee far. It simply awaited the gathering of its brethren. Clearly, these creatures harbor no regard for searches and are instead driven by a fierce animosity, intent on retaliating against us. Hence, I was left with no choice but to continue my resistance. Chapter 146. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Ashley deftly returned fire at the Dementors, her tone and demeanor exuding a self-evident authority that momentarily left Fudge speechless. This familiar sensation stirred memories of their previous conversation during the summer. It seemed that the blame for this predicament naturally fell upon Dumbledore, as Ashley had undoubtedly gleaned some repartee from him during their discussions along the way. Fudge's gaze turned meaningfully towards Dumbledore, who was still absorbed in his sugary indulgence. You must realize that your claims are merely one-sided. As the Dementors have guarded Azkaban for many years without ever misusing the Dementor's kiss, Dumbledore interjected. Unyielding, Fudge pressed on. Since Dumbledore sought to present a young which to settle the matter, he resolved to thwart that intention, perhaps even unearthing a means to undermine Dumbledore through the very girl he had summoned. Minister, your assertions can only be considered the Ministry's perspective. Even if they did misuse the Dementor's kiss, you could argue that the perpetrator deserved such a punishment. After all, we would have no way of knowing. My account, however, is supported by eyewitnesses. Everyone in that compartment can attest to my version of events. Regarding our affiliations, pure blood, half-blood, muggle-born, our compartment contained representatives of all. So there should be no misunderstanding about any inherent hostility towards Dementors. And, should students lack credibility, we also have a professor present, Professor Lupin, our defense against the dark arts teacher, who was in our compartment. Once more, Fudge found himself at a loss for words. He now felt that, even without Dumbledore's instruction, Ashley's performance alone warranted his attention. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated the idea of having this young which serve as a spokesperson in the minister's office after graduation. Yet, that thought was but a momentary whim, for the current reality was that he was being thoroughly bested in this exchange, left feeling quite vexed. After a moment of contemplation, seeing no further loopholes to exploit, he shot a resentful glance at Ashley before turning a forced smile towards Dumbledore to deliver his final conclusion. Then it appears this truly is a misunderstanding. Headmaster Dumbledore, rest assured, I will strictly regulate them to ensure they do not harm the students of Hogwarts during their future guard duties. Dumbledore, as if awakening from a dream, tossed the candy wrapper onto the table and clapped his hands to rid them of the sugary residue, smiling as he said, It is reassuring that it is merely a misunderstanding. After all, it can always be clarified, can it? Cornelius, would you care for sweet? It may help you relax a bit. You seem rather tense. As the Minister of Magic, you must take good care of yourself. Ashley sensed that Dumbledore's remark subtly implied that Fudge's efforts were futile. Judging by Fudge's darkening expression, he evidently shared this sentiment. His face was so clouded with anger that it seemed almost capable of dripping water. After subtly returning the insinuation, he promptly excused himself from the gathering. No, thank you. I am not a bee. I do not crave pure sweetness. A rich-flavored red currant cordial would suit my palate much better. Thank you for your kind offer, Headmaster Dumbledore. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave now. Ashley rarely laughed easily, unless she found it impossible to contain herself. Fudge's veiled comments had inadvertently reminded her of a certain joke she had heard about an old bee. With a burst of laughter, Ashley couldn't help but chuckle, though she quickly became aware of her breach of decorum and hastily sought to amend her words. I simply found the minister's irate expression rather adorable, that's all. Dumbledore appeared oblivious to the true source of Ashley's mirth, smiling as he shrugged. Observing his reaction, Ashley felt a twinge of guilt, so she composed herself before preparing to take her leave. Since everything has been settled, Headmaster, I shall be on my way. Before Ashley could finish her sentence, Dumbledore interrupted her. It seems that Miss Dursley is not particularly fond of my sweet-toothed persona, as she has no desire to linger and converse further. Indeed, it was likely her displeasure stemmed from Dumbledore's decision to summon her directly to confront the Minister of Magic. Alas, why is it that I, as headmaster, would rush to the ministry to retrieve Harry's old home, yet hesitate to assist Miss Dursley with such a minor inconvenience? However, clever Miss Dursley, you must comprehend that the dynamics of dialogue change depending on the parties involved. The complexity of resolution is influenced by the identities of those engaged in conversation. I firmly believe that if you can persuade Fudge to abandon the notion of having you reside in the Three Broomsticks, you can effortlessly resolve this minor inconvenience, can't you? A glimmer flashed across Dumbledore's spectacles, akin to the spark that danced in his eyes. With an air of casualness, he uttered words that sent a chill down Ashley's spine, his gaze penetratingly fixed upon her retreating silhouette. For a fleeting moment, Ashley entertained the thought that Dumbledore might be employing legilimency on her. However, recalling his recent remarks, she recognized that such a notion was implausible. After all, her secrets were far weightier than these grievances. Thus, upon coming to this realization, Ashley found herself less frantic. Turning around, she managed a wry smile and said, Headmaster, with your remarkable ability to read minds, how could I possibly linger in your presence? As for my complaints, I must admit there were some, but after hearing your explanation, I believe I can grasp the situation better. However, I still need to pack my belongings and freshen up. And with the curfew looming, I must bid you farewell for now. Ashley playfully shrugged, adopting an expression of resigned amusement, which elicited hearty laughter from Dumbledore, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere in an instant. Well, it seems I have chosen an opportune moment, he remarked. Nevertheless, I wish to convey that you need not fear me, for I have faith in you. As you mentioned, I possess the ability to see into the hearts of others, and I trust my judgment. I also trust the judgment of your friends. Please believe that you, like Harry and the others, are cherished by me. Everything I do is motivated solely by a desire to protect you and ensure your security in this world. He added with a knowing tone, I must admit, today's events are merely an exception. Your defense is far more effective than my bickering with Cornelius. Ashley detected a hint of sincerity in Dumbledore's words, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. She was unafraid of his scheming, for she alone held the reins of her fate. Yet, she did fear his genuine sincerity, as such authenticity wielded a potent power, one she found difficult to meet with indifference. Ashley forced a smile and nodded, refraining from pledging loyalty or shouting slogans. Yet Dumbledore felt a surge of joy nonetheless. Even after her departure, he found himself stroking his beard with a bemused smile, self-deprecatingly reflecting. It seems I have entered a testing phase. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in any authentic exchanges. But the young girl's fondness for sincerity compelled him to indulge her, a lesson he had learned from Severus. Dumbledore withdrew a letter from his drawer, gazing at the handwriting with a mixture of nostalgia and gravity. Chapter 147. Wood's subtle schemes are on the verge of being revealed. Oh, Merlin, what a tragic comedy is this? Wood, have you lost your senses? The school year has barely commenced, and you are already initiating Quidditch training at such a grueling intensity, as if you were treating it as a final year revelry. The Weasley twins chimed in unison, their exaggerated antics eliciting laughter from the exhausted members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Angelina playfully lamented. Most individuals in their 7th year would prioritize their time on the nude examinations, yet you would have remained steadfast in your pursuits. Indeed, you should allocate some time for preparing for the newts. One must consider their future, Fred and George quickly interjected, nudging their teammates to join in the chorus of encouragement directed at Wood. Wood chuckled at their antics, a mischievous grin forming on his lips as he said, I must apologize. In my career planning, the results of the nude examinations hold little significance. Rather, securing victory in the Quidditch matches is of paramount importance. Thus, your suggestion to plan for the future is commendable. I hope you truly can uphold that and show me some understanding. Now, let us proceed with another round of training. A chorus of groans erupted from the team, who had already collapsed in exhaustion, now unanimously resolved to continue their state of languor, refusing to budge. Wood chuckled at their reactions, finding amusement in their plight. Wood, are you suggesting that your career aspirations involve becoming a professional Quidditch player? Harry suddenly inquired, curiosity piqued, recalling Ashley's earlier question before the summer break. Well, it is rather evident, is it not? Wood's eyes sparkled with fervor as he spoke of his ambitions and passions, exuding a sense of determination and confidence. Harry, who shared a similar love for Quidditch, felt a twinge of envy and respect for Wood's clarity, contrasting sharply with his own confusion and uncertainty regarding his future, prompting him to contemplate his own aspirations more seriously. Wood paid little heed to Harry's silence. He was well acquainted with such feelings, aware that everyone experiences moments of uncertainty during their youth, albeit with varying durations. A figure unexpectedly flashed through his mind, a girl reminiscent of Lily of the Valley. Each encounter left an indelible mark on him. It was she who had articulated his passion, solidifying his path. How fortunate he was to have met her amidst his confusion. Yet, the thought of the impending 7th year brought forth a wave of annoyance. Ashley's age had always been a concern for him in expressing his true feelings, compounded by her lack of romantic awareness, leaving him increasingly at a loss. However, would he truly regret missing the opportunity to connect with her at school? Wood's gaze flickered, ultimately hardening with resolve. The future remained uncertain, but seizing the present was paramount. The goalkeeper's conviction reminded him that no strategy surpassed the earnestness with which one engaged in each moment on the pitch. Harry, I heard that you encountered some unruly demeanors on the train. Are you all right? Wood, initially hesitant to inquire, mustered his courage after resolving to ask. We're fine. Ashley just learned the Patronus charm, so she drove them away, Harry replied. The Patronus charm? I believe that is part of the 4th year curriculum, is it not? Yes. But as you know, Ashley has always been bright and diligent. She mastered it in her second year. Harry boasted proudly about his sister. Wood's emotions were somewhat ambiguous. He had been in a cabin further back, and, though he sensed something amiss, was restrained by his roommate, remaining unaware of the situation until the train resumed its journey. Like everyone else, he had assumed that it was the defense against the dark arts professor in Harry's compartment who had driven off the Dementors, only to discover it was Ashley. A mix of guilt, apprehension, and pride stirred within him. Indeed, she was remarkable and industrious, often elusive. Ashley meticulously arranged her study schedule, seemingly more focused on personal improvement than the comprehensive knowledge that Hermione valued, as if something were compelling her to rush. As he pondered this, Harry too expressed a hint of frustration, lamenting how difficult it was to find Ashley to converse with her. Why? Is someone trying to harm her? Did you encounter something peculiar? Wood, upon hearing Harry's words, suddenly felt a surge of urgency and inquired. Harry had merely been making an offhand remark, not anticipating Wood's intense reaction, sensing something was amiss. However, suddenly recalling the enigmatic escapee from Azkaban, Black, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could it be that Ashley was still concerned about Black potentially harming him, and was thus devising a strategy to confront this crisis? Upon further reflection, it seemed Ashley had maintained this state of mind since their first year, leading her to believe she might be overthinking. Shaking off her reverie with a self-deprecating smile, she raised her eyes to see their captain, his face etched with worry, deepening her astonishment. Nevertheless, she responded in a composed manner. It's nothing. I was merely lost in thought. Rest assured, I haven't encountered anything unusual, nor has anyone harmed Ashley. Even if such a situation arose, I would ensure her safety. That's a relief. After all, I consider myself your friend. If there's anything you need help with, do let me know, Wood remarked, realizing his own demeanor had been somewhat inappropriate. He carefully chose his words to express his desire to assist. Harry furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, their captain typically displayed a keen interest solely in Quidditch. When had he become so solicitous? This was not to say he wouldn't lend a hand in times of trouble, but the shift in tone felt oddly out of place. Akin to an athlete attempting to assist in apprehending a thief, a peculiar discomfort lingering in the air. Moreover, the captain seemed overly concerned for Ashley. While he spoke of you all, Harry sensed that Ashley was the true focus of his intentions. Recalling Wood's sudden eagerness to join Ashley's birthday gathering only heightened Harry's suspicions. Regardless of whether he was merely being paranoid, Harry resolved to share less about Ashley with him in the future. Thank you, Captain. I doubt we'll need your assistance. We usually handle things as a group. If we can't manage it, we might as well seek the professor's help, Harry replied politely, his words laced with distance. Leaving Wood momentarily taken aback, uncertain of where he'd gone wrong. He managed an awkward smile. Yes, you're right. If we encounter something we can't solve, we should definitely reach out to the professors for help. Harry nodded in agreement, both of them sharing an awkward smile as they redirected the conversation back to training issues, restoring the previous harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 148. This brother seems unworthy. Meanwhile, Fred and George, having eavesdropped quietly for quite some time, exchanged knowing glances, evidently having discerned Wood's subtle intentions, and simultaneously donned expressions of amusement. The mischievous brothers, recalling the torment Wood had subjected them to, decided to continue their covert observation of his pursuit of the girl he admired, eager to witness his missteps. However, considering Harry's earlier display of vigilance, they offered Wood a brief moment of sympathy. Nonetheless, they were resolute in their unwillingness to intervene, as Ashley was a rare and engaging companion, and they genuinely hoped she would find true happiness. In a way, it was also for Wood's benefit, as they were acutely aware that anyone who crossed Ashley would not fare well. After all, the incident with Lockhart's prank served as irrefutable evidence. Thus, when Ashley encountered Fred and George once more in the Great Hall, she couldn't shake the feeling that their expressions were somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of Apollyon when he was indulging in gossip. Gossip? Ashley pondered, perplexed, unable to fathom what there could possibly be about her. Noticing their lack of inclination to approach her, she chose to disregard them entirely. Beatrice, still wearing a sullen demeanor, showed no interest in assisting her with her study plan, let alone providing her with extra tutoring. Consequently, during this period, Ashley had been studying alone while attempting to adjust her study schedule. The days of effortless progress had vanished, and in comparison, her efficiency had plummeted to an almost unforgivable level, consuming much of her time, which, in a sense, meant she was busier than ever. Additionally, Vernon's and Petunia's persistent inquiries via the two-way mirror about when she could take leave to visit Maggie had further pressured her. They had mentioned numerous times how much Maggie missed her, prompting Ashley to hasten her studies in hopes of returning home by the weekend. Thus, She had little inclination to engage with Fred and George's antics. Indeed, she merely regarded their peculiar behavior as a new prank, given their established personas. On the first weekend following the start of term, Ashley again found herself in the headmaster's office. After sharing her circumstances, Dumbledore readily granted her access to the fireplace and permitted her a day's leave, significantly easing the tension that had gripped her. Whether it was a product of her ingrained perceptions or not, Ashley often found herself tensing up in Dumbledore's presence, struggling to relax. However, his willingness to accommodate her undoubtedly earned him points in her eyes, as he could sense her genuine smile. Utilizing the two-way mirror, Ashley coordinated with Vernon and Petunia, arranging to teleport directly home through the fireplace while they took Maggie to the mall. Without delving into Maggie's exuberant surprise upon seeing Ashley or her exaggerated expressions, which left Ashley both nostalgic and speechless, it was also the first meeting with her esteemed uncle, Colonel Filibuster. Indeed, he was a quintessential tough guy, a fitting match for Maggie. The welcome gifts were generous, and Ashley's purse felt considerably heavier. Speaking of her purse, one must mention the gift from Dudley. He had boasted about his medals for quite some time, and, after accepting Ashley's congratulations, he presented her with a light green embroidered purse. Indeed, this purse was a traditional Chinese-style pouch, adorned with beautiful lotus flowers and inscribed with the character for lotus, exquisite and elegant. Ashley was pleasantly surprised upon receiving it. Whether it was a sense of nostalgia or genuine admiration for the artisan's craftsmanship, when the family discussed the meaning of the Chinese characters on the purse, Ashley instantly provided a thorough explanation, leaving her family in awe and showering her with praise. Though Ashley felt a twinge of embarrassment, she merely stated that she had studied the language while researching Chinese cuisine. Her family harbored no doubts. Instead, they secretly noted Ashley's interests, leading to many years of gifting her with various Chinese-style presents. But that is a story for another time. From this incident, Ashley realized she had overlooked the need to establish a source for her proficiency in the Chinese language. Thus, while accompanying Maggie and Petunia on a shopping trip on Sunday, she made a stop at a bookstore, purchasing numerous dictionaries and books related to China. Maggie and Petunia had always supported Ashley in endeavors beneficial to her. Had Ashley been willing to select more, they would have gladly bought every book on China in the store to bring home for her. Ashley understood her mother and aunt's sentiments, feeling immensely warmed by their support. Although many years had passed since she last saw Maggie, the bond they shared remained unaltered, likely due to Maggie's unwavering, sincere affection for her. Grateful, Ashley took both of their hands, enjoying a leisurely stroll through the streets of the ordinary world that she had not visited in quite some time. Upon returning home, they all pitched in to prepare a meal, culminating in a lively family lunch. Even though it was difficult to part ways, Ashley had to return to school. Since Maggie's marriage, she had indeed become more sentimental, shedding tears for a long time when bidding Ashley farewell. Ashley reassured her that she would seek an opportunity to visit during the long holiday, finally managing to soothe her. The matter of sending Ashley back to school nearly caused the Dursleys considerable distress. Maggie insisted on personally escorting Ashley, or else she would have Colonel Filibuster take her. After considerable effort, they concocted a narrative about the strict regulations governing Ashley's closed school, which ultimately convinced Maggie to abandon her plans. Once Vernon had driven away from Privet Drive, the simultaneous sigh of relief from father and daughter rendered this farewell somewhat amusing. Vernon dropped Ashley off at the Leaky Cauldron, and after her urging, he departed. Turning around, Ashley suddenly felt a pang of sadness and solitude, perhaps the kind that arises when one begins to miss something before it has truly left. Rubbing her slightly sore nose, she stepped into the Leaky Cauldron, and after passing through the fireplace, she returned to Hogwarts. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in another world. Dumbledore had intended to say something, but upon seeing the melancholic expression on the young girl's face, he swallowed his words. Ashley, too preoccupied with her own feelings, expressed her gratitude before retreating to her dormitory. After a night of moping, reminiscent of Beatrice's signature style, she was fully revitalized for classes the next day. Likely influenced by her mood, Beatrice appeared significantly more spirited and was already inclined to advise her on how to structure her study schedule. After a morning filled with excitement, Ashley was abruptly disheartened at noon when she learned that Ephemera had received a beautifully wrapped gift box, adorned in exquisite Chinese style, containing 6 distinctly familiar pouches. To be precise, there were 7 compartments, but one was missing. The usual designs, plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, lotus, pine, and willow, were incomplete, lacking the lotus. Ephemera curiously expressed her bewilderment. How odd. Why is one missing here? I must write to Darley to inquire if it was overlooked. Ashley, maintaining a stern expression, quietly retrieved her cherished lotus from her small bag, her tone laced with irritation. Is it possible that the missing one is right here? Upon seeing her friend's disgruntled visage, Ephemera quickly pieced everything together. Although she was not genuinely angry. After all, she had received 6 pouches. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Ha ha ha! Ignoring the laughter rolling on the bed, Ashley was at a loss for words, exclaiming silently, "This brother of mine is simply unbearable." Chapter 149, Hagrid's Misadventures. Ephemera swiftly relayed the events to Darley in her response, describing the incident and Ashley's reaction with striking objectivity. Ashley had unilaterally decided to engage in a cold war with Darley, leaving Ephemera to bridge the communication gap between the siblings. As she penned her letter, she carefully narrated the details while being acutely aware of her friend's reactions, which proved to be a rather taxing endeavor. Eventually, Ashley's anger subsided. After all, she had resolved to engage in a cold war, and dwelling on it felt unnecessary, akin to self-punishment. Ephemera's approach intrigued her, leading her to contemplate a 10-year glimpse into the future, envisioning Ephemera caught between Darley and herself, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy for her friend. Shaking her head, she dismissed these peculiar thoughts. As they watched the letter-carrying owl take flight, Ashley and Ephemera exhaled in unison, exchanging smiles, their bond as warm and affectionate as ever. As for Darley, he had lost the courage to communicate with his furious sister. The following day, he sent back 2 letters with the owl. One was addressed to Ephemera, sincerely apologizing for the trouble he had caused her, subtly conveying her significant importance in his life. The other was for Ashley, where he not only apologized but also explained his reasons. His allowance was insufficient, and the gift was quite extravagant. He also tentatively reminded her that she had appeared delighted upon receiving the gift. Ashley found herself exasperated by his reminder, fearing that she might be remembered as a fool overly elated by a mere 1/7 of a gift. Recalling his generosity the previous Christmas, she silently forgave him. What could she do? With a foolish brother, all she could offer was more understanding. After all, isn't that the essence of siblinghood? Nevertheless, she preferred to keep her distance for the time being. When Ephemera tested the waters of her mood and sensed the signal of forgiveness, she ceased to intervene, allowing the 2 siblings to correspond and navigate their emotions on their own. On Tuesday, the 3rd-year care of magical creatures class finally commenced. Being an elective, the number of students was manageable, typically comprising an entire year's cohort of young wizards. Harry appeared especially elated, not only because Hagrid was the professor, but also due to the presence of Ashley and their other friends. However, Ashley was less than thrilled, as it was evident that Hagrid had either misunderstood her hints or had simply disregarded her advice. Despite arriving 15 minutes early to remind Hagrid that the young wizards were far smaller and more timid than he, her efforts seemed wasted. Observing the group of hippogriffs near the Forbidden Forest, Ashley felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Casting a sympathetic glance at Malfoy, though somewhat deserving of his predicament, did not entirely absolve Hagrid of blame. She could only hope that they would exercise caution and grant each other some grace. The real victim was Buckbeak, who was being used as a teaching tool, subjected to mistreatment, and ultimately facing the threat of becoming a cautionary tale. Ashley wished to rescue him, but in Hagrid's eyes, Buckbeak was simply too endearing to keep from the young wizards. Ultimately, it had come to this, and Ashley could only silently express her apologies. Hagrid invited the young wizards to attempt communication with Buckbeak, but it was clear that they were all too fearful of the large creature to respond to his invitation. It was then that Hagrid began to vaguely realize that his tastes might not align with those of the young wizards, and he finally understood Ashley's earlier warning. However, he was now in too deep to reconsider. The entire teaching scene was painfully awkward. Hagrid felt defeated while Malfoy began to mock. Who would like such a monstrous creature? Aren't you afraid it might crush you with a swipe of its paw? Ashley and her friends were left helpless, wishing to assist Hagrid, yet unable to suppress their fear, hesitating to step forward. Eventually, it was Harry who mustered the courage to take that step. Hagrid, moved to tears, regained his confidence and encouraged Harry to approach Buckbeak. Ignoring Harry's nervousness and the gulp he took, everything seemed to align with Hagrid's teaching expectations. Trusting Hagrid, Harry executed his instructions flawlessly, and being a kind-hearted individual, he naturally exuded a higher degree of warmth, quickly earning Buckbeak's approval. Hagrid, overjoyed, lifted Harry and placed him on Buckbeak's back, regardless of Harry's willingness. Seeing Harry's frightened expression and tense body, Ashley felt a mix of concern and amusement. After all, being a hero was no easy feat. Buckbeak, the hippogriff, was indeed Hagrid's favorite mount, soaring higher and faster than any bird in existence. After a brief adjustment period, Harry began to relish the exhilaration of flying. The young wizards gazed upward, witnessing Harry soaring above the forbidden forest and the Black Lake, his joyful shouts reverberating through the air, stirring their interest in such a magnificent creature. Hagrid, evidently undeterred by past experiences, beamed with pride, shedding his earlier gloom and relaxed his vigilance. By the time Harry landed, he had already begun instructing the young wizards to collectively bow and interact with the Hippogriff herd, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were classified as XXX creatures by the Ministry of Magic, beyond the capabilities of these young wizards. Ashley furrowed her brow, feeling an undercurrent of irritation, reluctant to intervene in Hagrid's reckless antics any further. However, recalling how he had indeed assisted her greatly, she took a deep breath and approached Hagrid once more, reminding him to pay close attention to the condition of the young wizards, particularly emphasizing her concerns. The Hippogriff was classified as a creature of category XXX by the Ministry of Magic, perhaps having realized that Eileen's prior suggestion held merit. Hagrid finally heeded her words this time. Ruffling his hair, he somewhat sheepishly explained his choice of the Hippogriff as the teaching target, and then steeled himself to monitor the young wizard's activities. Eileen was not at all surprised by Hagrid's belief that the Hippogriff was merely a harmless and charming pet. Her lips twitched slightly, but she chose not to comment further, returning to her group with Apollyon to continue the lesson, or rather, the exchange. Draco Malfoy, likely observing Harry's effortless completion of the so-called communication and writing, similarly diminished his perception of Buckbeak's danger. Not only did he disregard Hagrid's instructions, but he also resorted to insults and acted quite disrespectfully, leaving the nearby young wizards in a state of disbelief. However, having been together for 2 years, they were well aware of his temperament and circumstances, and no one wished to provoke trouble. Thus, they instinctively stepped back. This retreat inadvertently exposed Eileen and her companions standing in place, making them appear as if they were encircled by Malfoy's group. It was unclear what exactly Malfoy had done to provoke Buckbeak, but the creature, thoroughly incensed, raised its claws and swiped at him. Chapter 150. After the first class of Magical Creatures Protection, even Eileen, who had been distractedly observing Malfoy's antics, was caught off guard at that moment, not only due to Buckbeak's sudden retaliation, but also because of her own unfortunate experience. Who could explain to her why, at the moment Buckbeak launched its attack, the other hippogriffs nearby grew agitated, resulting in one of them colliding violently with the person standing before them? Unfortunately, Eileen was one of the unlucky victims alongside Ron. Both had been attempting to maintain eye contact with the hippogriffs to bow when they were unexpectedly knocked aside. While Ron could be excused, having stood resolutely in front of the hippogriff for quite some time, Eileen was genuinely unfortunate. Apollyon had just succeeded and had pushed Eileen forward to give it a try when Hagrid, horrified, was engulfed by a wave of regret, guilt, shock, and fear, rendering him almost paralyzed on the spot. No! Bang! 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 Hagrid's exclamation coincided with the sound of 2 bodies hitting the ground and a dull thud. In the next instant, the situation took a turn, and Hagrid transformed his despair into joy. The violent impact triggered Eileen's necklace and Ron's bracelet to activate their defenses simultaneously, with the shield charm and protective magical circle unfolding, ensuring that not only were the two unharmed, but even Malfoy, who stood in their midst, was shielded as well. The clash between Buckbeak's claws and the magical energies sent it staggering back 2 steps, prompting Malfoy to gasp in shock before collapsing to the ground. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle gasped for breath, as if on the verge of fainting from fright. The suddenness and rapidity of the incident left many young wizards bewildered. Upon turning to investigate the commotion, they beheld the 3 seated on the ground, utterly perplexed. Those who had witnessed the event, much like Hagrid, were frozen in place, only breaking free from their stupor to cling to their companions in relief. Apollyon, Harry, and their friends found themselves in a similar predicament, and only once Eileen and Ron's protective spells dissipated did they regain their composure and rush towards the 2. Apollyon enveloped Eileen in her arms, bursting into tears, her sobs a testament to the fear of loss that Eileen felt deeply, warming her heart. The sudden sensation of weightlessness and disorientation faded amidst the cacophony of weeping. And gently patting Apollyon's back to soothe her emotions, Eileen smiled at Benedict, signaling her well-being. Ron's situation mirrored Eileen's, though without the comforting embrace of Apollyon. The effect was still significant given their proximity. Once he regained his senses, he assessed his condition and then reported his safety to Harry and Hermione. Turning his gaze towards the crumpled Malfoy, he unleashed a tirade. Are you out of your mind? Hagrid has already laid out the precautions so clearly. Why did you not heed them? How dare you strike it? Do you think it behaves like a person capable of weighing the pros and cons and tolerating your actions? Malfoy, momentarily taken aback by Ron's reprimand, instinctively opened his mouth to retort, but after several attempts, he ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Filled with simmering rage as he scrambled to his feet and departed with his two lackeys, Ron exhaled in relief, while Hermione seemed to grasp something, glancing at him in surprise. Harry, too, caught on, chuckling as he gently nudged Ron's shoulder in silent approval. Ashley and Benedict exchanged knowing smiles, and particularly Ashley felt a surge of admiration for Ron's growth. It seemed that since he rescued Ginny, he had transformed from the boy who only sought mischief. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that while he still appeared playful, he exhibited unexpected reliability in critical moments. After helping Ron to his feet, Harry hastened to his sister's side, expressing concern for her well-being. In truth, when he first saw Ashley being thrown and landing on the ground, he instinctively wanted to rush to her aid, but Apollyon, being closer, had already embraced Ashley. Unable to approach due to Apollyon's tears, he remained by Ron's side, focusing on his brother instead. Hermione was similarly concerned, now joining the group, her worried gaze fixed on Ashley, feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her. Apollyon began to feel shy, stifling her sobs as she stood up and helped Ashley to her feet. Hagrid approached, his expression laden with guilt and remorse. Ashley assessed her condition. Aside from a minor ache in her posterior and palms, she was otherwise unscathed. Smiling, she jested that she had endured an undeserved calamity, lamenting only the loss of energy from her protective necklace, which caused her some heartache. The others chuckled in response, but Ron, with a cry of anguish, nearly broke down in tears. Ashley had lost energy, but Ron's bracelet was utterly ruined. The pain of that loss gnawed at him. How many galleons had that cost him? While Hermione did not react so dramatically, she too felt a pang of sympathy as she glanced at her empty wrist. Ashley caught sight of her expression and smirked mischievously. Hagrid, observing their banter, hesitated to speak, and while Ashley noticed, she still wished for him to learn a lesson. It wasn't until Harry also recognized Hagrid's unusual demeanor that he inquired, "Hagrid, what troubles you? If you're worried about Malfoy reporting, fret not. Ron has already taken the initiative, and I'm sure Malfoy is too embarrassed to make a complaint." Hagrid scratched his head, a mix of frustration and regret washing over him as he replied, "Truthfully, I don't care whether he reports me. If Headmaster Dumbledore decides to punish me, it'll be deserved. After all, Ashley clearly warned me before class, yet I thought Buckbeak was safe and endearing enough to serve as a teaching target. I never anticipated such an incident. I nearly caused a grave mistake. I'm truly sorry, Ashley and Ron. Am I really unfit to be the professor of magical creatures protection?" Harry and Ron immediately took up Hagrid's words after his moment of self-doubt, offering him a wave of comfort as they recounted his extensive knowledge and care of magical creatures. They also pointed out Malfoy's disobedience and unreasonable behavior, clearly demonstrating their protective sentiments. The remaining four from Ashley's group remained somewhat more rational. They did not blindly support their friend, but waited until Harry and Ron had sufficiently consoled Hagrid and his spirits had lifted slightly before broaching the matter that truly concerned him. Hermione was the first to speak up, sparing Ashley the trouble. Although she had already forgiven Hagrid after his apology, she was not particularly fond of lengthy discussions about reasoning, so she welcomed the opportunity for someone else to take the lead. "Hagrid, the hippogriff you chose this time is indeed rather unsuitable. You are much larger than us, and what you perceive as a small pet may be viewed as a formidable creature by us, posing a certain level of danger. Should you encounter a disobedient student like Malfoy, complications may easily arise. As long as you understand this and select the appropriate teaching targets next time, there should be no issue." Hermione articulated her thoughts with clarity, and Hagrid nodded repeatedly, resembling an obedient student weighing hundreds of pounds, which was quite amusing. Perhaps due to Hagrid's amiable demeanor, even the younger wizards who had been listening from the back gathered around. Subsequently, everyone contributed their opinions, engaging in discussion until class time drew to a close. In Chapter 151, Ashley's fear emerged. During the Buckbeak incident, Malfoy, having emerged unscathed, coupled with Ron's preemptive remarks, found himself without the face to lodge a complaint, thus narrowly avoiding dire consequences. Aside from a few hushed discussions among the young wizards, the matter did not spread widely. Hagrid proactively reported the situation to Dumbledore. It remained unclear if Dumbledore had offered him any advice, but he swiftly adjusted the curriculum for the remaining grades, successfully transitioning into his teaching career. Harry and Ron derived a sense of satisfaction from witnessing Malfoy's subdued demeanor, though they refrained from openly provoking him. Nonetheless, mocking glances occasionally fell upon Malfoy. Consequently, a rather significant incident occurred, casting a shadow over Harry's otherwise cheerful mood. News of Sirius Black's whereabouts was finally updated. A muggle had called a special hotline, claiming to have seen him nearby. Naturally, by the time the Ministry of Magic arrived, he had already departed. Both Harry and Ron felt a pang of regret, with Harry solely lamenting the escape of TF, while Ron, privy to more details, felt disappointed that the villainous individuals seeking his brother's life remained at large. Malfoy, having long been displeased with their mocking gazes, seized the opportunity to retaliate upon witnessing their despondent expressions. He took the chance to deride Harry's cowardice, insinuating his weakness in the face of Black's freedom, practically goading him into seeking revenge. Although Harry could not fully comprehend Malfoy's snide remarks or the reasons for revenge, he vaguely sensed that Sirius Black's transgressions might somehow pertain to him, though it seemed the Wizarding World was intent on keeping him in the dark. Though Snape soon interrupted the conversation, it only served to reinforce Harry's suspicions, leaving him in a state of unease. It is worth mentioning that during the subsequent divination class, Harry similarly received a canine-shaped tea leaf reading. However, drawing from his summer experience with dogs, he found it did not evoke a sense of foreboding, instead leading him to fondly reminisce about Black, specifically that large dog. What once seemed a casual name now carried an additional layer of complexity. As for Professor Trelawney's prophecy, Harry genuinely struggled to grasp her cryptic utterances, rendering him indifferent to their significance. In contrast, Hermione found herself embroiled in an unpleasant exchange with Professor Trelawney. Never had he seen her so incensed, and he wondered if she regretted taking on so many classes. Later in the defense against the dark arts lesson, Lupin proved to be the most reliable professor in 3 years, imparting genuinely useful knowledge. The Boggart's manifestation was both novel and entertaining. Neville's greatest fear remained Snape. Yet this time, before Lupin could guide him, Harry and Ron stepped in to comfort him, encouraging Neville to focus on the joys of herbology. Thus, after the hilarity, Snape transformed into a bobbing, nodding plant, sparing Neville the embarrassment of being dressed in women's clothing, a fate he would have found utterly mortifying. What struck Harry as peculiar was that Lupin, upon merely glimpsing the outline of his boggart, promptly returned it to the cupboard, declaring that class time had elapsed. Although Ron and the others saw nothing amiss, Harry felt the timing of the interruption was too fortuitous, and the silhouette indeed appeared somewhat strange, angled as if from a vantage point below. However, he refrained from sharing these thoughts with Ashley. On one hand, he worried that these could merely be figments of his imagination and did not wish to unnecessarily burden Ashley with his concerns. On the other hand, he was reluctant to allow such trivial matters to interrupt her studies. Although Ashley had not heard the specific details from a source, she was not without her share of gossip, thanks to Apollyon, the ever-curious observer, who ensured that some information reached her ears. When she learned of Snape's transformation into a plant at Neville's hands, she and her classmates were just about to attend defense against the dark arts. Equally curious and apprehensive about the boggart lurking in the cupboard, their fear was not of the boggart itself, but rather of confronting the things or people they feared most. After all, not everyone could face their fears with such composure. Even the more straightforward young wizards would likely dread situations akin to Neville's social embarrassment. Apollyon approached the boggart with a primarily curious mindset, but when confronted, the boggart morphed into a colossal, garish cat, clinging to a crossbody bag identical to Ashley's. It began to extract an endless supply of delicacies, stuffing its mouth. Infuriated, Apollyon could not wait for Lupin's command and promptly transformed the monstrous creature into a small kitten. Upon seeing the crossbody bag, everyone assumed that Apollyon feared Ashley's transformation into the grotesque feline, erupting into peals of laughter. Though Apollyon's moment of embarrassment did not materialize, it inadvertently contributed to Ashley's own, leaving her in a state of bemusement. Benedict, not entirely virtuous, mingled among the crowd, chuckling away. He was well aware that Apollyon's fear did not stem from Ashley becoming the monstrous cat, but rather from the dread of the creature devouring all the treats hidden within Ashley's bag. Ashley, pretending to be annoyed, retreated behind the crowd, feeling somewhat insecure and reluctant to confront her own fears just yet. A fleeting look of surprise flickered in Benedict's eyes. Yet a glimmer of understanding and amusement followed as he seemed to sense Ashley's unease. His foolish sister clearly felt remorse for the misunderstanding she had caused, earnestly attempting to explain herself and seek forgiveness. Ashley took the opportunity to tease Apollyon, playfully devouring several chocolates hidden in her bag right before her eyes, thereby confirming the boggart's manifestation. Apollyon feigned a pitiful demeanor, playfully whining, and the two friends enjoyed a delightful moment of levity amidst their laughter, while the other young wizards expressed their understanding, leaving poor Benedict, who had to squeeze into the crowd, feeling envious. Eventually, it was Benedict's turn. and the boggart transformed into a serene, elderly woman lying on the ground. Apollyon's eyes widened, brimming with tears as she murmured Grandma. Benedict displayed a remarkable sense of rationality. After his humorous antics, he transformed into a fashionable elderly lady reclining on a beach chair, sipping coconut juice. Ashley, initially taken aback by Benedict's composure and seriousness, was caught off guard when April burst into laughter, evidently finding their grandmother's appearance amusing as well. Unable to grasp the sibling sense of humor, Ashley could only watch as Benedict and April engaged in friendly banter, their childish grievances leaving her utterly speechless. Before long, it was her turn to take the stage. She was the last, with no means of escape. Taking a deep breath, Ashley slowly approached the boggart. The creature paused momentarily, as if sensing something, before commencing its transformation. It was neither human nor object. Rather, it resembled a scene. As soon as a vague outline materialized, Ashley's pupils dilated, and she swiftly brandished her wand, urgently calling out, "Ridiculous." Chapter 152. A heartwarming promise and protection. While the other young wizards may not have discerned the scene clearly, and even Lupin, who was closer, might not have comprehended it, Ashley recognized the vision the boggart sought to reveal. A car accident, an indelible fear that had remained buried in Ashley's heart for many years. Because of that accident, she lost the one who loved her most, and whom she loved in return. She had thought that in this new world, such nightmares would fade away, yet in the boggart's manifestation, her fear persisted, centered around loss. Within the outline of the car, she could faintly discern 4 indistinct figures. The irregular shapes on the ground resembled hands and feet. Though reason told her that in this world, no accident could take away anyone she cherished, in the hidden corners of her heart, she remained afraid of losing, whether in this life or the last. After the laughter subsided, the boggart morphed into a Christmas tree adorned with dazzling, colorful lights. However, Ashley could not muster even a hint of a smile as she collapsed onto the ground. April and Benedict rushed onto the scene, their faces etched with concern as they helped her up and anxiously inquired about her well-being. Yet, the usually considerate Ashley could not respond with a smile to reassure them. Her expression was somewhat vacant, as if she had endured a tremendous blow. With 2 unexpected incidents occurring in the third-year classes, Lupin felt a headache coming on and had no choice but to announce the end of the lesson once more. Fortunately, as Ashley was the last to go, the class concluded without further incident. Lupin sought to comfort Harry's sister, but was at a loss for words, ultimately instructing April and Benedict to provide solace to Ashley and to let him know if anything was amiss. With a sigh, he turned and left the classroom. Ashley was oblivious to how she returned to the dormitory. Her mind felt numb for an extended period, as if she had forgotten how to think. When the time for her scheduled lesson with Snape arrived, she dreamily wandered into the room of requirement, only to find herself unable to enter, pacing in the corridor. Concerned for her, Snape, harboring hopes that she might appear, came to check on her and found her there. With a sigh, he opened a secluded conversation room and ushered her inside. "What are you truly afraid of?" Snape asked, shaking Ashley gently by the shoulders, directly addressing many of the questions the young wizards had during class. As she regained her senses amidst the shaking, Ashley noticed the worry etched on Snape's face. She opened her mouth several times, yet no words emerged, her heart aching and on the verge of tears. She even wondered if the boggart's full manifestation would reveal Snape's figure outside the car. With a resigned sigh, Snape understood that the young girl was unwilling to divulge her answer. He fixed his gaze on Ashley's eyes and said earnestly, "Whatever you fear, banish those ludicrous thoughts. I am here, and I will not allow anything to trouble you. Do you understand?" Ashley stared blankly at Snape, her heart swelling with emotion. She pouted but still could not articulate her hidden fears. In this life and the last, amidst fantastical experiences and fragmented memories, everything felt inexpressible. However, her emotions gradually steered her reason back, and she tucked away her negativity, momentarily reverting to the caring and attentive Ashley. She smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Professor. I feel much better now. You can rest assured, I will protect you as well, Professor." This promise remained unspoken, quietly made in her heart. Ashley had intended to resume training normally, but Snape remained concerned for her well-being and advised her to return and rest for the night. Thus, she had no choice but to leave class early, preparing to head back to the dormitory. Just as she teleported near the Hufflepuff common room, she encountered Harry, April, and their group descending from the Great Hall. The gathering was complete. In addition to her third-year companions, the Weasley twins and Ginny had also arrived. Even Wood was present. April rushed over, her voice tinged with tears, and hugged Ashley tightly. "Where have you been? We've been searching for you for ages. We were so worried. Did you encounter some villain?" Let us go confront them together. Please don't scare me like that. Others quickly surrounded her, their faces uniformly displaying concern. Ashley felt a warm, bittersweet sensation in her heart, tinged with guilt for having frightened her friends. Before she could apologize, they eagerly expressed their worries for her. Ashley, remember, it was just the boggart's illusion. It isn't real. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I will protect you and ensure no harm comes your way. Harry's face was a mask of concern, urgency nearly overwhelming his expression. He had intended to clarify the situation, but shifted to comfort and promises, fearing to invoke Ashley's painful memories. Yes, Ashley, truly, you needn't fear. We are all here, and there is nothing that cannot be resolved, Ron added reassuringly. Ashley, though I do not know what you witnessed, you must understand that fear does not equate to reality. Even if it is what terrifies you, I believe with your strength, you will conquer it. If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to tell me. I will always stand by your side. Hermione, ever the wise one, discerned the essence of the matter, despite lacking the full truth. Absolutely. If you require my help, do not hesitate to ask. You know I am not weak. Benedict succinctly remarked, his words laden with meaning. Ashley, you are the perfect strategist in our eyes. Fear is not your style. Just dispel it. Fred chimed in, expressing immense confidence in Ashley, his enthusiasm suggesting an eagerness for another round of Gilderoy Lockhart's antics. I can help too. I have been practicing spells diligently, Ginny added, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Would finally seize the opportunity to speak, albeit last. Whatever happens, we can face it together. Everyone is here, so don't be afraid. Chapter 153. Matters of Learning. Under Harry's scrutinizing gaze, Wood's words took an unexpected turn, and an awkward expression crossed his face. The Weasley twins wore expressions of amused anticipation, their faces a mix of laughter and mischief. As the beloved diva of gossip, April listened to her friend's comforting words. She shyly released Aishi's hand. She keenly perceived the awkwardness in Wood's speech and simultaneously noticed Harry's gaze and the expressions of the Weasley twins, instantly covering her mouth in astonishment, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Benedict cast a fleeting glance at Wood, then at Aisri, who seemed still immersed in her emotional moment, his expression a blend of inscrutability. Aisri, indeed enveloped in a profound sense of safety and fulfillment, felt a surge of courage ignited by the mutuality of love and being loved, the delicate balance of vulnerability and strength. This moment urged her to consider being more proactive. Following the storyline passively, she was uncertain whether she could rescue those dear to her from Voldemort's clutches. Consequently, she remained oblivious to the silent exchanges among her companions. Regarding Wood's words, although they struck her as peculiar, she dismissed them, attributing them to a lack of clarity in his expression. Whether one should deem her a pure titanium alloy version of a straightforward girl, or simply acknowledge her occasional lack of insight, was hard to say. I truly apologize for causing everyone concern. The manifestation of the boggart unveiled my hidden fears, amplifying my vulnerabilities and worries. Thank you all. Your encouragement and support have infused me with considerable courage. Should I ever require assistance in the future, I shall not forget the promise made today. You must come when called. Though Aisri was unable to articulate her fears, she sincerely apologized, expressed her gratitude, and candidly explained the reason for her earlier lapse, even lightening the mood with a small jest to soften the weight of her confession. Her friends sensed Aisri's sincerity and refrained from probing further, playfully threatening to rescind their promises, fearing the tasks might prove too daunting. Whether they took it to heart remained known only to them. Amidst their laughter, the incident gradually faded into tranquility, except for Wood, who lingered in a state of melancholy, acutely aware that the young girl was entirely oblivious to his feelings, a heavy burden he bore alone. Life resumed its routine, yet during defense against the dark arts class, Lupin's gaze often held a curious intensity. There was no malice, merely intrigue. He seemed perplexed by why she, so resolute on the Hogwarts Express, appeared so fragile before the boggart. Aisri maintained her composure, unaffected by his scrutiny, while April and Benedict occasionally issued him subtle warnings against such indiscreet behavior. April's admonitions were overt, often marked by fierce glares, though their impact was limited. In contrast, Benedict's warnings were more nuanced, manifesting as interruptions or by redirecting his gaze. This left Lupin in a bemused state. He had merely found a contrast in the young girl's demeanor intriguing. Although Aisri was indifferent to Lupin's inquisitive gaze, she felt a warm glow from the protective gestures of her brother and sister, discreetly enjoying the unfolding drama while attending class. Indeed, Lupin's lessons proved to be quite engaging. He, a former mischievous student, truly understood the preferences of his pupils. In that respect, his years of mischief alongside James and Sirius were not in vain. However, she had no intention of forming a deep connection with Lupin, preferring to glean only the essential elements of his teachings. Even Snape, during their special sessions, inquired about the content of Lupin-esque classes, never belittling his pedagogical quality, albeit with a few sarcastic remarks about his use of trivial tricks. From the first day of their special sessions, Snape had been subtly reminding Aixi of Lupin's werewolf identity, particularly emphasizing identification and defensive strategies, frequently quizzing her on the topic. It was not until Aixi, unable to endure the transformation of their private lessons into yet another defense against the dark arts class, directly revealed her awareness of Lupin's condition, that Snape returned to his usual demeanor. Of course, this involved a fair exchange of insights, and upon understanding Aishi's perspective, Snape temporarily set aside his plans to oust Lupin. He recognized the validity of her argument. Dumbledore would never approve of dismissing Lupin without securing a reliable replacement, and the students stood to gain little, having already missed too much instruction. Nevertheless, he continued to discreetly impart strategies for dealing with werewolves during class, whether or not anyone paid attention. Aixi understood this to be Snape's unique brand of kindness and warmth, leaving her both amused and reflective. During their special sessions, Aixi mentioned her desire to learn certain spells this year. After some consideration, Snape deferred the priority of the Muggle-repelling charm and Brainlock in favor of teaching her the invisibility charm and apparition first. Aixi readily agreed, chiding herself for having overly relied on Harry's invisibility cloak, neglecting the practicality of this spell. Thus, from the second week of term, Aixi diligently practiced the invisibility charm, discovering a newfound joy in it. In Apri's eyes, Aixi was becoming increasingly elusive. Unbeknownst to Aixi, apart from the change in her studies, her daily schedule remained largely unchanged. Following Beatrice's recovery, Aishi's alchemy studies returned to their regular course, with numerous questions answered by her esteemed teacher, allowing her skills to advance significantly. She had successfully integrated theory with practice, achieving a solid foundation as a novice alchemist, and even nearing the proficiency of an intermediate alchemist in the intricate art of defensive spell engraving. This could be attributed to her innate talent and the advantage of an early start. Beatrice, after assessing her progress, endorsed Aishi's plan to craft a defensive vest, generously offering advice to enhance its quality. Aishi also took the opportunity to hone her sewing skills, aiming not to create garments herself, but at least to master the stitching and layering of materials. This was a time-consuming endeavor, and Aishi was not overly anxious, as the professor's birthday was still far off. Chapter 154. The Aftermath of the Time Turner After a Full Week of Classes. The third-year witches and wizards truly felt the weight of their curriculum, which had indeed intensified compared to the first 2 years. The addition of 2 elective courses made the workload feel significantly heavier. Thanks to Beatrice's guidance and their special sessions, Aixi felt less overwhelmed. However, her classmates voiced their struggles. Even the typically reserved Susan occasionally lamented the sheer volume of daily assignments and required readings. At this moment, Aixi recalled Hermione. To be honest, she had entertained some envy towards the Time Turner, but her inherently pragmatic nature made her quickly dismiss the idea upon realizing the number of classes that held little significance for her. Moreover, she harbored doubts about the mechanism of the Time Turner and its potential impacts on individuals. After all, energy is conserved, and so too are gains and losses. One cannot simply gain time without relinquishing something in return. Just as Ashley found a new lease on life here, it is quite possible that in another world, Li Aixi has lost hers. Although Ashley had never pondered this deeply, she harbored a tacit awareness within her heart. In fact, in certain respects, the Time Turner resembles time travel, albeit on a considerably smaller scale. Contemplating this, her thoughts on the Time Turner diminished, and she could not help but worry about Hermione, though she was uncertain whether she should advise her or how to persuade her. During her studies, whenever Ashley encountered Hermione, she would discreetly observe her condition. It was not an overtly deliberate action, yet it certainly weighed on her mind. Less than 3 weeks into the term, Hermione's spirits had visibly begun to wane. This change was not readily apparent without careful observation. Rather, there might come a moment when Hermione's state could shock one, much like it did with Apley. Hermione, this Sunday happens to be your birthday. Shouldn't we gather for a celebration, much like we did for Ashley's birthday? Goodness, Hermione, what is going on with you? Did you not sleep well last night? After herbology class, the group naturally congregated, and Apley, suddenly recalling Hermione's birthday, excitedly proposed a gathering. However, upon turning to Hermione, who appeared somewhat haggard, she was taken aback and subsequently overwhelmed with concern. It's nothing, perhaps my recent sleep quality has been lacking. I will pay more attention to my rest. There's no need to worry. I'll be fine once I adjust. Hermione clearly did not realize the underlying issue. She merely sensed a slight dip in her energy, dismissing it as trivial, and smiled reassuringly at the concerned Appley. Harry and Ron, however, had a vague awareness of her situation but were unaware of the time turner, assuming instead that Hermione was simply overwhelmed by her numerous courses and heavy workload. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared helplessness. Like Ashley's concerns, they were unsure how to counsel her, fully aware of Hermione's temperament and working style. Ashley furrowed her brow as she observed Hermione's condition, pursed her lips, and struggled to find a way to broach the subject of the time turner, hoping to remind her of the balance between gain and loss. On one hand, it was challenging for Ashley to explain her knowledge of the time turner, a dilemma she had long grappled with, as she had yet to find a suitable reason to disclose it. On the other hand, the intricacies of time paradoxes were profoundly complex, and Ashley could not ascertain whether Hermione was her true self or an alternate version. Even if she could identify her true self, recklessly revealing this without Hermione's consent could lead to unpredictable and potentially dire consequences. Ashley's own helplessness mirrored on her face, eliciting a chuckle from Harry and Ron. Benedict, however, empathized with Hermione, believing that striving for one's desires was only natural. Yet, noticing Ashley's demeanor, he began to suspect that there might be more beneath the surface, prompting him to observe both Hermione and Ashley curiously. Upon hearing Hermione's explanation, Appley felt reassured and brought the conversation back to the gathering. All right, but you must take care to rest. By the way, what do you think about the birthday party? A balance of work and play. After all, it could be a chance for you to unwind. Hermione, upon hearing Appley's words, felt a flicker of temptation. After a moment of internal conflict, she ultimately declined the suggestion with a hint of regret. I'm sorry, but I want to be hosting a birthday party. I need to complete assignments for 11 courses this weekend. So, 11. The number was alarming, especially given that it represented Hermione's workload after she had opted out of divination. Appley actually counted on her fingers, and after confirming the total, she looked at Hermione with newfound respect. Harry, Ron, and Benedict all expressed their understanding, particularly Ashley, who certainly did not want Hermione to resort to using the time turner to catch up on her assignments just to attend a birthday gathering. After walking together for a while, they parted ways to attend different classes. Although Appley felt disappointed that the gathering would not take place, she began contemplating whether to add a few gifts to cheer Hermione up. Ashley was moved by Appley's sincerity and, influenced by her, even entertained the notion of gifting Hermione the Ravenclaw diadem. Yet, recalling the mad fragment of a soul hidden within, she quickly dismissed the absurd idea. While the exhilaration and invigorating potions could indeed boost one's spirits, they were advanced concoctions beyond her current capabilities. As for re-gifting the luck potion given to her by a professor, she had never considered that option, recognizing it as a professor's thoughtful gift, which would be inappropriate to pass along. Thus, after much deliberation, Ashley resolved to consult Professor Sprout to inquire about herbs suitable for crafting a revitalizing sachet that Hermione could carry with her. Any small benefit would be worthwhile. As her friends secretly prepared birthday gifts, time swiftly led them to Sunday. Although no party was planned, the group found themselves gravitating towards Hermione during lunch, collectively wishing her a happy birthday and presenting gifts. This prompted the surrounding young witches and wizards to join in on the festivities, offering their congratulations. Though Hermione felt a tinge of embarrassment, warmth enveloped her heart, and a smile graced her lips throughout the day. When she returned to her dormitory during the break to unwrap her gifts, she was met with another wave of joy. The thoughtfulness and understanding of her friends deeply moved her, particularly the gifts from her two closest companions, which filled her with affection. Appley gifted her a powder that enhanced her complexion and 3 handcrafted figurines that reflected their unique traits. The handwritten birthday card emphasized that the figurines were made by her own hands, and the powder had been procured with her mother's assistance, hoping it would help Hermione regain her balance amidst her studies. Ashley presented her with a plum blossom bracelet and a revitalizing sachet. Although Ashley's card was succinct, the bracelet's significance was self-evident, and the sachet's name spoke to its beneficial properties. As time elapsed, and the frequency of the time turner's usage increased, Hermione began to sense something amiss. Gazing at the gifts on her bed, she suddenly felt a desire to seek advice. Chapter 155. The Realization of Hermione. The time turner is managed and stored by the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, with stringent requirements and conditions for its use. For Hogwarts to secure a time turner for a student, it must submit various documents and confirmation letters to the ministry. This includes the user's academic transcripts, guarantees from the headmaster and professors, and a solemn promise not to use it for purposes beyond study. These stipulations were thoroughly explained and emphasized by Professor McGonagall when she entrusted the Time Turner to Hermione. It was also the reason Hermione had never disclosed her usage of the Time Turner to Harry and Ron, despite their skepticism regarding her conflicting class schedules and Appley and Ashley's concerns about her waning energy. Initially, she believed that with this magical tool, her studies would soar to new heights. However, after more than half a month, the reality of her exhaustion was something she could deceive others about, but not herself. The heartfelt gifts from her friends not only touched her deeply, but also evoked a strong sense of trust within her. Perhaps it was time to confide in them, to share her hidden feelings of helplessness and fatigue, and seek their counsel. It wasn't that she had previously distrusted them. Rather, she had simply never considered voicing her struggles. Professor McGonagall's assurances had led her into a mindset that deemed this a grave matter, one that should not be shared with others. However, the surge of emotion and trust that arose within her caused a sudden shift in her thoughts. Although this matter was not suitable for widespread discussion, it was not something that could not be shared. Professor McGonagall emphasized that it should not be used for purposes beyond study, nor should it interfere with the normal flow of time. In other words, as long as the person she confided in was reliable and would never exploit time for malevolent deeds, it would not constitute a breach of the agreement with Professor McGonagall. Hermione thought of Ashley. In terms of character and the qualifications to understand the situation, she was the most suitable candidate. After all, if Ashley had chosen such a multitude of courses, she would certainly be qualified to apply for a Time Turner. Thus, when Ashley awoke from her afternoon nap and prepared to head to the room of requirement to study Beatrice's intermediate potions course, she encountered Hermione at the door of the common room. "Hermione, what brings you here? Are you looking for me?" Ashley, I wish to discuss something with you. I wonder if you have a moment?" Hermione's face lit up with a hint of surprise, her slightly weary countenance now radiating a sense of determination. "Of course. Where shall we talk?" Although Ashley was momentarily puzzled by Hermione's intentions, she could sense Hermione's gravity. This inquiry momentarily stumped Hermione. The subject she wished to discuss was of great importance, yet she could not immediately think of a suitable venue for their conversation. Ashley began to grasp the topic Hermione wanted to address and felt a sense of joy, not only for Hermione's trust in her, but also for Hermione's early recognition of the issue. "Follow me. I shall take you to a place that I mostly occupy, but if you need it, we can certainly make use of it." As they approached the corridor near the Gryffindor common room, a door appeared out of thin air, and Hermione's emotions became quite complex. Ashley wholeheartedly shared the remarkable capabilities of the room of requirement, which left Hermione utterly astonished, finally understanding the significance of Ashley's claim of occupation. Such a splendid secret hideaway. Had she known of its existence, she would have likely claimed it for herself, for it seemed that anything done within its confines would be remarkably convenient. No wonder Ashley had become so adept at her spells. Though deeply moved, Hermione had no intention of competing for territory. She understood that Ashley's use of the term occupy indicated a genuine need for such a space. Upon entering the private conversation room with Ashley, Hermione was indeed astonished for a while, but once seated, she quickly regained her composure, showing no hint of envy. Unaware of the true circumstances, Ashley, seeing Hermione's calm demeanor, mistakenly believed she was the only one feeling excited and felt a twinge of embarrassment, swallowing her subsequent words. Hermione, assuming Ashley had finished her introduction, asked earnestly, "Ashley, do you know why the school allows students to take so many elective courses? Many of the class schedules overlap." A spark of delight ignited in Ashley's heart. "I suspect it is either reliant on self-study or involves some special teaching methods." Hermione, too, marveled at the presence of intelligent individuals, recognizing her friend as one of them. "You're correct. After the semester began, Professor McGonagall provided me with this, but I am uncertain whether I should continue." Hermione candidly shared her understanding of the Time Turner, along with her experiences using it thus far. "What do you think I should do? It seems that regardless of how long I use it to rest or attend classes, as long as I employ it, my fatigue persists, and it even seems to intensify over time. Whether it is mental or physical, I cannot discern." Ashley had previously suspected this, and now confirmed her thoughts as she reached for the Time Turner resting on the coffee table, studying it with keen interest. Although she had yet to delve into such advanced time magic, she was eager to learn and to explore the intricacies of its magical formations. "Of course, I have not forgotten to share my perspective with you. In this world, there are always gains and losses. Gaining time and knowledge comes at the cost of mental vitality, leading to fatigue, which is entirely natural. The question now is whether you can accept such a trade-off." Hermione had already sensed this, but had not fully articulated it until Ashley's words illuminated her understanding, causing a faint smile of resignation to appear on her face. You are right, but I'm still uncertain how to measure these gains and losses. Continuing feels unbearable, yet stopping seems unsatisfactory. Ashley, understanding Hermione's dilemma, could not help but advise her from a friend's perspective. When you initially chose to take all elective courses, I wondered if you were uncertain about which ones were beneficial and which ones are not. Now that you have attended classes for several weeks, you must have some clarity. Simply eliminate those courses that do not serve you well, and all your concerns will be resolved, won't they? Hermione's eyes brightened as the ingrained notion of striving for perfection began to dissolve. She had always thought she needed to take every course to achieve excellence. However, students like Ashley and Benedict, whom she regarded as exemplary, had also selected only 2 electives they deemed useful. Thus, perhaps she should not be bound by the pursuit of perfection, but should instead choose courses she found valuable. Having experienced the defeat in divination class, Hermione had become more receptive to this new perspective. Suddenly, she felt a weight lifted from her shoulders, her face brightening with a relaxed and liberated smile. Chapter 156, The Guardian Necklace and the Friendship Bracelet. Hermione expressed her gratitude to Ashley and soon departed the room of requirement with the time turner in hand. Observing her lighter step, Ashley released the worries that had been weighing on her for some time. Turning, she entered her alchemy room, documenting the intricate patterns she had seen on the time turner and incorporating her own thoughts and questions. Beatrice, who had entered unnoticed, observed this scene with a deep sense of admiration. After correcting a few misconceptions Ashley had, she resumed her explanation of the day's alchemy lessons. Compared to the introductory course, which was heavily reliant on rote memorization, the intermediate alchemy curriculum emphasized understanding. The runes were mostly memorized, but the combinations had become significantly more complex, reflecting the evolution of alchemy at higher levels. At the level of Nicodemus, one could even add runes and create new magical formations. However, Ashley was still far from that level. Intermediate alchemy had not yet reached such complexity. Standing on the shoulders of Nicodemus, Ashley was primarily learning intermediate magical formations composed of 2 or more basic magical arrays. It was not merely about memory, but also about comprehending the underlying logic and concepts, enabling her to seamlessly integrate them, rather than clumsily merging them as she had when crafting the defensive necklace. This distinction between formal mentorship and self-taught methods was apparent, as their perspectives and horizons were fundamentally different from the outset. Ashley understood this well, and thus she consistently approached Beatrice with a profound sense of respect. Little did she know that it was her attitude that allowed Beatrice to recover swiftly and teach her with genuine sincerity. After completing the day's alchemy lesson, Ashley continued to refine her vest design, incorporating small details that even Beatrice could not help but quietly commend. Certainly, this reflects Ashley's meticulousness regarding the vest. It appears that Ashley and Beatrice share an unspoken understanding. Rather than producing a plethora of inferior trinkets, they prefer to craft a few truly exquisite pieces that are representative of their skills. The materials Ashley typically employs for practice are akin to modeling clay, repeatedly transformed and reused until utterly depleted, at which point they are replenished. After all, Ashley currently has no expectations of profit from this endeavor. This method, in fact, proves to be quite economical. Despite Beatrice's frequent disparagement of the defensive necklaces and disposable protective bracelets Ashley creates, she is genuinely impressed by Ashley's alchemical prowess. Given that Ashley, as a novice alchemist, can produce works on par with those of an intermediate-level practitioner, can these not be deemed exquisite? It was upon this realization that Beatrice first suggested Ashley name her creations. After a moment of surprise, Ashley felt a surge of excitement. The act of naming her own work felt oddly self-indulgent. Yet receiving such an endorsement from her mentor transformed it into recognition. Thus, she eagerly began brainstorming names. Once she settled on Guardian for the necklace and Dear Friend for the bracelet, it was time for dinner. As usual, they accessed the quick passage to the second floor through the room of requirement, and, upon reaching the hall entrance, spotted Hermione and Harry. Bound once more and seated by the Black Lake, the 6 friends sat on a picnic blanket, engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their dinner. It was only at this moment that Ashley grasped the situation. Apparently, after leaving the room of requirement, Hermione had gone directly to Professor McGonagall to formally withdraw from her elective courses in divination and Muggle studies, returning her time turner in the process. Professor McGonagall seemed unsurprised, clearly indicating that Hermione was not an isolated case, and promptly facilitated the changes. With the remaining 3 electives, Hermione found herself with a considerably lighter load, quickly contacting her friends to organize an impromptu gathering. Many of the props were readily available, and aside from a few decorations lacking, there were no significant challenges. Harry and Ophelia made a trip to the kitchen. Ron procured some small props from Fred and George, and Hermione went to Ravenclaw Tower to summon Benedict. After a brief wait for Ashley, the gathering came together quite effortlessly. The group felt a sense of achievement as they animatedly recounted their preparations, marveling at the success of the event, and suggested that they could continue this gathering for any classmates celebrating their birthdays at school. Surprisingly, the least likely candidates to celebrate their birthdays at school, Harry and Ophelia, responded to this proposal with the most enthusiasm, as it seemed they cared less about the birthday itself and more about the occasion for the gathering. Nevertheless, the sentiment was shared among all, and no one called them out on it. Amidst laughter and joviality, they feasted heartily, gazing out at the scenic Black Lake, reclining to relish the sunset. Indeed, such a celebration was far more enjoyable. Hermione's smile exceeded that of the past month combined. The burdens of exhaustion and helplessness that had once shackled her now felt like distant memories, and she cast a grateful glance at Ashley. Having donned the dear friend bracelet earlier that day, Ophelia now held her hand to compare the new and old generations. Ashley raised an eyebrow, reflecting that with upgraded skills and the enhancement of a fortifying potion, both energy and resilience should have improved, permitting one more sustained effort. Was that not a distinction? Although Ashley did not vocalize this, Ron's gaze remained envious as he glanced at his bare wrist, mentally cursing Malfoy several times. However, he prudently refrained from making any unreasonable demands of Ashley, fully aware of the value of such alchemical items. Ashley, however, smiled brightly, relieved that she need not ponder over a birthday gift for Ron. Harry noticed Ron's demeanor as he caught sight of his sister's smile, instantly feeling reassured and beginning to contemplate how to discreetly supply his sister with materials. As night gradually enveloped them, Ron produced the magical fireworks he had half borrowed from the Weasley twins, bringing a fitting conclusion to this impromptu yet joyously memorable birthday gathering. In the distance, the castle bustled with life, while the tranquil Forbidden Forest and Black Lake lay nearby. The sky erupted in vibrant fireworks as the six friends walked through the evening. Simple yet unforgettable. Chapter 157, A Journey to Hogsmeade. Following Hermione's birthday, the group entered a relatively calm and smooth phase of school life. Hagrid's care of magical creatures class took a delightful turn from its previously fierce nature, now embracing a more endearing approach. Creatures such as nifflers, mooncalves, and bowtruckle successfully captured the hearts of the young wizards, leading to Hagrid's newfound popularity. This development encouraged him, and although he remained perplexed as to why the children adored these fragile beings, he began to accept this reality. Selecting teaching targets became increasingly effortless for him. Ashley and her friends felt genuinely pleased for him. Lupin's defense against the dark arts class also became a topic of lively discussion among the young wizards. In contrast to the lackluster performances of Quirrell and Lockhart, Lupin's teaching prowess was nothing short of impressive, transforming the class into an eagerly anticipated experience. The lessons on Boggats and Kappas were equally captivating, sparking enthusiastic debates among the students after each class, who praised the knowledge they had gained. Such enriching and engaging learning experiences always seemed to pass swiftly, and before they knew it, the end of October had arrived. This year, the third-year students, including Ashley, harbored an abundance of anticipation for Halloween, not due to any novelty in the festivities, but simply because the visit to Hogsmeade was scheduled for November 1st. Ashley and Harry procured their guardian signatures without any complications. Shortly after returning home for the summer, they presented the consent form to Vernon, who merely glanced at it and, after confirming with his daughter that there was no danger, readily affixed his signature. Harry's reaction upon receiving the consent form was entirely natural and unremarkable, while Ashley, casting several glances at the form in Harry's hand, felt a wave of nostalgia. The school had announced the list of students allowed to visit Hogsmeade a week in advance. In front of the notice board, third-year students appeared particularly excited, while their older counterparts in the fourth year and beyond maintained a more composed demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, Ashley and her friends had gathered and begun planning their itinerary for the day. Harry and Ron expressed a desire to visit Zonko's joke shop and Honeydukes for some trinkets and sweets, and if they could manage it, they wished to stop by the Three Broomsticks for a butterbeer. Ophelia's attention was drawn to the confections at Honeydukes and the rumors surrounding Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Both Benedict and Hermione had no objections, but expressed a desire to explore the quill shop. Ashley remained silent about her own intentions, having already resolved to visit the elegant wizarding attire shop to examine vests. With anticipation in the air, the week felt particularly drawn out. The once swift passage of time during Quidditch practice, which Harry had previously relished, now felt agonizingly slow. Despite Wood's relentless motivation, the week yielded lackluster results. Fred and George remarked that the current pep talks were less effective than a glass of butterbeer. Wood, feeling helpless, could only turn a blind eye. When one thinks of Hogsmeade, it is impossible not to mention Madame Putafoot's tea shop. The mere thought of Madame Putafoot's evokes an inexplicable connection to Ashley. Although he had never visited, he had certainly heard plenty of rumors about the tea shop. How delightful it would be if he could visit it with Ashley. Alas, what was he thinking? Wood was horrified to realize that he had been infected by the whims of his companions. Even allowing his mind to wander during Quidditch practice, an unforgivable transgression. Clearly, they had not trained enough. Fred, George, toss a few more balls my way. November 1st, Halloween. The castle had been festooned for the occasion, and the house elves were bustling in the kitchen, preparing a grand feast. Yet none of this concerned the young witches and wizards on the list for the Hogsmeade visit. They were eager to set foot in the village. The 6 of them, Ashley included, naturally gravitated towards one another, chattering excitedly about the shops they had heard about. Rather than unify their opinions, this information only served to solidify their individual plans. The group did not descend into discord, but instead reached a mutual understanding to pursue their own interests, planning to reconvene later. This suited Ashley perfectly, sparing her the need to concoct an excuse to break away. Ron produced a simplified map of the shop locations, which he had procured from Fred and George. Ashley, Hermione, and April each took a copy, swiftly resolving their navigational uncertainties for their inaugural visit. Together, they ventured to Honeyduke's, acquiring a bounty of sweets, snacks for themselves, and gifts for their families. The sheer variety was dazzling, enhanced by whimsical effects, making it no wonder that the young witches and wizards found it utterly irresistible. As they progressed, their destinations began to diverge. Harry and Ron darted off to Zonko's joke shop, while Benedict headed straight for Scribulus writing implements. Ashley expressed her desire to explore on her own and arranged to meet April at Madame Putafoot's, then slipped away. April clung to Hermione, unwilling to let go, prompting Hermione to ask Benedict to assist in carrying some items, before the two girls set off to investigate the fabled romantic locale. Inside the elegant wizarding attire shop, the atmosphere starkly contrasted that of the bustling Honeyduke's. The shopkeeper, taken aback to see a young witch enter alone, soon understood upon hearing Ashley's request and complimented her on her thoughtfulness. Though Ashley was uncertain what the shopkeeper had misinterpreted, she decided to feign modesty. Bowing her head in silence and moving past the topic, the clerk enthusiastically recommended several popular waistcoats and eagerly assisted in coordinating outfits, causing Ashley to grimace as she politely declined, citing insufficient pocket money. Rather than select one of the trending styles, Ashley followed her instinct and chose a black waistcoat with green trim, which exuded understated elegance. It paired beautifully with black robes or suits without appearing out of place, and Ashley felt satisfied with her choice. However, whether in the ordinary world or the magical realm, luxury brands often come with a hefty price tag. After spending a considerable sum of galleons, Ashley felt a pang of regret. Yet, recalling the gift from her professor, her heartache dissipated. She selected a refined packaging and tucked her purchase into her small handbag, humming a tune as she followed the map's directions to Madame Putafoot's. Chapter 158. What an odd scene this is. Standing outside the tea shop, Ashley suddenly felt a twinge of regret. It dawned on her that 3 girls entering such a place might seem awkward. During her earlier viewing of the film, she had found it quite absurd, thinking that if she saw the live version, she could sketch with her toes. Yet before she could retreat, April, with keen eyes, spotted her hesitance through the window. Like the wind, she swung the door open and, without allowing Ashley a chance to refuse, pulled her inside. Ashley found herself seated rather unexpectedly. A normal 2-bench setup placed Hermione at the far end, with Ashley squeezed in the middle and April snugly beside her at the edge. This peculiar seating arrangement was one thing, but what truly bewildered her was the sight of Wood sitting opposite. Wood's face turned crimson as April and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, their smiles tinged with mischief. Merlin, what an odd scene this was. Ashley was still processing the strangeness of the situation when a series of peculiar lip-smacking sounds reached her ears. Help! A couple diagonally across was lost in a passionate kiss, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Indeed, the more one worries about something, the more likely it is to manifest, and Ashley's earlier concerns had now materialized before her eyes, prompting her to feel as though she could truly paint with her toes. She finally understood the reason behind Wood, April, and Hermione's peculiar reactions. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, her own cheeks aflame. April and Hermione exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. What was happening? They hadn't even begun yet, and already Ashley and Wood seemed to share an uncanny resemblance in their expressions, Had she finally come to a realization? Wood, following Ashley's line of sight, understood the cause of her flustered state, finding it amusing yet more awkward, compounded by a small, private thought. The warmth on his face intensified as he lowered his eyes and took a gulp of his drink. For a moment, the four were enveloped in silence, with only Hermione and April exchanging furtive glances, eager to inquire about Ashley's feelings. Alas, playing matchmaker can be quite addictive. Having finally pried the truth from Wood, who had lingered outside the tea shop, and with the opportunity now at hand, how could they not seize the moment to confirm their suspicions? Before they could strategize their approach, the door to Madame Pootafoot's swung open once more. Oh, look who has arrived, familiar faces. The four had yet to notice them, but the newcomers had already taken stock of the situation, particularly Harry, who, upon seeing Ashley's expression and the unmistakably male figure opposite her, was struck by a sudden realization that ignited a surge of anger within him. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Wait, why was it Captain Wood? And why did he look so odd? Harry felt an intense urgency, convinced his sister was in danger of being swept away. This simply would not do. Absolutely not. He shot a fierce glare at Wood, as if he intended to bore a hole through his face with his eyes. Though Wood was baffled by Harry's hostility, he instinctively felt a twinge of insecurity in the presence of Ashley's brother. Thus, the scene grew increasingly peculiar, leaving Hermione and April utterly confused. What was Harry doing? Why was he silently glaring at Wood? Ron, upon recognizing Wood as the boy across from Ashley, mirrored the same confusion, unsure of what offense Wood had committed against Harry. He hesitated to intervene, caught in indecision. Meanwhile, Benedict, quick to grasp Harry's sentiment, suspected that Harry might be misinterpreting the situation. Yet he was all too aware of someone's ulterior motives, so he refrained from taking any unnecessary action. Instead, he frowned and focused intently on his foolish sister, attempting to discern the truth from her expression. Another loud, smacking sound broke the tension, and Ashley could no longer endure it. Raising her head, she caught sight of Harry. Though momentarily surprised, she squeezed through the gap and dashed out of the tea shop, witnessing the entire scene from the bar. Madame Pootafoot chuckled softly as she observed the retreating figure of the little girl, reflecting inwardly on her innocence. Truly a naive young maiden. How unfortunate for the schemes of the two girls here. A group of onlookers, mistaking the situation, hastily followed, concerned that something had befallen Ashley. After much inquiry, they finally gleaned the reason behind her abrupt departure from Ashley's hesitant words, leaving April gasping with laughter. Hermione and the three boys were equally beset by awkwardness. Wood, the older boy, experienced a tumult of emotions. He felt both relieved that he hadn't heard the girl's rejection and a profound admiration for her innocence. Yet he was also troubled by the uncertainties of his own romantic endeavors. April and Hermione noted the complexity of Wood's expression, unsure whether to proceed with their earlier plan to confirm their feelings. In truth, they were genuinely curious about Ashley's reaction upon discovering Wood's affections. However, as friends who cherished Ashley, they were deeply concerned about the potential complications it might bring her. She was focused on her studies, and forcing her to confront such matters could yield unpredictable consequences. Thus, despite their well-laid plans, when it came time to address the issue, they found themselves in a quandary. Although Harry understood that he had previously misunderstood the situation, the images he had conjured in his mind lingered, fueling his wariness of Wood. As Wood's intentions became increasingly apparent, Harry's defenses only intensified. Before April and Hermione could resolve their dilemma, Harry urged everyone to return to the castle. With their tasks nearly complete and the sites of interest visited, the group readily agreed to head back early. Though Wood's mood was rather dismal, he gracefully excused himself, claiming he was off to find his roommate, seemingly heading towards the Three Broomsticks. It remained uncertain whether he genuinely sought his roommate or intended to drown his sorrows in drink. April and Hermione exchanged sympathetic glances, observing the now composed Ashley, blissfully unaware, and felt inexplicably drained. Simultaneously, they tacitly abandoned their plan to confirm their feelings, conceding that, based on Ashley's current demeanor, it would be wise to allow Wood some breathing room. Chapter 159, April's Assist. The excursion to Hogsmeade concluded ahead of schedule, and Ashley and April returned to their dormitory early. With Hannah and Susan yet to arrive, the dormitory became the dominion of the two friends. Ashley lay on her bed, turned to the side with her back to April, feeling somewhat disheartened as she clutched Beatrice, absently squeezing her heart brimming with indignation. April's antics had truly crossed the line. Just when Ashley believed the incident at Madame Pootafoot's had been put behind them, the two locked eyes upon returning to the dormitory, and April erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself, ultimately collapsing onto the bed. She continued to tease Ashley about her earlier comical behavior, leaving Ashley feeling utterly mortified. Beatrice, eavesdropping on Ashley's gossip, seemed to relish the unfolding drama, remaining close despite Ashley's incessant squeezing, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Though Ashley could not hear Beatrice's thoughts, she felt the palpable amusement emanating from her. How utterly unfair. With a few more squeezes, Ashley felt her frustration dissipate significantly. Seeing that Ashley offered no response, April gradually lost interest and quieted down. After a moment of reflection, she finally recognized her excess and hurriedly climbed over to her friend's bed to offer some comfort. Ashley found herself cornered, reluctant to forgive, yet unable to ignore the embarrassment of the incident. In her heart, she silently vowed, "If you forget this matter, I shall forgive you," but the words remained unspoken. She understood April's temperament all too well. If she knew how much this incident weighed on Ashley, she would likely cling to it, forever reminding her and finding opportunities to jest about it. April, keenly observing Ashley's expression, noted a slight softening and seized a moment to redirect the conversation. "Come now, don't be upset. I didn't mind when Cedric and Cho got together, so you shouldn't be angry with me, all right?" Ashley let out a soft chuckle, bemusedly questioning the relevance of the two situations. "Of course. If I can remain unbothered by such vexing matters, then you should find it difficult to harbor anger against me." April's whimsical logic resurfaced, prompting Ashley to reminisce about the peculiar romantic theories April had entertained at age 11. It struck her as amusing how, even at that tender age, relationships could be so complicated. How do we even get on this topic? Ashley suddenly recalled the embarrassing incident on the Quidditch pitch. It was indeed unforgettable. A public discussion on who was more handsome, right in front of the parties involved, was quite audacious. "Are you thinking of that mortifying moment from our first year on the Quidditch pitch?" April inquired, a sly grin tugging at her lips as she noticed Ashley's faint smile. The smile on Ashley's face faltered, and she turned away, feeling a touch of guilt, even though she couldn't quite identify why. April disregarded Ashley's evasion, casually inquiring, "Do you still think Wood is more handsome than Cedric?" Both seniors have their own styles and are equally charming," Ashley replied cautiously, unsure if she should commend her maturity or label her as disingenuous. "Come now, we're in a girls' dormitory. Cedric and Wood aren't coming here, so what's the worry? You mentioned Cedric has a girlfriend, so discussing him behind his back isn't quite appropriate." "Oh, how do you know Wood doesn't have a girlfriend?" April seized upon what she perceived as a loophole in Ashley's argument, her tone dripping with mischief. Ashley was momentarily stumped. She couldn't admit that her memory was blank, at least not for the next year or two. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and countered, "I haven't heard anything." "Do you know who his girlfriend is?" April huffed, realizing her friend had grown more difficult to coax, making it a challenge to gauge her feelings. "Who knows? Maybe he has someone he likes, but hasn't pursued yet," April replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. Ashley couldn't deny that a flicker of discomfort passed through her at the thought of Wood having affections for someone else. Yet, she quickly rationalized it as a possessive sentiment towards her idol, akin to how April felt about Cedric. Managing a strained smile, she conceded, perhaps. Wood is such a great guy. If he does, he'll likely win her over soon enough. April's expression morphed into something peculiar, half amused, as she nodded and remarked, "Wood would probably be quite eager to fulfill your prediction." Ashley paused, sensing an oddity in the statement, yet unable to pinpoint what felt off about it. April, satisfied with the unexpected exchange, gradually quieted down. However, tranquility was short-lived, as the time for the Halloween feast had arrived. As Ashley and April linked arms and entered the Great Hall, they were met with a cacophony of excitement. Third-year students and above animatedly shared tales of their adventures in Hogsmeade, while first and second years either clustered around their older peers, eagerly absorbing the stories, or gathered in small groups, discussing the castle's Halloween decorations. Some students who had just returned from Hogsmeade hadn't even had the chance to stow their spoils in their dormitories, leaving their treasures piled beside them, igniting envy in those who had been unable to attend. Avery chuckled as she extended her hand toward Ashley, who, with a resigned yet amused expression, retrieved the candy she had stored with her and placed them on the table. To her surprise, Avery unceremoniously settled beside the envious little wizard, devouring the explosive gummies with an annoying gusto. Ashley could hardly bear to watch. Wearing a helpless smile, she found a vacant seat and, upon raising her eyes, locked gazes with another individual. Recalling their earlier conversation in the dormitory, Ashley hastily averted her gaze. Although it was merely a hypothetical scenario, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she fixated on that supposition as if it were reality. The discomfort in her heart resurfaced, subtly expanding, leaving her in a state of panic. Wood, though regretful, assumed Ashley was merely embarrassed about the incident at Madame Putafood's tea shop, and thus redirected his focus to conversing with his companions. Chapter 160. The Great Pet Brawl. After Dumbledore delivered a few words of Halloween greetings, he declared the feast open. Instantly, an array of Halloween-themed delicacies appeared on the 4 long tables. The tantalizing aromas causing the little wizards to salivate, swiftly transforming them into voracious little beasts, indulging heartily. Ashley, too, quickly cast aside her inexplicable emotions and concentrated on relishing the feast. It is well known that Halloween at Hogwarts is fraught with peril. There is a high probability of encountering ghastly incidents, such as the release of a first-year troll or a second-year basilisk. Ashley was uncertain whether the narrative had altered or if the large black dog would make an unexpected entrance. Yet filling her stomach and maintaining a steady composure seemed the wisest course of action. The entire dining experience unfolded rather peacefully. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that chaos had yet to erupt. As Ashley and Avery strolled back to their dormitory after their meal, a sense of vigilance crept into Ashley's mind, wary of potential surprises lurking around the corner. Perhaps the proximity of the Hufflepuff common room to the Great Hall was too convenient, for it wasn't long before the Badgers returned to their respective dormitories without incident. Although Ashley was taken aback, she quickly regained her composure and urged Avery to freshen up. Avery, bewildered, completed her ablutions and glanced outside at the still brightening sky, hesitating to voice her thoughts as she looked at Ashley. Ashley awkwardly touched her nose, and under Avery's puzzled gaze, she changed back into her outer robes. Clumsily, she insisted that Avery do the same, exchanging her pajamas for her robes. Avery complied, albeit with an expression that suggested she was lost in thought. Her gaze toward Ashley inexplicably tinged with a hint of affection. This made Ashley feel quite uneasy, prompting her to step outside the dormitory to wait. Hannah and Susan had just returned and found it somewhat peculiar to see Ashley standing at the door. Before they could inquire, the door swung open from within. Avery momentarily expressed surprise at the presence of the additional 2, which quickly morphed into a smug satisfaction. She shot Ashley a knowing glance, conveying that she would not divulge her embarrassing moment, which left Ashley at a loss for words. She surmised Avery's imaginative conclusions, feeling disoriented, having lost track of time and washed up too early, only to fear being ridiculed, hence her return to her outer attire. While it made perfect sense, Ashley found herself unable to refute it. As the 4 prepared to enter the dormitory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The female prefect knocked on each door, her expression fraught with urgency and alarm. Unfortunately, the dormitory doors had been enchanted to muffle sounds from outside, rendering her loud knocks ineffective. The only option was to knock on each door individually, triggering the enchantments, compelling the occupants to emerge. Once most had gathered in the corridor, the prefect finally raised her voice to announce that everyone was to return to the Great Hall. Amidst the murmurs of concern, Ashley felt a sense of relief wash over her, maintaining a facade of confusion akin to her peers. She joined the boys nearby under the prefect's guidance as they proceeded to the Great Hall. Inside, Gryffindor had already assembled, while Slytherin arrived almost simultaneously with Ashley and her companions. Ravenclaw's members were likely still en route, yet the gravity of the situation was already palpable. Upon spotting Ashley among the Hufflepuffs, Harry exhaled a sigh of relief and rushed over, pulling Ashley aside. Avery, Ron, and Hermione followed suit, and the group gathered solemnly to discuss the recent attempt by Black to infiltrate the Gryffindor common room. The Dumbledore or the professors would address the matter shortly. Harry wished for Ashley to be informed early and prepared. Ashley found herself at a loss for whether to deem Black overly reckless or Peter excessively cunning. Regardless, as long as Lupin remained in control, they would likely face no significant danger this academic year. With the narrative unfolding as she recalled, Ashley felt a wave of calmness wash over her, allowing her to comment on Black's intrusion incident with an air of detachment. Soon, Ravenclaw students joined them, and Dumbledore candidly recounted the happenings within the castle. Despite the unease among the young wizards, Dumbledore's systematic approach offered them considerable reassurance. However, just as Dumbledore was about to conjure sleeping bags, a most extraordinary scene unfolded at the entrance of the Great Hall. A large cat and a small one were pursuing a mouse, trailed by 3 owls and a gracefully hopping rabbit. Witnessing this spectacle, even Dumbledore's expression turned inscrutable. His hand, poised to cast a spell, hesitated as if curious about the unfolding drama. Ron shouted in horror, "No, don't treat Scabbers like that." The mouse, as if sensing salvation, scurried toward Ron, but before it could make significant progress, the 2 cats intercepted it, forcing it to alter its course. The chase continued. with the mouse's movements seemingly confined to the area at the Great Hall's entrance. While everyone watched, a mix of sympathy and amusement etched on their faces. The rabbit remained hidden at the rear, and had Ashley not been vigilant, she might have missed the moment when Beatrice maneuvered around to join her. Once Beatrice successfully nestled into Ashley's bag, she transmitted a thought. This mouse appears rather peculiar. Initially, I thought Hermione S. Crookshanks was merely acting on instinct to catch it. Had it not been startled today, running past me while its magical aura remained undisciplined, I might not have noticed its anomaly. This mouse is likely an animagus. Crookshanks seems to possess a hint of feline ancestry. Perhaps it sensed something amiss. Are you aware of its situation? Ashley marveled at Beatrice's keen perception and replied, Indeed, your intuition is correct. It is indeed an animagus, and a notably significant character for this academic year, and the next, specifically, a villain. But let us discuss that later. I wish to understand what is happening right now. How did this peculiar scene come to be? I discovered its peculiarity while Crookshanks was pursuing it, so I lent a hand to Crookshanks by gathering some allies, Beatrice replied, a rare hint of shyness coloring her tone. Ashley had no doubt about her ability to track the pet's whereabouts and assemble them, but this somewhat childish endeavor revealed a playful spirit in Beatrice that was seldom seen. Stifling a laugh, Ashley discreetly gave her a thumbs up in her mind, praising, well done. Chapter 161. Harry learns the truth. Beatrice remained silent, her lips curving into a gentle smile that rendered her fluffy rabbit face even more endearing. Regrettably, Ashley's attention was once again captured by Crookshanks and Blueberry's antics, leaving him unaware of this charming moment. Ron, yearning to rescue his pet, found himself thwarted by the swift movements of the two cats and a mouse, unable to keep pace. Moreover, Peaches, Hedwig, and Errol seemed to intentionally flutter about, obstructing his view, rendering the unfolding events somewhat obscured. In his anxiety, he turned to Hermione and Benedict, exclaiming, Please think of something. Get them to stop. Poor Scabbers is too pitiful. If this continues, he'll be done for. Benedict and Hermione exchanged a resigned glance, fully aware of their responsibilities as pet owners, and set about instructing Crookshanks and Blueberry to cease their merciless torment. Crookshanks, stop. Blueberry, come here. No more playing. There are fishy treats here. Upon hearing her master's voice, Blueberry's sapphire eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had thoroughly enjoyed her playtime, and she trotted over to Benedict with a cheerful gait. Benedict, with a blend of exasperation and affection, scratched her chin and retrieved a fishy treat from his bag to offer her. This adorable scene nearly made the young wizards forget the recent ferocity of the little cat's actions, and several young witches gathered around, gazing at the spectacle with hearts aflutter. In contrast, Crookshanks appeared somewhat reluctant, glancing back frequently, occasionally attempting to intimidate the mouse, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Hermione felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Such situations had occurred more than once. Although Ron could empathize, the frequency of these incidents left even Hermione feeling awkward. Despite having reprimanded Crookshanks and explained the reasoning, the clever feline seemed unyielding, always dashing out to chase Scabbers whenever she was not holding him. Hermione found herself almost sympathizing with Scabbers. On the other hand, Scabbers was indeed in a dire state, trembling all over, whether from fear or exhaustion unknown. The troublesome Peaches and Hedwig were swiftly taken away by Apollyon and Harry, both casting apologetic glances at Ron. However, Ron paid little mind to their expressions, angrily chastising the somewhat sluggish Errol. Errol, get out of the way. Startled, Errol flapped to the side, allowing Ron to rush over and scoop up Scabbers, gently stroking him while murmuring, Don't be afraid, it's all right now. To be honest, Ashley found this scene somewhat jarring. It conjured an unsettling image in his mind of Ron petting a balding, sleazy middle-aged man, uttering such words. A shiver ran down his spine, and he shook his head, attempting to dispel the disturbing thought. Yet, as he turned, he inadvertently locked eyes with someone. Ashley paused, feeling a twinge of peculiarity. Had he been encountering that individual more frequently of late? The thought flitted through his mind, and he offered an awkward yet polite smile, merely a gesture of acknowledgement, before casually turning his head away. To his dismay, he found himself meeting another gaze. Professor Snape had just completed his round of inspections and was scanning the crowd for the young girl's presence, only to find himself locking eyes with her. His gaze was filled with concern and inquiry. Ashley understood the professor's worry and responded with a radiant smile that conveyed reassurance. Snape's lips curled slightly, his mind at ease, as he continued on without pausing, heading toward Dumbledore to report his findings, as if nothing out of the ordinary had transpired. The chaotic scuffle among the pets concluded as the companions entrusted their animals to the prefects, sending them back to their dormitories and securing them in their cages. The The professors returned one by one, updating Dumbledore on the results of their patrols. It was clear that the situation was far from optimistic. No trace of black had been discovered anywhere. Fortunately, it had already been decided that students would spend the night in the Great Hall, albeit briefly interrupted by the earlier commotion. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they had no choice but to proceed as planned. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a multitude of sleeping bags in the hall, a sight that elicited little surprise from the students. They picked up their sleeping bags and sought out a patch of floor to settle down with their friends. Ashley had intended to do the same. But before she could snuggle into her sleeping bag, Professor McGonagall called Harry away. Ashley surmised that McGonagall had something significant to discuss with Harry and, with the thought that it did not concern her, prepared to drift off to sleep. However, as Harry and McGonagall approached the corner where Dumbledore stood, the headmaster's gaze shifted suddenly, locking on Ashley. Sensing something, she looked up to see Dumbledore smiling and beckoning her over, the intent unmistakable. Ashley's lips twitched in annoyance as she muttered to herself, "What does he want? Sirius is hardly a threat to Harry. This is merely adding psychological burdens and delaying sleep." Yet, her body acted on its own accord, and she emerged from her partially entered sleeping bag, hastily making her way over with decorum. Professor McGonagall, is there something you need me for?" Ashley inquired directly, not wishing to engage in Dumbledore's usual riddles. Harry wore a similarly puzzled expression, glancing between his househead and Dumbledore. Dumbledore chuckled softly and looked to McGonagall. "Perhaps you should explain it to them." Although McGonagall was uncertain why Dumbledore had summoned Ashley, her trust in her was high. With a resigned sigh, she proceeded to divulge the truth from years past to Ashley and Harry, aiming to heighten Harry's vigilance. Given that the enemy who betrayed his parents was now lurking within the school, likely intending to eliminate him completely, McGonagall's words were measured and indirect. Yet anyone could grasp the implications. Harry's reaction was explosive. His eyes reddened with rage as he struggled to process the reality that his father's closest friend had betrayed his parents' whereabouts, leading to their deaths and the slaughter of many others. "I want to kill him." Before he could fully unleash his fury, Ashley swiftly cast a shielding charm. "Calm down, Harry," she urged, gripping his arm and locking her gaze onto his. Harry's simmering anger prompted him to instinctively try to break free and confront Black. However, upon meeting Ashley's worried and caring eyes, his rage dissipated almost instantly, and reason returned. Chapter 162, The Boys Pact. Ashley never anticipated that he would be the enemy responsible for her parents' demise. "Wasn't he my father's good friend? How could he do this?" Harry exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion, panting as he confided in Ashley his tumultuous feelings. The anger and sorrow in his words brought tears to McGonagall's eyes. Dumbledore and Ashley exchanged sighs, surprised to find their gazes locking in mutual understanding, followed by an awkward smile. As Dumbledore's eyes flickered, he gestured subtly to Ashley, clearly indicating that she should comfort Harry. Ashley couldn't help but roll her eyes. Had it not been for her brother, she would prefer not to take on such a task from Dumbledore. Being assigned such duties was undeniably irksome. "Harry, you must believe that while villains may revel in their wickedness for a time, justice will ultimately prevail. Everyone is striving to ensure that righteousness is upheld." Ashley refrained from outright stating that Sirius was not the one responsible for her parents' deaths, instead offering her comforting words with subtle implications. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his admiration for her evident in his gaze. McGonagall observed Harry's emotional uplift, her mind reflecting thoughtfully on his earlier outburst and her timely response, which led her to comprehend Dumbledore's intent in summoning Aixi. The admiration in her eyes rivaled that of Dumbledore himself. Harry, possessing an unwavering trust in Aixi's words, instinctively wondered if she intended to take action upon hearing her comforting advice. Only then did he ponder the term everyone, which evoked thoughts of their companions, filling his heart with courage and confidence. This rapid shift in his emotions and contemplative demeanor became evident. Aixi noted Harry's understanding of her subtle hints and felt a sense of relief as his composure stabilized. She clasped Harry's hand, bidding farewell to Dumbledore and McGonagall before returning to their friend's corner. Barely had they settled down when Hermione's soft voice inquired, "Are you all right?" Though her question was discreet, the siblings discerned her genuine concern. Aixi replied in a hushed tone, "All is well. Rest easy. I will share everything with you tomorrow." "Oh no, we haven't even slept yet. We were waiting for your return to hear the latest news. Since you could speak, why not share it now?" Aix's urgency was palpable in her whisper. Aixi and Harry couldn't help but chuckle, once again marveling at Aix's impeccable sense of timing. After all, it was clear from her words that had it been something unspeakable, she might have genuinely drifted off to sleep. "Go ahead," they urged in unison, echoing Ashley's eagerness, confirming they were indeed still awake. Ashley and Harry felt deeply touched, particularly Harry, who, spurred by Ashley's reminder, recognized the strength and support of their team. This realization further validated Ashley's words and his own suspicions. Ashley remained silent, entrusting Harry with the task of recounting their story. Given the personal nature of the matter, concerning his parents and thus his own life, Harry felt no awkwardness as he quietly shared what he had learned with his companions. "Harry, are you all right?" After listening to Harry's account, a profound silence enveloped the space for a moment, before Ron finally broke it with a low question. In truth, Ron was aware of certain details, as their mother had wished to shield Harry from fear, cautioning the Weasley children against revealing too much. Initially, Ron thought Harry might want to know the truth, and while he had heeded his mother's advice, he was not entirely in agreement. However, at that moment, he suddenly understood his mother's concerns and felt genuine worry for his brother's ability to cope. Harry's nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears, a single drop escaping. A blend of emotion, partly moved, partly sorrowful, his heart a tumult of feelings. "It's nothing. I just want to capture that villain soon and imprison him in Azkaban, where he can forever repent for his crimes." Harry's voice trembled slightly, yet he managed to steady himself as he articulated his thoughts, the pause revealing the intensity of his hatred towards Black. "All right, we'll assist you." In the darkness, a voice echoed the sentiments of the group, a silhouette raising a fist. They all recognized the voice belonged to Benedict, eliciting a moment of surprise followed by a shared smile as they instinctively raised their fists in solidarity. 6 fists met gently, solidifying an unspoken pact of alliance among the boys. Their spirits ignited, emotions surging in the stillness of the night, silently affirming their commitment to one another. Subsequently, Ashley quietly recounted the speculations regarding how Black had infiltrated Hogwarts during her and Harry's absence. Some suggested he had used the disillusionment charm to sneak in, while others posited he might have employed apparition or polyjuice potion to disguise himself, fooling the Dementors. Ashley summarized the various theories, but it was evident they were merely conjectures without any substantial evidence. After her narrative, Hermione offered her insights, drawing upon her extensive knowledge of Hogwarts history to debunk most of the theories presented, as she noted that Hogwarts was protected by magical wards that prohibited magical entry. To her, the possibility of entering through polyjuice potion seemed the most plausible, albeit still just a possibility. For a moment, silence fell over the group, as they failed to conceive a more reasonable explanation. Ashley sighed softly, filled with regret and helplessness at being unable to share the real information. "Let us get some rest. It's quite late. If we continue this brainstorming session, we might end up staying up all night. Besides, staying up too late could hinder our growth," she interjected, aware that prolonging the discussion about capturing Black would ultimately be futile, only obstructing the revelation of the true circumstances. "Really? What should we do? I absolutely cannot afford to stop growing." Ashley's urgency was palpable, her voice low but laden with panic, prompting a gentle laughter from the group. However, the next moment, they stifled their amusement to avoid disturbing others. "Quickly now, sleep, or else you truly want to grow," Ashley said with a teasing whisper. "All right, I will sleep." They echoed in unison. The expansive hall finally fell into a tranquil hush, their eyes gently closing, and though they were seeking refuge, their hearts felt an unparalleled serenity. Chapter 163, Dumbledore's Suspicion. Upon awakening, the castle remained tranquil, and the young witches and wizards seemed to have forgotten the panic of the previous night's emergency defenses. Instead, they found the experience of camping together throughout the school to be remarkably novel and enjoyable, perhaps due to the absence of any direct encounter with Black. Their fear was minimal, replaced instead by curiosity regarding his method of entry. It remained uncertain whether their expedition aimed to locate Black or to uncover the secrets of his ingress, and for what purpose. As for the scuffle among the pets, it was merely a source of amusement, overshadowed by the significant news of Black's appearance at Hogwarts. Such trivial matters were hardly worthy of attention. Other than a few young witches and wizards who had a fondness for pets, or their owners occasionally mentioning the incident, the majority of their focus was elsewhere. The antics of Speckles, Crookshanks, and Blueberry went unnoticed, and Beatrice's subtle maneuvers would not be scrutinized, thereby evading potential exposure. However, this state of affairs was not absolute, as the keen eyes of individuals like Dumbledore remained vigilant. Dumbledore had seldom encountered Ashley's pets directly, had he not been closely observing her behavior. He might have missed the moment of their convergence. The rabbit's evasive maneuvers and the peculiar rapport between it and Ashley astonished him. A rabbit was not a magical creature, yet its high intelligence aroused suspicion. Moreover, after his inquiries, he subtly investigated the rabbit's circumstances and discerned a faint magical aura surrounding it. Such a situation was unprecedented, and he found himself unable to fathom the rabbit's true nature. If it were indeed a magical creature, Dumbledore had never encountered one in such a form. If it were possessed by an external soul, it bore no trace of dark magic. If it were a puppet, its agility and intellect seemed too advanced. Wait a moment. A puppet, an alchemical creature. To his knowledge, his old friend Nicholas Flamel had conducted research in this area during his lifetime. If there were truly such a vivacious alchemical creature in this world, it would likely be the product of his creation. The mere presence of what could possibly be an alchemical rabbit beside Ashley, coupled with Flamel's extraordinary trust in Ashley as expressed in his letter, left Dumbledore with much to ponder. It was not that he suspected any malice on her part or that of others. Rather, he was uncomfortable with the feeling of losing control and the unknown. Nicholas, my dear old friend, what have you been concealing from me? Have you placed all your hopes on that young girl? What is it that she can assist you with? Or what is it that you wish for her to accomplish on my behalf? Dumbledore murmured, caressing Flamel's final letter, though alas, no one in the expansive office heard him. Had Ashley been privy to his words, she would likely have been profoundly startled. What she had initially believed to be a whimsical escapade with Beatrice had, in fact, nearly unveiled the greatest of secrets. The portraits in the headmaster's office witnessed Dumbledore's murmurs, yet their voices were too faint, even when they crowded around the nearest painting. They could not decipher his words. Phineas was grumbling and refusing to depart, much to the dismay of his former counterpart. Dumbledore, hearing the commotion, turned with a knowing smile, prompting the other portraits to fall silent. Dumbledore had arranged for the professors to conduct several rounds of patrol the following day, but none had spotted Black. The consensus among them was that Black had already vacated the premises, leading to the lifting of the temporary lockdown of the castle. Students from other houses resumed their ordinary routines, yet the Gryffindor students appeared unable to move past the recent events. The situation was exacerbated by the damage to the fat lady's portrait, necessitating repairs. Thus, the Gryffindor common room was being guarded by Sir Cadogan and his portrait of a pony. The crux of the issue lay not in the change of guardian, but in the peculiar and ever-changing passwords. The little lions were being tormented terribly by Sir Cadogan, especially those with poor memories who often found themselves denied entry. Neville was among them, forced to diligently note down each password as if taking class notes. Fortunately, few laughed at his predicament, as many were in the same boat. They all reminisced fondly about the days when the fat lady was present, fervently hoping for her portrait to be restored soon. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, however, were a different case, driven by their commitment to a promise made in the Great Hall. The six friends were diligently searching for traces of Black's time at school, hoping to uncover clues. With Hermione in their midst, the possibility of forgetting any passwords was non-existent. The trio moved in unison, unable to perceive the struggles faced by the other Gryffindors. Unfortunately, their quest for clues was proving rather fruitless. They had only established the strong bond between Sirius Black and James Potter during their school years and learned of Black's popularity among the girls, a rather trivial revelation. The group felt disheartened, yet Ashley found value in the information and even recited the details of their friendship aloud, reinforcing it in their memories. Harry, clearly unable to grasp Ashley's intentions, clenched his fists in frustration and agitation upon hearing this. Ashley, feeling helpless, eventually sighed and remarked, "It's truly hard to believe that two individuals with such a strong bond could betray one another." Their friendship seemed genuinely profound. The weight of the word genuinely hung heavily in the air, prompting deep reflection among those familiar with Ashley, save for the embittered Harry. Ashley chose not to elaborate further, aware that saying too much could reveal her true thoughts. She also refrained from advising Harry to release his hatred, knowing full well that his focus would soon shift elsewhere. The new Quidditch season was fast approaching. Once the matchups were announced, Wood's competitive nature would undoubtedly propel him to intensify training, determined to secure the championship in his final year. Consequently, Harry would scarcely have time to continue his search for clues, likely becoming exhausted by the end of each day. Ashley, too, would not squander her time on such matters, for she possessed the knowledge Harry genuinely sought. However, she had to adhere to the old adage that the time was not yet ripe. Reflecting on Wood, a shiver ran through Ashley. She felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He was in his 7th year now, and she mused that once he graduated, it would be unlikely for her to see him again. Chapter 164. The Dilemma of the Spectator. The Quidditch match schedule for the current school year at Hogwarts was released. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Before Ashley could even gather her thoughts, April let out a wail. Choosing between her friends and her crush, that was the dilemma. Though April no longer harbored an obsession with Cedric, it was a misconception to assume her feelings had waned. She had merely matured, able to distinguish between romantic affection and mere admiration. Her verbal complaints about Cedric's disloyalty did not diminish her admiration for him. Ashley privately thought that April was merely expressing sour grapes over unattainable desires. April's lament drew the attention of everyone, and she quickly attempted to justify her outburst by claiming confusion over whether to support her friend or uphold her house's honor. Ashley admired her quick thinking. Indeed, this reason seemed more fitting for April. However, during their first year, Cedric had not participated in the finals, and Harry's victory had been so resounding that April had no opportunity to grapple with conflicting loyalties. In their second year, Harry had been rendered unable to compete due to Lockhart's mishaps, leaving Ashley unable to attend the match, thereby avoiding any dilemma. Given the current circumstances, it was certain that Harry would face Cedric, and considering their respective skills, the match would undoubtedly be intense. Who then should she support? Contemplating this, Ashley couldn't help but feel disheartened. Later, when Harry and the others arrived, they too recognized the predicament, their expressions equally somber. Ron shrugged in resignation. I suppose unless you can completely dominate Cedric like you did in your first year, ending the match in an instant, otherwise, Ashley will likely be in a tough spot. Hermione sighed. Indeed, while that may be the case, we all know Cedric's prowess is formidable. Such an outcome is nearly impossible. If the match becomes fierce, Ashley will truly be at a loss as to whom to cheer for. Harry, too, felt a sense of unease, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, Ron, with a peculiar expression, asked, Harry, if Ashley were to cheer for Cedric, would that affect you? Harry instinctively wanted to retort that it wouldn't, yet the words faltered on his lips. Each time he heard Ashley's support from the stands, it filled him with strength, driving him to win. Eager to experience the moment of victory and see the pride and admiration in her eyes. Yet, if Ashley were to cheer for the opposing side, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't feel disheartened. Harry's expression spoke volumes, and Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed. Observing the concern on his friends' faces, Harry recognized his own emotional turmoil. He took a deep breath and smiled, saying, No need to worry. The cheers will surely be loud and chaotic, and we might not even hear clearly. We shouldn't borrow trouble. Let us just focus on giving our all to win the match. I firmly believe in Ashley, regardless of whom she supports. Her greatest desire is for us to compete with unwavering determination, and that alone suffices. What Harry remains unaware of is that his words sound more like a self-affirmation. And as the conversation progresses, his disappointment becomes increasingly palpable, causing Ron and Hermione to grow more concerned. Wood's training regimen shows no signs of easing. In fact, as Ashley had predicted, the announcement of the match schedule has only intensified the training demands. Unbeknownst to Ashley, Wood's feelings upon seeing the matchups mirror Harry's, leaving him equally anxious and apprehensive. Although Ashley typically cheers for Harry, to Wood, Harry is inherently a Gryffindor, and thus, her support for him feels akin to encouragement directed at himself. However, the release of the match schedule implies that Ashley's allegiances are now unpredictable. If they were not Gryffindors, whether it be he or Harry, there would undoubtedly be some ramifications. Ultimately, this likely correlates with the degree of concern they harbor. Harry is self-evident, while Wood's subtle anxieties are becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been cornered by two young girls outside Madame Putafoot's tea shop, compelling him to confess his feelings. Reflecting on the previous year, he was brimming with determination and devoid of any hesitations. At this juncture, Wood cannot help but engage in a bit of self-mockery. Why complicate a foolish crush? It would be far more prudent to focus on performing well and securing a spot on the team. Indeed, one's performance in Hogwarts Quidditch matches serves as a crucial reference for the official Quidditch team. The prospect of winning several Quidditch Cups significantly enhances one's chances of joining the team, potentially even granting immediate participation rights. For someone like him, who is utterly besotted with Quidditch, this is an immensely enticing prospect. Quidditch enthusiast? That term rings a bell. It was the nickname bestowed upon him by Miss Flower. As he contemplates his future, she crosses his mind again, leaving Wood feeling both helpless and bittersweet. For him, this is hardly a favorable development. Enveloped in thoughts of Quidditch, he finds himself easily distracted, unsure whether to allow his feelings to persist. It's akin to two conflicting states in his everyday life. He desires to follow his heart and draw closer to the person who captivates him. Yet, on the Quidditch pitch, he fears such emotions. Suppressing his feelings, he redirects his focus back to the game, transforming into a training zealot once more. As for his inner turmoil and worries, they're momentarily cast aside. With the goalposts behind him and the quaffle soaring towards him, seizing it becomes his singular objective. The Quidditch season has commenced. The opening match features Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The fervent cheers from the crowd indicate just how eagerly anticipated this match is. Ashley and Apollyon are seated in the Hufflepuff stands, striving to contain their excitement and anticipation in silence. In truth, the young witches of Hufflepuff have long since taken note of them, given their well-known connection to the Savior. The Slytherin contingent, led by Malfoy, has already placed bets on which side Ashley and Apollyon will choose. It must be said that Harry and Cedric are indeed the star players of Hogwarts. Their influence and prowess have elevated the expectations for this match to unprecedented heights, drawing attention away from the Hufflepuff players, with many eyes likely lingering on Ashley and Apollyon, who may well be cheering for Gryffindor. The malicious amusement of Malfoy and his companions has only amplified the scrutiny directed toward them. Consequently, the focus of spectators has shifted beyond the performance on the field to include the two young women in the stands, making them targets of interest. Chapter 165. Dumbledore's outburst against the Dementor. Apollyon has frequently expressed her grievances about Malfoy and his entourage, lamenting their idleness and luck in being able to watch the spectacle of others. If he were to face Harry or Cedric, it would likely leave the Slytherins in disarray. Although Ashley shares her irritation, it does not deter her from attending the match. After all, she considers herself an ordinary spectator, remaining neutral, ready to congratulate whichever side emerges victorious, as long as the match is fair. As she observes the pleasant weather and the enthusiastic crowd, everything seems to unfold smoothly. Yet no one can predict what changes the next moment may bring. A sense of unease creeps over Ashley, prompting her to recall her conversation with Dumbledore the previous day. She wonders whether he will honor their agreement. How rare it is for Miss Dursley to seek out an old man like me for a chat. It seems Severus has done an admirable job as the messenger. Dumbledore beams at Ashley, his eyes twinkling with meaning. Headmaster, did I not request the professor's assistance in conveying my intention to visit you beforehand? Surely it was with your permission that the professor relayed the message to me? He did not share it lightly. Please do not cast blame unjustly. Ashley offers a somewhat exasperated explanation, fully aware that Dumbledore's words are likely laced with jest. Yet she is reluctant to delve deeper, preferring not to provide him with further entertainment. Clearly, Miss Dursley seems to favor Severus more, unwilling to let him bear even the slightest grievance, making me, an old man, quite envious. Stifling the urge to roll her eyes, Ashley muses that only sincerity can yield sincerity, but the question remains, do you possess such sincerity? Even if you do, I dare not accept it, fearing imprisonment as well as death. With a somewhat awkward smile, she responds, You jest, Headmaster. I merely wish to speak on behalf of the professor. I have come primarily to inquire about the arrangements for the Quidditch matches. I understand that you and Professor McGonagall have arranged for Percy to accompany Harry for his protection. While both Harry and I are immensely grateful for your arrangements and Percy's efforts, the Quidditch pitch is rather expansive. The match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff is certain to be thrilling. Headmaster, might you be interested in attending in person? Dumbledore's eyes glimmer with interest, a slight smile gracing his lips. Naturally, this is Hogwarts' grandest event, and I shall not miss a single match. Miss Dursley, you may rest assured. Upon realizing that Dumbledore has grasped her intent, Ashley breathes a sigh of relief. Dumbledore continues to smile at Ashley, his gaze now infused with warmth and appreciation. The scene shifts back to the present. Ashley scans the faculty stands, and only after confirming Dumbledore as presence does she allow a relaxed smile to surface. Dumbledore, sensing something, turns his gaze toward her and smiles. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierces the air, the match officially commences. In an instant, brooms intertwine and players dart across the pitch. Harry and Cedric have found their rhythm, showcasing both skill and speed. The other players engage in spirited exchanges, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wood steadfastly guards his position, refusing to miss a single ball. The Hufflepuff keeper performs admirably, committing few errors. The score remains tightly contested, just as everyone had anticipated. In the stands, young witches and wizards cheer for their favored players, erupting in applause and encouragement. Ashley and Apollyon, too, clasp hands, displaying their excitement and enthusiasm. However, not a single biased word escapes their lips, as they seem solely focused on the match itself, devoid of any particular allegiance. This lack of partisanship leaves those eagerly awaiting the spectacle rather disappointed. Unbeknownst to anyone, the sky has begun to darken slightly. Clouds obscure the sunlight, taking on a foreboding hue. The athletes on the field were fervently pouring their passion and sweat into the game, while the spectators, engrossed in their fervent cheers, scarcely noticed the shifting weather. Even those who did take note paid little heed, for in a Quidditch match, neither wind nor rain could deter the relentless pursuit of victory. As seekers, Harry and Cedric epitomized this tenacity, their sole focus directed towards the golden snitch. They soared, dashed, and dove, each maneuver capable of eliciting gasps of astonishment from ordinary onlookers. Their flight path traversed the entirety of the pitch, including the heights above. As the skies grew darker, the sun vanished, and white clouds transformed into ominous storm clouds. Rain initially fell in a gentle drizzle before pouring down in torrents. Experienced spectators had already donned their raincoats, swiftly preparing for the deluge. The athletes, however, found themselves at a disadvantage, drenched and continuing the match amidst the downpour. Harry's glasses became an unmistakable obstacle. Deprived of clear sight, he was reluctantly forced to hover in midair. Before we could call a halt to the game, Harry retrieved his wand from its binding on his thigh and cast a waterproof charm on his glasses, instantly alleviating the predicament. Gazing through the now clear lenses, Harry felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Ashley, who had anticipated this very scenario while they practiced the repairing charm over the summer and had specifically taught him this spell. Before he could dwell further on his gratitude, a familiar chill enveloped him. As he pondered the source of this sensation, he noticed Ashley rising in astonishment from a distance. In truth, not only Ashley, but the entire audience must have witnessed the terrifying scene unfolding before them. Dozens of Dementors, cloaked in tattered robes, descended from the heavens. The swirling of their cloaks evoked not a sense of sanctity, but rather an overwhelming terror. From Harry's lofty vantage point, the Dementors appeared as if hovering directly above Ashley. Ashley's eyes widened in horror, and instinctively, she drew her wand, intending to cast the Patronus charm. Yet, the voice of Beatrice, who remained in her bag, interrupted her. "Wait, have you forgotten the very Dumbledore you summoned? If you act now, you will expose yourself directly to Voldemort." In an instant, Ashley regained her composure. There was no time to respond to Beatrice's warning, her anxious gaze fixed upon Dumbledore. The headmaster, with an expression of concern, lifted his eyes to the swarm of Dementors. Although their appearance displeased him greatly, he weighed the situation carefully until the Dementors committed any further transgressions. It was indeed unwise for him to intervene. He could only keep a vigilant watch on Harry, ensuring his safety. In truth, Ashley's gaze had not gone unnoticed by him. Yet the Dementors were still too distant. It was only when he observed one inching closer to Harry, poised to siphon his happiness, that Dumbledore sprang into action. "You have overstepped your bounds. Be gone at once." A brilliant flash of white light erupted, and before any form could coalesce, the Dementors were propelled away by a surge of immense magical power. However, amidst the chaos, no one in the stands marveled at the formidable strength of Professor Dumbledore. Instead, their hearts sank as they beheld two figures plummeting from the sky. Snape swiftly cast a cushioning charm towards the two, ensuring their safe descent. Harry, momentarily stunned, clutched the golden snitch, rendered momentarily speechless. Rewinding to the moment just before Dumbledore cast the Patronus charm, the snitch ascended directly towards Harry. The familiar chill had distracted him. Cedric, devoid of such visual impediments, remained tightly focused on the snitch's flight. Though it eluded him at every turn, he never lost sight of it. Thus, as the snitch shot upward, he pursued it at high speed, his perspective entirely set on the aerial chase. As the Dementors prepared to drain Harry's joy, he instinctively lunged forward, pulling Harry down to safety. Simultaneously, the snitch entered Harry's line of sight, and he instinctively grasped it. In essence, Dumbledore's Patronus charm, Cedric's courageous leap, and Harry's capture of the snitch occurred in perfect synchrony. This dramatic turn of events unfolded before the eyes of all, leaving them momentarily speechless. Ashley, having been mentally prepared, was the first to react. She nodded gratefully towards the professor before hastening towards Harry. Although the professor's intervention was timely, it did not assuage Ashley's concerns. From her viewpoint, Harry had likely been in close proximity to the Dementors. Furthermore, with Cedric lying beside him, she felt compelled to confirm their well-being, whether out of house loyalty or gratitude for Harry's life. Evelyn, roused by Ashley's urgency, quickly followed suit. Then Ron, Hermione, and Benedict realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to the center of the pitch to check on their friends. Gradually, the athletes on the field regained their senses and descended hastily, eager to ascertain the condition of their teammates. Like a thawing ice, realization spread among the crowd as they comprehended the gravity of what had transpired. Madame Hooch finally noticed the snitch in Harry's grasp, blew her whistle, and declared the match concluded awarding victory to Gryffindor. Yet, in the next instant, rather than erupting in celebration, the crowd fell into a moment of silence. Once Ashley helped Harry to his feet and confirmed his well-being, he too came to his senses. Hearing Madame Hooch's verdict, he was the first to voice his dissent. "Professor, I believe the result of this match should be nullified. An unexpected event occurred on the field, and Cedric missed the opportunity to catch the snitch while attempting to save me. This outcome is not fair." Though it longed for victory, he refrained from countering Harry's claims. He valued a just victory far more than an unearned one and held great respect for players of integrity. In contrast, Cedric, supported by Cho, smiled and interjected, "No, I believe this result is entirely fair. In truth, given the distance, even if I hadn't lunged to pull Harry down, he would have undoubtedly caught the snitch before I could. My act was driven by conscience and instinct, not a tactic to skew the fairness of the match. To do otherwise would diminish my own worth." Cedric's words commanded profound respect from all. Even the Badger, who had been previously invested in the outcome, could not help but smile in relief, gazing at Cedric with admiration. In unison, they mused, "Indeed, he is the pride of Hufflepuff." Ashley and Evelyn shared this sentiment, albeit with a tinge of regret, as Evelyn shook her head, acknowledging his unavailability. "Well said." Dumbledore approached, accompanied by the other professors, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Cedric. "You flatter me, Headmaster. These are merely my sincere thoughts. Winning without merit is equally a disgrace for a player." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, addressing all the young witches and wizards. "As Mr. Diggory has articulated, Gryffindor is indeed the victor of this match. However, we must also commend Mr. Diggory's integrity and kindness. It is a testament to the character of a Hufflepuff, and I believe even the esteemed Ms. Hufflepuff would take pride in you." Cedric's face flushed with embarrassment, undeniably achieving the highest honor in the hearts of his fellow Badgers. Before he could express his modesty, Dumbledore continued, "To this end, I shall bestow 100 points upon Hufflepuff House." Instantly, the long-awaited cheers of celebration erupted, and the joyous outcome brought genuine smiles to the faces of every young wizard. Some Gryffindor students even embraced their Hufflepuff counterparts, harboring no ill will over the result of the Quidditch match. Ashlyn couldn't help but discreetly give Dumbledore a thumbs up. The old fox had an uncanny ability to read the hearts of people and was remarkably adept at subtly influencing the perceptions of students. Snape, observing Ashlyn's little gesture, scoffed, causing Ashlyn to hastily retract her finger. After all, she preferred seeking Dumbledore's assistance over his. Yet, considering the timing of her pleading gaze, what was there to misunderstand? The young girl merely cared for his feelings and reputation. A sly smile crept onto Snape's lips, filling him with a rare sense of delight. Meanwhile, Lupin, witnessing the interaction between Snape and Ashlyn, felt a tumult of emotions. Merlin, what a tangled web of relationships. Harry's sister, it seemed, had formed an unlikely friendship with Snape. Did she know of the events that transpired between Harry's father and Snape? To assert that James's actions back in the day were justified was a difficult claim for his conscience to bear. Moreover, after observing for so long, Lupin understood Ashlyn's significant place in Harry's heart. It was likely that whatever Ashlyn said, Harry would believe, leading one to ponder how Harry would regard James. Lupin pressed his lips together, feeling rather despondent. Following her retreat from Snape's scare, Ashlyn settled into the role of an audience member, cheerfully watching as Harry and Cedric were surrounded by praises, their faces flushed with embarrassment from the spectacle. Unbeknownst to her, her presence had instigated significant emotional shifts between the two professors. Chapter 167. The Aftermath of the Dementor's Incursion into the Quidditch Pitch. Regarding the incident of the Dementor invading the pitch during the match, Dumbledore's stance was unexpectedly firm, demanding an explanation from the Ministry of Magic. Although no casualties occurred, in light of the events that transpired on the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of the school year, even the governors could not side with Fudge this time. Fudge found himself overwhelmed by Dumbledore's accusatory correspondence, yet he was powerless to refute. Once could deem it an accident, but twice would be beyond the realm of mere coincidence. Furthermore, the Quidditch pitch, teeming with spectators, could not simply be brushed aside as had been done previously with a single young wizard. Dumbledore and Fudge engaged in a protracted battle of words, leading to a temporary cessation of the Quidditch matches. Harry and Cedric spent the night in the hospital wing, sipping calming potions, and by the following day, Madame Pomfrey had ushered them out. Notably, Cho Chang had tended to Cedric in the bed beside Harry for a time. While Harry was indeed struck by Cho's beauty, he found himself devoid of other thoughts. Even witnessing their blossoming relationship, he silently wished them well. Perhaps influenced by Ashlyn, he had become more mindful of decorum, exhibiting a touch more straightforwardness. When Ashlyn visited Harry and observed his demeanor, she felt both astonished and pleased. It was truly heartening to see him carve out his own path and develop his own understanding. Once the two were discharged, or rather, left the hospital wing, both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff prepared grand celebrations for them. This was a privilege not afforded during consecutive matches. As for Cedric, despite his loss, he garnered respect. And compared to this year's Triwizard Cup, the accolades he received filled the Badgers with pride, each one feeling a sense of honor in being a Hufflepuff. Harry, however, harbored serious doubts that this so-called celebration was merely an excuse for the little lions to indulge in feasting and merriment, a way to pass the time. Ever since Ashlyn's birthday celebration, Hogwarts kitchens had found a new rhythm thanks to the Weasley twins. Yet, as the Hufflepuff upperclassman remarked, the cooperation of the house elves depended greatly on the situation. It was evident that the mischievous twins were not on the list of favored house elves, and they would certainly miss out on any special menus. Fortunately, they understood the social nuances and bore no resentment, knowing that Harry and his friends had been preoccupied with tracking down Black, thus offering an equivalent exchange. To this end, they provided the Marauders map, requesting Ashlyn to share some of the delectable items from the special menu for Gryffindor celebration. This added a delightful highlight to the festivities, greatly elevating the spirits of many little lions. Ashlyn, possessing some knowledge of the castle's secret passages, found the mapping function of the Marauders map somewhat less intriguing than its ability to reveal the whereabouts of individuals. After several days of study, bolstered by Beatrice's guidance, Ashlyn quickly grasped the spells, magical arrays, and interesting concepts involved, gaining considerable insight. The tracking and transformation spells were not overly challenging for her, but their application left her in awe, not to mention devising a large magical array akin to a sensing barrier across the vast expanse of Hogwarts, allowing for the tracking of every individual entering the map's vicinity, truly showcased a genius level of thought and execution. Ashlyn could not help but marvel at the undeniable talent and capability of James and Sirius, despite their lack of earnest endeavors during their school years. Admittedly, the Marauders map was not without its flaws, unless one were to appear in a less frequented area. Locating someone among a sea of black dots and names could be quite the challenge, often leading to a sense of dizziness. Yet, its merits outweighed its drawbacks, as even the discerning Beatrice had studied it closely, nodding in silent approval of its excellence. The days for Peter and Lupin, both co-creators of the Marauders map, were far from pleasant during Ashlyn's research into their creation. Peter, after the debacle involving the pet brawl, had remained docile in his cage, afraid to venture anywhere, akin to being imprisoned. Lupin, on the other hand, spent his nights in his office, enduring the agony of the full moon. Perhaps due to a conversation between Snape and Ashlyn regarding his predicament, Snape had taken to providing him with Wolfsbane potion a week in advance each month, sternly reminding him to take it punctually to avoid wreaking havoc at Hogwarts. Although Lupin suffered greatly from the potion side effects, he managed to navigate the past few months of transformation relatively unscathed. Truth be told, ever since he learned of Ashlyn's relationship with Snape, he couldn't shake the feeling that Snape's kindness might be connected to her, further complicating his emotions. At times, upon seeing Harry, he appeared as if he were on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. As for his teaching duties, aside from the 15th of each month, on all other days, Lupin would persist in attending classes, not wanting to burden Snape. Snape, after his inexplicable lecture on werewolves during his first class, resumed teaching at a normal pace. Strangely enough, despite his usual sharp tongue, which irked many young witches and wizards, his effectiveness was remarkable. He adopted a direct approach, eschewing unnecessary chatter to highlight key points. While his classes might not be as entertaining as Lupin's, the essential information was presented clearly, thereby alleviating the burden of reading for everyone. This left many young wizards, who had initially doubted Snape's prowess in teaching defense against the dark arts, at a loss for words. Indeed, numerous astute young witches and wizards began to re-evaluate their opinions of Professor Snape. People are naturally drawn to strength, and the astute have already begun to draw parallels with last year's dueling club, clearly recognizing that Severus Snape, beyond his prowess in potions, commands similar admiration in the realm of spells, thus earning him an augmented measure of respect. Ashley, witnessing this effect, smiled with particular delight. After approximately a week, Hogwarts finally announced the good news of the competition's resumption. Throughout this week, the young witches and wizards attended their classes as usual, albeit with an undeniable impatience regarding the paused events, their thoughts somewhat restless. Unbeknownst to them, during this week, Headmaster Dumbledore had endured countless verbal skirmishes and the machinations of public sentiment. Faced with Dumbledore's steadfastness and the complaints from parents, Cornelius Fudge ultimately relented. The Dementors collectively withdrew from Hogwarts, replaced by the watchful presence of Aurors. The Dementors have taken up residence in a secluded area outside Hogsmeade, under Auror control, permitted to emerge only upon the detection of Sirius Black. Chapter 168, Patching Up, Threatening Black. The resolution appeared to show that Fudge had made few concessions. Yet only politicians could truly comprehend the extent of the Ministry of Magic's diminishing control over Hogwarts. Upon reading the final letter from the Ministry, Dumbledore let out a resigned but satisfied sigh. This victory in the tug-of-war should serve as a wake-up call for certain individuals. At the very least, their claws would not extend so swiftly or so far. The young witches and wizards, however, remained oblivious to the headmaster's troubles, as they only knew that the joy of Quidditch was returning. The match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw was scheduled for Sunday, while Saturday marked the second open day for Hogsmeade. This arrangement delighted the young witches and wizards, allowing them to procure a bounty of snacks before indulging in the match, relishing the experience. On the evening the announcement was made, the Dementors quietly departed from Hogwarts. Their exit was subtle, yet the following day, some young witches and wizards noticed the changes around the castle and breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ashley was among them. However, unlike others who felt merely disdain and fear, her sentiments were intertwined with tangible benefits. Reflecting on it, she realized that this year's dangers had been effectively subdued. Buckbeak would not face punishment. Hermione had lost her time turner, the Dementors had evacuated Hogwarts, and Lupin was adhering to his medication. If all went well, capturing Peter would lead to a perfect conclusion. Conclusion? A chilling thought struck Ashley. If Peter were captured and unable to escape, would that not preclude Voldemort's resurrection? This foolish notion flitted through her mind for a fleeting moment before she chuckled at her own absurdity. After all, as long as Horcruxes remained intact, how could one speak of preventing Voldemort's return? Nevertheless, it seemed worthwhile to avert Cedric's death. With this thought, her spirits lifted somewhat, and she suddenly recalled a matter that required patching up. After all, having finally arrived at such a splendid time in her academic life, she was loath to see it disrupted. Ultimately, it would yield no benefit. Aside from instilling panic among students, it would only embolden Fudge's ambitions, leave Neville chastised by his grandmother's scolding, and foster a sense of guilt and self-reproach in him, rendering him a pitiable figure. It would also rekindle Peter's desire to go into hiding, frame Crookshanks, and sow discord between Hermione and Ron, resulting in nothing but harm. Ashley retrieved the Marauder's map, not truly expecting it to reveal the dog's whereabouts, but rather to provide a cover. Under the cloak of night, she cast the disillusionment charm and made her way toward the Whomping Willow. The journey was remarkably smooth. With worries set aside, this nocturnal venture felt particularly pleasant, and she suddenly understood why the Gryffindors were so enamored with nighttime escapades. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Whomping Willow, Ashley carefully examined the knotted growths on the trunk, confirming her position before casting a quickening charm. She approached the trunk with a speed that left the tree unresponsive. It was disingenuous to claim she felt no trepidation. Although the tree was unlikely to strike her, she had always kept a respectful distance. Once the Whomping Willow stood still, she discerned a hidden passage. Taking a deep breath, Ashley jumped down. Progressing through the passage, she refrained from casting even the faintest light, instead relying on her mental acuity to navigate the darkness. The air within the tunnel was indeed foul, laden with the scents of mud, decaying wood, and perhaps the stench of small animal remains. Ashley found it quite unbearable, yet she resolutely pressed on, unwilling to retreat before accomplishing her task. Eventually, she arrived at a wooden structure and sensed a canine presence deep within. The creature's keen nose and ears detected her approach, causing it to bare its teeth and retreat as she neared the door. With no other option, Ashley spoke through the door. "Please refrain from visiting Gryffindor's common room for now. Harry is particularly fond of Quidditch. If it were to be cancelled, he would be most disappointed. The rat is cunning. If you startle it, it will simply hide again, making it much harder to locate. I will find a way to draw it out. You must remain hidden and act cautiously. Otherwise, I have the Marauder's map, and you understand what that entails." Half reasoning, half threatening, Ashley concluded her words, placing some food she had prepared earlier at the door before turning to leave. After her footsteps faded into the distance, the door creaked open. A large black dog appeared. If Harry were present, he would surely exclaim Sirius. At that moment, Sirius looked robust, yet his coat lacked the luster it had when he left the Potter household. Lowering his head, he sniffed the basket of food, swallowing involuntarily. When he raised his gaze, His eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. The basket contained all his favorite foods. As if pondering something, he eventually lowered his head to begin devouring the contents voraciously. Acquiescing to the threat posed by the impish witch, he clearly accepted her ultimatum. There was no other choice. Since the summer began, he had been firmly under her thumb and knew her methods all too well. This time, her threat was as incisive as before. For both Harry's sake and his own, he had to comply with her demands. But why did she understand his thoughts and circumstances so well? It was as if she had been observing him the entire time. No, perhaps she was even residing in his mind. Sirius found himself baffled by this notion. Even as he savored the rare meal, his thoughts elsewhere. Yet he was not overly anxious, for he understood that the mischievous which bore no malice toward him or Harry. On the contrary, she had been aiding them all along. This was the very reason he found himself so willing to trust her and follow her instructions. The sound of chewing echoed eerily in the shrieking shack. The silence thick with tension, leaving only the sound of the dog consuming its meal, which did little to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Perhaps there was not truly a compelling reason to continue. Perhaps it was simply unbearable to endure it all. Meanwhile, Ashley had successfully returned to the dormitory. Lying on her bed and reflecting on the situation she had just sensed with Sirius, she sighed silently, feeling a pang of sympathy for his plight, even as she uttered threats. Ashley found herself in a state of inner conflict. With a self-deprecating laugh, she resolved to buy extra sweets the following day to soothe her divided sentiments. Chapter 169. Mr. Quidditch Fanatic, could it be that you have feelings for me? On the second trip to Hogsmeade, the third-year witches and wizards had significantly mellowed in their demeanor. After her nighttime escapade, Ashley found herself unusually sluggish the following day, and Apollyon did not urge her as he had during their first visit. After finishing breakfast, she conveniently prepared a portion for Eily as well. Only after observing her enjoy the meal did she begin to tidy up for their outing. Her demeanor exuded a calm and composed aura that left Eily internally marveling at her unusual tranquility. At that moment, Peach returned, carrying a letter. Eily's peripheral vision caught sight of the sender's name, Dursley. Her lips twitched as she calculated just how long it had been since her brother had sent her a letter. Well, perhaps it was best not to humiliate herself further. Aside from lamenting the boy's extroverted nature, Eily found herself at a loss for what else to think. Watching Apollyon effortlessly open the letter in front of her, read it, and then smile radiantly, Eily inexplicably felt a surge of comfort. It seemed her brother was truly making something of himself. However, as Apollyon began to share amusing anecdotes about Darley, Eily felt an odd sense of unease. Was this what they call dog food? Her expression became somewhat inscrutable, and her smile looked a bit awkward. Apollyon quickly caught on, bursting into laughter and urging her to consider embarking on a romantic relationship. Eily politely declined, but couldn't he help but think of Wood, who had been inexplicably locking eyes with her lately. She widened her eyes, patted her face, and took a sip of water from the table, struggling to suppress the overwhelming warmth that flooded her cheeks. Honestly, following Apollyon's words and thinking of what made Eily feel quite flustered. Some matters felt like they existed behind a window. Inside was serene and peaceful, while outside roiled with tumultuous waves. The distinction between scenery and reality hinged merely on the opportunity to open that window. Clearly, Eily seemed to have recognized this. Yet the instinct to seek comfort is inherent to human nature, prompting her to instinctively shy away from confronting what she found troublesome. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Apollyon had finished preparing and was ready to accompany her to Hogsmeade. The two strolled leisurely, and Eily gradually calmed down, appearing completely untroubled when they joined their friends. After their previous reconnaissance, this time, they decided to venture out together. The Honeyduke's candy store was, of course, an indispensable stop, and everyone returned laden with treasures. Eily purchased a variety of soft candies, fulfilling her promise to herself from the previous night. Curiously, the once salty and spicy Li Aixi had inexplicably developed a fondness for sweets and had grown quite accustomed to Y-style cuisine. One could only marvel at how time and environment could induce such remarkable transformations, rendering two phases of life increasingly distinct. Though these reflections lingered in her mind, they did not hinder Eily's fervor for showcasing her candy. As soon as she exited Honeyduke's, she tore open the packaging and began indulging in various soft candies, inciting envy among her friends, who eagerly clutched their own bags of candy, discussing which was the tastiest. They resembled elementary school children, finding a perfect harmony in their shared exuberance. They found two long benches by the roadside, sat down, and engaged in lively conversation about their sweet treasures. Ron and Apollyon unexpectedly began to debate whether coconut ice cream or cream-filled candies were superior. Harry, observing the commotion, set both candies out, sampling each while inviting Ashley, Hermione, and Benedict to join in. Ashley hadn't anticipated such a turn of events, yet it felt rather delightful. With enthusiasm, she sampled one of each and offered her reviews, managing to appease both sides and bringing temporary peace to their debate. Hermione and Benedict exchanged amused glances, shedding their usual serious adult demeanor to partake in the candy exchange game. Initially, Ashley felt a bit awkward, particularly under the scrutiny of others, but gradually, she immersed herself in the simple, joyful atmosphere. Naturally, encountering acquaintances changed the dynamic. Would several seventh-year students pass by, their astonished expressions causing Ashley and her friends to blush with embarrassment. Especially for Ashley, Wood's name, or rather his presence, had somehow become that window. It felt uncertain whether to push it open or to continue observing, unable to discern whether to relish the peace within or fear the storm outside. Wood's companions seemed to recognize Ashley, some nudging him playfully while others pushed him towards her. Wood shot them a mildly irritated glare, prompting them to disperse like startled birds, leaving him standing awkwardly in place. He had no choice but to greet Ashley sheepishly, smiling as he remarked, "These candies are indeed quite delightful." Harry's reaction was notably intense, casting a somewhat unfriendly look at Wood, devoid of the respect he typically displayed on the Quidditch pitch. "Thank you for the recommendation, Captain. We've only just begun our third year and are still exploring Hogsmeade, so there are many candies we haven't had the chance to try yet. But that's all right. We have plenty of time to savor them. Captain, you seem quite busy this year. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave us. It wouldn't be ideal to delay your responsibilities. Your friends are waiting for you." Ashley, catching Harry's seemingly pointed remarks, suddenly perceived the underlying implications. Her mind buzzing as that window appeared to swing open. Images she had long overlooked flashed before her, with stepping in to help her out of a predicament. Apollon's hesitant expression upon receiving a gift from Wood, and even Harry inadvertently positioning himself between Wood and her. She even recalled various details from their last visit to Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Did Hermione, Ron, and Benedict all sense this, while she remained oblivious? Ashley struggled to articulate her emotions, her gaze drifting to her wrist, where a glimmer of silver light reminded her of Wood's reaction upon seeing her wearing the watch. At that moment, he must have thought he understood his feelings for her, which caused him to blush and act shyly. The words she had spoken afterward seemed to convey her unawareness of the sentiments involved, leading to his disappointment. Ashley felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment, yet a sense of clarity washed over her. Observing Wood, who appeared ready to retreat in silence, she impulsively asked, "Mr. Quidditch enthusiast, you wouldn't happen to like me, would you?" Chapter 170. The whole world knows my feelings for you. The moment the words left her lips, Ashley immediately wished to retract them. If not now, when would she cast the forgetfulness charm? Instinctively reaching for her wand, she glanced around at her friends, and reason swiftly returned. She couldn't risk embarrassing herself in front of her companions. That would be a regret she'd carry for a lifetime. Thus, she maintained a facade of strength, treating her inquiry as a trivial matter. However, her face flushed crimson, betraying her true feelings. Apollyon and Hermione exchanged excited glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Both stifled laughter, alternating between glancing at their bold yet hesitant friend and the flustered subject of her question. Benedict and Ron were equally astonished, as if they had just discovered Ashley's directness regarding matters of the heart. Benedict, watching his sister, who seemed ready to pull up a chair and enjoy the spectacle, felt both exhausted and speechless. He glanced at Ashley, his eyes reflecting a mix of uncertainty and intrigue, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find the right words. Ron's gaze flitted back and forth between Ashley and Wood, filled with excitement and curiosity. But the next moment, it shifted to his good friend Harry, tinged with concern. Indeed, at that moment, Harry's expression could hardly be described as anything less than menacing. It was as if he were ready to duel Wood at the slightest affirmation. Ron could empathize with such feelings, leaving him torn between sympathy for Harry and pity for Wood. Truth be told, when Wood first heard Ashley's question, he felt a mix of awkwardness and shyness, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. However, upon witnessing Ashley's own astonishment and bashfulness after posing her question, he found himself inexplicably amused, especially by the way she averted her gaze, which struck him as rather endearing. Thus, all his apprehensions and shyness dissipated, leaving only an abundance of courage and resolve. "If I say yes, Miss Flower, what shall you do?" Ashley was evidently displeased with such a seemingly jestful answer, her brow furrowing in irritation. Wood, having closely observed Ashley's expression, quickly recognized the flaw in his words. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly. In truth, I am not entirely certain when my feelings began to develop in such a manner. By the time I became aware of them, my fondness for you felt like a most natural occurrence. I can easily recall the myriad moments you have graced my life. You, the candid girl who debated who was more handsome on the Quidditch pitch. You, the cunning girl who dubbed me with a nickname. You, the one who so aptly articulated my affection and guided me to discover my own path. You, the girl with flowing hair dancing by the beach, forever etched in my memory. You, the remarkably composed and skilled girl who adeptly handled Harry's injury. You, the warm-hearted and romantic girl at the birthday dinner. The one I longed to cherish. Since then, I have been unable to suppress my gaze, and every unintentional shared glance has been laden with my long-held anticipation. My secret affections are as transparent as daylight. It seems the whole world knows of my feelings for you. Except for you, it appears. Does this answer please you, Miss Flower? Wood's heartfelt confession was both sudden and fitting, causing a hush to fall over the gathering. April and Hermione were already blushing with emotion, eager to respond on Ashley's behalf, but their remaining rationality compelled them to cover their mouths, awaiting the unfolding drama. Benedict wore a frown, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Ron, equally excited, was astonished by Wood's unexpected display, having only ever seen him obsess over Quidditch. Harry, however, wore a grim expression. To claim that Wood's confession left him unmoved would be a lie. Yet, the thought of Wood potentially stealing Ashley away ignited a tempest of frustration and anger within him, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Ashley's mind was ablaze, akin to fireworks on May 20th. The experience of receiving such a formal confession caught her off guard. She had anticipated feeling awkward, yet she was instead enveloped in a profound sense of joy. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if her very breath had been stolen. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she smiled lightly and said, Mr. Quidditch, it seems you have called me by my nickname once more. And everyone seems to know but me. Are you implying that I am rather slow on the uptake? Seeing the lightness in Ashley's tone, Wood's heart soared with joy. And he quickly added, I assure you, it was you who first referred to me by my nickname. Though, rather than a mere nickname, I prefer to call an endearment. Miss Flower, Mr. Quidditch, such terms are indeed quite charming, are they not? As for being slow, that was not my intent. I believe unassuming would be a more fitting description for you, much like a lily of the valley. Upon hearing Wood's earnest attempt at clarification, the three girls burst into laughter. At that moment, their eyes exchanged knowing glances. Hermione and April's teasing glints met Ashley's shy demeanor, illuminating the situation. Harry, too, caught the exchange, sensing something unsaid, which further darkened his mood. Ron and Benedict shared a glance, silently moving to Harry's side, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Yet, the girls were oblivious to this, already engaging in playful banter. Ashley, after all this chatter, how about we head to Madame Putafoot's tea shop for a cup? No, I absolutely refuse. Really? This time, you can focus on yourself without worrying about others. Why don't you try it yourself? Perhaps Dudley would be interested. What does Dudley have to do with this? We haven't even established a relationship yet. I never claimed you had. You've just let the cat out of the bag. I think you both should give it a go, Hermione chimed in playfully. Wood, meanwhile, noticed Harry's demeanor. Feeling a mix of smugness and late remorse, he refrained from offering insincere comfort, instead plotting silently. However, the focus was not on Harry. It was on the girl who had finally awakened to her feelings. Observing the young lady's retreating figure, Wood was filled with delight, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he maintained a respectful distance, acting as the guardian and companion to the trio of girls. Chapter 171. A freshly minted couple. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ashley sat on the edge of her bed, an overwhelming sense of unreality washing over her. Wood, ever perceptive, had bid farewell to Ashley and April alongside Harry, without lingering too long. This not only lifted Harry's spirits, but also alleviated much of Ashley's awkwardness. It felt as though, despite the shift in their relationship, their individual lives remained unaffected. Yet, in the quiet moments alone, Ashley found herself grappling with a sense of disorientation. How could a simple outing lead to such a significant change in her relationship status? This feeling was difficult to articulate. April, who had been happily sorting through their day as spoils, glanced at her daydreaming friend, understanding her sentiment, albeit finding it somewhat amusing. After a moment's thought, she sat beside Ashley, taking her hand with a playful smile, and asked, Did you ever expect that you would go from single in the morning to someone's girlfriend by afternoon? It's a bit bewildering, isn't it? Ashley nodded vigorously. signaling her agreement, as if hesitating would be a slight against the romantic guru April. Sensing her friend's adorably dazed expression, April's smile widened, and she curiously inquired, "I always thought you were oblivious. What made you suddenly realize Wood's feelings today, and why did you ask him so boldly?" Ashley paused, her cheeks flushing crimson as memories of her earlier mortifying moments flooded back. With a mix of embarrassment and resignation, she began to explain. "It seems that the presence of so many couples around me lately has influenced my perceptions. Your interactions with Wood, his pursuit of you, have become increasingly evident. Much like Percy and Penelope, Cedric and Cho, and even Ginny, who appears to be more forthright in her affections. Coupled with the events at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, I find myself gradually coming to terms with it all. Subsequently, you jested that I should consider embarking on a romantic venture, and for some inexplicable reason, my thoughts drifted away. Strangely enough, throughout this past year, we have often exchanged glances, initially awkward, which have gradually transformed into a flurry of confusion. It was only today that I became acutely aware of Harry's guarded demeanor. His words were pointedly suggestive, seemingly a warning to Wood. In that moment, everything about Wood's seemingly irrational behavior fell into place, and I found myself inadvertently voicing my thoughts. Ashley's words flowed with increasing ease, as if she had entirely shed her shyness, morphing into a blend of exasperation over Harry's jealousy and a sweet, silent affection for Wood. Apollyon, however, was taken aback by the extent of her own involvement in this unfolding narrative. Witnessing her dear friend genuinely enter a romantic phase brought her immense joy, prompting her to teasingly suggest that Wood ought to express his gratitude to her, not to mention Hermione, for without their intervention, Ashley might not have realized her feelings so swiftly. "Hermione?" Ashley, caught off guard, inquired, unable to comprehend Hermione's role in this affair. Apollyon, with a mysterious smile, recounted their recent excursion to Hogsmeade, where they had encountered Wood loitering outside Madame Putafoot's, leading to a rather intense interrogation that ultimately clarified his intentions. She then elaborated on her initial plan to gauge Ashley's feelings. Upon hearing this, Ashley felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, particularly as Apollyon teased her about Wood. They engaged in playful banter, the two friends laughing heartily, as Ashley's heart made a seamless transition into the role of Wood's girlfriend. Yet old habits die hard. She later found herself at the room of requirement to fulfill her academic obligations. This development significantly uplifted Beatrice's spirits, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, and she refrained from offering any admonitions. As night fell, pleasant dreams ensued. The following morning heralded the commencement of the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. It was Ashley's first glimpse of Cho's prowess on the field, filling her with admiration while simultaneously shedding light on the allure that this male deity exuded. Cedric, beaming with pride, drew the attention of numerous young witches, much to Apollon's chagrin, who simultaneously scoffed at Cedric's insipid grin, yet kept a watchful eye on Cho's performance. When Cho found herself cornered by Slytherin players, struggling to maneuver, Apollyon felt a mix of concern and frustration, her tough exterior betraying her softer sentiments. Cho's flying skills were commendable, yet her lack of competitive experience became evident, particularly against Slytherin's somewhat underhanded tactics. The outcome was predictable. The match concluded with Slytherin's victory, much to the dismay of the audience. Despite the chorus of boos, the result was irrevocable. Cho's spirits plummeted, and Cedric dutifully remained by her side to console her. The chemistry between them was palpable, prompting even those infatuated with Cedric to concede that they were indeed a celestial couple. However, as Wood, the newly minted boyfriend of Ashley, yearned for a moment of candid conversation with her, he found himself thwarted by the presence of Harry and Ron. Even the Weasley twins, either intentionally or inadvertently, obstructed him, seemingly unable to tolerate his low-key demeanor, which belied the cheerful countenance that betrayed his good mood. Just as he was about to approach Ashley after the match, his oblivious teammates pulled him into discussions regarding strategies for the upcoming final, leaving him no time to bid her farewell or even exchange pleasantries. Feeling a mix of helplessness and sorrow, Wood followed the crowd, prioritizing the matter at hand. The Weasley brothers and Harry exchanged mischievous smiles, their triumph evident to the trio of girls, Ashley, Apollyon, and Hermione, who found the scene both amusing and exasperating. Even Ginny, unable to contain her disapproval, shot her brothers a disapproving glance before turning to Ashley, her eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. Ashley was taken aback, sensing that it was as if the news of her relationship with Wood had spread throughout Gryffindor overnight. Apollyon and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes as they regarded the flustered Ashley. Chapter 172. Two notable packages upon waking early. Ashley was bombarded by Apollyon's rapid-fire inquiry. Are you cheering for Harry or for Wood today? Truthfully, still groggy from sleep, she found herself momentarily flummoxed by the unexpected question. It wasn't that the answer eluded her. Rather, she was astounded by Apollyon's ability to spring such a trap upon waking. Quick on her feet, Ashley managed to muster a mischievous smile as she replied, I'll be cheering for Gryffindor. As anticipated, Apollyon's scheme fell flat, and she let out a defeated groan, rolling about in her bed in disappointment. Ashley couldn't help but chuckle, her good mood undeterred by this early morning plot against her. The Quidditch pitch was alive with excitement, a cacophony of voices filling the air. As Hogwarts' grand event, the atmosphere was electric, especially since it was the final match of the year. The stands were packed with students and faculty, everyone eager to witness the spectacle. Surrounded by a throng of eager badgers, Cedric fielded questions regarding the Championship Cup's fate, providing a gracious analysis of both teams' strengths and weaknesses. He concluded with a prediction that was simultaneously anticipated and surprising. The odds were evenly matched, dependent solely on the team's performances on the day. Most of the young badgers nodded in agreement, appreciating Cedric's objective insight. Only Ashley sighed quietly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Harry had been safely rescued during the Dementor's intrusion, and with his firebolt intact, Black had no reason to send a gift his way. Thus, in this match, Harry lacked a distinct advantage. Yet, upon reflection, Harry's natural flying talent surpassed Malfoy's, and from a certain perspective, Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 merely leveled the playing field. If Harry could win under such circumstances, it would silence any Slytherin naysayers and counteract the prevailing obsession with broomstick performance. Would the true enthusiast of the sport would surely be elated. With a contented smile, Ashley silently cheered for both Harry and Wood, focusing intently on the match. As Harry and Malfoy exchanged their usual taunts, the atmosphere grew tense, with both teams poised for battle. The players swiftly took their positions, and the brooms soared like raindrops in the air. As old rivals, both sides were well acquainted with each other. Wood poured every ounce of effort into blocking each bludger, leaving Slytherin players both impressed and exasperated. For the first time, Ashley keenly observed the goalkeeper's performance, feeling a surge of pride for Wood. Each save he made was both exhilarating and invigorating. Unlike the flashy antics of the Seekers, the goalkeeper's role was humble, steadfast, and often overlooked. Certainly, if one casts their gaze upon the goalkeeper, his brilliance becomes readily apparent. Much like the inspired Apollyon, under the influence of Ashley, excitedly grasped Ashley's hand to exuberantly share her discovery. How incredible! Senior Wood is simply amazing. He has nearly thwarted every single shot from Slytherin. Who knew a goalkeeper could be so dashing? Ashley nodded in agreement, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Wood seemed to sense the admiration, momentarily lost in thought upon witnessing Ashley's grin, before abruptly refocusing with renewed fervor, intent on every ball soaring towards the goal. The Slytherin chasers, their faces etched with frustration, could only lament inwardly, is this lad insane? Can't hit a single ball through. Their sentiments were shared solely among their teammates, as no one else seemed to care. The heroic aura surrounding the Seekers drew the majority of attention to Harry and Malfoy, who found themselves locked in a stalemate. While Malfoy's broom exhibited superior performance, Harry's flying skills were undeniably more adept. Each time they turned or maneuvered, Harry executed his movements with seamless precision, optimizing his flight path. Thus, he remained neck and neck with Malfoy, making it exceedingly difficult for Malfoy to shake him off. In this relentless chase, compounded by the Golden Snitch's inherent agility, the match became increasingly challenging and captivating. The audience's excitement surged, their voices rising in cheers and encouragement, keeping the atmosphere of the stadium palpably electric. Wood's intervention disrupted Slytherin's offensive rhythm, while the Weasley twins began to relay encouraging updates, drawing some attention away from Harry and Malfoy's duel. Listening to Lee Jordan's commentary only intensified Malfoy's agitation, prompting him to accelerate his pursuit of the Golden Snitch, though his flight path and rhythm subsequently fell into disarray. Harry, elated, adjusted the distance between himself and Malfoy, his gaze locked onto the snitch as he subconsciously calculated the optimal trajectory. At last, he identified a flaw in Malfoy's path, surged forward, and, just as the snitch hesitated, he deftly clutched his broom and lunged upward. Silence enveloped the stadium, save for the athletes on the field. There hung Harry, his legs gripping the broom, his body inverted in a somewhat awkward position, but undeniably, he had seized the Golden Snitch. Exultantly, Harry waved to the audience, indifferent to his current state. Ashley, whose heart had been in her throat, finally exhaled in relief. At least he had the sense to protect himself, otherwise. Yet the next moment, she beamed brightly and began to clap vigorously. Her applause reverberated, drawing everyone back to reality. Madame Hooch triumphantly announced Gryffindor's victory, eliciting an uproar of jubilation from the crowd, all cheering for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Though Slytherin felt a sting of dissatisfaction, they graciously joined in the applause. The match had indeed been exhilarating, with Gryffindor's performance utterly commendable. Apollyon enthusiastically grasped Ashley's wrist, shaking it fervently. Ashley, however, felt no such thrill, her excitement eclipsed by Apollyon's exuberance. Yet the next moment, her smile faltered, and she averted her gaze, embarrassed, as Wood and Harry, the two conspicuous figures, soared over on their brooms, waving at her from the Hufflepuff stands. To be precise, Wood arrived first, while Harry, just having mounted his broom, hastily followed suit upon seeing Wood approach. Their intentions were unmistakably clear, drawing the attention of everyone in the stadium towards Ashley. She felt elated, albeit somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. A glance at the staff box revealed the professor's scrutinizing gazes, causing Ashley to instinctively lower her head in avoidance. Meanwhile, Wood felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 173. The price of being noteworthy after securing the Quidditch Cup for Hogwarts. Wood reveled in a prolonged period of triumph. Not only had he received an invitation to be a substitute goalkeeper for Puddlemere United, but he also boldly proclaimed his intentions, earning the well wishes of many. Of course, Harry was not among those offering congratulations. In truth, Harry's feelings towards Wood were quite complex, while he could not bring himself to offer blessings. His earlier resentment had noticeably diminished. This change perhaps stemmed from Wood's earlier words, which made it difficult for Harry to sustain his dislike. As they stood at the entrance, preparing to enter the field, Wood and Harry gazed at the bustling crowd, their hearts inevitably tinged with anxiety. Especially for Harry, with the championship cup within reach. The weight of success, or failure, lay heavily upon him as the crucial seeker. Observing Harry's nervous swallow, Wood pondered before attempting to articulate his thoughts. Harry, do you know what I'm thinking right now? Harry cast a puzzled glance at Wood, initially inclined to respond politely. But the memory of Wood's taking Ashley from him stifled his patience, and he quickly averted his gaze. Wood, however, did not seem to mind the awkwardness. He continued, "Whenever I think of Ashley in the stands, cheering for us with all her might, I feel empowered. I can already envision sharing our glory and joy with her after winning the cup. It will be utterly fantastic." Harry paused, taken aback as he regarded Wood. Wood's eyes were closed, his face radiating a smile filled with longing and delight, stirring something within Harry. It was the first time Harry genuinely perceived the purity and sincerity of Wood's feelings for Ashley, having trained alongside him for nearly 3 years. He understood how profoundly Quidditch mattered to Wood. Harry's gaze lingered on Wood, and his animosity began to wane. Unexpectedly, Wood opened his eyes, meeting Harry's gaze, though surprised. He quickly transformed it into a friendly smile. Harry awkwardly turned his eyes away, preparing to speak, only for Wood to interject, "Harry, I've actually envied you. Remember that incident during last year's Quidditch match? I witnessed Ashley react so swiftly to prevent you from injury. Though the aftermath was still complicated due to Professor Lockhart, she took excellent care of you. I truly envied you then, envied your having such a wonderful sister." At this point, Harry's expression shifted subtly, pondering whether Wood had harbored feelings for her even back then. His gaze was too candid, and Wood quickly grasped his thoughts, awkwardly redirecting the conversation. "What I mean is, you hold a significant place in Ashley's heart. I believe nothing or no one could ever sway her feelings. You should trust her, and more importantly, trust the bond you share. Do you understand?" Surprisingly, hearing such words from someone who had seemingly taken Ashley away from him filled Harry with an inexplicable joy. The frustration and unease that had weighed upon him since the day before dissipated, along with any lingering animosity towards Wood. Reflecting on Ashley's affection and care for him, he felt a flicker of pride and a resurgence of confidence. Madame Hooch's whistle to commence the match rang out at just the right moment. Harry hadn't the chance to articulate his thoughts, nor did it seem necessary, as he charged ahead, mounting his broom and soaring into the air. Wood let out a light chuckle, seemingly relieved as he mounted his broomstick and swiftly caught up. To stand out is to pay a price. Although Harry's presence diverted much of the attention, those who truly cared about Ashley were not so easily appeased. Wood was now deeply entrenched in the consequences of his actions. As a Gryffindor, attending potions class was already a daunting endeavor, but now he found himself engulfed in a tempest of trouble, experiencing the infamous wooden consecutive calls. Initially, he had thought the exaggerated descriptions from his younger peers were mere hyperbole, but after enduring a potions class where he was called out more times than he could count, He finally grasped the veracity of those claims. Indeed, it was no exaggeration. However, it could no longer be referred to as the broken consecutive calls. It should be renamed the wooden consecutive calls. The look of despair on Wood's face was difficult for even Hermione, who understood the situation, to bear, let alone Harry, Ron, and Apollyon. While they quietly reveled in his misfortune, they also stood united in their camaraderie, each displaying their acting skills to the utmost, leaving Ashley with a twitching mouth. Ashley found an excuse to summon Wood to the edge of the Black Lake, where she explained the current situation with the professor. In an instant, Wood understood Snape's change in demeanor. Aside from lamenting the formidable background and affability of his girlfriend, he could only bitterly smile as he continued to face the warm and friendly trials imposed by her elder, who was akin to a father figure. Of course, he instinctively played the part of the victim, not forgetting to seek his girlfriend's comforting hand. In truth, Wood felt quite pleased, knowing about Ashley's hidden connections at school, which made him feel that their relationship had drawn a little closer. The fact that Ashley was willing to share information that even Harry seemed unaware of filled him with a sense of inexplicable pride. After all, he had only about 6 months left at school, and for Ashley, he felt he could endure this minor hardship. Holding her soft hand, watching the gentle breeze tousle the strands of her hair, Wood felt a profound tranquility within. Ashley's cheeks flushed crimson, her initial worries and guilt gradually soothed by Wood's gentle expression. In that moment, she suddenly began to understand the feeling of togetherness her parents shared. It seemed that with two people shouldering the weight of great matters, nothing felt insurmountable. Although their feelings were still far from that level, at least in that moment, Ashley relished the beauty of love. Thus, hand in hand, they strolled quietly around the Black Lake, which may have appeared dull to others, yet their hearts drew closer, marking a tentative first date for the young couple. Chapter 174, The Mysterious Christmas Gift. With the conclusion of the Quidditch match, Hogwarts returned to its usual tranquility, and Ashley resumed her weekly evening potion sessions with Snape. Would have been the target of scrutiny for nearly 2 or 3 weeks. Throughout this time, Ashley remained unperturbed, her demeanor in the special sessions unaffected, her attitude towards Snape unchanged. For so long, you haven't spoken on behalf of your ball-obsessed gentleman? It seems your feelings aren't as deep as one might think, Snape remarked, narrowing his eyes as he observed Ashley diligently practicing the nuances of the disillusionment charm, suddenly intrigued. Though his tone remained acerbic, it was impossible to conceal the curiosity and anticipation woven into his words from Ashley. She paused, gazing at Snape, and, after a moment's hesitation, replied with a sly smile, "I am waiting for the professor to finish venting his frustrations, to conclude the assessment, before I seek your opinion." Snape was taken aback, not expecting such a response. Meanwhile, Ashley's demeanor pleased him immensely, prompting a slight smirk to grace his lips. However, accustomed to concealing his emotions, he quickly regained composure and feigned irritation. "Oh, an assessment? If I were to declare him unqualified, would you then choose not to be with him?" Ashley contemplated for a moment, then looked at Snape earnestly, saying, "If the professor deems him unqualified, then there must indeed be issues. As long as your reasons for his inadequacy can convince me, I will have a serious discussion with him." Her attitude of trust and her rational, resolute tone left Snape momentarily speechless. He regarded Ashley with a gaze that was both soft and gratifying. The discomfort he had felt earlier dissipated in the clarity of Ashley's trusting and respectful eyes. Reflecting on Wood's recent humble acceptance of criticism and his subtly expressed respect, Snape understood that Ashley must have said something to him. While he was unaware of how Ashley had introduced him, the outcome allowed for easy deductions, lifting his spirits further. After all, it was merely a romance. Discussions of the future felt distant, but as long as she was aware of her own heart, that sufficed. "Cough, you're still young. Remember to maintain an appropriate distance," he advised, his tone somewhat awkward, the sentences flowing less smoothly, revealing that he was not as composed as his expression suggested. Particularly in that last statement, a hint of menace lingered, leaving Ashley both warmed and slightly amused, her smile unwavering as she nodded obediently. Snape seemed to realize the peculiarity of his own words, his mood shifting to a subtly complex state. Embarrassed and irritated, he abruptly announced the conclusion of the session, whisking away his robe as he turned to leave, his figure appearing somewhat flustered. Ashley shrugged, a knowing smile gracing her lips, her heart warmed, and she secretly sighed in relief. The matter concerning Wood had seemingly passed muster with the professor, and it was unlikely he would continue to endure the wooden consecutive calls, truly a cause for celebration. As for Vernon and Petunia, until the relationship had stabilized to the point of contemplating marriage, Ashley would not bring it up deliberately nor hide it. She preferred to let things unfold naturally. Their relationship had only just begun, and the future was still long. Rather than hastening the pace, Ashley cherished the serenity and authenticity of their bond. After Wood's scrutiny faded, Christmas was not far off. Ashley felt at ease to begin preparing gifts for her family and friends. For the others, she had a general idea of what to get, as they were all familiar enough, making it simple to select gifts they would appreciate or find useful. However, for Wood, this year would require a bit more thought. After much contemplation, she glanced at her watch and finally had an idea. In the time leading up to the holidays, Ashley devoted nearly all her free moments to sketching designs in her notebook, her cheeks often flushed, sparking much imagination. Apollyon had been keenly observant of Ashley's subtle actions. The inquisitive little princess had wished to glimpse them for quite some time. Unfortunately, Ashley was exceedingly guarded, and even until they boarded the train, she had not allowed a single glance, much to Apollyon's annoyance. The envious glares directed at Ashley felt almost tangible, trailing her relentlessly. Enduring the embarrassment, Ashley could only pretend not to notice, which piqued the curiosity of Harry and the others in the compartment. One would intentionally approach to greet his girlfriend. Everyone in the cabin cast envious, jealous glances in his direction. Wood was utterly perplexed, while Ashley found herself both amused and exasperated. Once they finally returned to their respective homes, Harry occasionally dropped by to visit. Had it not been for his furtive glances directed at Eiley's sketches, Eiley might have been inclined to believe his fabrications about seeking gift suggestions for his companions. Alas, Eiley had already finalized his illustrations, securely stored them away. Leaving him to depart empty-handed, Harry discreetly made several phone calls, exchanging messages with their friends, though he could not fathom the source of their overwhelming curiosity. Were it not for the absence of Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley during these communications, Eiley would have been on the verge of losing his composure. Given that Harry seemed to possess some level of awareness, Eiley chose to turn a blind eye, permitting this to serve as gossip fodder among them, perhaps providing a modicum of festive cheer. After all, although Harry had negotiated a return for Christmas after an extensive discussion with Dumbledore, he was still prohibited from venturing outside, confined to the Dursleys' home and the Potter estate, much like during the summer holidays. With the threat from Black still looming, Harry felt a sense of contentment in achieving this small victory. Thanks to the topic of the mysterious gift Eiley prepared for Wood, the flurry of phone calls lifted their spirits and alleviated the tedium. Eiley, in any case, had no intention of divulging details. It was not that he was bound to secrecy, but rather he felt an inexplicable embarrassment at the thought of revealing his work or allowing them to see the sketches he had labored over. Quietly ordering numerous components and making several adjustments, he finally completed the fabrication and assembly just a day before Christmas Eve. When the owl took the gift away, Eiley could not help but exhale deeply in relief. He wondered what expression Wood wear upon receiving it. Chapter 175, Truly Her. When Wood received Eiley's Christmas gift, he was filled with anticipation. Upon unwrapping it, he found not disappointment, but rather a heart brimming with emotion and surprise. He recalled Eiley's promise to present him with a gift that would certainly match the thoughtfulness he had shown her. What once felt bittersweet now transformed into pure sweetness. The vintage silver watch before him was a testament to Eiley's meticulous care. It bore a simple round face, a size larger than the one he had gifted Eiley, with two smaller circles flanking the dial, forming 3 rings reminiscent of the 3 quaffles in Quidditch. The links connecting the circles were styled like segmented broomsticks, and when viewed from a distance, the watch bore an abstract resemblance to a broom. The clasp was cleverly concealed at the tip of the broomstick handle, allowing it to fasten seamlessly with the opposing circle. The watch's cover was slightly domed, adding a 3-dimensional quality akin to a sphere. Notably, the sides were engraved with hand-like contours, as if a pair of hands were cradling the elusive snitch destined for the goalposts. At its center, a delicate lily of the valley was etched, harmonizing beautifully without appearing out of place, resembling a nameplate for the watch. The overall robust design was softened by these details, and to Wood, it seemed as if those hands were protectively embracing the lily. Whether Eiley intended this sentiment or not, it resonated deeply with him. Thinking of another design element of the watch he had given Eiley, Wood felt a surge of anticipation regarding the contents beneath the cover. With a hint of trepidation, he pressed the release button and gently lifted the cover. Upon seeing the image etched inside, he paused, and then a radiant smile blossomed upon his face, brighter than ever before. It depicted a sunset scene where they walked hand in hand along the shore of the Black Lake. The wind danced across the water surface, creating shimmering ripples, while the girl's hair flew freely, her smile radiant, and the boy turned slightly to gaze at her with warmth in his eyes. Most importantly, their shadows intertwined on the ground, as if they were nestled closely together, would caress the watch, meticulously examining every detail, as if through these intricacies, he could glimpse Li-S expression while designing it. His face radiated a softness that was almost intoxicating, filled with delightful sweetness and tenderness. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Harry and the others' looks on the train. A soft chuckle escaped him as he glanced at the other item nestled in the box, his eyes reflecting a mixture of exasperation and affection. Truly it was her. The other 7 recipients of similar bonus gifts echoed Wood's sentiments, though the nuances of their reactions varied. The Weasley family, residing in their modest abode, received Li-S carefully curated gifts, and while each present was tailored to individual preferences, the satisfaction it brought was palpable. Fred, George, and Ron were also surprised by an additional gift, identical in appearance, but met with gasps of astonishment upon being opened. A double-page art book, the size of a textbook, contained 2 pastel paintings. One captured a sunset amidst a sky ablaze with fireworks, where everyone gazed up in admiration, a scene of romance and beauty. The other depicted a vibrant display of fireworks against a backdrop of balloons, filled with laughter and joy. Both scenes, though portraying the same moment, captured entirely different moods, and the 3 brothers exchanged knowing smiles at the artwork. Ginny, who had been hospitalized and unable to attend Li-S birthday gathering, felt a pang of envy upon seeing the gift. Though not part of the scenes, she shamelessly requested George to replicate a copy for her. After George obliged, he and Fred began discussing the possibility of creating props to enlarge and decorate their room with. Truly it was her. Who would have thought she possessed such talent, painting so beautifully? Should we turn it into a prop? Just imagine how magnificent it would be to see it on the ceiling or an entire wall. Ron, however, held the art book in one hand and the cherished bamboo wristband in the other, feeling both touched and amused. Truly it was her. Well, having received such a gift, he decided to refrain from participating in the forthcoming escapades with Eily. Yet, he pondered whether Eily and her crew would still be able to pursue their plans. Trust me, the gift Eily bestowed upon Wood is far from ordinary. It's a clever form of hush money. She is truly cunning. Eily pouted, fuming as she complained to Benedict. Benedict, glancing at the art book, raised an eyebrow and smiled knowingly. It was evident to all, but the question remained, did she appreciate it? Would she accept her hush money? Eily inspected the art book cradled in her arms, glancing from side to side, her eyes betraying her delight. She could not bring herself to dismiss it, falling silent instead. The 2 siblings harbored their own thoughts. Truly it was her, the clever Eily, always managing to elude anger. Hermione Granger's reaction was far simpler. Upon seeing the illustrations, she chuckled lightly. Truly it was her. How many people could she fool? Yet, even if she could not deceive anyone, surely the sincerity behind these 2 paintings would grant her some leniency? After musing to herself, she happily collaborated with Mrs. Granger to determine where to hang the artwork, reminiscing about the scenes and amusing events from that day. When Harry received the art book, claiming he was not pleased would have been untrue. For a moment, he believed the sketches represented the entirety of the story. Yet, his instincts told him that Wood must have received something truly unique. A hint of jealousy crept in, but upon seeing Dudley gazing enviously at the artwork and inquiring about the events depicted, Harry quickly dismissed those stray thoughts. With a hint of pride, he began to describe the scene and Eiley's remarkable performance. As Ashley observed the situation, she let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze towards Dudley softened considerably, signifying her formal forgiveness regarding the incident of his biased distribution of the pouches. Speaking of bias, Ashley suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Surely, this couldn't be considered favoritism, could it? It was merely a gesture of reciprocity. At most, she had placed a piece of defensive metal, akin to a cherished friend's bracelet, within the compartment of the cover. Everyone in her family had protection. It could hardly be deemed favoritism, could it? Yet, as she looked at her family, unaware of her romantic entanglement aside from Harry, she felt inexplicably guilty. After putting on an act of innocence for a while, she sketched several illustrations depicting the daily life of their family of 5, ensuring that this Christmas was filled with laughter and joy, which somewhat eased her conscience. Harry, Ashley truly loves us a bit more. I absolutely won't mention him to Uncle and Aunt. Not a chance. Chapter 176, Blessing the Vest. Christmas had depleted a portion of Ashley's materials, yet also yielded a fresh batch. Among her friends, the trio from Gryffindor contributed the most, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione collectively decided to gift her various alchemical materials. While lacking in novelty, they excelled in practicality, with the completion of her protective vest looming. Ashley was already surreptitiously plotting to incorporate additional enhancements. Her singular ambition was to achieve perfection. Avery remained fervently dedicated to enhancing her appearance. And since Avery's aesthetic sense was impeccable, Ashley willingly accepted her guidance, alleviating her worries about coordination. Benedict's gift was, as always, cutting-edge, a syringe disguised as a pen. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say a pen capable of administering injections. One couldn't shake the feeling that he might have misconstrued something, as if he envisioned her in some rather peculiar circumstances. Nevertheless, it seemed he was not entirely mistaken. Gazing at the 3 vials labeled with tags denoting paralysis, hallucination, and truth serum, Ashley paused for quite some time before ultimately accepting the thoughtful gift, silently acknowledging his goodwill. Wood presented her with his Quidditch medal from this year, accompanied by a briefing book filled with his handwritten notes on recent Quidditch matches. From a sentimental standpoint, Ashley was genuinely touched. She understood how precious this was to Wood. However, from a rational and aesthetic perspective, it was quite challenging to assess. She crafted a display case for the medal, treating it as a cherished collectible, inscribing the date 199-31231 beneath it. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she envisioned the medal's eventual display, a sense of sweetness and pride blossoming within her. She meticulously perused the briefing book, and thanks to Wood's insights, she quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the current Quidditch team. As the girlfriend of a player, she would no longer be utterly oblivious while watching matches, and she had to admit that Wood was indeed a thoughtful boyfriend. Equally considerate was Snape, though devoid of the title of Godfather, fulfilled the role in practice. He gifted her several precious alchemical materials, along with a signature potion, and enclosed an address and a key. At first glance, Ashley thought the professor might be offering her a house, leaving her thoroughly astonished. However, upon reflection, she grasped the professor's true intent, feeling somewhat foolish for her earlier assumption, having become quite familiar with the nuances of the disillusionment charm during her private lessons. Ashley surmised that the professor intended to formally initiate her practice of spellcasting. She penned a letter outlining her holiday schedule, leaving only the anticipation of the professor confirming the official lesson times. Notably, on the day after Christmas, Harry suddenly approached Ashley, stammering as he expressed a desire to learn the Patronus charm. Ashley was momentarily taken aback, marveling at the narrative's remarkable healing power, and soon consented to become this little spell's teacher. Given the relatively low risk associated with the Patronus charm, Ashley felt little need for concern. She could simply explain the key points and demonstrate several times. Currently, Harry bore no significant trauma from Dementors, eliminating the need for additional psychological support, and he could practice directly, much like Ashley had done initially. Thus, in the days that followed, Ashley predominantly taught Harry the Patronus charm in the mornings while dedicating her afternoons to crafting the protective vest, managing to balance both pursuits effectively. As for the practical lessons on apparition, the professor scheduled them for noon on January 9th. Upon seeing the date, Ashley beamed brightly, regardless of the professor's intentions. She was immensely satisfied. She hurried to finalize the assembly of the vest while also subtly preparing other elements. A cake, personally designed, was essential, and decorations that aligned with the professor's preferences were certainly a must. Perhaps due to her procrastination, Ashley found herself completing the final assembly and integration of the vest on the morning of January 9th. Naturally, prior to this, she had taken a sip of the Felix Felicis, underscoring her anticipation and seriousness. After stitching together the disassembled components and seamlessly completing the magical array integrations using a specially concocted enchantment liquid, the vest immediately began to shimmer magnificently. Silver patterns materialized, flickering momentarily before becoming invisible, revealing a pure black vest with exquisite dark green trim. Having already gradually completed various components, this final step was both simple and complex. Ashley estimated that it would require 3 to 4 cautious hours, just in time for the professor's birthday lunch. However, the Felix Felicis proved to be exceptionally fortuitous, as the entire process unfolded with astonishing ease, taking just over an hour. Beholding the black vest, untouched by the relentless onslaught of destructive spells, Ashley beamed with delight. Even Beatrice, who had been observing attentively throughout, couldn't help but exclaim that the vest's power likely reached the caliber of high-level defensive alchemical items. Not only did the vest exhibit remarkable defensive capabilities, but it also prioritized practicality, maintaining temperature and waterproofing, with enhancements for the disillusionment charm. Ashley believed she had successfully integrated nearly all the magical arrays applicable to clothing, collaborating with Beatrice to achieve this. Aesthetically, Ashley had not only perfectly merged basilisk leather into the original elegant vest, but had also introduced some innovative elements. The buttons were replaced with specially crafted serpent-patterned mithril clasps, and a moderately sized satin lily was sewn onto the chest pocket, enhancing its elegance and imbuing it with her distinctive flair, both in visual appeal and defensive efficacy. The vest flawlessly met Ashley's expectations, leaving her in a state of exhilaration. Prompted by Beatrice's reminder, Ashley remembered to name her creation. After much contemplation, she sighed and ultimately chose a name that best encapsulated her sentiments: Blessing. She carefully packaged the vest in a gift box, adorned it with beautiful wrapping paper, checked the necessary items, and stowed everything in her satchel. Beatrice, displaying remarkable discretion, requested to remain behind, and Ashley made no objections. Subsequently, she checked on Harry's progress, offering him some constructive feedback on areas for improvement and encouraging him to continue practicing while informing him of her impending outing. Having discussed her plans to shop with her family the previous evening at the dinner table, Harry nodded in acknowledgement, offering her safety reminders and urging her to remember to eat before returning to his practice. Ashley shrugged, cheerfully passing through the fireplace. Arriving directly at Snape's residence in Spinner's End, it was evident that the professor's home had been tidied in advance, although he was not presently at home. The entire house appeared remarkably clean. Lee harbored doubts that the flue network of this fireplace had been specially installed for her, having been set up only recently. After all, considering the professor's frequent presence at Hogwarts, it was improbable that the room could attain such immaculate cleanliness. In the professor's view, the flue network might be less convenient than apparition, making her deductions understandable. The room's aesthetic was reminiscent of his office, predominantly dark, evoking a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Lee was at a loss to determine whether she felt more touched or pained, sighing softly as she began to rummage through her satchel to initiate her arrangements. Chapter 177, Mastery of Apparition. In a flurry of organization, she was unaware that noon had arrived. With the mere addition of a few decorative items and ornaments, the entire space was transformed. The oppressive gloom dissipated, giving way to a minimalist yet vibrant ambience. Colorful fawn sculptures, each exuding a playful spirit, seemed to frolic about, brimming with vitality. On the windowsill and the side cabinet by the door, delicate potted lily-of-the-valley plants were placed, though they bore only a few small green leaves. They radiated a sense of life. A silver-green tablecloth adorned the coffee table and dining table, instantly elevating the decor. Vases on the tables were filled with striking faux lilies, their subtly fragrant essence wafting through the room, devoid of the mundane, yet imbued with warmth. It seemed to silently convey that there were still those who wished for the inhabitants of this house to thrive. Observing the room's transformation, Lee smiled with satisfaction, just as she was about to retrieve a cake when a fawn patronus suddenly leapt into the room. The fawn's mouth emitted the professor's signature low voice, instructing her to come to the grassy area near the hill. Lee paused momentarily, then responded with a smile. "All right, Professor, I'll be there shortly." Upon hearing her reply, the fawn pranced twice before vanishing. Regrettably, Lee glanced around the room one last time, hastily tidied up the remnants of her work, and exited. Standing on the street outside, Lee instinctively cast a backward glance at the somewhat dilapidated, forlorn house, feeling an inexplicable twinge of sadness. However, her gaze fell upon a hint of green by the window, and her spirits lifted instantly. Some things had indeed changed. Since they were now connected, she resolved to strive for a different outcome. Squeezing her small satchel, Lee felt a surge of confidence. Everything would turn out well. With a graceful turn, she dashed toward the distant hillside. Lee hurried along, taking about 10 minutes to reach the vicinity of the hill. After searching for a while and considering sending her rabbit Patronus to inquire for directions, she spotted Severus Snape lost in thought beneath a large tree at the back of the hill. Initially excited to call out to him, she quickly noticed the depth of his nostalgic gaze and, glancing around, realized that this might be the very place where his story with Lily had begun. With a deep sigh, she approached slowly. Yet, despite her deliberate efforts to tread lightly, Snape turned to face her with a wary expression as she drew near. The reminiscence that had graced his face moments ago seemed to have vanished, replaced by an impassive demeanor. Lee marveled at the mastery with which the potion's master controlled his emotions, offering a tentative smile. Her cautious approach had rendered her actions suspicious, prompting a reflexive self-defense response. Snape, keenly perceptive, noted the girl's embarrassment, and a hint of a smirk curled at the corners of his lips. His words remained sharp, yet his tone was surprisingly gentle. "Miss Dursley, have you yet to master apparition, or do you intend to invent your own levitation charm?" Lee's lips twitched in a resigned yet playful manner. Professor, your talent for sarcasm continues to flourish. I'm not like you. I lack the ability to invent spells. At this, Snape genuinely chuckled, his smile soft and indulgent. Very well, let us partake in some refreshments before our afternoon class commences. As he spoke, he turned to retrieve a picnic basket from beneath the tree. Without pause, he began to extract a picnic blanket, preparing to spread it out. To be honest, the scene felt somewhat surreal. The aloof Professor Snape engaging in such a lively activity struck Ashley as almost fantastical, leaving her momentarily at a loss, forgetting to assist. Sensing the prolonged silence behind him, Snape glanced back at the dazed girl and quipped, "Miss Dursley, you were quite enthusiastic during our picnic by the Black Lake. Is it the environment, or perhaps the company, that has dampened your spirit?" Ashley gasped softly, finding the accusation rather severe, and quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Not at all. I simply haven't seen you in this light before, which caught me off guard." Wait, how did you know about our gathering by the Black Lake?" A sudden chill ran down her spine, and she felt a mix of trepidation and amusement, realizing her earlier words could be interpreted as tinged with resentment. Was the professor lamenting that he had not been invited to their picnic? Ashley's expression grew increasingly peculiar as her thoughts wandered. Snape seemed to recognize his slip. A flicker of annoyance crossing his features as he set down the unruly picnic blanket and crossed his arms, his demeanor turning stern. "What is it, Miss Dursley? Do you expect your professor to serve you your meal?" Ashley swiftly reined in her wandering thoughts, adeptly spreading out the picnic blanket and promptly arranging the food from the basket in an inviting manner. Snape scoffed lightly, lifting his robe as he settled down on one side. Ashley joined him on the opposite side, exhaling a contented sigh after their labor. Turning her head, she scrutinized the dishes laid out before her, which were primarily from Hogwarts' hidden menu. The creativity or recipes she had contributed elicited a joyful cheer from her. The corners of Snape's mouth quirked up, satisfaction blooming within him. This was not their first shared meal, and their demeanor was relaxed and informal. In contrast to the enclosed, demanding atmosphere of the house, being amidst nature felt liberating and serene. Ashley occasionally offered comments or recommendations, adding a touch of liveliness to the meal without being overly boisterous. Throughout the meal, Snape wore a subtle smile that even he was unaware of, his heart softening. Ashley noticed this, but chose not to mention it, relishing the gentle aura of the professor. Thus, they enjoyed a simple yet heartwarming meal, discussing the amusing happenings at Hogwarts during this year's Christmas, everything flowing naturally. After tidying up a bit, Snape transformed into the strict professor once more, formally transitioning into the teaching segment. Ashley became serious, aware that apparition could pose dangers. She mentally reviewed the incantation steps several times before, under Snape's watchful gaze. She began her first attempt at casting the spell. Apparition. On her initial attempt, there was no response, leaving Ashley feeling somewhat disheartened. However, she quickly gathered her resolve and tried again. Regrettably, there was only a slight flicker of magical energy that dissipated almost immediately. Snape had intended to offer words of comfort, but to his surprise, Ashley rapidly composed herself. Apparition. In the next moment, Ashley appeared clumsily from a short distance away, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. She had succeeded. Although the distance was minimal, there was no denying it was a success. Chapter 178, A Birthday to Satisfy a Lifetime. The transformation of space left Ashley in a daze. At that moment, before she could fully savor the joy of success, the sudden shift caused her to feel unsteady, and she stumbled, falling to the ground. In the instant of her fall, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. No wonder it was advisable to practice on the grass. Although it had turned a parched yellow, it still offered a degree of cushioning. Otherwise, the impact would have been quite painful. Severus Snape, however, was oblivious to Ashley's whimsical thoughts. His excitement was no less than that of the girl herself. The fact that Ashley managed to cast the spell successfully after only a few attempts was not due to an extraordinary talent akin to that required for the shield charm. Rather, it was because she heeded his advice, refraining from rushing her progress and patiently dedicating 1 to 2 months to mastering the intricacies and techniques of spellcasting. This unwavering trust and uncompromising dedication deeply moved him and filled him with pride. Moreover, her ability to swiftly regain composure after facing setbacks was a quality rarely found in ordinary young witches. Thanks to the grass, Ashley was unharmed, and as she propped herself up and sat on the ground, she even took an interest in pressing down on the slightly fluffy surface supported by the roots. Snape waited a moment, but when the young girl did not rise, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. He feared she might have twisted her ankle, prompting him to hurry forward to check on her. Upon approaching, he found Ashley, wide-eyed with curiosity, playing with the grass. leaving him at a loss for words. He pursed his lips, torn between a desire to scold her and a reluctance to do so, causing his mood to darken. Ashley, perceptive as ever, sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately turned her gaze to its source. When she looked up, she met the professor's eternally somber face. But this time his gaze was fixed upon her hands, his expression laden with unspoken complexities. Ashley quickly understood the implication of her foolishness in the professor's eyes and sheepishly attempted to explain, I just didn't expect the grass to have this effect. I was curious why it's still so soft. She also expressed her appreciation for the professor's meticulousness, adding, "Thank you, Professor." Snape was momentarily taken aback by her explanation. He had not anticipated her to consider such an angle. Being recognized for the grass's utility and receiving such straightforward gratitude soothed his heart. Yet he felt a subtle flush of embarrassment. Turning his head awkwardly, he spoke in a somewhat brusque tone. "Ahem, since you're fine, get up quickly. Capture that feeling from earlier and try a few more times. Strive to master it today. I don't have the luxury of time to play bodyguard for another day." Ashley promptly stood up, ignoring the professor's slight disdain in his words. She engaged in a mental whirlwind, quickly distilling the professor's true intent. The earlier successful apparition was a sign of her progress. If she practiced a few more times, she could become proficient and, with a bit of luck, officially graduate today. Ashley's lips broke into a wide grin, the delayed joy flooding her heart as she chirped, "All right, Professor." What followed was a monotonous cycle of repetitive training. Throughout the afternoon, Ashley's figure flitted across the hillside and the grass, the distances of her apparition gradually lengthening. In Severus Snape's unwavering gaze, the fluctuations of Ashley's magical energy before and after casting the spell became increasingly stable. Whenever Ashley's magical reserves appeared to dwindle, he would timely instruct her to take a brief respite. After consuming a potion for vitality, she would resume her training once her energy was sufficiently restored. Despite Ashley feeling quite adept, she dutifully continued following his directives without complaint. In truth, while Snape's expression remained unchanged, his heart was already deeply touched. As the sun dipped low, casting shadows of dusk, Snape finally called for a halt. "That's enough." Upon hearing those words, Ashley's face lit up with delight, and she exhaled dramatically. Snape found it amusing, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "If you're so exhausted, why not stop? You've learned it already. Even practicing a few less times wouldn't matter, would it?" Ashley, however, met his gaze with utmost seriousness. "I understand the difference between learning and mastering, especially with a dangerous spell like apparition. No amount of practice could be deemed excessive. If the professor remains dedicated to protecting me without complaint, then I cannot be so ungrateful as to falter under this minor fatigue." The corners of Snape's mouth curved more prominently, and the atmosphere around him softened. The young girl possessed a remarkable ability to sense others' goodwill and exert herself to reciprocate, making it difficult not to feel affection for her. Just as he was about to say something, Ashley's gaze suddenly shifted to the sun, and she let out a relieved sigh, piquing his curiosity. Having been so engrossed in training, she had not noticed the passage of time, and only now realized an important task remained unfinished. Estimating the time needed to return home, she murmured, "Fortunately, it's not too late." After uttering this, she turned to Snape with a radiant smile, ready to accomplish the essential task of the day. She turned away and rummaged through her small bag, producing a cake she had made herself. Swiftly removing the wrapping, she inserted a candle and lit it, then turned back with a smile, exclaiming, "Professor, happy birthday." Staring at the radiant face illuminated by the candlelight, Snape found himself momentarily entranced. To claim he had not anticipated this moment would be untrue. Yet, faced with its reality, he found himself at a loss for words, warmth swelling in his eyes. Though he instinctively restrained it, his facial muscles tightened, rendering his expression somewhat peculiar. Ashley, however, perceived his awkwardness, feeling a mix of amusement and sympathy. "Professor, you should make a wish and then blow out the candle." Snape's lips moved, as if he wished to decline, yet no words emerged. After a brief hesitation, he reluctantly complied, though his demeanor remained tense, and his actions somewhat stiff as he leaned closer to the cake and blew out the flame with a sudden gust. Ashley was taken aback, chuckling helplessly. "Well then, I hope your wish comes true." Snape averted his gaze, not responding to her comment. Ashley paid no mind, cheerfully retrieving a disposable plate, encouraging Snape to cut the cake. Together, they savored Ashley's homemade cake under the waning rays of the sun. Listening to her gentle remarks about the cake's flavor, Snape felt an unparalleled tranquility and satisfaction within. He reflected that this was likely the first time in over a decade since drifting apart from Lily that he had celebrated a birthday with someone. Such a birthday was a balm for his soul. Yet, as he considered the wish that had flickered through his mind moments ago, Snape wondered if he might dare to be a little more greedy. May the candlelight and laughter remain ever present. Chapter 179, A New Home After Finishing the Cake. The hour had grown late. Ashley explained the situation to Snape, who understood, and she began to gather her belongings in preparation for her return home. They first operated together to his residence before using the Flu network to return to the Dursleys. The route along Privet Drive was a wholly ordinary world. Ostensibly, only she and Harry, two young witches, resided there. The fluctuations of apparition could easily be misinterpreted as illicit spell casting by young wizards. So they opted for this method of transfer to avoid complications. Initially, Snape did not notice the changes within the house. However, once Ashley departed, the ensuing silence enveloped him, evoking a sense of loss. Immersed in his thoughts, he paused for a moment, deviating from his usual practice of immediately using the Flu network to return. It was then that his gaze inadvertently fell upon a small deer figurine placed on the mantelpiece. He first felt a flicker of surprise, soon followed by a wave of joy, recalling the location where the Guardian last transmitted his message at noon. Coupled with Ashley's words before her departure, "I prepared this for a long time, and I hope the professor will like it," suddenly illuminated my understanding, filling my heart with profound anticipation. Turning to regard the room I had not attentively observed in quite some time, at that moment, Snape's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. The dreary silence he had assumed was now dispelled, replaced by a vibrant liveliness. Although the essence of the room remained unchanged, the addition of a few decorations rendered it as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. His eyes gradually discerned the subtle differences, and images of the little girl bustling about began to unfurl in his mind, causing an array of emotions to wash over his face. His expression was a curious blend of laughter and tears, yet his demeanor radiated a gentle warmth. His gaze fell upon the gift box on the coffee table, prompting him to hasten towards it with eager steps. At that moment, his anticipation peaked, leaving him unable to discern whether it stemmed from deep emotion or profound affection. He carefully unwrapped the gift box, revealing a waistcoat that perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. A smile crept across his lips as he took the waistcoat into his hands, instantly sensing an unusual quality. The faint ripple of magical energy stirred an ominous premonition within him. Upon inspecting the inner fabric, his brow furrowed, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. He had not expected the basilisk skin to return to him in this manner. He had rather wished it would serve to protect the little girl. However, recalling her words, "I prepared this for a long time, and I hope the professor will like it," dissipated his anger entirely. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted, seemingly unaltered, elegant alchemical waistcoat, Snape's heart was a tempest of emotions. Helplessness, gratitude, joy, and pride, all swirling chaotically. Unsure of how to proceed with the waistcoat, he absent-mindedly began to tidy up, preparing to repack it into the gift box. Yet, inadvertently, he uncovered the back of the label, where he discovered the hand-stitched word of blessing. Never before had Snape felt so directly the little girl's heartfelt intentions. Warmth surged within him, dispelling any lingering doubts. He shed his outer robe and donned the waistcoat, tenderly smoothing out the last wrinkle. And as he stood before the mirror clad in the waistcoat, he exhaled silently. The smile on his face, now radiant, exuded a newfound essence of happiness. The once cold and silent room had, unbeknownst to him, been illuminated, and from that night onward, perhaps a once lifeless soul would truly begin anew, learning to love himself, the world, and especially the one who had drawn him back to life. When Ashley returned to the Dursley household, Petunia had just finished preparing dinner. Observing the dimming light outside, she felt a twinge of concern for Ashley, wondering if she had encountered any troubles. Ashley promised she would return for dinner. Why isn't she home yet? Could she be in some sort of predicament? She fretted. "Harry, did Ashley mention if she was with anyone? Is there anyone you can reach out to for information?" Harry pondered for a moment, recalling that neither Ashley nor any of the other children had mentioned anything of the sort. Sensing something was amiss, he was about to voice this concern when Ashley emerged from the fireplace. "Ashley!" the family exclaimed in unison, their surprise palpable. Ashley was taken aback, unsure of why their reaction was so jubilant, yet she quickly concocted a plausible explanation to brush aside her tardiness. Seeing Ashley return safely, Harry did not dwell on it further. Indeed, the entire family had an unshakable faith in her, inadvertently averting a potential crisis. Cheerfully setting the table, they gathered around for dinner. As always, laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a delightful atmosphere as they listened to Vernon recount amusing anecdotes from his workplace, praised Petunia's culinary skills, and teased Dudley about where his allowance had vanished. Unlike previous evenings, Vernon's mood seemed particularly buoyant, while Ashley's appetite appeared somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, Vernon's demeanor was more conspicuous, allowing Ashley to seamlessly blend in. Exchanging glances, Petunia, Dudley, Ashley, and Harry chose not to inquire about Vernon, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. Finally, after dinner, Vernon could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat and announced that he had a significant announcement to make. The remaining four wore conspiratorial smiles, which only exacerbated Vernon's irritation. "We have a house in Hammersmith, Fulham," Vernon declared, relishing the moment as he crossed his arms, watching the reactions of his wife and children. And well, his niece. Indeed, the moment he finished speaking, the room erupted in excitement. Although Petunia had been monitoring the progress of their home search and had viewed numerous properties with her husband over the past 6 months, they had not finalized anything due to various reasons. Thus, her reaction was the most intense upon hearing the news. God knows, with her vanity, the knowledge that they owned a house in Hammersmith, Fulham, filled her with unparalleled excitement. Within that brief minute, she had already devised plans to boast to the neighbor about her newfound status. Naturally, the three children were also eager about their new home. Dudley's room had practically become communal, and he was the most desperate for a change of residence. He rushed to Vernon, embracing him tightly, nearly bouncing off the ground in his excitement. Ashley's joy was unmistakable, tinged with a subtle sense of reassurance. A secure haven to fall back on undoubtedly elevated her family's safety. Harry, on the other hand, was the calmest of the lot. His happiness stemmed solely from the joy of his family. For him, wherever Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and his cousins were, that was home. The family animatedly discussed plans to visit their new house the next day, filling the evening with laughter and cheerful chatter. However, just before they dispersed, Vernon suddenly flashed Ashley a cunning smile, causing her heart to skip a beat, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 180. The Return of the Genius Designer? Hammersmith, Fulham, truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious residential area, boasting an enviable location, convenient transportation, splendid scenery, and comprehensive amenities. Most importantly, it offers a harmonious blend of tranquility amidst the bustling environment, a quality particularly crucial to the Dursley family's desire for a new home. Patrol personnel are omnipresent, courteously directing pedestrians, while vehicles traverse the streets with minimal noise. After all, several esteemed schools are nearby, even during the holidays. It seems as if everyone has collectively agreed to minimize noise and maintain the area's serenity. The vehicle slowly entered a residential complex where the houses stood in neat rows, and the roads were impeccably clean. Security checks were thorough, yet the guards remained courteous. Through the car windows, one could observe residents exchanging polite greetings. Even those in a hurry adhered to decorum. Children frolicked in the play area, while adults engaged in leisurely conversations in the recreational zone, embodying harmony and tranquility, a snapshot of peaceful existence. While shadows may linger, for now, the entire Dursley family was thoroughly satisfied with their new environment. They exchanged glances, each reflecting smiles of contentment. Upon arriving at a particular house deeper within the community, Vernon instructed everyone to disembark while he parked the vehicle in the adjacent lot. It was then that they could earnestly admire the exterior of the house. Although the houses in the entire neighborhood appear quite similar at first glance, one cannot help but discern the unique qualities of their cherished home. The exterior is predominantly white, with a structure that spans approximately 3 stories. However, the height of the 3rd floor is modest, revealing a slanted attic. The design exhibits a Y-shaped style that, while not strictly adhering to tradition, seamlessly blends the elegance of classical architecture with the simplicity and modernity of contemporary aesthetics, perfectly aligning with the refined tastes of the elite community. Ashley is particularly enamored with the attic and the expansive semicircular bay window, her mind already abuzz with thoughts of their arrangement. Upon returning from parking the car, Vernon is greeted by the sight of his daughter's sparkling eyes. A knowing glance exchanged with Petunia reveals their shared amusement. Petunia, having shed her earlier excitement, now exudes a sense of calm, seemingly indifferent to the house itself, which suggests she may have previously viewed it, the process of acquisition likely fraught with complications. "Come along, children, let us explore inside," Vernon announces playfully, jingling the keys in his hand and adopting a jovial stride as he leads his family through the threshold. It is worth mentioning that Ashley had previously solicited Snape's assistance in concocting a harmless weight loss potion, which she discreetly mixed into the fruit wine gifted to Vernon, labeling it as a special treat for her beloved father. During their conversation in the two-way mirror, Vernon's laughter was so profound that his eyes nearly vanished. He childishly boasted to Petunia about his daughter's favoritism. Fortunately, while Vernon was absent, Ashley took the opportunity to explain the situation to Petunia, thereby soothing the jealous mother. Of course, Petunia later used her jealousy as an excuse to impose a limit on Vernon's daily alcohol consumption, her tone tinged with envy, which raised no suspicions from Vernon. Ever since Ashley had previously advised Vernon on weight loss, and he had subsequently failed, he would adopt a pitiful expression whenever family discussions turned to dieting, lamenting that they found him unappealing. Consequently, Ashley and Petunia felt compelled to resort to such measures. As time passed, Vernon became increasingly aware of the effects of the fruit wine. However, he awkwardly oscillated between feeling touched by the intentions of his wife and daughter and engaging in a tacit game of weight loss with them. After this period of adjustment, Vernon's physique had indeed diminished by several sizes. From behind, he could no longer be described as overweight, but rather as robust. This sentiment was shared among the four who walked behind him, particularly the three children who had been away at school and rarely returned home. Dudley, upon coming home for the break and noticing his father's significant weight loss, was struck by the transformation, prompting him to exclaim, "Dad, how on earth did you manage that? You've really slimmed down." The theatrical Vernon initially basked in pride before suddenly adopting a feigned air of exhaustion, his voice tinged with despondency. "Alas, this house does not come cheaply. Your mother and I have been pinching pennies for quite some time to gather enough funds. Though the pangs of hunger are unpleasant, it is worth it to spare our dear Dudley from discomfort." Ashley and Petunia could hardly bear to witness this display, while Harry, skeptical, simply nodded in agreement, unsure of which sentiment he was endorsing. In the midst of Dudley's disheartened expression, Vernon exchanged conspiratorial glances with Petunia and Ashley, dramatically mouthing his grievances. "I knew it." Consequently, the mother and daughter found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to sympathize with Dudley's plight or commend Vernon for his shrewdness. Ashley, wishing to avoid the father-son rivalry, shrugged and stepped aside to formally explore their new abode. A mere glance revealed a stark emptiness. The house was devoid of furnishings, presenting an unadorned canvas. Petunia followed closely behind, amused by her daughter's astonished expression, and offered an explanation. The previous owners seldom occupied this house, which is why it appears almost new, even though it is a second-hand property. As for the furniture and appliances, your father declined them, thus leaving the place completely vacant. Of course, this also saved us a considerable amount of money. Regarding the decor, your father has placed his hopes in you, our talented designer, who will need to make a grand return. Unbeknownst to which words ignited their enthusiasm, Vernon, Dudley, and Harry all turned their eager gazes toward Ashley, their eyes alight with anticipation, rendering the emptiness of the new home inconsequential. Dudley and Harry likely harbored expectations for Ashley's creative vision, while Vernon, of course, was undoubtedly hoping for her to conjure innovative furniture designs reminiscent of her earlier creations, an opportunity for him to reap the rewards once more. Contemplating these expectations, Ashley felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 181. The perfect experience of an interior designer, though the house remained unfurnished. It did not hinder the family from examining its layout and selecting their desired rooms. Notably, the property's footprint appeared only slightly larger than that of the house on Privet Drive, yet the thoughtful spatial planning significantly enhanced its practical utility. Beyond the attic, they soon discovered, thanks to Vernon's guidance, that the house also boasted a spacious basement, bringing the total number of levels to 4. The first floor, aside from the living room, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom, included an additional guest room. After a brief glance, they quickly deemed it suitable for Maggie. The second floor comprised 3 bedrooms and a study, essentially 4 bedrooms in total. Naturally, the master bedroom was designated for Vernon and Petunia. It was spacious and bright, featuring a large balcony that could comfortably accommodate 2 small chairs and a table, perfect for leisurely afternoon tea while enjoying the view outside. As Vernon and Petunia reveled in their afternoon tea, they noted that the positioning of the other 3 bedrooms bore a striking resemblance to those at Privet Drive. Although a bathroom had been added beside the staircase, it did not detract from the overall aesthetic. Dudley, intrigued, proposed that they allocate the rooms according to the arrangement at Privet Drive, treating it as a blind box experience that promised surprises while alleviating the decision-making burden. Ashley and Harry exchanged glances, finding the idea amusing, and nodded in agreement. Vernon and Petunia, amused, allowed their children to revel in the excitement of opening boxes. 3, 2, 1, wow, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, opening the doors revealed delightful surprises. Harry and Dudley's rooms were standard secondary bedrooms, each with a small balcony, and both boys were thoroughly pleased. Ashley's room, naturally, was the study, characterized by an irregular L shape but boasting ample space and exceptional lighting. The crowning glory for Ashley, however, was the magnificent semicircular bay window. Indeed, one might say that fortune favors the deserving, as Ashley truly discovers the hidden delights within the blind box. As Dudley gazes around, he initially perceives his sister's room as somewhat peculiar and less than appealing. Just as he contemplates the injustice of switching rooms with Ashley, he turns to find her face alight with astonishment, prompting him to sheepishly close his mouth. Harry, sharing a similar emotional journey, mirrors Dudley's expression. The two brothers exchange a glance, shrugging in resigned acknowledgement. This outcome had been anticipated by Vernon and Petunia, who share a knowing smile. Both amused by their daughter's eccentric preferences and the brothers' attentive care. After touring the bedroom, they proceed to the attic. The attic, free of partitions, appears to have been utilized by the previous owner as a communal leisure space, retaining an entire floor's worth of openness. Not only does it feature small windows in the walls, but the ceiling boasts several large skylights, allowing for ample natural light. A minor drawback is the relatively low ceiling height, where the lowest point renders one unable to stand upright, and the absence of a door prevents it from being a fully private area. Ashley's expression of mild disappointment is readily recognized by her family, who exchange amused glances, understanding her fondness for such whimsical nooks. After a discussion regarding the attic's potential uses, an energetic Dudley pulls Ashley and Harry along to inquire Vernon about the basement entrance, and they swiftly descend the stairs. The basement is divided into 3 sections by a staircase, comprising one large area and 2 smaller ones. The 2 smaller rooms are located on one side of the staircase, serving clear purposes. One is designed for ventilation and temperature control, evidently a wine cellar, while the other focuses on moisture protection, evidently a storage room. The larger space occupies the opposite side, featuring an entire wall of mirrors and lighting that creates a captivating ambience. Harry and Dudley exclaim in excitement and engage in animated discussion within, while Ashley, inadvertently shutting the door, discovers that the house's soundproofing is exceptionally effective. Unsure whether it is a private bar, a dance floor, or perhaps both, Ashley can only reflect on the previous owner's flair for enjoyment. It is noteworthy that not only is the basement well soundproofed, but the entire house seems to have been meticulously constructed with sound insulation in mind. While Vernon and Petunia deliberate on the bedroom arrangements on the 2nd floor, Ashley attempts to call for a pen from Vernon, but after several unsuccessful attempts, she is left uncertain whether to feel pleased or frustrated. Shaking off her indecision, she seizes the pen, still usable, and hastily sketches the layout of the house while the ink flows. One must commend the quality of the materials and the rationality of the layout, with scarcely any need for major alterations. This undoubtedly saves the Dursleys a significant amount of money and alleviates many complications. Ashley, the impromptu interior designer, breathes a sigh of relief. Upon returning to their home on Privet Drive, the family shares their thoughts on the planning of their rooms and communal areas. After summarizing their ideas and obtaining data on each room from Vernon, Ashley begins her formal design work. Vernon and Petunia's room is opulently styled in a regal manner, predominantly featuring brown hues in the furniture. Harry opts for a vintage athletic theme with dark red furnishings. Dudley also wishes for a fashionable athletic style with black furniture. But upon hearing Ashley's gentle reminder that black does not harmonize well with pink, he quickly switches to white furniture. The other 3 stifle their laughter, acknowledging that Ashley's foresight is commendable while Dudley's quick response is noteworthy. Ashley's own room retains a fresh pastoral aesthetic, with all furniture in natural wood tones. In the shared spaces, such as the living room and dining room, the family expresses minimal requirements, simply desiring functionality. In fact, to save costs, they even plan to relocate some furniture and appliances from Privet Drive, leaving Ashley with the task of arranging and organizing them sensibly. After unifying the style and adding a few small pieces of furniture and decor, she finalizes the design blueprint. After several revisions and a week of diligent effort, she finally achieves a design that satisfies everyone. However, the last hurdle proves to be the much-desired transforming furniture that Harry and Dudley have long coveted. Given the ample space, Ashley had not considered such space-saving creative furniture, yet she is taken aback by the brothers' persistent yearning, which takes them some time to articulate. Amused, she ultimately settles on a set of sofa stools and a table suitable for the balcony, which appears as a large box but can be transformed into 2 stools and a table with a cushion stored inside, creating an outdoor sofa when assembled. Even Vernon is intrigued, though it does not quite match their room's aesthetic, leading him to ultimately forego the idea. Yet his entrepreneurial spirit is reignited. Fortunately, Ashley promptly interrupts his thoughts, clarifying that she is not the original designer, merely having seen it before. Though Vernon and Petunia feel a twinge of disappointment, they refrain from commenting further, turning their attention to the challenges of the upcoming construction, knowing that Ashley will not be at home for long. After some thought, Ashley produces Lockhart's wand. In truth, she has modified its appearance, making it difficult to ascertain that it is the one he originally lost unless he were to cast a spell himself. Harry, noticing it is not Ashley's own wand, is momentarily surprised but soon reassured. He is indifferent to where she acquired it. After all, in his eyes, Ashley is capable of anything. Ashley attempts to use the transfiguration spell to bring her drawings to life. Surprisingly, the initial results are vague, but gradually they become clearer and more three-dimensional. While this requires considerable mental and magical effort, she manages to vividly showcase the details of her design to Vernon. He, too, is unable to suppress his admiration for the wonders of magic, comparing the floating model to the blueprints in hand, allowing the images in his mind to crystallize. With the oversight duties completed, Ashley feels a sense of lightness. Having submitted the blueprints, she awaits the realization of her designs, experiencing what can only be described as a perfect taste of the interior designer's journey. After all, one who has not seen a pig run cannot fully comprehend the challenges of transforming plans into reality. Chapter 182. The alchemical concept of basilisk fangs. Once the new home's design is complete, the countdown to Hogwarts Christmas holiday begins. With the remaining days of vacation, Ashley immerses herself in the alchemy room. Having acquired the basilisk fangs some time ago and properly handled the basilisk shed skin, she naturally incorporates the fangs into her forthcoming alchemical plans. However, rather than diving straight into the process, she focuses on testing the material properties, the compatibility with other substances, and, crucially, the aesthetic design, integrating appropriate magical patterns. Thanks to the success of the Blessing Vest, Beatrice now harbors immense anticipation and enthusiasm for each of Ashley's alchemical endeavors. If Ashley has enjoyed the delightful experience of an interior designer, then Beatrice has likely savored the joy of mentorship. After all, who could refuse a student who demonstrates both talent and diligence? Especially when witnessing their remarkable achievements, the sense of fulfillment is overwhelming, igniting her excitement. Thus, when Ashley concludes her tasks and begins her alchemical creations, Beatrice's fervent interest is both unexpected and entirely logical. The two immerse themselves in discussion for several days before finalizing the design sketch for the basilisk fangs. The design takes the form of a curved dagger, or perhaps bent stab would be a more fitting name. The venomous fang retained its original form to the utmost extent, with the sole intention of refining and purifying it to enhance its resilience and toxicity. The focus of the crafting process lay primarily upon the hilt, which was not merely designed for aesthetics and ease of grip, but more importantly, inscribed with an intricate array of magical symbols to augment its piercing and demon-slaying capabilities. When combined with the fang's curved spikes, this resulted in a formidable amplification of its power. Its overall shape resembled that of a crescent moon, aptly named Crescent Fang by Ashley at the outset of her design, a name rich in double entendre, perfectly suited for its purpose. Upon reflection, however, she realized that her holiday was nearly spent, leaving her insufficient time to complete the forging, which left both her and her mentor with a sense of wistfulness. Initially, Ashley was quite exhilarated to be engrossed in such an all-consuming endeavor, feeling a sense of mastery akin to that of a seasoned artisan. Yet, her enthusiasm was short-lived as she was confronted by a mountain of letters and the ostentatious demeanor of her parents. Even without opening the accumulated correspondence, Ashley could surmise the nature of its contents. It was not difficult to guess what her neglected boyfriend and close friends might have written. However, she found solace in the fact that Harry would have likely already provided them with explanations. Any worries and grievances she harbored were fleeting, giving way to understanding and acceptance, until she caught sight of Harry's face, which bore a distinct expression of resentment, abruptly halting her optimistic musings. Harry held little blame in his heart, but lamented the barrage of letters he had received from Wood and Hermione. The absence of April was telling, as Dudley floated by with a smug expression, illuminating everything. Swiftly, Ashley sent reassuring letters to her friends and boyfriend, offering her sincere apologies and emphasizing that she had penned this missive immediately upon completing her tasks. It must be noted that she was indeed adept at the art of apology, for those who received the letter found their ire considerably diminished, though the remnants of their grievances would have to be addressed in person. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, Vernon and Petunia cheerfully entered the house, engaged in a discussion about the envious countenances of several neighboring ladies. It dawned on Ashley that she had neglected to inform her family about certain matters. Thus, on the eve of the Christmas holiday's conclusion, the Dursleys engaged in a conversation that began lightly, grew serious in the middle, and concluded warmly. Ashley had merely sought a reason to maintain an air of mystery regarding their new home's address, suggesting that revealing it too soon would diminish the excitement, thus undermining the intended effect of boasting. She proposed that they would host a grand moving party after their relocation, inviting acquaintances to their new abode to dazzle them with its splendor. However, while this rationale aligned with Vernon's and Petunia's tendencies, it did not resonate with her own nature. And thus, despite appearing plausible, it was riddled with flaws that they quickly detected. Under the dual scrutiny of Vernon and Petunia, Ashley found herself simultaneously chastising her own misstep while helplessly attempting to construct another benevolent deception. After all, she could not divulge the imminent resurrection of the enigmatic figure who had slain Harry's parents, as this revelation would lead to even more convoluted repercussions. Instead, she relayed Harry's understanding of the situation, revealing that the target of the notorious Sirius Black was likely Harry himself. Should the situation escalate, they would require a sanctuary that could be swiftly vacated, which naturally pointed to their new home as the most suitable refuge. She particularly emphasized that Black was the wizard rumored to have betrayed Harry's parents, a truth that indeed startled Vernon and Petunia, while Dudley, eager for vengeance, proclaimed his desire to assist Harry in seeking retribution. This elicited in Ashley a mix of sympathy and amusement, a sentiment likely mirrored by Harry, albeit with an added layer of emotion. Ashley endeavored to comfort her parents for quite some time, though with limited success, as their deeply ingrained fear of wizards had been abruptly awakened, making it challenging to alleviate their trepidation. In desperation, she emulated Dudley's bravado, extolling her and Harry's strengths, and repeatedly assuring them of her commitment to their safety. She then lavishly praised the protective necklace she had crafted, showcasing its testing efficacy in an exaggerated manner, reminiscent of a display meant to amuse her family. During this exchange, Harry, too, aimed to contribute to soothing Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's nerves and nearly divulged the incident involving the basilisk from the previous year, startling Ashley, who quickly interjected to divert the conversation. Whether it was Ashley's boasting that had a calming effect, or if Vernon and Petunia were genuinely moved by their daughter's heartfelt intentions, their initial panic gradually subsided. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes now filled with warmth and affection. Petunia pulled her parched daughter close, embracing her tightly while affectionately stroking Ashley's hair and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "We believe in you, our precious daughter," Vernon joined in, enveloping both wife and daughter, affirming, "Indeed, we almost forgot. Our little treasure is truly formidable." The abrupt turn of events left both Dudley and Harry momentarily taken aback, the anxiety they had shared while watching Ashley showcase her prowess dissipating into a comforting warmth. Upon regaining their composure, the only lingering sensation was that of warmth in their hearts, although they felt too shy to join in as they had when they were younger. Nonetheless, they stepped closer to the trio, locked in their embrace, the distance between them now barely in arm's reach. "Thank goodness I didn't disclose our new address to the neighbors, dear. Did you mention it?" "No, I haven't shared the specific address with my colleagues or subordinates. Rest assured, Hammersmith and Fulham are quite expansive." Chapter 183. The Future Unknown, Yet There Are Always Those Who Love You, Silently Watching Over You. Well, at least I didn't divulge the house number. Listening to her parents' conversation, Ashley felt a significant weight lift from her heart. A stable sanctuary had been secured. However, her brother Dudley discerned an underlying implication of evasion in his sister's words. To reassure their parents, he refrained from voicing any further protests. Yet this did not signify his wholehearted acceptance of such behavior. Perhaps being a boxer had instilled in him the qualities befitting a true warrior: courage to confront challenges and an unwavering resolve to never back down. Having witnessed Ashley and Harry's spell casting on numerous occasions, he recognized, as Ashley had previously mentioned, that the speed at which wizards cast spells revealed vulnerabilities. They were certainly not the invincible legends they were often portrayed as. Thus, while he approached the wizarding community with a newfound caution, he did not harbor an overwhelming sense of fear. Consequently, while Ashley found solace in the stability provided for her family, Dudley was ablaze with a fierce determination. Filled with affection for his sister, he discreetly incorporated training to exploit wizards' weaknesses into his own regimen. Unbeknownst to Ashley, Harry was acutely aware of this shift. Perhaps it was the years of correspondence that had fostered a deeper understanding between them, or perhaps it was their shared role as the men of their households, united in their desire to protect their loved ones, which made Harry empathize with Dudley. Additionally, feeling partially responsible for the troubles they faced, Harry's resolve was perhaps even stronger. He clapped Dudley on the shoulder, his gaze resolute and piercing, as though to convey, "Brother, let us strive together." Dudley smiled broadly. Never before had he felt such a profound sense of luck in having a cousin who understood him and would shoulder the burden of battle alongside him. Thus, while Ashley believed she was silently safeguarding her family, both young boys quietly took on the mantle of their own responsibilities. There were no forewarnings, nor were there any overt changes, yet a transformation was brewing, poised to manifest in splendid fashion during the arduous times they had yet to encounter. As the holiday came to an end, the three students of the Dursley household packed their belongings and savored their final breakfast at home before embarking on their journey back to school. Ashley achieved her goal, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Harry and Dudley exchanged a knowing glance, silently acknowledging their shared understanding. After bidding farewell to Ashley and Harry, Vernon did not head straight home. Instead, he diverted to a cafe in the city center to meet a distinguished gentleman, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of refinement. If Ashley were to catch sight of him, she would likely find him somewhat familiar, having once glimpsed his image in a design magazine that Vernon had purposefully purchased. Vernon retrieved a stack of design blueprints from his briefcase and respectfully presented them to the elderly man. The gentleman adjusted his spectacles and casually flipped through the documents, initially appearing indifferent. However, as he continued, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes, and he began to nod appreciatively. Vernon, keenly aware of this shift, felt an unparalleled sense of pride swell within him. It remains unclear what transpired in their subsequent conversation, but Vernon departed the cafe with a broad smile. For the sake of his daughter's future, Vernon quietly laid out a smooth path for her. It may not be her final choice, but it certainly provided her with an additional option. This seems to encapsulate the notion that while the future may be unpredictable, those who love you invariably choose to protect and assist you in silence. In the compartment, the six-person group was filled to capacity, yet the five other faces were uniformly directed towards Ashley, as they collectively expressed their discontent regarding her unexpected absence. Ashley repeatedly apologized and candidly shared the fruits of her recent labor, successfully redirecting their attention to the crescent-shaped dagger. Epperly gazed at the exquisitely designed curved dagger and incredulously inquired, "Are you certain that the primary material for this dagger will be basilisk fangs?" Ashley momentarily failed to grasp the source of her astonishment and was about to nod in affirmation when Epperly continued, "Such a grotesque substance. Are you truly willing to squander such an exquisite design on it?" The group fell into a brief silence. Though they could understand Epperly's fixation on aesthetics, Ashley offered a wry smile as she explained, "Do not underestimate it. Basilisk fangs are not only sharp, but also harbor a terrifying venom, with destructive potential that justifies the finest of designs." Ron nodded in agreement, recalling how he had personally destroyed Tom's diary using a fang. The potency of that venom was certainly on par with Gryffindor's sword. Though unclear as to how the fangs had come into Ashley's possession, they did not question their legitimacy, merely harboring concerns over their safety. After all, weapons can inflict harm not only on foes, but potentially on oneself as well. Before Harry could voice his inquiries, Benedict interjected, his questions steeped in scholarly concern. "Can you ensure that the venom will not leak? Basilisk venom is lethal upon contact and highly corrosive. Have you considered what materials will be used for the sheath?" Hermione immediately joined the discussion, articulating her knowledge of corrosion-resistant and well-sealed materials, anxiously proposing to assist Ashley in testing them. Benedict's eager gaze also turned towards Ashley, his intention to help unmistakable. Harry, Ron, and Epperly exchanged glances. While they longed to assist, they reluctantly held their tongues, considering their own limitations. Ron, perhaps still feeling a twinge of fear, recalled whether he had encountered the venom and entirely forgot to contemplate what might have happened had he indeed touched it. Would he still be able to sit here now? Ashley surveyed the expressions of her companions and was deeply touched by their concern. With a smile, she revealed that she had already tested the materials during her brief absence. However, upon hearing this, Harry's expression darkened, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Benedict's inquiry had illuminated the peril of basilisk venom. Its lethal nature was enough to make anyone's heart race. Seeing Harry's reaction, Ashley promptly reassured him, explaining that she had taken ample precautions and had not directly contacted the venom. She then noticed Ron's demeanor and added with a smile, "The venom is concealed within the tip of the fang. Unless intentionally extracted or touched, it will not easily leak or contaminate." Both Harry and Ron exhaled deeply in relief, prompting laughter from the others upon realizing the source of their tension. Ron suddenly became aware of his own foolish worries, sheepishly scratching his head with an embarrassed grin. At that moment, a knock echoed through the compartment, redirecting everyone's attention to the door, where Wood's beaming face appeared through the glass. Chapter 184. "So this is the Wood you are?" Wood's arrival elicited varied reactions from the 6 occupants of the compartment. Epperly, Hermione, and Ron cast playful glances at Ashley, their amusement unmasked, while Harry's gaze was filled with disdain, as if to suggest that Wood ought not to be present and should depart swiftly. Benedict glanced between Wood and Ashley, his expression dropping before he turned his attention to the window, regaining his composure. Initially oblivious to the undercurrents, Ashley was genuinely surprised to see Wood, but the trio's unabashed stares quickly made her blush. After knocking and greeting everyone, Wood confidently entered, seemingly unfazed by their initial reactions, his eyes sparkling with warmth as they settled on the girl he had missed dearly. Eager to converse, yet mindful of the presence of younger students, he hesitated, then shifted the topic. "I see you all seem to be enjoying a delightful conversation. May I join in?" Although Harry had come to terms with Wood and Ashley's relationship, he was not inclined to witness another boy's intimacy with his sister. Just as Harry was about to refuse Wood's entreaty, citing the cramped space, he watched in disbelief as Wood brazenly squeezed himself next to Ron. How was it possible for three sizable individuals to occupy such a small space so comfortably? Benedict said nothing, merely adjusting his position slightly to continue observing the scenery outside. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry were utterly flabbergasted. Despite having witnessed their captain's repeated antics regarding Ashley, they had not anticipated such a blatant display. Was this truly the cold-hearted captain of the Quidditch team? It felt as though he had been replaced by an entirely different person, especially in this moment. Hermione and Epperly couldn't contain their laughter, while Harry and Ron's expressions were simply too comical. Wood, who had been engrossed in watching Ashley, was jolted from his reverie by their laughter. Realizing the impropriety of his actions, he awkwardly shifted away, feeling the weight of his indiscretion. With his ears flushed crimson, he cleared his throat and attempted to act as though nothing had transpired. "Were you discussing amusing tales from the Christmas holiday? Any interesting occurrences?" Though his question was directed at the group, his gaze was unmistakably fixated on Ashley. Although Ashley enjoyed a friendly rapport with Wood in private, his presence among their peers made her feel particularly bashful, especially under the scrutiny of two pairs of sparkling eyes. The suspicious blush on her cheeks lingered, as she struggled to meet Wood's gaze, which brimmed with affection. Harry, irked, prepared to deliver a sarcastic remark regarding Wood's audacity, only to be interrupted by Epperly. "Wood, we were discussing the Christmas gifts we received." Evelyn's eyes darted mischievously as she tugged at the corner of her mouth, speaking with a playful tone. Hermione instantly grasped her intention and stifled a laugh as she glanced at Ashley. Indeed, Ashley's expression shifted to one of acute tension, which soon morphed into a profound sense of helplessness. It appeared that the matter had not yet been resolved, rendering her meticulously prepared hush money utterly fruitless. She could only hope that Wood would possess a degree of empathy, understanding her plight and preserving her dignity. Yet, reality seldom aligns with romantic notions. It could even be deemed rather harsh. Upon hearing the topic of Christmas gifts, Wood unconsciously touched his wrist, his face adorned with a sweet smile. The implications were unmistakable, and the eyes of their companions shifted to his wrist. Even Benedict, who had been admiring the scenery, subtly redirected his gaze. Ashley internally lamented her fate, realizing she would be the subject of Evelyn's teasing. Embarrassed and flushed, she turned her face toward the window, attempting to escape this moment, her toes digging into the floor. Just then, her gaze collided with Benedict's. What to do? The situation had become even more awkward. Ashley rubbed her brow, managing a polite yet awkward smile before nonchalantly averting her gaze. Benedict's lips curled into a suspicious smirk, though no one paid him heed, as everyone's focus remained fixed on Wood's wrist. They had even begun to approach him. "Wood, who gifted you that?" Evelyn inquired knowingly. Or rather, the entire cabin of friends feigned ignorance. In that moment, curiosity overwhelmed them, and they conveniently forgot the kindness they had shown when receiving hush money. Hermione, still possessing a modicum of conscience, cast a sympathetic glance at the mortified Ashley, silently offering her a measure of compassion. However, upon surveying the scene, she noted Evelyn's eager interest, Ron's jealousy, and Harry's ire, as well as Wood, who was lost in sweet reverie, and promptly discarded her sympathy. Remaining in the background, merely a spectator, was her final act of kindness. Ashley Wood glanced at the shy girl by the window, noting her lack of dissent, and generously rolled up his sleeve, revealing the wrist guard beneath. Although she longed to dig a hole and escape, Ashley found herself compelled to pay attention to the unfolding situation. A momentary thrill of relief washed over her as she beheld the wrist guard, thinking perhaps she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Yet, the next instant, Wood's words shattered her delusions. "This is a Christmas gift from Ashley, and I absolutely adore it. It's the finest present I've ever received in my life." Wood gazed at Ashley with heartfelt affection, carefully rolling up the wrist guard to reveal the silver watch beneath. Ashley paused, involuntarily looking at Wood. Her heart felt as if it were submerged in sweet, fragrant peach soda, bubbling with delight. In that moment, she forgot her embarrassment and awkwardness, gazing into Wood's expressive eyes, her lips involuntarily curling upward, her face radiant with intoxicating happiness. The 5 onlookers found this scene particularly glaring, akin to having dined without having a proper meal. Harry and Hermione remained oblivious to the reason, while Evelyn huffed in frustration, exclaiming, "What is this? Tomorrow I'm going to find someone to date." This sudden proclamation struck the others like a dagger. Harry shot with a venomous glare, having just felt a flicker of sentiment. The group suddenly lost interest in examining the gift, casting a cursory glance at the thoughtfully crafted watch, simultaneously feeling envy and self-reassurance. "What is so remarkable? Ashley had gifted me a necklace and bracelet she made herself." The cabin fell into an eerie silence, oddly providing Ashley with a reprieve. Despite the current situation, she found herself surprisingly unconcerned. As for the impending banter and teasing from Evelyn upon returning to the dormitory, she had resigned herself to that fate. The two conversed as if they were by the Black Lake, casually and effortlessly discussing the small happenings of the Christmas holiday. Though their conversation was mundane and fragmented, the atmosphere between them seemed impenetrable. The beleaguered companions endured the tension until they finally reached their destination, eager to escape this unfriendly environment for the Singletons. In the corridor, they encountered Fred and George. The twins, upon witnessing their demeanor, seemed to comprehend the situation and sympathetically remarked, "Wood must have come to your compartment to flaunt his watch, right?" Without waiting for Harry and the others to respond, they read the expressions on their faces and, shaking their heads, left with an air of camaraderie. "Wood in love is truly terrifying," mused Fred and George. "So this is the real Wood," exclaimed Harry, Ron, Evelyn, Benedict, and Hermione. Chapter 185, a romance known by all and a serene love song. Upon returning to classes after the holiday, plunging directly into an academic mindset proved challenging. Especially after the Christmas break, Hogwarts Castle was rife with gossip regarding the romance between Miss Flower and Mr. Quidditch enthusiast, captivating both the disciplined and the undisciplined alike. Ashley, as one of the main characters, found herself uncertain whether this was a fortuitous or unfortunate situation. Initially, her greatest concern was being teased by her friends, lamenting her heavy-handedness in friendship. However, surprisingly, Evelyn and the others refrained from mocking her or expressing any grievances in her presence, choosing instead to join the collective gossip about. Well, it was difficult to assess whether it was akin to a peach or if the presence of Haydu, Errol, and a noisy group of Leafus made it more cacophonous. While one might assume malicious intent, it was more dramatization, exaggerated to the point where even the protagonist began to question whether it was indeed her story, feeling somewhat nauseated by it. The instigator was evidently Miss Flower alone. Perhaps her implications were not overtly directed, given the multitude of individuals in the know. Yet, when coupled with Mr. Quidditch enthusiast, it unmistakably pointed to the majority of the Gryffindor Quidditch team members. The Gryffindor Quidditch team? It would be more straightforward to simply mention Fred and George. Ashley found herself somewhat exasperated. Although she shared a bond of camaraderie with Fred and George, it seemed unlikely they would orchestrate such mischief against her. However, on the Hogwarts Express, walking behind Harry and the others, she naturally overheard their conversation. Thus, Wood indeed had a knack for inciting jealousy. Was it Wood's fault? Observing Wood, who appeared blissfully unaware and radiantly happy, she shrugged it off. Well, her boyfriend could indulge himself. Let them weave their tales. After all, it wouldn't cost her anything. Strangely enough, Ashley found her own capacity for embarrassment quite remarkable. It seemed both thin and thick. In the face of her friend's teasing, she was as thin-skinned as could be. Yet, confronted with the subtle discussions among the entire student body, she was remarkably thick-skinned. It is worth mentioning that Wood's attitude greatly influenced this dynamic. After all, when a boyfriend is cheerful every day, it is difficult for his girlfriend to harbor a sour mood. As for what Wood found so amusing, perhaps it was the daily camaraderie he received from students across all houses, with their offers to share notes, provide seating, and occasionally flaunt his presence in front of Ashley, all while enjoying the smooth sailing of their romance. For a seventh-year student, such moments were indeed precious. Initially, he had no intention of sparking a school-wide discussion. He merely wished to express his inner joy to familiar faces. Now, in this unexpected circumstance, he felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. For the sake of this smooth sailing, he was even willing to report the situation to Ashley's paternal figure. While he could disregard others' opinions, he remained attentive to the impressions made on those Ashley valued. Prepared for a potential interrogation, he was met with only a fleeting glance and a customary light snort, leaving him bewildered. After recounting the situation to Ashley in detail, she found herself amused by the turn of events. It appears that the professor, after careful consideration, has ultimately concluded that the gift of the blessing vest holds greater significance. Thus, with a sense of satisfaction, he decided to overlook the plight of the unfortunate young man. Of course, while he's aware of the situation, the professor's dignity must still be preserved. Therefore, Ashley could only utter a benign falsehood, informing Wood that it was his sincerity that moved the professor, thus garnering his understanding. Naturally, Wood harbored no doubts, and from that moment forward, he became unrestrained and carefree. As a contracted athlete, aside from regular training, he had little else to concern himself with. Achieving passing grades in Newt sufficed. With the assistance of the Badgers, and through conversations with Ashley, he gradually reconstructed her daily schedule. While feeling both proud and sympathetic, he also joyfully arranged a timetable that would not interfere with one another, yet still allow for daily interactions. The two naive souls, who had never experienced romance, thus embarked on a blissful journey of campus dating. For Ashley, there were no significant changes. Her studies continued as usual, her rest remained undisturbed. Yet her spirits were undeniably lifted. This, perhaps, is the allure of love. If one were to insist on identifying a change, it might simply be that her time spent with Ashley had diminished somewhat. However, let there be no misunderstanding. The bond between the two sisters remained unscathed. While Ashley was with Wood, Ashley was also preoccupied with her own affairs. Even in moments of idleness, she found ways to keep herself busy, for she was not one to willingly partake in the consumption of someone else's dog food. Dog food? Dog. Ashley's next encounter with the large black dog occurred while she was returning from stroll by the Black Lake with Wood. In early March, as spring began to awaken, the flora revived and vibrant green ribbons adorned the castle, creating a picturesque scene. The manager of the Pudmire team seemed to have sent a letter, and just as Wood and Ashley ambled near the greenhouse, a call from a roommate summoned them back. Strolling alone along the path amidst the shrubs, Ashley pondered the implications of the letter when, suddenly, a massive dog head emerged from the adjacent bushes. The evident expression of lament on the dog's face added a touch of absurdity, causing Ashley to gasp in surprise before struggling to suppress laughter. Upon reflecting on the reason behind the dog's apparent sorrow, she began to feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. While she indeed wished to delay the drama of capturing mice to clear her name, the lack of any explanation during this time felt rather unjust, especially since the dog had caught her in a moment of romantic indulgence, making it difficult to avoid feeling guilty. Surely, one could observe how serene Hogwarts had been during this period of absence of panic, and how peaceful and wonderful Harry's life had become, right? Ashley defended herself with utmost seriousness. The dog remained unmoved, its gaze directed at her with an air of disdain. I have not forgotten our agreement. I merely have yet to find an opportune moment. The dog emitted a soft bark, as if questioning her sincerity. You need not doubt me. My intentions are not for you, but for Harry. At the very least, I shall ensure he knows the truth he deserves. The dog fell silent for a moment, barked again, and then disappeared back into the bushes. Ashley sighed in relief, finally escaping the embarrassment of being scrutinized by the dog. As she turned, she spotted a dark figure standing not far down the path, a deep voice resonating. Who were you just speaking to? Chapter 186. The Prophet Ashley emerges. Nothing. Caught off guard in an awkward situation, Ashley instinctively panicked, her response tumbling out before she could think. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, her panic dissipated, replaced by tension and uncertainty, making it difficult to continue with her evasive words. Professor, what did you see? If I were to say I didn't see anything clearly, would you then insist that I was mistaken, that I misheard as well? The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Ashley lowered her gaze, torn with indecision. She couldn't bear to deceive him, yet she struggled to fabricate a flawless excuse, and the truth seemed far too complicated to articulate easily. Snape observed the girl's shifting expressions, his own feelings equally tumultuous. He did not wish to pressure her, yet he feared for her safety, which outweighed his desire to let her be. His gaze flickered, concern for her well-being taking precedence as he adopted a stern demeanor and pressed on. If you find this troubling, you need not voice it. However, from this day forth, I shall keep a close watch on you. Whatever schemes you may conjure, they shall not pass under my watch. A mere fool may be one thing, but I cannot allow you to associate with those strange entities. You know I mean what I say. Snape's tone was commanding, yet Ashley could still sense the underlying care and resolve in his words. Although she was unaware of his suspicions, her heart felt warm, and she was inexplicably compelled to confide in him. Yet, that impulse was fleeting, as the constraints of fate swiftly reigned in her rationality. In that moment, she felt an instinctive awareness that if she were to disclose the truth of her time traveling, not only would her own fate be altered, but the destinies of many others would be affected as well, resulting in consequences she could not bear. However, contemplating the prospect of being under the professor's watchful eye, she realized that such a situation would likely not be pleasant either. The professor would continue to worry, while she would feel constrained, enduring daily inner turmoil. Ashley chuckled bitterly, recognizing that the closer she drew to a pivotal moment, the more issues seemed to arise. Ultimately, she was not a grand strategist capable of effortlessly manipulating circumstances. The more tightly she tethered herself to this world, the more vulnerabilities would emerge. Would she truly be able to safeguard her secrets, protect those she cherished, and live happily within this realm? Her mind a tangled mess, Ashley resolved to adopt the simplest approach and take a gamble. Professor, if I tell you that I can. Wait, this is not the place for such discussions. Follow me. For reasons unknown, seeing the young girl wear a bittersweet smile and utter that incomplete statement filled Snape with an inexplicable sense of dread. He felt that the words to come might profoundly influence the course of both their lives, prompting him to instinctively interrupt her and lead her to a more secure location for their conversation. After all, the entirety of Hogwarts Castle was essentially under the watchful eye of someone. That individual and the young girl had already, unbeknownst to them, reached a decision regarding their significance. The two journeyed in silence until they arrived at the 8th floor, entering the room of requirement. During this passage, Ashley began to grasp Snape's concerns. It must be said, this revelation elevated Snape's reliability and trustworthiness in her eyes to an unparalleled degree. Perhaps her chances were not as slim as she once thought. Speak. Within the hidden discussion chamber, Snape checked the surrounding magical barriers, confirming their efficacy in obstructing prying eyes and sealing the space. Still unconvinced, he cast a warning charm for additional security before finally relaxing and allowing Ashley to resume her earlier conversation. Ashley smiled, having resolved to speak her truth. The weight on her heart lifted, and she observed Snape's reaction with increasing ease. Professor, if I were to say that I can glimpse fragments of certain individuals' pasts and futures, would you believe me? The atmosphere fell silent once more. Ashley waited patiently, but the professor offered no immediate response, his gaze cast down as if deep in thought. This unexpected reaction left her feeling uncertain. Just as she was about to offer further explanations to bolster her credibility, she heard Snape's low voice break the silence. So, you have seen my past and future, then? Ashley was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as to why the conversation had shifted to her own circumstances. An inexplicable sense of panic washed over her, akin to a child caught surreptitiously peeking at their parents' diary, fearful of inciting their wrath. Just as she contemplated offering an explanation, she noticed that Snape's expression was not one of anger. Rather, it bore the semblance of realization and melancholy. This was the only way to elucidate how you came to know of my connection with Lily. After all, your mother would never divulge anything about this insufferable wretch to you. Snape let out a self-deprecating chuckle, his gaze piercing into Ashley's eyes. Devoid of any intent to seek confirmation, resembling more a soliloquy directed at a willing audience. Thus, you hinted that I should present purple hyacinths, and thus you harbor no fear of me, for you are aware that I am a coward devoid of even the courage to apologize. As he spoke, his emotions began to spiral, and despite his attempts to restrain himself, the tightly clenched fists and the slight tremor in his voice conveyed his profound anguish. It was unclear whether it was the deep-seated love and guilt for Lily that tormented him, or the shame of being seen through by Ashley, whom he regarded as a daughter. Ashley found herself at a loss for how to respond, bewildered by how events had spiraled so out of control. You must know, it was I who caused Lily's death, leaving Harry without parents, correct? There was no hysteria, merely a voice rendered hoarse, its cadence quivering ever more violently. Yet Ashley could feel the depths of his suffering, palpable and overwhelming. Her heart ached intensely. She could not speak on Lily's behalf to grant him forgiveness, but she could only offer what solace she could muster. Professor, in such circumstances, it would not have been you. Others would have informed him that you may have erred. Yet the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Moreover, I am aware that you have always endeavored to make amends, risking life and death in your quest for redemption. Regardless of how others perceive you, in my heart, you are deserving of respect, now and forever. Perhaps Ashley's words had an effect, as Snape began to extricate himself from his despair, recognizing the sincerity reflected in her countenance. After a long, scrutinizing gaze, he saw in Ashley's reddened eyes a profound trust and respect, devoid of disdain or retreat. Snape's heart, once burdened by pain and despair, gradually began to thaw, leaving only the resolute determination to protect Ashley and to atone with every fiber of his being. I believe he can glimpse certain individuals' pasts and futures. Chapter 187. The Highly Charged Snape. Snape's words, or rather, the expression on his face that suggested nothing had transpired, left Ashley momentarily stunned once more. In an instant, she found herself questioning whether the emotional breakdown from earlier had merely been an act by the professor to ascertain the truth of her statements. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed such speculation absurd. After all, while Snape might risk his life for any venture toward redemption, he would never trivialize his feelings for Lily. If one were to argue that his transformation felt abrupt, it could perhaps be attributed to the emotional control afforded by a clemency. The ability to serve as a double agent under Voldemort's nose largely hinged on this skill, did it not? Guilt washed over her for having doubted the professor, and she could not help but revisit the merits of a clemency. However, before she could delve deeper into its wondrous applications, she heard the professor continue. So, who was it that you conversed with earlier? Did you glimpse their past and future as well? Professor, allow me to show you something amusing first. Grant me a moment to gather my thoughts. Engrossed in her own reflections, Ashley was momentarily caught off guard by the interruption. Struggling to accept that the professor had come to trust her self-fashioned persona as a seer, realizing that her gamble had seemingly paid off. In truth, she had wagered on whether Snape would believe in this rather dubious guise of a prophet. Though it might sound preposterous when pushed to such extremes, it was the only plausible excuse she could muster. She had prepared a plethora of substantial evidence to support her claims, yet she had not anticipated that the professor's own circumstances would inadvertently validate her abilities. Uncertain whether to feel elated by the professor's trust, which had temporarily alleviated her crisis, or anxious about her future as a seer, she found herself in turmoil. Half-truths are still lies, and uttering such fabrications necessitates a web of deceit to conceal them. The risks are self-evident. In a moment of inspiration, she hastily retrieved a photograph of Sirius in his canine form from her bag and handed it over. This served to buy her time to organize her thoughts, while simultaneously providing Sirius a potential escape route. Although Snape did not comprehend why she sought to look at something amusing at this juncture, his trust in Ashley compelled him to furrow his brow and accept the photograph. What greeted his eyes was a series of images depicting a large black dog in a rather disheveled and even somewhat comical state. However, Snape failed to grasp the humor, instead contemplating the profound implications embedded within these photographs. Upon closer examination, he noticed one that included Harry. Harry appeared serious, while the dog seemed to exude an air of despondency. Could a mere dog convey such a wealth of emotion? Was this dog an animagus? Could it possibly be that wretched black? Indeed, Dementors can sense human sense and emotions, yet they cannot discern those of other animals, thus allowing him to escape from Azkaban. Because he is an illegal animagus? Initially, Snape merely questioned the dog's identity, but as his mind expanded, he began to reason through the clues, ultimately deducing the truth behind Sirius's escape. Rather than seeking confirmation from Ashley, it was as if he had already affirmed the reality of the situation. Ashley, still in the process of organizing her thoughts, was jolted back to attention by Snape's deductions. Listening as he conversed with himself while examining the photographs, arriving at the truth, she found herself utterly astonished, her admiration for him swelling infinitely. Is this truly the most formidable potions master capable of creating spells? His intellect is unparalleled. Perhaps he should consider a career in detective work. Snape rushed towards the exit, his intent unmistakable. Fortunately, Ashley acted swiftly, tugging at his robes. Wait, Professor. Could you please allow me to recount what I witnessed in the past before you take action? You know that if he betrayed Harry's parents, I cannot let him go. Snape indeed halted, both due to the tug on his robes and Ashley's final statement. Just as Ashley trusted that Snape would never jest about Lily, Snape too believed that Ashley would never shield the individual responsible for harming Harry's parents. Therefore, this dog truly is that wretched black. If he did not betray Lily's home, then who could it possibly be? Ashley observed Snape, who had regained his composure, and finally exhaled in relief, releasing her grip on his robes. She then recounted the events from Sirius's perspective, detailing what had transpired years ago. Snape remained silent for an extended period after hearing her account. Perhaps he understood better than anyone the anguish of having wrought such calamity, leading to the demise of the person he cherished most. While others might find it difficult to comprehend Sirius's abandonment of his responsibilities as a guardian, consumed by guilt, it could be argued that he had effectively imprisoned himself in Azkaban for 12 years. However, as Snape, his staunch adversary, he could grasp this sentiment all too well. Though it was ironic and absurd, it was nevertheless the truth. Yet Snape would never acknowledge this, dismissing it with a callous remark about foolishness. Ashley, recognizing that Snape was not poised to take further action, discerned his true sentiments. Without allowing him to sink back into his sorrow, she proceeded to elucidate the reasons behind Sirius's escape and the subsequent events that unfolded. Severe as Snape's thoughts were indeed drawn into the subsequent developments. As he mentally began to categorize and summarize the events, he posed certain inquiries, and, combined with his understanding of Sirius Black, he reconstructed the occurrences of the past 6 months. Just as Snape had previously questioned Ashley about the aftermath of the fat lady's portrait being slashed, he pondered why Sirius had not taken further action. With Sirius's reckless and impulsive nature, should he not have sought a way to obtain the password to the common room and attempt to eliminate Peter once more? Ashley fell silent for a moment, gazing at Snape with deep respect before slowly revealing her deliberate confrontation with Sirius, where she had threatened him. Upon hearing this, Snape exhibited a disdainful expression, clearly not perceiving any wrongdoing in Ashley's actions. In fact, he felt a flicker of pride, his lips curling slightly. Though whether it was due to his clever young lady's astuteness or her admiring gaze upon him was uncertain. "I understand," he said. "Tell me, what would you have me do?" Chapter 188. I will protect you. To be candid, this declaration from Snape was unexpected for her. To be precise, she had never contemplated employing the guise of a seer to compel Snape into action on her behalf. Having been witnessed by Snape at such a suspicious scene, Ashley was reluctant to dismiss him with trivialities, yet she could not divulge everything directly. Thus, she resorted to crafting this persona for herself. Internally, she felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain if Snape would believe this rather implausible tale. It felt akin to gambling. Fortunately, she emerged victorious in this wager, whether due to Snape's own experiences or the sincerity of their years together, which earned her his genuine trust. The outcome was undeniably favorable. For her, that was sufficient. At that moment, the astonishment etched on Ashley's face was unmistakable, so much so that Snape, with but a fleeting thought, comprehended her true feelings. Beyond marveling at his young lady's innocence, he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and tenderness. As for the prior concealment, Snape chose to selectively forget it. For such extraordinary talent could very well spell disaster if mishandled. He regarded Ashley as exceptionally astute for learning to navigate her circumstances, far superior to those who reveled in boasting of their prowess. If you have not yet formulated your thoughts, then wait until you are ready to speak. You only need to understand that I stand by your side, regardless of the time or situation. Snape looked deeply into Ashley's light green eyes, his tone grave and earnest, his promise unmistakable. The profound implication of his words moved Ashley, alleviating some of her trepidation regarding the future. Very well. If I require your assistance, I shall let you know. Although Sirius is urging me to expedite arrangements, I have yet to identify a suitable opportunity to escort Peter out. This matter cannot be resolved through vigilante justice. It would be best for more witnesses to be present. Moreover, she was reluctant to unveil this issue too soon, considering there were still several months remaining in the academic year. It would be preferable for the students to enjoy a semblance of tranquility in their school lives. You know, ever since Harry started attending Hogwarts, the place has been anything but serene. I truly cannot fathom how one institution can spawn so many troubles. Having divulged her greatest secret, Ashley, overwhelmed by emotion, fully opened her heart, sharing her small schemes and grievances. Snape's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at the noticeably more vibrant and spirited young girl before him, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction blossoming within him. He did not resent this transformation. Rather, it filled him with a long-awaited sense of anticipation. This happiness felt as though it belonged solely to dreams. Of course, he would never entertain the thought that, should such chatter come from another, he would likely find it bothersome, a clear instance of double standards. Very well. We shall set this aside for now and seek an opportunity at the end of the academic year. He has wandered for so long. A few more months hold little significance. His light-hearted words determined Sirius's circumstances for the coming months. Ashley had not anticipated a response from Snape. Her intent was merely to voice her grievances to a trusted confidant. Thus, when she heard his words, she looked up at him in surprise. Upon witnessing the gentleness of his expression, her heart fluttered, allowing her to fully relax as she pulled Snape down onto the sofa, appearing quite animated. "Ha, splendid. That has settled, though I suspect he will still seek me out. Do not worry. During your free time, I shall patrol the vicinity to ensure he does not dare to appear." As thoughts of her upcoming date with what crossed her mind, and with the likelihood of two overprotective fathers watching over her, Ashley suddenly felt less enthusiastic about the proposal and hastily changed the subject. Professor, speaking of serious, take a look at these photographs. They were taken after I pranked him. See this one? He spent ages crawling in the mud. And this one? He was running to catch a frisbee and ended up vomiting. Ashley recounted the pictures with great delight, filled with a childlike sense of mischief, while Snape listened intently. What he initially perceived as ordinary animal photos transformed into something far more intriguing, for he understood that her pranks on the dog were intended as a form of retribution on his behalf. A warm sensation enveloped him, softening his previously held disdain for Black. His expression softened remarkably, a gentle smile gracing his features, devoid of any malice or oddity, reminiscent of a normal, kindly father. However, it was evident that, despite Snape's smile returning to its usual state, such affection was reserved for only one individual. Perhaps Ashley had shared too much, inadvertently including her summer study routine in the conversation. As they discussed the alchemy course, Snape couldn't help but be reminded of the protective vest he wore, gently pinching the fabric of it, interrupting Ashley's description of her revenge. After all, in his eyes, Black was insignificant compared to a mere corner of his young lady's garment. You crafted a protective vest from basilisk skin for me. What about yourself? Did you use any of the basilisk's fangs? Surely, you didn't neglect to save any quality materials for your own protection? Snape's sharp tongue remained unchanged, and upon realizing his choice of words was inappropriate, he could not suppress a frown of regret. Yet Ashley had long grown accustomed to his manner of speech, so she took no offense. Instead, she felt touched by his concern, smiling like a child eager to showcase a treasure as she retrieved a dagger from her satchel. Of course not. I fashioned a unique weapon for myself, using an entire fong. It's South called Crescent Moon. Look, isn't it splendid? As Snape examined the exquisitely crafted curved dagger, drawing it from its sheath and scrutinizing it, he sensed its potent magical energy. His heart swelled with both satisfaction and pride. Although it was an undeniably lethal weapon, the mere thought of it safeguarding his young lady's safety compelled him to admire it over and over again. Not a foolish endeavor at all. In a rare moment of good spirits, Snape offered high praise. Ashley, upon hearing this, felt neither pride nor arrogance. Instead, she was filled with a mix of guilt and relief. She was fortunate to have managed to create it during this time. Otherwise, had she failed to present a single alchemical item crafted from a basilisk fong, she would undoubtedly have met a dire fate. Well, perhaps not her demise, but the likelihood of Wood meeting his end upon receiving a gift made by her hands would be far greater. Thanks to Crescent Moon, the atmosphere remained pleasant, and as Ashley quietly exhaled in relief, she heard Snape inquire, "Who taught you alchemy? Does he know about you?" Snape furrowed his brow, as if suddenly recalling something, his face betraying a hint of concern. As a master of potions, residing at the pinnacle of the wizarding community, he was acutely aware that while many ventured into the realm of alchemy, few possessed a systematic lineage. In various corners of the globe, larger magical institutions invariably include alchemy in their curriculum. Although such studies typically commence in the upper grades, the entry point for alchemy is inherently elevated compared to other disciplines, resulting in a rather superficial understanding of the subject matter. This reality implies that esteemed masters of alchemy would never easily bestow their legacies upon just anyone. Ailey's proficiency in alchemy evidently surpasses the rudimentary level, indicating she must have received the tutelage of a distinguished master. But had that master assessed her capabilities and understood her circumstances? Ailey fell silent for a moment, primarily because she was uncertain whether she could truly be considered a formal disciple of Nicolo, even though in her heart she did. The lack of widespread acknowledgement left her feeling vulnerable to scrutiny. Nevertheless, in the presence of a professor, Ailey swiftly resolved her thoughts. The legacy of my alchemy comes from Nicolo, and the only one who knows about me is you, Professor. This statement, while somewhat ambiguous, sufficed for Severus Snape. Time was slipping away, and the two had settled into a comfortable silence, instinctively gathering their belongings to conclude their conversation. Yet, just as they were about to depart, Snape abruptly halted. Is my future not looking too bright? Ailey gazed at the professor's retreating figure, her heart racing at the thought of his fate. Clenching her fist, the sharp pain of her nails digging in her palm brought her back to her senses. No, because I will protect you. Chapter 189, An Unexpected Turn in Hogsmeade. A faint smile tugged at Snape's lips. He understood that Ailey's affirmation of no was not born from doubt regarding his question, but rather a testament to the correctness of his suspicions. Yet, he felt little fear. Instead, a sense of solace washed over him. Ever since Lily departed, he had embraced the resolve of impending death. Thus his bleak fate was anticipated. However, with the return of someone to care for, his resolve to embrace death had wavered, prompting his inquiry. The answer did not disappoint him. Indeed, it was the person he cared for who fulfilled his expectations. Did she deserve his concern and devotion? I will safeguard you, so that you may continue to protect me. In his heart, he made this convoluted promise. With a flick of his robes, he strode away, his steps imbued with an unprecedented sense of determination and poise. From Ashley's perspective, the professor departed without uttering a word, leaving her anxious and worried that perhaps her response had been overly dramatic, inciting suspicion in him. Reflecting on the professor's original fate sent her heart into turmoil. And in her haste, she had spoken her mind without much deliberation. Embarrassment and frustration intertwined, leaving Ashley despondent as she sighed heavily. In the days that followed, she carefully sought opportunities to observe Snape's emotions. After a considerable time of scrutiny, she discerned no changes. His demeanor remained unchanged, his attitude towards her consistent, as though they had not just engaged in a profound conversation. Gradually, Ashley began to relax, and life resumed its tranquil rhythm. Studies continued as usual, with occasional outings and gatherings with friends, listening to tales of Crookshanks and Scabbers' antics, and witnessing the daily banter between Apollyon and Benedict. And avoiding the incessant antics of the ever-embarrassing Sirius. Snape, true to his word, facilitated her avoidance of Sirius's shameless advances, rendering the latter too fearful to approach Ashley. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Ashley might have anticipated a smooth passage through the academic year. Yet, fate had other plans. Shortly after Easter, Hogwarts once again welcomed the Hogsmeade Visiting Day. Although the third-year wizards had become accustomed to this privilege, the joy it brought was not to be overlooked. Perhaps during this time, Crookshanks had relentlessly tormented Scabbers, and while no major incidents had arisen, Scabbers' spirits dwindled day by day. Ron was deeply concerned, and Hermione, feeling helpless, did her best to prevent their encounters. Thus, when Ron intended to take Scabbers to Hogsmeade for a change of scenery and some comforting treats, Hermione cooperatively left Crookshanks behind in the castle. To alleviate Crookshanks' confinement, she entrusted him to Hagrid's care, bringing along Blueberry as well, allowing the pets a breath of fresh air. Peach and Hedwig, being winged creatures, were exempt from such considerations, occupied as they were with their own duties, flying about daily. Beatrice was a special case, her movements unrestrained by Ashley's dictates. The two cats, under normal circumstances, were confined to the dormitory and common room, so their blatant excursion was deemed a release. However, upon their reunion, mischief ensued. They slipped away unnoticed by Hagrid, disappearing without a trace. Hagrid, in his naivety, did not suspect any trouble could arise at Hogwarts and simply awaited their return home. Meanwhile, the group of visitors, upon arriving in Hogsmeade, disbanded spontaneously. Wood, reluctant to miss such a rare opportunity for a date, eagerly approached. Hermione and Apollyon, understanding his intentions, graciously made space for the young couple, even pulling away the unwilling little brother and his friend. Ashley, harboring the same sentiments as Wood, while also feeling a sense of tranquility in recent times, let down her guard and accepted her friend's goodwill, opting to enjoy the date with Wood. Together, they procured some school supplies and snacks, leisurely chatting as they strolled. Upon reaching Madame Putafoot's tea shop, the memory of Ashley's first visit to Hogsmeade flooded back, causing both to blush. Wood gazed at Ashley with affection, casually recounting his initial hesitations outside the shop. Ashley had already heard Apollyon's version, yet hearing it from Wood's lips felt delightfully sweet. Even when Wood boldly took her hand and led her into the very tea shop she had vowed to never enter again, she offered no objections. This time, they encountered no awkward situations. Hand in hand, they savored a delightful afternoon tea amidst the somewhat romantic atmosphere of the shop. They spoke of dreams and futures, ordinary topics, yet filled with the promise of togetherness. In that moment, their hearts felt exceptionally close. Ashley even mused that, were it not for Voldemort's looming threat, the future would described would indeed be beautiful. They departed under the teasing gaze of Madame Putafoot, who had witnessed their budding romance and held a fond impression of the pure-hearted children and their sincere affection. However, considering the girl's bashful nature, Madame Putafoot refrained from direct jesting, offering her silent blessings instead. Ashley's buoyant mood lasted only until the moment they exited the tea shop, for in the next instant, she saw Hermione and Apollyon rushing towards her, panic etched on their faces, bearing alarming news. Crookshanks and Blueberry had inexplicably appeared in Hogsmeade, and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, had whisked Scabbers away, leaving him now unaccounted for. Ron was nearly beside himself with worry, and the three boys had already begun their frantic search. Their arrival served both to inform her of the situation and to seek her assistance. Having more people searching would undoubtedly enhance their efficiency. Ailey felt a wave of dread wash over her, the sense of fate creeping back in her heart, leaving her in a state of panic. In truth, she had already envisioned their likely destination and, without a moment's hesitation, set off in that direction. Wood and Apollyon, although somewhat taken aback by Hermione's direct approach, exchanged a brief glance of trust before hastily following her lead. At the fork in the path, they encountered Harry, Ron, and Benedict, who had traced the clues nearby in search of their missing companions. Ashley, without further ado, made her way straight to the end of the path, where the infamous shrieking shack awaited. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry and Benedict trailed closely behind, and thus the seven of them miraculously converged, entering the legendary haunted house together. Chapter 190. The Gathering at the Shrieking Shack. The dilapidated and desolate state of the Shrieking Shack bore testament to its unpopularity. Perhaps it occasionally attracted couples seeking a thrill for their rendezvous, but certainly not on this day. From the perspective of Ashley's companions, despite the eerie silence surrounding the crumbling structure, she charged inside as if foreseeing the events to come, certain of what lay within. Yet, only Ashley understood that she too had hesitated for a moment, her heart troubled by the risk of exposing herself before Harry and the others. However, the thought that this night coincided with the full moon drove her to disregard her fears. She trusted that Snape would provide sufficient wolfsbane potion for Lupin, yet she could not guarantee that Lupin would consume it as usual. After all, the capriciousness of fate was something she had witnessed time and again. She could toy with Sirius to vent her frustrations at Snape, but she could not gamble with his life against the unpredictable whims of destiny. The time turner was no longer available, and there was no opportunity to travel back and rectify the situation. Following behind were Harry, Apollyon, and Wood, who were more concerned about Ashley's current state than finding Padfoot and Crookshanks. Thus, without a second thought, they followed her inside. Hermione and Benedict, although momentarily hesitant as they weighed the pros and cons, ultimately found the argument for caution less compelling with their friends already inside. They would have to brave the Dragoness lair. Ron, grappling with his fears, faced a considerable challenge. However, with his friends by his side and the prospect of rescuing his cherished pet, he seemed to muster a bit more courage and gritted his teeth to follow. The last time Ashley sought out Sirius, she had entered through the secret passageway beneath the Whomping Willow, surveying her surroundings. It was evident that the small room of the Shrieking Shack was not the same one she had encountered previously. Thus, the conclusion about the existence of a more concealed basement was not difficult to ascertain. At that moment, Ashley felt as though her mind and heart were divided. Her intellect calmly analyzed the location of the basement entrance, while her heart was a tumultuous storm, with her concern and urgency written plainly on her face. Harry Wood and the others believed she was worried about Padfoot's situation, fearing that something unfortunate might occur and spark a conflict between Ron and Hermione, hence her distress. Just as they contemplated offering her words of comfort, Ashley's expression suddenly lit up with surprise. She swiftly approached a corner of the room, pushing aside a dilapidated cupboard. The floor revealed a narrow gap, about the width of a hand. After pushing the wooden plank aside, an entrance leading underground appeared. The astonishment on Harry Wood and Apollyon's faces had barely settled when Ashley, without uttering a word, descended the ladder into the basement. Curiosity ignited within the three of them. Regardless of how Ashley had known about the basement's existence, the adventurous spirit hidden within them was enough to inspire a desire to explore, especially since Ashley had already ventured down. With scarcely a pause, Apollyon, brimming with excitement, joined the procession. Following him was the curious yet cautious Harry, and finally Wood, having matured and become more vigilant, brandished his wand, ready for any potential confrontation. Hermione and the others seized the opportunity presented by the descent to catch up, aligning themselves with Wood's silhouette. Indeed, as they reached the basement, or rather, the tunnel connecting to the Whomping Willow, they immediately discerned faint noises below. The darkness enveloping the basement deterred Ashley from charging ahead blindly. Instead, she focused intently on the sounds, preparing to follow them in search of their friends. The others gradually gathered at her side, recognizing her demeanor and instinctively silencing themselves, embracing the silence. As Harry prepared to cast a Lumos spell with his wand, he was interrupted by a voice from what seemed to be the adjacent space. "Sirius, is that you? It must be you. I saw your animagus form in the tower, bringing Granger's cat into the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. I can scarcely believe it. You've truly been hiding here all along." This brief utterance was laden with significant implications, leaving the newly arrived companions astounded, particularly as they recognized the speaker as the kind yet modest Professor Lupin. Hermione, Benedict, and Ron's minds began to race as they pieced together the implications of Sirius's escape from Azkaban, while also reflecting on the events that had transpired within Gryffindor over the past year. Yet, they lacked a crucial piece of information, making it difficult to comprehend the connection between Sirius and Crookshanks. Harry, however, had no time to ponder the convolutions. The mere thought of Sirius Black being present ignited a torrent of rage within him, for he was the betrayer responsible for his parents' deaths, and he could not contain his anger. Ashley promptly restrained him, signaling for him to remain calm and wait for an opportunity to ambush, lest his impulsiveness allow Sirius to escape. While others might have failed to persuade him, Harry heeded Ashley's words, gradually calming himself. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he continued to listen intently. However, once Lupin's words fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloped the underground space. It seemed that Lupin was awaiting a response, yet Sirius showed no intention of emerging to reply. The scene shifted to Sirius's perspective. In truth, Sirius found himself in a confrontation with Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew. To be precise, Lupin's words had startled not only Sirius, but also had terrified Wormtail. The latter, nearly paralyzed with fear, pondered the dire consequences should his identity be revealed. After nearly 13 years of hiding, if he were to be discovered, the repercussions would be unfathomable. He had endured this ordeal to avoid the fate of returning to Azkaban, to escape becoming the target of public scorn. Sirius, on the other hand, felt a mixture of sorrow and anguish. He recognized the surprise and conflict in Lupin's tone. His old friend still harbored feelings for him, yet remained oblivious to the events of the past and struggled to accept the truth of his betrayal of James. He longed to rush out and explain, but he was acutely aware that until he captured Wormtail, everything would merely be his word against the others. Wormtail, pressed against the wall beneath the flickering oil lamp, found himself in a dire situation, with a large dog and 2 cats poised to pounce. While outside, lurked a wizard whose encounter would likely turn friend into foe. Despair enveloped him. Yet, at that moment, for reasons unknown, the 2 cats suddenly seemed to sense something and turned to exit. Sirius, perplexed, could not afford to divert his attention to dissuade them, focusing intently on Wormtail. Seizing the opportunity, Wormtail attempted to shift his position, and in the darkness, the room to the far right, once used by Lupin during his transformations, suddenly erupted with a cacophony of sounds. Meanwhile, in the central living area, which served as the transition space to the tunnel and basement stairs, Lupin was preparing to investigate when he suddenly sensed 2 figures passing by him. Caught in a moment of indecision, he found himself torn between investigating the source of the commotion and pursuing the 2 fleeting figures. Chapter 191. You cannot simply kill him. Otherwise, the truth will remain obscured. Blueberry, Crookshanks, meow meow. The sounds of hushed exclamations, feline cries, and the clatter of falling objects erupted almost simultaneously. However, due to the differing locations, the volume of these sounds varied for each person. Positioned in the central hall, Lupin clearly heard the pronounced meows and the cacophony of items crashing to the ground. Recognizing the feline cries nearby, he swiftly deduced the identity of the 2 figures that had darted past moments earlier, and without hesitation, he strode towards the lounge where Sirius and Peter were situated. Although he remained vigilant, wand raised to survey his surroundings, the urgency of his footsteps belied the excitement and anticipation bubbling within him. In that fleeting moment, he cast aside his doubts, pain, and evasion, reminiscing instead about the pure and genuine brotherhood of his youth, embodying a middle-aged man clinging to the essence of his teenage years. Meanwhile, the 7 individuals in Ashley's group, having grasped the current predicament, quickly pulled the instigator at their feet tightly to them, signaling for silence, before they all stood on high alert, fixated on the dilapidated wooden door. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before the footsteps receded into the distance, and Lupin's choice was evident. They collectively exhaled in relief. While they didn't genuinely believe Lupin would harm them, the atmosphere evoked an instinctive desire to remain undetected. The 2 cats, both the culprits and the ones mitigating the chaos, elicited a mixture of affection and frustration from their owner. They nuzzled against him affectionately, unabashedly displaying their adorableness, seemingly oblivious to their role in the turmoil. Had they possessed the ability to speak, the group might have found themselves demanding an explanation for the torment they were enduring. As for the matter of torment, they all instinctively turned their gaze towards the owner of the victimized mouse, bathed in the dim light filtering from the staircase. Ron's expression appeared to be a portrait of inner conflict. With the 2 cats now present, it was evident that Scabbers was nearby. Indeed, the previous ruckus might have been caused by him. Had he not overheard Lupin's words earlier, Ron would have rushed to save the mouse without hesitation. However, As Scabbers' owner, he was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding his pet. Reflecting on the typical lifespan of a mouse compared to how long Scabbers had lived since coming into their home, a sense of dread began to creep over him. Once, he might have dismissed the unusual longevity as mere coincidence, but after Lupin had uttered the term animagus, it had planted a seed of doubt in his mind, making all the illogical elements suddenly seem plausible. Therefore, rather than confusion, his expression now conveyed a sense of revulsion. The thought of holding a middle-aged man, resembling a mouse, in his arms, hugging him tightly, Ron shook his head, attempting to dispel the disturbing image that had flashed through his mind. While the others may have thought he was merely concerned for Scabbers, Ashley, who recognized the underlying implications, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She understood all too well the discomforting nature of that scene. After all, she had once envisioned something similar, albeit with a different protagonist. And the image was indeed rather jarring. Suppressing her laughter, she recognized that it was not the time for such levity. Everyone was yet to consider this angle, making it difficult for them to grasp the humor in it. Furthermore, life had already been unkind to Ron. Allowing him to deceive himself for a moment longer seemed like a small mercy. Wood, on the other hand, inadvertently caught a glimpse of his daughter's smirk. But considering the gravity of the situation and the dim surroundings, he dismissed it as a trick of the light. The scene shifted back to the lounge. As Lupin approached the door, ready to ascertain the situation, he noticed it had already been ajar. Simultaneously, he felt a slight collision against his shins. The coincidence of the moment left both him and the object he had bumped into momentarily stunned, causing the pursuers trailing behind to momentarily falter before coming to a stop. Lupin sought to illuminate the area with his wand to discern what lay ahead, but the startled entity quickly pivoted and darted away, seemingly terrified of being discovered. Just as it attempted to flee, a pursuing dog managed to pounce, pinning it down. Though it evaded capture, its tail was caught, and its frantic squeaks filled the air. The dog, panting heavily as if it had just crossed the finish line of a marathon, was both fatigued and exhilarated by the triumph. Lupin, still dazed from the recent turn of events, was drawn to the unmistakable sound of the dog's heavy breathing, redirecting his focus to the original direction of the commotion. For reasons unknown, despite the clarity of the situation, he hesitated to advance. Inside, a transformation occurred. The dog morphed into a man, and the paw restraining the mouse's tail became a hand, lifting it aloft. Through the door, a voice Lupin recognized intimately rang out. "Remus, I've got him. I've caught him. This damn creature. I've finally caught him. Not me, not me. Whoa, no, it's all my fault for believing him. James and Lily. I will kill him." Sirius, perhaps having been deprived of human speech for too long or overwhelmed by emotion, spoke in a disjointed manner. Yet, miraculously, Lupin understood him. In fact, he was not alone in this understanding. Ashley also comprehended the gravity of the moment. Overwhelmed by emotion, yet still engaged in her task, she worked to restrain Harry, who was eager to rush out. "Calm down, listen," she urged. "You cannot do this." Lupin's and Ashley's voices coincided, effectively halting Harry and Sirius in their tracks, bringing an unusual calmness to the chaos. Sirius held the mouse by its tail with one hand while using the other to pull open the door. At that moment, after 12 long years, the two old friends finally reunited. Or perhaps it was 3, though the mouse continued to struggle desperately, while the other 2 instinctively excluded him from the reunion. Under the flickering light, Lupin gazed at the mouse in Sirius' grasp, specifically at its paw with only 4 fingers. After confirming this detail, he turned away, sighing as he muttered, "You cannot directly kill him. Otherwise, the truth will remain hidden." Chapter 192, The Mouse Purged by a Curse. Ashley also sighed silently. Lupin, being the only one among the Marauders still capable of discerning right from wrong, had not disappointed. The conversation continued in the background. "I don't care if the truth ever comes to light, or if I can clear my name. I only wish to avenge James and Lily right now. Remus, can't you see? For years, I've lived in regret because I trusted the wrong person, leading to the death of my closest friend. I once believed I had avenged him, and from that point onward, whether I lived or died, whether I roamed free or languished in Azkaban, mattered little to me. But then I saw the newspaper from Fudge. I saw that wretched rat still alive and well, merely missing a finger. He deceived us all with that one finger, hiding at Arthur and Molly's for over a decade. This makes my years of self-imposed penance feel like a cruel joke. How dare he live on like this?" Even his transformation into an animagus was aided by the collective efforts of us and James. Sirius's emotions were in turmoil, as if he longed to unburden himself of years of pent-up regret and anger to his only friend left in this world. His fist, gripping the rat's tail, instinctively tightened. Yet the rat he held hung its head low, silent, Whether out of fear or a shared sense of guilt, it was unclear. Sirius, calm yourself. Even if you disregard the truth, can Harry not care? He has the right to know the circumstances surrounding his parents' betrayal, and James would never wish to see you like this. From Sirius's somewhat neurotic narration, he had pieced together the truth of that fateful day, gaining insight into Sirius's actions over the years. As a brother deeply cared for by both Sirius and James, he empathized with Sirius's pain and fury. Yet for the sake of the living, he could only urge him with a constricted throat. Those who overheard this exchange began to comprehend the potential misunderstandings and injustices involved, casting complex glances toward Harry. In the dim light, Harry's face bore no excess expression. His tightly clenched fist betrayed the tumultuous storm within. Yet this time, without Ashley's admonitions, he managed to maintain control over his emotions and continued to listen. As for Ron, he had become utterly numb, grappling with the reality while suppressing the urge to retch. Hermione and Benedict, having already contemplated this matter, exchanged sympathetic glances with him. James, Harry, he is thriving now. His aunt and uncle treat him well. I believe James and Lily with the thought of James caused Sirius profound anguish, and he felt similarly guilty toward Harry. Impulsively and recklessly, he instinctively believed that avenging James and caring for Harry could not coexist, leading him to reconcile with the notion that Harry's current well-being sufficed. Do not utter such words. If James were to learn that you would rather confine yourself than ensure Harry's well-being, he would undoubtedly give you a sound thrashing. Before Sirius could finish expressing his relief, Lupin interjected, irate. For James, for Harry, and for this dear brother who was still alive, yet consumed by vengeance, and unwilling to embrace life. Lupin's words resonated deeply within Ashley, who silently nodded in agreement, feeling they articulated her sentiments perfectly. However, that was in the past. In the present, she found Sirius to be quite superfluous. Unsure if Lupin was aware that Sirius was Harry's godfather, she certainly was. Yet she felt that this godfather's presence was inconsequential to Harry now, perhaps even less beneficial than that dog named Black, who could bring Harry joy. Stealing a glance at Harry, she perceived the disdain on his face, clearly rejecting the idea of being cared for by this stranger, which delighted Ashley. Truly, her dear cousin was in sync with her thoughts. Indeed, the Dursleys were the best. Should we turn him over to the Ministry of Magic? I do not trust them. Perhaps it was Lupin's words that stirred a flicker of responsibility within Sirius as Harry's godfather, prompting him to consider the possibility of seeking justice. Yet, his feelings toward the ministry were far from favorable. For the years of imprisonment he endured were not solely due to his own self-imposed isolation, but also tied to the ministry's wrongful accusations. Thus his tone grew increasingly agitated. At this point, Lupin fell silent, clearly sharing the sentiment of distrust toward the ministry. Suddenly, an unexpected twist unfolded. The traitorous Peter Pettigrew bit off his own tail and fled. No, Sirius exclaimed, feeling the weight in his hand lighten as he witnessed a scene that made his blood boil. Peter, gritting through the pain, darted forward, heading straight for the basement of the shrieking shack. If he could slip through the door, ascend the stairs, and reach Hogsmeade, he would be safe. This singular thought consumed him. Sirius and Lupin, realizing his intent, sprang into action, but before they could move more than a few steps, they sensed chaotic magical disturbances emanating from within, interspersed with incantations. Seize him quickly, Benedict. Stupefy, Hermione. Blockade him, Ron. Petrify him, Harry. Hang him upside down, Ashley. At the moment the door opened, the light from Lupin's wand illuminated the situation, allowing those inside to clearly assess what was unfolding. The delayed incantations erupted only after the door closed. Apollyon, lacking a keen sense of combat, failed to react, and being shielded by Benedict, did not cast a spell. Wood prioritized Ashley's safety, remaining vigilant by her side without engaging in direct spellcasting. A cacophony of explosions ensued, and the room fell eerily silent. Ashley positioned herself near the staircase, tense and prepared for Peter's potential emergence. The others remained on high alert, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, Apollyon discreetly drew her wand and cast Illumos charm. The room was flooded with light, and aside from Apollyon, the others exchanged awkward glances, their faces reflecting the tension. They were so anxious that they had forgotten to illuminate the space. Apollyon, aware of her friend's thoughts, proudly tilted her head, eager for praise. Unfortunately, everyone's attention soon diverted to the corner by the door, where the rat, now subject to various curses, lay rigid against the wall. On the wall, a faint outline of a half-rat shape was discernible, a testament to the force with which it had been flung. Ashley maintained her innocence, asserting that had it not been struck by a Petri ficus totalis or similar curse first, such marks would not have been left. Harry shrugged, arguing that given the rat's speed at the time, it would not have hit accurately, questioning why its speed had seemingly diminished. Hermione, Ron, and Benedict exchanged glances, wide-eyed, attributing their confusion to the dim lighting. Apollyon, adopting a detective's persona, poked the tailless rat specimen with her foot and earnestly declared her findings, blocked by obstacles, bound by the stunning spell, knocked unconscious by the stupefy curse, and finally petrified into a specimen, only to be hurled against the wall. How tragic! After a brief silence, laughter erupted. From the moment Ashley began her performance, everyone instinctively joined in. In dealing with such a traitor, there was no guilt among them, only a sense of satisfaction in their teamwork and the joy of camaraderie. Their mutual understanding in combat, shared thoughts, and unified expressions made the atmosphere light and enjoyable. As Wood finally regained his composure, he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, tinged with deep envy. Heaven knows, while Ashley feigned innocence, he had contemplated comforting his own girlfriend, considering her gentle nature. It was only natural for her to feel fear when a mishap led to such calamity. Yet, all right, her clear sense of right and wrong only endears her to me more. As for envy, it was undeniable. Having witnessed the seamless collaboration between Ashley and her younger peers left him in awe. He too longed for such a connection with Ashley. At that moment, Sirius and Lupin entered, gazing at their former charge and the students, their expressions laden with unspoken words. In truth, the two individuals who had initially panicked at the prospect of pursuing the mouse, upon reaching the doorway, were met with the theatrical performance of Ashley. Both Lupin and Wood intended to push the door open and offer some words of comfort to Ashley, but they were halted by Sirius. It must be said that Sirius, having interacted with Ashley for quite some time, had a keen understanding of her. Even without witnessing the reality firsthand, the tone of her speech conveyed a certain duplicity. As anticipated, when the little rascals inside could no longer maintain their act and erupted into laughter, it confirmed his suspicions. However, this only solidified Ashley's cunning nature in Sirius's eyes, rendering any defense on her part utterly futile. As for Harry, he was undoubtedly led astray by her. The boy, raised in a straightforward manner, could only adhere to the machinations of this wily little fox. Perhaps Lupin was right. Had he been the one to raise Harry, he would never have allowed him to become as he was now. He would have grown into a hero as brave, candid, and intrepid as James. In this moment, Sirius pondered thus. Lupin greatly admired this group of students. He had sensed their remarkable synergy during their initial ride on the Hogwarts Express. Their bond had merely deepened since then. In the hidden recesses of his heart, he found himself yearning for the camaraderie they shared. Unlike the heroism of Marauders, which always shone brightest in the illustrious figures of James and Sirius, Ashley and her companions represented genuine equality in their interactions, each distinct yet harmoniously intertwined. It was a sight that evoked a pang of envy within him. However, recalling the kindness bestowed upon him by James and Sirius, he swiftly concealed that envy, although a semblance of regret might have lingered upon his visage. Children, you've done splendidly. It seems your thrilling escapade in the Scream tent has yielded impressive results. Look, you have subdued a grotesque rat creature. Truly magnificent. I am certain Professor Flitwick would be immensely proud of you. Lupin quickly regained his composure, adept at employing subtlety to lower others' defenses. Had it been an unexpected young wizard arriving, he might have managed to coax them into revealing all their actions since their arrival here. But Ashley and her friends were evidently not so easily duped. Thus, his words came across as mere condescension, akin to soothing a child, and they resonated as particularly disingenuous. An expression of unutterable concern appeared on the faces of Ashley and her 6 companions, and the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Lupin soon realized his misstep and awkwardly added, "Well, it appears my jest was not well received." He remained uncertain of how much Ashley and the others comprehended, so he could only mask his ignorance. Sirius had been fixated on Harry since entering, and Harry matched his gaze. Their thoughts diverged, yet their emotions remained equally tumultuous. Harry regarded the scruffy, disheveled man before him with a mixture of gratitude, curiosity, and resistance. In their conversation, the term self-imposed punishment had arisen more than once, due to Sirius's misplaced trust, which led to the demise of his dearest friend, James. He had grown indifferent to life and death, solely seeking vengeance for his brother's betrayal, even willing to endure the horrors of Azkaban. Such profound camaraderie left Harry unmoved, as he could not comprehend the nature of this misplaced trust that had wrought such tragic consequences. Meanwhile, Lupin's assertion that Harry's father would wish for Sirius to look after him stirred within Harry a sense of closeness, yet also a subtle repulsion. No matter how well his father had known Sirius, To Harry, they were mere strangers now. He harbored no desire to leave the Dursleys. To him, his aunt, uncle, and cousins were the family he cherished above all. Professor Lupin, I believe we should cease our probing. We have heard enough. Now we only wish to understand how this rat betrayed my Aunt Lily's family. After all, Harry is here, and I feel you owe him an explanation. As Harry continued to ponder, he heard his cousin voice the very question that plagued his mind, and he smiled gratefully at Ashley. Lupin recognized that Ashley's inquiry was directed not at him, but rather at the somewhat distracted Sirius. He felt a weight lift from his chest. After all, the calmness that followed their confession indicated that they trusted Sirius. Sirius, too, quelled his rising emotions upon seeing his student again and exchanged a knowing glance with Lupin. After nodding in agreement, he organized his thoughts and slowly recounted the events that transpired 12 years prior. Chapter 194. A Misunderstanding of Serendipity. The Mystery of the Wolfsbane Potion. The change of Secret Keeper, the public pursuit of Pettigrew, and how they discovered his fake death were all laid bare without any omissions. As Sirius narrated the tale, while keeping his eyes on Harry, as Ashley had suggested, he needed to provide Harry with clarity, prioritizing the truth over any concerns for his own reputation. After hearing the full account, Harry could not vocalize accusations of why Sirius had switched secret keepers, leading to his parents' demise. While he could not claim to harbor no resentment towards Sirius, he was capable of discerning right from wrong. Hatred must be directed towards the right individuals. Those who act with malicious intent and cause harm cannot be forgiven. Conversely, those who inadvertently inflict pain, who do not bear primary responsibility, and who earnestly seek to make amends should not be excessively held accountable. As Sirius grew increasingly agitated, the rationality that Lupin had managed to instill in him slipped away, and he began to vociferously advocate for the complete annihilation of that treacherous rat. Ultimately, it was Harry who intervened. Knowing the truth, he did indeed harbor hatred for the one who betrayed his parents. Yet he also keenly felt the profound bond between Sirius and his father. To uphold the honor of his father's brother, and to ensure that the true betrayer faced justice, he chose to allow the actual traitor to be judged rather than seeking mere fleeting satisfaction through personal vengeance. No, he should not die here. That would be far too lenient. He still retains the first-class Order of Merlin, and to let him perish quietly under the guise of a hero would be a travesty, devoid of the punishment he truly deserves. Harry was becoming increasingly adept at understanding the nuances of persuasive speech. While Sirius might not care about his own reputation, he could not abide the thought of Pettigrew dying while still cloaked in the mantle of a hero. He reined in his fury, lowered his wand, and collectively, everyone present exhaled in relief. At this juncture, it seemed as though matters had reached a resolution. Ashley felt that such an unexpected turn of events had culminated in an optimal outcome. Just as she was preparing to cast the Patronus charm to summon her rabbit guardian to alert Dumbledore, she noticed a peculiar expression on Lupin's face. Having lingered on that gaze for a moment too long, her previously relaxed nerves tightened once more. At this moment, it was uncertain whether to deem her intuition as astute or misguided. During their discussion, the sun had quietly begun its descent. The dimness of the underground obscured the passage of time, yet could not dispel the natural rhythm of the werewolf's transformation. Oh no! Sirius, most familiar with such situations, quickly reacted, shouting to Ashley, Harry, and the others, "You must leave. This passage leads directly to Hogwarts. You must exit through here." Lupin gritted his teeth, striving to maintain control over his tumultuous emotions. "There isn't too much time. They will be upon us soon. I must go into the Forbidden Forest." With that, he turned and sprinted towards the hidden passage. The sudden upheaval left everyone momentarily stunned, even though, under Snape's subtle guidance, the astute minds of characters like Benedict and Hermione had vaguely surmised Lupin's true identity. They had never witnessed it firsthand, and thus could not escape a sense of panic. Ashley, while lamenting the validation of her suspicions, perhaps she had a talent akin to that of a raven, could only remain on high alert, wary of Lupin's potential to lose control and harm others. Sirius, ever loyal and steadfast, followed closely behind. Although Harry did not pursue them directly, his concern was palpable, and the identity of the individual in question was abundantly clear. Sirius's genuine care for Harry was evident, and Harry, not being devoid of perception, could not help but feel a deepened emotional bond, especially knowing that he had taken care of Black himself for an entire summer. Their friends could easily discern Harry's turmoil, exchanging knowing glances and deciding to maintain a safe distance, ready to respond should the need arise. After all, Lupin, as a professor, was well-liked, and they were willing to assist him if it came to that. Thus, the 7 of them formed a protective formation, with the boys on the outside and the girls within, carefully trailing behind at a measured distance. Ashley had not forgotten about the specimen mouse. She transfigured a stone into a small cage and placed it inside, carrying it in her hand. They proceeded through the secret passage until they reached the Whomping Willow. Climbing up, the six of them were astonished by the scenery surrounding them. They had not anticipated that this passage would lead them here. However, they soon had no time for further contemplation, for they spotted someone who should not have been there. Snape. He was unexpectedly conversing with Lupin and Sirius. What was going on? Hadn't he taken a wolfsbane potion? Snape furrowed his brow, a look of distaste crossing his features as he queried, "Did you drink it?" "I did, but for some reason, it seems ineffective this time," Lupin replied, his voice tinged with exhaustion, clearly on the brink of losing control over his transformation. Snape glanced at the nearby girl who appeared unscathed, his anxiety alleviating somewhat. Upon hearing Lupin's response, he retorted with a hint of indifference. "Are you questioning my potion-making skills?" Sirius, already concerned for Lupin, felt his anger flare at Snape's tone. "Slugworth, if you're truly capable, then produce an effective potion to save him instead of merely exchanging words." Ashley's temper flared as well. She had no faith that the professor's potion was ineffectual and was about to defend him when she heard Snape, still frowning, say, "Did you drink both vials?" "Both vials? I thought one was sufficient. I assumed you provided me with a 2-month supply to avoid my presence. Did you not check the labels? Even without them, can you not distinguish the different tastes?" Snape snapped. "I never considered you would give me a different potion. I thought it was the same, with your special ingredients added." A flicker of grievance crossed Lupin's pale face, and remarkably, Snape refrained from lashing out. For it was true that he had added peculiar ingredients to the potion to make it less palatable, hoping to dissuade Lupin from taking it. "Slugworth, what potion did Remus actually consume? Are you trying to kill him?" Sirius finally grasped the situation. Lupin had likely not ingested the wolfsbane potion, but rather the concoction Snape had provided, causing him to speak in a fit of exasperation. "Are you daft? If I intended to harm him, would I have waited until now? He has been taking the professor's potions for months." Ashley could no longer contain herself and interjected sarcastically. Snape felt a sense of relief wash over him, his anger dissipating as he looked at Sirius, sneering. "What I provided him was a newly formulated potion to alleviate the agony of his transformations. Taken in conjunction with the wolfsbane potion, it allows him to suffer less pain and recover more swiftly during the full moon, preventing him from taking frequent absences and disrupting his students' learning." The bottles were labeled. It was merely that he had not noticed them. Chapter 195. The boldness of a girlfriend to be honest. After hearing this explanation, even Ashley was at a loss for words. A series of unfortunate misunderstandings had led to this outcome, leaving those present in stunned silence. From a certain perspective, it resembled the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Lupin, having once been among the tormentors of Snape, coupled with his lycanthropic nature, had caused Snape to harbor deep resentment and disdain, since reluctantly allowing him to take up the post of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, wishing only to expel him. Thus, when concocting the wolfsbane potion, Snape had deliberately added odd ingredients, hoping to deter him. If that failed, at least it would serve as a minor annoyance. Lupin was aware of this, but felt powerless to change his situation, enduring the consequences. When Snape, under Ashley's persuasion, finally set aside his grievances and ceased wishing to drive Lupin away, he even began to seek ways to assist him in fulfilling his teaching duties without hindering the student's progress. However, Snape's goodwill, in his view, was never intended for Lupin. Being a poor communicator, he failed to convey his intentions. Thus, based on Lupin's established mindset, any change in Snape's behavior was naturally interpreted negatively. The varying tastes of the potions had become a norm for him, leading him to dismiss any notion of Snape's benevolence. Their lack of communication bred distrust, each ensnared in their own assumptions, resulting in a significant information gap. "I labeled it. He must understand," thought Snape. "He despises me. So he gave me 2 vials to limit our encounters. The taste is off. He must be toying with me," thought Lupin. To add to Lupin's misfortune, he had not even consumed the correct potion. Ultimately, it seemed inappropriate to blame anyone. Even Sirius found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter accusations against Snape. However, the group soon found themselves unable to dwell on the question of right or wrong, for the wolf had truly arrived. Although Lupin realized he had misjudged Snape, he had no time for apologies. The full moon hung overhead, and he could no longer maintain control, instinctively beginning his transformation. A howl erupted as the great wolf cried out to the moon, a sight that, in Ashley's eyes, was not so much grotesque as it was imposing and fearsome. The sheer size of the beast instilled a sense of dread. The 7 companions involuntarily swallowed hard. Snape's expression hardened, his wand at the ready, as he shouted, "Return to the castle. He is no longer a rational being. You cannot contend with him. Though directed at the giant wolf, it was evident that his words were aimed at the 7 students, particularly Ashley. Sirius, too concerned to correct Snape's derogatory label for his brother, transformed into his animagus form, wanting to assist his brother as he had in their youth. However, without James's stag form to aid him, he found himself repeatedly thrown aside by the towering wolf. Snape had no intention of intervening just yet. After all, the transformation was irreversible, and his priority was ensuring Ashley and the others were safely evacuated. Ashley stared at the unfolding scene in a daze. Despite every effort to avoid this outcome, they had arrived at this juncture. Anyone would feel utterly lost. She instinctively glanced at the area where the Dementors had once lingered, belatedly recalling that they had now been driven to the mountains near Hogsmeade. Fortunately, Li exhaled deeply, her rationality finally restored. Though she yearned to linger and assist, she could not gamble with her companions' lives. Thus, she resolved to retreat. However, upon glancing back, she was met not with a display of timidity, but rather with hesitation. It was evident that her friends shared her sentiments. They wished to help, but were reluctant to jeopardize one another. Particularly among the 4 Gryffindors, even Hermione, who was steeped in academia, possessed a greater sense of justice and a spirit of adventure than Eily herself. As for the little badger, April, true to her reputation for loyalty and dependability, though she harbored the greatest fears, she did not contemplate retreating while her companions remained steadfast. Meanwhile, the astute Benedict had his own cherished individuals to protect, which kept him silent as well. At that moment, a chorus of howls echoed from the Forbidden Forest, unmistakably signaling that whether they were werewolves or true wolves, the night belonged to their revelry. Lupin, transformed into a colossal wolf, seemed to heed the call of his kin. Disregarding the efforts of Sirius, who had morphed into a gigantic dog, and continued onward towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As the distance between them and Eily widened, Snape found himself reluctantly releasing a portion of his tension, signaling Eily to return while he followed suit. In a flurry of urgency, the group prepared to voice their thoughts, only to be preempted by Wood, who spoke first. Eily, you should retreat back to the castle and inform the other professors and the headmaster. I'm on the brink of graduation, which makes me a fully fledged wizard. I'll accompany them to see how I can assist Professor Snape. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure their safe return. Wood understood the weight Snape held in Eily's heart and assumed her reluctance to depart stemmed from concern for him. Hence he boldly made his promise. Eily felt a swell of gratitude, but more than that, a sense of helplessness. Wood seemed oblivious to the fact that if he ventured forth alone, Eily would not only remain troubled, but would worry even more for him. Without uttering a word, she summoned a small rabbit, establishing a mental connection to relay a message, and watched as it bounded away towards the castle. With a shrug, she smiled and said, "All right, the message has been sent." The Patronus charm was something Eily had taught Harry during the Christmas holidays, and she had shared all her knowledge of its messaging capabilities. However, Harry could only conjure a large orb of light at this stage. He had yet to master a fixed form or the ability to transmit messages. So witnessing the charm's practical application filled him with excitement. Wow, does that mean it's going to find Professor Dumbledore? Can it actually talk to him? That is so cool. Is this the advanced application of the Patronus charm that Professor Dumbledore created? Hermione chimed in, equally exhilarated, having long been fascinated by this magic. Witnessing its advanced use firsthand thrilled her immensely, matching Harry's enthusiasm. As for Wood, Ron, and the siblings Kelly, they had all witnessed such magic before, so their reactions were more subdued, merely expressing admiration. However, Wood felt a touch of frustration and helplessness. He had realized that his little girlfriend's prowess far exceeded that of her peers, yet her boldness matched it, indicating her intent to join him in aiding their friends. Chapter 196. The Great Battle Against the Wolves. Yet, Wood still intended to put forth a struggle. Well, since the message has been sent, you all should go to the Great Hall for dinner. It's getting late, and if you wait too long, there'll be no dinner left. Remember to bring me a portion. Thank you. The excuse was rather flimsy, and before Eily could refute him, April let out a laugh. Wood, did you forget which house Eily and I belong to? No matter who goes hungry, it's certainly one TB us. Eily's intentions were so transparent that everyone recognized her desire to participate, and thus there was no need for further concealment. Eily was not particularly surprised. Glancing at her friends and noting that their earlier uncertainty had transformed into unwavering resolve, which imbued her with considerable courage. Little did she know that her friend's determination was significantly influenced by her presence. It was not solely her magical prowess that inspired confidence. They also trusted in her skills in alchemy, each secretly feeling their own Patronus and close friendships bolstering their courage. Perhaps only Wood, who remained unaware of the full situation, struggled to find such confidence. The secret he harbored in his watch was so discreet that almost no one knew of it. Do you even realize how dangerous this is? Listen to me, hurry back. When gentle persuasion failed, Wood adopted a rare seriousness, asserting his authority as a senior. We know, Captain. Have you forgotten? 2 years ago we faced trolls, and last year we confronted the basilisk. Their danger is no less than that of werewolves. Ron chimed in, echoing April's earlier sentiment, leaving Wood momentarily speechless. He had indeed forgotten the adventurous history of his younger comrades, and in their presence he, a soon-to-be graduate, felt somewhat diminished. Turning his gaze to his girlfriend, he opened his mouth to dissuade her, but she spoke first. I'm here. The words struck everyone into silence momentarily, only to recall that this warrior, who had purposefully concealed her presence, was indeed near the battlefield. The reactions varied. Harry felt touched, Ron was in awe, Hermione understood. April was vexed, and Benedict admired. As for Wood, he was likely just shocked, realizing he did not know his girlfriend nearly well enough. Regardless of what lay ahead, the decision to assist had been made, and Wood had no choice but to accept it. Hermione suggested entrusting the rat to Crookshanks and Blueberry for safekeeping. But Ashley felt uneasy about not having it in sight, so she chose to bring Wormtail along. The group followed the trail, and to their surprise, they had not traveled long before discovering that Lupin and the others had ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest. They arrived at a water source where Sirius, in his canine form, was battered and bruised, yet persistently attempting to restrain the advancing Lupin wolf while Snape fought off the pack of wolves intent on capturing the giant wolf. Though Snape appeared to have some strength left, the relentless waves of wolves, coupled with the distinct environment and significance of the Forbidden Forest, made it difficult to employ wide-ranging destructive spells, and he felt the strain of prolonging the confrontation. Ashley watched, filled with anxiety, and without a second thought, she joined the fray. The others followed suit, each selecting advantageous positions to cast various spells. In an instant, Snape felt the pressure lift significantly, yet upon seeing the newcomers, his mood soured. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to return to the castle? His tone was laced with irritation, but the resolute Ashley smiled in response. The rabbit has already gone to Sendward. We're fine. Just came to see if there was an opportunity for some real combat. After all, having studied the disarming charm for so long, I haven't had much chance to use it. Besides, I don't want to keep relying on others. I ought to earn my own materials. It was unclear which of her words pleased Snape, but at long last, he refrained from further admonishing her. Under the protective watch of Snape and Wood, Ashley deftly employed the ironclad charm and the disarming charm in tandem, her proficiency growing with each spell cast. The words she had previously spoken to Snape now rang true. Not only was her practical experience and mastery of spells increasing, but her collection of materials began to accumulate as well. Initially somewhat unaccustomed to the scene and the sense, she gradually adapted to the onslaught of attacks over time. Unbeknownst to her, the devastatingly lethal spell she wielded, along with her nearly perfected ironclad charm, left Wood in a state of profound astonishment, evoking a sense of inadequacy within him. Snape, however, had noticed this but made no effort to alert Ashley. Though Ashley was indeed attentive to the welfare of her companions and Wood, she was mainly preoccupied with their safety and had little time to consider their expressions. Aplis and Benedict formed a cohesive duo, with Benedict taking the offensive and Aplis focusing on defense and obstruction. Their sibling synergy was remarkable, devoid of any traces of their usual childish banter. Harry and Ron, as close as brothers, had evidently honed their magical skills, and their slightly greater combat experience allowed them to perform commendably, securing advantageous positions and holding their own. Conversely, Hermione's situation was somewhat precarious. Her spells were a chaotic medley, and the overwhelming choices seemed to hinder her ability to swiftly identify her strengths, leaving her flustered. Ashley occasionally cast an ironclad charm her way, providing just enough protection to prevent Hermione from triggering her friend's defenses. Wood, lacking substantial combat experience, nevertheless benefited from being older than the third years, possessing more magical energy and a steadier mindset. With Ashley and Snape at his side, he had their support to cover any gaps in his abilities. Motivated by Ashley's performance, he soon discovered the spells and strategies that suited him best in battle. The situation appeared to be improving. The remaining small packs of wolves, now gripped by fear, began to retreat, their instincts overpowering the influence of the full moon. However, all present were feeling somewhat drained of magic, especially the 6th third years. Wood, in comparatively better condition, had enough strength left to assist Ashley. Snape, observing this, said nothing, instead turning his gaze to the enormous wolf and dog that had collapsed nearby. A slight smile graced his lips, pleased that his stamina-restoring potion had not gone to waste. Ashley also took note of the situation and was about to express her relief that the dust had finally settled when she sensed a familiar chill in the air. Looking up, she saw a multitude of Dementors approaching, obscuring even the full moon. Chapter 197. The distinction and difference between passive defense and active attack. In truth, the appearance of the Dementors seemed both unexpected and anticipated by Ashley. Their presence, or lack thereof, could both be justified. The proximity of Hogsmeade Village was neither too far nor too near, and given the chaotic and intense magical fluctuations from their battle with the wolves, it was only natural that the Dementors would take notice. Yet, it was undeniable that the mood was rather dismal. The instinctual aversion they inspired was palpable. The absence of orders from the Ministry of Magic suggested they were lagging behind, hindered by Hogwarts restrictions on flying and teleportation spells, rendering them slower than the approaching Dementors. Ashley and her companions were all acutely aware of this, and thus had no intention of engaging with the Dementors, merely waiting for the Ministry's orders to intervene. Unfortunately, the Dementors were not mere mindless puppets. The standing figures were formidable, while the exhausted, reverted form of Sirius Black lay vulnerable on the ground, an enticing target. Furthermore, he was the objective of their mission, making him an ideal prey. Even Fudge would find no fault in their actions, simply perfect. Thus, the Dementors began to stir, gradually converging on Sirius, who had been forcibly separated from the crowd for so long and was now ravenous for sustenance, unable to resist such a perfect opportunity. The onlookers sensed the impending danger, yet their concern was overshadowed by disgust. Harry could no longer restrain himself, despite not having a profound bond with Sirius. He felt compelled to act on behalf of his father, James, and the loyal dog. Having spent so much time with Ashley, he had absorbed some of her insights, understanding the distinction between passive defense and active attack, and thus fixated on the movements of the Dementors, waiting for them to cross that crucial threshold. Seeing Harry's restraint filled Ashley with immense pride, reflecting on how much he had matured. Unbeknownst to her, her facade of maturity amused both Snape and Wood, lightening their earlier discontent. "Stop!" echoed four Auror's cries, coinciding with the Dementors' attempts to siphon Sirius's emotions and soul, while Ashley, Harry, Wood, Hermione, and Snape simultaneously cast their Patronus charms. The calls were indistinguishable. It was unclear whether they were directed at the Dementors or Ashley and her friends. However, it was evident that it was too late. Two immense bursts of light, accompanied by a small rabbit, a doe, and an adorable little black panther, surged towards the Dementors. The sky, once filled with the dark forms of the Dementors, was suddenly clear. The moon shone cool and bright, yet the fate of the Dementors was certain to be dire. The spellcasters paid no mind to the aftermath, feeling a sense of vindication. Some, like Harry and Hermione, perhaps felt a twinge of envy, noticing how their patron uses had not yet fully formed, while those vivid manifestations of protective spirits were undeniably tempting. Others, like Ashley, were simply delighted by the sight of the little black panther, finding it charming. Snape felt a sense of relief that Harry's Patronus had not manifested, and that no one seemed to have noticed any issues with it, allowing him to exhale in relief. Wood, on the other hand, felt a bit bashful, particularly under Ashley's sparkling gaze. Though he didn't fully comprehend her fondness for the little black panther, he took it as a sign of her affection for him, which brightened his spirits. In stark contrast, the four Aurors found themselves in a rather unfavorable position. To some extent, the Dementors were considered their subordinates, and the losses they had just incurred would likely result in consequences upon their return of Fudge, leaving them in a less than pleasant mood. Nevertheless, as the events unfolded before their eyes, they understood that such circumstances could not be attributed to anyone, and thus they had no choice but to absorb this silent loss. You all witnessed the previous situation. I want to elaborate further. As for the other matter, as you can see, we have captured Sirius Black. However, something seems amiss. It appears there are issues regarding past events. The deceased are now alive. I recommend a thorough investigation. Snape stated succinctly, as always, yet he had conveyed the necessary information. Ashley understood this well, quickly pushing the cage forward, as she was quite concerned about the safety of Peter Pettigrew, unwilling to relinquish her hold even during the battle. The Aurors, not lacking in intelligence, sensed something was off, and although they were unclear on the specifics, the treatment of the rat was enough to raise their caution. Yet, during the transfer, a mishap occurred. With a loud pop, a figure burst through the cage, landing on the ground, and, in that instant, hurled a wolf carcass towards the giant wolf transformed by Lupin before swiftly reverting to his rat form. fleeing deep into the forbidden forest. Although a great deal transpired, it all occurred within a mere few seconds, catching everyone off guard. It turned out that Peter Pettigrew had awakened from his coma not long ago, despite his injuries. His magical energy was robust. As a wizard who had lived for over 30 years, breaking free from the constraints of a few mere children was well within his capabilities, especially since he was still in his animagus form, which allowed him to escape all bonds the moment he transformed back. However, given that the battle with the wolves was ongoing, he had to wait, fearful of being mistakenly harmed. As the pack of wolves receded, the Dementors returned, plunging him into a state of panic so profound that he momentarily forgot to flee. It was only when Ashley prepared to hand him over to the Aurors that he realized he could no longer afford to wait. The Aurors' methods were not something he could easily evade. Thus, in that fleeting moment of transition, he initiated his plan. He hurled the lifeless wolf carcass towards Lupin. A calculated move considering the circumstances. Lupin had not ingested the wolf's bane potion, hence the bloodlust innate to a rabid werewolf would remain unquenched. The bloodied and mangled wolf's body was sufficient to rouse Lupin from his stupor, inciting a frenzy that would afford him the chance to escape. Indeed, the once exhausted Lupin, in his werewolf form, stirred as the carcass landed beside him, nostrils flaring as if on the verge of awakening, diverting the gaze of those present. Peter Pettigrew, filled with exhilaration, dashed swiftly away from the source of danger, disappearing into the underbrush. However, he was utterly unprepared for Ashley's keen regard. Despite his delayed reaction, she managed to cast a binding spell just before he vanished into the trees. The obstacles and reverse enchantments conspired against him, dragging him back and slamming him to the ground. The Aurors responded with remarkable swiftness. While Peter's transformation had been rapid, they had witnessed enough to ascertain the situation. A middle-aged Auror immediately cast a binding spell, ensnaring the rat and rendering him immobile. There was a palpable sigh of relief as they apprehended a suspect, their spirits lifted by the prospect of balancing their deeds against any potential reprimand. The middle-aged Auror held Ashley's quick reflexes and spell-casting skills in high esteem, ready to commend her, only to witness her casting a precise spell beside the rat and crouching down to him, her voice cold and commanding, "You had better revert immediately, or I'll consider it the end of a rat, and no one will care." The Aurors understood the girl's intentions, yet found the overt threat in their presence rather audacious. Nevertheless, as long as she refrained from actual violence, they were willing to overlook her actions. The rat, startled and trembling, sought help from the Aurors, but, upon observing their reactions, recognized their indifference. His gaze then shifted to Ron, imploring his former master for assistance. Ron, with a complex expression, turned away, showing none of the affection he once had. Resigned, Peter Pettigrew slowly reverted to his human form. As anticipated, the Auror's magical prowess far surpassed that of Harry and his friends. The ropes remained tightly bound around him, showing no signs of loosening. After Peter had transformed back, Ashley retrieved a pen from her satchel and, without hesitation, plunged it into his arm. The effect was immediate. Peter, who had been trembling in fear, convulsed violently twice before losing consciousness. Benedict smirked, stifling a laugh, amused that his gift had been utilized in such a moment. The others exchanged glances, their expressions averted as if they hadn't witnessed the incident. Severus Snape, however, regarded the pen with curiosity and consideration, pondering the intriguing nature of it and contemplating the addition of more ink. The Aurors, fixated on Ashley's pen, were at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ashley, with an air of nonchalance, stowed the pen away, exuding an aura that suggested, "Do not covet my pen," before adding lightly, "Rest assured, it merely contains a paralyzing potion, albeit in a stronger dosage to prevent any restlessness. He will be back to normal by tomorrow." The Aurors could not help but smirk slightly at her words. The dosage that rendered him unconscious was hardly trivial, marking Ashley as a formidable character. Relieved to have evaded the label of a harsh person, Ashley exhaled deeply, still shaken by Peter's earlier audacity. Feeling that the binding charm alone was insufficient for security, she deemed it necessary to impose an additional layer of protection. Meanwhile, the repercussions of Peter's actions began to unfold, causing everyone to swiftly forget Ashley's earlier display of strength as they prepared to confront the imminent threat. Lupin, now fully awake, though still exhibiting signs of fatigue, began to move with increasing fluidity. His eyes glowed crimson as he seized the nearby wolf carcass, tearing into it with ravenous ferocity, the crimson liquid dripping into his monstrous maw. A low growl escaped him, a clear indication of his lost sanity. Otherwise, he would never engage in such savagery or emit such a beastly roar. The scene was jarring, casting an eerie silence over the gathering. Appleby, unable to bear the sight, discreetly retreated behind her brother, unwilling to face the horror. Sirius Black, regaining some composure, struggled to sit upright, casting a fierce glare at the bound and unconscious traitor who had betrayed their brotherhood. Yet, despite his determination, he found himself powerless to do anything more. With all his strength, he reached out, yearning to grasp the hand of the brother he truly valued, hoping to spare him the anguish of confronting such a grim reality in hindsight. However, as soon as he raised his hand, it fell back down. A mix of anger and helplessness evident in his futile pleas, evoking deep sympathy from all present. Remus, please, remember who you are. You are a man, not a beast. Reclaim yourself. You've endured without the Wolf's Bane potion before. Haven to you? Now that James is gone, I cannot hold you back alone. Harry empathized with the tumult of emotions, recalling how his father had once strived to help Lupin control his transformations. He felt compelled to intervene. Despite knowing the futility of it all, it was widely acknowledged that keeping werewolves away from the full moon was a sound strategy to prevent any issues. Yet, only those who genuinely cared for Lupin's thoughts and feelings would wish to aid him in restraining his bloodthirst, ensuring he would not suffer remorse for his bestial actions once he regained his senses. Unfortunately, the loss of rationality made it exceedingly difficult to suppress their primal instincts, rendering their efforts akin to a feeble attempt to move a mountain, a testament to the profound bond of friendship that stirred deep emotions. In stark contrast, Peter Pettigrew, once a fellow marauder, now exhibited a brotherhood so hypocritical that it incited disdain among the others. As they cast their gazes upon him, their contempt was palpable. Even Ashley's prior treatment of him seemed lenient in retrospect. Harry cast a series of petrifying, sleeping, and binding spells, but to no avail against the powerful werewolf. He finally grasped the depth of Sirius's current impotence. The werewolf, invigorated by the blood he consumed, appeared to shake off his fatigue, brimming with vitality. Snape and the others, including the Aurors, showed no surprise, well aware that even the kindest of souls could devolve into such a state upon transforming into a mindless werewolf. The danger posed by a werewolf on a full moon stemmed from their utter lack of reason, coupled with their enhanced physical prowess, bolstered by the moon's influence and the consumption of blood. While they empathized with Lupin's plight, moved by the camaraderie shared between him and Sirius, the notion of subduing such a beast was undeniably reckless. A few Aurors began to reconsider their involvement. If they could apprehend Peter Pettigrew and Sirius, who was unjustly accused, they would have exceeded their mission parameters. The rest could be left for higher authorities to manage. As Lupin had yet to commit any grave transgressions, they felt no obligation to intervene further. Remaining any longer might render them potential victims of Lupin's wrath. Though their predicament was undeniably frustrating, the reality remained that a werewolf could not be readily cured. In this situation, it is rather difficult for us to offer assistance. To avert the potential for even more disastrous consequences, we suggest that everyone retreat to the castle for the time being. After the night has passed, we can discuss other matters. Furthermore, we are uncertain of Headmaster Dumbledore's reasoning, but employing a werewolf as a professor is undeniably perilous. The circumstances here must be reported to the minister. It is our duty. We implore your understanding. The lead Auror delicately articulated their intentions and offer suggestion. Although the request for understanding may seem lighthearted, it is likely to cause complications for Lupin both tonight and in the days to come. Nevertheless, once Lupin regains consciousness and comprehends the situation, he cannot justly blame the Aurors. After all, they bear no obligation to prevent his transformation tonight, and reporting to Fudge is indeed their rightful responsibility. As for the aftermath of the report, it will inevitably expose his werewolf identity to the entire faculty, students, and even their parents, compelling him to resign. These consequences are foreseeable, and apart from resignation, there seems to be no alternative. Once the Aurors clarified their position, they prepared to act. Peter Pettigrew was easily subdued and taken away. However, Sirius Black refused to budge, clinging to the tree with unwavering resolve despite his weakness. Ultimately, it was Snape, in his capacity as head of Slytherin, who assured them that he would personally hand over Lupin come dawn. He also cautioned, or perhaps threatened, them a little, insisting that any interrogation should commence within the confines of Hogwarts, allowing Dumbledore to be apprised of the situation. Indeed, after a brief discussion, the Aurors consented to Snape's assurance and proposal, deciding to retreat to their base near Hogsmeade to report to the Ministry, who would then send personnel to collaborate with Hogwarts for the interrogation the following day. As the Aurors swiftly departed with Peter Pettigrew in tow, the remaining individuals hesitated. Whether out of sympathy or the bonds of camaraderie, The disparity in strength was apparent. Regardless of weighing the pros and cons, or being driven by fervor, they clearly had to make a decision swiftly. Lupin's transformation into a giant wolf was not something that could be satiated by mere consumption of fresh wolf carcasses. He was a true werewolf, merciless and uncontrollable. Once he regained his strength, he was no longer satisfied with the cold corpses, but gazed hungrily at the group surrounding Ashley, his wolfish maw dripping with saliva and blood, appearing particularly menacing. "Go, quickly, retreat to the castle. Now," Snape urged, having contemplated the operational possibilities. Yet the harsh reality of Lupin's current state brought him back to his senses. He could not allow his young charges to be ensnared in such peril. Ashley and the others, despite their Gryffindor bravado, felt a surge of fear. Coupled with Snape's stern tone, they instinctively complied and began to evacuate. Harry quietly maneuvered to the side of the tree, hoping to pull Sirius along. Yet Sirius remained steadfast, urging Harry to flee without mentioning his own safety. However, the giant wolf provided no opportunity for them to linger or escape. With a sudden leap, it blocked their path. Snape, who had initially been positioned to provide support, now found himself the farthest from the giant wolf. Benedict, who had been the first to retreat as per Snape's directive, along with Ephemera, found themselves face to face with the formidable creature. Ephemera, overwhelmed with fear, could not suppress a scream, and even as she quickly covered her mouth, the giant wolf was already drawn to her presence, eager to taste her fresh blood. "Not!" cried the others in unison. Snape cast a shield charm, Hermione conjured a barrier, and Ephemera attempted to shield Ashley. Harry, Ron, and would wish to assist, but having previously experienced the futility of magic against the giant wolf, they could only emit panicked shouts. Sirius, too weak to transform into his dog form to save them, could only helplessly call out. Fortunately, the other four reacted swiftly, each instinctively choosing their course of action. Hermione's barrier, although it lasted but 2 seconds, thwarted one of the wolf's deadly strikes. The protective charm activated by their friendship held back the wolf's maw, preventing a second near-death experience for Ephemera. Snape's shield charm, while not achieving its intended effect, forced the giant wolf back several paces, creating a necessary distance from Ephemera. It was this distance that afforded Ashley the opportunity to cast the summoning charm, bringing Ephemera safely to her side. Benedict, though silent, promptly retrieved several vials from his pocket and scattered them across the ground, providing a potential means for their counterattack. The potions, once released, erupted into a dense cloud of smoke. Initially, Benedict had intended to rescue his sister while providing cover for their retreat, but in his anxiety, he had deployed too much, and coupled with Snape's assistance, the giant wolf was forced into the center of the smoke, inadvertently creating a makeshift cage. Indeed, these potions were an enhanced version of the gift Benedict had once given Ashley for her birthday, not only releasing smoke, but also infused with a potent sedative effect. Although the giant wolf only paused momentarily in the fog, it inhaled a substantial amount of smoke. Given its current physical state, it was impossible to fully incapacitate it, but merely affecting its senses was sufficient. The giant wolf exhibited signs of confusion, appearing unable to locate the group or detect their scents. And even its auditory perception became muddled and distorted, leaving it trapped in place. This sudden turn of events exceeded Benedict's expectations, forcing him to hold his breath as he retreated, unable to alert his companions. Fortunately, Ashley was aware of the potion's effects and swiftly instructed everyone to hold their breath and vacate the area enveloped in mist. Once Benedict emerged, they realized that the giant wolf had not followed, leading to a moment of elation as they recognized this golden opportunity for a counteroffensive. However, time was of the essence. Once the mist dissipated, it would not be long before the werewolf's robust physique expelled the effects of the potion, and they would once again be faced with a fully potent werewolf. The question remained, should they flee or seize the moment to subdue it?